Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Our story begins with how a certain young man summons skeletons from underground with his magic. This is the ability of necromancy, which is the worst skill for a hunter. Well, he became one of 5 SSS rank hunters. The skeletons he summoned attacked other hunters, and he had a bad reputation in society because he worked as a watchdog for a corporation that was famous for managing to survive the most serious wounds, and even when his entire team was destroyed. The guy looked at what was happening with a malicious smile. He was called the Immortal King. Dust rose around his feet. He was the one who would live forever. Stretching his hand forward, he continued his summoning magic. His name was Kang Ti-ha. Kan stood in the middle of a destroyed office corridor full of corpses. Opposite him there was a large number of armed hunters. This time everyone expected his death, because the enemy was the strongest guild Griffin, of which he was a part before. But he managed to survive 6 months of continuous battles, and today he chose the headquarters as his grave. Khan, wiping the blood from his lips, said that they were all greedy non-entities. After which, smiling, he added that they ran towards him at breakneck speed. Raising his hand in the air, Khan began to create a spell, noting that they should be paid a lot of money. The hunters rushed at him screaming, repeating that he needed to kill him as soon as possible, because the killers would give 5 billion gold. One of the hunters, getting close, warned others not to allow Kan to cast a spell, who, in turn, called on the bone dragon to rise. Below, he lowered his hands to the floor, creating a magic circle, continuing the call. A bone dragon appeared directly from the magic circle, shrouded in a blue glow. The hunters stood in fear and were perplexed by what they saw. A blue glow flashed in the middle of a huge high-rise building in the city center. In a place where there was a bright light, an explosion suddenly occurred. It was a bone dragon with a rider on its back. Kan stood confidently on the back of the bone dragon. The dragon turned in the opposite direction, while the people below the building were very surprised by what they saw in the amount of Kan's mana. Kan, barely able to stay on his feet, began coughing up blood on top of the bone dragon. As he tried to remain conscious, he realized that it was because he was wasting too much mana. Kan abruptly looked away and was surprised. He, standing on the dragon's back, looked out the window of a neighboring building. There could be seen the silhouette of an old man in a business suit and with a cane, the head of the Griffin's Yojogui. He, looking towards Kan, noticed that he, as always, exceeded any expectations. The bone dragon rushed towards the old man. Something off to the side suddenly caught Kan's attention. The bone dragon, trying to dodge the golden arrow, collided with an invisible obstacle. Eventually, the dragon crashed into a building, at which point Kan didn't understand what was happening. The bone dragon screamed in pain as the arrow pierced its wing. Kan gave the command to rise higher. Then the arrow pierced the dragon's skull, and he screamed loudly again. Kan stood in bewilderment, looking at the arrow. He tried to stay on the back of the dragon, whose wings were pierced by arrows. As a result, the dragon and its rider quickly rushed down and fell to the ground with a roar. On the asphalt, among the rubble and dust, lay the lifeless body of the bone dragon and the barely alive Kan, when a detachment of holy knights was ordered to capture him. Kan lay in the middle of the road, and he was surrounded by knights with huge shields and armor. Joe, standing next to the knights and the magician in a red robe, wanted to know if Kan was giving up, and now. Kan, holding his head, answered the old man that he never gave up. Joe confirmed his words with a satisfied grin on his face. Kan, smiling smugly, suggested not to waste time. Taking a step forward, Joe noted that he wanted everything to go according to his plan. The knights stood in 2 rows and bowed before the head of the Griffins, allowing him to come closer to Kan, who always exceeds the old man's expectations. Kan, with a sly grin on his face, hid his hand inside his coat, listening to the words about his survival where he was predicted to die, becoming much stronger than originally expected. Kan, smiling, held out a pink glowing stone in front of him, asking if this was what the old man was talking about, and in response to hear confirmation. Joe, with a crazy expression on his face, confirmed that it was him. This stone alone is enough for his death sentence. But if Kan gives it up, then, despite all his deeds, he will be granted a quick death. Kan, holding out his hand with the stone in front of him, asked if the old man was thirsty for this stone. Joe, holding out his hand, urged him on. Joe, looking forward, noticed that he was not allowed to hold this thing. Then Kan threw a stone towards the old man with the words that he was giving it away. Joe, filled with joy, was about to catch the stone. Kan, grabbing the stone with his hand, noted that he would never say that and there is no need to take him for an idiot. Kan, putting the stone on his tongue, remembered that the old man had talked about spending years searching for the stone. Now let him just try to get it out of the corpse, and he laughed. Joe was very confused and could not say anything from fear, only noticing that he was a bastard. The head of the Griffins called on the knights to kill Kan, tear him apart and get this stone. They immediately obeyed the order. Kan, creating the next spell, intended to take as many knights with him as he could. Kan summoned skeletons and a bone dragon to confront the knights, which resulted in his death. His soul was very tired. She began to fade away, realizing that she could finally rest. But suddenly a bright light appeared. In front of him he saw two surprised and very joyful people who called him young master. A guy with long blue hair lay in a coffin with an incomprehensible expression on his face, while cries were heard around him about the awakening of the young master and the fear that it was a ghost. The guy continued to lie motionless, saying nothing. The story takes us to Zhejiang, where we can see a majestic Chinese building surrounded by stone walls. A loaded cart drove right up to the gates of the Beacon clan. People were talking around about the news that the eldest son of the clan had returned to life. He died and then woke up, noticing that perhaps their undertaker was a necromancer. Two servants who were carrying clean linen were talking about the possibility of establishing Jiangxi for the wandering and not returning to life, which could only happen in books. They continued talking about the drugs he was using and maybe he just fell asleep and looked like a corpse. One of them remarked that anything is possible when it comes to the idiot Yu Xinwu, but immediately stopped talking. Because you need to be careful with, in other words, Beacon's people could be everywhere, although this clan is not very dangerous now. Shin sat on the bed in his room, sighing heavily. He looked at himself in the mirror, thinking that he had become a pig, and this was too much. Continuing to look at himself, he pulled his cheek. He used to maintain the condition of his muscles by training and was apparently gifted at eating food. Shin lay down on the bed, putting his hands behind his head, and remembered that he was the gifted one of the Beacon clan. Feasts, alcohol, and a lot of women were in his life every day. He is a man who smeared the clan bulletin board as a child, in general, a fat guy who eventually died due to drugs. Shin continued to lie on the bed, not understanding how he was reborn into a gifted pig in ancient China. The only thing that came to mind was that stone. With a smug grin on his face, he remembered Joe. Now it became clear why he was so eagerly looking for this item, and Shin, right in front of the old man's eyes, took away his chance to be born. Trying to get out of bed after thinking, he realizes that this is not what he should be thinking about, getting into shape and how to survive with his status. Out of nowhere, a system notification appears about a login attempt and an error from the previous login. Shin does not understand what it is. He sees a system warning about too large a class difference between body and soul, so an adjustment was made and the level was lowered to 1. A system window appears right in front of Shin, in which all his characteristics are recorded. Shin, leaning his face on his hand, continued to look at the characteristics window and complained that everything was taken from him. Well, at least the main abilities were in place, the rest could be upgraded. Shin found a line that said something indirect. Before that, he completely went into necromancy and didn't touch melee combat. Looking at the ceiling, he realized that it would no longer be possible to return to his own time to study the effect of the stone. He would need to die again, but now this is not an option, especially since there is definitely no gate where he got this stone. Suddenly, Shin realized that there were no monsters here either because he began to destroy these creatures, which means he could avoid everything. Shin, filled with confidence, realized that this was perfect and now he could linger in this world. With a grin on his face, he admitted that he was now Yu Xinwu. Something in front caught Shin's attention. Having opened the doors, a guy in a red robe came into his room. Noticing that Shin was healthy again, the servant standing behind him tried to stop this, addressing himself as Mr. Ginseng. Jin looked at Shin with a sly expression on his face. The servant said that he was ordered not to let anyone hear, to which Jin expressed his dissatisfaction. Then he struck the servant in the face. Jin noted with a smug face that the servant did not dare speak to him in such a tone. Shin, who was standing next to him, thought about this asshole while the servant wiped the blood from his face. Shin rushed to help the servant when Jin said that he wanted to and was reborn, but remained the same fool. The servant, who was on one knee, asked for forgiveness because he was given orders not to let anyone in, but Shin only asked if he could stand. And Jin, who stood next to him, laughed at the pity for the insignificant servant, which was not like him. Leaning towards the servant, Shin inquired in a whisper what kind of freak this was. The servant quietly whispered that it was his half-brother. Jin didn't understand why he was being ignored when another man in purple robes entered the room, who suggested that, apparently, Shin had not yet come to his senses and simply did not recognize him. It was the leader of the Red Clouds faction, Quack Unsang, who asked for Shin's understanding and forgiveness. Shin jerked when he heard a sound behind him. It was the servant who asked Mr. Quack to watch his words because he called Jin a lord right in front of the young master. Suddenly, the smaller one came to the realization that recently Lord Yu Ho Yol, their father, died of illness, and now the position of the local lord is open, but since this old man calls Jin that, he simply ignores him. Mr. Quack, scratching his head, said that he accidentally called Jin that way because he would have accepted this post after Shin's death. Woon Jin, in turn, laughed to Quack, noting that Shin was not feeling well. Shin stood next to the servant with a serious look, not understanding where these bastards even came from as they continued their conversation. Quack said that since they had checked the health of young Mr. Shin, It was time to leave. They had an appointment with the head of the small clouds. Jin asked if it was already time, to which he received a positive answer because So Woon, their leader, ordered to prepare the best conditions for head of the Donrians. These words greatly angered Shin, so he immediately jumped towards the two while they were talking about lunch. Shin, waving his hand, hit Jin so hard on the back of his head that he turned red and started coughing. While Jin stood there in bewilderment, Mr. Quack asked what this meant. But suddenly the realization came to him that Jin had missed the blow. Shin stood confidently looking at the two with his hands folded to his chest while Jin was in disbelief, and Quack thought that he couldn't help but sense him coming. So how could he have missed a blow from a martial arts novice? Jin asked with fury in his eyes what Shin did now. Then, quite calmly, Shin said that he had slammed the worm. Jin, filled with anger, grabbed his blade, saying that he would finish Shin off. As soon as he raised his hand to the sword, he immediately trembled. In front of him stood the menacing silhouette of Shin with a smug smile. Quack continued to silently watch what was happening. Jin was shaking in fear from what he saw. Everyone stood frozen in the middle of the room, with people outside watching the events inside. Quack thought that there were too many prying eyes here, and Jin should calm down. Then the latter stopped with displeasure. The servant expressed his understanding. Shin realized that they were talking mentally. This is the transmission of sounds that he read about in books about martial arts. Jin said that it seemed that Shin had not yet come to his senses, and it was time for him to go, after which he and Quack headed towards the exit. Shin exhaled and noticed that Jin was nothing, and the servant said that it was a relief. Shin gritted his teeth from the sudden pain. Shin grabbed his head in pain. The servant tried to help him stay on his feet, asking about his well-being and the need to call a doctor. Clutching his head with both hands, Shin began to think that he had to remain a fool and live like that for the rest of his life. Why right now he suddenly wanted to take the place of ruler. Jane, opening the strange bottle, said that he should have given up right away, and then he would not have had to die in the arms of his younger brother. Pouring the contents into his mouth, Shin, who was sleeping, the Jin wished him to go after his father. Then Shin realized that this bastard poisoned not only him, but also his father. Apparently these were the memories of Yu Shin-un, so you need to concentrate, there is something. Then again, Shin did not know martial arts, and Jin constantly mocked him, and this bastard specifically seduced women who took an oath of allegiance, which Shin saw. Tears suddenly appeared in Shin's eyes, because his story was pathetic. Suddenly the pain in his head stopped, and the servant continued to ask if he was okay. Realization dawned on Shin. With fear, sitting in a closed position and muttering that this is the end, he remembered his attack on the one who killed the previous carrier, being level 1, and hit him on the back of the head, and the actions again returned to the previous life. The servant leaned over and asked what Shin was talking about, who continued to shake with fear. Then, turning to the servant with tears in his eyes, Shin asked if there were places in the area where many people died. The servant did not understand him. Shin, continuing to sob, thought that he had pulled out a lucky ticket. Being reborn as the firstborn of a rich clan, it turned out that his end would come very soon after birth, and this was bad luck. The genie raised the vase above his head in anger. Then he threw it with all his might, and it crashed with a roar, scattering into fragments. Jin looked at the broken vase, mentioning the bastard. Quack, standing nearby, watched all this. At that moment, as Jin was furiously saying that he would tear him into pieces, two servants came into the room, who were immediately driven away by Quack. He turned towards Jin, advising them to calm down because they were being watched. Dinner was very angry and didn't understand how to calm down, because this bastard dared to attack him. Before he woke up, he couldn't even say anything to him. Jin continued to get angry, holding his head with both hands. Quack, looking at him, realized that Shin had found his blind spot, but he doesn't even know martial arts since he couldn't do it, so he needs to think. Coming closer to Jin, Quack advised him not to waste time on the dead man, and he looked at him in surprise. Then, with a grin on his face, Quack expressed his thought that Shin had already died once. No one would be surprised if a little later he died again. Determination was visible in his eyes when he said that he would order preparations for the ceremony to begin. Jin was very happy to hear such a wonderful plan. That's exactly what he was going to do. Stepping on the fragments of the vase, Jin realized that the bastard was just lucky, but it wouldn't work twice. This time it would definitely kill him. We are transported to a valley with high mountains and a dense forest, this valley of bloody fog, from where no one returns alive. It is covered with smog left over from the spells cast in the Battle of the Great War 200 years ago. Even the locals avoid this place. Shin, out of breath in the middle of the forest, talks about the horror of this body and the difficulty of walking. Raising his head and smiling, he is in a forbidden area, which will be an ideal place for leveling up necromancy. Looking ahead, he saw glows of different colors, as he thought the place where many warriors died had powerful souls. Leaning closer, he would like to pick them up, but for now only white ones are available to him because he only has the first level. Touching the white soul, he ordered it to rise. The extraction and death skill was activated, causing an even greater glow. The system notified that the soul corresponds to the skill level and the soul of the dead is being extracted. During this process, Shin felt something was wrong. The system notified the dead man with poisonous Kai. Shin writhed in pain due to the poison. Due to psychological shock, he temporarily heard the dead man. At that moment, he thought that this was a skill of masochists, since when absorbing souls you feel terrible pain. He continued to endure, saying that this is a problem for ordinary necromancers. He was already accustomed to pain as if it were his own. The system notified that a small part of the yin mana had been absorbed from the dead man. Shin breathed a sigh of relief when he finally succeeded, and yellow energy wrapped around her hand. After this, Shin leveled up and unlocked new skills, which he was surprised about. Looking at the system notification window, he realized that he received all this for just using the skill. Before, he had to kill a bunch of monsters for this, and his skill jumped very much by as much as 3% for one use. Continuing to look at his characteristics, he noticed that the leveling up of returning players was accelerated. To unlock skills, you either need to fulfill the conditions or level up, and now he wanted to check it out. He sat down in the lotus position. Shin began to meditate, as he thought, there is enough yang mana, but not at all yin. But to improve this body, more of this mana is needed, so he passed it throughout the body. Suddenly blood began to flow from his mouth. Shin continued to meditate, enduring the pain that penetrated through him, because his entire body was shrouded in a thread of mana. He channeled all the mana directly into his heart. He needed to focus. Mana began to accumulate inside his heart. He managed to pour all the mana into his heart, thereby opening a new skill, the Heart of Yin Mana. Shin, barely smiling, was pleased with the work done. In the human body, the heart acts as a vessel, but in order to control mana, a person also needs circles of mana. The more of them circulate around the heart, the more yin mana can be contained within itself. After the work done, the tired Shin could rest. He felt the heat passing through his entire body, and the process of his growth. Unlike other necromancers, Khan used the heart for the mana vessel and others in the brain, but if mana is concentrated in the brain, any mistake will lead to dementia, gradually consuming sanity and physical functions. And being the only person with a yin mana heart, Khan did not suffer from any of these effects. Shin extended his hand forward and summoned the soul he had recently conquered. A magic summoning circle appeared in front of him after commanding the skeleton to rise. Shin watched smugly as the skeleton emerged from the summoning circle. A skeleton with a sword stood in front of Shin. Looking at it, Shin realized that this was his first summoned skeleton. It was not very good in battle, but it was suitable for reconnaissance. Calling the skeleton to him, Shin wanted to try him out, and he immediately began to carry out the order. Shin watched the skeleton swing his sword in different directions. Suddenly, the skeleton began to disappear, which surprised Shin. Looking at his hand, he wondered if the mana circle had disappeared because his mana reserves had already run out, although this was quite expected. The thought appeared in Shin's head that little mana was stored in this world compared to the past, which is why the dead here are so weak. If from monsters before he received about 10 yin mana, then here he only received 1. Exhaling heavily, Shin thought that there were no monsters, no heaps of mana, nothing could be done. He confidently placed his hand on the ground, after which he began extracting death kai from all the souls he found. A couple of days later, we find ourselves at a gate guarded by 2 guards. Shin, carefully peeping from around the corner, was dissatisfied with what he saw. Where he was looking, there were 2 guards. Every day there were more and more of them. They were all behind him. Shin got angry, remembering the genie. It was clear to him that he was the one behind this. If he had the skill of stealth, he would have strangled him. Shin walked in the other direction, realizing that he shouldn't make hasty decisions and needed to return to the room to look for ways to win. Approaching the window of his room, he began to look around to see if anyone was nearby. He became very tense. Shin tried to climb into his room through the window and was unhappy with his body, vowing that he would lose weight. Ultimately, he managed to realize his plan. He found himself in his room, completely out of breath and holding his back. Looking ahead, he was greatly surprised. A strange man in dark clothes stood in front of Shin. Without thinking twice, Shin rushed forward, activating a circle of mana to temporarily increase his physical performance. The strange man, frightened, turned around sharply. Shin covered his mouth with one hand and put the other to his throat. After a moment, he realized that it was Wang Sam, but why was he here? Shin looked menacingly at Van, who entered his chambers without permission. He, crouching on the floor, asked for forgiveness. Shin looked condescendingly at the servant, saying that everything was fine and asking why he was here. Van, bowing his head, did not know what to answer. At that moment, Shin thought that perhaps the genie ordered him to do this. The servant raised his head to address his master. Wang said that Shin ran outside again today, which surprised him greatly. Shin, with a serious expression on his face, pretended that he didn't know what Wang was talking about. The servant noticed that lately he has been going somewhere every night. Shin was extremely shocked and didn't know what to say. Van began to wave his hands, whispering that he had not told anyone about this. The servant, folding his hands, silently waited for an answer. Shin noticed that it seemed that he was not lying. Van spoke again, asking him to follow him. The servant turned around and walked towards the exit, which surprised Shin. We are transported to the territory of the clan with a huge stone fortress and several large houses inside. Wang led Shin to a small wooden shed. Going inside, he notified Shin not to worry because the barn had long been abandoned, no one would come here. Van began to move the wooden box with great effort, while Shin looked at what was happening in surprise. There was a hole behind the box. The servant said that this was an escape route known only to the servants, now only he knows about it. Joyful Van did not ask where Shin was going and why, because he must have reasons for this, and then asked to go, saying that he would wait. Shin, looking at all this, realized that if they find out about this place from his story, then execution cannot be avoided, and this guy does not think about the consequences of his actions. The servant stood waiting for Shin to act as he said that he couldn't trust anyone at the moment, but he wanted to make an exception for him. Shin asked if he trusted him and heard a positive answer from the servant. Then Shin, menacingly coming closer, put his hand on Van's head, who did not understand what was happening. The servant stood there with blank eyes as a purple glow emanated from Shin's hand. After Shin finished, he looked at Wang, thinking that an E-rank skill charm should work something like this, and wanted to know if such an effect could be used on a person who was already under his control. With a menacing expression on his face, Shin asked what kind of relationship the servant had with Jin. The bewitched Wang denied the connection with Jin, saying that he despises him and the reason is different. Shin wondered, looking at Van, about the strong effect of the charm that had such an effect because perhaps the locals did not have psychological defense techniques, and asked about the servant's purpose in helping him. Wang, who was still under the spell, said that when Shin was younger, he was a kind and honest person and treated him like his younger brother. But after the death of his mother, Jin and the servants began to oppress him, and his character deteriorated sharply. The servant continued to say that Shin began to beat him, treat him badly, but he still believes in him. One day he will become that kind person again. Shin snapped his fingers and the skill was disabled, after which he said that to believe in him when everyone else had betrayed him would be an idiot. Van grabbed his head in severe pain while Shin thought about how he had been treated like a monster all his life, and now at least someone could cover his back. When Shin had already climbed through the hole, he advised the servant to lie down and rest for a while, and he would return a little later. Van replied that he understood his master, notifying the system about increasing the player's level and improving skills. Shin stood in the middle of the forest, looking at the stats window. I was glad that I had finally reached level 10. Continuing to look at the notification window, he thought that he had not received skills for a long time, and here there were 3 of them at once, but it was unpleasant that only support skills fell out when he already received something like a bone spear or an explosion of corpses. It would be good. Turning his head to the side, he realized that his necromancy rank had been raised to D and he could now absorb Kai more effectively. Shin, leaning towards the fragments of souls, noticed that the differences in white and blue were simply colossal, and he already felt it somewhere. Then he remembered that the same thing came from Jin and Quack, and this is Kai. Shin noticed several blue souls of wind, water, and flame. They contain very little yin mana, but each of them contains a powerful force, and the strength of each of the souls depends on its abilities and personality. From them, as well as from yin mana, comes destructive aura. Shin, holding out his hand to the blue soul, thought that this was extremely dangerous, and first he should slowly absorb it. Having begun absorption in blue energy, he became interested in what kind of forces were contained in them. Perhaps he could distill it into yin mana. 2 different energies of blue and purple collided in Shin's hand. Shin continued with fear on his face that it was hot, but she didn't resist. Gathering the energy in his heart, Shin realized that thanks to the mana circle, it was simple and he could easily combine it with yin mana. He decided to try pouring energy into the mana vessel. The energy went straight to his heart. You could tell from Shin's face that he was in great pain. Blood began to flow from his mouth, which he did not like. With full concentration, Shin gathered all his strength, realizing that if he did not stop, his circle of mana would explode. He did not let out even a drop of power, and the yin mana rejected it very strongly. At the limit of his abilities, Shin realizes that this power does not allow him to improve the mana heart. Therefore, with the last of his strength, he decides to create a new vessel of mana. Having begun to fulfill his plans, he understands that creating another vessel is difficult. It loads the body, but he needs more energy to survive. He needs to subjugate this force within himself. There is no need to create it somewhere. Having combined different energies for himself, Shin raised his head up in pain and shouted that stop resisting, stay here. The energy began to gather into one large point. He succeeded, but after that he fell to the ground. Opening his eyes, he saw the starry sky through the tree branches while breathing heavily. Lying on the ground exhausted, he realized that he had succeeded. The system notified that he had successfully absorbed an unknown power from a dead man and received 30 days of use of the art of floating clouds. Shin was very happy to realize that it was Kai and brought up the character window. Exhaling, his gaze turned to the revealed characteristics. He pointed his finger at the system notification he saw in front of him. With his hands behind his head, Shin continued to look at it, saying that the second vessel contained one type of kai, which indicates the possibility of collecting different types. He continued to think that it was not for him to say this, but something bad would come out of the mixture of species. For example, it would tear me apart from the inside or something, so he would have to do this, and now he needed to deal with the art of floating clouds. Rising a little, Shin began to study information about the art of floating clouds. Looking to the side, he saw blue souls and thought he could try again. Continuing to look in the same direction, he realized that he first needed to understand the mechanics. It was the simplest technique, and he had already almost died. After Shin got to his feet, he decided to try out both mana and kai by summoning a skeleton warrior. He looked at the summoned creature in surprise, because before he only used mana, since kai had side effects, but now the power of his control has increased. Stretching his hand forward with a confident expression on his face, Shin was about to use his kai. Having called upon this power, it rushed from the vessel into his hand. Mana and suddenly began to mix with other energy, which shocked Shin. He happily looked at his hand, from which the mixed energy of yin and kai mana emanated, which became more and more interesting. Having created a magic circle right next to him, he summoned the skeleton using his new power. There was a bright light coming from the direction of the spell, and Shin stood waiting. Nothing happened and he sighed in disappointment. Well, a huge skeleton appeared right in front of him, the appearance of which was accompanied by a terrible grinding noise. Shin looked at this creation of new energy with a smile on his face. Shin stood next to his two skeletons and looked at them with a thoughtful face. Turning his head to the side, he wondered how this happened. He looked at the skeleton with blue eyes until a window appeared next to him with the inscriptions that he was a 7th level and also a swordsman. Looking at the skeleton with purple eyes, he saw a window in which it was written that he was 3rd class and thought about what kind of monster this is, who has 50 points of strength, and because of this he is even stronger than the main character himself and also knows martial arts. He continued to look at this stats window, and there was an inscription: player experience is required to create and hold this servant. Shin waved his fingers down and thought about what it meant that it couldn't be created using mana alone, but he decided to see what it was capable of since he did create it. The blue-eyed skeleton charged, swinging his axe. The skeleton with purple eyes also rushed to attack him. One of them jumped up and swung his axe from behind. The purple skeleton dodged his attack and looked down arrogantly. He dodged each of his blows and did not strike back. The blue skeleton tried to strike him, but it didn't work because the skeleton with purple eyes simply dodged. Holding his katana forward, he looked at the skeleton with blue eyes. Shin, crossing his arms, looked at all this and thought that this skeleton is too good and with such evasions. But it's a pity, it's true, that a simple warrior runs out of stamina so quickly. The blue skeleton, having gained strength, began to run towards him to attack, knocking his bones. But the skeleton with purple eyes said something in response to him, and then he rushed into battle with lightning speed. The blue skeleton ran towards him with his mouth open and surprise in his eyes, and the purple skeleton launched some kind of attack, which was divided into 5 hits. All 5 of these blows flew straight at the blue skeleton, but he blocked them with his axe. Then, in a crouch, the purple skeleton was able to knock the axe out of his hands. As soon as he pointed his dagger directly at his neck, Shin said that they would stop fighting. He stood and watched the display while he held his sword to his neck. Raising his hand, he cast an unsummoning spell, and the skeletons began to dissolve into thin air. With a pleased face, he exclaimed, "Character." He then started looking at his stats window and thought about how they had been fighting for quite a long time and he had only spent 10 kai. Also, half of the mana is left, which means that it is spent more slowly when kai is involved, and this is excellent, especially considering that it is quite difficult to get in here. He clenched his fist as various effects appeared above him, and continued to think that apparently the internal kai was not recovering on its own, and to solve this problem, he could continue to wander around in search of blue souls. Looking down with a dissatisfied look, he began to think about something, when suddenly he begins to smile because a plan came to his mind that he would have to learn martial arts. We are transported to the next day in bright sunny weather, and someone inside this building shouts, "What kind of martial arts is this?" Wang bowed his head and exhaled, thinking about how he had avoided any fights all his life, and then asked what martial arts he would like to learn. Shin began scratching his chin and asked if there were any arts based on absorbing an opponent's kai. Wang started looking around in fear and waving his arms, shouting that absorbing energy was impossible, and asked him never to ask anyone this, because this is a demonic art, and after the war 30 years ago, even for asking questions about demonic arts, people are thrown into prison. So wherever he is, it's best not to say it. Shin began to pick his ear, thinking that he was quite noisy, and he was very lucky that the art of floating clouds was a common technique, but Van continued to shout something, to which no one was paying attention. With burning eyes, he looked to the side and thought that he would remember this absorption of energy. Yawning and stretching, he said that he had enough chatter, he'd better tell him where members of the Beak clan study and practice martial arts. To which Wang replied that there is a library that contains teachings collected by different generations of the clan. Putting his hand on Van's shoulder, he said that they should go there, and Van awkwardly replied that he couldn't go there. With a smile on his face, he looked at him and said that they would come in for a while, and when he took possession of this place, all the roads there would be open to him. While Shin was leaving, Wang bowed to him and said that he was waiting for his return. Turning his head back to Wang, he asked who the strongest warrior in the history of this clan was. Wang, with a smile on his face and delight in his eyes, shouted that naturally it was Lord Yue Liang who united the Beacon clan 200 years ago, and after he became the strongest, he passed on his teaching of cloud-breaking blows to the people. Shin began to open the doors, saying that he then understood everything and ran, and Van added that Il was the strongest person in history, and it was difficult for him to even imagine how strong a warrior he was. Walking straight on the veranda and holding his hands behind his back, he thought that the system is divided into third, second, and first classes, as well as supreme and excellent warriors, but the skeleton he created was only third class. He looked ahead calmly, still lost in his thoughts. What does he need to know? How much strength there is between a third class and an excellent warrior? Shin turned his head because he heard gossip about himself, and someone said that maybe he had lost weight, or maybe he was actually drunk. The guy and the girl were whispering to each other as he walked past them, and they were saying that he was either going to a brothel or a bar, and Shin realized that he was apparently the most famous character in this matter. He stepped forward, realizing that with the advent of the second vessel of mana, he felt everything that the body could allow, so let them continue to talk, because such people will always reach for the strongest. A spark lit up in his eyes, and he looked forward and thought that, on the other hand, they were playing into his hands. Since his reputation had nowhere to fall, he would be able to do whatever he wanted, and he also had no intention of becoming a holy monarch. We see a huge building with 3 guards at the entrance. It was the library of the Cloud meeting. The 3 of them were surprised because Shin himself was walking towards them. There was genuine surprise on their faces, and they asked each other why he should come here at all. The most important of them, with an arrogant look and a smile, asked him why the gentleman came here. Shin, approaching him, thought that this was the head of the security, a typical thug, also an ally of Yu Jin-sang, and then said, why else would he go to the library, of course, to read books? Turning his head and putting a finger to his chin, he said that he did not think that Shin would be able to find the books he needed here, and Shin, with a confused look on his face, asked how he knew what he was looking for. He turned his head even more and started laughing with his 2 friends, saying that he was looking for books with a lot of pictures. His gaze was full of arrogance and anger, and he thought that this was his chance, because if he intimidated and destroyed this chubby guy, then Mr. Jin-sang would notice him. Shin hit himself in the face with his palm and said that wherever he goes, there are nobodies who don't know their place. Approaching this huge thug, Shin told him to get out of here as soon as possible. Shin simply walked past him, and this thug did not want to tolerate such an attitude towards himself and grabbed him by the shoulder. Shin turned to look at him with a very creepy look and red eyes. He peered into his face with such a terrifying look that words cannot describe. And then, turning his head back, he shook his hand off his shoulder and walked on. Shin began to open the doors, and those 2 guards approached the thug and asked why he let him in so easily, but that huge thug simply remained silent. This thug stood all scared and trembling with fear, and in his head there was the thought that someone would save him. He remembered Shin's eyes and imagined a huge tiger behind him. Thinking that these were inhuman eyes, he experienced the same genuine horror as when he first met the tiger. The 2 guards were very surprised by what they saw next and began to scream. They saw that this huge thug was simply writing for himself. This duo asked what was going on and why he just wet himself out of fear. They grabbed him by the arms and pulled him back, telling him that if he saw him again, he might do something worse, so he should be taken to a doctor. Turning his head back, one of them wondered why the gentleman had such a look. Maybe, apparently, he really changed after his death, although he was also the son of a tiger. Shin simply walked forward with a genuine smile, thinking that although his eyes were D rank, they worked wonderfully. We are transported to the Beacon clan, to the Tower of Red Clouds. Inside we see Quack standing in front of a secret door. With a light pressure of his hand, he opens this door, and it turns to the side. This secret door opens up a passage to some kind of basement and a dark staircase. He walked down while there were pink lamps around him to illuminate his path. Having gone downstairs, 2 masked people were waiting for him. Directly in front of him was a view of a huge skull and a man wrapped up like a mummy. Quack approached the crowd of people who greeted him. One of the guys said that he had finally arrived and it was the vice chief of the Red Clouds, Hakayam. Quack looked at him with half-closed eyes and said that they were still doing this. Jayam bowed his head and apologized. These are old habits from the time of the sect, but from now on he will be more attentive to this. Quack said with a confident look that Shin entered the Cloud Assembly Library today. While Quack scratched his chin, Jayam said that he was still acting as expected and he must be just terrified that he suddenly died and was resurrected, to which Quack added that he thought so too. But the thing is, this doesn't seem like his usual behavior. Jayam looked ahead with an arrogant look and said that, apparently, he was completely tired of Jin, but it was they who paved the way for him. Quack smiled in the same arrogant way and said that his weak mind has no boundaries, in fact, that's why they chose him. Jayam raised his finger and said that this plays into their hands, because if someone who is unskilled in martial arts suddenly wants to learn something from books, then he can suffer from the internal energy of chaos, so the problem will be solved without their intervention. Quack looked to the side and thought about his words, saying that perhaps this would happen, but it was worth being on the safe side. Jayam pointed with his hands at his warriors and the ritual, saying that he had already done something, and they only had to finish the preparation. They began to look at the man in bandages, and Quack said that it was quite wonderful. He began to leave this hall and told them to start today. Turning to face them and with a smile on his face, he shouted that everything was in the name of the red sky. The people who were in that room hit their chests with their fists after these words. We are transported to the Beacon clan, to the library of the Meeting of Clouds, where there are 2 guards at the entrance and it is deep night outside. They are both sleepy and talking to each other, asking if they should really leave him like that in case he goes crazy there. To which the second one tells him not to even think about helping him, or he wants to be kicked out when Jin comes to power. They looked at each other, and one said that now there were no normal books on martial arts left in this library, and the second added that he should not even think about what he was doing there. Maybe he was studying the arts there, selling books, or just sleeping. Let him think better about himself and his family. At this time, Shin picked up one of the books and read it, hearing them say that you can't just pick up a random book and learn the arts. He continued to read this book with a smile on his face, thinking that she didn't need his help, because it probably looked like he was just looking at books, but everything was a little different. A characteristics window appeared right above this book, in which the characteristics of this book are written. Shin slammed this book shut, thinking that since this is a first-class extended edition, this book is the highest level available. But the shortcomings are too obvious, since this is the art of chaos. He continued to walk around the library and look at everything around him, and think that if he circulates his Kai along with chaotic or demonic energy, then there is a high chance of tearing himself apart from the inside. So he needs to find a high quality, stable and understandable Kai. Raising his head up, he continued to think that if he had more yin mana, it would not be so resistant to alien energy, because now mana is protected so as not to be absorbed by energy, and was upset that now monsters are not falling from the sky. 8 hours later, we see him continuing to read these books while sitting on the floor. A choice window appeared in front of him, in which it was written whether he wanted to learn the art of the indestructible heart, and he thought that, apparently, he simply had no choice left, so this was the best thing there was. When suddenly a cart with books began to roll up to Shin's back. This cart hit his leg, which greatly surprised Shin himself. This cart was being driven by a little girl, who was very scared when Shin stood up and looked at her with a proud look. She began to cry in fear and ask for forgiveness. He pointed down and asked what kind of books these were. She put her hands on this cart and said that these were damaged scriptures that they were replacing with others, and Shin, waving his arms, asked her to take her to the place where they kept them all. Shin looked at these books with a dissatisfied face, naming them one by one, and the girl sat and held her knees, thinking that he was very strange. He told her further and she handed him another book. She looked at him with a surprised look and asked, "Is this how you can teach art?" To which he asked, "What?" She was worried about him. With a smile on his face, he turned his head and said that if she wanted to help, then she needed to find the best book. And if she found one, he would buy her some sweets, and then he realized that he didn't know her name at all, so he asked, "What's her name?" The girl was very happy with these words and shouted that her name was Dan So-young. Still with the same wide smile on her face, she handed him the book and said that this was the best book. Shin was delighted with this find and, looking at it, said that it was an old and tattered book, so why don't he check it? He then put his hand on her head and stroked it, which made the girl very embarrassed. Picking up this book, he said that she had done a good job and was very late because of him, so he would buy as many sweets as she wanted, and these words sincerely delighted the girl, and she thanked him for it. After some time, we are transported to the piece of Yu Shin womb. While it is night again outside the window, we see him working hard, and above him there is a notice that says that he is trying to learn the tearing art of the Eastern Sage. He waved his arms, made various movements, and thought that this art can absorb any energy. And not only is it of an unknown type, so it must be something incredible, so there are high chances that it is a hidden treasure and he might be so lucky. From hard work, his face was distorted and completely covered with sweat, and he continued to think that the lack of combat power would be more than covered by yin mana, and the mana vessel would replace the knowledge of Kai release. Some kind of energy began to spread throughout Shin's body, and we see small accumulations of mana, and he is diligently thinking that there is no connection between yin mana and this art as there was with the art of floating clouds. So at this rate, on the third circle of mana, he might be torn apart, but fortunately, he can stop its spread, and because of this, he will have to try hard to get that yin mana. When suddenly he turned his gaze in fear because he felt something, and he felt that some green substance was floating behind his back. This substance began to cover his body from top to bottom. She drenched him completely from head to toe and even got on his face. Shin began to look at his hands in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. Drops of this green substance began to drip from him. He continued to look at himself with dissatisfaction and thought, what kind of energy is this that is instantly absorbed into the body, and since his mana circles are open, he cannot stop it. 2 notices appeared in front of him, saying that an unknown substance was recognized as a death curse and non-stop death energy was spreading throughout his body. He read these 2 notices while his face turned green. He remembered Jin, thinking that only this scoundrel could do such a thing, and this world is not limited to martial arts. Turning his gaze to the side, he continued to reflect on the fact that the curse was reminiscent of the power of the hunters from his past life, so it was understandable that it could not be recognized immediately. But then he started laughing awkwardly. From the back it looked like he was going crazy because he was just laughing non-stop. But he really looked distraught, thinking that this was great luck and he was incredibly lucky with this energy. He began to burn with a bright blue flame, thinking that the charged energy of death is not a curse, but a blessing for a necromancer like him, so now he has enough yin mana to fill the second circle. With a very confident look and smile, he looked forward, saying that if the vessel was too small, then he just needed to enlarge it, and he should thank Jin for sending the death curse. We were shown a small shot from the ceremony that took place in the basement. Then we were shown Shin, who was holding this fiery flame in his hands and smiling strongly, reflecting on the fact that with its help he was filled with this yin mana. And a curse for necromancers is akin to a blessing, and Shin did not lose this mana so easily. We were shown his heart, around which several circles of mana hovered, and it is said that Shin decided to create a third circle around the mana vessel, taking into account the pumping of new skills. He was able to do this. With sweat on his face, he looked forward, said that he was now at the level of a B-rank hunter, and below him was a stats window. He walked somewhere with a wide smile, saying that in his previous life he pumped up much more slowly. Besides, there is something else. There were several energies floating in his hands, and he said that with the increase in the amount of yin mana, it was easier for him to combine it with the Kai energy, and the art of floating clouds also merged with them. His face was very surprised, because 2 notices appeared in front of him, in which it was written that the rank of the Eastern Sage tearing art had been determined. It was the highest rank, so the player recreated the Eastern Sage tearing art, and therefore his rank was changed. He was very happy about this and waved his fists up and down, and 2 notifications also appeared in front of him, telling him that he had reached level 15. He read the huge notification window that was in front of him and said that the art of drifting clouds sounded quite good. He now looked at his chin and said that his physique had also improved from E rank to C, and then he wondered what kind of natural energy this was. The sun was shining in his eyes, and he raised his head in fear, not realizing that dawn had already arrived. Starting to stretch his back, he thought that he had been working all night, but he felt like a cucumber when suddenly someone turned to him that he had finally woken up. Ban ran into his room and said that he should get ready because he had guests. Shin thought with a surprised look about what kind of guests were visiting him, so he asked who came to him. Ban was a little confused and began to approach him, trying to put together a few words. There was a little sparkle in his eyes and he said that his fiancée had come to see him. Shin was very surprised by these words and asked what kind of bride she was. We are taken to the main gate of the Beacon clan. 2 guards who stood at the entrance noticed a carriage that drove up to them and asked each other if it was not the carriage of the Gem family, and the second replied that he knew that they were going to visit them. The groom turned his head to the cart and said that they had arrived, so the lady could get out. A girl in a luxurious dress began to get out of the carriage. Her servants lined up in front of her, and those 2 guards looked at her in surprise. It was a girl of unreal beauty named White Flower Gem Mai Ho. A crowd of onlookers lined up behind her and simply looked at such a beauty, saying that it was impossible to be so beautiful. She was most likely a messenger from heaven. The man tried to hold back people who wanted to come up and say that she was simply incredible, and he himself asked everyone not to push. But people simply stopped listening to him and pushed him forward until he began to fall. He fell face down in the mud, disgraced. He raised his head up very upset and screamed, when suddenly he realized what had just happened and was very scared. The huge bodyguard started yelling at him, asking how dare he, and the boy started apologizing, begging them to forgive him. Gem stopped him and told him to stop shouting. Taking that guy by the hand, she asked if he was okay and gave him something in his hand, saying that he might need it. She continued to walk forward next to her bodyguards, and people began to chant about how she was a precious flower and a beautiful person. That's what it means to be beautiful on the outside, it's beautiful on the inside. But Jem herself showed it. She didn't show it, but she herself looked at everyone with a very angry look. We find ourselves in the main building of Blue Clouds. Two people are sitting at a huge table, and Quack is standing next to them. The man turned his head towards the throne and saw that there was absolutely no one there, but remained silent. He looked very unhappy and thought that if it weren't for Shin, this place would already be his. He made a very angry face, not understanding why Shin was so confident. Does he really think that his father is still alive? A man sat in front of him with his arms crossed. It was the vice chief of the Baekwoong clan, a white blade named Du Jinwoong. Dajin turned his head because someone shouted that he was already here. It was a man with a red bandage, pointing his finger at the other boy. He asked for forgiveness for the fact that his son slept a little. It was the head of the Pure Cloud faction named Non Dian. The boy with the white bandage shouted why it was his fault, he was the one who came home too late. Dai looked at him displeasedly and shouted why he didn't introduce himself in front of the vice chief and the other gentlemen. The boy punched his hand and greeted everyone else. It was Non Jian Ho. They sat down next to Vice Chief Dajin, and the disgruntled boy thought that they dared to greet this old man before him. He began to clench his fists with dissatisfaction and continued to think that Dai could not be bribed with women, money, or knowledge. He remembered his past when he said that clear clouds only follow the strongest. He placed these hands in front of him, hiding his face, and reflected on the fact that sooner or later they would all be under him. A man with a white elastic band on his head and a smile on his face shouted that Mr. Dajin was already here, as befits a person who would become the leader of the Baekwoong clan. The man himself was called Mo Tai Gil. He looked at everyone present in this room and said that their guests had not yet arrived, so the meeting could begin. Dajin looked ahead and said that the eldest gentleman had not arrived yet. Tai turned his head and laughed, saying that why don't they just start since Shin was unlikely to come since he wasn't feeling well. Shin himself was already standing at the entrance with a very proud look and looking forward. Everyone was in complete shock when they saw him, they just sat there with their mouths open. Even Tai himself was surprised by this. That same dissatisfied boy clenched his teeth, realizing that he had come. Shin simply looked forward proudly with sparkles in his eyes. Shin grabbed Van's hand sharply, after which he sharply rushed forward, and Van was perplexed by the actions of his master. Van sat at the table with a blank expression. Sitting next to him was Shin, who had ordered the servant to sit here, and the two heads while Wang was still confused about what was happening. Tai slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed that Shin had placed the servants in a place of honor in the Baekwoong clan meeting. He continued to say indignantly that no one had ever done such a thing in the entire history of the clan. Van confirmed his words, saying that he could not do this, but Shin demanded that it stop. With a menacing look, he did not understand what the problem was. Tai was unhappy about allowing the dirty servants to share the place with everyone. Then Shin, folding his hands to his chest, objected that, first of all, he was his subordinate, they were a dirty servant. This surprised Van. Tai didn't understand what was happening now. Shin turned to the head of the small clouds with a menacing look. Tai, greatly frightened, thought that this look was not the same as the Shin he knew. Shin wondered if he should ask permission to do something. Everyone present was greatly shocked by what they heard. There was silence and general misunderstanding in the hall. Shin didn't understand why Tai fell silent. He, lowering his eyes, with a trembling voice, said that he does whatever he wants, and there is no problem with that. Jin, who was sitting in the same hall, said that it was possible once, why not? Then he added that his elder brother was still unwell, which must be why he needed the help of a servant. Then Tai supported these words and emphasized his kindness. Quack reminded that if all issues were settled, it was time to start the meeting. As he continued speaking, he mentioned the Jeom family, who honored them with an unexpected visit. Shin looked menacingly in his direction, thinking that he was studying him. Continuing his story, Quack told about their expectations that they arrived with two purposes. First, planning to complete the General Commission. Everyone in the hall listened attentively. Dai was amazed at their whim to break a treaty that had lasted almost 10 years. Quack continued to say with a serious face that the Jeom family was complaining about their workers and their actions, but he did not believe that the Baekwoong clan factions were to blame for this, suspecting an ulterior motive for the visit. Everyone sat there, thinking, when Dai objected displeasedly. Du Jin continued to sit silently, looking forward. Tai, clasping his hands, said that, according to their informants, the head of the Jeom family began to meet frequently with the Hwang Rock clan. Exhaling heavily, Shin thought that they could just tell it like it is, but they deliberately go around this topic to humiliate Du Jin. Dai jumped up furiously and hit the table with all his might, perplexed by the choice of Hwang Rock among all the commission agents, calling them ungrateful bastards. A voice came from the direction of the door announcing Jeom Mai Ho's arrival, and everyone turned around sharply. A beautiful girl appeared in the open door along with her retinue. Mai greeted everyone in the room. Shin and Dujin continued to look in her direction without saying a word, but the latter noted that according to etiquette, it was necessary to leave the guards outside. By not doing this, she showed that she did not trust them. Quack looked at Mai with a serious look when Jin said that everything was as usual with them, and she had become even more beautiful. Mai, showing a seductive face, said that she was flattered to hear this from him. Dai began to be sarcastic, noting that the thug who stood closest to Mai was clearly in a hurry. They had only served tea in the waiting room, but he arrived before it had cooled down. Then he laughed and asked for forgiveness because that room was for him a bit small. Everyone in the hall continued to look towards the entrance, where Mai stood with her guards. The thug, holding out his hand, noticed that each of them had enough worries and they needed to save time by getting straight to the point. Dujin, looking in his direction with approval, supported this idea. The thug, with an arrogant look, putting his hand to his palm, asked for forgiveness, because from that moment on, the Jeom family interrupted any trade relations with the Beacon clan. Dai, in a fit of anger, again hits the table with his fist, exclaiming that they do not have the right to notify them after a decision has been made. The thug conveyed the words of the head to everyone present in the hall that a clan without a head is a lost cause. Throwing up his hands, he added that they could not allow them to manage the commission in such confusion. Jin, resting his head on his hand, was dissatisfied with the final decision of their leader. The thug, looking in his direction, added that if the problem he indicated was resolved, then he could reconsider the decision, because over the many years of their trading relations they had earned some trust, so they could give them half a month to make a decision. Dujin pulled away from what was happening around him, lost in thought about what was happening. He came to the realization that this abrupt visit was needed for pressure, and also a rude threat so that they would choose the leader of the clan in just half a month. Dujin looked at Jin, who was confused, and Quack standing next to him, thinking that he and the Jeom family must have already agreed. The thug broke the silence in the hall by touching on the topic of the engagement of Shin and the young mistress, who, feeling awkward, stood next to him, hiding her eyes from prying eyes. Suddenly Shin, holding his hand forward, stopped him, after which, yawning from the strange atmosphere around, he was going to speak about that very engagement. Then the thug asked him to continue. Tai also really wanted to listen to him, and Jin thought that Shin had not forgotten his first love even after death. Shin turned his head to look at Mai. She in turn looked back, finally lifting her eyes and revealing her beauty. At that moment, Shin, picking his nose with his finger, said that he also wanted to cancel their engagement. This news came as a surprise to everyone present. Everyone in the hall looked in his direction with dissatisfaction, but Mai was most dissatisfied with this news, blushing sharply with anger. A moment ago was when the Jeom family arrived with Mai and her entourage. Shin gritted his teeth sharply as soon as he saw her, because a burning pain began to grow in his head, just like when he first met Jin. He stood frozen in place and his face showed no emotion, but thanks to the circulation of yin mana and the concentration of this pain within himself, he managed to subdue it, and someone's voice echoed in his head. Then he remembered how Mai offered to be his friend while he carefully scratched the back of his head. She, looking at him with her beautiful eyes, spoke about her engagement to him and that they would be each other's first. But later, an image of another Mai appeared in his head, who was very arrogant towards him, saying that such a pig did not dare to desire her, because if he were not a member of the Beacon clan, nothing would have happened. She added that on the street there is no point in pretending that they know each other, and if he tries, she will kill him. Shin cowardly hid while Mai kissed Jin. He considered her a disgusting bitch, hiding her rot behind a beautiful mask, and even thinking about their engagement was simply terrible. Suddenly he found himself in a place where everything was black. Shin turned his gaze to the side. There he saw Mai covered in blood, not understanding what she had done wrong, because these servants gave their lives for her happiness, and they should be grateful for such a righteous death. After which 2 men took this girl out of the barn, calling her a stupid bitch, and Shin continued to silently watch everything. He looked inside, where the tortured corpses of other people lay, not understanding what these memories were, because they were not similar to her past. Continuing to look at the corpses, the realization came to him that these must be memories from the future, which was still far away. After which he did not understand where in this mind there were memories of events that had not yet happened. Was Shin really obliged to rise from the dead? With a serious expression on his face, he did not understand how many secrets Yu Shinwon kept within himself. Shin confidently walked forward through the water, in the reflection of which he could be seen in the future. He continued to think that as soon as he progressed further in the level, he would be able to open the rest of the memories and even knew how to do it. After what he saw, he returns to the moment when he talks about breaking off the engagement, which puts everyone in a stupor. Mai was very tense and exuded ominous energy. Shin, who was picking his ear with his finger, wondered why she was silent. Was it really because she was in love with him? Hearing this, the thug objected that he did not dare treat their young mistress like that. Dai stood up for Shin, pointing in Mai's direction, and exclaimed that he should watch his language and not address their young master so disparagingly. Shin was surprised, scratching the back of his head, because it seemed to him that they wanted to offer the same thing. The bully, filled with anger, was dissatisfied with the words spoken to their mistress. He thought that they would have problems if a rumor spread that this fat young man had rejected the mistress. The head of the family would cut off his head. Dai and Wang looked at Shin in surprise, who said that among them there were people who had known about the dissolution of the engagement for a long time. At this moment, Jin and Mai looked displeasedly in his direction, thinking that he was a freak, after which the thug, taking a fighting stance, said that he would no longer tolerate insults to his mistress. He shouted sharply, directing his energy towards Shin. He, without showing any sign of it, was easily able to repel this blow, which the thug noticed, because he did not even know the basics of combat, but was able to repel the energy of the chosen one of the martial arts. Shin was still pretending that it was very easy for him, and the thug didn't understand why he didn't fall on his back from fear, wet himself, or even get scared. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from what he saw. He was at a loss, thinking about the impossibility of what was happening, and that Shin was most likely at the peak of his capabilities, and he needed a little more. Suddenly, the thug was enveloped in blue energy, which surprised him greatly. This was the work of Du Jin, who directed his energy towards the thug. After which, he turned to the Black Bear Iron Axe with a threatening look. Should this be regarded as a declaration of war by the Jeom family? Du Jin releases even more of his energy outward, showing his willingness to fight here and now. The brute stood in place in fear, realizing that he was old and his strength had not gone away. Organizing a battle against the entire Beacon clan was a bad idea. Stretching his hand forward, he began to say that they have no complaints against the entire Beacon clan. They are only responding to how the young master insulted their lady. Du Jin is unhappy with what is happening and thinks that this is all nonsense, because by attacking their eldest young master, they are attacking the entire Beakwomb clan. Jin, throwing up his hands, notices the complexity of the situation because they cannot throw away responsibility for their brother's decision, although it was made without a general consultation with them. But the Jeom family, defending the honor of their mistress, also does everything right. Nodding his head, he added that with this in mind, he wants to preserve the relationship between the Beacon clan and the Jeom family. Jin invites everyone present to resolve this dispute with a duel. Du Jin and Dai were stunned by the idea. Jin, raising his hand to his face and smiling smugly, realized that this was the ideal situation for a mistake to occur. The thug, scratching his beard, agreed to the proposal without thinking twice. Mai also stood with a satisfied look. At this moment, Wang exclaimed the senselessness of this decision because their young master, who had not studied martial arts, could not be sent to a duel. Du Jin and Dai supported the servant's thought, saying that such an act was dishonorable and vile. The thug with a grin on his face said that their master would simply give up and not take responsibility for his words. With sparkling eyes, he added that if he was cowardly, then let him begin to beg their mistress for mercy, and perhaps she would show her incredible generosity and forgive him. Shin silently watched what was happening. He abruptly stood up from the table, which greatly surprised those around him. Man tried to stop him, but Shin turned around and walked towards the exit. Jin looked at him with a malicious grin on his face, thinking that this was his end. Quack also looked in that direction. Shin approached Mai and her guards without showing any emotion. Having come close, he simply walked past them, which caused surprise. Everyone in the hall watched Shin, who quickly left the hall. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, with his back to the others, after which he began to stretch out from fatigue, saying that he was tired of them, all their blathering, blah blah blah, constantly. Shin turned his head sharply towards the observers. They stood in silence, not understanding what was happening. Shin was determined when he said he would fight them. The narrative shifts to a blacksmith sharpening a blade on a whetstone. He admires the result of his work, because this time he got a magnificent blade while a man runs past. Suddenly there are more and more people on the street, which raises questions from the blacksmith. Then he decides to ask what happened and where everyone is running. One of the crowd answers him that apparently a duel is starting. According to rumors, the eldest gentleman is fighting with the Jeom family. The blacksmith was very surprised by the news he received. We are transported to the gymnasium of the Beacon clan to the arena where similar duels are held. A crowd of observers has already gathered around. Gun, standing right in front of the arena, suggested that Dai should stop all this, because this cannot continue. He agrees with his son, the young master could be greatly harmed. Their gaze turns to the Jeom family, who are waiting for the duel to begin. They reason that the one chosen to protect Mai cannot be an ordinary warrior, and do not understand why Shin agreed to this, because he has no chance of winning. Du Jin, remaining calm, said that he himself was in favor of stopping the fight, but now it is no longer possible. There were many spectators gathered around the arena, so if the duel was cancelled, their hearts would turn away from the eldest master. Jian looked towards his father with a look expressing hopelessness. Dai at that moment thought that the vice chief was right. The loss of followers among the locals was tantamount to losing the race for leadership, so giving up or running away was no longer possible. Jin, full of confidence, released his energy outward, saying that they cannot stand idly by either, so if the master gets into danger, he will definitely help him. Dai glanced towards Shin, who was yawning from the long wait, remembering that no one can interfere in the fight until the winner is determined, and the vice chief knows that if he does this, his reputation will plummet, but he is not afraid of it. Shin stands in an awkward position, trying to avoid meeting Wang's gaze. He tries not to listen to the servant, picking his finger in his ear, who asks him to reconsider participating in the duel. Everyone gathered froze in anticipation of the main event, except for Van, who was still trying to dissuade his master from this idea. After a long wait, the thug reminded him of the need to start the duel. Shin immediately began to climb into the arena, agreeing with him. At this time, Mai showed her suffering from how everything turned out, and the maids consoled her and asked her not to reproach herself for what was happening. Raising her hand to her face, she tried to hide the pretense of her emotions and behavior. Shin, standing in the arena, looked down and noticed that Mai was playing well and would make a good actress. The thug, pointing his finger at him, objected that the young master was again insulting their mistress. Jin turned to Brute to clarify that since the battle was not taking place in Muram, the use of internal Kai was strictly prohibited, to which he replied that he knew everything and there was no reason to worry. Turning his head back, the Brute turned to the guards of the Jiam family with a request to raise their hands to those who want to spar with the young master. They willingly raised their hands in response to this call. Raising their hands, they all thought that if Mai noticed them, their careers would definitely go up. Looking at this, the Brute saw a forest of hands, but there was only one to choose, and his choice fell on Odal Siam. He was reminded that he could not use his internal Kai, and he replied that he had no choice. Shin asked with confusion what the Brute was doing. He did not understand the question. Then Shin pointed his finger at him and said that his opponent was the Brute himself, and not this guy. Brute and Dal stood in place, not understanding what was happening. All the representatives of the Beacon clan also stood silently in bewilderment. Even Tai, Jin, and Quack, who stood aside, did not understand what was happening. The Brute was furious with Shin, who rather recklessly chose his opponent for sparring, because their difference in strength was too high, so he first advised him to fight with his subordinate. Shin's expression showed arrogance as he said that there was no difference in strength, since Brute is not very powerful. Gun, stretching his hand forward, notified everyone about the start of the duel, thinking that if they were given more time, they would gnaw each other's throats. Shin stood confidently in front of Dal, who was warming up before the start of the fight. The Brute mentally told his fighter that he would take care of everything later so that he would not hold back and destroy him. Having prepared for sparring, he took a fighting stance, telling his mentor that he was going to give Shin a good beating anyway. He stood motionless in the middle of the arena after the start of the fight, expressing his indifference. Dal suddenly appeared directly in front of Shin, about to throw a punch, thinking that today the young master would be defeated. He threw a punch, but missed, as Shin was able to easily dodge with a deft movement of his feet. This greatly surprised Jin and Bruiser, who clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Dal tried to strike again, not understanding what was happening, but Shin was able to dodge this time too. The Jiom family warrior unleashed a series of multiple blows using all his strength, but Shin dodged each of them, not allowing himself to be hit. The Brute shouted with displeasure at Dal to fight like he should. Then he decided to call on his energy to win this duel and used the Fist of the Phantom Wolf. The people who had gathered to watch the battle noticed the use of martial arts against an ordinary person and were greatly disappointed. Shin found himself at the very edge of the arena, almost falling down. He continued to look towards his opponent, realizing that he was deliberately pushing him back. Suddenly Dal was right next to Shin with the intention of clearing out his entire stomach and preparing to strike. At that moment, Dai and Jin realized that this was very dangerous. Dal stabbed Shin with his energy directly into Shin's stomach. A bright smile appeared on the thug's face. Almost immediately it was replaced by surprise from what he saw. The Jiom family warrior trembled on his knees, supporting his broken arm, and could barely hold back his tears. Jin didn't understand what just happened. Shin looked down at the defeated opponent, holding his hands at his waist, and around people said that he had put an iron plate or armor under his stomach, while others denied it, because he moved very easily. Quack, looking forward confidently, said that it was a defensive art. Jin did not understand when he managed to learn this. The Brute exclaimed that Shin dared to use the art as his men carried his wounded comrade out of the arena. Shin turned his head and looked in his direction, thinking that they were annoying and he didn't understand what the defensive art was. The crowd of people watching the battle immediately opposed the Brute, because his warrior was the first to use martial arts. People continued to defend Shin with dissatisfaction, because he did not even use his internal Kai. From such criticism, the Bruiser was very confused and did not know what to say, after which he still said that they accepted defeat in this round. Raising his hands in the air, Shin and the crowd cheered for his victory with a smug grin on his face. At this moment, he thought that the bone armor worked perfectly. Suddenly, the moment of joy and victory was interrupted by the voice of the brute, notifying everyone that the duel was not over yet. Confidently taking a step forward, he said that now it was his turn because the man would not take back his words. Yujins then indignantly protested that a chosen martial artist could not fight against an ordinary person. The brute, pointing his finger towards Shin, said that now things are a little different, because the defensive art is also a defensive art, and the young master is not an ordinary person, but a master of martial arts. Smiling maliciously, he added that this means there will be no problems in sparring with him. At that moment Shin sighed heavily from the long wait for his opponent. Dai and Du-jin were very unhappy and said that this was unacceptable and how he turned his tongue to twist everything like that. Shin's voice interrupted their conversation, saying that the brute talks too much for a man and urged them to quickly start the duel. The goon got angry at what he heard, turning his head and walking towards Shin. Shin, calling the brute to him, told him to drag his iron ass. Shin and brute entered the battlefield. A man's voice shouted for them to begin. The brute looked at his opponent, rubbed his fists and said that he would regret this. Shin looked at him carefully and answered, for some reason, after this phrase, everyone usually loses. The brute took a fighting stance. Mana swirled around him. He thought, the little bastard, so confident after just one accidental victory, he seems to be convinced of his martial arts, but it won't be difficult to break him. The confident fighter rushed into the attack with the idea that he only needed to use more power than his opponent. The brute put his fist forward and thought that he would crush him. A fighter with huge muscles struck with his fist, but the main character dodged, surprising the man. The brute began to throw numerous punches with his fists, thinking that this would easily be enough to win. Shin easily dodged all the blows, and the fighter thought that he was agile. However, the thug again tried to deliver a crushing blow with his fist, but he failed since the main character dodged that too. Shin looked carefully at his opponent, who raised his leg to strike. The heel of the huge fighter was approaching the protagonist's face. Du-jin looked at what was happening with alarm in his eyes and thought that it was dangerous. During the kick, an energy flash appeared. The thug clenched his teeth, looked at his leg in surprise and thought, how can this be? Shin crossed his arms above his head, blocked the blow and looked at his opponent with a satisfied look. The brute again tried to use his hands to attack, but Shin deftly dodged. The fighter thought that this could not happen. The thug clenched his teeth and began to strike numerous blows with his fist, and the thought sounded in his head that this was some kind of trick. Shin concentrated on blocking all the enemy's blows with his hands and thought that he was a little different from the previous guy. Spectators of the battle watched what was happening with surprised faces. One of them said that this man was definitely a chosen warrior. The second, with a disappointed look, added, how much has already passed? What a pity. The men who stood on the other side of the field smiled. One of them said, apparently, in their time, the Jaim family takes in just anyone. The second person added, do they really hire only because of their large size? The thug clenched his teeth, knitted his eyebrows and looked furiously at the main character, sweat flowing down his face in streams. The brute rushed to the attack, putting his hands in front of him, shouting what kind of tricks these were. Shin carefully assessed his actions. The thug approached, and the main character sat down a little and thought, now. Shin looked at his opponent carefully, pulled his fist back, from which purple mana was emanating, and thought, yin mana. A stream of mana hit the brute's face. Shin launched an attack with his fist into the opponent's jaw, who flew back from the blow. The thug rolled somersaults across the arena, and the main character raised his hand in victory. Shin smiled, raised one hand up, clenched the other into a fist and said, easy. The audience raised their hands in the air and cheered. The brute lay with his face buried in the ground. The man raised his head a little and looked ahead in confusion. The brute got down on all fours and raised his head, while the crowd behind him cheered. The fighter knitted his eyebrows and looked at his opponent with fury. A tooth was missing in his mouth. Shin folded his arms across his chest, smiled and looked down at his opponent. The brute jumped to his feet. Mana lit up around him. He screamed, he's a bastard. The man clenched his teeth and rushed to attack. The thug approached the main character and was about to strike with his fist, shouting for him to die, and Shin looked at him and raised his hands. A bolt of lightning struck the center of the arena, and the spectators around covered their eyes with their hands from the bright flash. Mai put her hand to her forehead, closed one eye and looked at what was happening. The girl opened her eyes and mouth wide in surprise and covered her face with her hands. The fighter's huge body flew straight at the girl, who spread her arms to the sides. Mai managed to jump to the side when the brute's body fell to the ground. Du-jin stood, covering the main character, with his outstretched hand, which held a sword. The brute raised himself on his hands, looked in surprise and said, white blade. Du-jin furrowed his eyebrows and shouted why they were all standing around doing nothing. They were trying to kill their master. He ordered the Beacon clan to draw their blades. The clan warriors stood around the main character and the white blade, holding their swords in front of them, after Jin ordered everyone to defend the master. Dai extended his hand forward and ordered his warriors, who were standing behind him, to surround the enemy. The thug, sitting on the ground, looked at the man in the bandage with fear in his eyes, and Mai lowered her head and thought that because of this obnoxious idiot they would all be killed. Even the veins on her forehead bulged out of rage. She screamed that they were non-entities, at whom they dared to point their swords. The warriors looked at her with mockery and said that this is her true face. If you look into her eyes, she is ready to kill. How scary. Mai clenched her teeth and growled in anger. The girl slapped the brute in the face and screamed, how dare trash like him tarnish her honor. Dai folded his arms and calmly asked Mrs. Jeom to hand it over to them. The head of the Clear Sky faction looked at the girl seriously and said that they had every right to make him pay in blood for the assassination attempt on their eldest master. The brute looked in front of him in surprise, tilted his head and said, what? The muscular fighter extended his hand forward. Mai raised her hand and saw the man deliver a powerful blow to the brute, causing blood to splatter on his clothes. Jaeyoonam seeing looked to the side. His face and clothes were stained with blood, and his fingers were covered with long metal claws. He said that this should be enough. Dai looked in front of him in surprise and said, ghostly blood claw. The main character's guards looked in surprise at the man with the claws and said that this is the same bloody claw of Jaeyoonam Sam. This is the strongest warrior of the Jaeyoon family. Jin looked seriously and thought that his martial arts are now at the peak of the average level. But even this will not be enough for him, but he will not back down. Even at the cost of his life, he will protect the master. Jin looked at the young master and asked him not to worry. He would protect him. Shin looked to the side and said who else will protect who, and asked him to worry about himself because he is not in the best shape. Jin turned his head in surprise. The warrior nicknamed the White Blade looked at the master and raised his hand to the hilt of the sword. The ghostly bloody claw watched them from the side. Nam narrowed his eyes, looked in front of him and with a smile ran his tongue over the bloody claw. Dai looked seriously at the hunched man who was laughing. Nam sat down, looked in front of him and said if they want to start a war, he will not stop them. Jin approached the talking men and asked the head of the pure clouds to move away, and then added that it seemed that they had a misunderstanding. Dai turned his head and shouted to Junior Master what he was talking about. These two cannot be let go. The protagonist's younger brother extended his hand towards where Mai was standing and said that their actions were understandable, and besides, there was no point in fighting since the instigator of the conflict had been killed. Jin looked to the side with a confused look and thought that everything was not going according to plan. If something happened to Jeom Mai-ho or the rest of the visitors, the Jeom family could cancel their contract with them. Dai and his warriors looked at the junior master, and the leader shouted, how can he understand their actions? Shin waved his hand and calmly said to let them go. All the warriors turned around in surprise and looked at the eldest gentleman. The main character calmly looked in front of him and said that everything is okay. He thinks this will be a good lesson. Jin looked at the gentleman in surprise. Dai also looked at the main character in surprise. A man from the audience looked at the elder gentleman with his mouth open and thought he almost died, but he remains calm. One of the warriors turned his head and thought, when did he learn to use Kai? People looked at the gentleman with a smile and thought that something had definitely changed in him. Jin made a face, looked down and thought, bastard. The younger gentleman remembered his conversation with his brother and thought that while teaching a good lesson, he was addressing him. The main character looked forward in surprise when he heard a woman scream that she would not forgive this. Shin saw an angry Mai, who was pointing her finger at him and shouting that he would never let him do this, never. The main character watched as the girl and her people left the gate. Shin smiled and said, whisper. Under the night sky, among the trees, there was a small building with statues. Two groups of people were walking towards each other from different directions. Some of them were dressed in kimonos and straw hats. The second group, led by the ghostly blood claw, had bandages on their faces, only their eyes were visible. Jin spread his arms and shouted at the hunched over man, how come the plan went to hell? Nam looked at the younger gentleman, apologized and said, who could have known that the situation would turn out this way, although the instigator was now dead, so he asked to forgive them. Jin raised his head and said seriously, the plan is over, what will they do now? Nam looked at the guy and said that the head had made a decision, if he allowed, they would like to draw their swords under the moon. Jin looked ahead thoughtfully and said, that's it. The younger brother was about to leave, but turned around and told the bloody claw that they would start in 7 moons. He would remove the guards and dogs from the main gate. Nam replied that he understood him. The clearing near the building with the statues was empty. A purple clod of mana appeared on the ground. The clod of mana froze in thought. He started to move. The cloud of mana quickly flew towards the trees. In the light of the full moon stood the main character's house. Lights were burning in the windows of the entire building. Voices were heard from it that said that he really was able to knock out the black bear of the giant family. It's not for nothing that he is the son of a tiger, so he showed his claws. The truth they say he wants peace, let him prepare for war. Apparently the head's talent for martial arts passed on to the eldest gentleman. Yeah, at first he thought it was the head who came back to life. Shin sat at the table, resting his head on his hand, looking to the side and thinking. A servant ran up to the main character, leaned on the table and said that the head of the Pure Clouds and the vice chief wanted to know when he would come to meet them. Shin looked indifferently at the servant, who added, in addition, the vice head of Pure Clouds, No Gun-Ho, also asked him to meet. The master replied that it was boredom. The guy looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what it was. He needed something. Shin looked at him confused and said, no, he just thinks it wasn't dangerous at all. The servant looked at the master, who turned away and shouted what he was talking about. If the vice chief had not saved him, he would have been in huge problems. Shin looked to the side and thought, even if he had not blocked the blow then, Shin would have easily dealt with that attack. The servant sat down at the table, lowered his head and said, when the master said that he would fight that monster, he can't even imagine how his heart trembled. The main character looked at the guy, scratched his nose and thought, his brother wants him dead, but this one's heart trembles for him. Shin and the servant are sitting at the table. The main character apologized for making him worry. The guy replied that he should not apologize to a simple servant. Shin looked at the guy with a smile and said that he was not his servant, he was his reliable subordinate. The servant looked at the master in confusion and said, really? The servant got up from the table, looked at the main character, saying that he was probably tired, advised him to rest. If he needed anything, let him call the servant. Shin looked in front of him, smiled and replied, okay. The main character looked thoughtfully at the place where the guy had just stood. Shin extended his hand in front of him. A cloud of mana began to leak through the doors. Mana spread across the table. The main character began to move his hand over it. Shin addressed the whisper and asked him to show what he saw. The main character watched as the mana began to rise above the table and increase. Shin looked into the magical funnel that formed in front of him. A blurry picture appeared in the funnel, which showed the younger brother talking to a hunched-over man and saying, how come the plan has gone to hell? Shin put his hand under his chin and watched carefully as Jin said that they would start in 7 moons, he would remove the guards. Nam replied that he understood everything. The main character thought, it's good that he put the Shadow Whisper on him. Information appeared on the screen that the Shadow Whisper has a rank of C, the skill is 8%, the Abyss sees everything. The Shadow Whisper can be tied to the enemy's shadow, it will collect everything seen and heard, transferring everything to the player. The main character looked thoughtfully to the side and thought, so in a week Yu Jin-sang will remove all the guards and a group of mercenaries will try to kill him. The younger brother is a bastard, maybe he should just finish him off already. Shin sat on a chair, holding his chin in his hand, and thought, although no, you can't make hasty decisions without knowing the strength of the enemy, you need to prepare well in a week. Shin pulled back the window frame and said that the plan needed to be put into action. The main character looked out the open window. Shin smiled and said that's exactly it. The eldest gentleman looked at the full moon and said, well, is it time to go to the cemetery? The main character stood, illuminated by the moon, among the trees in the valley of Bloody Fog. He raised his hand and spoke the words so that the skeleton spearman would rise up and a magical seal would appear on the ground. A skeleton with a spear in his hand stands on one knee and looks up, his eyes glowing. Sweat began to flow down the protagonist's face. Shin folded his arms over his chest and said seriously, characteristics. Shin looked at the screen with the characteristics of the skeleton spearman, on which it was written that the spearman is first class, level 20. Abilities: first class wandering, weak point strike, soul of greed. Skills: 19 chain strikes young 8 stars, lightning shot step 7 stars. Internal Kai 1825 about 5 years old, strength 116, agility 100, health 101. Magic 0. Shin thought, the strength of this skeleton is already an indicator that he has reached the top level of a rank B hunter. The skeleton began to disappear after the words of the main character, cancellation of the call. Shin smiled. Shin introduced the skeletons, smiled and thought, 5 first-class skeletons in one day. The main character looked carefully at his palm, from which magical discharges were coming, and thought, not to mention the effects of absorbing any power and purification received from the art of the Eastern Sage. Shin called up the characteristics of the character. The characteristics of the main character were displayed on the screen. Level 22, Necromancy abilities, gifted physique, strength 155, agility 155, health 166, magic 245, intelligence 200, mana 1270, internal Kai 3660 about 10 years, The Tearing Art of the Eastern Sage. Sage 1825 about 5 years. The Art of Floating Clouds 10 about 10 years. The Art of the True Flame 730 about 2 years. The Art of the Yan Chain 730 about 2 years. 3 Talents of Kai 365 about 1 year. Shin thought he was terribly lucky that he was able to learn the Tearing Art of the Eastern Sage. He easily absorbs any dead man. The main character smiled and took a fighting stance, stretching his fist forward, and thought, besides, all his characteristics, even without intelligence and magic, exceed the average level. Apparently this is due to his gifted physique. He easily pumped up both magic and melee at the same time. Shin threw an impromptu punch with his second fist and thought maybe he could learn other martial arts besides those that affect the mana heart. The main character lowered his hands, looked to the side and thought that although not, he should still concentrate on necromancy again. Shin turned his head and thought with a serious look, so we're done with the first class dead, now it's time for the Supreme Warriors. The main character looked at the small tombstone surrounded by stones and thought that the grave was much smaller than he had imagined. Shin walked up to the grave from which the light was emanating and said, "This is how they met." The main character lowered his eyes and began to read the inscription on the tombstone. The first lord of the Beacon clan, the strongest warrior in the history of the clan, Yue Liang. Shin extended his hand forward over the light of the grave. The main character stood with his hand outstretched and thought, a dead man of the highest rank with the highest martial arts usually exudes golden light, but Yue Liang's grave has no color and principle. What secrets does he keep? Shin spread his fingers at arm's length, looked carefully at the grave and said, absorption of Death Kai. The main character watched as energy waves entered his body through his palm. Shin looked in surprise at the grave, from which a strong light began to emanate. The main character turned his palm towards himself, looked at it questioningly and thought, what is it? Did the absorption stop on its own? Information appeared on the screen that the player's necromancy rank was not sufficient to absorb the Death Kai of the selected sage. Shin looked at the screen in surprise and said, what the hell? The next information on the screen stated that the selected undead required an unknown necromancy rank. The main character clenched his fist and thought that the required rank was marked with the question, how is it, aren't the Supreme Dead consumed by rank B necromancy? Shin looked away and thought, Yue Liang must have been much stronger than the top level of martial arts. How powerful a warrior he was in life. The main character confidently walked away from the grave with the thought that most likely there was some hidden secret that would help solve this problem, but so far he was unable to do it. Shin looked down and decided that he should try to find the grave of another Supreme Warrior. Behind the main character, a bright light began to emanate from the grave. A luminous column of powerful energy formed over the grave. The main character stopped and looked in front of him in surprise. Shin turned around and opened his mouth in surprise. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought what was happening. A magic seal appeared around the grave. Shin thought it was a skeleton summoning circle. The main character raised his head and began to read the information on the screen. The dead man decided to join him of his own free will. The condition was met. The one who deserved the attention of the dead man. As a reward, the temporary restriction on the rank of necromancy was removed. The skill of summoning a skeleton warrior was automatically activated. The seal of the bone spear was removed. Intelligence increased, magic increased, the maximum amount of experience was gained. He reached the 23rd level. Shin looked ahead in confusion and thought that the dead man himself decided to join him. He also lifted the rank restriction. The main character saw a skeleton sitting on the grave, from which a magical glow emanated. Shin looked at the skeleton and said, characteristics. Information appeared on the screen that the servant's rank is much higher than his necromancy rank. The servant is automatically adjusted to his level. The servant's rank is defined as supreme. When the necromancy rank increases, the servant's rank will also automatically increase. A screen appeared near the skeleton with his characteristics. Supreme Swordsman, Necromancy skill increased, level 30. Abilities, Supreme Fencing, Talented Leader, Composure, Skills, 12 Thunder Swords 10 stars, Flying Thunder Body 9 stars, Storm Summoning Fist 9 stars, Internal Kai 5475 about 15 years old, Strength 236, Agility 210, Health 211, Magic 0. The player's Internal Kai is required to summon and maintain a servant. Shin exclaimed in surprise that this cannot be. The main character looked forward in surprise and thought, almost all are rank abilities and skills. Supreme Swordsmanship and the 12 Lightning Swords are a rank plus, a bunch of them. The skeleton began to approach the main character, who at that moment thought that he was not kneeling as a sign of respect, but walking close. The skeleton warrior looked at the main character and thought he was an interesting guy. Shin calmly looked ahead and thought that Supreme Swordsman Yue Liang's thoughts were that he himself had risen from the dead. The skeleton touched his finger to the chest of the main character, who thought, it means he chose me. Il put his palm on the main character's chest in the area of his heart. The skeleton looked into the eyes of the protagonist and wondered if he could cope with him. Shin also looked closely at the skeleton and wondered if he could cope with it. Shin looked at the skeleton warrior, around whom energy began to swirl and enter the protagonist's body through his hand. The main character saw the information that appeared above the skeleton's head. It said that the skeleton warrior was trying to give him the 12 swords of thunder and the art of the god of lightning and thunder. Does he accept the 12 swords of thunder? Does he accept the art of the god of lightning and thunder? Shin stood still and thought. The main character looked down and smiled a little. In the dark night sky, the clouds practically hid the moon. People with bandages on their faces moved quickly along the moonlit road among the trees. Ahead of these warriors ran Nam, a ghostly bloody claw. He looked to the side and suggested that we rest a little. The warriors stopped, and the bloody claw continued to look to the side. A woman's scream was heard behind the people. An angry Mai stood there and shouted at them to move normally, you idiots. The girl with the bandage on her face kicked the warrior and shouted that he was so slow. Mai looked at the hunched-over man who was asking her if the young lady had to follow them. Mai narrowed her eyes and replied that she wanted to see with her own eyes how a pig choked on its own blood. Nam looked at the girl and thought, what kind of disgusting trash is she? She will survive the study of demonic arts. Mai approached the man and asked when they were all done. Yu Jin-sang would pretend that he didn't know anything, and Nam answered, it's unlikely. Yu Shin-woong's actions are as dangerous for him as they are for them. Mai looked to the side and shouted that they were idiots. They could not find out this in advance, and it cost the leader of the guard his head. The girl looked to the side in surprise. Mai looked at the man with claws, from whom a green light was emanating. Nam raised his claws and said that it was time to stop useless chatter. Let's go. The girl answered in confusion. Oh, well, yes. Nam, surrounded by warriors, gave a thumbs up and thought they would keep moving. Mai and the bandaged people around her looked ahead in surprise. Nam looked ahead carefully and thought it was an ambush. The phantom blood claw charged. Mai and Nam looked in surprise at the warrior, whose chest was stuck with a sword. The warrior stood with a confused look, and the hilt of a sword protruded from his chest. The warrior raised his trembling hands to the white hilt. We looked closely and was surprised to think that this was a bone. Nam turned around in fear and wondered where it came from. The huge amount of bones instantly killed several ninjas. The bones were pierced through the heads and bodies of ninjas. A green aura appeared around Nam. He stood in a stance and shouted for the idiots to concentrate Kai around the blades and beat off the bones. A purple aura appeared around the ninja, and they also stood in a stance. One of the ninjas deftly deflected a bone flying at him. Another swung his sword and cut the bone in half. The third reflected all the bones in a row at great speed. Shin smiled and raised his hand, saying that this was not bad. Nam turned around and saw that his team was confused. Many were killed and some were wounded. Nam frowned and put his claws in front of him, and then shouted that the coward was hiding in the shadows of the trees, attacking and ambushing. Let him show himself, whoever he was. Shin came out from behind the trees with a smile. He said it was amazing. He looked at the ninja mockingly and then asked why they were calling him a coward when it was Nam who was running to kill him. The head of the ninja frowned and wondered how this was possible. He looked at his frightened comrades and began to wonder where he was coming from. Shin, looking at the puzzled ninja, asked that they all bit their tongues. Why are they silent? They think that if they are all wearing masks and kimonos, he won't be able to recognize them. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that there is a ghostly bloody blade and a white flower, right? The entire ninja squad looked fearfully towards their enemy. Nam, looking ahead, frowned and asked if it was worth killing him. This was a dangerous statement. The head of the ninja, smiling, looked in front of him and then said that they were simply carrying out a secret task from the head of the Jiam family. The protagonist, smiling, replied that their task was to kill him. Mai, clenching her fists, shouted that Yu Jin is a freak. He betrayed them. Why are the ninjas just watching? Now he knows everything. They need to kill him. Nam looked around. He thought that the two brothers were able to fool them. They shouldn't make a premature attack. Someone should be with him because too many bones appeared at once. The head of the ninja looked carefully towards Shin. He said that no matter how he looked around, he could not sense anyone. Shin crossed his arms, opened his mouth wide and yawned. Nam, looking at him, thought that this cannot be. He really came alone. He is either a fool or a madman. The head of the ninja looked carefully in front of him, covering his face with his hands. He wondered what this meant. Shin left the bone shooting mechanism behind, which was great. He made things easier for them. Nam, coming forward, stretched out his arms. A strong aura was coming from his sides, and then he said that it seemed that Shin could not wait for his death. The protagonist, smiling broadly, frowned, then said that everything was going as it should. A crowd of ninjas rushed into battle, and their leader said that he hoped that Shin would like him in the next world. The protagonist stretched his arms up, 2 magic circles appeared in front of him, and then he said with a smile, Bone Spear. A system message appeared in front of him that the spell Bone Spear, rank B, summons many sharpened spears made of bones. With increasing skill, the strength of the bones increases. Shin stretched out his hands in front of him, and a huge number of sharp bones immediately flew out of the magic circles. The ninja looked ahead in fear, not knowing what to do. A second later, a huge number of ninja died literally in an instant, their bodies pierced by many sharp bones. One of the surviving ninjas looked ahead in fear and shouted that there was a sorcerer in front of them. The next moment his shoulder was torn right through. The other ninja, frightened, tried to turn around and run away from the projectiles flying at him. Shin continued to hold his hand in front of him with a smile, releasing sharp bones. He said that he hadn't even started yet. The protagonist, watching his enemies die one by one, thinks that the skill wastes a lot of mana, so he needs to use it more carefully, but he thinks that this should be enough to scare them. The frightened ninja looked ahead, beads of sweat flowing from his face. He tried to dodge the bones flying at him. He thought that it could not be that their enemy could use Kai to launch all this. He simply cannot be a mounted combat warrior art at that age, it means demonic art. Nam looked menacingly in front of him, frowning his eyebrows. He thought that, most likely, the demonic sect had something to do with the resurrection of Yu Shinan. A bright green glow appeared around the head of the ninja. His mask was torn, and he screamed with his mouth wide open. Nam, looking menacingly forward, extended his claws, from which an ominous aura emanated. He shouted that their enemy had some kind of weakness. They just needed to find it. The remaining ninja looked ahead in disbelief and breathed heavily after such a deadly attack. We wondered if Shin's tricks were causing them problems. The ninja leader looked at his subordinates. Many of them were injured. He thought that there were still many more of them. Looking at his comrades, from whom a dark purple aura was emanating, he thought that especially since the number of flying bones had clearly decreased, if they ran at him in a crowd, they could kill him. To us, looking menacingly in front of us, waving his hands, he loudly shouted, "Attack." Shin, seeing the actions of his opponents, smiled and raised 2 fingers up, and then said that he did not come to them alone. Suddenly Nam stopped and looked menacingly in front of him. He asked what this meant. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him with a smile and told the skeleton warriors to rise up. One of the ninjas trembled in fear, tears flowed from his eyes, and he said no in fear. The remaining ninja stood in a stupor, afraid to move. A frightening skull with fiery eyes appeared in front of them. The protagonist, with a smile, stretching his hand forward, summoned a huge number of skeletons ready to fight on his side. Shin crossed his arms with a smile while looking at his army and said that this is the demonic art. The ninja froze in fear, and their leader thought that this couldn't be true. Il appeared in front of the skeletons, emitting a strong aura. Nam, looking ahead in fear, thought that he had been a killer all his life, but even he was frozen with fear. How such a simple demonic ritual could exude so much power. One of the ninjas fearfully dodged the claws flying at him at great speed. Their leader, turning around menacingly, exuding a strong frightening aura, shouted that he would kill anyone who tried to escape. The ninja, grabbing their swords, looked menacingly in front of them, and then shouted that if they die anyway, they shouldn't be afraid, it's just a pile of bones, all or nothing. The remaining ninja made a quick dash forward, shouting that they would kill him. At the same time, the skeletons did not stand still. They, raising their weapons, ran towards the ninja. Shin exhaled with a smile and asked if they were crazy. The skeleton archer standing behind his master pulled the bowstring. The protagonist smiled and said that they had so many chances to escape and survive, but they still chose death. The whole crowd of ninjas rushed forward. The skeletons, looking menacingly ahead, ran towards the ninja. A second later, they clashed in a bloody duel. The ninja looked ahead fearfully, standing behind his comrades. He swung at an arrow flying at him at high speed, and then, with all his might, he cut her in half. Before the ninja had time to breathe, he raised his head and looked ahead in fear. The second arrow flew into his head at great speed and went right through him. Nam approached his comrade, who fell to the ground dead. The head of the ninja imagined how the archer fired 2 arrows at the warrior. He said that he had already seen this. The archer shoots 2 arrows in the same direction. In the first, he distracts the enemy. Nam, looking at his dead comrade, thought that this was a shadow chain of iron arrows. He glanced at the archer standing next to Shin and shouted that how could this creature use the No Jun Moon technique of Jejian's top archer? It simply couldn't be. The head of the ninja, puzzled, looked in front of him. Cold sweat flowed from his head. He wondered what if he looked closely. He saw how the skeleton, menacingly extending his spear forward, attacked one of the ninjas. The head thought that 19 chain blows of the young ghost of a one-sided spear. Then he saw another skeleton that trampled him into the ground. He thought that it was a black tiger fist, an iron tiger fist technique. Nam stood in a stupor, looking ahead in fear. He thought that all these skeletons were using the techniques of Jejian martial arts warriors. The head of the ninja took a stance, and then changed his mind that if he tried to attack his skeletons, he would achieve nothing, which means Nam, pushing off the ground, made a quick leap forward. He, swinging his claws, quickly ran towards Shin. He shouted that Shin was no longer releasing bone spears and was completely focused on controlling the skeletons. The head of the ninja, looking menacingly in front of him, activated the skill. His claws glowed with green lightning, and at the same second he shouted that he would kill Shin with 1 blow. The protagonist stood calmly and looked at the threat quickly approaching him. A second later, the head of the ninja, frightened, clenched his teeth and turned around. A bright blue flash appeared in front of him. Nam and his subordinate flew away from such strong energy. Il hit the ground with all his might, causing this bright flash. The head of the ninja, trying to rise, not understanding what was happening, looked in front of him. He furrowed his brows and said that this technique was the sword lord of the Beacon clan. Shin, standing behind his skeletons, smiled, and Nam wondered what when. Looking at the calmly standing protagonist, he continued to think that, as he managed to fall into his trap, he exposed himself to the attack in order to lure him out. Nam, standing up and lowering his hands, thought that Shin was a real demon. He gritted his teeth and looked at the skeleton standing in front of him, and then thought that Yu Shinwung should thank him for making the last moment of his life so fun. The head of the ninja smiled widely, looking ahead. Shin, calmly examining the area around him, thought that everything was even better than he expected. He stretched his hand to the side, blue lightning appeared, and he thought that the lightning from the strike from 12 balls is the art of the god of lightning and thunder. Its power is incredible. Shin extended his hand and continued to think that now he could take his martial arts training much more seriously. Nam's body slowly began to disappear. A system message appeared in front of him that a new servant was available for him to summon, the Supreme Skeleton Assassin. Shin, walking forward, clenched his fist and, looking ahead with a smile, thought that this was great. He got another Supreme Skeleton. Mai, standing in a stupor, thought that she could not move. Shin slowly walked up to her and took off his mask, and then thought that she was under the shadow communication skill, and that's why she was standing still. Mai, trembling with fear, said that freak Yu Jinsang forced her. Tears welled up in her eyes and she added that she would never try to kill him. They were lovers. Mai clasped her hands and then said that they could still start over. The protagonist looked at the girl with displeasure and said that she has incredible talent for acting, and speaking of talent, she still kidnaps and tortures random travelers. Mai frowned and asked how he knew. She thought that Shin should die. If her secret leaks to the people, then she will be finished. Mai raised her hand slightly, a small device hidden under it. She then extended her hand forward and, shouting die, released a huge cloud of purple smoke. Mai smiled broadly, laughed and asked who won whom. Shin, standing in the purple cloud, replied that it was bad luck. She didn't know, but his poison resistance was already at B+ rank. Mai looked ahead in fear and asked what. The next second, the protagonist extended his fingers forward through the smoke. With a smile on his face, he touched the girl's throat with 2 fingers. And then he said that there was one thing in this world that he absolutely adored. He blocked her throat so that she could no longer speak. Shin leaned towards the girl and, extending his finger towards her, surrounded by a purple aura, said that he needed to think about the law before killing scum like them. Shin touched Mai's chest. She looked ahead in fear, and then the protagonist said, accelerating decay. Mai leaned over and squeezed her chest with her hands. Her skin quickly began to turn black. She fell to her knees and began coughing violently. The protagonist, looking at the gasping girl, thought that he had previously used this skill only to get rid of the corpses of huge monsters, but here he also showed himself well. Shin leaned towards the girl. He took the device from her hand and then reached into his pocket, saying that he should take advantage of the situation. Shin threw a small amulet towards the half-dead girl's face, and then, clenching his fist, he walked towards the forest. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him and said that Yun Jinsang is next. We are transported to a small house a few days later. Jin, frowning, hits the table with all his might and shouts that how is this possible? He jumps up from his chair and, looking at his comrades, shouts that why is everyone silent, no one explains anything. Jayam, folding his arms, frowned and thought that a group of assassins sent by the Jayam family went missing, and a little later a woman's corpse was found in the forest, rotting there for 12 years. Quack, looking ahead, thought that, given the piece of wood left there with her name on it, they suspect that this is the body of Jeom Mai-ho, and the head of the Jeom family has still not regained consciousness after the attack. Beads of sweat appeared on Jin's face. He looked menacingly ahead, clenched his fist and thought that the piece of wood with the name on the body of the assassin, the one who killed them, had planned this. He clenched his teeth and, frowning, wondered what it meant that the damn piglet had left him a threatening message. Jin, standing up from the table, shouted for his comrades to stop sitting around and do something. At this rate, he did not have time to finish before Quack interrupted him with a smile and said that he had nothing to worry about. Quack, smiling widely in an intimidating voice, asked that why don't he go to the red light district and have a little drink. Jin turned pale, looking ahead with a soulless gaze, and said that he should. Suddenly, he turned around and added that he needed to go for a drink. Jayam sighed heavily and said, looking to the side, that he still couldn't believe how much trouble they had because of Go Yushin. Quack looks to the side with displeasure, as the stretched string can easily be broken. Jayam furrowed his eyebrows and asked what he was talking about. His friend smiled and asked what he himself thought. Quack, smiling, continued to say that if this non-entity interferes with the main plan of the sect, then they must destroy him. even if they have to burn the entire area. Jaim smiled widely and thought that the Beacon clan would soon drown in blood. Quack, looking at his subordinate, said to start preparing for the Holy War. They will begin the bloody massacre on the appointed day. Jaim bowed and said that he understood. The head raised his eyes with a smile and told them to increase the concentration of the curse on Yu Shinan and make the curse more deadly. If they still did not notice the effect, then they had not yet broken through his resistance to curses. Jaim replied with a smile that he understood. Wang appears in front of us. He stretches out his hand in front of him and says that this is impossible. Then he opens his eyes slightly. An angry crowd appears in front of him, raising papers forward and stretching out their hands, all of them begging for their letters to be accepted and delivered, or at least allowed to meet the young master. Suddenly, Wang extended both hands forward to the crowd and shouted that the young master had given instructions that he was not receiving guests for now, and that they should come later. The guy, walking away, looked back menacingly, and then said that some dirty servant had turned them off. His comrade, who was standing next to him, said, looking displeasedly in front of him, that if he had met the master even for a minute, he would have immediately took Wang Sam's place. Servant Shin smiled widely and thought that he was about to go crazy. We are transported to Shin. He looks at his servant and says that he is going to leave the house for a couple of days. Let Van not allow anyone to enter and pretend that he is here. Shin raised his hand with a smile and said that now it was time for them to say goodbye. Van, looking after him, lowered his head. Tears appeared in his eyes. We are transported to the mountains. Black energy moves through the forest towards a small cave. She slowly climbs inside, and then they approach the meditating Shin. The protagonist opens his eyes and looks in surprise at the approaching guest. The energy begins to rise above Shin, and he calmly, smiling, looks at her. Then he starts to get up, saying that they really started to get angry when everything didn't go according to their plan. However, for him everything happens just in time. He needs their mother now. The energy completely enters Shin's body and spreads throughout the body with an aura. Many system messages appear in front of him, indicating that the amount of death Kai sent by you from the unknown has increased noticeably. Shin has absorbed the maximum possible amount of Kai. All the energy is circulating throughout his body. Speed health restoration is increased by 450%. For 5 hours, the chance of an explosion of internal chaos energy has noticeably decreased. The protagonist, smiling, looked in front of him and said that this was great. Thanks to them he had a lot of mana again, and now he should check it. He extended his hand towards the dead boar lying on the ground and then told the killer skeleton to rise. The boar's body began to evaporate, leaving only bones. Shin, frowning, looked in front of him in surprise. A white skeleton was looking at him. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and thought that this is not a black skeleton. Shouldn't all supreme warriors have black bones? Shin remembered the image of Il, and then he wondered who was in front of him then. The protagonist looked at the skeleton with claws, who had a large hump behind his back. He thought that, as he expected, even as a skeleton, he was just as unpleasant. Maybe he should just kill him. Suddenly, Shin stacked the fruits and, looking at the skeleton, told him to pass on the martial arts he knows. The skeleton continued to just look at him, and system messages appeared in front of Shin that he had fulfilled the conditions for receiving a hidden task. He received the secret task Desire of the Dead One. After seeing these messages, he realized what it was. Shin, looking at the skeleton, saw a large system message, which said that this is a secret task wish of the Dead One. In order to get anything from a dead person, he must fulfill his posthumous wish. The dead are not able to forget the grudge of death. He will agree give him your martial arts. If Shin gives up his hand, the reward is the supreme martial art flower trail of Phantom Blood Claw. The protagonist, smiling broadly, extended his hand forward and then said that, apparently, he needed to be shown where his place was. The entire body of the skeleton was covered in dark flames. The bones of the skeleton shook from such power. Shin smiled and said that before he sent him into oblivion again, let him sit and suffer endless pain. The protagonist extended his hand forward, and 2 skeletons appeared in front of him. He told him to think about his impudence before he killed him again, and for now he would call other skeletons and ask for their martial arts. He ordered the skeletons to pass on their knowledge of martial arts to him. The skeletons silently looked at their master, and a system message appeared in front of him that he had received the secret task Wish of the Dead 2 and 3. Shin, smiling broadly, clapped his hands and then said that it means that he can receive the martial arts of any warrior if he simply completes his task. He was able to find out this thanks to a respected elder who gave him his martial art for free. The protagonist approached the skeletons and thought that he didn't need anything from their first-class martial arts. They could return to oblivion. He, looking in front of him, smiled and told them not to look at him so disappointed. He had already received all the martial arts that he needed. After some time, Shin appears in front of us, lying on the ground in front of his sword and breathing heavily. Drops of sweat are running down his face, and he thinks that this body is already for the umpteenth time. He understands that it is terrible. He exhaled, turned around and looked at Ilya, who, with folded hands, looked at him displeased. Shin tried to stand up with a shaking body and then said that he was trying his best. He then held his sword out in front of him and said that he needed to try again, just a little at a time. The protagonist furrowed his brows. His sword was covered in a purple aura, and he wondered if he was using yin mana. Then white energy spread through Shin's body and the ball. He, looking ahead, thought that he was using the kai of an oriental sage. A second later, the sword in his hands were covered with lightning. Drops of sweat flowed from his face. He thought that now the art of the god of lightning and thunder, Kai Thunder. Shin swung his thunder sword and thought that he was using the first form of the 12th thunder ball art. He hit the ground with all his strength. Lightning quickly spread around, and Shin shouted a thunderous slash. A small cut appeared in the ground. Seeing this, the protagonist cursed. He, looking dissatisfied in front of him, thought that there was too much difference in strength between the martial arts of Yul Len and Jiao Namseen. Apparently the problem was not in the internal kai or body, it was much deeper. Suddenly Il extended his finger forward. Seeing this, Shin was puzzled, standing in a stupor, wondering what. Il came up from behind and pointed his finger at his back. Shin looked ahead in fear, and Il began to quickly point his finger at his back. The protagonist turned around in fear and wondered what this really was. Il looked menacingly in front of him, strong energy coming from his eyes. Shin sat down on the floor. He smiled and, clenching his fists, thought that he had drawn circles of mana on pressure points when he used martial arts, but he had not touched some of the points. Il sat down behind his master and started poking his finger on his back. Shin wondered that at every point his skeleton pointed to, he did not open circles of mana. The protagonist, closing his eyes, felt energy spreading throughout his body. He indulged in thoughts that he should try to open each of them. Using the tearing kai of the Eastern Sage, he will still be able to stop at any time if something goes wrong so. Then, closing his eyes and furrowing his brows, Shin began to meditate in concentration. He sat calmly in place as system messages appeared in front of him that he had gained a deep understanding of the 12 Swords of Thunder skill. During meditation he had gained the maximum amount of experience and several necessary martial arts. Many system messages popped up in front of Shin, saying that he had reached a new level, new skills had been unlocked, he had received a corpse explosion, a soul barrier, and a phantom robe. Shin watched as system messages about his achievements kept appearing and appearing. After a second, the protagonist opened his eyes. He looked ahead with a smile and thought that this was great. Ilya, who was sitting behind him, opened his mouth and rattled his bones. We are taken to the house, to Dujin's chambers. He sits on the floor and meditates in his room. Energy flows through his body, and sweat comes from his face. He thinks about what is becoming more and more every time. Dujin, gritting his teeth, feels that the source of the pain is unknown and therefore cannot find a cure. Hanging his head, he thinks that his time has not come yet, he needs a little more. Suddenly someone knocks on the door, and Dujin says to come into his room. Jayam comes in, looking at him. The owner of the house says for him to pass. Jayam, with his head down, looks upset at his comrade and says that he sees that he is getting worse and worse. Dujin raises his hand with a smile and replies that it must be because he skipped dinner after practice. Jayam, looking at him, says that he himself knows that he overdid it in the elder gentleman's duel. Hanging his head, Jayam thought that although there was no point in blaming him, if he were in his place he would have done the same. Dujin opened his eyes and, looking in front of him, said that Non-Gun-Ho left 3 days ago. He is not worried about him. Jayam took the mug from the table and said that he was worried whether he was ready to lead an important expedition. His friend replied that this was one of their regular tasks, so there should be no problems. Jayam poured tea into a mug and said that he would return home in good health. However, Jayam added with a furrowed brow that Dujin had made his final decision. He silently looked at his comrade. Jayam, without waiting for an answer, said that, to be honest, he himself was not sure about the elder gentleman. His incredible change of character may turn out to be temporary. Lowering his head, he continued to say that especially since Dujin himself understands that strength is needed to protect his place, the Red Clouds faction is already strong enough to repel everyone else. Dujin closed his eyes and thought that it was true. Junior Master and the Red Clouds would take over the clan if the opportunity presented itself, but he couldn't get his gaze out of his mind then. He remembered Shin smiling and continued to reflect on what his appearance reminded him of during the meeting and after the fight with the black bear. Dujin imagined a smiling guy with long hair. He thought that Shin looked like Yu Yul, whom they all miss so much. Suddenly, Jayam stood up from the table and slammed his hands on it. He shouted that the Red Cloud faction's actions were obvious. Someone opened the door to the room, and everyone inside turned towards the door. A smiling Shin entered the room and said that it was good that they were both here. Jayam, looking puzzled in the direction of the protagonist, said that the eldest gentleman was here. Jayam and Dujin approached Shin and bowed and greeted him, saying that if he had warned them in advance, they would have prepared snacks. Shin, holding out his hand, replied that no snacks, he didn't even want to hear about them. The protagonist, smiling, turned around and said that, on the contrary, he should lose weight. Hearing this, Du-jin laughed and said that's how it is. Jiam, looking in front of him with displeasure, thought that they were saying that Shin locked himself in a room and did not leave it. Apparently, the rumors lied to him. He probably spent all his money in casinos or brothels and was wandering the streets. Jiam looked at Shin and asked where he had been all this time. Our protagonist frowned at Du-jin and said that he had a lot to do, but now there was something more important. He continued to say that how long will they continue to play the comedy? Jiam and his comrade looked at their master in surprise. Shin, with his arms crossed and his eyebrows furrowed, continued to tell Du-jin to stop using his kai or he would die. Du-jin, lowering his head, remembered his meeting with Shin and wondered what else happened that time. Du-jin turned around and said that everything was fine, she was still recovering. Shin, looking at him, said that if it looked like he was already on the finish line to the next world. Hearing this, Jiam opened his mouth wide and furrowed his eyebrows, and then shouted for Shin to watch his tongue because it was because of him that he came to this. Our protagonist stood up from the table and, lowering his eyes, said that the old man was lucky after all. Du-jin asked what he was talking about. Shin crossed his arms and smiled and asked what he was talking about. If he hadn't come to check on him now, he would have been dead by tomorrow morning. The protagonist put his hand on Du-jin's shoulder and he looked back in surprise. Shin, smiling, told him to relax and rely on him. Jiam watched as Shin sat behind Du-jin and began to transfer energy to him. A second later, Du-jin coughed up blood. Jiam stood up in fear and shouted that he needed to stop. Shin, frowning, extended his hand forward and a dark aura appeared around Du-jin. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead, his gaze frightening. Jiam stopped getting up in fear. Then he stopped and stared ahead. And a second later he sat back down, leaning on his hand. Shin, surrounded by an aura, felt a dark aura from Du-jin. He furrowed his brows, sweat running down his cheeks, wondering how the old man could keep this inside him for so long. Closing his eyes, he continued the ritual, thinking that if he had come even a little later, Du-jin would have cooled down. During his duel, everything was not so bad. Shin remembered how the old man looked menacingly in front of him. He thought that it was there that he used a lot of kai. He smiled and thought about why this old man and Wang himself were putting himself out so much for the benefit of other people. Shin began to absorb dark energy from Du-jin. He thought for him to hold on, he will cleanse him. The protagonist smiled, he felt the important points in their body, and then wondered what else he would add a little of his energy to restore circulation. After a while, Du-jin sighed calmly. Jiam, looking in front of him in surprise, wondered that his comrade had recovered, just as the eldest gentleman had managed it. Shin, stretching out his hand, remembered how Il did the same things with him. He thought that it seems that experience helped him a lot. He did not think that a necromancer like him would ever use treatment. Shin absorbed the last of the dark energy from Du-jin and thought that everything was ready. Du-jin opened his eyes wide and looked ahead in surprise. A pure blue aura emanated from him. Looking at his body, he was very surprised. Jiam, looking ahead, opened his mouth wide and thought that his chakras had opened. Looking at his comrade, from whom pure energy emanated, he thought that it seemed that the vice chief had suddenly reached the highest rank. Jiam ran up to Du-jin and shouted what was happening. How was this possible? And then he looked away in surprise. Du-jin turned his head along with him. In front of them was Shin, who was meditating with furrowed brows. Then he smiled. Many system messages appeared in front of the protagonist that he had fulfilled the conditions for opening a secret task. He received a lot of experience points. After using the healing skill, the system notified Shin that he had received a huge amount of yin mana and congratulated him on reaching the 4th circle of mana circulation in the heart. Shin, smiling smugly as he absorbed the resulting mana, thought that by absorbing Du-jin's curse, he had opened the 4th circle of mana, completed one quest, started another and received the ability to heal, during which Du-jin approached him. Shin's gaze silently went straight to him, after which Du-jin, holding his fist with his palm, said that he was forever obliged to him. Shin, continuing to smile and scratching the back of his head, said that it was not difficult. Dai, sitting opposite, asked how he found out about the poison and was able to cure it. Dai and Du-jin were happily surprised and smiled, asking him to explain this to them. Shin self-confidently, pointing his thumb at himself, said that he knew about the poison because he was also poisoned. Dai, screaming in indignation, hit the floor with his hand. Du-jin, who was sitting next to him, also did not understand the master's words. Then Shin said that to be specific, this is not poison, but a curse sent by someone. Having calmed down a little, Du-jin asked that even if that was the case, how did he know about it? Shin, folding his legs at the knees, said that it was not he who recognized one. Looking menacingly in front of him, Shin said that he just heard about him. Then Dai asked in surprise who told him. When answering the question, Shin looked at him, saying that it was the father. Jin, very surprised, said that this could not be. Dai, with an incomprehensible look, said that this was impossible, and was he sure. Then, folding his hands in front of his chest, Shin confidently said that he was sure his father was also killed by a curse. Jin was extremely outraged by what he heard, asking who was behind this. Continuing the conversation in the same position, Shin asked if they had already guessed. After hearing this, Dai leaned forward and said that this was terribly important information and why didn't he tell the others. Then Shin leaned in and asked who he could trust. While Shin said that his father found out about the curse when it was too late, it was a dark night outside the house with a full moon. Dai and Jin sat in the middle of the room, still listening to him as he said that since he didn't want to destroy the family reputation, he finally gave up and instead of finding the culprit, he focused on saving him. Continuing his story with a smug look, Shin said that the solution was to find the legend that his family had forgotten about, after which Daya and Jin were very surprised by the word legend. Shin, with a slow movement of his hand, took the blade out of its sheath and said that it was only by miracle that her father found her. Holding the blade straight out in front of him, he ran 2 fingers along the blade, saying the power to destroy everything in its path. Standing on 2 legs, Shin extended his blade forward, from which a huge energy of blue glow emanated, which greatly surprised Jin and Dai. Jin, shaking in surprise, said that it was the Jejong dragon hidden among the white clouds. Clutching his chest, Dai began to cry at what he saw and said that as soon as the heavens shook, a thunderstorm would strike the entire world. After which Jin cried, saying that this is the legend of the 12 Thunderballs. Remembering the silhouette of the menacing ill, from whom enormous power emanated, Shin realized that when he received the 12 Thunderballs, the first question arose as to why such a strong technique was forgotten by the Beacon clan, because ill did not leave a description of the martial art for the next generations. Everyone, even his family, begged him to change his mind, but it was all in vain. There were rumors among ordinary people that he wanted the Beacon clan to follow the path of not a fighting clan, but a trade one, so the art of 12 Thunderballs remained only a beautiful legend, a myth of the Beacon clan. After which Shin looked at the sparkling sword, thinking that the fact that he was a contender for the throne and was able to learn the 12 Thunderballs is the main argument that only he is worthy of becoming the leader of the clan. He turned his head towards the others, mentally apologizing for taking advantage of his father's death for the sake of his story. Shin continued to look at the crying heads of the clan in surprise, deciding for himself that he would repay him, that he would brutally avenge him and his sons. Continuing to sob and shake, Jin thought about forgiving the Lord, because it was difficult for him to free himself from the curse, to work as hard as he could to learn martial arts alone. Dai also cried and shook, thinking that he was obliged until the end of his life, even after death, to continue to atone for the sin of not believing in the master. Shin continued to look at the two and said that before he told them about his proposal, he needed them to fully understand something. Jin and Dai looked at their master in surprise. Shin gathered all his strength, looking at them menacingly, after which he sharply released his strong aura, which had a violet glow. Dai jumped up in fear, thought that this was incredible power, the art of the god of lightning and thunderstorms. Jin, following his example, thought where such wild energy came from, how something like that could even exist. Shin, with a menacing expression on his face, continued to release his aura, thinking that this really should be surprising. He simultaneously used mana and the art of the sage, the art of the god of lightning and thunderstorm. Dai shuddered in surprise, wondering if this strong man was definitely the same senior gentleman. Jin, continuing to stare blankly, thought that he had personally seen such power only once, the warrior who accompanied them to the commission 30 years ago. An image of a strong warrior with red hair holding a blade in front of him appeared in his mind as he thought that it was the current leader of Muram, Damchunggun, the emperor of the ball, because their strength was equal. Shin, continuing to release his power, looking at the surprised faces of the heads, turned to Jin and Dayu and said that he would not make long speeches and would ask directly. With a serious expression on his face, he offered to join him. Almost immediately, Jin put his hand on his fist and said that he spoke in the name of the vice chief of the Beacon clan and would become his faithful follower. Dai followed suit and said that on behalf of the Pure Cloud faction, he would do whatever was required of him. The two heads stood on one knee, making a promise, while Shin mentally swore that under the leadership of young Master Shin, the Beacon clan would rise to the skies again, after which he asked them to stand up. After Dai and Jin stood up, Shin said that although he would like to congratulate them on their recovery and their union. They looked at him in surprise as he suddenly jumped up. Shin broke through the roof with a sharp movement of his hand. He grabbed the stranger by the clothes and threw him down with all his might. Landing on his feet right in front of him, Shin said that it looked like they had an uninvited guest. Dai looked at Jin, who took the stranger by the mask, thinking that he was a professional killer with covert surveillance techniques that hid even the most developed senses. The cloth covering his face was abruptly pulled from the stranger's face. He raised his eyes in fear, but remained silent while Dujin said that he was one of the Red Clouds. They had known them for more than 10 years. Looking menacingly at the killer, who clenched his teeth with a crunch, Shin said that he should go and tell his master that he would soon break his neck. Suddenly, foam began to appear from the stranger's mouth, and his entire body was tense. Dai rushed towards him with a shout, but Dujin said that it was too late. The killer lay unconscious on the floor with foam and blood flowing from his mouth as Dujin added that poison was revealed between his teeth. All three in the room turned sharply to the right when they heard a sound. They continued to look in that direction as if they were expecting something. Then Shin took a step forward and said that it was better to tell him about it in person. He, Dujin, and Dai, armed and full of determination, moved forward. The man shook in horror and asked Bon himself what he was doing, but he remained silent in response and raised his blade above him. He swung his sword with a quick movement of his hand, killing him. Many people with white eyes and black and red clothes, armed with blades, stood menacingly, and Bon told everyone to throw down their weapons and surrender. Opposite them stood people in the same clothes, not understanding what was happening, when one of them said with displeasure that they did not dare draw swords in the common territory. Bon sharply rushed towards him, saying that he would not repeat it, and they should surrender now. And he, extending his blade in front of him, said that the entire faction of Red Clouds had gone crazy, after which one of those people with white eyes, who, I am sure, rushed forward, was killed. The sounds of battle echoed along the night city street, illuminated only by the moon. The men in black and red continued to kill others while the followers said that they were bastards and asked them to stop. One brave young man with fear on his face said that the wars of pure clouds should get into battle formation. Many people in white robes moved forward. Someone said that these were the warriors of the white clouds, and they should support the clear clouds and strengthen the formation. Bon said that they were all pathetic first-class warriors and gave the order to the others to kill them. People in black and red robes stood in front of a crowd dressed in white, who pulled their blades forward in fear. Other people in white clothes came outside after hearing the screams, not understanding what was happening. Looking at what was happening, one of them said that this cannot be, why they started a fratricidal war, and they need to stop all this. They continued to watch the battle when Jayam appeared behind them, asking if the small cloud wars had decided not to participate. One of the men in white asked with displeasure what their wars were doing now, and he responded by saying that they had learned that the senior master had teamed up with two faction leaders and decided to destroy both the junior master and the Red Clouds faction. This man stood with surprise on his face, thinking that Jin really dared to carry out this massacre because of rumors, and then demanded proof. Jayam looked at him menacingly and said not to doubt them, because all these people were enemies who planned to remove the younger master from his place. To which he exclaimed that among those people there may be innocents, and they are all their family. He begins to bother him. The other jerked back and said that things could have been a lot easier if he had just followed their orders. His hand suddenly grabbed the necks of two people in white. He lifted them off the ground as they tried to escape his grip, realizing that they couldn't. Jayam said that the non-entities should die while they were still trying to get out. Their lifeless bodies fell to the ground, and he said that all the small cloud warriors just silently watched as their leaders were mercilessly strangled. A crowd of people in white with fear on their faces when Jayam, turning his head in their direction, said that they looked like the same pathetic rodents as their heads were. He turned towards them with a very menacing look, saying that they should pretend that they have at least a drop of honor in them, and they would try to fight him. The man in red's gaze was attracted by something to the side, and he thought that the spy could not kill them when someone said that the warriors of white and pure clouds should not relieve the pressure and hold out to the end. Let him express his strength with all his appearance and swung his blade in front of him. The man in black and red barely parried the blow with his sword. Dai's blow caused dust to rise around him and he threw his opponent back. The men in gray robes cheered with joy on their faces that their head had arrived. Dujin, Shin, and Dai looked in their direction, listening to the words that the eldest master had come to their aid. Jayam, emitting his aura, said that he sent the strongest warrior, and neither Non-Dai Young nor Dujin Woon could cope with him, and, as they thought, it was him. Raising his hand with a smirk on his face, he continued to say that considering everything he had done lately, they would have to cut off his head. Then Dujin exclaimed with displeasure that he was a bastard and he didn't dare talk to him like that. At that moment, the thought came to Jayam's head that the scoundrels from the small clouds decided to join Shin. Shin, pointing his finger at him, said with surprise in his voice that it was his master, who sent a curse on his father and brother, who must answer for this with his head. Jayam was very dissatisfied with what he heard, tensed up and began to radiate even more of his aura, not understanding what curse he was talking about and how he dared to spew out such impudent words. To which Shin, with a confident grin on his face, said that they would turn out to be true if you went down into the underground tunnels under the Red Clouds faction. The crowd of people in black and red were very surprised by what they heard. The people in white robes began to talk about underground tunnels and wondered about the curse. Shin, slowly drawing his blade from its sheath, thought that thanks to the shadow whispers he sent for their clan, he already knew all their secrets and said that enough chatter because they wanted to kill him. Jayam gave the order to destroy them. Obeying him, people in black and red rushed towards them with incredible speed. Then the people in white confidently grabbed their blades, holding them out in front of them, along with the words that the warriors of the small clouds must stand up for their brothers and forget about the fear of death, because their future leader stands side by side with them. The two crowds clashed in a fierce battle, piercing each other's bodies with their swords while dust and blood flew in different directions. Jayam was right above Shin's head, his hands engulfed in bluish-green energy as he said that he would kill him with his own hands, and Shin glared at him sharply. Jayam held out his hand, ready to strike, with a determined expression on his face, and Shin stood and looked at him with a grin, saying that, as he thought, Ice Kai and he would have to be dealt with. Raising his blade, he deflected his blow, and blue energy echoed throughout the area. Jayam smiled widely and continued to throw a huge number of palm strikes, thinking that he had reached the peak of his power. That's all he was counting on, while Shin, with a calm expression on his face, deflected all of his strikes using his blade. Jayam rushed towards him, preparing to strike with two hands at once, thinking that he was a fool and did not even suspect that he had fallen into the trap of his ghostly frost. As soon as Manhwa concentrated in him, his hands froze. Shin jumped sharply to the side, smiling widely, holding a blade shrouded in ice in front of him. He continued to hold the hilt of his blade with both hands, the blade of which was shrouded in ice. Jayam looked at this with great surprise, thinking that he was completely fine. I shouldn't be like that. Shin, with a pleased expression on his face, began releasing his aura of purple glow as he touched his hand to the blade of his sword, saying that he expected more from his opponent. Jayam looked intensely in his direction, not understanding that this bastard apparently had such powerful internal Kai. Shin looked menacingly in his direction, continuing to smile, and thought that compared to the energy of the dead, this is just a kindergarten. Then Jayam rushed towards him, saying that he was a cunning bastard. Then Shin, taking a fighting stance, began to emit a blue glow, saying that these were 12 thunderballs, one form of direct thunderstorm attack. Jayam rushed back sharply, thinking that this was a dangerous blow. But at the same moment, Shin appeared right in front of him, which greatly surprised him, saying that he was late. The next moment, with a sharp movement of his blade, he cut off his enemy's hand. Jayam screamed in terrible pain with fear on his face. Shin, with a menacing look, holding his blade in his hand, which still emitted a blue glow, stood directly above Jayam, who had fallen to the ground. He continued to hold the blade with his hand. At the moment when the white-robed crowd surrounding him was extremely surprised that this was the 12 thunderballs of the art of the god of lightning and thunder, their future leader had mastered this art. A crowd of people in black and red clothes looked at everything that was happening with surprise and fear, until one of them shouted out of despair that his brothers should not succumb to fear. They all gathered their thoughts while he continued to say that there were only 3 gifted ones on their side, and there were more of them, and the outcome of this battle was obvious. His words were interrupted by Shin standing opposite him, saying that it was immediately clear that they were all the same. After which he extended his hand forward and with a smug grin, releasing his power outward, having a purple glow, saying that he was mistaken about the amount. To which the man in black and red asked what trick he had in store this time. He was very surprised by what he saw when he looked down. The man in black and red continued to stand still and look at the black puddle that appeared under his feet, saying that this was some kind of bullshit. He was very surprised by what he saw, because right in front of him a black something appeared from that puddle. Continuing to look forward, the man in black and red saw a silhouette in front of him, resembling a hooded man, who looked at him with brightly glowing red eyes. He began to tremble out of fear and did not understand what was happening. A similar silhouette of a hooded man appeared in front of each of the crowd of people in black and red clothes. One of the summoned creatures swung his blade directly above his head. The next moment, he cut off the head of one of his opponents with a quick movement of his ball. The rest followed his example, sprinkling their robes in blood and killing most of the people in black and red. Shin, with his hands behind his back, gave the order to kill them all. Then the creatures he summoned immediately moved to carry out the order of their master, and the people in black tried to escape, saying that this was the art of chaos. At this moment, Du Jin and Dai, that must be what the eldest gentleman was talking about. Some creatures in black capes and with red glowing eyes emitted blue energy while they remembered the words of their master. That before his death, his father hired warriors from the Death Gate to guard him. This is a secret, not a group of hired killers. Even meeting them is impossible without fulfilling certain conditions. They continued to remember the previous conversation of the heads with Shinui, who said that his father only fulfilled one and now they will protect him for a year. He stood right in front of them with a serious expression on his face, saying that in exchange for this, father showed them the teaching of the 12 Thunderball art of the lightning and storm god art. Dai was very surprised by what he heard and tensed, saying that he gave up the family art for the sake of hired killers. Jin was also amazed by this, and his hand holding the blade was shaking when he said that the former had made a huge sacrifice for him. Shin continued to look at the very upset eyes, thinking that all this was nonsense, but he would not be able to talk about the skeletons in any other way. Returning to the events of the present, a silhouette in a black cape stood right in front of a frightened man in black and red. While Shin said that if you use the phantom robe skill that he received at the previous level on the skeletons, they can hide their bodies under it and also hide in the shadows and opponents. Looking at Jin standing behind him, he thought that he had to make it up as he went along, but it worked quite well. At that moment, the summoned skeleton mercilessly pierced the stomach of the man in black and red clothes. Creatures in black capes with weapons in their hands stood directly above the modest number of corpses lying on the ground in front of them. A crowd of people in white clothes said in surprise that this was probably the personal detachment of their future head created by himself. Even if they are so strong, then what is their future head? Jin and Dai looked on at all this with jubilant cries of victory, praising Mr. Yu Shenwun. Shin looked to the side with a serious expression on his face, thinking that there were only 2 freaks left to deal with. After which, pointing his blade at the huge mansion standing nearby, he called on everyone to go after the head of the leader of the Red Clouds. Everyone listened to him. All together they confidently and very quickly rushed towards him. They continued to run forward when a strange fog began to appear out of nowhere. Suddenly the fog began to become thicker and fall lower and lower. At some point, Shin, looking around, realized that there was only one left and there was only an incomprehensible fog around him. He turned around sharply and couldn't see anything. I think that everyone suddenly just disappeared. It resembles a valley of bloody fog. Quack must have used a defensive technique. Continuing to stand in place and raising his hand to his face, Shin thought that it was even better if there were no extra eyes. He could use the full power of necromancy. He stood in front of a mansion from which dark purple evil energy emanated, saying that he had brought destruction upon himself. Quack was very dissatisfied and hit the table with his fist. He stood in the middle of the hall, in the middle of which there were stones emitting pink light, and on the side stood people whose bodies were completely bandaged and did not understand what was happening because he did not feel their energy. Grabbing the table with his fingers with all his strength with a dissatisfied expression on his face, he said that they really killed even Hajayam because no one in the Beacon clan could resist the Ice Kai. With a menacing look, he continued to look straight ahead. I think that his plan was thought out down to the smallest detail why everything turned out this way. Quack, right in front of the clan gate, next to whom stood several people in black and red clothes, radiated evil energy. He thought that it should not have been difficult for the cult to subjugate Beacon. In order to create his main base here, it was an excellent decision to precisely send an ancient curse, knowledge about which dozens had disappeared years ago. He was extremely dissatisfied and put his hand on his head, thinking that this definitely should have been enough for victory. The only detail he missed was, I continue to be indignant. He remembered the image of Shin. I think that this is the eldest son of Yu Shinan. After all, it was after his birth that everything went wrong. This bastard turned into a completely different person, and continuing to look in front of him, he thought that it didn't matter. He became completely tense and looked down when he began to exude energy, thinking that all he could do was destroy everyone and grind this place into powder. Continuing to release more and more energy, he realized that if the world finds out about the existence of the cult, none of them will survive until that moment. He had an image in his head of a man who looked like a vampire with bats flying around him during the blood moon. Suddenly his attention was distracted by something. It was Shin coming down the stairs. Putting one hand on the blade and raising the other slightly up, he greeted Quack. Having walked a little further, Shin found himself in that very hall. What was inside surprised him greatly. He saw people whose bodies were completely bandaged and said that he suspected that they were all crazy here. Standing right in front of Quack, he noticed that this was already too much, not realizing that they were freaking out at all. Quack is sure that after looking at his side, he said that he wants to offer a deal. With a malicious grin on his face, he continued to say that he would be made the head of this clan, and in 3 months they would put Beacon in the place of the best commission clan of Zhejiang. After which, with a deft movement of his hand, he threw the blade to the sides of the niche, saying that for this he would need to prove his devotion to the cult. Shin silently looked at the blade that landed right next to his feet. He bent down and took the blade in his hands while Quack, looking at this, said that if he rises and destroys the remnants of the clan, all the glory and my husband will be with him. Suddenly Quack was surprised by what he saw. He was barely able to dodge the blade that Shin threw towards him with great speed. Shin, pointing his fingers at him with a proud expression on his face, said that he kept thinking when he would shut up, but he kept mumbling and mumbling, noting that he apparently had a whole speech prepared. Quack was very angry with his words, and he shouted and called Togwine with a determined look, slowly pulled out a blade from its sheath, which was emitting blue energy, and said that let's stop chatting and get down to business. To which Quack laughed and said that he was wondering why he began to behave so impudently. after which his eyes turned red and he shouted that he had really mastered the pitiful art of his ancestor and believed in himself. Quack folded his palms in front of him, releasing his energy, and said that this was just hilarious, now he would show him real power. An incomprehensible force, rushing from Quack, suddenly moved towards Shin. He was very surprised, not understanding what was happening, and thought that this bastard had gained a lot of power. Shin at the same moment lowered one hand to the ground and began summoning skeletons in black capes, thinking that what was happening was very strange. The bandaged people who stood on the sides of this room began to move their fingers, and their eyes glowed red. They all seemed to come to life, barely standing on their feet, emitting evil energy and looking at Shin. After which they all exclaimed and rushed towards him. Shin looked menacingly in their direction, thinking that they were like zombies, but in this world, walking corpses are called jiangshi. After which, stretching his hand forward, he gave the order to his soldiers to attack. In turn, Clock followed suit and ordered the jiangshi to destroy them. The wars of the two sides moved towards each other and clashed in a fierce battle. The battle was so intense that the sounds of fighting could be heard throughout the room. During this fight, the zombies lost their arms, heads, and half of their torso was untied. Clock looked at this while continuing to emit his own energy. He rarely uses chaos arts, but it is all useless. One of the summoned warriors, Shin in a black robe, was about to strike again, chattering his jaw, when suddenly he was surprised by what he saw in front of him, trying to defend himself with a blade. At the same moment, a huge crowd of dead people rushed at him. He managed to pierce only the body of one of them. Each of the summoned warriors was surrounded by a huge number of jiangshi, which surrounded them on all sides. Sold stood on the sidelines behind what was happening and thought that each of these jiangshi was at the level of strength of a supreme warrior and it would be problematic to destroy them in a fair fight. Turning his head to the side, Shin saw how one of the skeletons easily cut the dead men who were moving towards him and noticed that it was easy for the old man. Shin had a serious look in his eyes and thought that this all suggested that this freak was just trying to buy himself time. He looked towards Quack, who was standing in a certain position, muttering something under his breath, and radiating evil energy. Thinking that after the jiangshi awakened, Quack began some kind of ritual, most likely that's why he was distracting him. Shin, fully focused, released all his energy when he realized how he could destroy everyone at once. The energy of the two met each other, as did their gazes, as Quack thought that such a concentration of internal Kai, what was he planning this time? And Shin thought that this skill would waste 60% of his entire yin mana. After which Shin resolutely extended his hand forward, clenched it into a fist and causing an explosion of corpses. After which all the dead who fought with the summoned skeletons began to swell in a strange way. Eventually, they couldn't hold back any longer. Quack looked at what was happening with great surprise, not understanding what was happening now. A bright yellow light was visible from the huge mansion, and then there was an incredibly huge explosion. Among the debris and a huge amount of dust raised around, one could see the black silhouettes of summoned skeletons. They were all trying to recover from the building collapse. The skeletons surrounded their owner while he, standing on one knee, leaning on his sword, cleared his throat after what had happened. Shin stood up, trying to look around and shaking off the dust, thinking that this explosive power was quite large, and it was quite dangerous. After which he looked at Ilya, who stood calmly on two legs, holding his sword, thinking that the old man, as always, did not care. Continuing to look around among the rubble of the house, Shin thought that, speaking of the old people, Quack had disappeared somewhere, as had the energy of his ritual. Shin stared straight ahead, recalling images of various monsters, noting that Quack's energy was the same as the monsters from his past life. He lost his balance as everything around him suddenly began to shake. Something with a pink glow suddenly caught his attention. Shin watched as the silhouette of Quack rushed straight out of the rubble, scattering it in different directions. How someone who was right in the air raised his hands straight in front of him, laughed and continued to radiate enormous power. Laughing, he looked at one of his hands, which he extended right in front of his face, turning to the demon lord, and said that these pathetic creatures were amazed by his power. After which, his gaze turned to those below, asking Shin's opinion, and saying that power is only available to those blessed by the demon lord. At the same moment, Quack was very surprised. Shin stood smiling, thinking about something, resting his head on his hand. After which he said with surprise that this was very interesting. This behavior made Quack very angry. He thought that this freak had gone crazy, even though he was able to learn the forgotten art of exploding corpses. He no longer has any trump cards, and he is just a pawn in his way. An obstacle that he will destroy will bring to sacrifice to the demon lord. Looking very distressed, he raised his hand and was about to attack Shin when he said that this is not a form that is affected by modifying the victim's body. Quack froze, waiting, while Shin, standing in his place, continued to say that it was not like his body was deforming, and for the appearance of a monster. They both continued to look at each other in silence, after which Shin, flexing his fist, anticipating the fight, suggested that Quack try to find out about it when all the crap comes out of him. Quack was very surprised and frightened by such a statement. He was greatly outraged by what he heard and wondered why he was afraid of this freak. Gathering his thoughts, Quack spread his arms to the sides and warned that he would now know the power of the blessing of the demon lord himself. His body, after the words he said, gradually began to disintegrate into small particles. While this was happening, he smiled widely. Shin and all the skeletons he summoned silently watched as these particles fluttered in the wind. He continued to look at one point and did not say anything. Suddenly, from the side, something rushed straight towards him. Instantly dodging the threat approaching him, he used the bone wall. Jumping to the side, bone spikes appeared in that place next to him along with splashes of blood, and a loud scream erupted. After which the silhouette of a hand began to appear. Ultimately, one could see a hand trembling in pain, which was pierced by those same thorns, and a huge amount of blood on them. It was the hand of Kwaku, who looked at his hand in horror and did not understand what it was. At the same moment, his body began to disintegrate into small particles again. While he thought that this could not be possible, Shin stood still, turning his head and silently watching as a strange pink energy hovered around him. His eyes looked first to the right, then to the left, after which, turning his head, he again used the bone wall. He still stood in one place while a huge number of bone spikes appeared right behind him. Quack was trembling from surprise and lack of understanding of the current situation, because now his other hand was struck by thorns. He was perplexed by what was happening and did not understand how this was possible and what he was doing. Quack, with great pain coursing through his entire body, tried to free his hand from the thorns until Shin, walking up to him with a smile on his face, said that this was not good. Shin looked in his direction with eyes of complete madness, saying that if he were a little to the left, he would tear out his eyes. Quack, who had finally freed his hand from the thorns, asked with a tired look how he did it. Shin, standing in front of him, extended his hand forward, beginning to explain to him that this low-rank mist teleportation is always accompanied by mana changes before the spawn point is established. Continuing his story, looking at Quack, he added that he just concentrated a little on this, and Quack, who had still not recovered from his injuries, said that this was impossible. Suddenly, Quack, gathering all his last strength, subdued the drops of blood surrounding him and exclaimed that he did not dare mock the demon lord. The blood flew into the air, forming thin threads that resembled a funnel, after which, closing more narrowly, they turned into something resembling bloody needles. Quack shouted for Shin to die and sent many of the bloody needles he created towards him. He stood there smiling smugly as he watched what was about to happen, thinking that try to block this first attack and it would drain all his blood. Shin stood opposite, crossing his arms over his chest, and sighed heavily, watching the threat approaching him. Suddenly, a wall of ghosts appeared right in front of him, protecting him from Kwaku's bloody needles. He continued to stand smiling smugly as he watched the needles fail to penetrate his defenses. Quack saw what was happening, did not understand how his blood blade could not cope with this. Had he really already reached a level of power that he could not measure? Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, he decided to absorb the blood of his servant, and not himself, since this was not possible. The summoned skeletons in black robes stood behind, doing nothing. At that moment, Kwaku suddenly rushed towards them and extended his hand forward. Bloody needles were sent towards them with incredible speed, after which they dug right into them all over their bodies, but the skeletons did not even flinch. They stood still as if nothing had happened and continued to remain silent. Then Kwaku, with a wide smile on his face, laughed, began to gather a huge amount of power into himself and said that that's all, now his strength will return to him. But suddenly he was very surprised and disappointed, not understanding how this could happen. A skeleton in a black robe began to remove the bloody blade that had dug into him with his blade, after which other summoned skeletons followed his example and began to remove these needles from themselves. Shin turned his head sharply in their direction, thinking that Quack could try, and it was impossible to further suck the blood out of those who did not have it in principle. Quack was very angry, gritting his teeth with dissatisfaction, and thought that this was impossible, and he did not believe in it. Right in front of him, among the rubble of the mansion, stood Shin along with 8 black-robed warriors holding weapons in front of them, a golden glow emanating from them. One of the recognized warriors swung his blade furiously at great speed, creating golden energy. Quack stood and looked in surprise at the golden energy approaching him, after which his body again began to disintegrate into small particles. While he thought that he could not escape from here, then first he would move to the sky, where they would not reach him. Il suddenly moved from his place and headed towards Quack. This attracted Shin's attention. Shin stood with great surprise and looked at what was happening, saying that it was incredible. Il swung his blade emitting blue energy with great speed, followed by a shattering scream. He stood, covered with a black robe, lowering his blade down after the blow he made, while Quack's body fell to the ground nearby. Shin watched what was happening, thinking how the old man was able to predict the trajectory of his flight and also change it with such speed. Half-dead Quack lay on the ground among the rubble, coughing up blood from his mouth. The shadow of the owner suddenly appeared above his head, who said that it was really just a temporary transition to another form. Shin looked at the defeated enemy with a menacing look and said that even after the form became unstable, it began to absorb the body's resources. Quack continued to lie in place, motionless, completely exhausted, while Shin said that it would be better if he did not use martial arts. Shin leaned closer to him and asked what he really thought he could be defeated by the powers of these bastards. At that moment, Quack, with the last of his strength, coughing up blood, asked who he was talking about. Then Shin, with a menacing expression on his face, asked if he really didn't know. Then he, hiding his hands behind his back, said that fog teleportation, blood spikes, blood absorption, and he recognized these abilities at a glance. An image of a certain human-looking demon in a red suit and claws appeared in his head when he asked how this freak was able to use the power of the vampire lord. The main character remembered a guy with red hair, fangs, and bat wings on his head. This is a vampire lord, a monster with the ability to increase its strength and create minions by absorbing the blood of a target. Khan put his foot on the body of the murdered vampire lord, folded his arms on his chest, and thought that this creature was a real monster, a cruel and strong monster, but for him he was just an annoying non-entity from the time of the life of a hunter. A dark-haired guy in a suit put the phone to his ear, waited for an answer, and thought, again, where he was. In Busan, since the abilities of a vampire do not work on the undead, he was mainly involved in their destruction. Shin lowered his eyes and thought, so he immediately realized that Quack Unsang was using the powers of a vampire. The main character looked at the shaking body of the man whose mouth was open, and thought that in a past life, no ordinary person could use the powers of monsters. Shin imagined how people turned into monsters and thought, transformation, rage, infection, destruction. It was ordinary people who suffered the most from the fact that someone wanted to try these powers. The main character remembered a man in armor who held a spear in front of him and, turning to the boy, shouted for him to run away. These were no longer his brothers and sisters, not the ones he knew. The dark-haired boy cried, trembled, and looked at the headmaster, who continued to shout at him to get out of here quickly while he could hold them back. Shin looked ahead thoughtfully, exhaled, and thought that he remembered not the most pleasant things. The main character sat down, extended his hand to the head of the man lying on the floor, and thought, monsters only use the mana of corruption if a person can also use it and also maintain clarity of mind. Shin looked down carefully and thought that Quack Unsang seemed to have stepped into a world beyond human existence. Quack, lying on the floor, clenched his teeth and said, "What, the vampire? This is the power of the demon lord." Quack trembled, knitted his eyebrows, and shouted that after 1,000 years of waiting, he had finally chosen them, the Blood Sect. Shin tilted his head, looked at the man, and thought, the Blood Sect, this is the sect they were all talking about, mentioning the demonic sect on Mount Tian. However, there is no need to jump to conclusions, he could be lying to him. The protagonist raised his head, looked in front of him, and thought, but thousands of years of waiting means that this sect has been gathering forces in the shadows for many years, and he chose them. Do they worship some kind of divine being? Shin punched the man hard in the chest with the idea that it was worth getting more information, but first he would destroy his source of Kai just in case. The main character picked up the legless body of a man who was shaking and asked to kill him, and Shin said that all this pain cannot be compared with the pain of those innocents whom he sacrificed. The main character looked questioningly at the man's face. Shin noticed that there was a little missing skin on his cheekbone and thought it was a mask. The main character, holding the man by the neck, sharply tore off his mask with his second hand. Shin looked surprised, holding the torn-off mask in his hand. The main character looked at the calm face of the man. Shin looked away and squinted one eye. The main character remembered himself in the form of a mummy. He was lying with his eyes open, and there was darkness all around. Shin grabbed his head from this memory and released his fingers holding the man. Quack fell face down on the floor. The main character imagined his face in the dark. Shin grabbed his head, looked ahead in confusion, and thought, these are the memories of Yu Shinan. The main character remembered how Quack came to him with a smile on his face and told the eldest gentleman that they had not seen each other for a long time. The bandaged body of the guy lay on a stone table. Quack sat down next to him, holding a bell in his hands, and said, before his death he was complete garbage. Who knew how gifted he could become after getting him from the grave? Shin remembered his dead body lying on the table, eyes open. Quack rang the bell with a smile and loudly told him to rejoice. He would be reborn as the only one and become the basis of the future of the Blood Sect. Shin remembered how he could see again. The main character put his palm to his face and thought that he could feel Yu Shinwung's emotions. He finally understood why he saw that vision of Jo Maiho from the future. The protagonist imagined himself as half human and half mummy and thought that there was an alternative version of these events where he was not reborn into Yu Shinwung's body and memories manifested as time passed, like what Yu Shinwung experienced after death. Shin crouched down and lifted the man's legless body by the hair and told him to quickly tell him everything he knew about this sect. Quack looked to the side and said this. Quack opened his eyes wide and tried to answer. The man's face began to swell, purple liquid began to flow from his nose, mouth, and eyes, and he screamed loudly in pain. Shin looked at what was happening in surprise, unclenched his fingers that were holding the man by the hair, and thought that someone had set a trap on his mind. He was about to collapse. He needed to stop this quickly. The man's body fell down and he made strange sounds. Shin put his hand on Quack's head and thought that the force was too strong. The main character turned the man's head a little and looked at his lifeless face. Shin sat down on the steps next to the body and wondered if there really was someone so powerful in this world. A screen with notifications appeared in front of the main character, in which it was written that the monster, the Vampire Lord, was destroyed. As a reward he received a Mana Stone. The maximum amount of experience, a level increase, his level was increased to 35th, the ability of Necromancy was increased to rank 8. Mastery level of all skills related to Necromancy increased, skill, Mastery of Skeletons, reached maximum mastery, skill, Mastery of Skeletons, increased to rank 8. Number of summoned servants increased to 22, characteristics of all servants improved to rank A. New servants became available for summoning. New skills became available. Power over a ghost horse, power over ghouls, manipulation of memories, mental illusion, pocket dimension. As a reward for the first destruction of the Vampire Lord, he received a vampire sword. The artifact vampire sword does not exist in this world. Instead of a non-existent artifact, he receives a scythe of acidic poison. He receives the title of Bat Killer. Shin read all the information and thought that Kwak-un-sang was considered a monster. The main character looked down and thought, blood sect, what kind of freaks are these? Du-jin stood with a large army of warriors, shrouded in haze, and shouted that the fog was clearing. He turned to the warriors of all factions with the words that they needed to quickly find their future leader and help him. The warrior's hand touched the monster's disappearing body. The warrior screamed, the future head, here he is. The Red Cloud building is completely destroyed. A group of warriors with joyful faces ran and shouted that their leader, their future leader, was right here. Shin stood up and looked at the joyful warriors who were shouting, future leader, and thought he'd better concentrate on the present. The main character looked forward seriously and shouted that the battle was over. Shin raised his sword up and shouted that they had won. Du-jin, Dai and the rest of the warriors smiled happily. A blue light appeared near the pillar with the emblem. 3 more lights appeared around the pillar. One of the lights said that it was already time for the monthly meeting. It was starting to get boring. The second wisp replied that this was part of the plan in the name of the Demon Lord, and asked Commander Tai to watch his language. The light with the voice of Commander Tai told Commander Jiang to watch his tongue. If you talk to him like that again, he will break his neck. The 2 lights turned red with anger. Commander Jiang said that he, to him, was a funny joke, and Commander Tai replied, what, is he a joke? There were 3 lights near the pillar with the emblem. The middle one asked both of them to calm down and not forget that they were in the domain of the Demon Lord. 3 magical lights were near the pillar. One of them with the voice of Commander Tai said, but why are there only 6 of us here? The time for the meeting has already come. One of the lights seriously said that they all understand that the affairs of Commanders Jin and Gon are rather dubious, and suggested starting the meeting like this. 6 lights stood around the post. One of them said that there was no change. The second added that they would have to finish it all in the next 3 months. The light illuminated the wall and said that he had a small problem. The 2 lights turned a little. One of them clarified what he said, a problem, and the second asked what he was talking about. The light illuminating the wall began to explain that an incident had occurred in Zhejiang. The reconnaissance detachment he sent there was destroyed. After a little investigation, it turned out that there had been a regular coup in the clan. 2 lights that were in the room began a discussion. One of them, with the voice of Commander Jiang, said, how is this possible? There were probably traces of some other battle there. The second replied that the investigation also showed that the reconnaissance was destroyed by a thunder bomb. 6 lights surrounded the pillar. The light with the voice of Captain Jiang was surprised that it was a thunder bomb and then asked what their damage was. Agniok replied that there was one by shaman and a detachment of bloody warriors. 2 lights joined the conversation. One of them exhaled and said that this was only a grain relative to the entire army, and the second asked, what idiot dared to use a great weapon like that? One of the lights replied that this was Yu Shin-un from the Beacon clan. 2 lights entered into a conversation. One asked what Yu Shin-un was, and the second with a voice. Commander Tai laughed and said that he was defeated by some unknown slug. One of the 8 commanders must be replaced soon. One of the 2 wisps began to turn pink with anger after saying that this was more like an incident that happened due to someone's mistake. He was sure that Commander Tai would fix everything soon. The angry wisp responded naturally. The light in the violet light that comes from the angry commander asked to handle this responsibly. Until the time comes, the affairs of the sect must remain secret. The angry light calmed down and replied that he understood. The 3 lights disappeared after saying, then they will end the meeting this month. One of the remaining ones laughed and said if the next meeting is like this, it should be fun. The light began to change color again from anger with the words, Yu Shin-un. Firepaw turned red. His fiery eyes and mouth appeared on him. He screamed that he would tear him into small pieces. He swore it. A few days after the victory at Kwak-un-sanum, there were visitors sitting at tables in the bar. One of the clients shouted, "Another bottle of bamboo tincture. Hey there, how long will they cook the food?" The waiter replied that they will do everything now. Just a second. The visitor asked if he was serious. The guy replied that of course he was serious. 3 men were sitting at the table. One of them with black short hair raised his hand and said that one of the mansions of the Beacon clan exploded, and also Kwakon-san, the youngest son in the entire Red Cloud faction, disappeared. The guy with the tail looked in surprise and said, so the rumors weren't true. The 2 men looked at the third when he said, "What's wrong with this?" A usual coup within the clan. The guy with short hair asked him to tell him what he knew. A gray liquid was poured into the glass and the man began to say that it all started with the fact that 3 of the 4 leaders of the clan factions elected Yu Shinon as the new head. But the youngest son, Yu Jinsang, and the Red Clouds under his control did not agree with this. A man with long hair raised a glass to his mouth and said that they staged an ambush in which many warriors died, including the leader of the small clouds, but someone single-handedly killed all the rebels and invited his comrades to guess who it was. The 2 men looked attentively and listened to the story, and the long-haired man put his hand on the table and continued to say that it was the eldest heir of the clan, Yu Shin-won. He revealed his martial art and with one blow of his sword summoned a storm. Apparently he is the only one who mastered the art 12 Swords of Thunder. The man with the tail asked in surprise, "Is he serious?" The long-haired man raised his hand, looked at his comrades with a smile and added, and in the end, Kwakon-sang was destroyed by a thunder bomb hidden right in the Red Cloud mansion. The new head even chained Yu Jin-sang, who is rumored to be a drug addict. Now, it seems more there will be no chaos in Baekwon. The guy with short hair even started to have crumbs pour out of his mouth when he said, "Why, yes, all these stories are lies. 12 Swords of Thunder. Such an ancient martial art is probably weak. This idiot took all the laurels for himself after the White Blade Dujin everyone won there." 2 warriors approached the table of men who continued the conversation. The man with the tail smiled and said that it was true. How could this guy do this? There are different rumors. It's interesting how. The guy with short hair raised the jug and said that he's talking about this, the young phoenix of the Beacon clan, but here it's more like a fat owl. The warrior, with a serious look, extended his hand to the shoulder of the guy, who laughed and said that he had heard this. They say that Beacon is now a real nightmare. No one supports the eldest heir anymore. Now it is obvious where this clan is heading. The guy with short hair turned around and looked questioningly. The guy saw 2 warriors who called him buddy and asked if he wanted to come out and talk to them for a minute. The houses stood under the dark night sky. A guy with short hair, stretching his arm out in front of him, fell to the ground from the blow that the warrior dealt him. The guy knelt down, folded his hands in front of him and, shaking with fear, begged the gentleman to let him go. The warriors looked at the shaking guy. One of them said, "How dare he insult their young master like that? If he continues to talk this nonsense, then let him consider that he is already dead." The guy, kneeling, replied, "Okay, he is there, understood." The warriors looked after the running man and shouted, "Then he left from here." The guy with short hair ran and shouted, thanks to them. 2 warriors stood on the street. One of them said he heard that the Hwang Rock clan was spreading bad rumors about them. It seemed that it was the truth. The warrior with a beard replied that not only the Hwang Rock clan, many small and medium-sized trading communities are trying to cause a commotion. The warriors looked at the running guy again and said, "It means that they are now on everyone's lips, and it's not surprising, they still haven't accepted a single commission. Everyone is interested in what they will do." The warriors looked to the side. One of them said with a serious look that he did not care about the opinions of others. His faith was stronger than ever. The second warrior lowered his eyes slightly, smiled and said that just thinking about the future of the clan made his heart begin to beat joyfully. "I wonder what the young master is planning to do." Near the closed doors, which are guarded by 2 people in black cloaks, a guy stands and advises the young master to have a good rest. The servant, folding his hands in front of him, began to descend the steps. The servant stopped, looked up with a smile and thought, he has finally moved into the chambers of the clan leader. The long-awaited peace has arrived. Everyone accepts him as the new head of the family. The guy looked around in surprise and thought, but only 5 days have passed. What is he doing, since he doesn't even have enough time to sleep? Shin lowered his head and closed his eyes, beads of sweat rolling down his face. The main character sat in the lotus position, folded his hands in front of him and said, "Stubborn bastards." Shin looked forward thoughtfully and said, "But finally this blood sect has withdrawn its spies. It's good that he reacted in time." The main character remembered how he stood with his hands raised in front of a crowd of people. Dujin and Dai were next to him immediately after defeating Kwakon-san. He replaced the memories of all survivors with other events of the battle, the uprising of the Red Clouds and the explosion of the mansion. Information about the skill appeared on the screen, memory manipulation, rank A. It can change the memories of any target that is weaker than it. You can only change memories received in the last 24 hours. It is possible to change the memories of several targets at the same time, but for each additional target it costs mana increase by 1.3 times. People looked in one direction with glowing yellow eyes, and the main character thought that a new skill, memory manipulation, and the only reason it had to be used, despite the huge cost of mana, was because all these people could reveal the existence of the blood sect. Du Jin and Dai also stood with yellow eyes, because Shin realized that the blood sect was an insane, uncompromising and cruel community, therefore, if anyone had let anything slip, they would all have been destroyed. The main character, with red eyes from fatigue, looked in front of him and thought that in any case he had bought them time, now the target would not be the entire clan, but only him. Shin said the words, "Return of the call." The main character stood in the room with his hand extended in front of him and said, "Shadow Whisper." Purple streams of mana appeared from under the wall. Shin stood on a purple clot of mana, to which rays of mana were drawn from all sides. He thought, if not for the Shadow Whisper, he would not have been able to react to everything so quickly. The main character looked at his palm, smiled and said that attaching a whisper to all 200 clan members, even a full fourth circle of mana could not help him with this. Shin looked at the red stone in his palm and said that it was all thanks to this thing. Information appeared on the screen about the Vampire Lord's Mana Stone. Rank A, the amount of mana in the stone is 0. The monster's heart, compressed into a sphere, contains a huge amount of mana. The rank of the stone depends on the rank of the monster. The main character closed his eyes, raised his hands. His body was surrounded by purple mana. He thought that he did not know why the monster stone fell out of Quackun Sam, but it helped him. Shin stretched his hand up, closed one eye and began to stretch his back with the thought that since the blood sect is such a secret organization, it will not even think of attacking head-on, which means that the time has not come. The main character looked down, put his hands on his belt and said that he needed to become much stronger. Shin opened the door slightly and mentally told his guards not to allow anyone to enter his chambers. The eyes of one of the skeletons in a black cloak began to glow. The main character stood with his back to the window, extended his hand in front of him and said, "Open a pocket dimension." Shin looked at his hand, around which streams of mana swirled. Information about the pocket dimension appeared on the screen. Rank A, a void formed between dimensions. Only non-animated objects can be placed there. The capacity of the dimension increases as the skill level increases. Shin looked into the resulting portal, holding his hand in front of him, and said that he would start with a new weapon. The main character extended his hand to the object that appeared from the portal. Information appeared on the screen about the Scythe of Acid Poison, type of artifact, rank A+, status, unexplored, element unknown, assigned gifted unknown. A mystical artifact used by warriors of antiquity, contains enormous power. If the user does not have a gifted physique and powerful energy, then possession the artifact will not be available. Shin took the scythe in his hands and looked at it carefully and thought that it was much heavier than it looked, but it fit in his hands like a glove perfectly. The main character waved a scythe of acidic poison, which left a magical trail behind it, and thought, "It's strange, this is the first time he's held this weapon, but it feels like he's been walking around with it for 100 years. Shin put the weapon on the floor, leaned on it, looked down and thought, a gifted person, apparently the owner of this item, and the element is responsible for the ability that is contained inside the weapon, also unexplored. How can he study it? The main character smiled and sent streams of energy into the braid with the thought that he could simultaneously throw out the mana of Yin, Kai, the Eastern Sage and the God of Lightning. Shin removed his hands and looked in surprise at the braid. Powerful streams of energy came from it, which lifted the main character's hair. The guy looked down in surprise and said, "Really?" There was a red glow coming from the scythe. Shin thought he felt the weapon's emotion and it was furious. The main character took the scythe in both hands, looked at it with a smile and thought, "This is a super strong object with its own character. A living weapon, it chooses its owner on its own, so neither money nor strength will help here." Information appeared on the screen that he failed the weapon check. The user does not have enough natural energy. Replenish natural energy. Shin looked at the screen, putting his braid aside, and thought, natural energy, what else is this? The main character looked to the side in confusion and said, characteristics, physique, open. A screen appeared on which there was information about the physique, natural gifted body. Most gifted ones are born with their own strength, but there are cases where the gifted physique is achieved through training. The chance of internal chaos energy is 30%. The rate of pumping martial arts is plus 40%, sensitivity of natural energy plus 50%, location of natural energy plus 50%. Shin read the information on the screen and wondered what kind of natural energy he thought this was. The main character looked at the scythe blade, put his finger on his mouth and said, although he received the weapon, it did not give unto him, and how can he now replenish his energy? Shin sent the scythe back into the portal and thought, well, he doesn't know yet, then he'll figure it out. He can't even use a Kai sword, because this energy is rejected. The main character folded his arms across his chest and thoughtfully walked away from the portal. Shin looked in front of him and thought, so, it's time to strengthen his combat power. The main character looked to the side and said that he could finally get these guys. Shin stopped, turned his head and looked at the portal. The guy opened his mouth and said, come out. Bodies of people began to appear from the portal. Shin folded his arms and looked at the dead bodies on the floor. Shin looked at the man lying face up. The main character smiled, put his palm forward, from which mana began to emerge, and said, "Let's begin." Shin looked at the crowd of skeletons and thought, more than 20 mid-level skeletons, their strength is comparable to the average level power of any class. The main character looked carefully at the main skeleton in a kimono, from which mana was emanating, and thought, "Oh, this bastard, look at the characteristics of the skeletons, is this really a magician?" A screen appeared near the head of the skeleton with information: Skeleton Mage, Priest of Zenith, level 38, characteristics, Frost Mage, abilities, Icy White Water, Bloody Jade Step, Internal Chi 7322, mana amount 2300, strength 222, agility 201, health 140, magic 160. Summoning and maintaining the summoning requires the summoner's internal chi. Shin read the information and thought that he had the summoning characteristics of an ice mage, but the strength and agility were too good. The main character folded his arms on his chest, looked at the skeletons, and thought, however, all the fighting techniques that these weaklings know are magical, so he cannot use them right away. Shin walked around the room with the thought that if he was caught using magic, then everyone he met would want to kill him. Shin sat on the bed and thought, besides, it would be a waste of time to turn this bastard into a skeleton. The main character looked at the portal and thought, if he receives this treat from the system, then he will certainly release subspace. Shin lay down on the bed, spreading his arms to his sides, and thought, what he had to do, he did, and therefore now. Shin picked up a pillow. The main character put a pillow under his head and thought that it was time for the most important thing. Shin looked thoughtfully at the ceiling and thought, in order to find out as much as possible about the blood sect, he needs to restore Yu Shinun's memories. The most effective means of protecting himself and destroying the enemy is information, but he knows nothing about the blood sect. Shin remembered Quack sitting next to him, who rang the bell with a smile and told him to rejoice. Now he will be reborn as the only one and become the cornerstone of the blood sect. The main character thought, and how can he remember this? He cannot make out the most important part, as if it was intentional drowned out. Information appeared on the screen: mental projection, rank a plus. After separating a part of the soul, you can enter the projection of your mental world. When used, you can restore the damage caused by mental skills. Shin closed his eyes and thought, finally he will be able to use the unlocked skill. The main character opened his eyes, which were completely white. The soul of the main character began to separate from the body. The soul hovered over the body and thought that it had succeeded. The soul spread its arms and looked down with the thought, why is everything so ominous? The main character lay on the bed with his eyes closed and thought that it seemed as if he would again end up in a place where he could not get out. The soul flew away a little and looked at the body, and then thought, but if he loses to fear, fear will consume him overnight. The soul flew sharply down to the body. Shin opened his eyes and looked thoughtfully. The main character raised his head and screamed in pain as mana entered his body through his chest. Shin sat up and grabbed his head. He remembered how the soul flew back into the body, and then said how his head was pounding. Well, of course, he thought that there were problems with Yu Shinun's other memories. A drop fell into the water and splashes scattered to the sides. Shin stood in the water and looked forward in surprise. The main character lowered his head and looked at the reflection in which he saw himself before he was reborn in Shin's body. The guy looked down in surprise and shouted, this is him before he died, why is his reflection here? Shin peered in surprise at Ken's white face. The reflection in the water began to disappear. The main character saw little Ken sitting on a chair and thinking that he was being told that his parents died because of the monster. Ken lowered his sad gaze because since childhood he had been moving from one orphanage to another. He remembered the man leaning over to him and saying, hi, his name is Park Hyunjung. The next memory was of the mentor standing next to the smiling children. Park Hyunjun shouts that he won't be able to make it in time and asks the boy to leave quickly. He must survive. Little Can runs away from the crowd of monsters with horror in his eyes. An adult Can in a formal suit looks confidently ahead and thinks that he will take revenge on the monsters. Kan stands with his hands in his pockets and looks at the glowing circle in front of him. A man in a light suit put his hand on the shoulder of a dark-haired guy, who looked away and thought, is he an immortal king? The man and the guy shook hands, and the man promised that he would find the one responsible for the incident at the shelter and help him take revenge. Behind the guy is a man and an army of knights. The man turned his head and thought that by supporting Kang Ti's desire for revenge, he himself would easily get what he had been looking for a long time. Shin looks at the dark-haired guy who is holding a red stone in his hand and thinks, why are his memories here? Someone approached the main character from behind and asked, is this his world? Shin turned around and said with a smile that they had finally met. The main character saw a soul in front of him and said, this is Yu Shin Wung. The protagonist looked at the soul and thought that everything is so confusing. There is someone outsider in his mental world. Only the owner's own soul can acquire intelligence and form in the mental world. Shin looked forward carefully and wondered if he had been quietly hiding all this time, and now he was about to regain his body. He needed to be ready to defend himself. Yu Shin-woon's soul calmly looked at the guy and told him not to worry, he was not going to harm him. The soul with long gray hair looked in front of her and said that she only wanted to help, she herself did not need anything at all. The main character lowered his head and thought, it seems that he is not hostile, he clearly feels Yu Shin-woon's true emotions, maybe he hears them because the souls of both of them are in the same body. Soul lowered her gaze a little and said that first she would give him what he was looking for. The water began to disperse, forming a void. The main character lowered his head and looked there. Shin carefully stepped on the sandy bottom. The main character and the soul walked along the seabed, with water walls on both sides of them. Shin looked to the side when he heard someone shout, "Young master." The main character looked at the surface of the water, in which he saw a body lying on the table and thought that this was a memory of the day when he woke up in the body of Yu Shin-un. The protagonist turned around and thought, what's on the other side? The guy saw the dead body of Yu Shin-un, near which stood his younger brother and a servant who was kneeling, crying and calling for the young master. Shin looked closely at his younger brother's smiling face. The main character looked at the water, where the image of his brother began to blur. Shin stood and looked away in surprise after Shin-woon's soul said that on the day of his funeral, something divided the world into two timelines. The soul looked down and said that there were two parallel versions of the same world, with a single history, but a different future. The main character held a red stone in his hand and said that he thought the reason he was here was because it seemed like there was a timeline where he woke up in his body and one where he didn't. Shin-un's soul sadly lowered its head. The main character looked ahead seriously and thought that the future he saw was a memory of what Yu Shin-woon experienced. The main character headed towards the water portal with the thought that he understood what he should do. Soul looked at him and excitedly said that he would regret it later. The soul looked at the main character with horror in his eyes and said that he could be consumed by fear, and he would live in suffering all his life. Shin looked to the side and said with a smile, fear. The main character put his hand into the portal, turned around and said, just let him try. The soul of the main character lay on a stone table next to the dead body of Yu Shin-woon. Quack stood next to him with his arms outstretched and shouted that he was a talentless trash until his death. Who knew that after death such an outstanding talent would appear in him? The main character thought that he had succeeded. Now he can feel the soul and feelings of Yu Shin-un. The soul of the main character began to move into the body with the idea that he could not control his body, but Quack with a red face rang the bell and shouted for him to rejoice. Now he will be reborn as the only Sengenchi and become the cornerstone for the blood sect. Shin sat down on the stone table and thought that Sengenchi was like what was commanded by Quack Unsan, who was now joyfully ringing the bell behind him. Shin lowered his legs, sat up and looked at his palms. He thought that he looked completely different. He had feelings, he could think for himself. The main character raised his hands and looked carefully at his palms with white eyes and thought that this looked like the complete resurrection of the dead. The main character's eyes began to close after Quack told him to go to sleep. Shin closed his eyes and fell asleep. The main character stands in a long white robe near a burning house. A man kneels in front of him, with his hands folded at his chest, and asks to spare his child. Quack smiled and told him to kill him. Shin raised his sword and thought that he didn't want to kill. The main character clenched his teeth, swung his sword and said to himself that he was begging him to run away from him. Quack rang the bell and Shin struck with his sword. The main character lowered his head and looked down sadly, blood dripping from his sword. Quack approached the main character with a bell in his hands and joyfully said that more suffering. He will be the embodiment of evil for all living and will drink even more blood of innocent people. The main character with a sad expression on his face stood and listened as the joyful man told him that the more he did, the stronger he would become. Shin swung his sword, bloody tears flowed from his eyes, the bandages on his chest were stained with blood. He wished he could cut his throat, but his body never obeyed his desires. On the contrary, by shedding blood, he only became stronger. Countless ordinary people died from his hand. The Sengenchi's body could absorb the power of those it killed. The main character strikes with a sword, making his way through the dead bodies of the people he killed. He is a terrible creature who brought endless bloodshed to Muram. Shin furrowed his eyebrows, bloody tears flowed from his white eyes. He screamed in grief. Yu Shin-un was nicknamed the White-Eyed Demon. The houses stood under the blue sky. A year passed, then two. The former ruling clan lost its position and was replaced by another. A man with a beard and mustache raised a cup to his mouth and spoke, and this puppy, that same Sengenchi. Quack and a man with a beard were sitting at the table. They looked at the main character who had entered. The man noted that it was hard to believe that the best killer was the one who couldn't even hold a sword. Quack said that this is the only Sengenchi in the entire history of the sect. He has special power. The man narrowed his eyes and said, even so, he is only a servant of the sect. He looked at the white-eyed face of the protagonist and said, but his eyes were full of arrogance as never before. The man asked the elder whether he could really control him without any problems. Quack looked to the side, smiled and replied that there was no reason to worry. He completely submitted to his spirit. The main character stood motionless and looked at the talking men. The man with a beard asked how things were going with the capture of Meng. The elder lowered his gaze and replied that almost everyone agreed with them, with the exception of the shaman communities and Mount Hwa. The soul of the protagonist left his body and looked to the side with the thought that he should sharpen his senses as much as possible. He needed to get and remember as much information as possible about this sect. The spirit of the main character looked thoughtfully to the side and thought that this is not easy. The spirit of Yu Xin'an was completely destroyed and is now full of revenge. We need to try so that this does not affect his spirit. The main character and his spirit walked through the burning city. Xin began to take out his sword, and the spirit looked at him and thought that 2 years had passed since he entered his memories. How long should he watch this? Will he survive? The man was on his knees, his hands clutching the protagonist's sleeve, with a sword sticking out of his back. The gray-haired man opened one eye, looked up and said that the sky will never be clear. Xin stood with a sword in his hands near the body of the murdered man. Xin crouched down and placed his hand on the dead man's back and began to absorb the green energy. The main character lowered his head and looked at his hand, which lay on the dead man's back. The protagonist's spirit emerged from his body with bloody tears streaming down his face and thought that every time he absorbed someone's death, his body would evolve again and again. The last energy of death entered through the hand lying on his back. Xin gritted his teeth, opened his eyes wide, the veins on his face bulged, and the bandages began to smolder. The main character knelt down, spread his arms and screamed. A green luminous circle formed in the center of his stomach, and green lightning bolts flew from his body. His body became muscular. The spirit came out of the main character and looked at the renewed body. He thought that he had never felt such energy. It is similar to the natural life energy of a person. This power, isn't it what is needed to control that treasure? The main character got down on all fours. Quack stood behind him with a bell in his hands and said that this time he had achieved a lot and ordered Yu Xin'an to go. Xin turned his head in the direction where the elder with the bell was following him and thought, this mysterious power, if he can develop it correctly, will remove the shackles from himself and will be able to dispose of his body as he wants. But until then he must hide this opportunity and wait for the right time. Xin struck with his sword and blood splashed in different directions, and the spirit thought that until then, let them forgive him. Xin dealt a fatal blow with his sword, spread his arms and screamed, and the spirit again thought that they would really forgive him. Xin rushed with a sword to the attack, holding the weapon in front of him. Blood flowed like a river. He thought that he would endlessly repent for this sin. Even after death, he would repay them by avenging everyone. The main character looked at his palm. Bloody tears flowed from his eyes. He thought that after waiting for 3 cold winters, he had finally removed the shackles and regained control over his body. However, Xin lowered his head as red tears continued to stream down his face. A large, beautiful house was burning under the night sky, and the blood sect had already gotten what they wanted. It didn't matter whether they were people who owned weapons or civilians. They all died at the hands of the sect's soldiers. No matter how critical the situation was, those who were able to stand up for people did not show themselves because they were the first to die. Residents stood and looked at what was happening with horror in their eyes. A man in an expensive robe and with a demon mask on his face approached the cliff, at the bottom of which a fire was burning. Behind him his subjects were kneeling with their heads bowed. 8 commanders were here to greet the demon god. The man with the demon mask looked into the distance and asked everyone to look. Isn't it wonderful? The moment has come when their dreams have become reality. The commanders were on their knees, heads bowed, and ash fell on them from above. The masked man turned to the people, raised his left hand and said loudly, "The world that lived without the blessing of the demon god has finally been purified and will be saved." People stood up and joyfully raised their hands up, and the main character stood motionless and looked attentively at the leader. Xin lowered his head and looked down thoughtfully. The main character squeezed the hilt of the sword so hard that a vein bulged on his arm. Xin rushed forward with all his might to attack, putting his hand forward. People began to turn around and look at what was happening in surprise. Xin ran past the people so fast that they couldn't even notice him. The man in the white mask sharply turned his head in the direction where the main character ran and shouted in surprise, "What?" The main character grabbed the sword with both hands, looked forward with concentration and swung it to attack. The man in the demon mask stood and silently watched what was happening. Xin furrowed his eyebrows and looked ahead contemptuously. The masked man also looked at the guy, only his eyes were not visible. Xin gritted his teeth and struck with his sword. A huge flash of light rushed into the sky. The main character looked ahead with big surprised eyes. The man in the demon mask held the tip of his sword with his fingers. The hand easily broke off a piece of the sword blade. The main character dropped his sword and rushed to attack the masked man. Xin planted his foot firmly on the ground. The main character clenched his teeth, put his palm forward and tried to attack. The man in the demon mask waved his left hand and cut off the left hand of the main character, which flew up. The man grabbed the main character by the neck. The man in the demon mask lifted Shin by the neck into the air and said how interesting it is that the Sengenji himself removed his shackles. He didn't know that this was possible. The man was surprised when he heard the sound of a mask cracking. A piece of the mask fell off and the eye of the enemy became visible, who said that this was nothing significant. No matter how hard the worms tried, they could not break anything, ever. The spirit came out of the main character's body and thought, he is their last enemy, they just have to wait. The masked man looked at the guy indifferently and said, a modest brute who will become an offering. A hand in the form of a sharp blade pierced the body of the main character. Shin'un's soul stood on the sandy bottom and watched its death through the water portal. The water in the portal began to swirl and a void formed. The silhouette of a man began to appear in the portal. Shin-Woon's spirit watched as the main character fell to the ground and was shaking all over. The spirit looked at him silently. Shin slammed his fist on the ground and said that the whereabouts of the last princess was unknown. A year later, blood sect, a year and 2 months later. The main character raised his head, gritted his teeth and angrily said that these people had gone off the rails more than he thought. A masked man with huge horns stood straight and looked straight. And behind him there was a huge crowd of unknown people in silent masks and red eyes. And the plot told that fanatics calling themselves a blood sect, in the name of purifying the world, want to destroy it. Their strong organization and undeniable power far beyond the expectations of the protagonist. The transcendental divine skill of a guy named Shin, folding space, magic and natural power contained in his sword. The man with dark hair gritted his teeth, began to throw out his hands straight and looked straight ahead fiercely. And the plot added that so strong, no, or rather, it was like this before, and it is impossible to imagine how strong the corpse has become. The man in the red mask, with horns, looked straight at him angrily and smiled slightly, and then the plot added that, however, with all his power, he could not even scratch the sect leader. Moreover, the leader did not use even a third of his strength at that moment. The head of the sect blood has reached absolute strength. The main character looked straight in horror, slightly grimaced his face and thought that if he from his past life had been there, he would have lost instantly. Sengenji's power was almost at the same level as he was before his rebirth. This leader is a completely different creature. Kan imagined in his head how the leader of the blood sect tightly grabbed his neck and lifted him to the ground, and then added in his head that he was neither a monster nor a man, but something much more powerful. The pale and exhausted protagonist looked sadly straight and said that there was nothing shameful in succumbing to fear. From now on he should only think about his own well-being. Shin looked furiously at the sad guy and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The main character looked straight ahead, lost, and asked a silent question. A moment later, Shin smiled sarcastically and noted that only weaklings give up. Shin came as close as possible to the face of the frightened guy and added that if this is fear, let these suckers experience it. The dark-haired guy looked furiously at the pale guy, bowed his head slightly and said that even if he is not as good now as in his previous life, but 5 years will be enough for him to surpass the bloody leader, albeit not fully. But he knows what happens in 5 years, he will be one step ahead and will be able to get even with those blood sect bastards. The main character slightly pursed his lips, looking carefully at the guy opposite him. He heard that maybe he should try to convert the victims of the sect and unite them together, and thought, which was as expected. The main character sharply put his hand on the shoulder of the guy opposite him, and he turned his head in surprise and looked carefully at his hand. Kan looks carefully at the dark-haired guy and notices that his stopped heart is beating again. He places his hopes on him, he puts everything on him, so he needs to try. The two guys looked at each other carefully and an awkward silence hung between them. A moment later, the pale boy began to disappear while Shin looked at him with wide eyes. Shin opened his mouth slightly, looked in surprise at the guy opposite him and wondered if he was going to give him the rest of his soul. The guy opposite him slightly extended his hand, looked at him carefully and began to disappear faster, and Shin added in his head that the guilt he felt in front of the people who died from his sword, and the grief for his father who was poisoned by his younger brother, the annoyance that couldn't take revenge one last time. Shin, he took his whole soul. The dark-haired guy smiled widely, lowered his head and, closing his eyes, thought that he could now rest well. The main character suddenly woke up in a cold sweat and suddenly opened his eyes wide. After a moment, he smiled slightly and looked carefully above himself. Blue-colored messages appeared in front of his face, which reported that the union of souls had occurred. He satisfied the hidden condition, received the reward. The mortal body, the natural gifted body, evolved, also received the quest. The one who pursues chaos, he received the chaos pursuer. Shin put his hand to his chin, looked straight ahead and thoughtfully said that no matter how much he tried to dig up memories, it seems that he had never seen anything like this before. The main character sat on the bed and carefully looked at the huge, blue notification with a hidden quest, and then thought that it seemed that it would resolve itself while he was chasing the blood sect. Shin sharply lowered his head with an angry look, threw it straight and noted in his head that this was just the beginning. It was a mistake to think that the Beak clan was not the target of the sect. It seems that they want to exterminate everyone and everyone in the clan. The main character imagined in his head a bloody crowd of people behind him, looked relaxed at the floor and added in his head, "He will not allow this." Shin began to confidently leave the room, looked straight ahead thoughtfully, and noticed in his head that the blood sect, like poison, had been slowly penetrating into all corners for a long time, and now its influence had spread everywhere. A crowd of people with red eyes and white masks appeared in the protagonist's head. Then he looked straight and continued to walk and thought that the 8 commanders, the leaders of the sect, each controls one of the 8 forces, and now they are also subject to the actions of each faction. He doesn't even know where he is now. There is a sect leader, so he will have to turn all his attention to the other person. One man in a mask and red eyes appeared in front of the protagonist, and Shin added in his head that Commander T, he found out the identity of one of the leaders. An adult man with a tail on his head and red eyes appeared in the protagonist's head and said that the man who is known to everyone in Zhejiang province who owns a weapon, the man who has been at the head of the province for decades, and the one who leads the Chaos sect, the tyrant of the Black Skies, Chan, is the one who has ruled the province for more than 20 years without any resistance from those around him. The main character began to slowly pour water from the kettle into a cup and laughingly asked that this was not good for him. Shin sharply raised his mug, brought it to his mouth, and thought that in order to kill him, he wouldn't have to go somewhere far outside the region, but he couldn't destroy him right now. The main character drank the water abruptly, curled up and, exhaling steam, added in his head that he couldn't until everyone in the Beacon clan, including him, became stronger, so to begin with. A moment later, the main character put the mug on the table, took a careful look at the door and heard screams that he thought he should wake up as soon as possible. It seems they have a serious problem. The day before, a column of people with carts drove through a dense and gloomy forest under the moonlight. Some people from the column walked and gritted their teeth from fatigue. The other half was riding in a cart and the guards were carefully looking around. One of the guards on horseback abruptly turned his head to the side and thought that it seemed that they would arrive at the place in about 6 hours, most likely by now. Everyone was tired of running around on the road. The guard turned his head away, imagined in his head the main character leading the crowd, and added that after the massacre carried out by the Red Cloud faction, the clan has no tasks at all and competitors are aiming for their place. The situation is hopeless, but he still does not think of leaving his chambers. The old man looked at the guard with a small smile and asked that maybe they should make a stop here since it was already quite late and they could move out early in the morning. The boy suddenly crashed into his father's chest and shouted that he was sick, and his father looked at him carefully, hugged him lightly and noticed that his dear son was seasick. The elder turned his head sharply and stared back thoughtfully. A moment later, the column quickly set up camp and the guards stood in a circle for protection. Dan approached the man with a basket and, tilting her head with a huge smile, noticed that he should eat. The elder turned sharply, folded his hands on his belt and, looking at the girl with a smile, replied that he was fine, so first he needed to distribute food to the others, and then asked her name, and the girl, covering her eyes and smiling broadly, introduced herself and noted that she works in the library. The man abruptly approached the girl from behind, hugged her lightly and, pointing his thumb up, noticed that Dan was much better than many male workers. The man approached the elder, stared at the girl and added that she had such a perky disposition that there was no one who did not love her, and the elder looked at her and thought. The elder looked carefully at the girl standing straight and noticed that she should not have experienced any inconvenience, since she was riding in a carriage all the time. Since they do not have enough people, they have to ask for help from the girl with her disabilities. A moment later, the elder heard a strange sound and sharply raised his head to listen, and the man behind him darkened in fear. Then the elder rudely looked to the side and, sweating slightly, noticed in his head that there was an intruder at such a time, and then said that the people needed to be taken away. The sky was dark and bright with starlight. The elder abruptly stood up with the warriors forward, leaned on his sword and raised his head and shouted that this is the camp of the Beacon clan, show yourself and tell us what you want from us. A man on a horse rode out of the forest with a group of people behind him, and an unknown person on a horse with a flag with a deer said that he seemed to see familiar faces. The horses began to slowly stop. The flag began to quickly develop in the wind and the unknown person asked if it was a coincidence, if he recognized them. The deputy of the Hwanok clan, Chill, smiled widely, looked attentively at the elder and shouted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Clan elder Beekwun clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and asked what matters were bothering the deputy leader of the Hwanok clan at this late hour. The elder raised his nervous head, looked carefully at the guy and noticed in his head that this man was known as cruel and envious. Chill opened his mouth slightly. The elder looked at it carefully and added in his head that according to rumors, people try to avoid him. A mustachioed man suddenly appeared at the side of the clan's deputy leader and noticed that they were here on the same business as him. The elder looked at them carefully and, slightly opening his mouth, noticed that they should continue on their way. Along the way he saw many other places where he could set up camp. Chill looked sarcastically at his assistant and they both smiled viciously as they looked at each other. Then Chill smiled widely, looked sarcastically at the elder and asked if there was any need to go further. The elder gritted his teeth sharply, looked straight ahead fiercely and asked what he meant. Chill slowly rode his horse up to the elder and replied that he said that they also wanted to camp at this place. The elder and the entire squad behind him suddenly became stunned and looked straight in horror. Chill smiled widely and looked straight at them fiercely. The elder looked furiously at the deputy leader and asked what kind of stupidity he thought it was. After such words, the mustachioed man opened his mouth wide and shouted furiously, "How dare he speak so disrespectfully to the deputy of the Hwanok clan?" The elder slightly raised his sword, looked menacingly at the mustachioed man and replied that blaming disrespect in such a situation is not insanity, it seems that he has forgotten how his class should behave. Chill looked furiously at the elder, heard the mustachioed man shout how dare this puppy yap, and then noticed in his head that his impudence broke through the ceiling. How did he dare to talk to him like that? The elder and his entire squad sharply clenched their teeth and stared angrily at the clan deputy. A man from the Pecan clan quickly ran towards the two squads and asked what the commotion was. Chill looked carefully at the man who came running and asked why he seemed familiar to him, and the man in an orange robe replied that he was Jangdi Chun from the top of Mount Hwajan. Chill looked at the guy sarcastically, mispronounced his name and asked if they had not recently crossed paths with him. The man began to laugh nervously and agree, and the elder turned his head slightly and, looking carefully at the clan deputy, thought that he had heard about the clan that wanted to take away the tasks of the Beacon clan, which means they are the same opponents. Chill looked angrily at the man in the orange robe and noticed that the horses couldn't even move from fatigue, wondering if they could set up camp next to the Beacon clan's camp. Chan sharply opened his mouth in surprise and asked him again. After a moment, he turned completely pale and replied that as far as he knew, it was not customary for two clans to set up camp in the same place. After such words, the deputy leader opened his mouth wide and shouted furiously that he put him on a par with those people who attack on the sly. Green rays flew towards the man in the orange robe, and he replied that he did not mean that. Green rays were quickly approaching the man. Chan began to shake and gritted his teeth in pain. The elder began to use golden magic in his hand. Chan sweated slightly, closed his eye and clenched his teeth even more. The elder put his hand to the man's back, the green rays flew off from him, and thought that the clan leader was using Kai on ordinary people who did not know martial arts, and Chan looked at him carefully and said that maybe they really should set up two camps nearby. The elder turned to him in horror and wondered in surprise what he was talking about. Chill sarcastically raised his chin and slightly squinted his eyes and noticed that since he was solving the problem, there were no more problems. They didn't want to say anything, the deputy leader of the Beacon clan. The elder looked at him menacingly and answered negatively, and Chan looked at him sadly and asked for forgiveness. Chill confidently drove past them, looked attentively straight ahead and noticed that now that they had received permission, he would probably borrow some coal from their camp, and the elder looked at him carefully and shouted that everyone, except those who were on patrol, returned to camp. The deputy of the Beacon clan carefully looked at the back of the deputy of the Hwanok clan and thought that he was sure that they were planning something. The elder turned to the soldier, looked at him carefully and in a whisper ordered him to take the fastest horse and gallop to the clan without stopping. Then the elder turned his gaze even more towards the soldier and added that he should inform the leader that there would most likely be a conflict with the Hwanok clan, so let them urgently send reinforcements. The soldier nodded confidently and silently. The elder turned to the deputy leader of the Hwanok clan and thought that if you go to the clan without stopping, the journey will take at least 4 hours, and if reinforcements are sent right there, it will take another 4 to get back, a total of 8 hours. It's not fast and not long. The elder looked straight menacingly and added that if his father and other clan members arrive, they will be able to cope even with a sudden attack. He hopes his worries are groundless. 6 hours later, screams and swearing were heard in the quiet camp. Chill stood opposite the girl in pink with a sword in his hands and shouted that she was a thief. How dare she touch the clan's property? He would cut out her liver. The elder and his squad began to quickly run towards him and shout as much as he could. Chill turned his head sharply, put his sword on the shoulder of the trembling girl and replied that he woke up. How does he even raise servants in the Beacon clan? Dan became all gloomy, began to twitch even more, and Chill shouted that since her master had appeared here, he would ask again where she had taken the ice jade. The elder stood behind the girl, looked menacingly at the deputy clan leader and thought about the ice jade, and Dan opened her mouth wide and shouted with tears in her eyes that she didn't take any ice jade. She didn't know anything about it. Chill opened his mouth wide with anger and shouted that she was shameless and decided to pretend to be innocent until the very end. The elder sharply opened his mouth, screwed up his face and shouted that he was asking not to threaten the child, but to tell the whole story in detail. Chill abruptly knelt down next to the trembling girl, looked out from behind her and, looking carefully at the soldier, replied that the azure ice jade disappeared from the cart right when this girl crawled out of the bushes next to their camp. The deputy of the clan furiously brought his face closer to the girl, looked carefully straight into her eyes and said that everything was obvious. Under the cover of darkness, she decided to steal the ice jade and then hide it in the forest, and Dan began to cry even more and replied that she did not do it. She couldn't sleep and wanted to pick the flowers she saw here yesterday. The old man came out from behind the elder, put his hands in front of him and shouted that this was just a misunderstanding. Dan, a wonderful child, she would never touch other people's things. And the elder looked straight menacingly and noted that he did not blame her since there was no evidence. He will talk to her, so let her put the sword away and let the child go. Chill gripped the sword tightly in his hand, causing his hand to begin to tremble. The deputy leader of the Hwanok clan grabbed the girl tightly by the hand and shouted that she herself had confessed to be in the forest at dawn. The deputy's mustachioed assistant looked carefully at the girl and noticed that they needed to take her to the clan and interrogate her. Then she would talk to them, and Dan began to break free and shouted that they didn't take her. She really didn't steal anything from them. The elder clenched his teeth tightly, began to sweat, and noticed in his head that there were still 2 hours left before reinforcements arrived. What should he do? Chill looked sarcastically at the elder, slightly raised the girl, and noted that either he would pay them the cost of the ice jade, or this girl would go with them. The deputy leader of the Hwanok clan looked at the soldier menacingly and added that otherwise blood would be shed. A moment later, a stone flew into his sword hand with great force, causing him to drop his sword. Chill suddenly grabbed his hand and screamed in pain, and the mustachioed assistant asked if he was okay. The entire Beacon clan squad suddenly turned back. Dan looked back joyfully and with tears in her eyes. The main character slowly got up from his horse and confidently began to walk towards the showdown. Then he suddenly raised his head, looked straight ahead furiously and asked what was going on here. The main character began to quickly walk through his squad, and thoughts appeared in the elder's head that the clan leader had come to them. Now everything would fall into place. The deputy leader of the Beacon clan looked at the leader in surprise and wondered how he managed to get here so quickly. The elder straightened up sharply, opened his eyes in surprise and added in his head that he arrived 2 hours earlier than he expected. This is impossible unless he has mastery of speed, and maybe it's all about the horse. Also no, it doesn't seem like it so that she runs without stopping. The horse, covered in scars, looked furiously with red eyes at the elder, and the main character asked what he was doing. Shin turned his gaze to his clan's deputy and asked how long he was going to stare at him blankly, and the elder looked slightly dumbfounded. Then he jumped back sharply and hugged the girl tightly. Chill looked at this in surprise and at the same time held his hand. The elder covered the frightened girl with his body, and Shin hid his hands behind his back and stared straight at the deputy of the Hwanok clan. The clan leader looked carefully at the girl and asked that she was probably scared. Dan, with tears in her eyes, joyfully looked at the protagonist and slightly opened her mouth. Shin hugged the girl tightly, stroked her head and noticed that now she could not be afraid. The clan leader suddenly turned his furious gaze towards the Hwanok clan's deputy and added because he had come. Chill suddenly began to glow green, rays started emanating from him, and noticed in his head that he was even uglier than him. How he had lost so much weight, even his appearance. Apparently he was so worried about being appointed leader that he couldn't get a bite out of him. The mustachioed assistant sharply put his finger in front of him and shouted what he was doing. He had wounded the clan's deputy using a cowardly hidden weapon. The main character began to throw a stone in his hand and asked what kind of weapon we were talking about. Shin looked confidently in front of him, threw a stone again and asked what they were saying about the crazy dog breaking loose from its chain, and he decided to pacify it by throwing a stone. The entire squad twitched sharply and looked in fear at the stone that had fallen to the ground. Everyone froze in horror, cast surprised glances at the stone, and someone asked if this was really true. The deputy leader of the Hwanok clan screamed so terribly as if his hand had been pierced with a dagger. A moment later, Chill sheathed his sword and cleared his throat. Then the entire squad bowed to the main character and the deputy leader noticed that because of all this confusion he was late in greeting. He is the deputy leader of the Hwanok clan, Chill, and Shin looked at him carefully and noticed that he was not at all interested in what his name was. Chill sharply pointed his finger at the protagonist, looked at him carefully and thought that there is no need to get excited. In this situation the truth is with them, especially since he came here alone. And then said that if that's the case, then he doesn't need to be polite with him. What would he know? His servant stole something valuable from them, and he must compensate for the loss. Chill put his hand in front of him, began to call the protagonist and added that he could just give the girl back. Shin sharply turned his head to the girl, looked at her carefully and asked if she had stolen something, and she turned to him and loudly answered that she would never steal anything. The main character turned sharply to the deputy of the Hwanok clan, looked at him angrily and noticed that she said that she did not steal. Chill opened his mouth, pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked that he would believe the words of some maid, and the main character folded his arms on his chest, calmly looked at the guy opposite and replied that in his opinion, he should believe a guy like him and not a member of your clan. Chill sharply scrunched his face in anger, clenched his teeth and shouted what he was going to ask him now. Shin grinned slightly, looked at the guy carefully and noticed that he knew something about this ice jade. Chill and the mustachioed assistant looked at him sarcastically and relaxed, and then both noticed in their heads that he could not know about the treasure of the Northern Sea, which even they themselves had only recently found out about. An ice jade appeared behind them, which glowed brightly, and Chill thought that the Chingsa are ancient creatures that live in the icy waters of the Northern Sea. Only from their shells can such a rare jewel as ice jade be obtained. Only their habitat is known by many. All their clan obtained the rest of the information bit by bit over many years. Chill sharply folded his hands on his chest, looked sarcastically at the protagonist, and, raising his finger, shouted that if he was trying to bring down the amount of compensation with his deceitful speeches, then let him drop this matter. The main character turned sharply to the man in an orange robe and asked that his name was Chan, and he looked at him carefully and loudly answered that that was his name. Chan began to sharply unfasten the bottle from his belt after the protagonist asked him to give him the flask. Shin took the bottle tightly in his hands, looked carefully at the deputy leader of the Hwanok clan and pointed his finger at the flask and said that even those who live near the sea do not know this, but ice jade exudes a unique substance from the Chingsa clan, which, if added to it alcohol, gives an unusual reaction. Chill looked at him with interest, opened his mouth slightly and asked about the unusual reaction. The main character carefully hugged the girl, opened the flask with one hand and, looking carefully at the guy opposite, answered that when mixed with alcohol, the substance becomes dark purple and naturally dissipates only after a day. Nothing can wash it off, which means to prove whether the girl touched ice jade or no, you need to pour alcohol on her hands. After these words, the main character began to pour alcohol into the girl's palm. Shin leaned towards the girl, looked at the deputy leader with a smile and noticed that nothing had changed, and Dan confidently put out her hands and showed her palms to everyone. Chill sharply put his finger in front of him, turned slightly and, with his mouth wide open, shouted that this was all nonsense. Everything he said was fiction. He had never heard anything like it. The main character straightened up, put one hand on his belt and stretching the other forward. He noticed that this is the absolute truth. Let him see that this is not poison, but ordinary drink. If his maid is innocent, then how about dousing the hands of his clan members too, in particular the one who is furiously wiping his hands on his pants. After the words of the main character, everyone turned to the frightened warrior, who was rubbing his hands on his pants in a panic. The entire squad behind the protagonist sharply raised their hands and shouted that they needed to do this. The soldier trembled all over, looked fearfully at the approaching deputy and said that everything was not as it looked. A moment later, Chill raised his sword above his head and pointed it towards the soldier. The next moment, the soldier was cut down by the deputy leader while the entire crowd looked on in horror. The elder opened his mouth wide and asked in fear what he was doing. Chill sharply turned his angry head, looked carefully at the protagonist and said that there was a misunderstanding between them. It was already dawn, soon it would be time for them to set off, but later they would definitely pay in full for the disrespect shown. Chill sharply scrunched his face in anger and glowed red after the protagonist said to wait. The deputy leader of the Hwanok clan suddenly opened his eyes in horror and turned his attention directly. A moment later, a blade passed near his right hand. The main character cut off the hand of the clan deputy with a sharp upward blow. The hand flew up, and Chill tensed up in pain and froze. A moment later, the protagonist's squad opened their mouths wide and heard loud screams. The Hwanok clan squad also opened their mouths in surprise and heard shouts that his hand. The main character rose above the fallen and trembling deputy, and then confidently noted that he was accepting payment in advance. Shin turned his furious head to the side, began to walk away, and added that it was because he was a little impatient. The Hwanok clan building stood behind high walls and shouts were heard from it that the leader of the Beacon clan was crazy. The leader of the Hwanok clan stood next to the bandaged receiver and, looking at the doctors, shouted that if the treatment was completed, then everyone should leave the chambers. Jong pointed his finger down, opened his mouth wide with anger and shouted that how could he screw up like that, doing something that he didn't even tell him to do. The clan leader clenched his fists tightly, leaned towards the guy and, opening his mouth even wider, shouted that the whole of Zhejiang was talking about Ice Jade, and all because of him. And Chill, starting to cry, replied that how important this treasure was for him if he treated it like that him when he is wounded. Zhang looked carefully at the receiver and, shouting, noticed that another clan was looking for this jewel if they did not manage to disperse peacefully. He thinks the Kirin clan left them alone, and Chill opened his eyes in surprise, stared at the leader and asked again about the Kirin clan. Chill turned his head to the mustachioed assistant and noticed that the general named Yang had a good plan. Ian lowered his head in confusion and noted in his mind that from the very beginning he knew that everything would collapse and tried to stop it. Zhang looked up furiously at the general and asked what the truth was. Yang lowered his eyes guiltily, noticed in his head how he should live now and replied that everything was true, it was all his fault. Zhang folded his arms across his chest, looked furiously over his shoulder, and slightly walked away, remarking that he must somehow regain the trust of the sect, whether it was worth attacking the Beacon clan right now. The general looked down sadly, raised his hand slightly, and replied that this is also not easy, even if it all started with a misunderstanding, but if it comes to war, the Meng and Quan clans will intervene. The clan leader turned his furious head sharply, looked at the general and shouted that he should not guess what they were thinking about, he just needed to follow his every instruction. Yang turned his gaze slightly to the clan leader and noticed that if they acted even more brazenly than now, while routinely performing other tasks, the reputation of their clan would rapidly decline. Zhang calmly turned his head to leave, slightly lowered his shoulders, and said loudly that their reputation did not matter, because the world only remembers the winners. The clan leader looked furiously at the raised hand, his eyes sparkled slightly, and he remarked that if with the help of the Kirin clan they become the best clan in Zhejiang, then their reputation will skyrocket again without any problems. Chill, he will stay here and quietly wait for the world will stop seeing him as a joke. Chill stood up sharply, looked angrily at the clan leader, and, gritting his teeth, thought that he would kill the protagonist even if he had to sacrifice everything he had. Dai opened his mouth wide, looked to the side furiously, and shouted, "How dare these warriors from the H1 clan even dare?" Du Jin looked at him with a crooked look, slightly knitted his eyebrows, and replied that they definitely need to send someone to protest, they can't just leave everything to chance. The main character sharply extended his hand in front of him, looked carefully straight ahead, and noticed that it was now useless when they had already received an apology from those who drew their swords against them. What could they do? The main character looked carefully at the table at which the high representatives of the Beacon clan were sitting. Shin opened his eyes madly, looked straight ahead furiously, and said that this is why their clan has the main goal from today, the destruction of the H1 clan, and now they must let him think about how exactly he will repay them for the insult. After the words of the protagonist, Dai and the elder opened their mouths wide and looked at him in surprise. Du Jin and the man with the monocle also opened their mouths wide in surprise and looked nervously at the protagonist. After some silence, everyone at the table looked straight and shouted loudly that they were obeying the master. The main character turned to the vice head of the clan and ordered Son to be released from work for a while, as well as to provide her with separate chambers where she could rest and calm down, and Du Jin looked at him carefully and replied that he would do so. Shin sharply turned his red furious eyes towards the deputy leader and called out to him. The elder sadly and guiltily lowered his head and opened his mouth slightly. The main character straightened up, looked at him calmly, and noted that even if the customer gave permission, in no case should you set up camp next to the enemy. Gun bowed slightly, looked at the floor, and apologetically noted that he had not thought this through properly. The main character looked straight ahead in a relaxed manner and asked that he did so because he was afraid that a conflict might break out and damage would be done to the clan, which was already in a difficult situation. The vice head of the Clear Clouds turned to the protagonist in surprise and mumbled. The main character straightened up, opened his mouth slightly, and noted that from now on he is responsible for the actions of all members of the clan, so now he needs to stop worrying unnecessarily and act confidently in front of anyone. Jian opened his eyes wide and sweated after the words of the protagonist, which is however commendable that he believed the clan member to the very end. If Soyin was given away for the safety of the majority, he would not be able to forgive himself. A moment later, Gun fell to his knee and made a loud sound. The vice leader of Pure Clouds folded his hands in front of him, opened his mouth wide, and crouched and shouted that he would engrave the leader's words into his heart as a mantra. Shin and Dai turned to the vice chief with wide smiles and looked attentively. The man in the monocle looked carefully at the protagonist and asked how he knew so much about the precious ice jade, and Shin sharply turned his head at him and replied that, fortunately for them, he accidentally stumbled upon information about the ice jade while he was in the library. The main character sharply looked straight, narrowed his eyes slightly, and noticed in his head that in fact it was all thanks to the memories of a guy named Shin while he was a Sengashi. Ju tried many times to get ice jade. The main character sharply lowered his head, imagined in his head the general of the H1 clan from whom there was a purple trail, and added in his head that he did not know which of those people was a representative of the Kirin clan. But fortunately for them, they were the first to approach them and thereby betrayed himself. He feels he could wipe them off the face of the earth himself. Shin carefully looked at the people who were sitting on the right, thought that if he did this, he would attract the attention of the blood sect, so the situation should be resolved through a battle between the clans carrying out assignments, and then asked the captain named Goku how things were going with the datum with instructions and remaining funds. The man with the monocle sharply stuck out 4 fingers, looked at the protagonist in fear, and replied that periodic assignments had ended. The remaining ones had been taken away by other clans, so their funds were rapidly evaporating. In such circumstances, they would last a maximum of 4 months. The members of the Pure Clouds faction looked at him sadly and began to look down. Du Jin folded his arms across his chest and, looking carefully in front of him, thought that no matter how loyal his subordinates were, they would not work where they did not pay. The main character sharply opened his mouth and noticed that everything was not as bad as expected. The whole room looked mysteriously at the protagonist and a silent question was read on their faces. Shin glanced sharply at the table, opened his mouth slightly and said that now he would talk about future plans. After some time the main character spoke about the plans. Dai opened his mouth wide and looked at the protagonist in fear. Gun also opened his mouth wide and looked at the protagonist in fear. Jin joined them and looked at the protagonist with some horror in his eyes. Goku opened his mouth wide and began to sweat from what he heard. The sun was slowly disappearing behind the horizon, and the entrance to the house was open. The edge of a telescope was sticking out of the window and the sounds of thinking were heard. The girl in the red kimono carefully watched through the tube and noticed that there were no signs today either. After someone called her, the girl abruptly folded her telescope. Rin, the reconnaissance team of Miram Squad No. 1, looked carefully out the window and said that the Beacon clan was obviously hiding something. Then Rin sharply scrunched her face in anger after the person who entered the room began calling her intrusively without stopping. The girl stood up sharply, pulled out a sword, and the guy in the corner of the room fell to the ground and, holding the handle, hiccuped in fear. Rin quickly put her sword away, laughed slightly, and turned back to notice that she had told him to use codenames when they were outside. Galas of the reconnaissance group of the Miram detachment, No. 2, looked at the girl with a smile, opened his eyes slightly and said that wouldn't it be strange to call each other No. 1 and No. 2 when there are only two of them here. The girl began to confidently approach the window, turned her head to the second number and shouted that there was nothing of the kind, let him comply with the regulations, and Gal began to slowly rise and be indignant at the regulations. The second number raised his finger, smiled broadly and said that he must comply with it, and the first number trembled sharply. Rin turned her gaze to the guy, looked at him angrily and asked why he called her, and the guy spread his hands to the side and replied that he wanted to have a snack with her, he was dying of hunger. The girl turned anxiously to the second number and thought that she had heard that the Jegal clan is considered the best in creating traps, and also that the people there are thrifty and prudent. But this, and the second number, looking at her carefully, added that even in ancient times the ancestors said that the root of all problems is not eating on time. Rin looked at the guy, opened her mouth slightly and asked which of his ancestors said that, and the guy put his hand to his chin and answered that maybe the one who died of hunger. The first number sharply lowered her head, exhaled and answered that they would go, and the second number sharply threw her hand forward and joyfully said that they would go to a store nearby, which is famous for its mantu. Two members of Miram's intelligence team came to the big market and No. 2 asked that she still thought that the Beakwoon clan was connected to that mysterious disappearance. Rin and Gal put on masks made of human skin to hide their identities, and the girl, looking carefully, directly answered that she continued to think so. And the guy, walking forward, noted that he thought they only needed to find out the reason for the fall of the GM family. In Rin's mind, the moment they entered the hall with the corpses appeared and said that they could not pretend that they did not know about the series of disappearances in Hangzhou and many other provinces of Zhejiang. But they also saw enough instruments of torture and corpses in the basements of the GM family. No. 1 looked carefully at her partner and added that since their squad has no need to look for the truth, those at the top simply want to connect the GM family with the disappearances, make them a scapegoat in order to avoid a conflict with the government, and Gal, looking at her carefully, wondered what he thought. You should just report everything to the Miram detachment and not interfere in it. Rin put her hand to her chin, looked thoughtful and continued walking and said that if they managed to hush up the matter like this, then the crimes would continue, and the innocent residents of Zhejiang would suffer the consequences, and Gao looked at her carefully, turned his head slightly and said that someone from the Beacon clan could have established a close relationship with GM. Rin looked rudely at the second number, narrowed her eyes slightly and said that there was someone very suspicious there, and Gal slightly looked away and asked what she meant by the main character. The girl continued to confidently walk straight, imagined in her head the main character surrounded by purple water and said that the one who would be a bully and suddenly win a duel with a Zenith warrior, and subsequently destroy all those who opposed him, including the faction of his brother, who was considered a more worthy heir to the clan. Usually when someone suddenly gains enormous power, it is a sign that he has resorted to studying the dark arts. Rin strained her gaze slightly, looked straight attentively and said that she thought GM's strange death and all the disappearances were connected precisely with this. But in order to obtain the necessary evidence, they needed to disguise themselves and infiltrate the clan. Gal jumped sharply, slightly squeezed his shoulders and asked in horror what it meant to infiltrate the clan, and Rin lowered her head, smiled sarcastically and replied that she should try to get a job with them as guards. The girl began to confidently walk forward, and number 2 began to circle around her and shout that he was okay, But she, number one, was a woman, and for her it would be difficult. Women were never hired as guards. Wouldn't she have to eat, sleep, and wash with men? Rin looked at him rudely, slightly pressed her lips and said that she needed to disguise herself as a man, and the guy put his hands in front of him, made a blank face and asked that if she was sent on an errand, how would she hide her body in field conditions? They will definitely get caught, but she replied that it would be her problem, don't worry. Gal folded his arms over his chest, exhaled and rolled his eyes and noticed that her shoulders were wider than those of many men. It shouldn't be difficult for her to pretend to be a man. And Rin suddenly made an angry face and crouched all over. Gal grabbed his stomach after the blow, extended his hand towards the leaving girl and called her. Rin looked at the ground furiously and rudely asked what he wanted to get again. And the guy lowered his head, all wet with sweat. Then he fell to his knees, trembled all over and pointed with his hand to the side, saying that there it was. Rin turned her head sharply towards the crowd near the wooden notice. The first number began to push people aside and ask them to let them pass. She straightened up and stared at the advertisement that said that the Beacon clan was recruiting guards. The girl looked fiercely and carefully at the inscription which said that the guards of the Direct Cloud faction, gender is not important. Health status is not important, race is not important, age is not important, weapon ownership is not important, experience is not important. Gal slowly approached her from behind, backed away slightly and noticed in his head that it was all over, and Rin looked directly with interested eyes and asked what it was. Jian stood with his hands behind his back, looking straight menacingly and opening his mouth wide, shouting that those who want to join the detachments of the guards of the Black Cloud go to the left row, those who join the detachment of the guards of the Straight Cloud go to the right. A moment later, the crowd of people divided into two columns, and Gun looked at them carefully and added that the interviews would be held in tents in groups of 4. The bald and large man looked carefully at the crowd and noticed that among those entering there was not a single one who was higher than the second rank, and the man next to him carefully looked at him and noticed that it seemed that the Hwanok clan had a hand in this. The angry and bald man turned his head and asked what it means that if he muddies the waters here, the Hwanok clan will pay him for it. The man standing to the side began to rub his fingers and replied that it was so and they would pay well. The bald man from the 5 dogs looked carefully at the crowd, folded his arms on his chest and asked which of these people would be the first victim. A sad girl in a red kimono slowly walked hand in hand with a little boy, and one of the squad of 5 dogs noticed that this was a former Hanan Kaisen. Then the bald man looked at the stooped old man and noticed that he would soon throw off his hoofs. Then he looked at the one armed guard in a blue kimono. Then he looked at the dark-skinned slave and the mustachioed blonde next to him and asked that there was no normal opponent here. Gal stood all wet, closed his eyes and said that it seemed that the interview would end earlier than he expected. Maybe they would decide in advance what they would have for dinner. And Rin looked away and told him to be silent, and at that moment a bald man from 5 dogs who asked that they, the impudent ones, came to take the exam as a couple. Rin turned around, looked at him rudely and asked what he wanted, and the bald man began to straighten up and rudely noted that if they made so much noise, the people in the queue would not be able to concentrate. The huge man straightened up, began to flex his fists, and said that in fact today's exam was definitely ruin. Another of the 5 dogs threw a sword on his back and noticed that don't those who spoil plans deserve punishment, and the third of them asked what really they need to set others up to make their life easier. Rin doubled over with anger, looked at them furiously and began to walk towards them. The first number sharply turned her gaze to the second number, screaming and choking in tears. Gal abruptly fell to his knees, hugged the bald man's leg and shouted that he had been chatting incessantly and had so brazenly spoiled the mood of such respected people, let him not be angry. Gal began quickly bowing and hugging the legs of everyone in line and shouting that he did not want to die. A moment later, the bald man kicked him with all his might, causing him to fly far away. The thug looked at him carefully and asked who said that he would kill him. Gal began to slowly get up, slightly scratched the back of his head and, smiling nervously, noticed that it was real. A moment later, the entire group of robbers grabbed their stomachs and began to sweat. Rin quickly approached the second number and carefully watched as the robbers quickly began to run away holding their stomachs. The first number looked carefully at her partner and asked what he had just done, and Gal smiled broadly and answered that this was one of the secret techniques that was passed down from generation to generation in the Jegal clan, a terrible curse that made you really want to do it big. Rin abruptly moved away from him, put her hands forward, and Gal glowed brightly. The main character leaned on his hand, looked straight with boredom in his eyes and said that except for that woman, everyone else was disqualified. Du Jin turned to the protagonist in shock, and the 3 men in front of him looked at the protagonist in horror. 2 men put their hands in front of them and began to shout that he was joking now, that he even knew about his sword skills. One of them pointed his finger at the girl, opened his mouth wide and shouted that this exam was like some kind of mockery. That is, she, who had never held a sword in her hands, passed, but he did not. The main character began to glow with purple fire and glared at them. A huge, purple fire rose above the main character, and the warriors opposite him began to get nervous. Shin glared at them and remarked that he had seen enough of their useless skills, now let them get out. The men began to leave the tent. One of them put his fist in front of him and shouted that he would be sorry. Shin looked at the girl carefully, put his hand on the table and said that she could take her uniform and come to the house of the direct cloud on the appointed date. The girl began to cry, looked joyfully at the protagonist and, thanking him, noted that she would give her life for him. Rin and Gal slowly entered the tent after the protagonist shouted that the next group could enter. Gal folded his hands in prayer and said that the two of them had worked so hard, and Rin brushed aside the tent cape and noted in her head that she would finally be able to personally see the protagonist. The first number began to sweat from nerves and wondered if it was really him. He, of course, had lost weight, but more importantly, the energy emanating from him could not belong to an ordinary person. The girl looked carefully at the main character, began to examine him and added in her head that this is a body that cannot be obtained without regular training. The main character began to say something, looking carefully at the group. Rin stared at him carefully, examined him completely and noticed that he had an unusual spirit, which meant he was not an easy person. The main character looked carefully at the girl, folded his hands together and asked why she came here. Rin got a little nervous, noticed in her head that it couldn't be. Even their squad doesn't know about the infiltration of the Beacon clan, and since she is wearing a high quality mask. And then with her hands together she answered that she wants to take the chance and fulfill her dream of becoming a guard, which was impossible due to the fact that she was not born a man. The main character sharply put his hand to his chin and began to make a thoughtful sound. Rin looked rudely at the protagonist and wondered why he reacted that way. It was a great answer, what was wrong with him? And Gal turned to her and noticed in his head that she was the most collected and calm in the entire squad. She was worried so much. Dujin looked at her carefully and asked what her weapon skills were, and the girl, looking at him carefully, answered that she had an initial zenith rank. Dujin opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth slightly and asked in shock if it was true. Rin tensed her face slightly, looked straight rudely and noted in her head that she originally thought to say that she belonged only to the first rank. But since this is the zenith, won't they beg her to join the squad? And Dujin replied, he understood everything. The main character folded his arms across his chest, moved forward slightly and noted that if she was really so good with weapons, then even if she was not accepted, she would easily find another good job, and Dujin turned to him in horror and shouted loudly. Gal abruptly clasped his hands together after the protagonist asked what his skill level was and answered that he had just reached rank 1. The main character looked at him carefully and replied that he passed and everyone else could be free, and at that moment Rin trembled all over and wondered why she didn't pass. Gal began to nervously fiddle with the back of his head and turned to the clan leader. Gal slightly hugged number 2, looked at the clan leader with a smile and said that she was much more talented than she looked, he would not regret accepting her, and Rin looked at him furiously and thought about his words. The main character looked at the guy furiously and asked that if she didn't pass, he wouldn't join the clan either. Gal sharply put his hands in front of him and noted that this was not the point. Shin looked at him relaxedly and noted that he would leave her in the reserves, and Dujin looked at him in horror. Rin clenched her teeth sharply, her entire body burning with rage. The second number abruptly forced the girl to bow and shouted that he was grateful. It was good to be a spare. She was so happy that she even forgot how to speak. Gal began to slowly pull the girl out of the tent and shouted after them that they would give further instructions, and Shin looked at them carefully. The main character folded his arms across his chest and, looking carefully at the exit, wondered why they were here. We are transported to the best restaurant in Hangyu at the Songyang guest house, where someone shouts that the delivery has finally arrived. The man stands with his hands on his belt and says that they ordered delivery in the middle of the night and the doors were closed. A girl looked out from behind the door and said that someone had rented an entire guest house today. The delivery man looked inside displeasedly and said that someone had actually rented the entire Songyang, the most expensive guest house. And who was he? And she turned her head back and replied that the leader of the Baekwon clan was now having a luxurious feast. She started waving her arms while he said that he heard that this clan has unsurpassed fighting skills, and the head eliminated all differences in the clan and established discipline there, and the girl replied that he is now squandering the clan's treasury. This is quite strange. Her look was very malicious and she said that he might have lost weight, but he was still the same person, so it was even better for them. And she added that the Beak clan has very little left. We were taken inside the building straight to Shin, who is standing and waving his chopsticks, saying that he comes up to the guy and breaks his arm, and then chops him off, and says that he screamed so much when his hand fell to the ground, he presented it all as funny story. He began to laugh madly at the top of his voice, while the girls pretended to be funny and whispered to each other, when suddenly he slipped on something and, while falling, tried to say that they should get drunk and die. He fell to the ground with a crash, which made the girls laugh. They looked at him and said that they shouldn't believe the rumors because they really believed that his old habits were gone, so they should now go home. While he was lying on the floor, with his arms outstretched, the girls began to leave him. The same girl with a mole near her mouth looked out from behind the door and simply remained silent while a man in a black robe stood in front of her. Call the girls. 3 men appeared in the same black robes. They began to slowly knock on the door while their eyes glowed bright red. Shin, lying on the floor, began to exhale using his energy and thought that by using his energy, he could easily recover from intoxication. While in a sitting position, he continued to ponder the fact that no one else seemed to be watching from this side, so they should probably start, and said aloud the spell apply title Lord of Bats. A selection window appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he should apply the effects Misty Double or Wave of Silence. Stretching his hand forward and igniting with purple energy, he summoned a Misty Double. A vortex began to form just in front of his hand. It was from this very vortex that Shin's clone appeared, and from above there was a notification that the Foggy Double is formed from fog, which exists while the magic used by the owner of the title is active, but if damage is received, the double immediately disappears. The clone turned to Shin as he said that he should sleep it off until he returns, and now the clone was already lying on the ground while Shin used some kind of subspace magic on him. From this subspace he took out a small robe. Putting on a black robe and taking some kind of skull in his hands, he turned his head and realized that it was time for him to move out. Having placed this skull on his head, red and bright eyes were visible under it. A couple of seconds later, he disappeared from that place while his clone lay on the ground, passed out. We are transported to the suburbs of Hangzhou, to a butcher's shop. We see how the hatch into the basement opened, from where screams were coming. The butcher walked with a calm face, and while hands reached out from the cages and begged for his life, he simply remained silent. These people grabbed the cages with tears in their eyes and begged that they would, however, keep their mouths shut, and also begged for him to feed them. But the butcher hit this cage with all his strength and anger, forcing them to be silent. He looked at the crying girl with a cold gaze and said that she should be grateful for being chosen as a sacrifice for God. He walked toward 2 girls who were chained to the wall while they cursed him and begged him for medicine and told him he would go to hell. This very chain that bound this girl became tense as she stretched forward. The chain squeezed the girl's throat so that her eyes turned red with blood and tears flowed from them. These 2 girls threw trembling hands towards him and begged him to give him medicine. The butcher approached one of them and, taking her by the cheek, thought that it seems that this time the medicines worked much better than last times. Suddenly he turned his head in fear, not understanding why it suddenly became so quiet. He got very scared and started screaming, trying to hear at least one sound. This scared him to the bone that he was already screaming. Why couldn't he hear anything, and why had he suddenly become deaf? Suddenly, at that very second, his head is simply cut off with one blow. His head rolls straight towards Shin's feet. Shin himself looked at the girls with a creepy look and simply remained silent. He just looked ahead and thought that the Wave of Silence skill should eliminate any sounds within a radius of 5 meters, and this was too useful a skill for him. He looked back at the path he had taken and saw many corpses of people, thinking that he had correctly traced the memories of the future. And there were about 100 women locked under the small butcher shop in this secret room, so it was possible that Commander T, the Kirin clan, created 10 more such prisons throughout Hangzhou. With the help of his magic, he began to pull this medicine out of the girls and thought that the treasury of the blood sect was replenished through the sale of medicines and human trafficking, since he would like to free them all right now, but this could lead them all to death. He looked forward with a thoughtful look and realized that first he needed to rid these people of the negative energy they received from these drugs. He simply went ahead and came up with a plan that they would wait for him here while he avenged them and come back for them. We are transferred to the Kirin battalion, where the leader of the dragon group, Gong Song-chu, displeasedly asks why this guard is taking the victim for so long, to which the second adds what could have happened to them again. Don turned his head and ordered everyone to be careful, because it was very strange, to which that bald guy began to roll up his sleeves, telling him not to worry because he would teach them how to behave. Suddenly Gon was very frightened by what he saw. Immediately after this, he began shouting to his boys to be careful. That bald guy, opening the door, asked what he shouted to him. Because he did not hear his leader, a huge sword flew at him. This guy flew back to his leader while he shouted that someone had infiltrated them and for everyone to take up fighting positions. Gon began to use some kind of magic on his hand, which distributed green smoke, and asked the one who attacked them to show himself, while he himself thought that the location of this prison had finally been revealed. Green mucus was dripping onto that bald guy's head, and Gon himself understood that if the group leader found out about this, it would be better for him to die right here and now. He looked at it, baring his teeth, and decided that he should catch them and find out how they got here. Shin's dark silhouette came out of the door. He came out of the shadows completely and just silently looked at them and advanced. Gon looked at him with displeasure and did not understand why he did not feel any other energy except the energy of this boy. Is he really here alone? Then his smile was so strong that all 32 of his teeth were visible. Even more green smoke appeared near him, and he, laughing, said that he came to hell alone. He, apparently, had completely gone crazy. Behind Shin was a trail of red energy, and he confidently looked forward. Then, coming closer to him, he said in a menacing tone that he had decided with his own hands to kill everyone here, without exception. 2 magic spheres appeared behind Shin, and he repeated once again that he would kill everyone without exception. Ice spears began to fly out from these 2 spheres, and Shin thought that this was a spear upgraded to a plus rank, so it should be 2 or 3 times more powerful than the previous one. The guards who were protecting this leader began to smash his spears in the air. Shin himself looked at them with a confident look and thought that they were much stronger than those he had met before. One of the bald guys got into a fighting stance and told Shin that he thought that he could subdue them with his magic, and he, being a magician, also took a sword with him. Shin held this sword out in front of him and said that he really thought that he was trying to buy himself time for his next magic move. A trio of guys attacked him, shouting at him to shut up, and Shin told them that he would be even better off if they approached him. Shin first cut one in half, then he cut the second in half with one swing, and finally he killed the third with exactly the same light swing. Pieces of the bodies of these guys simply fell past Shin while his sword shone with a bright blue flame. The veins on Gon's face were bulging, and his eyes turned red while green smoke was floating around. He said that it was amazing, because he didn't know a single warrior who could do magic like that, and yet he was just a boy who barely mastered a couple. With one swing, he created many clones behind Shin in the same form and said that this is a wheel formation squad. These warriors began to advance directly towards Shin. They all glowed with bright blue flames and pointed their swords at him. They all came closer and closer to him, surrounding Shin. He looked at them and thought that they had all reached the highest rank of Zenith. As one rushed to attack him, Shin turned his head and realized that they were planning to fight him one by one to gradually drain his energy. His eyes glowed bright red as he had just come up with a plan. With one blow of his sword, he made such a powerful attack that sparks flew everywhere. He imagined himself in black and white and understood that at the same time, he would be able to use techniques through the energy gained through absorbing their fighting spirit, all thanks to the purification skill and the effect of the receiving power. He jumped up above these guys, and Gon was very scared, not understanding who he was at all. His face showed extreme anger and sweat, and he understood how mind energy, yang energy, and also demonic energy that he could use all together, and also Gon could not believe it, because he had never heard that is it even possible. Shin started waving his swords in different patterns. He performed various tricks in the air while notifications appeared above him that he had successfully synchronized skills. 12 swords, increased them and increased the effectiveness of various skills, as well as a large number of notifications. And below there were 2 notifications that he had unlocked several new achievements and received the characteristics of an excellent swordsman. This whole squad that Gon called was very tired, so all their mana had dried up, and they did not understand how it was even possible to fight against such a guy. They were still trying to stay on the defensive and realized that they were fighting to the death. They looked at Shin and saw how several energies were combined in him, and realized that he was becoming stronger and stronger, and Shin said that they were still thinking of capturing him. Shin's sword combined several energies. This could be seen from it, when suddenly these energies began to glow 3 times stronger than before. The guys were very scared, and it was visible on their faces, because they did not understand how this was even possible and why he was so strong. Shin raised his sword in front of him, which burned with various flames, and they all realized that he was using sword judgment, which can only be obtained by reaching a superior level. Gon put his hand forward and started shouting that it was just an illusion, so they shouldn't be fooled and should get rid of him. The guys started walking forward and said that the formation is no longer important, so they should finish him off in 1 second, and they should hit him with their most powerful attack. They were all charged with powerful motivation and lit back up with blue flames, putting their swords forward. They began to surround Shin again in order to launch a one-shot attack. But Shin was completely ablaze with sparks and various energies and ordered them to attack him. All these warriors began to attack him at once. Shin prepared his attack, causing various pink sparks to fly around him. On the other hand, there are also several warriors on the ceiling trying to land a one-shot attack to finish him off. Shin looked forward with sparkles in his eyes and said that he began to use the 12 swords of Thundercloud, the second phase of Horizontal Storm Wind Strike. He made a circle around himself so that he left behind a pink trail. With one swing, he cut down 3 guys, and it was clear from their faces that they were scared to death. Their bodies were simply divided in half. Shin watched his body split into 2 parts and remained silent. There were 6 corpses lying around him, divided in half, and Gon was very scared by this sight. He began to get angry, looking at him, and bared his teeth, realizing that this could not be, because even in the Kurin battalion, their squad was considered the strongest, and this dragon group was destroyed by just 1 person. Gon was very surprised because Shin addressed him by name. He looked at him with a very confident look and smile and asked that he should call him Commander Teaslitter. Gon began to get very angry while using his magic, so that a purple aura appeared around him and he told Shin not to dare to say the master's name with his mouth. He clenched his hands angrily, using some kind of ability so that a blast wave spread everywhere, and he said that Shin is the enemy of the sect and therefore he will destroy him here and now. This aura reached Shin and he looked at him, thinking that this guy was using dirty mana and not internal energy, so that meant that he also received a blessing. Shin began to charge his sword with energy and realized that he was therefore using the monster's power. Gon began to turn into some kind of crocodile dinosaur. Its paws were huge and green with claws, and as soon as he was completely transformed, it was clear from the outline of his face that he was a lizard. Gon began to move towards Shin, growling furiously. He then made an instant dash straight towards Shin. Shin, in turn, also made a dash towards him, preparing his attack. Gon in the form of a lizard began to growl at him even stronger than before. Suddenly Shin was very surprised by what he saw and realized everything. He abruptly jumped away from the lizard and from the corpses that lay on the ground and looked at them. The guys who were lying on the ground began to become covered with some kind of gray ash. Gon looked at him with a gaze and sparkles in his eyes. In a couple of seconds, this person was completely covered with this ash and turned gray. The lizard began to run towards him displeasingly, asking how he was able to repel this attack. Shin brought his sword forward in defense and realized that his assumptions were correct. The lizard ran forward and thought that he was able to repel his attack, and suggested that it could be an accident because even the general does not know about his abilities. Shin swung his sword so that it left a mark. The two of them fought against each other, sparks flying everywhere from their blows. Suddenly this lizard stopped in surprise and looked forward. With his blow, he was able to break Shin's sword into small pieces. Gon looked forward with a smile on his face and simply remained silent. Then suddenly he began to spit his poisonous liquid forward. Shin was able to dodge the shot of this poisonous liquid, and as soon as he dodged, he kicked him right in the jaw, throwing him to the side. Shin turned his gaze directly to the place where that lizard shot, and saw the arch melting from that poisonous liquid, and thought that he had scale armor, poisonous breath, and a gaze that turned to stone, so this is undoubtedly Basilisk. Throwing his sword down, he watched as Gon ran at him and growled. The lizard looked at him with bewilderment on his face and asked, "What can a warrior do without a sword? So he should give up and die with dignity." Putting his hand forward, Shin began to cast some kind of magic and asked where he was in such a hurry. Some kind of handle appears right from this portal, and Shin said that there were still flowers before that. A couple of seconds later, he already had a scythe in his hand that glowed with purple energy, and Gon didn't understand who he even was because his weapon materialized right out of thin air. He looked at him with sparkles in his eyes and glowed with green energy, thinking that perhaps he came from the western lands. He looked at his claws and thought that it didn't matter because he was going to die soon anyway. He began to growl furiously and charged, shouting that he would tear him to pieces. Shin simply raised his scythe, preparing to strike. As soon as the lizard began to use its techniques on him, Shin began to swing his scythe in response, looking at him intently. The two of them hit each other, making a very loud sound. The lizard looked at him with a dissatisfied face and did not understand how this was even possible, because the power of his attack was equal to his own, and it was not a trick, but a real powerful technique. However, he seems to be unable to fully utilize the weapon's energy. Shin put his scythe forward and simply remained silent. Gon rushed at him, making another lightning-fast dash. Shin, holding his scythe in his hands, also rushed to attack him. They continued to fight each other, parrying and attacking, throwing sparks everywhere. They fought so hard that the room lit up just from the blows alone. Gon looked at him with a dissatisfied face, thinking that he was able to repel his strongest attack, and he was also laughing. This was simply impossible. He could not believe it. Shin, with a smile on his face, reflected and dealt blows to him and simply remained silent. Shin swung his scythe as the lizard jumped on him and thought about how he should kill him at all costs. A red mark appeared from Gon's eyes because he was very concentrated and used his attack. Shinu returned from his attack because, most likely, the basilisk used petrification. Shin just looked at him and said that he was arrogant, wagging his tongue, but it seems his strongest attack is his death glare. Gon started shouting bad words at him in displeasure. He began to spit many small green blobs at him and shouted that he would destroy his weapon. Shin looked at him with a very frowning expression and knew it was time for him to end things with him. He began to charge his scythe with all the energy he could, and thought that he would use the energy obtained from merging his soul with Yu Shinwung's soul to fill the poisonous scythe. His scythe began to shine more than ever, and notifications appeared that the artifact was filled with natural energy, and the scythe of acidic poison recognized him as its owner. So the sealed properties of the artifact were unlocked and the cruel poison of divine blood was obtained. He put his scythe forward, and it began to fill with magic while those very clots of mucus flew at him. These clumps of mucus were stopped by his magic and simply hung in the air. Gon looked very frightened and he absolutely did not understand what was happening now. when suddenly these very clots of mucus began to be absorbed with the help of his magic and turn even greener. All these clumps of mucus were absorbed into his braid, and his braid took on a green tint. He raised the scythe above his head and thought that all the poison now belonged to him. And this is the cruel poison of divine blood. This is a skill that subjugates all the poison in the territory under his control. Gon began to tremble with fear and become covered in sweat because he understood that he had to run. So is it really the fear of his imminent death? Shin came closer and closer to him, and the lizard said that his body completely did not obey him. He looked at him with a steady gaze and said that the basilisk's scaly armor makes it much more difficult to fight him. But if you attack him from the inside, then everything is much simpler. Gon lowered his head with a scared look and shouted, "They say that he is deceiving him." Shin pointed his glowing scythe at him and asked him what he thought would happen if he drained all the toxic energy from his body. Immediately after these words, some green energy began to be sucked out of the lizard's body. All this green energy flowed into his braid and filled it. Shin looked at him with a smile and said that the effect was immediate. It was clear that it was completely draining his body, as he had already shrunk in size, and he begged Shin for mercy. Shin stuck his scythe right into his mouth and ordered him to shut up, which scared Gon very much. Then, in one swift motion, he cut him in two and told him to die. Many notifications appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he destroyed the basilisk and received a reward, a mana stone, gained a vanimal amount of experience, increased the level and increased a very large number of all sorts of characteristics, and finally received the status of a basilisk fighter. Shin stood next to the lizard's corpse and simply looked at it. Then, looking at his scythe, several notifications appeared in front of him that the acid poison scythe was absorbing the energy of monsters. So now he had received paralyzing poison, and the acid poison scythe had absorbed a negligible amount of natural energy. Throwing it over his shoulder, he looked to the side and realized that now he did not have time for joy, because he still had things to do. Having opened the portal, he hid this scythe in it and realized that he must save those poison girls. He began to approach some wall and think that it seemed that this secret passage must be somewhere here. With his hand he presses on one of the protruding stones and thereby activates the secret passage. That same huge locked door begins to open little by little, revealing a bright golden light behind it. In front of him was a huge amount of gold coins and various expensive minerals. He looked at it with a steady and confident look and a sparkle in his eyes and said that this was the first of 9. We are taken to the Kirin meeting room, where we see several people sitting and worrying. There are also several people sitting on the other side of the table, and they are just as worried as everyone else. At the head of this table and meeting sat Chang'e, simply silent. Then, placing one hand on the armrest, he said that no matter how much he thought about what he said, he could not understand. Apparently his ears could not hear at all, so he should repeat it again. The man with the scar on his chin looked on with a scared look as Jiang said that last night the 3rd prison was attacked and the man was the 2nd commander of the Kirin clan named Mengdyun-ho. One of the guys who was sitting at the meeting looked very scared and said that since the provisions had not arrived, the Shining Dragon squad went to the 3rd prison to check, and it turned out that all the provisions collected in the 3rd prison. But at that moment Din, putting his hand on the table, interrupted him, asking what happened to the medicines that were for sale, and with all the wealth that was stored there, and he was told that the medicines were burned, and everything valuable was gone. At this time, Chan seemed to be boiling with anger, as his eyes were red and his frown was too deep. And as it turned out, it was so. He seemed to be burning with fire from within, and his eyes burned more than ever, and he said that no matter how much he listened, he heard the same thing, so it means that it was not his ears that failed him, but the guys didn't do their job. The guys were even more frightened, and blood flowed from their noses from such a strong flow of mana. Some began to tremble and cough up blood from this, and someone with trembling hands and voice asked him to calm down, that he looked forward with a confident and proud look, and then said that the most important thing now is to find the criminal, and then he asked if they had found the location of Gong Sung Chu and the group of dragons. Ding began to awkwardly scratch his chin as he apologized to him and said that he could only detect signs of battle. However, there were traces of the head of the dragon group using divine energy. They looked at each other and he said that he also said that there was not a single body there, probably because his main technique is the use of poison. And Dune added that indeed Gong Sung Chu kills everyone who opposes him, and it is possible that his poison destroyed all the corpses. Crossing his arms, Jung said that they needed to start an investigation, looking into the possibility that Gong Sung Ju had betrayed them and that some third force might be involved, so the matter would be subject to their independent investigation. Everyone simultaneously stood up from their seats and, hitting themselves on the chest, shouted that they understood everything. Young looked forward with a very displeased look and thought that this incident was different from the shame they experienced in the Baekwoon clan, so if the incident was reported at the monthly meeting, then his position would be in danger, no matter if he will not be able to return the lost wealth. But for the good of the sect, no one should know about the kidnapped people and the burned medicines. He frowned even more and understood that if he could bribe the new governor the same way he did with the previous one, and destroy the criminal, then everything would remain a secret. Dune turned to face him and said that all that was clear so far was that there was more than one criminal, and it was quite obvious that he couldn't do this alone, and Chan asked why he got that idea. Behind him, he remembered that same mountain of gold and said that they transported mountains of gold in one night. They probably transported them on a cart, so that, loaded with all the riches, it must have left deep traces, and such cannot be completely hidden. Chan started shouting that he should put aside all the less important things and focus on this. We are cut to Shin picking at his ear and yawning while someone comes to him and tells him that his finger will come out of his other ear if he keeps doing this. Van, who was riding right with him in the same carriage, told him this, and he added that Shin said that they were going on business for the development of the clan, so why were they in a brothel? Shin turned his head to the side in displeasure and said that he wanted to cheer himself up since he was constantly being scolded. Van awkwardly put his hand behind his head and asked why he was doing this. They both looked out the window, and Van thought that his behavior had become even worse than before. Shin looked out the window and remembered those very happy tears of the girls and thought that he hoped that all the girls managed to escape. He remembered the words of gratitude and their joyful tears. He remembered how he led them out of the forest in the middle of the night, thought that then he had absorbed all this toxic energy, so nothing should interfere with their future lives, and he would like to accompany them to the very end, but it would be safer for them to separate. Looking after them, he continued to reflect on the fact that the captured gold would be enough for all the clans in Zhejiang to live for a whole year without denying themselves anything. But he would not waste the wealth of the blood sect, which it earned through trading in people and medicines. Is gathering, it's better to let it go towards fighting the sect and helping those who suffered from it. He imagined his usual image and the image in the mask, realizing that the blood sect had very little left, and he would soon destroy it, when suddenly the groom said that they had arrived. Shin stood next to Van and was surprised at what he saw in front of him. They were standing in the middle of a vast desert, and Shin said it was a beautiful place. While the merchant grinned happily, saying that this was simply an excellent choice, Van pointed his finger at this vacant lot and shouted that buying this vacant lot would be the same as throwing money down the drain. The merchant shouted at him with displeasure that, unlike the leader, he had no trained eye at all. Van shouted in response to him that he apparently had no conscience at all. How to cultivate this desert? Because it is obvious that the lands are completely infertile. Shin looked at him and asked if it was true. The merchant began to joyfully admire and say that the point is not that it cannot be cultivated, but that it has not been cultivated. This is land that has rested for many years and accumulated its fertility, and now, if you tackle it properly, then it will bring a wonderful harvest next year. While Van shouted in displeasure that this land was even more useless than the one they had seen earlier, Shin put out his hand and said that he would stop arguing with the merchant. Turning his head towards the merchant, Shin said that he would buy this land and all the ones they had seen earlier. After all, in total they are not worth even a tenth of the other fields. So he would like to pay as soon as possible, so can they make the deal right now? And these words almost made Wang faint. The merchant, with a malicious smile, holding a book in his hands, realized that he had bought his words, and said that, of course, he could, because he just had to sign this agreement, and he would immediately accept payment. After some time, we see Shin walking forward with Van and saying that he is so stuffy, because it's hard to even breathe next to him, to which he received the answer that it's good for him, because he has become a rich farmer with vacant lots instead of fields. They walked forward through the forest, and Shin threw his hands behind his head and told him not to worry, because he had a plan, to which Van replied that he had nothing to worry about, so they should quickly return to cart. In the middle of the forest, they noticed a small settlement, and Shin invited him to go there. They looked into a small forge and, pulling back the screen, he asked if there was anyone in this room. A gray-haired man with long hair was forging some kind of tool with his hammer and asked what happened, why they looked at him. Shin pointed at all his tools and said that he would like to buy a sword from him. The old man looked at him with a dissatisfied look and asked if it looked like he was selling weapons here. Shin tilted his head and said that actually it looks like he should buy a sword after all. The old man turned back and began to forge his instrument, saying that Shin was saying something strange, so he didn't want to listen to it at all, and wasn't he that strange guy who bought up all the local barren land? Van stepped forward and exclaimed displeasedly to be careful with his words, and someone behind them said that it seemed like they had visitors. It was a girl with a ponytail who asked that her grandfather was arguing with his clients again. Bowing her head and closing her eyes, she asked for forgiveness for him, because her grandfather was not at all so unsociable, although his words were quite harsh. She bowed to them, and Shin and Van said that everything was fine. Raising her head and sparkling in her eyes, she asked if she had heard correctly that they needed a sword, and then said that they didn't make them here. Taking the hoe and pitchfork in her hands, she said that here are all the farming tools that are of excellent quality, so if they buy it, they will not regret it at all, and Shin suggested that Wang choose one of these. Shin picked up the hoe and began to examine it, saying that the quality was too good, and Van asked why he suddenly became interested in hoes. Shin laid out a huge number of tools directly on the shop counter and said that this was enough, so he would take all 10 tools. From such a large purchase, the girl was confused and did not even know what to answer, asking that they really chose all this. Shin crossed his arms and said that they would go then, and by that time, Van was carrying all these tools on his back. The old man looked down with displeasure and made his tools and asked why they should meet again. Van and Shin turned to him and said that if fate decreed it, they would be lucky to meet them again. The girl seemed surprised by these words and delighted at the same time, asking again what they were talking about, but they did not answer her and simply said goodbye. The old man looked at them with a very dissatisfied and intent gaze, while the girl looked at them with surprise and sparkles in her eyes. The night sky enveloped the hut. The woman asked what they would do. Exhaling smoke, she asked what the man was going to do about it. Sitting on his knee, the man replied that it seemed to him that he knew something about this place and about the godmother. He girls began to have a yellow aura. She asked if she told the man not to call her H-Wang gunman. Closing his eyes, the man asked for forgiveness. The woman looked at him intently. Behind her were the outlines of warriors. The plot introduces us to the founder of Hawkholden, the Union of Steel Merchants and Blacksmiths of Yungwon, the best of the blacksmiths, the creator of 2 of the 10 Murim weapons. The plot tells us that her name is Beek Li Lan and she is known among martial artists as the Iron Monster, one of the 5 monsters of Yungwon. The plot told us that one of the 2 Murim weapons she created was the sword of the leader of the Warrior Association, the other was the sword belonging to the leader of the Blood Sect. Because of them, all the martial artists were hunting for her skills. Smoke from her pipe filled the room. Lillian suggested in her thoughts that no matter how long they lived, they would not change at all and there was no need to be nervous about this boy. The plot tells us that if it weren't for her talent and the financial power of Hawkholden, she would probably have been caught and forced to work in the forge as a slave. Sitting on a chair, Leland stated that if her memory serves her, there is nothing between her and the Beekwung clan. She asked if she was missing anything. The man replied that nothing came to his mind. Looking away, Lillian asked if she would have to move again and when she would stop living on the run. The plot tells us that, being already an old woman, by some miracle she was able to rejuvenate herself and began a new life in the body of a child in a secret branch of the Hawkholden Alliance, still hiding her identity. Frowning, the man said that with the exception of him, everyone who knew her past form either died of old age or was killed. He noted that he doesn't understand why Lillian doesn't do anything, although this guy does. Lillian remembered how the main character pointed his finger at her tools. She replied that all 10 tools that Shin pointed out were forged by her hand, albeit just for fun, but based on this alone, it cannot be said for sure that he revealed her identity. Lillian added that there were too many eyes for him to sniff out anything. Sitting on his knee, the man said that he understands, but there is a risk, noting that if she finishes him off to be sure, the news of this will reach the Alliance, and even more so the fools from the Blood Sect. Turning away, Lillian replied that in this situation she could not do anything about it. The man asked what she would do then. She stated with a calm face that the main character leaves her no choice, and since he craves attention so much, the man said that he understood everything and would do so, he would send people to monitor his every step. Lillian opened the door. Looking at the street, she noticed in her thoughts that she thought that he was just a pathetic heir to a rich family who bought up all the barren land around the forge just on a whim. She continued her thought, noting that however, Shin turned out to be an extraordinary person and he seemed to have a plan. The light illuminated her face. She wondered what it was. The main character examined the blade. He noted in his mind that this was great. A message about this weapon appeared in front of him. Its name is Ilsujum. It is a one-handed scythe crafted by a skilled blacksmith that is deliberately unbalanced. The scythe is made of simple iron, but thanks to the skill of the blacksmith, it has excellent characteristics sufficient for use by martial artists. Looking out the window, Shin thought that people were not lying when they said that the Iron Monster had excellent skills. The main character noted that he had seen recent reports of the Blood Sect. According to them, its traces lead to the forge of that village. He presented the image of Lillian. Shin noticed in his thoughts that the only energy that was gushing out was from the girl they met in the forge. The main character assumed that this must be Lillian. Looking out the window, Shin thought that if he had made it clear that he had revealed her identity, it would have been a life or death battle. The main character emphasized that it was good that he activated the pop-up window system, and thanks to this, he was able, as if by chance, to choose from all the tools those that she personally made. Smirking, Shin noticed that he suddenly bought up barren lands and unerringly chose tools forged by the Iron Monster. The main character said that in this way the seeds have been sown and now all that remains is to wait for the shoots and reap the benefits. The guy in front of Shin started muttering. Watching the sleeping guy, the main character noticed in his thoughts that this guy has absolutely no taste for women. He continued to watch him. Shin thought that now, when he looks at him, he cannot believe that yesterday's events happened in reality. Frowning, the main character thought that this was only the first point in the plan to destroy the Blood Sect and that there was so much more to be done. Shin assumed that Commander T and the Kirin battalion had probably already begun to act to make up for lost time. Crossing his arms, the main character began to think that he cannot get ahead of the Blood Sect just because he knows the future, and in order to prevent innocent victims, he needs to become even stronger and as quickly as possible. Shin emphasized that you also need to create your own martial art, taking the best features from those that already exist. The main character noted that he needs a large amount of natural energy in order to comprehend the real power of valuable objects. Shin noted that he would like to achieve a level of necromancy that surpasses that of his past life, and finally he must increase the power of the clan itself along with the skill of its warriors. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that it was time to visit Mount Tianmu. The plot takes us to the next day, to the Paean clan, the Blue Cloud Hall. Sunlight illuminated the tall building. The guys' faces were serious. The elders sat opposite them. Folding his hands, the man thought about what he was thinking about, noting that he not only squandered the clan's money on a brothel, but also bought up obviously barren lands. He wondered if Shin would be the same as before and if the tongues were right. Stretching out his hand, the main character asked the treasurer Goku to give him money, noting that he wanted to make some expenses. Goku asked what the main character was going to spend the money on. Turning around, Shin replied that there was no time to discuss this now and that he would find out everything later. Taken aback, Goku agreed with him. Lowering his head, Goku noted in his thoughts that he was not in a position to blame others, because he himself, as if spellbound, thoughtlessly gave the silver bars to the leader. The main character entered the room. He heard a cry that the clan leader had arrived. Placing his fist into his palm, Dujin cried out that he welcomed the new leader of the Baekwoon clan. Many people bowed to the main character. Sitting down at the table, Shin announced that they would begin. Stretching out his hand, Dujin said that they, the White Cloud faction, are trying their best to carry out the assignments given to them. He noted that due to the fact that there are now a lot of tasks that need to be dealt with, there is a noticeable shortage of people in the groups of guards, but so far everything is going peacefully and without problems. Shin, with a serious look, suggested that the faction's warriors were probably very exhausted. The main character asked Treasurer Gok to give them a raise, noting that they deserved it. Shin asked the leader of the faction to make sure that none of the warriors spoil their health from overworking. Bowing, they accepted the order. Looking at the men, the main character stated that the Pure Cloud faction should now transfer all free warriors to guard the clan. In case of a surprise attack, they should patrol day and night. He asked the leader of the Black Cloud about how the recruits' training was going. Gun, with a surprised face, replied that the skills of the recruits were so poor that they would have to teach them even the very basics. He noticed that due to the fact that their clan does not have a good base for studying martial arts, it is very difficult to continue training. Stretching out his hands, Dai noted that the fact was that most of the martial arts books were destroyed during the explosion of the Red Cloud building. Gun added that in the absence of the opportunity to impart knowledge of theory into them, their skill is based only on sparring. Watching their dialogue, Gok assumed that they would probably now ask to buy more books and they could not afford such expenses. Putting his hand to his face, Shin said that this meant that this problem could be solved if their clan mastered a wonderful martial art. Placing his hand on the table, the main character stated that he would deal with this. Sighing, he noted that it would take time, and until then he would have to work with what he had. Taken aback, Goku wondered if Shin would solve the problem. Jian, with a surprised face, asked in his thoughts if the main character would try to create his own martial art. Frowning, Dai emphasized that this was nonsense, because this was only possible if he was a natural genius. Dujin remarked with a dumbfounded look in his mind that it seemed like the leader could actually handle this. With his hands outstretched, Shin asked what the H1Ok clan's actions were. Looking at him, Dujin replied that the H1Ok clan sent troops to the H1 mountain sect, and Duak Chil, whose hand he cut off, is now a disciple of this sect. Dujin noticed that the Mount H1 sect itself is in no hurry to act, since it is part of an alliance of martial arts masters. Taken aback, the main character noted in his thoughts that it was a pity that they did not give them a reason to act first. Shin asked that their patience was not endless and why not just wait. The main character said that they would finish there and asked if they brought what he asked for. Handing over many notes, Dujin noted that these were shelf tasks and they were all between 5 and 10 years old. Dai, with a surprised look, said that they were postponed only in words and asked what the main character was going to do with the tasks they refused. Observing what was happening, Goku asked if Shin was going to take on them, noting that completing some of them would earn them an income equal to the clan's annual expenses. The main character was looking at a lot of papers. The stun gun noted that their complexity is commensurate with the reward, and this is a big gamble that puts the lives of their warriors at stake. Grinning, Shin said that he had found the right task. The main character showed a paper about the task on Mount Tianmu. He said that they would take on this task. Jin cried out and asked to reconsider this decision, noting that this was truly an impossible task. Goku noted that this was true, adding that it was difficult to admit, but they would not be able to complete it successfully. Smirking, Shin stated that everything was already in place for them to succeed. Looking at the notes, the main character asked them not to worry, noting that this task would definitely save their clan. Stunned people looked at him. The guys were asked why they give up. Drops of sweat ran down the man's face. There was a cup of water on his foot. Jin cried out that everyone who thought of gaining power with little blood could get lost now. The guy's hand was shaking. Jin ordered those who have the courage to master the martial art invented by the clan leader to memorize. The man was shaking convulsively. Jin said that perseverance is more important than talent and only a resilient warrior can become stronger. He stood surrounded by many warriors and shouted that their internal energy was worth nothing if they were physically weak. The man watched the training and said that it was calm there. Sitting on the stairs, he said that several days had already passed since their introduction into the Beacon clan. The man noted that they had conducted an investigation into internal affairs and the main character himself, who is supposedly behind all the disappearances, but so far they have not noticed anything suspicious and everyone around is only praising him. He turned to Lady Tang and asked if she thought it was too peaceful for a villain's lair. The girl replied that they had only interrogated the clan's families, so they needed to continue collecting information without removing suspicion from him. The enraged girl began to take out the blade and asked if he really went crazy. She ordered not to call her by her real name. The guy said that he screwed up again by calling her Lady Arin. Looking away, Arin asked him to be more careful. Sighing, the man agreed with her. Looking at her, he said that for some reason they do not directly study martial arts, but they have general training regularly and the instructors supervising the training are trying their best. And Rin noted in her thoughts that even in terms of atmosphere and mentality, this clan seems outstanding. She wondered if it was because of the family-like atmosphere in the clan. Putting her hand to her chin, she asked why they hadn't started their training yet. And Rin noticed that it was said that Shin himself would be in charge of training the guards of the Direct Cloud, but he was still chilling. She presented her real image, and Rin thought about why the main character hired guards in the Direct Cloud squad. She emphasized that she could not understand his motivation. The blindfolded man asked what they were talking about. Holding the tray in his hands, he asked if he had interrupted the conversation of the two lovebirds. Taking the cup from the tray, Rin asked for forgiveness and asked if it was true that he was H1O. H1O replied that this was true. H1O looked at the girl in the red kimono and said that it was boring to stay inside, so he decided to take a walk. He noticed that Rinny had mentioned that all the warriors were outside today. Watching Rinny, H1O added that she also said that she made some refreshing tea for them since everyone was working out until they sweat. H1O noted that they say that one member of the Direct Cloud squad was left in reserve, and she is sure that they are talking about her. H1O stated that this is why she tries and does all the hard work, and Rin frowned at what she heard. Rinny turned around at the loud screams. The warriors fought with their fists. While watching the battle, Rinny said that they needed some tea. The main character appeared behind her and suggested that he do it. The plot takes us to the Direct Cloud Pavilion. Shin said that first he wanted to apologize. Folding his hands, he apologized for not being able to come to them, noting that he had urgent matters to attend to. People looking at him said that the main character is very busy and it is not surprising that this happened. Frowning, Judale asked in his thoughts to look at the man. They listened carefully to the main character. Shin said that this was sorted out and they would get straight to the point. Pointing his finger, the protagonist stated that they had their first task. Taken aback, the man screamed that they still hadn't had a single training session. Smirking, Shin noted that their skills were sufficient for this task and he would go into detail about them when he proceeded directly to execution. Marek said with a satisfied look that he likes a real fight. Frowning, Judale asked what their first task was. Shin shouted that this was an order from the Tingyan Bank. Taken aback, Rin asked if this was the largest bank in all of Zhejiang. The main character replied that this is true and she is well informed. With a dumbfounded look, she asked if Shin was talking about that mission on Mount Tianmu that shocked everyone about 5 years ago. After looking at her, the protagonist replied that this is true and their client is the former owner of Tingyan Bank, Kilgong Peng. The plot told us that Kilgun Pen, the head of the Tingyan Bank, and despite the fact that he is a recognized genius and comes from an outstanding family, devoted himself to opening the bank, which caused only contempt in his circles. Shin imagined his image near the golden building. The main character noticed that, however, Keel was able not only to recoup his investments, but also to make a fortune, which gave him a higher status. Shin emphasized the fact that he was known less for this than for his endless eccentricity. The main character presented many artifacts in front of Keel. Shin emphasized that Kill Gun Pen had a habit of pouring all his resources into whatever he found interesting without thinking twice. The man was lying on the bed. The main character thought about the fact that all the martial artists were amazed by the task that Kilgong Pen left before his death. For successful completion of the mission on Mount Tianmu, where one of the 72 robbers' dens is based, a reward of 10% of all annual income of the Tingyan Bank was promised. Many warriors were heading to the mountains. Shin pointed out that although to successfully complete it you only need to bury a small wooden box at the foot of the mountain and bring a branch of the blue divine tree from it as evidence. The difficulty is that the bandits consider the peak of the mountain to be sacred. The blue tree stood at the cliff. The main character told us that many took on this task, blinded by the huge reward. Shin pictured a grinning man and a crowd of frightened warriors. The main character noticed that they were all destroyed, having received a brutal rebuff from the robbers. Rinny and Judale were taken aback by the task. The man, with a sad look, wondered if Shin had coveted this jackpot in the hope of improving the clan's plight. And Rin asked to think again, noting that this task would only expose the Beacon clan to unnecessary danger. Sighing, the main character stated that they should not be afraid of some robbers, because he would be with them. Shin noted that they do not need warriors who do not trust him and make excuses as soon as they see danger. And Rin was taken aback by what she heard. The main character stated that if she wanted to leave the clan immediately, he would pay her for the work done in these few days. Stretching out his hand, Shin said that those who are unsure can leave through this door right now. The man noted in his thoughts that this is a great opportunity and if they take on the task, they will die a dog's death. And Rin frowned. The man asked her to leave while they were releasing her. And Rin, with a serious look, thought about why no one said that they wanted to leave. Looking at the warriors, Shin asked what they would do. Narek said with a smile that he loves mountains. H1O asked what an old man who was about to die should be afraid of. Zhu calmly said that he would follow the main character's orders. Rinny screamed that she joined the squad, being already ready to die. Folding his hands, Judale noted that he had two then. Looking at Shin, Rin stated that she was in business. The man, with a distressed look, noted that he was also in the case, and Rin asked how they were going to storm the peak of the mountain. Smirking, the main character said that they would not go to the top of the mountain and there was no need for that. Shin stated that he had found a path unknown to anyone. Frowning, Rin noted in her thoughts that there were many terrible creatures and monsters living in the forest on the mountain. She wondered if there was a path that could be followed to avoid not only them, but also the bandits from the mountain. Looking at Shin, Rin guessed that this was part of the test for the Straight Cloud faction members. She stated that if this was indeed the case, and he had followed his plan so far, then the leader truly was a thoughtful person. The main character said with a serious look that not everyone would be able to take part in the task. The warriors were taken aback by what they heard. Smirking, Shin said that they need to finish everything very quickly with a minimum number of participants, so he will only take those who have the necessary talents to siege Tianmu Mountain. Rin's face was serious. She thought about the fact that the fighters for the Direct Cloud faction were chosen with this plan in mind. She asked in her thoughts what talents these people should have. Shin looked at H1O and Merrick and said their names. Gong and Rin lowered their gaze. The main character named Goon. Shin called Rin, after which she was taken aback. Looking at the warriors, the main character said that he was very sorry that not everyone would be able to take part in the first task and hoped that they were not offended. He looked at Rin and said that those who remain will not have to play the fool and there is another assignment for them. Pulling out the paper, Shin stated that he was appointing Ju Ti as the temporary leader of the group, noting that he would organize carts for them to go to Namchang. Taking the letter, Ju Ti shouted that he was obeying. The main character asked them, as soon as they arrived at the place, to read the letter and strictly follow the instructions given in it. Gong, looking dumbfounded in his thoughts, asked if Lady Tang would really take part in this task. And Rin replied that this was true and they needed to be near him to understand what he was up to. Smirking, Shin thought that it was too early to be surprised. The tall grass was shrouded in the darkness of night. She was cut down. Many robbers walked through the tall grass. The plot introduces us to the Tianmu Mountain band of robbers, a band of wolves. The stunned guy asked the boss how long they still needed to wander back and forth across the mountains. The out-of-breath stranger asked what kind of fool would venture onto a road where even they had gotten lost. The frightened guy noticed that if they wander any further, they will find themselves in a situation that is dangerous even for them. Swinging his blade, the man declared that they would do as the leader ordered, and if they had complaints, they could express them to him, and not to the leader. He asked if the warriors offered to speak for him for all of them. The warriors, moving through the forest, asked what kind of madman had come up the mountain without any fear. The warriors heatedly discussed the Beacon clan and that their leader decided to become famous by doing all sorts of nonsense. The stony-faced warrior reflected that he had recently joined, so it would be useful to know the local trails. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the rocky mountain, he asked in his thoughts whether he heard someone's voice or imagined it. He was grabbed by the throat. Pulling the warrior by the neck, the mercenary asked why the guy was going to the cliff and whether he wanted to throw himself off. The guy replied that everything was wrong and he just heard a strange sound. Smiling, the man asked to look at the guy, noting that he was already arguing with him. With a grin on his face, he said that he was already all on edge and the guy shouldn't provoke him. The guy continued walking through the forest. He looked back. He found himself alone in front of a cliff. The main character and a group of warriors were climbing a cliff. Shin looked up. Turning around, Shin said that they could breathe out and they were completely gone. Gong asked for forgiveness, noting that he was not very good at the tiger technique. Tied to a rope, Hwana asked if the leader was really okay. Narek, hanging over the abyss, said that he was also worried about the leader. Continuing to climb, the main character replied that he was really fine and asked them not to worry. A green aura began to emanate from his hand. Shin thought that it was good that his powers could be used in this way, adding that even without using the tiger technique, his arms and legs were like one with stone. The main character, thoughtfully, noted that as a last resort, he would summon a bone spear and go down the cliff with its help. Merrick was suddenly surprised. Looking down, Merrick screamed that there was a passage right below them. The group jumped down. Surprised, Rin said that this place really exists. They stood in front of the entrance to the cave. Taken aback, Rin asked how the leader even knew about all this. The main character answered with a serious look that he had already thought about it, but she always asks questions as if she were interrogating. And Rin and Gun were taken aback by what they heard. With folded hands, Rin said that she had allowed herself too much and could not contain her curiosity. Shin said that this cave was a refuge that his father had prepared a long time ago. Looking at the cave, the main character said that he only recently learned about the real purpose of this place. Putting his hand to his chin, Merrick said that there was some kind of inscription on the stone that he could not read. Approaching the stone tablet, Shin read that this is a hidden cave of all natural phenomena and anyone who enters there without the proper determination will inevitably meet their death there. Taken aback, Goon asked if they were on the right path. The main character noted in his thoughts that this hidden path leads directly to the peak of Mount Tianmu. Shin presented the image of an old man and said that 200 years ago there lived the best master in making traps and mechanisms in all of Muram, and this place stores everything connected with Man Senya, his legacy. The main character noted in his thoughts that he would take from there everything valuable that he could find. The torch burned brightly. Goon's legs were shaking. He was very scared. The group looked at him. Shin asked if one of them was ready to cry, noting that everything was quiet. The dumbfounded Gong said that entering this cave was a very dangerous decision. He added that there are rumors among martial artists that Man Sanya was even more crazy. The frightened Gong stated that it was said that he single-handedly destroyed an entire sect because of one small conflict. He emphasized the fact that entering a cave filled with his mechanisms and traps was the same as committing suicide. Holding the torch in his hands, Shin asked him not to think about it, noting that as he had already said, he only took with him those whose talents were enough to pass through this cave. Goon was taken aback by what he heard. He pointed his finger forward. They entered the passage into the first hall. Smiling, the main character said that this was great and they would get started. Merrick looked at the blue stone. Gong and Rin also looked at the bright stones. Hwano stood next to Shin and said that the caves are always cool, but he feels the cold here is unnatural. The main character replied that judging by the fact that first hall was written above the entrance. They stood in front of a blue lake. Shin said this is the first of several tests. Looking at the lake, Merrick said that he saw nothing but water and it was on all sides. Dune looked out from behind Shin. He suggested that the cave was flooded over time due to natural disasters. He suggested that the leader go back and look for another way. Shin, looking surprised, said that this was the test itself and asked them to take a closer look around. Looking at the water, Rin said that there was a stone there and one person could fit on it. Looking at the stone in the water, she noted that there was a similar one on the opposite side, which meant that two people had to enter the water and swim to these stones. Sighing, Gong assumed that Man Sanya did have a conscience, since he made the first test so simple. Shin said that this is true and they just need to swim to the stones through the lake of divine ice water, avoiding the predatory ghost fish. Sighing, Gong declared that it was just divine ice water and predatory ghost fish. The stunned Gong began to shout that the divine ice water was mined from the depths of the ice palace of the northern sea, and it contained the essence of absolute cold. He asked if predatory ghost fish were not monstrous creatures with impenetrable scales and a deadly grip that lived in the jungles of Nanman. With his arms crossed, the protagonist asked if Gong knew everything about this. Goon began to cry and scream that he could go crazy, noting that not only did he fill the entire cave with divine ice water, but he also released predatory fish into it. He started hugging Shin's leg. and Rin noted in her thoughts that anyone who has not comprehended the yin-yang energy will freeze to death in this water, and they also say that a school of ghost fish is able to eat even the highest rank fighters of the zenith. Lowering her head, Rin thought that this test could only be overcome by those who mastered the duckweed technique, and for them it was completely impossible. Pointing with his hand, Shin suggested that this explanation would suffice, adding that time was running out, so they needed to get started. He asked Merrick to come forward, and Rin raised her hand to the blade. She thought about the fact that she now understands why he chose these particular people, and he brought there those whom he did not mind sacrificing. She stated that if the main character does something stupid, she will immediately destroy him. She was suddenly taken aback. Shin sat down next to Merrick. Merrick asked if he crossed his legs correctly. The main character replied that everything was correct and he just needed to sit there for a while. A blue aura began to emanate from Shin. Observing the blue glow, Gong noticed in his thoughts that this was powerful and pure energy, and from its touch even his internal energy stabilized. And Rin, watching him, thought that she couldn't believe that he had already reached an excellent level of skill. Closing his eyes, the main character noted in his thoughts that Merrick had no martial arts skills at all, but all 8 of his Kenrek connections were pure. He began to fill Merrick's body with energy. Shin noticed that thanks to this, Merrick would accept his energy without any resistance. Merrick winced in pain. A notice has appeared that the art of energy transfer is the main way to transfer one's own energy to another being. The main character, with a calm face in his thoughts, noted that Merrick, his very body, is the talent necessary to pass this test. There was energy around Merrick. A message appeared with Merrick's characteristics. Stretching his arms out, Shin thought that thanks to the skills he gained from developing his mortal body, he was able to scan Merrick's abilities. A message about a heaven-defying martial body appeared. A sign about the 100 Eyes of Spirits technique popped up. Looking away, the main character noticed that he had chosen those whose talents he could effectively use there, and Rin was taken aback by what she saw. Holding Merrick by the back, the main character noticed that with a body resistant to cold and the energy of a thundercloud, he could withstand the test of this water. Merrick's eyes began to glow white. Looking at his hands, Merrick thanked Shin. Sitting on his knee, Merrick cried out that he had met a leader for life and would be with the leader until his death. Taking off his clothes, the main character said that he would accept his gratitude after they passed this test. Stunned, Rin asked what Shin was doing. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she thought he would send his subordinate alone, noting that he was going with him. Confused, Rin asked again. Undressed Shin and Merrick stood in front of the lake. Watching them, Gong noted in his mind that the main character had transferred his energy to an ordinary subordinate. He wondered if he would pass the test as well as him. Looking away, Gong noticed that the technique of energy transfer is incredibly dangerous, and if something goes wrong, you can lose all your natural energy, and that's why it is used only for the heirs of a clan or clan. Observing Shin, Gong assumed that he had no doubt about the stability of his own skills and, moreover, completely trusted them, whom he had only recently met. Taken aback, Gun noted in his thoughts that Shin was strange and for some reason he really liked him. The fish jumped out of the water. Watching them, Good wondered if everything would be alright. The main character put his hand on Merrick's shoulder and asked him to be sure that he would not be attacked. Smiling, Shin said, on the count of 3, jump into the water and, without stopping, swim to the right stone. Frowning, Rin noted in her thoughts that these were irresponsible words. She wondered how he would cope with the predatory fish even if his body was resistant to cold thanks to his internal energy. Gun and Hwana watched them with serious looks. Goon was suddenly taken aback. Shin cut his hand with a knife. Surprised, Merrick watched the main character. Shin jumped into the water. Merrick ran after him. He plunged into the water. He coughed. Hugging himself, Merrick noted in his thoughts that the cold was unbearable and it seemed as if all the blood in his body had turned to ice. Frowning, he declared that he should not be weak and if he gave in, he would be letting his leader down. He began to swim in the water. Swimming in the water, Merrick noticed that predatory fish did not attack him, as the leader had promised, adding that he bravely became bait. A golden glow began to emerge from Merrick's chest. The energy began to spread in the water. Merrick noted in his thoughts that the strange energy absorbs the cold and now warmth spreads throughout the body. He put his hands on the stone. Merrick climbed onto the stone. Taken aback, he called out to the leader. He looked at the opposite stone. People from the shore carefully watched what was happening. Merrick was dumbfounded. He asked what the leader was doing and he needed to leave quickly. Shin swam away from a school of fish. Shin continued to swim forward, trying to hide from the piranhas. I think he feels the terrible cold, how refreshing it is. He suddenly stopped as he landed on the bottom of the pond, thinking that this was a great opportunity already on the first test. What luck! Taking a stance, Shin concentrated, gathering his internal energy as the piranhas swam swiftly towards him. He thought that among the passive effects of his current status was resistance to 5 elements. The effect had strong resistance to the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. after which Shin concentrated all the collected energy in his stomach and, preparing to release it, thought that the resistance to the 5 elements traps the cold and the fire element absorbs it into itself, after which he began to release the collected golden-colored power around him into the reservoirs. Shin smiled smugly as he continued to release his energy, thinking that it was nice and he could get such pure and powerful energy for free. The people who were outside silently looked with great surprise at the quiet surface of the reservoir. One of them suddenly began to take a step towards the water while the other 2 stood still. The guy in gray tried to stop the lady who moved forward, asking what she was going to do. She responded by saying that he couldn't see and they had to save him before it was too late. He continued to dissuade her from this idea, telling her to stop, and it could be dangerous for her too. She just waved her hand threateningly, telling him to fuck off. Merrick, with fear on his face, waiting, looked at the water surface, thinking what his leader was doing. He would come out quickly, please. At that time a brightly glowing golden lightning appeared from the water, which greatly surprised him. The 3 travelers stood in surprise, looking at what was happening with an uncomprehending look. Continuing to look at this, they were very much afraid and surprised. The moment they raised their heads, a picture appeared before them of a huge number of dangerous fish flying at them from above. The travelers looked at them, lowering their eyes to the ground after they had already fallen. These fish lay below, not showing any signs of life, when one of the travelers asked if it was really a ghost fish. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared from a pond on the shore, dripping water. Merrick could barely hold back his tears, clenching his fist straight in front of him, and looked at it in surprise. With a sharp movement, Shin climbed onto a stone island in the middle of the pond, sighing heavily. Shin, looking at him, immediately turned to him and said that if he felt the floor, he would find an unusual area. Merrick immediately lowered her hand to the ground, feeling it, after which he found some kind of bulge and notified him about it. Shin told him to press on him with all his strength. The next moment they did it simultaneously, putting in all their strength. The people standing behind still didn't understand what was happening around them, looking around when the cave began to shake, after which they saw how a huge funnel had formed in the middle of the reservoir, which amazed them. They continued to look at what was happening, thinking that the water began to descend while the reservoir was going down. People continued to look at it. When the lady thought that the creators of this place were true, at this moment they were called out. The lady in yellow clothes, not understanding, glanced towards Shin, asking what he wanted. Then he extended his hand forward, smilingly saying that maybe she wouldn't just stare and would give him his clothes. After Shin finally put on his clothes, smiling widely, he looked forward when one of his companions said that man Sang Ya's cave, well, he paved the way here. Having walked forward a little, they saw a rise upward in the form of a staircase and noticed that now they need to go up. Shin said that there was no time, so they should go now, let Merrick carry H10. They all confidently rushed up the stairs together, carrying brightly burning torches straight in front of them, and continued to remain silent. As they continued to rise higher and higher, Gal thought about why the cave suddenly became so wide. He had a whole bunch of questions. It was all kind of crazy. Shin looked forward and saw an inscription on a stone indicating that this was the second hall. Then he brought his torch to the inscription, saying that it seemed they had arrived. Shin continued to look straight ahead with a confident grin on his face as Gal said that there seemed to be an exit up ahead, and the lady in yellow said that the ship was pitch black and looked quite dangerous. Ahead was a very dark corridor with golden lighting at the very end. When 3 of the companions turned back, still holding their torches in their hands, and Shin turned to H10, saying that it was his turn. KH Vano was on Merrick's back, at that moment holding him by the shoulders, and said that he brought him up. The old man sat down on his first knee and confidently, with a deft movement of his hands, unraveled the bandage from his leg, after which he raised his head and extended his hand forward, turning to Merrick, telling him to give him his cane, and he handed the old man a bow. H10, taking his cane instead of a bowstring, began to pull the bandage onto it with deft movements of his fingers. He diligently continued to do this, gradually wrapping the bandage further and further. When H10 finished winding the bandage, took the arrow, began to pull the bowstring, pointing his finger forward, a notification window of the old man's characteristics appeared on top of him. Gal looked at the old man in surprise, asking if it was Gakun's bow. He responded by pointing his head forward and saying that it was true, in his youth he often shot from it. The others continued to watch what was happening as Shin said that they had no time to chat, asking if H10 had taken the arrow he was talking about with him. The old man pulled the arrow, continued to aim straight ahead, saying that of course he would shoot it straight now. At the same moment, he released the tense bowstring and fired an arrow into that same dark corridor. All 5 of them continued to look expectantly at the released arrow, which quickly rushed forward, emitting a golden glow. After the arrow flew to the very end, a golden thread trailed behind it. Shin, crossing his arms over his chest, looked menacingly at the old man, saying something. Now pulling H10, immediately obeying the order, begins to pull the bandage that was tied to that very arrow. With a sharp movement of his hand, Shin approached the old man and snatched the bandage from his hands, began to pull, and H1O almost fell back. A moment later, Shin held a tightly clenched arrow in his fist. Gal was very frightened by what he saw, while others were simply surprised. Shin held an arrow in front of him, in the middle of which was an incomprehensible purple beetle pierced by it, which continued to twitch. Shin looked menacingly towards his companions, continuing to hold the beetle in front of him, and asked if she knew what the essence of this beetle was. The lady in yellow was still very surprised and thought that of course she knew, but why was he asking her? She continued to look ahead more and more and not understanding what was happening, and thought that the clan in which she grew up specialized in poisons on everyone that could be found in Murim. And did he really know who she was? At the same moment, Shin threw the arrow with the beetle straight to the ground. The next moment, with a sharp movement of his foot, he stepped right on it, smearing it across the floor. After which he continues to trample the beetle. He, putting his hands on his belt, said that the darkness behind him is not so simple, it is full of poisonous insects. After which, in the same position, he asks if she will tell her the name of this poisonous insect. The lady in yellow still didn't understand what was going on, wondering if he really knew that her clan traditionally studied poisons, but how could this be possible, since they never made mistakes that could reveal their identities, and said that, based on her limited knowledge, it may be the sand spirit of the Black Death. They all looked at the beetle in surprise when Gal asked about the spirit of the Black Death, saying that this is the same poisonous insect that lives in the Great Desert. The lady in yellow continued her story, fixing her gaze on Shin, saying that the worst thing about this man is that his Sangon poison can poison everything, even the air. Shin, turning sharply in her direction, said that this means time can be saved on this test. While the lady in yellow was greatly surprised by what was said, Shin turned his head towards the old man, addressing him, telling him to sit here in the lotus position, and H1O immediately followed his request. The lady in yellow and Gal watched what was happening with great surprise, thinking that he was really going to transfer his energy again. But not even an hour had passed since the last time. Shin sat behind the old man with his arms stretched out in front, concentrating and directing his energy directly into his body, thinking that we'll see, things are not so good for him in his 70 seconds, and the wounds of the past are quite deep. Don't lose concentration. He continued to pour in his strength and analyze this situation, thinking that his susceptibility to the energy of the earth was quite low, and because this energy did not circulate in the dungeon, the problem was even more serious, after which Shin began to pour even more of his energy into the old man, continuing his plan, thinking that during all this time he had suffered a lot of suffering, and now there was only one way left. After everything that happened, the old man began to cough up blood, experiencing unexpected pain in his body after taking Shin's energy. They continued to meditate together while the others looked on in great surprise at what was happening, thinking it was incredible, and even they did not feel the aura that emanated from him. The ladies in yellow along with the Galim stood looking at this, and in their minds the image of a majestic old man in white beautiful clothes with a golden dragon appeared. They thought that on the day they joined the martial clan. The enlightened shaman Songpeng do declare that he is retiring. They only once managed to see the same shaman who wrote the sacred text of the heavenly sword, and now the same energy emanates from Shin that comes from the best martial artist. They continued to watch in surprise as Shin continued his meditation and poured his energy into the old man, thinking that they were very much mistaken about him. He was not just some kind of magician. Suddenly, H1O began to absorb Shin's energy painlessly. Shin at that moment was very surprised by this fact. Shin looked at what was happening in front of him, and suddenly a system notification appeared that the task of the Path of the Archer was successfully completed and the requirement was fulfilled. As a reward, he received experience for the development of characteristics, medicine, at that moment thinking about 30 people. Shin, continuing his meditation, poured energy into the old man and remembered how he had used treatments on other people in the past, thinking that it seemed that those women who were drugged also counted. Suddenly something caught his attention. After looking contentedly in front of him, he saw the system notification from the achievements and unlocking of many characteristics and obtaining new skills, as well as hidden quests, after which he thought about the SS levels and art. Due to the fact that he restored the natural energy of the old man, apparently even a necromancer may gain healing abilities. After the work was done, Shin put his hand on H1O's shoulder and, gradually getting up, said that everything was ready. The old man was very surprised by this, turned his head in his direction, and asked how he did it. Shin, patting him on the shoulder, directed his gaze forward, saying that they would discuss all the details later, to which H1O agreed. They all stood together right in front of the dark passage of the cave when Shin suggested that there were other dangers in the darkness besides poisonous bugs, which the others agreed with. Then he nodded his head and, looking at his companions, Shin said that he would cover him when he entered, shooting only at the undead. Everyone continued to stand silently and do nothing while the old man confidently pulled the string of his bow along with the arrow. Shin confidently began to walk along the dark passage of the cave. On the walls of this very passage there were a huge number of beetles with yellow eyes, which were impossible to count. Suddenly, Shin stopped in his tracks and looked in their direction with a confident face, urging them to attack. Immediately after this, the beetles rushed towards him with great fury. Shin continued to stand in place, doing nothing, while huge hordes of bugs rushed towards him, some of them flying. All these bugs enveloped Shin from head to toe, biting him in unprotected parts of his body, to which he continued to not respond. His gaze went straight to the side of the beetles, and he thought that he needed to be patient for a while. No matter how high the level of the poison resistance skill was, he would still receive poison damage from time to time. Continuing to reason, being in the same position as before, he thought that with the help of the poison absorption skill, his resistance had risen to S+ level. If their poison could even poison the air in him, then the more they let him in, the more he will receive natural energy from it. Shin continued to stand in the same place, completely covered in bugs, when he thought that enough was enough. At the same moment, an incomprehensible violet energy rushed straight towards him, which Shin was surprised by. With one glance and a malicious smile on his face, he managed to repel the one approaching him, Shin nodded his head, thinking that it might be a restless spirit. At this time, H1O pulled the string of his bow to release an arrow at the right moment, while Shin thought that he saw everything, while seeing nothing. The old man did all this with bandaged eyes. From his perspective, everything looked like a black and white painting, showing all the details he needed while Shin thought he wasn't missing the mark. An image appeared in the old man's head of Shin, who was completely surrounded by a huge number of beetles. H1O concentrated hard and strained his hearing to gather the information he needed. In his head, the gears began to move, bringing into action a huge mechanism. At the same moment, he released the bowstring, sending arrows emitting a golden glow forward at great speed. The arrows fired by the old man rushed to help Shin as an unknown purple energy was directed towards him. The next moment, right in front of Shinui, the arrows collided with energy, deflecting the oncoming thread as it exploded into a bright glow. Shin watched what was happening with a satisfied grin on his face. The lady in yellow was very surprised by this, wondering if anyone else was capable of doing this. Gal stood nearby, not understanding what was happening, thinking that the blind archer was covering the clan leader, and H1O was once again pulling the bowstring to send his arrow to help. Shin was still surrounded by a huge number of poisonous bugs when he thought with a grin on his face that the gate had already opened. After which the doors began to open right in front of Shinui standing nearby, shrouded in insects, when he thought that he had collected enough poison. Shin pulled the lever with his hand, which was also still covered in bugs. At the same moment, a gate opened right in front of him, from which a bright yellow light emanated. This light illuminated Shin and the bugs that were on him. Immediately after this, Shin released his energy, setting the insects enveloping him on fire. He stood in the middle of the cave with his eyes closed, his arms outstretched to the sides, and continued to set fire to the annoying bugs on his body. After freeing himself from the pests, he turned to the others, saying that they could go to the next gate. His companions looked in his direction, agreeing with this proposal. They all began to climb the stairs together, from above which there was a bright light. The lady in yellow turned back to look at the old man, thinking that he, who was previously carried on his back, is now walking on his own and has been walking like this for quite some time, but he does not seem to be tired. At this moment, Shin was already at the very top of the rise, from which a bright yellow light emanated. The lady in yellow remembered the little boy in red clothes. Lowering her head down, she sighed heavily and thought that no, she promised not to give the child false hopes. Shin, standing in front of everyone with a satisfied grin, said that they had arrived. Gal and the lady in yellow were surprised by what they saw. They stood still. Right in front of them was a huge expanse of cave, in which, apparently, there was almost nothing. Shin continued to stand with his arms crossed in front of his chest and smile contentedly while Merrick looked around and said that it was strange, the leader was here, there was nothing. Then Shin, crossing his arms over his chest, nodded his head, saying that, as he said, the place looked empty, after which he sharply turned his head towards Gal, who was very frightened, asking if this was a disguise. Gal stood with surprise on his face, thinking that he was an annoying know-it-all. How much did he know, saying that yes, that's right. Then he nodded his head and continued that man saying Ya disguised everything here, thinking that first the clan leader was asking about poisonous insects, and now he was wondering if it was all a disguise. He suspected something about their real identities. They continued to stand, looking at each other as if in a white void. The lady in yellow and Gal became very serious and thought that if he revealed them, they would be in great danger. Shin looked sharply to the side with a smile while Gal thought that the enemy was superior to them. The old man and Merrick stood aside, minding their own business, and he continued to think that even his people, whose abilities cannot be neglected. And in such a situation, the best solution is to simply do what he asks of them and deal with this task as quickly as possible. Shin turned around at the sudden words of Gal, who, turning his hands, said that he thought the traps here were disguised as ordinary objects. Shin, with a smile on his face, expressing his seriousness, asked if he could destroy them. Gal simply remained silent in response. After which, pulling up his sleeve, he said that he would try. This surprised the lady in yellow standing behind, and she thought that he would be able to destroy Man Senya's traps. Everyone looked expectantly at Gal coming forward, whose face did not express confidence. After which he bent down to pick up the stone, thinking that he was using disguise as natural objects, and began to pick up that same stone, thinking that he needed to turn this stone over. Gal also tore a yellow flower straight out of the ground, looking at it after that, thinking that he needed to pick this flower and take it to another place. Suddenly he jumped to the very top of the cave to break off a stalactite with a sharp movement of his hand, thinking that he needed to be knocked down. Shin watched with a satisfied grin, crossing her arms in front of her chest, thinking that they had not yet seen the divine mind of Jigal, the son of a rather influential family. Among the people in white robes, one stood in red and green. He was the stupidest man in the world. A goofball, that's what Jigal was called by his family. He was the only mediocre son in the clan, where excellent strategists and warriors were trained. The point was not that he was untalented, he simply did not have the willpower. While people were walking around him, Gal preferred to just lie mindlessly on the floor, because he loved to have fun and did not pay enough attention to training and study. Although he is the second son of a respected clan leader involved in training recruits, he was not included in the regular military detachment and he did not hold the most important position. Gal was quite dissatisfied with what was happening, because his parents were looking behind him with a look full of contempt, because until that moment no one saw him as a warrior. In the clan he was always considered a kid who could only make mistakes. Therefore, living in Tian, the parents of the one who boasted of his talents, everything he could hide was theirs. Gal, in luxurious clothes with a fan in his hands, confidently directed his warriors who were in the anti-blood sect squad. This was precisely the moment when he became the only one who survived when his family was destroyed. From that day he revealed his true face and became the commander squad as part of the fight against the blood sect. Thanks to his superior strategic talent, he went through several battles and eventually became known as the Divine Mind, but nothing lasts forever, and so, returning to the events in the cave, Shin continued to look at Gal, thinking that he could not even imagine that such a person would come to him himself when he interrupted him, saying that he was familiar with this camouflage technique. It was used in the battle against the Huanchin detachment. He believed this was the technique he used here. Shin, crossing his arms over his chest, asked in surprise if he knew how to destroy these traps. Then Gal, pointing his finger forward, continued to say that. Fortunately, yes, that stone over there is the key element of all this disguise. If you break it, then the whole system will collapse. At the same moment, Shin pushed him aside, saying that it was a good job, and he, scratching his head, said that it wasn't that difficult. Continuing to scratch the back of his head, Gal thought that he was actually very happy. Approaching a huge stone that stood near the wall in the cave, Shin sharply swung his fist, saying that this is the scoundrel. The next moment, he struck with all his strength, causing dust to rise all around. He continued to stand with a menacing look right in front of the place where the stone had just stood, but now dust only continued to fly around, and its fragments lay below. Continues to look forward after the dust clears, a steamship began to appear in front, the ceiling of which was covered with stalactites, when Shin said that something appeared. It was a huge metal gate right in the middle of the stone wall, with strange hieroglyphs on top of it. Shin stood right in front of them, trying to take a closer look. At this time Merrick, standing behind everyone, said that Gal was really cool, to which he, scratching the back of his head, said that no, he was just lucky. Everyone present in the cave suddenly raised their heads up, and Gal said, "Wait a minute, what kind of message did Man Sanya leave there?" And glances turned to the hieroglyphs located directly above the metal door when Shin began to decipher them, saying that there was only one person. He continued to intently decipher the inscription, which said that he was ready to die protecting his comrades, after which he asked who wanted to enter the last gate. Shin turned around sharply at the voice of the lady in yellow, who said that she would go. Gal was surprised by what he heard and tried to stop her, but she, holding out her hand, stopping him, said that she was the only one who had not yet helped in this dungeon. She looked forward with a determined look, saying that going was the only right decision for her. At this moment, Shin sharply turned his head and said with a menacing look that, of course, he took her here so that she could gain experience, but not at the same cost and not talk nonsense. The lady in yellow was very surprised by what she heard and stopped in place, after which Shin, continuing to look in her direction, said that he would enter them. The lady in yellow reached out in his direction, saying that she could, but Shin, turning sharply towards the gate, asked with a smug face if there was anyone stronger than him. Everyone stood in their places, simply silent, while he confidently walked towards the metal gate, saying that it means he will go. The lady in yellow nodded her head uncertainly and said that in that case, after which Shin looked in her direction in surprise. She handed him a certain wooden thing in her palms, telling him to take this case. It contained needles soaked in a strong paralyzing poison. The lady in yellow continued her story, still handing him this case of needles, revealing her true identity, saying that he could use it both as a weapon and as a way to ease his suffering if he got too seriously injured. With a quick movement of his hand, Shin took the gift offered to her from her hands. With an interested face, he thought that this was the secret weapon of the Tang clan. Apparently, they had given it to her to use only in case of a threat to her life. After which he looked in her direction, began to hide the gift he received inside his clothes, thinking that if someone found out about this, her family would be severely punished, after which he said that he would be careful with it and would definitely return it. He stood with his hands on his belt, right in front of the metal gate, which was several times larger than him, and told them not to worry. After which, already about to go inside, he said that soon all this would end. Shin was already on the other side of the doors, taking the final step as they began to close behind him. Shin confidently stood near the door, turning his back to it, in pitch darkness and silence. He was in this cave, and opposite him, on a large stone, an incomprehensible huge lizard with wings seemed to be sleeping. The one who caught his eye could notice his large size and pale blue skin color, and Shin said that it was him. At the same moment, the huge lizard raised its head, and its eyes flashed yellow, after which it stuck out its huge blue tongue. The huge lizard spread its wings just like insects and sat down in a defensive position. The next moment, he raised his head on his long neck and opened his mouth, in which huge fangs were visible, and screamed throughout the cave. Shin looked at him with a satisfied grin, anticipating future events. After which he smiled even more, wishing him a bon appetit. Immediately after this, the huge lizard moved straight towards Shin, and a system notification appeared that the monster was unleashing a raging fury on the intruder, and the legendary fire-breathing snake appeared. Shin, smiling contentedly, spread his arms to the sides and concentrated his dark purple energy in them, saying that this way he doesn't have time to just look at him with his mouth open, and he will move on to action. Sharply lowering his hands to the ground, a magic circle began to appear in that place, after which Shin summoned furious skeletons, which at that very second appeared right around him. He stood with a malicious smile on his face, watching what was happening, and said that it was nothing, that they were all crowding towards him. 1. The snake continued to rapidly approach him with rage in its eyes. In response, the skeletons moved towards him with great speed, putting their blades forward. Then, approaching each other, the snake opened its mouth and screamed loudly while the skeletons raised their blades to defend themselves. The huge snake suddenly grabbed one of the skeletons in its mouth. He also used his tail in the battle, which he used to violently knock back two summoned creatures. Suddenly, something caught the beast's attention, and he tilted his head a little, watching what was happening. Immediately after this, a huge number of skeletons moved towards him, extending their hands forward, which were imbued with the energy of purple and blue colors. The skeletons continued to surround the snake from all sides, striking it with strong blows, which shocked the monster. At this moment, Il, surrounded by blue energy, moved towards the serpent with great speed. After which, with a sharp movement of his blade, he instantly deprived the snake of one of its legs. The monster opened its mouth from the enormous pain it felt throughout its body, and screamed loudly throughout the entire cave. After taking the damage, he suddenly flew into the air above the skeleton warriors below who were watching. Il looked at this without uttering a word, holding in his hand a blade that emitted a huge power of blue glow. Then the snakes, which were at a height, began to release their own energy, shaking everything around. Shin and the skeletons he summoned looked at him with their heads up, thinking that they were quite strong. The snake, having gathered its forces, sharply released them towards those standing below. At this moment, Shin sharply gave the order to disperse. He jumped away from the place where the attack was directed, but not all the skeletons were able to avoid a direct hit from the enormous energy collected by the snake. Shin jumped to the side and watched what was happening, thinking that they needed someone who could fly. Then he lowered his hand to the ground, got down on one knee, and summoned two additional warriors. These were the creatures he defeated, which were Quack and a huge green lizard. They were both standing right in front of Shinui when the system notified that a vampire leader and a basilisk had been summoned. Shin smiled sarcastically, looking at what was happening, prompting him to start round 2. Khan stood with one hand, calling on magical blue fire, putting the other in his pocket, and remembered the terrible monsters from his past life when the notification and system window showed a description of the resurrection skill. Shin stood smiling smugly, imagining in his head the images of the leader of the vampires and the basilisk, and thought that he would use the resurrection skill on people like them. But Quack and Song were really real monsters. He was still waiting for the moment when he could finally use this skill in action. He stood, continuing to look at the warriors he had summoned, and thought that it seemed that something had changed. Continuing to observe what was happening, Shin looked thoughtfully at Quack and Sun while system notifications popped up in front of him about the discovery of new skill effects and summoning creatures, as well as gaining experience and level. after which he thoughtfully raised his hand to his face, resting his chin. Seeing notifications to the system about the reverse entity, he wondered what it was and whether they could overcome the limit of an ordinary monster. Turning his head to the side, he saw Ilya, who raised his finger up and clicked his jaw. The snakes were still in the air, releasing their own enormous blue glow energy as they stood below, when Shin realized what was needed. Stretching his hand forward with a menacing look, he gave the order to attack, saying that it was time for them to work. Quack and Song immediately rushed into battle. The serpent, shaking his head in surprise, looked at what was happening from below, continuing to envelop himself in his own power, while a summoned basilisk with eyes full of rage was heading towards him. Suddenly, the snake was surprised by small particles coming towards him, created by Quack's skills. Suddenly, these small particles disappeared from sight, which greatly surprised the snake, and it flapped its wings in confusion and looked around. Quack was right in front of him, raising his hand up, controlling the beast's blood the moment it noticed him. He looked emotionlessly towards the monster, continuing to use his skill, forming huge bloody spikes around it. The next moment, he pointed his hand forward and rushed into the attack along with the spikes created from blood. Immediately after his attack, the snake fell from a great height with bloody spikes stuck all over its body. He fell straight to the ground with a crash, letting out a huge cry from the pain that suddenly struck his entire body. At that moment, the summoned furious basilisk approached the monster that had fallen to the ground, after which it immediately bit into his neck, biting through it and leaving a huge wound, causing the snake to let out a loud cry. The dream continued to bite into his opponent's throat more and more as he futilely tried to escape from his strong grip, continuing to scream. The basilisk grabbed the snake's throat with all its strength with its sharp teeth and, helping itself with its hands, knocked it over onto its back with a sharp movement of its body. At this moment, the skeletons immediately exploded from their spot. They jumped on top of the monster, piercing its body with their weapons from all sides, causing it even more pain. Suddenly, something changed in the monster's gaze. He then let out a loud roar and his entire body was surrounded by bright yellow flames. The snake was able to rise to its feet, continuing to burn with a bright fire. Skeletons immediately began to scatter from him in different directions, and the basilisk followed their example because the snake was now completely enveloped in a bright flame, emitting enormous heat. Standing on his feet, the snake, shrouded in fire, proudly looked at what was happening around him. He continued to remain in place, concentrating more and more. At the same moment, a blade pierced his skull with great speed, after which blood began to flow from his mouth. It was Shin who, without thinking, immediately rushed towards the enemy, piercing their heads with his own blade, using all his strength. He managed to strike with such force that a huge column of luminous energy emanated from the place where the blade met the snake's mouth. Shin continued to thrust his sword deeper into the snake's skull, using all his strength. He, trembling in pain, tried to escape with all his strength. After which Shin smiled sarcastically, wished him bon appetit and gathered even more of his own powers of golden glow. He used the Divine Storm skill, completely destroying his opponent, from whom a huge amount of different energy emanated in different directions. Shin stood over the corpse of the defeated enemy, sighing heavily, put his hand on his belt and thought that it was good that he did this before the body burned, because they say that the bodies of monsters are very valuable among blacksmiths as materials appearing one after another. System notification about a damaged monster, increasing its level and characteristics, as well as unlocking skills. He stretched his hand forward, holding in it a huge black scythe, from which a purple glow emanated, and thought that, apparently, the scythe had really absorbed a lot of energy, since it even changed in appearance. It seems that now, by killing monsters, he will be able to receive all of its natural energy. Imagining the image of the snake he had just defeated, he thought that if the snake had attacked with full force from the very beginning, it would not have been easy. Fortunately, he underestimated him and the monsters that he resurrected. Approaching the defeated serpent troop, holding a scythe in his hand, Shin looked at it and thought that now it needs to be divided. Suddenly, something surprised him greatly. Leaning closer, Shin extended his hand towards the corpse and tried to perform a resurrection. He was standing right in front of him when a huge magic circle formed around him. Then he said that everything worked. After which the revived snake began to change in appearance, gradually gaining new blue scales. Its eyes again glowed yellow. After his complete recovery, he confidently stood on his forepaws, proudly raised his head up and exclaimed. Shin calmly watched what was happening, but Quack and Sun, whom he had summoned, were very frightened while the system notified that the legendary fire-breathing serpent had been resurrected and added to the list of those available for summoning. At the same moment, the snake rushed towards them with great speed, opening its mouth wide. Then he carefully placed his head under Shin's hand, who stretched it out in front of him. The summoned creatures watched in fear as Shin stroked the summoned snake with a smile on his face, and the system notification window showed the characteristics of the monster. Shin, continuing to stroke him, turned to the side and snapped his fingers, thinking that it was time to finish and get out of here. At this moment, all the creatures he had summoned after the appearance of the magic circle disappear, and he thought that didn't the blood sex report say that the barrier would disappear and the doors would open as soon as the monster was defeated. Shin began to walk around the cave and look around, turning his head from side to side, and thought that maybe it was because of the other resurrected monsters or because he had tamed this snake, judging by the way things were going wrong. I guess there must be something hidden here. He walked over to the wall and carefully placed his hand on it. At the same moment, a green light began to emanate from his hand, traveling up the wall. Shin raised his head up and thought that isn't it natural that the energy would be peaceful when touching the wall. When he is so calm, he can feel how everything works here, but wear it. He continued to walk along the wall, watching the green glow. Shin eventually came to a place that had green energy emanating from it all around when he realized it was here. Putting his hands straight in front of him, he leaned his elbows on the wall, which immediately collapsed and opened a passage in front of him. Shin moved forward into the dark corridor, thinking that maybe there were the remains of Man Sang-ya or a book about his martial prowess. Walking a little further, he saw something that greatly surprised him. He stood in the middle of a small cave, in which there was nothing at all, thinking that there was nothing here or there was some kind of secret here too. At that moment, he suddenly got scared, starting to release his energy, because he heard someone's voice saying that there was no need to scour here like a rat in search of food. There were definitely no remains here. Then Shin jumped to the side, grabbed his blade, continuing to emit his own energy. He saw an old man in white clothes sitting opposite him, who said that he knew that he was a creature from another world, although he looked like them. Shin was very surprised by what he heard and thought that he knew that he was reborn, asking Man Sang-ya whether he. The unfamiliar old man continued to remain in the same place, shrouded in thick smoke, and wondered why ask if he already knew the answer. Approaching a little closer to Shin, the elder said that when he felt the divine energy, he received an introduction to how he would get into terrible trouble if he left his ashes here. And indeed, if he did so, in his last days he would end up serving some sucker, to which Shin looked in his direction in surprise, thinking that he did not feel any hostility from him. The old man continued to look in his direction, did not utter a word, and Shin, who did not understand what was happening, thought that he seemed to be looking at him with pity. After which the old man extended his hand forward and with a proud expression on his face said that he was not pleased with his strength, that he mocked the dead, but there was no other choice when it was necessary to defeat the great evil. Shin stood right in front of him, continuing to listen as the old man extended his hand forward, saying that is it really power, and he doesn't like it if it isn't. Suddenly his words were interrupted by Shin, who immediately grabbed his hand in the hope of getting at least something. At the same moment, the old man smiled, transferring his power, glowing with golden light, into the body of Shin, who tried to accept it. Shin stood with his eyes closed, his head down, his hands folded in front of his stomach. He accepted the energy that the old man was selling into his body, placing his hands on his shoulders, and said that he was a genius who could only appear once every 10,000 years. For the average, it is impossible for a person lacking the necessary qualities to comprehend his teachings fully, so he will divide it in half for him. Continuing to whip up his energy in Shin's body, the old man said that first he would give him the strength to comprehend all the teachings. In this world, the notification system notified about receiving the will of Man Sang-ya, and a new skill in comprehending the teachings. The old man also said that please give the book with secret notes about his traps and mechanisms to someone whose talent compared to his. Then Shin, I'm sure, looking forward, immediately thought of scratching the back of his head with something to gala. After that, Shin woke up and did not see the old man in front of him, hearing only his words that he felt deep sadness, assuring the future of this world to someone who belongs to another world, but hopes that he will save innocent people just like he helped his comrades overcome at tests. Shin, with a serious look, waved away the stones falling on him from above, and thought that he had nothing to worry about, he would stop everyone who was bleeding. After which he sharply dodged the falling stone to the side. Turning back, he saw his companions, ahead of whom was Merrick, asking if the leader was okay. Shin, seeing these people, was very happy about what was happening. The sun shines on many rocks, and these were the peaks of Mount Tianmu, and they have two features that allow you to fully enjoy the power of nature. Fog appears near one of these mountains. On one of the peaks there is a lake, near which there is a tree, and this is one of them, the largest mountain lake, which is called the bridge between heaven and earth. And while a blue crack appears at the roots of the tree, it is another mighty tree that has seen hundreds of winters. It has no equal in size and beauty, and this crack grows, revealing a passage in front of it. Shin and the others emerge from this passage. Everyone starts looking around, and one of them says that they need to hurry up and bury this box before the robbers discover them, and they break off the tree branch and hurry back. Shin stopped, looking forward with a serious face, and everyone else looked at him in surprise, asking what happened. And they all watch how there are many bushes everywhere with gravestones sticking out of them. They were all very surprised looking at these bushes. Shin smiles while the others look on in surprise and talk about what is happening here. Looking at these many gravestones, they wonder whether it would be possible to hide a casket here. Shin looks forward while one of his subordinates has his eyes closed, and he talks about how it is not necessary, while the subordinate says that it is a wise decision, and how will the bank know if they buried the box or not. Shin looks forward seriously while his subordinates, smiling, say that then they need to break off a branch from this tree and go back, to which Shin says that no, and it is not necessary to break the branch. The subordinate was very surprised by his words and said that then how would they prove to the bank that they completed the task. He turns around and looks in surprise, wondering what that noise is. After this, they see many people running straight towards them, leaving behind huge clouds of dust. They notice a bearded man looking angrily and running towards them, and Shin's subordinates look at the tree, saying how come the gate is missing. And Shin and the others look ahead, and he thinks that they have finally arrived. Tyre looks at the robbers standing not far from them, and thinks that God, what the hell, these are suckers from the PEC clan, and yesterday they were hanging around here, and just like that, they ended up at the top. And the man with the beard looks at them angrily, gritting his teeth, and shouting about what they forgot here. He raises his weapon and shouts for everyone to prepare for battle and not let any of them leave here. The soldiers draw their weapons while Shin's company also draws theirs in response. Shin smiles as he watches this from the side and thinks that most of them are above the zenith rank, the remaining 40 are at the zenith rank, and obviously the person with the highest level is their leader, although they are all quite strong. And Shin watches as one man appears among these soldiers, flying up to the sky in glowing yellow, shouting for everyone to move aside. Shin looks at it as the glare hits him and thinks about what this sudden beastly roar is, and it must be the head of the Tianmu mountain robbers' hideout, the Windstorm Tiger. It was a man with a black beard and a leopard print cape, which appears to the tiger of a windstorm. He looks forward, gritting his teeth, and is clearly very angry, emitting his golden aura. Shin's subordinates begin to get very worried until they are hit by this fiery golden aura. Shin looks at him with a smile, wondering if he really has such a high rank and how strong his natural energy is. Shin releases his blue aura. Tiger begins to fight with Shin's aura with his aura. Tiger, looking at Sheena, gets angry, thinking that he is a bad person. He peers at how he blocks his aura with his, and thinks that his energy does not conflict with his, rather, it fights and distances him from it, and what an interesting guy he is. And Shin's subordinates stand behind him and watch the shine. One of them is very worried, opening his mouth, and thinks that they have very little chance, and they will all die in this situation, and should he just admit that he is in the Murama Alliance. He raised his weapon and seriously thought about whether he should trade the name of the Union to save these robbers, and he would have to live in shame for the rest of his days. And he, along with the others, continues to look at Shin, thinking that his honor is not so important compared to the lives of Merrick Wan and the others, and he is surprised when Shin starts shouting that he is the head of the PEC clan. And the tiger points his finger. They say that now he doesn't care about the name of the one who wants to bury this disgusting box here. This box flies out of Sheena's hand, and he is surprised by this. The tiger grabs this box with his hand. Shin begins to smile while a nearby subordinate thinks that only those who have reached the highest rank can pull off such a trick. He gets very angry and lowers his aura, and, extending his hand forward, he says that they, blinded by greed, dared to insult his sacred land, and they will have to pay for it with their own lives. Shin smiles, looking at him, and says that the master misunderstood them. He, in turn, gets very angry and talks about what he misunderstood. And Shin comes closer to their leader, saying that he did not come here to complete the bank's task, and he is surprised by this. They say, I mean. Shin smiles while he is angry. They talk about how he came here to tell something, and he talks about how this is not funny at all and whether he thinks that this empty nonsense will save him from death. Their leader throws this box up, clearly angry, and they tell him to stop talking nonsense and draw his weapon. Shin draws his weapon, saying that it seems like he has no choice. He stands up and emits his blue aura, saying that between every round and 10 that he will stand, will tell him the story little by little, and he will eventually listen to him and whether he agrees to it. And their leader, the tiger, gets angry, getting into his fighting stance, and they say that it seems to him that he will not be able to say a word to him. After which he makes a dash straight towards Shin, thinking that he will destroy him with one blow. And while Shin lags behind in a defensive stance, the tiger strikes with his fingers, saying that this is the Windstorm Divine Fist. Shin clenches his teeth on his face and tries to block this blow. The tiger strikes with his fist with an angry face. Shin blocks this blow with his weapon. The tiger continues to push Sheena, attacking him and hitting him with its fists, pushing him back. As he continues to attack Sheena, he thinks that he is a sucker. Shin moves lower and extends his weapon while he continues to think about ending this. Everyone else watches from the sidelines as they continue to trade blows, and there is a flash from one of them and they are both pushed away, and the people watching wonder if Shin can take down a real god. Shin's subordinates watch their fight in surprise, thinking that this is just funny. The bearded man in front is very surprised by their fight and thinks that the naked eye can see that the leader is holding back his strength if he attacks with all his might, which will destroy all the graves around, and the difference between his strongest attacks and the current ones is huge, and it is impossible now give free rein to strength. He opens his mouth in surprise and thinks that even in this case, his attacks are incredible if the leader hits 3 times weaker than he can, but it is important not to allow unnecessary destruction. And while their leader attacks Shin with his foot, he continues to think that, however, to win it is necessary to increase the power at least twice, and even though this one with a stop looks young, he is clearly very experienced. Shin smiles, clenches his teeth, and thinks that the tiger is stronger than he thought. He is pushed back and he places his hand on the ground, thinking that without the skills he has now, this battle would not be easy, and the system sends a notification saying to use the enhancement of unearthly power, and it is significant for a short time increases the efficiency of using property, internal energy, or the selected target, and the maximum duration of the effect is 15 minutes, and the current increase in the effect is already 150%. Shin smiles and worries, wondering what he should do. He draws out his weapon, covering it with lightning magic, and thinks about the energy gained from absorbing the experience of slain monsters, and the pleasant feeling of the cold that he absorbed from the lake of divine ice water. His hair stands on end, and he looks at the tiger with a serious face, thinking that the effectiveness is 1.5 times, so his strength has increased significantly. And 3 minutes have already passed, he cannot relax in the remaining 12, and he may lose if he misses even a blow from him. Their leader extends his hand, pointing at himself, and thinks that he is interesting. While the head looks at Shin with a serious face, and he clenches his teeth in response, he thinks that he may not hold back. His head becomes in a fighting stance, and energy begins to accumulate at his fist. He throws multiple punches with his fist, creating a flash. Shin watches this with great surprise, after which he stands right next to the tree in a defensive stance, and the force of the head's blow falls directly on Shin, and he is thrown back. Shin's subordinates watch as Shin lands directly against the tree, telling the leader what happened. Shin lowers his head, telling everyone to stop. His subordinates watch him in surprise, their mouths open. They watch as their leader approaches Shin, who is trying to stand up, leaning on his weapon. Shin folds his hands and bows as blood drips from his mouth, talking about how each of his men is worth 50 common warriors and whether he can say anything before dying. The tiger lowers his head, nodding. Shin extends his hand to his subordinates, saying that he will give them to him and they will all be useful as their leader. He must pay for his sins. The tiger looks at some people, thinks that in such a situation he first took care of his subordinates, and tells him that they agreed. Shin closes his eyes and lowers his head, smiling. He looks at his subordinates, who are perplexed, and tells them to put down all their weapons, and they begin to shout to the leader about what he is doing, and he cannot just abandon them. Shin, looking at them, gets very angry and shouts for them to do it faster, after which his subordinates throw all their weapons to the ground. The tiger calls the bearded man over, calling him Tiguk, and talks about taking them alive into the squad. And he, in turn, looks at the main tiger, saying that it means they will be left alone, and he agrees with this, saying what is true. All of Shin's subordinates enter their squad with displeased faces as everyone watches them. They are very angry and move forward. Shin stands in front of the tiger. He comes closer to Shin and says that they are good people, and he replies that they are wonderful comrades. The tiger smiles. Shin extends his hand to the side and smiles, saying that now he doesn't have to worry about them, so let's start over. The tiger takes out the box with his finger and begins to laugh, saying that the milk sucker is enough, and does he really want to experience its full power? The tiger lifts this box above himself and asks whether he knows that this box is empty. He opens it and reveals that it is empty. They say that the founder of the bank has cheated him. He throws this empty box to Shin, saying that he is an idiot and just wanted to make fun of the whole world, even after his death, forcing others to risk their lives. Shin looks into this empty box, holding it with his hand, and the tiger talks about taking his people and leaving the mountain, and he will leave this to him as a lesson that he will teach to the next generations. Shin smiles as he closes that box and says no, he can't do that. The tiger gets very angry, covering himself with a golden aura, and shouts that he is coming once, and he incomprehensibly expressed that he, the little guy, is really so greedy for money. Shin watches the tiger's aura pierce him and thinks that this is a huge pressure, most likely he needs to tell everything. After which he says that 60 years ago, the tiger suddenly falls silent, surprised by Shin's words. Shin remembers a man and a girl standing together and says that the eldest son of a famous Chinese family passed the palace exam and had a lover whom he decided to marry. But that girl was a commoner, and one day his family found out about it. He remembers how this girl left in tears, while other people looked at her angrily. They say that she was threatened with terrible reprisals. She was forced to leave. Having learned about this, the eldest son ran away, leaving everything, and cursed his family, and he searched for her, his legs bleeding, and all his attempts were in vain, and in the end he realized something. The tiger gets very angry, looking at Sheena, while he continues to talk about how to find her. He needed a lot of money, and from then on, he rushed to earn it like crazy, and, having accumulated a fortune, he spent everything on the search, but even then he could not find traces of her, and in despair he resorted to everything, even to the strangest acts. And, remembering this man who smiled and cried at the same time, being in money, and there were many bad people around him. Shin says that he looked for any, even crazy, ways, but no matter what he did, his heart still ached from the emptiness inside. And he remembers how he fell to the ground with the papers. Shin says that it was only when death had already laid its hand on his shoulder that he learned the truth, that he learned that she was carrying his child when she was expelled, and she walked around all the lands, but found no refuge anywhere. Her child was born in the mountain wilderness, where she soon died in obscurity, and he immediately wanted to find the grave of his wife and meet his already grown-up child by that time, but fate decreed that he died before reaching the desired meeting. And while he, already old, walks forward through the void, Shin says that he can only hope to meet his bride and child in the next world. The tiger gets very angry and trembles at the same time, looking at Sheena. He looks straight at him and talks about whether he can prove his words, and Shin says that, of course. The tiger gets very angry and releases his aura and says what if he fails to convince him. Shin throws his weapon at him, and then lands on the ground near the tiger. He raises his head, talking about what he will do, and Shin goes into his head, saying what if he can't prove it. He runs his hand over his neck and smiles, telling him to kill him right away. The robbers looked forward in surprise, not understanding what else it was. They surrounded Shin's 4 companions and said that they were the ones who were able to climb to the top of the mountain. Damn them. He ran here as soon as he received the order, and here it is. Are they sure that they were able to get through with such a small detachment? After which one of the robbers turned his head to the side, asking what happened to the leader and where he was. The other answered him that he was there with the guy who commanded them. A huge crowd of robbers stood right in front of the majestic mansion and said that they were all finished if their shelter could be penetrated by these suckers, or, without a doubt, they would all be sentenced to death. Tiger sat on the throne, looking at Shin, who was kneeling right in front of him, positioned in the middle of the red carpet. They silently continued to look at each other in the huge hall. Shin looked towards Tiger with a straight face. Suddenly the tiger, with a look full of rage and anger, said that those who took refuge in these mountains, all of them, for various reasons, abandoned life in the big world. Many have secrets that they cannot tell anyone, but he does not relate neither one nor the other. Then, still sitting in his place, he said that he had lived in these mountains since his birth. The tiger continued his story with a haughty expression on his face, saying that he did not know how he knew about it, but his mother really gave birth to him here and died. He continues to say that whoever is his father left his mother alone with the child is all he knows, as Shin continued to listen to him with a confident look while sitting on his lap. After which the tiger lowered his head lower and said with a pitiful look that his poor mother had suffered so much. In the middle of the hall, Shin continued to sit in the lotus position, and Tiger, turning to him, said that that's why he would ask him for the last time. And asked a question, she told him something right away. He came up with this lie, based on rumors, just to save a life. At this moment, Shin slowly raised his head and nodded back with a serious look and said that it was all true. The tiger looked at him in surprise after hearing the information, while Shin continued to say that, as he said, this is the true story of the bandit leader and his mother. The tiger suddenly interrupted him and said with a threatening face that if so, then the main character of his story is Kil Gun Pyo, the founder of Tingyang Bank. Shin raised his eyes to look at him and said that yes, that's right. The tiger was greatly amazed by what he heard and plunged into his thoughts that the founder of Tingyin, Kil Gun Pyong, was his own father. After that, he clenched his fist with great force, still thinking that how many times he had cursed him over the past 5 years was a bitter truth. Having calmed down a little and unclenched his fist, Tiger turned to Shin and said that he was so thoughtlessly talking all sorts of nonsense. He continued to look at Shin with an arrogant look and said that he felt like the entire country could not believe him. Then Shin looked straight into his eyes with a look full of confidence and said, "Table, as he said earlier, he can prove everything." Shin continued to sit in her place in the middle of the red carpet and said that if he could not do this, he would not have come here. Tiger was very interested in this, and he, sitting on the throne, asked how he would prove the veracity of his words. At the same moment, Shin, with a confident face, extended his hand forward and pointed his index fingers in front of him, saying that with the help of this box. The tiger immediately turned his attention to the box that was in his hand and was very surprised by it. After hearing this, the tiger sharply directed his gaze towards Shin, thereby expressing his indignation, and said that, apparently, he did not hear what he was saying at all. Didn't he say that there was nothing in this box and it was a completely useless thing? When Shin, in response to this, extended his palm forward, extending it towards the tiger, and with eyes full of confidence in his words, he said that there was really nothing in the box. He continued to extend his hand towards the tiger, who sat on his throne, saying that, however, he still had his purpose. At the same moment, with a sharp movement of his hand, the tiger threw that same box in his direction, saying that okay, if he needs it so much, let him take it. Shin raised his hand up and grabbed the box he had just thrown, looking at it with a small grin and expressing his gratitude. Putting both hands down, he held the box on them and said that he had one more request. Could he lend him a brush and ink? To which the tiger said that he needed them. Shin, continuing to speak with a confident look towards the tiger, said that he had to see this first, and then he explained everything to him. With a slow movement of the brush, she plunged into the ink, and then Shin enthusiastically, with subtle movements of his hand, using the brush, holding the box in front of him, he drew on it. The tiger looked at what was happening with great surprise, holding his fist under his head, saying what kind of nonsense he was trying to do. After which he added that he might be thinking about admitting that it was all a lie, in response to which Shin only smiled sarcastically. He continued to move the ink-dipped brush over the lid of the box. Suddenly this attracted the tiger's attention, and he was very much amazed by what he saw. Well, the moment he abruptly stood up from behind his throne, not understanding what was happening, looking at the brush that continued to sprinkle ink on the box and show strange symbols on it. The symbols on the lid of the box became more and more clear, after which Shin, sitting as if among splashes of ink on white paper, held out a box with symbols manifested on the lid towards the tiger and said that there was an engraving on this box. The ink revealed a letter left by his father for the leader of the robbers' haven. The tiger, coming closer, took the box with the inscriptions with both hands, stretching it out in front of him, and looked at it in surprise while Shin continued to say that the contents would be easier to understand if he stamped it on paper. The same goes for all the other boxes he collected before. The tiger suddenly raised his head with a surprised look and looked towards Shin as he added that his father apparently wanted to convey something to him through them. A huge amount of ink stains began to splatter everything around, which was splashed everywhere as Shin continued to paint on the boxes with a brush. He passed it over more and more boxes several times until symbols appeared on it. The tiger continued to watch Shin's enthusiastic work in surprise, and Shin, in turn, continued to work diligently on the task given to him, so that a huge amount of ink was spread throughout the area. After the work was done, he pressed a thick sheet of paper on top of the boxes with both hands. After some time, Shin picked it up and pointed it towards the tiger, and what he saw was very striking. The tiger stood in the middle of the hall and looked straight ahead in great surprise while Shin continued to say that his father never forgot about him. The piece of paper depicted the image of a beautiful woman, and Shin continued to say that I clearly remember the face of his bride, and he engraved that on the box as well. The tiger reached out with shaking hands towards the beautiful drawing, which Shin held out in his direction, holding it with both hands. The tiger, taking the painting in his hands, looked at it and stood silently in place, completely surrendering to emotions. He gently stroked his mother's face, depicted on this piece of paper, and said that it was true that at some point he completely forgot her. In his memories, his mother's face, not a word, only in sadness, grief. Continuing to look at the picture, the tiger trembled and barely said that now he remembers. The next moment, he, raising his head up, cried sadly from everything that had just happened and said that his mother's sweet smile. Seeing this, Shin looked at him with a malicious smile and thought that everything had worked out for him. He was lost in his thoughts, in which his energy stretched out like thin threads of blue light in the middle of the pitch darkness, and thought that the purpose of this task was not the wealth of the Tingyan Bank in the cave. He had already found everything he needed. The final goal of this task was Windstorm Jaguar, Du Namgam. The tiger continued to stand motionless and look at the picture of his mother, while right in front of him Shin, standing there, watched and thought that it was him himself. Shin's gaze was very serious and went straight to the tiger, thinking that in an alternate future, the blood sect had won over another leader of the bandit squad, who would then encroach on the position of the head of all the squads, so they began to make a plan to overthrow the current candidate for the position of leader, which was Du Namgam. Shin imagined how the blood sect warriors fought fiercely with a huge number of bandits, killing each other, and thought that the sect, in addition to instigating a war between the group of bandits on Tianmu Mountain and the Tingyan Bank, and in the end a long war broke out between them. Tiger stood in the midst of the rubble, wounded on all sides during a bloody sunset, while Shin thought that although Tiger had managed to break the bank after long battles, his hands were completely covered in blood and trembling with fear. Shin thought that he found out that Kilgun Pyong was his father, and he realized that he had destroyed the legacy of his only relative. The tiger was beside himself with anger and, completely wounded, Shin screamed, thinking that his life was filled with a feeling of indelible guilt. He lived the rest of his life in pain until death relieved him of his suffering. Shin continued to sit in his seat in the middle of the huge hall and look towards Tiger, thinking that therefore everything he did was aimed at changing Tiger's future fate. The tiger, standing in front of him, lowered the picture of his mother and fixed his gaze towards Shin, while he thought that he needed it to prevent the upcoming destructive events. After a short pause, Tiger collected his thoughts and asked Shin if he needed anything from him. Shin, slowly, began to rise from the floor and said that how could he ask for a reward for a task given by the will of heaven. This statement amazed the tiger, who was standing right in front of him, hiding his hands behind his back. Shin stood on both legs, then raised his hands in front of him, resting his fist on his palm, and addressed the tiger. Continuing to stand in this position, fixing his gaze, expressing the seriousness of his words on the tiger, he said that all this time, without sparing himself, he climbed to the top of the mountain, and then fought with him, so now he would only like to satisfy his thirsty and asks him for a glass of good alcohol. To which the tiger shook his head with a blank look and asked if this is all he wants. In response, Shin nodded, smiling, and said that yes, that's all. After hearing this, Tiger suddenly froze in place and smiled a little. After some time, people standing outside the mansion heard loud laughter that could be heard throughout the area. A huge crowd of robbers stood with a blank expression when one of them asked what the hell was going on there. Shin's 4 companions were greatly amazed by what they heard and sat silently in their places. At that moment, Tiger opened the doors wide with his hands and walked out of the mansion with a confident look, after which he stood right in front of a huge crowd of robbers and loudly told them to listen to him carefully and immediately take all the alcohol they had and prepare for the feast. The tiger stood in front of them, smiling widely, and was very happy, continuing to say that today was the day he let go of his worst regrets and found a younger brother in spirit, after which he exclaimed even louder that today they would drink themselves to death. A huge number of robbers sat in the courtyard of the estate at tables, drank alcohol and had fun. Each of them was already quite drunk, but they constantly brought a cup of wine to the card and drank. Some fought in arm wrestling to find out who was the strongest. One of the robbers, who looked quite strong, lost and scratched his arm and said that even if all his muscles were torn, he still would not be able to stand, while those watching the battle and the robbers said that his strength was useless here. His opponent was Mark, who showed his biceps and said that Mark would win again. The guys here are weak, while the robbers who were nearby said that they had heard that the slaves were strong like mustangs, and this was true. One of them said that will be next. Gal extended his hand forward, showing his index finger, and said that then they defeated poisonous beetles, and so they passed 2 tests. 3 of Shin's companions and also 2 robbers were sitting at the table. They said that they could not believe it. This man Saja was really on their mountain. Moreover, this small fry was also able to pass his tests when Gal, smiling broadly, raised his hand up with an outstretched finger and said that this is not all. Gal was already quite drunk and put his hand to his chest, after which he said that at the last gate the one who had endowed the genius man Sang-ju with his knowledge was waiting for them. The robbers who were sitting with him at the same table were surprised that they had revealed the truth man Sang-ya. Rin looked to the side with dissatisfaction, turning away from them, while the robber said that this, of course, is interesting, but let's drink one more and continue, with which Gal agreed, thanking him. Rin's gaze was directed to the gazebo on her right, in which Tiger and Shin were sitting, drinking alcoholic drinks. Shin held out her hand with a cup of wine with a smile on her face, expressing her recognition. At this moment, Rin, who was looking at what was happening, as if revealing her true identity, thought that it was really difficult to figure out who he really was. Shin, continuing to smile, brought a cup of wine to the map, and Rin, looking at this with a contemptuous look, thought that she should be more vigilant. Suddenly, Shin averted his displeased gaze and turned his head slightly in her direction, offering a cup of wine to the card, and thought that she would stop staring at him like that, she would pierce his face with her gaze. The tiger drank from a huge jug, pouring more and more wine into his mouth, after which he abruptly put the jug right on the table so that everything around shook and said that it went well. With joy on his face, he sat at the table, putting his hand on the jug, and said that he had lived here for decades and made a whole lot of new alcohol. It was so sweet only today. The tiger continued to look towards Shin and said that it was because he was drinking it with his brother. Shin at that moment, thinking that he had drunk the whole bottle, and said that he didn't even know how to become. They both continued to sit at the large table full of snacks and alcohol as Tiger said that this was a reward for his hard work and the efforts of his men. They risked their lives on this mountain so they should enjoy it to the fullest. In response, Shin thanked him. At the same moment, the tiger turned his head to the side with a serious look, noticing one fact which greatly surprised Shin, who, looking at him with a menacing look, raised a cup of wine to his mouth. Gal continued to enthusiastically talk about their adventures in the cave, while Rin calmly drank wine from the cup, and the tiger at that time said that those two did not have their own faces. Did he know about it? After hearing this, the smaller one, closing his eyes, nodded approvingly in his direction. He laughed joyfully, turning his head, and said that he was a little worried about this. Shin raised his head up, directed his gaze towards the tiger, turning to him, and said that he was embarrassed, but it was okay, he would ask him something. Then the tiger, looking smilingly in his direction, raised the jug of wine, tilting it a little, and exclaimed that he should not call him master, but rather call him brother. While Shin thought that this old man was not at the age for him to call him elder brother, Shin extended his hand with a cup of wine in front of him towards Tiger with a serious expression on his face, agreed with his proposal, while he said that if he did not call him brother, he would not answer him at all. The tiger was looking thoughtfully at the jug, his head slightly lowered, which he was holding in his right hand, when Shin asked if he wanted to go with him to Tanyang Bank. A moment later, with a thoughtful look, the tiger sitting opposite him said that he had to go there at least once and he still had unfinished business. Shin, as if he had distanced himself from the bustle surrounding him, continued to look menacingly straight ahead and did not think that the contents of the letter became obvious to Kilgun Pyong. That the river that flows among the mountains before us is of great importance for him, and sooner or later it will rise in Niram Hype. Suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of the tiger, who was sitting right in front of him, and said that this time he would ask him a question. The tiger, sitting opposite, continued to look towards the smaller one with a calm expression on his face. Turning to him, he said that wouldn't he become an example of a bad air in the eyes of those around him. Shin tilted his head a little lower and pressed the cup of wine to his lips, after which he said that he hadn't already talked about this. The tiger continued to look at him with an expression of expectation of answers and simply remained silent until Shin added that it was nothing. At this moment, the tiger became thoughtful and sat with his face expressing no emotion, thinking that when news of this spreads, he would be ridiculed and branded as a crazy person who only has money on his mind. And besides, if it became known that the robbers were able to penetrate their hideout, it is obvious that this will have a negative impact on both his subordinates and himself. Shin continued to sit at the table waiting for an answer, staring at Tiger as he thought that his brother was more worried about his shame than his honor. The tiger, raising his head a little, directed his gaze forward and said that it was really because he was so worried about him. After which he exclaimed furiously, leaning his fist against his palm in front of him, said that he expressed his deep gratitude to him and asked him to accept his respect. Misha was very surprised by what he saw, and he, opening his mouth, said that he was his brother. After which Shin, putting his hand to his chest, with a look full of determination, said that he did not deserve it, but he deserved it. At that moment his words were interrupted by the tiger, who said that he was primarily covering up the shame of his older brother. He has no choice but to repay him for this. At the same moment, Tiger stomped furiously on the floor, releasing a huge amount of red energy around his foot. He stood right in front of Shin and continued to release a huge amount of his own power. Everyone in the area was very surprised by what they saw and did not understand what was happening. Then the tiger turned to the crowd gathered right in front of them and loudly exclaimed that his brother had refused the reward and was even ready to accept shame in order to save their honor. With a face full of determination, he continued to say loudly that if they did not repay his brother, then they would only confirm that they were nothing more than unworthy robbers. Shin, with great surprise, his mouth open, stood and looked at the tiger, who continued to speak loudly that this is why he wants to declare to all of them, his brothers. Taking a step forward next to the perplexed Shin, he said that this man is now one of them. He can freely come and go without any restrictions on each mountain that is under their influence. Shin still did not understand what was happening right in front of him, and looked with great surprise in the direction of the tiger, as if he had distanced himself from everything around him, thinking that this was a reward that he did not expect to receive. The same moment, all the robbers put their palms on their fists and bowed their heads and said that they were obeying the order. At this moment, Shin continued to think that the Danam River is the largest river in the three provinces of Zhejiang, Jiangxi, and Anhui. Standing among the crowd of robbers, Rin and Gal were greatly shocked by what was happening around them, while Shin thought about what it meant. The tiger, with a forward-looking gaze full of pride and self-confidence, continued to stand in place while Shin thought that the White Cloud squad of the Beacon clan no longer needed to carry out patrol in this area, and this would bring greater profit from the Tingyan Bank. Shin continued to stand aside and, smiling a little, moving away from what he had just seen, thought that huge amounts of money were spent on the fight against the robbers. He could not believe that this problem was resolved in an instant. He looked at Tiger with a puzzled face and thought that also now the Beacon clan could expand its borders beyond Zhejiang province to other regions, until Tiger, who was looking in his direction, said that this is all he can give him. After which he stood right in front of him and looked with a look full of pride for the words that had just been spoken, and asked him not to turn away from such a scoundrel as his older brother. At this moment, Shin clenched his hand into a fist with great force and said that how could he say such a thing? There is nothing better than this reward. Immediately after this, Shin, with a wide smile on his face, leaned it against his palm and turned to the tiger, telling him to accept his gratitude. After hearing this, the tiger raised his head a little higher and laughed, saying that this was nothing and that he could not do anything about his happiness. The tiger turned a wide smile on his face to the crowd of bandits standing right in front of them, raised a jug of wine high above his head, telling them all to raise their glasses. Shin, slightly bowing his head with a serious look, stretched out 2 hands forward, holding a cup of wine in them, listened as the tiger standing in front of him continued to say that today I am his younger brother, I will share his joy with him. After which, raising him even closer, he addressed all the robbers, and Shin then said that he wished everyone to live a long life. Immediately after this, he abruptly brought the jug of wine to his mouth and began to drink alcohol, saying what kind of health it was. All the robbers who were there, as well as Shin's companions, raised the cup of wine above their heads, repeating after him. Dujin sat in his seat, nodding his head displeasedly. A huge number of books and notes lay on the table in front of him when he thought that everything was only getting worse. These books were records of various techniques, as well as records of the family's affairs, when he thought that the reports of rumors being spread about the Baekwoon clan were increasing every day. The leader was using too much money and their treasury was depleting faster than they planned. He continued to look contentedly at the records of the clan's expenses lying in front of him and thought that the Hwanok clan continued to sow gossip among the recruits, so the number of those who decided to leave the clan also increased. Rising from his seat, he moved along the table, putting his hands behind his back, and wondered what he should do with all this. Suddenly stopping, his gaze rushed forward, showing the seriousness of what was happening, and Dujin thought that what he was most worried about was the safe return of the leader who had gone to Mount Tianmu. At the same moment, he grabbed the hilt of his blade, slowly drawing it out, and mentally asked his master to return safe and sound. Then, with a quick movement of his hand, he released a huge amount of his own energy, swinging the blade in front of him. He continued to stand in place, his sword extended forward, continuing to emit energy, and thought that he needed to brace himself, and now more than ever he should support their leader. Dujin continued to stand motionless, holding tightly in his hand the hilt of the sword into which he poured his energy, and thought that he saved this body that could die at any second. He would help him, even if it cost him his life. Suddenly he turned his head, because his attention was distracted by a sudden noise from the side. Dujin turned towards the wall and continued to look there, not understanding what was happening, and heard strange noises coming from outside. Quickly running out into the street, he saw 2 wounded soldiers in blue clothes and asked what was happening there. At the same moment, Dujin froze at what he saw and was greatly shocked. The 2 strangers broke down the clan gates and smugly watched the wounded blue-robed warriors lying on the floor among the rubble. The 3 heads looked at what was happening in surprise and fear, not understanding the situation, when Dai suddenly asked who the hell they were and told them to immediately identify themselves. Zhang, hearing his words, smiled sarcastically as if he was happy about the question asked. After which he, opening his mouth wide, shouted that the guardian of the underworld, Yu Shinan, come out. Zhang stood right in front of a huge number of clan warriors and 3 heads, saying that immediately come out and kneel before him. If he shows humility, he will only take his life. Dujin and Dai were greatly surprised by what they heard and immediately drew their blades, preparing for the upcoming battle. Dujin clenched his blade so tightly that his hand began to shake violently, and mentally began to ask questions that the guardian of the underworld, how could he call the leader that, what the hell? After which, with eyes full of rage, suddenly releasing a huge amount of his own energy of a purple-pink glow, he exclaimed that this was impudence. Dai was also very angry at what he heard and called on the soldiers to take up their weapons. The 3 heads, along with the clan warriors, stood with their weapons pointed towards Zhang. Zhang and his servant stood, smiling maliciously, looking in their direction when they thought that why there were only 2 of them. Dujin was still very angry as he watched what was happening, looking ahead menacingly, and thought that this coward couldn't come here without reinforcements. Suddenly, with his left eye, Dujin saw a strange glow, which amazed him very much. The 3 heads stood in bewilderment, looked to the side, heard a voice saying that someone dared to raise a sword against his students. After which an old man in white clothes began to approach the gate of their clan, holding his hands behind his back. Dujin shuddered sharply at what he saw, expressing fear on his face, thinking what it was. An old man in white clothes with a mustache and a long beard was right in front of a large number of warriors who stood behind him with grins on their faces. He continued to stand there, smiling smugly, and said why not immediately lower his swords when Dujin thought that it was the leader of the Mount Hwang faction. Dujin extended his hand forward, holding his own blade in front of him, and with a menacing look said that how could they lose their activities and let them enter the clan territory unhindered. Thinking that, damn, he didn't think that the master with Mount Hwang will arrive so quickly. The young man who suddenly came out from behind the old man said that they were arrogant idiots, while the 3 leaders and the warriors standing behind them were surprised at what was happening. This young man was Duak Chill's brother in arms, Sun Hak with a grin on his face. Looking forward, he said that they are so loose with words, at least they know who is in front of them. Du-jin continued to look in their direction with a menacing look, thinking that Hak is the successor of Master Jongsu, and he is the best among the first squad of disciples of the clan, when he continued that they thought he would ignore the fact that his younger brother was deprived hands. The uninvited guests arrived standing right after the shattered clan gate, where dust was still in the air as the three heads continued to look at what was happening. And Du-jin thought that there was no way that the master of Mount Hwang acted so harshly just out of a desire to avenge his injured student, and he will not receive any benefit from this intercession. Entering into personal feuds like this, Jongsu nodded his head and, smiling sarcastically, said that this demon injured his student's hand. How could he not come while Du-jin thought that the Hwang clan apparently paid him handsomely to destroy their clan? Du-jin strongly disliked what he heard, and with a stern gaze directed forward, he said that they had gone too far, and they still dare to talk about the leader as a demon. After which Jongsu immediately pulled out his blade from its sheath and found himself right in front of Du-jin, attacking him, released a huge amount of energy and said that what reason do they have to throw around such words, and here everything is very clear. Du-jin did not have time to dodge the blow inflicted by the old man, and the blue energy was already right in front of his face, which greatly frightened him. At the same moment, he sharply grabbed the hilt of his blade with both hands and turned it to the side. Du-jin, gritting her teeth in fear, managed to deflect Jongsu's blow at the last second, and the sound of swords erupted throughout the area. Jayam and Dai immediately grabbed their blades, rushing to help, and at the same time called out to the deputy leader. The warriors of the Bikun clan were perplexed by what was happening and were very unhappy about it. Zhang stood, grinning smugly, next to Hwang, who also smiled sarcastically, telling him not to interfere. The warriors of the Bikun clan stood with great indignation and fear on their faces as they were told that if they took a single step, they would mercilessly destroy them all. Dai exclaimed that he was a bastard, and Jayam asked if they wanted slaughter. Behind the two intruders, Du-jin continued to fight with the old man, suddenly exclaiming for them to retreat. Jongsu continued to carry his blows furiously while Du-jin barely had time to deflect them and turned his head towards the warriors of the Bikun clan and said that if they interfere, they will all be killed and he can handle it on his own. Jayam and Dai watched what was happening with anger and fear in their eyes, realizing that they were helpless in this situation. At this moment, Jongsu said that this was stupidity and continued to furiously strike with his blade, heading towards Du-jin, who at that moment was dodging another attack from the old man. They continued their battle, where the old man constantly struck furiously with his blade at Du-jin, and that all he had to do was to obediently bring his leader, but he, a servant in this pathetic clan, dared to contradict the elder of the great Hwang mountain, and his self-confidence knew no bounds as Du-jin deflected every attack of the old man with deft movements of his body and the ball. After another strong blow from Jiangsu, Du-jin jumped sharply to the side while he was saying that the goal of the alliance to exterminate demons and overcome chaos had not yet been achieved. After the strike, a huge amount of dust rose in the area, and a blue glow emanated from the site of the impact while they stood, proudly raising their eyes upward, and said that if he did not want to die prematurely, he must immediately bring this demon here, Yu Shinan. The old man's blade was stuck into the stone tile, while Du-jin landed not far from this place, placing the blade down for convenience, and said that their leader was busy with important matters. He did not have time to go out to them. Du-jin raised his eyes upward and held the blade straight in front of him, filled with fear and determination. He said that they must stop immediately and leave their clan. Jongsu was greatly amazed by what he heard. He grinned, and great anger was visible in his eyes, after which he took out a blade from the ground and, holding it in front of him, said that battles are an excellent medicine for those who act thoughtlessly and do not know the place. Du-jin stood in bewilderment, looking at what was happening, when a huge amount of blue energy from completely different directions flew in his direction. Jongsu at that time said that today he would teach him manners once and for all. At the same moment, Du-jin was struck by a huge number of blue energy strikes from different directions. Sprinkling blood all around, he screamed in terrible pain, thinking that it was the thunder of the moon swords. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and small clouds were visible here and there, while groans from severe pain were heard. After receiving a huge wound, Du-jin fell exhausted to his knees right in front of everyone, continuing to moan. He remained in place, all wounded, covered in blood and trembling, when the old man leaned his blade against his throat and said that he was speaking for the last time. Jiangsu resolutely stood right in front of the defeated enemy, holding a blade at the enemy's throat, saying that if he wanted to save his life, slowly, then they must bring the leader immediately. Du-jin was not afraid of what was happening to him and, proudly raising his head up, said that he would rather accept death. Jiangsu swung the blade above his head, smiling mischievously, and prepared to strike, saying that he left him no choice. After which his blow very quickly rushed towards the head of Du-jin, who had closed his eyes, awaiting his death when he said that his useless leader should be blamed. Du-jin was ready to accept his death and sat waiting, but nothing happened. At this moment, suddenly opening his eyes, he saw a blue glow next to him, which shocked him greatly. Suddenly, Shin appeared out of nowhere and deflected Jiangsu's blow, stopping his sword with his own while Dujin sat in surprise right in front of them. Jiangsu was greatly surprised and frightened by what had just happened, and held his sword straight in front of him while Shin defended his servant. Shin looked in his direction with confidence in his eyes and a smirk on his face, holding his blade in front of him, saying that he was in a big hurry. Jiangsu continued to stand in place, not shocked by what was happening. I think that when this bastard had time. Recalling the moment just now when Shin parried the old man's blow, he wondered how he was able to get close without being noticed. They continued to stand and looked at each other menacingly, crossing their swords in front of them, while Jiangsu thought that doing this only with the help of martial arts was unthinkable. At the same moment, Shin, with a sharp movement of her hand, using her blade, pushed the old man back, heading towards him. Shin stopped in place as Jiangsu landed after dodging to the side, pulling his blade arm back. The clan warriors with two other main ones were very happy to see their leader appear and smiled widely. Shin slowly moved his hand over his shoulder, raised his head up, proudly looking towards the old man, and said that he was gone for a while others shouted that the leader had returned. Jiangsu continued to silently look at what was happening with a clearly displeased look, while Shin said that he saw how uninvited guests had come to them. Shin turned back and asked if Dujin was okay, looking at the injured servant sitting there who was shaking in pain and trying to get up and greet his leader. Shin leaned towards him, kneeling on one knee, holding his blade in his other hand, telling him to take care of himself, and Dujin bowed before his master, continued to tremble and, putting his hand to his heart, said that it was a shame. Shin put his hand on the wounded Dujin's shoulder and told him not to move. After which he began to release his strong blue glow energy outwards, closing his eyes, used hope healing and said that now he would heal his wounds. View of Dujin's body suddenly began to pour in a huge amount of his leader's energy as the system notified hope healing and how it worked. After finishing this matter, Shin opened his eyes and began to stand up, thinking that this was enough for one help, and said that there was no need to worry, he would feel better now. After which his gaze rushed towards Jiangsu, who, hearing this, was very frightened and shuddered in surprise. Turning his head slightly to the side, Shin, with eyes full of rage and a serious expression on his face, began to emit his energy and said that he would tear off his limbs. Jiangsu was very indignant at what he heard, and anger could be seen on his face when he thought that this was insolence. At the same moment, Hak jumped out from behind the old man, who was standing still, pointing his blade towards Shin, and exclaimed that he was an idiot and did not dare to say such a thing, and that he would tear off his arms and legs. Zhang stood still and thought that he was a fool with a menacing expression on his face. Zhang continued to smile maliciously, leaning a little to the side, and thought that he was digging his own grave by speaking out against his teacher, Master Jiangsu. At the same moment, Jiangsu, with confidence in his voice, told Hak to get out of the way. He sharply turned his head with incomprehension and listened to his master. The old man took a few steps forward, grinned smugly and began to release his own energy, saying that the demon, as he had heard, his malice was piercing the heavens. Shin stopped in place and looked in his direction with a menacing expression on his face, holding a sword on his shoulder, and thought that he was pretending to be a kind person, but inside he was worse than any robber. To insult him would be to sign a death sentence. After which Jiangsu extended his blade in front of him and, having collected all the accumulated energy inside, released it out, and said that there was no need to try to deceive him, he would immediately destroy it. Jiangsu sharply tensed his leg and pushed off the ground, heading towards Shin at great speed, holding his blade in his right hand. What they saw greatly amazed Daya and Jayam, and they stood in bewilderment. The old man remembered Dujin's frightened face and thought that it would be faster than he thought. Jiangsu found himself right in front of Shin and directed all his accumulated energy. Using the lunar net skill, he thought that he would not have time to blink an eye. Shin stood there with a calm expression as the old man's blow almost hit him. He used 12 thunder knives, and Jiangsu thought that he would not be able to escape. The old man, delivering his fierce blows, full of rage, looked towards the smaller one with a malicious grin, thinking that he would destroy him, starting with that insolent face. But suddenly something greatly surprised Jiangsu, and he became very tense. Shin, sharply raising his head up, dodged one blow and also continued to repel all subsequent attacks of the old man until he understood why his lunar network was not working. With a confused look, Jiangsu continued to swing his sword from side to side, saying that this was nonsense. After which, with a sharp movement of his hand, he struck another blow at Shin, saying that this cannot be. But Shin dodged this old man's attack with a deft movement of his body. They continued to fight in a fierce battle with each other, repelling blows with their swords. Shin thought that he was using the martial art skills of water vapor according to the laws of nature. It was disadvantageous to use thunder swords against him. After which he sharply squeezed the hilt of his blade with both hands and began to release energy that resembled lightning of blue and gold. After which, with a sharp movement of his hand, he swung his blade, raising it up. He left a trace of a huge amount of his energy and thought that he was using the deadly cold obtained from the ice celestial crystals. Suddenly, Shin's blows were right next to the old man's body, which greatly surprised him because he no longer had time to dodge it. The old man continued to look in fear at the powerful blow approaching directly to his head, concentrating a huge amount of energy. After which Changsu's entire body began to be hit from all sides by the energy that Shin's blow released, and the old man screamed in pain throughout the entire area. Hak and Zhang stood aside and were greatly amazed by what they saw, not understanding what was happening. The three heads who were also watching were shocked by what was happening right in front of them. Drops of blood began to fall on the floor, and groans were heard. Jiangsu stood on one knee, leaning one hand on the ground, and two holding his sword, shaking in horror, all wounded, not understanding what was happening. Shin moved the blade to the side with both hands and, with a determined look forward, began to release his energy, while the old man said that this sucker was unrecognizable, and the notification system notified him about using skills and increasing their level. Zhang and Hak immediately rushed to help their teacher, while Shin of the city stood looking at this, putting one hand on his belt and the other holding a sword, leaned it on his shoulder and said that they did not look very good. The uninvited guests stood in disbelief as Shin continued that he would grant them mercy. Shin stood with a smug grin and looked in their direction, swinging his sword a little, and said that if they wanted to live, they should get out of his sight right now. Jiangsu was very angry with what he heard and, coughing up blood, exclaimed that he must stop talking nonsense. After which he clenched the blade even tighter in his hands, starting to release evil purple energy, thinking that it was annoying and there was no way he could achieve such a force of impact. Jiangsu rose to his feet and rushed towards Shin with a menacing look, continuing to study someone else's purple energy, thinking that he was completely sure of it. Shin nodded his head, looked at what was happening with dissatisfaction, did not think about this energy when the old man said that he would cut off his head. Jiangsu stood in place, stretching out his hand with the blade straight in front of him. Shin, with a sharp movement of his hand, followed his example and did the same, thought that everything became clear to him, and said that in this case he could only obey. The two immediately moved towards each other with fury after the old man's call for an attack, and Shin said that he would cut his throat. Shin met the old man's blow with angry purple energy with a straight face, don't try to deflect it, and attacked Jiangsu with his blade, sending his blue energy towards him. Suddenly they raised their heads. Their fight was stopped by a layer that was furiously approaching them and emitting a golden glow reminiscent of lightning. At the same moment, this arrow continued to exude the enormous energy that was within it, landing right between the two, and they were forced to jump in different directions from it. Shin and the old man stood on either side of each other, and in the middle was that same arrow piercing the ground, from which a small steam was emanating. Shin fixed his surprised gaze on this arrow and remained silent, continuing to hold the blade in his hand and preparing to attack. At that moment, a thought struck the old man, and he realized what it was and was very surprised. The arrow, stuck directly into the ground between them, continued to exude golden light energy similar to lightning as the old man realized that it was an arrow of untamed thunder. After some time, the energy that had enveloped the arrow disappeared and it simply remained in its place. Chell continued to look in her direction in surprise and thought that the fired arrow of uncontrollable thunder was a sign from the Tang family about the end of the war. He turned around sharply, his head back. Jiangsu with an indignant face thought that this meant that the battle had come to an end. After which he saw something that greatly surprised him, and he thought that someone from the family had really arrived here. To the side stood Shin's companions, with their imperturbable faces. The lady in yellow was holding an arrow in her hands, while Jiangsu thought that it was these little people. The lady in yellow continued to look straight ahead with her face expressing no emotion, and the old man wondered if they really were from this family. After which, Jiangsu turned to Shin standing behind him while someone shouted that the Straight Cloud Squad had returned. Shin's companions were already in the territory of the Beacon clan, having passed through the gate, while Jiangsu turned his head and did not understand what kind of straight clouds were, thinking that they were from the Beacon clan. The lady in yellow fixed her menacing gaze straight ahead while holding an arrow in her hand as the old man realized that she might be from the Tang family. Jiangsu turned to face her and extended his blade straight in front of him, pointed in her direction and said that these fools do not know that the sky is high and that the earth is solid, and they thought that he would fall for this deceitful trick. After which, still holding the sword, his hand extended in front of him, he called on them to immediately identify themselves. Suddenly, Hak, who was standing aside, with fear on his face, turned to the teacher and said that the arrow of untamed thunder can only be used by blood members of the Tang family and nothing else. And Jiangsu, continuing to threaten, are members of the squad, and he has never seen insolent people like these. The lady in yellow and Gal continued to silently look at the old man who was standing right in front of them and threatening. After which the lady in yellow, with indignation on her face, raised her hand and hit Gal, who was standing next to her, with her elbow, which surprised him. At the same moment, they both raised their hands to their faces, sighing heavily. Those standing opposite Jiangsu and Han were perplexed by what was happening. After all, a moment later, the lady in yellow, unexpectedly for everyone, began to pull the skin off her face. Standing aside, the three heads of the Beacon clan were very surprised by what they saw and stood with incomprehension on their faces. Everyone in the area froze in surprise, even some members of Shin's squad. A moment later, the lady in yellow pulled off her skin, which served as her mask, and a most beautiful girl appeared in front of everyone. Flowers seemed to bloom around her as someone shouted that she was Tang Ha-rin. While Shin nodded his head, looked at what was happening in surprise and thought that this was amazing. Jiangsu kept asking if she was really a member of the Tang family and he was amazed. Rin continued to stand with a straight face next to Gao while Shin thought that they would be more reasonable and not reveal their identity here. At this time, Jiangsu stood with a surprised expression on his face and shook in horror, thinking that the lady from the Tang family should not be here. The two, standing near the gate of the Beacon clan, bowed their heads, resting their fist on their palm, apologizing for what happened. Telling their true names, Rin also added that they committed rudeness towards the elder in order to stop the battle. Still holding her hands in front of her and apologizing, Rin raised her head up, saying that they were carrying out their assigned reconnaissance mission. Jiangsu stood aside fearfully, watching what was happening, and thought that he could not verify that one from the Tang family suspected him. Moreover, she was from the reconnaissance squad, when Rin added that they were asking him for assistance in their investigation. Continuing to stand in first place, he tightly grasped the hilt of his blade, thinking that this was a complete headache. Even though his rank was higher than hers, she was still a member of the Tang family. Rin and Gao continued to look forward with impassive faces, while Jiangsu thought that there had already been enmity between them for 7 generations. If they caught him acting for personal gain, they would have to fight against their entire faction. He, completely immersed in his thoughts, looked forward in surprise, leading only these two, and thought that moreover, this would harm the entire Miram alliance. Jiangsu stood there with a look of dissatisfaction, thinking that this situation needed to be resolved somehow, and said that he did not know that the Tang family was neglecting the problem of the devil sect in their own province. After which, with a decisive look, he sharply pointed his hand at Shin standing behind him and said that he was here because the leader of this clan was a demon. Shin continued to stand in his place, listening to the old man's ravings as he said that his powers were only matched by goods from the underworld. He had enough reasons to be here. Jiangsu himself nodded his head confidently, turned to the side, continuing to point at Shin, saying that she could not think that he was sowing trouble here. He did not ignore this problem and their faction. Then, after listening to him, Rin calmly said that she was only protecting an assistant assisting the intelligence group and a long-time benefactor to whom the family was indebted. Turning sharply back, Jiangsu looked with fear in his eyes at Shin, who continued to stand in her place, and thought that he was an assistant to the reconnaissance squad and a benefactor of the Tang family. Apparently he was a great patriot. Everyone present there stood in their places, saying nothing, continuing to not understand what was happening, while Jiangsu thought that everything was not going according to plan at all. At this time, Shin stood behind everyone with a smug grin, watching what was happening, and the old man continued to think that harming the benefactor of the Tang family was the same as harming the Tang family directly, and it was better for the Huan Mountain faction to play with it. Jiangsu, continuing to analyze the situation happening around him, gritted his teeth with dissatisfaction, thinking that if there was a clash between the Mount Huan faction and the Tang family, with whom they had strained relations for 7 generations, then the result of such a confrontation would be obvious. After much thought, he suddenly exclaimed that even if he was the benefactor of the Tang family, that didn't mean he couldn't be a demon, asking if they had any idea what the consequences might be if they didn't execute him now, and if they could take responsibility for what will happen. To which Rin, with eyes full of confidence and an emotionless face, looked in his direction, gave a positive answer. Jiangsu stood in bewilderment, not expecting such an answer when she added that she would take full responsibility. The scouting party continued to stand in place right in front of the uninvited guests of the Beak-Woon clan, and said that, as stated earlier, the leader of the Beak-Woon clan is their assistant and benefactor. She also believes that he is not a demon. After which, with the same imperturbable face, full of seriousness, she said that she thought that there was a misunderstanding, so they should stop all this. Jiangsu stood in the same place, unable to see what was happening around him, and trembled in shock, thinking that this was humiliating. But if he continued, the situation would only become more dangerous, as she added that she knew that he was a generous and thoughtful person. Jiang stood next to him and was perplexed by what was happening. There was only fear on his face when he thought that he did not know what to do, and his authority in the eyes of his subordinates was falling lower and lower. Jiangsu continued to stand in the same place, holding the hilt of his sword with a trembling hand, and said that, as she said, there seemed to be a misunderstanding between them. He then bowed his head in dissatisfaction, realizing that he had lost this time, and said that following the orders of the Tang family and as a member of the Miram Alliance, he had no choice but to retreat. After which he, along with his warriors and 2 students, turned dissatisfied, moved towards the exit from the territory of the Beacon clan and told everyone to lower their weapons and they would return. At this moment, Zhang suddenly exclaimed, telling the teacher to wait, "And what about him?" After which, in response, he was very surprised by what he saw. Jiangsu looked in his direction and said that he had to shut up before he cut off his second hand. Rin and Gal, sighing heavily, looked at the departing warriors whom Jiangsu had brought. The 3 heads of the Beacon clan stood, not understanding what was happening, after which Jin, with a surprised face, said that it was all over. Outside, white clouds slowly floated among the blue sky as everyone around shouted that the enemy had retreated and the Beacon clan had won. Shin looked in their direction with a determined look, clenched his hands in fists, and told them to help the wounded and put everything in order. Gal, standing to the side, laughing, asked Ira what they would do now, and she only sighed heavily in response. After which she looked in his direction with a face full of hopelessness, saying that everything was ruined. Rin was upset by what happened and, raising her palm to her head, said that they had to hide until the last, but they failed. Gal, who was standing next to him with a sad face, said that everything worked out. At that moment, Shin began to quickly walk to the side. Gal, who was standing next to him, said that he should not tell him, while Rin was simply silently surprised at this. After which Shin came closer and stood right in front of them, crossing his arms over his chest, thanking them for their help. Gal, scratching his finger behind his ear, awkwardly said that he was not worth thanks, and Rin stood silently, looking at Shin, who at that time said that thanks to them they were able to prevent the massacre. While they were in the same position with their arms crossed in front of their chest, Shinu suddenly noticed with a smug grin that now it seemed like they had something to discuss. Rin stood looking at him with a surprised face as he asked if they thought so. After which they found themselves in the meeting room of the Beacon clan. Gallia and Rin, with fear on their faces, sat directly opposite Shin, who smiled displeasedly. Out of fear, Gal turned his head to the side and thought that he was going to die, and why had they been sitting here for 10 minutes without saying anything? Shin continued to sit silently, with his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes closed, clearly with a displeased look, when he thought that he would have already said something. After a moment, he opened his eyes with a serious look and said that they could say their real names. 2 of the reconnaissance squad sat opposite him with fear in their eyes as he added that he had already heard them. Then Rin, shaking her head, closed her eyes and said that first they would like to sincerely apologize for revealing their true identities so late, and Shin interrupted her and said that this was not necessary. Shin then said with his arms outstretched and a grin on his face that he had actually known who they were for a long time, which greatly surprised the 2. Rin and Gal sat with confusion on their faces when he asked why they were so surprised. After which Shin, waving his head in their direction, with a trusting smile on his face, said that it seemed to him that they understood that he would notice sooner or later, and he knew who they were from the first test. Hearing this, Rin suddenly asked how he was able to notice their disguise. After which Shin, slowly scratching his cheek with his finger, said with embarrassment that this was his innate ability. Rin, continuing to show her surprise, thought that during all the time they spent here, no one else caught them hiding their faces. The robbers and the head also did not suspect anything, and he is truly an unusual person. Shin, folding his arms over his chest, asked with a smug grin if he could ask him something. Gal and Rin continued to sit silently in their places and looked in the smaller direction when Shin asked. They understand that if they had not entered, he would have resolved that situation himself, so why did they call themselves intermediaries and reveal their identities exactly at that moment? Then, with confidence in his eyes, he asked whether it was to help the elder of the Mount Huan faction or to leave him in debt, or neither. Then, with confidence on her face, Rin bowed her head, saying that this was not so. She did not care at all whether the hypocrite, blinded by wealth, lived or died, and she was not going to make him obligated either. After which, sharply opening her eyes, looking towards Shin, she said that, on the contrary, the alliance was only beneficial, that she had kept him from killing such an influential person, and in that case, why not help him, and all this was solely for his benefit. After hearing this, Shin slowly raised his hand to his face, scratching his beard from the information he heard. Rin continued talking as she imagined Shin mercilessly decapitating his opponent and said that if she hadn't stopped him, he would have definitely cut off his head. After which, with a confident look, she said that perhaps he would have killed all his subordinates, which greatly surprised Gal, who was sitting next to him, and he screamed in surprise. After which Rin added that this was not just her guess. Then Shin, who was sitting opposite, smiled after hearing this and said that she was right, and he was really thinking about destroying them all. Gal was very surprised by what he heard and clenched his teeth in fear, thinking that he was really going to kill them all. This would mean the start of a war with the elders of the factions. Shin suddenly stood up from the table and walked towards the exit, hiding his hands behind his back, asked if he seemed reckless to her. Gal continued to be surprised by everything he heard and turned her head in his direction when Rin said that Master Jiangsu is a hopelessly hot-tempered person and is inclined to give vent to anger. But we must not forget the fact that he acts as the head of an alliance of several clans. Shin continued to walk towards the exit, looking back when Rin, who was sitting in her seat, displeasedly said that if he really slit his throat, they would not be able to prevent retaliation from the other clans. Suddenly, Shin returned to their direction, still listening, and a hand that said that this would eventually lead to a massacre with tens or even hundreds of victims. At this moment, Shin had a calm face, and Rin added that for him this would be a good development of events, which is why she decided to intervene. Lost in his thoughts, Shin saw thin lines of energy developing all like smoke in the pitch darkness. He thought that it was true that being defeated by an entire Miram would not be the best option, although he was going to be fooled sooner or later anyway, all these scoundrels of Miram. After which Shin, who had moved a little to the side, stopped in place and said that it was good, since they had sorted it out, then they could move on to other questions, and Rin at that moment said that he could ask anything. Then Shin immediately asked his first question why they decided to protect him, calling him the benefactor of the alliance. Rin told him that it was so. Gal nodded his head in her direction in surprise. She continued to say something, and they would have died in Mansangya's dungeon or in the robber's hideout, while Shin, raising his hand to his chin, thought that the rumors that the Tang family members were not losing confidence, even if there is a knife at your throat, is not an illusion. After a short break, he said that now the second question is, why did they infiltrate the Beacon clan, to which both of them bowed their heads and remained silent. Suddenly Rin, looking away, said that she would be honest with him. Then she raised her gaze, expressing her seriousness, and said that many people had disappeared in Zhejiang province recently. They suspected that he was involved. After telling her, Gao, waving his hands in front of him, began to say that now they do not think badly of him, while Shin thought that it was working out. They were following the trail of a bloody sect. They began to investigate the disappearances when this problem was already over, so they could neither find traces nor understand what was behind it all. After hearing everything, Shin extended his hand in front of him, showing 3 fingers, and said that there was a third and final question left. Rin kept her head down in anticipation of this question when he asked why he was now above suspicion. Rin raised her head with confidence on her face, slowly saying she was ready, after which Galliu suddenly appeared right in front of her, talking about cooking, and holding a persimmon in his hands in front of him. Seeing this, Rin became very angry and said that she was not talking about food, about the willingness to sacrifice herself. She began to remember how Shin stood in a cave, covered in bugs, how he dived straight into the water towards dangerous fish, and how he protected his clan members by engaging in battle with a dangerous enemy, and said that, watching as he stopped his bait for poisonous bugs, plunged into icy water for his people, and was ready to kill the head of the Mount Huang faction just for insulting his subordinates. Seeing all this, she would never believe that a person like him could be a criminal. After which she sharply turned her head in his direction and with confidence on her face said that her intuition said so, to which Gal nodded approvingly. Shin stood listening to all this, closed his eyes and smiled smugly when she added that if she was wrong, then he was a very good actor, after which he asked if he should now say thank you. At the same moment, sharply raising his head and looking at them, smiling, he said that this was a good answer, and in gratitude for their honesty, he would tell something that would help them. They continued to look at him expectantly. After which he said that he also investigated the disappearances they were involved in. What they heard shocked 2 of the reconnaissance detachment, and they were at a loss and asked if it was true. They abruptly jumped up from their seats, leaning on the table, not understanding how this happened, and Shin, putting his hands on his belt, said that Mai and Jin were quite closely connected with this case, and by grasping this thread, he was able to unravel the whole tangle and revealed the culprit. Rin looked in his direction with hope in her eyes and said that they were asking him to tell them what he found. Then Shin became very serious and said that he could tell them this, after which he raised his head, looking in their direction, and folded his hands in front of his chest, and with a grin on his face said that there would be no turning back for them. They were greatly surprised by what they heard and stood silently looking at him when he asked if they were sure they were ready to hear it. The narrative takes us to a mountain valley with a dense forest shrouded in fog on a dark night. The wheels of the cart shook from the constant unevenness on the forest road. Around the cart, covered with a black cloth, there were a huge number of people in dark robes. Suddenly, sounds began to be heard from the cart that these people were surrounding, and the fabric began to twitch. At one moment, a hand suddenly appeared from the edge of the fabric with a sharp sound. The full moon continued to shine in the sky, occasionally obscured by clouds. A moment later, the brush fell to the ground, sprinkling blood all around. The 2 robed men suddenly turned around, seeing one of their comrades cut off someone's arm with a deft movement of his blade, after which he went to the hand and took it. Turning towards the carriage, the man in the robe quickly threw his hand into the carriage directly onto the black fabric. Several of his associates continued to watch, after which everyone quickly turned in the other direction. They had already walked far forward without noticing a trembling hand lying in the bushes next to the tree. To the side of the main road, on the ground near the trees, lay 3 corpses with huge wounds all over their bodies. One of the robed men smiled widely as the moon illuminated his face. Several people in black robes walked ahead, while similar people walked behind them and smiled widely at what was happening. After which the pesters take us to a cave with lit torches, while someone's voice says that they will wait here until the leader completes the ceremony. One of the men in black robes said that the guards should take the carts and follow him, while the novices in the same clothes standing opposite him took the order. One of them approached the cart and began to push it while the others watched and stood behind him. The guy in the black robe sat down on a rock while others looked on and said that they could finally get some rest. 2 of them suddenly took off the hoods that covered their faces and said that they had so much work to do and it was still so late at night, too. Looking towards 3 other people in black robes, one of them asked who those guys were, to which he received the answer that they did not have enough people, so reinforcements were sent to them from another detachment. Apparently it was them. Those 3 strangers approached the bald guy who was holding a wine jug and asked if they would like to sit down and rest. After which he held the jug to the side. One of them offered him a sip, to which he silently continued to stand in his place. The bald guy shook his head with a grin on his face, saying that they were probably worried about all this confusion and for the Dragon Lord, they worked all day without rest. Suddenly, the person standing right in front of him asked that there was only one entrance to this place. The bald guy began to drink wine from a jug and answered that yes, that's how it is. 3 strangers in black robes stood right in front of him when he asked a question about their names, to which he received the answer that their names were Reapers. The bald guy was very surprised by what he heard and got scared. At the same moment, a huge force of blue energy was directed directly towards him, and he did not understand what to do and just looked at it. After which the cave was sprinkled with the blood of this man. Everyone in the area was very frightened by what they saw and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, one of the 3 strangers, who was right in front of the corpse of the man who had just been killed, pulled off his robe. It turned out to be Shin. Seeing this, other people in the same capes turned their swords in his direction, asking who these people were and demanded to name them names. To which Shin put his blade on his shoulder with a smug grin and said that he already said it, they are Reapers. One of the men in black robes, with fear on his face, exclaimed for everyone to prepare for battle. Another of his comrades immediately blew the battle rock after the command to blow the horn and signal the attack. A moment later, a yellow glow of energy suddenly appeared near him, which he was greatly surprised by. It was one of the Reapers, who instantly cut off his head with her blade with a yellow glow. People in black robes who were in the same cave watched what was happening and were very frightened. It was Rin, who, after the blow was dealt to her, stood up and began to release her golden-colored power. The people in black robes raised their swords and against them while 3 Reapers stood, directing their gaze in their direction and listening to the question of who they were. Shin looked towards Rin with a smile on his face, saying that he could finally truly appreciate the power of the sect family, to which Rin sighed heavily. In front of them stood a huge crowd of people in black robes who were armed with swords, while Shin said that there were many more of them, but they must try not to miss a single one, either inside or outside the cave. He turned his head towards his comrades, asking if they could handle it, to which Gal exclaimed in surprise. After which Rin sharply rushed to the attack, saying that if not everyone. After which she quickly began to approach them, throwing the blade back, and with determination in her eyes she anticipated the future battle, saying that it was definitely possible to stop the majority. A huge crowd of people in black robes moved towards her, screaming throughout the cave. A red energy appeared right in front of her, but she continued to rush forward calmly. The next moment, she instantly pierced the bodies of several warriors who opposed her, leaving behind a light of blue energy that resembled beautiful flowers. This was the skill of poisonous delicate flowers. She continued to swing her blade wildly, her movements reminiscent of rose petals blowing in the wind. Rin continued to strike, killing her enemies one by one. She continued to move further and further with confidence on her face and release her blue energy. Shin looked to the side, saw her and at the same time continued his fight, thinking that he didn't have to worry about this side. After which he turned in the other direction, noticing that he was left alone. In front of him stood Gal, who barely dodged the sudden blows of a man in a black robe screaming for his death. Then Shin wondered if he would be okay. Gal continued to maneuver, dodging every blow of his opponent, and Shin thought that if it were not for the technique of the Ji-Gal family, the mysterious steps of heaven, he would have been dead long ago. After what he saw, Shin, with a dissatisfied grin on his face, extended his hand in his direction and began to release energy, thinking that he himself could not, and he would share his power with them. At the same moment, Gal's energy suddenly began to flow into Gal's body, which he was very surprised by. Gal stood still, lowered his head, and extended his arms in front of his chest, looking at them as they emitted a blue glow that resembled tongues of flame. I thought what kind of unknown force this was. Suddenly, his enemy appeared right in front of him, screaming and heading towards him and wanting to strike with his blade, which greatly frightened Gal. Immediately afterwards, he was hit in the face with a fan that emitted a blue glow. This was a blow from Gal, who himself did not understand what he had just done and looked at the enemy he had defeated. Gal held the metal fan straight in front of him with a trembling hand and thought that he unconsciously took out the iron fan and hit it with it, and felt such power at the same time. He suddenly turned to the side and looked surprised, still emitting blue energy, and thought about the leader. Shin, standing to the side, looked at Gal and showed his finger up, and he looked at him in bewilderment and wondered what other spells he had cast on him. On the ground inside this cave lay a huge number of corpses of people in black robes when Shin noticed that everything was clear from this flank. After which he turned towards his companions and, putting his hands on his belt, asked if they were safe. They answered that they were fine, then Shin said that that was good. Gal came closer to Shin and awkwardly addressed him, while Shin stood nearby, waiting for his question. He, putting his hands in front of him with a smile on his face, as if all sparkling, asked how he did it, and said that it was as if by magic he had become strong. Shin turned away from him, trying to find an explanation. I thought that he used a wave of silence, a skill of the demon lord, but since he still won't understand anything, he'll just make something up. Then Shin began to move further through the cave and said that this was the magic that man Sang-ya had passed on to him, and Gal, sharply lowering his hands, asked in surprise that in that cave he had inherited his skill. Shin squeezed the hilt of the blade even more tightly with his hand and said that no matter what, they must not waste time. He turned around, looked in their direction with a look expressing seriousness, and said that the slower they moved, the more casualties there would be. Shin and his companions continued to move deeper into the cave at high speed. They suddenly stopped, hearing strange groans ahead. Rin and Gal were greatly shocked by what they saw right in front of them when they heard a voice asking to save them. Right in the middle of the cave, the walls of which were shrouded in roots around a huge number of corpses, stood a woman in a white robe and with red hair. It was the Lord of the Earth Dragon, a witch Miwal HWA. She said that she had not yet finished with dessert, and uninvited guests had already arrived. Many tentacles with sharp spikes appeared. The witch said that it would be even better. She smiled widely, walked forward over the corpses of the girls, and then added that she just needed food. She pointed her tentacles at the small troop in front of her and said that they looked very tasty. Vol smiled broadly and, looking ahead, added that she would put their necks away for later and present them to the king. Shin, frowning, looked ahead. Rin, standing behind him, took out a knife and said that in front of them was the monster who taught the demons tricks. Shin turned to his comrades and said that they did not need to fight. They looked at him blankly. Shin turned around and said that on the contrary, he had a task for them. The witch looked in front of her, puzzled. Shin came close to her and shouted that where did these strange stems grow from? The witch asked what. Shin, holding his sword out in front of him, said that this was all quite strange. He smiled and then asked if it would be okay if he cut them for her. Hearing this, Vol crossed her arms and, looking madly in front of her, released the stems forward, shouting that he wanted to die so much that he was begging for death. The stems rushed forward at great speed. Shin stood calmly and watched as Vol shouted that she would swallow him whole, to the last bone. Shin dodged the thorns flying at him. He then swung his arm and cut one of the stems in half. The stems were easily cut and fell one by one to the floor. Suddenly, Shin turned around in fear and saw one of them quickly approaching him. Vol shouted that it was useless. Shin, in one fell swoop, cut several branches approaching him at once. Seeing this, the witch told him to cut as much as he wanted. With her mouth wide open, she made a quick leap forward and, frowning, said that the stems could grow indefinitely. Shin, with the last of his strength, broke through the endless stems. Seeing this, Vol shouted that she wondered how long he could hold out like this. Shin turned around on one stalk, looking at him. He thought that they were truly incredible. Dodging to the side, Shin thought, looking ahead, that if even one transit of him, he would immediately suck all the juices out of him if this continues. Shin cut one of the thick stems with all his strength. He thought that the end would soon come to him, but it was too early for him to give up. Looking at the witch, he lunged forward and thought that he should hold out a little longer. Vol shouted that he just wanted to show her what tricks he could do with a sword. The witch, smiling widely, said that he was so arrogant that she became curious to look at them. She asked that Shin did not want to provoke her with the same pathetic skills. Shin clenched his teeth and dodged the thorns flying at him. The witch, eyes wide open, looked towards Shin with a crazy smile and shouted that it was so boring that she had already changed her mind about playing with him. A stalk appeared in front of Shinnen's face. He looked forward in fear, and the witch screamed that they would end there. At the last second, Shin managed to duck his head and dodge the attack. He looked to the side in fear, and then, grabbing the sword, he saw the stalk approaching him at high speed. He slammed into Shin's stomach with all his might, and he was pushed aside. The witch, smiling widely, shouted that this was the end for him. Shin was trembling with fatigue. He grabbed the stem, which was sucking the life energy out of him, because it would absorb all of him and not leave even a trace. Suddenly Vol looked ahead in fear. She looked at her hands in shock and wondered why her powers. Vol looked at the corpses below her and wondered if she had eaten enough. Suddenly she turned to the side. She saw a cart with people behind her. The guy, gritting his teeth, said that they had been noticed. Vol, turning back menacingly, shouted that they were bastards. She, looking at the cart driving away from her, extended her finger forward and shouted for them to stop. But suddenly she turned around in fear and saw a flame appear near her, and Shin said that he didn't think it was important right now. A strong flame appeared around Shin. He held the sword in front of him and, smiling, said that he had been waiting for this moment all this time. A system message appeared that this is the capture ability, rank S+, the ability to use one of the skills of the summoned creature. The summoned creature whose skill was borrowed cannot be summoned until the end of the skill. Shin grabbed the stem with his bare hand and said that he wanted to incinerate her right now. The witch clenched her teeth in fear and told Shin to stop this, to which he replied that he could not burn innocent people with her. Vol, looking ahead, wondered how this psycho knew the skill of solar fire. Shin smiled widely. There was a fiery aura around him. He said that she was so boring that he didn't want to play with her anymore. He pulled out his sword, made a quick dash towards her and shouted that he would burn her so that there would be nothing left of her. Shin swung his sword, looking menacingly in front of him, and used superior fire. Vol, with her mouth wide open, screamed. Her whole body was covered in bright flames. Shin rushed forward at great speed, cutting the body further into pieces. He then landed on the ground, destroying the last of the thorny stems. A second later, the witch's body exploded. Black smoke spread throughout the cave. Blood sprayed from Vol's mouth. Shin approached her and said that she had become much better now that all her useless appendages had been cut off. Vol, gritting her teeth, looking menacingly ahead, told Shin to just kill her. Shin smiled and, placing his hand on his belt, replied that, of course, he would kill her just as she wanted. He extended his hand in front of him and added that he could not do this and it was here. Suddenly, the witch turned around in fear and saw how her hand had grown back. She, with her mouth wide open, screamed in displeasure at what Shin was doing. Shin furrowed his brows and swung his sword. And then, with all his might, he cut the witch's hand in half. Shin looked ahead with a smile. Holding his sword in his hand, he said that he could heal her at any time. Looking at the frightened witch, he added that that was why they would start over. We are taken to the street at the exit of the cave. The girls lie on the floor, breathing heavily. Gal says that they saved all the women who were still breathing, but they are in critical condition. Looking at Rina, who was sitting next to the woman, he asked if it was possible to give them first aid. Rin replied that she would try. She extended her hand towards the girl, and a yellow aura appeared around her. And then, looking at the girl in fear, she said that this was not just a physical wound, she was powerless here. Gal, looking at the exhausted girls, asked that they were on the verge. Was there really no other solution? Rin replied that it seemed there was no. Rin looked away in fear and said, what then? Looking at the cave, she thought that they could only wait for the leader to return. She clenched her fist, her hand shaking, and continued to think that she couldn't believe that such tragic events were happening right under their noses without them even noticing. Rin bit her lip and looked ahead in confusion, wondering if someone like her could call herself a member of the Tam family or the Beak clan. Suddenly, she and Gal turned around in fear. They heard Shin say that it was wonderful that they saved everyone. Shin took a few steps forward and added that the two of them had worked hard. He walked towards them, smiling, and then told them to do their task well. Rin and Gal shouted leader in one voice. Shin came closer to them. Rin, looking at him, said that they were very glad that Shin was not injured, to which he replied that he was also pleased with their condition. Rin turned to the wounded girls and said that they were fine, but the girls were on the verge of death. Shin walked forward with a smile and reached into the side pocket of his kimono. Looking at this, Rin said that she gave them first aid, but the guards are unusual. Shin replied that that was enough. He took a small case out of his pocket and said, what now? Frowning his brows, he turned to his comrades and said that now he would do this himself. Gal and Rina looked in front of them in surprise, and Shin added that they had worked hard, so let them rest a little. Rin, looking in front of her, thought that this was a chimpton. Shin approached the sick girl and took a long needle. He began to think that his abilities were actually hidden in the chimpton. The girl's whole body was covered with needles, and a yellow light began to come out of her. Shin furrowed his brows and thought that he was using reverse refinement and white omen at the same time. A system message appeared in front of him that reverse cleanse removes the one effect that causes the most harm from the user or the designated person. Shin, looking at the girl who was surrounded by a yellow aura, thought that everything is fine. I leaves her body and her breathing returns to normal. This should be enough. Shin breathed a sigh of relief and thought that in order to bring them all out of a critical state, many system messages appeared in front of him saying that he had completed the conditions of the tasks and received new skill points. Shin turned to his comrades with a smile and said that he was ready. Looking at the girls, who were already lying calmly on the floor, he added that they all needed to be sent to a doctor so that they could receive further treatment, but for now their lives were out of danger. Rin, with her mouth wide open, asked what was the reason that brought them into such a state. Shin lowered his head and calmly answered, drugs. Hearing this, Gal and Rina staggered back, and Shin asked what they know. They are more addictive than opium. Looking at Shin, Rin said that they traded these women like things while they were under the influence of drugs. Shin nodded his head. Rin, with her eyes wide open, thought about what it means that the Kirin Battalion, the Key Battalion and the Chaos Sect, has been trading people all this time. They won't turn a blind eye to this as an accident. The government will also be involved. Perhaps this will break the neutral relationship between Urim and the government. Rin approached Shin and said that he shouldn't turn a blind eye to this. Gal clenched his fists and added that they needed to figure it out. Shin lowered his head with a smile and remained silent, and Gal continued to say that they need to notify the Union about this as soon as possible, and they also need to unite with the government to eliminate the Kirin Battalion. Rin, furrowing her brows and looking at Shin, asked that maybe there was something else. Shin replied that there was no point in reporting this to the Union. There would not be much response, since they did not have any conclusive evidence. Shin frowned with folded hands and said that even if he reported directly to the government, the investigation would not be able to progress. Rin, fearfully, looking ahead, said that both the Miram Union and the government were really involved in this. Shin, looking menacingly in front of him, answered correctly. He, looking at his frightened comrades, continued to say that someone in the Union knows about the Kirin Battalion and turns a blind eye to it. He folded his hands and said that they remember what he said before they came here, that they couldn't come back. It was time for the two of them to make a choice. Gal and Rin looked ahead in fear, and Shin asked that they would continue to trust the alliance. Shin smiled and added, or trust him. Rin, lowering her head, asked who the traitor in the alliance was. Shin smiled and, looking at them, replied that these drugs are now distributed in 2 provinces. Gal and Rin looked ahead in fear, and Shin said that these were Zhejiang and Anhui. He frowned and continued to say that, as they already know, Zhejiang has long been under the control of the Kirins, so the influence of the alliance there is initially very weak. But in Anhui the situation is different, since there are 2 factions there that the Miram alliance relies on. Gal, with his mouth open, looked ahead and listened to Shin talk about how, among other things, the Namgong clan, one of the leaders of the 7 clans, nicknamed the Celestial Swordsman clan. Gal, hearing this, said that it was difficult to assume that they were aware of everything, especially considering that 5 years ago the youngest son of the head of the clan died of an opium overdose. He was sure that they did not carefully check everyone who joined the clan. Shin replied that he was right. Rin looked ahead in fear and said that this couldn't be true. Shin added that there is only 1 faction left. Shin, frowning, remembered Master Jiangsu and said that he was the leader of the Mount Hwang faction. Shin remembered his battle with Jiangsu and thought that before the battle with him, he still could not decide which of these 2 factions was collaborating with the Koryong battalion. This information is not in his memories of the alternative future, but when he cornered Master Jiangsu. Shin remembered how a dark aura emanated from the master. He thought that in rage he accidentally awakened a different energy in himself. It could barely be detected, but it was, without a doubt, the energy of a monster. Shin lowered his head, furrowed his eyebrows and wondered what he felt at the same time from Quack Jusang and Go Na. Along with Wall Hwa, Master Jiangsu teamed up with the Blood Sect and received demonic power in return. Shin looked at his comrades and told them to now choose. If they are not afraid of the others, let them throw away their pride and follow him. He promises that they will be able to save many more people than today. He looked at Gallia, who was looking menacingly in front of him, and said his name. He then did the same to Rina, who looked at him in surprise. Shin extended his hand forward and asked with a smile that they would follow him. Gal and Rina immediately fell to their knees and bowed their heads, and then, folding their hands, they shouted in unison that they would use all their strength and follow the leader. Rin, looking menacingly in front of her, shouted that she would destroy the demons along with the leader. Shin smiled and said that was great. He clenched his fist and, looking at his comrades, said that he would lend them their powers for a short time. Shin approached the cave. He kicked the skull with all his might and said that he almost forgot. With a smile, looking ahead, he said that this would serve as a message to them. A white skull with horns lay on the floor, and Shin added that he would destroy every one of these bastards. We are taken to a large house. Inside, Ren sits at a table with his comrades. A skull lies across from them. Ren, looking ahead, says that the 3rd prison and the 9th were completely destroyed. Looking at the skull, he adds that didn't he tell them to guard them better since they allowed this to happen? Apparently they don't have the slightest respect for him. A strong blue aura appeared around Ren and he looked in front of him menacingly and then asked if he was wrong. Everyone immediately felt this strong energy and grabbed their clothes, clenched their teeth and tried to breathe. Opposite other important people, people clutched their chests, afraid to move. Ren raised his hand, above which a skull was floating with the help of magic. He said that they even left it there. They decided to play a joke on him. Ren clenched his fist and the skull shattered into small pieces, and then he asked that what's more, none of them had yet found the one who did it. Ren stuck his fist out in front of him and said that they assholes had been fooling around all this time. The guy sitting on the left stretched out his hands in fear and said that they were informed that on that day, the leader of the Beacon clan, Yu Xin Wong, returned from Tianmu Mountain. It was suspicious that this happened immediately after his return. The guy looked ahead in fear. Something was approaching him. He said that he would immediately find out what he did last night. A second later, the guy's head flew off his shoulders. Everyone present looked in fear towards the dead guy. Ren, looking ahead menacingly, asked that anyone else wants to say the same nonsense as this piece of garbage just did. Ding, sitting on the right side, furrowed his eyebrows and said that in the 9th prison, they found traces of using a top-level skill. Someone used solar fire. He will find out which one with this skill has entered Zhejiang in the past 10 years. Ren, looking at him, he said that it seemed that only the deputy general of the group had not forgotten how to think. Din looked to the side and said that, moreover, traces of the use of poison were also found in the 9th prison. In other words, more than one person entered the prison. Ren looked menacingly in front of him and said that traces of poison were undoubtedly left by Gong Sung Chu. Apparently he was tempted by the reward. He could have been promised wealth stolen from the 3rd prison. Only he comes to mind. Others could not know about it. Well-hidden prison. Din folded his arms and continued to say that he would make things easier. These footprints belong to the basilisk, but to use it, a person must reach the zenith level. Ren smiled menacingly, looking ahead, then said that there is only one person in this century who has reached the zenith and is able to use the solar fire skill. Din looked ahead in fear and asked what? Really? Ren interrupted him and added that this man was in a very tense relationship with them. Ren remembered the image of the warrior and said that it was the fire monster Yang Guanzhou. Ren imagined an image of a man with red hair, looking menacingly in front of him. He said that 30 years ago, at 50, he was able to reach the zenith level in the use of solar fire. After he killed the ambassador who tried to recruit him into his sect, for his reward was placed on his head, and they know for certain that he fought to the death with the assassins sent to him. Ren lowered his head and said that he probably survived and secretly restored his strength all this time. Din smiled and said that it's true. If the criminal is a fire monster, then everything fits together as they expected from the leader of the squad. Ren, looking ahead menacingly, added that this also means that the attack of the fire monster will continue, but now there is no negligence on their part. Ren, looking at his comrades who bowed their heads, said that they should arm the remaining prisons with weapons charged with ice energy to counter the fire monster. Then he looked around everyone and said, "What now?" Ren confidently asked where the daughter of the provincial minister was imprisoned. Smoke looked at him in fear and told him not to worry about it. She was in custody in a special place. They would not see her in any of the remaining prisons. Ren smiled and said that's good. They need to keep her with them so they don't lose control of that bastard, and they need to beef up security right now. We are taken to a small room. Someone says that he was in no hurry. Another person apologizes and adds that the meeting lasted longer than he expected. Jiangsu, looking ahead with displeasure, sighs and says that is why he is told that a member of the Chaos sect has no manners. Ren, sitting opposite, apologized again. And then, smiling, he asked what he decided then. Jiangsu looked ahead in fear, beads of sweat running down his face. He frowned at Ren and said that if he absorbed this energy, would he be able to break through to the transcendental level? Ren smiled upon hearing this. He, frowning his eyebrows and looking menacingly in front of him, said that, as he had said earlier, if he had the courage to give everything he had, he could not limit himself to only this level. Jiangsu squeezed his hand. It shook. He thought that this was the zenith. Lowering his head, he continued to think that in the past, he showed promise and received a lot of attention from the Huan Mountain faction and the Muram Alliance. He was the one who was supposed to become the youngest warrior to reach the zenith level in the history of the entire Muram. Jiangsu clenched his teeth and thought that a year had passed. 10 time passed, and the path to the zenith level only became longer. There was no talk of even obtaining the transcendental level, let alone, His whole body was shaking. He thought that this was not his fault. Looking ahead menacingly, he thought that it was all because the skills of the Huang Mountain faction were low. Ren smiled and, looking ahead, said that he understood that he could not reach the zenith because he was not in this faction. Jiangsu replied that this is true, all because of this talentless master. Jiangsu lowered his head and said that if he had not invited him to his place, if he had been from Mount Huan or Mudan. Jiangsu, clenching his fist, said that he could easily reach the zenith, suddenly asked that he wanted power. Jiangsu looked ahead in fear. There was a strong red aura coming from Ren. He got up from the table and said that the wall that had been keeping him at his current level all this time, he could break this wall. Jiangsu opened his mouth, looking at Ren's enormous power. He continued to say that only if he gives everything he has for this power. Jiangsu, looking at the huge aura in front of him, thought that he could do a lot with this power. Ren stretched his hand forward with a smile, and Jiangsu thought that he wouldn't have to slog through this for many decades. He wouldn't need training. With his eyes wide open, he thought that they would stop treating him like a hopeless old man, and he would immediately reach the highest level. Jiangsu, looking at Ren's outstretched hand with a dark aura, thought that even then the strongest in Anhui would not be some Namgong clan, it would be the Hwang Mountain faction. Jiangsu, looking menacingly in front of him, remembered Shin and thought that this bastard was especially important. Ren smiled widely. Jiangsu, looking ahead, shouted that he would gladly give everything. We are taken to a large blue house. Shin sits at a table with important people around him. He, folding his hands and frowning, looks at the empty right chair and asks what the deputy's condition is up to. Dai turned to Shin and said that he had just been to the doctor. He pictured himself as a deputy in his head and said that although his injuries were quite serious, fortunately he was getting better. Dai smiled and said that such injuries could well lead to death. The doctor said that this was a real miracle. Shin lowered his head and said that this is great, it means there is no need to worry anymore. He thought about it, which means that the healing of hope has worked. One of the guys turned to Shin and said that he called an emergency meeting, something happened. Shin pulled out a letter from under his kimono and said that first he thought they should take a look at this. Shin slammed the letter onto the table with all his might. Everyone present immediately, with their mouths wide open, looked in front of them and said that this cannot be. Shin smiled and thought that he knew they would be surprised. Looking at the letter, he read that this was an announcement about a task, a loading order from the Emperor of the Province. The minister provides the clans of the province with the opportunity to carry out His Majesty's order. Clans that meet all the conditions can nominate their candidacy for the task. The clan that has completed all the preparations will be selected tests. Shin, standing up from the table and folding his hands, continued to read that clans who share their goals must submit an application no later than the deadline. The government has prepared 3 commissions, the details of which will be sent by the clan that has passed the selection to the Minister of Zhejiang Province for Kangwai-su. Dai, looking at Shin in surprise, said that how the Kirin clan allowed this to happen, before that only they carried out all government orders. Shin furrowed his eyebrows and, having said the right thing, thought that, of course, he expected it to happen in this way. The Beacon clan would take the place of the largest clan in the province, a clan that could happen. The Kirin clan and gain the rights to carry out government assignments, will represent the entire province of Kirin. They specifically refused to complete tasks in order to leave this place to the Hwanok clan. The guy got up from the table in fear, pointed towards the letter and told everyone to look. He pointed out the proposal in the letter. The deadline is 1 month after the announcement. The conditions for applying are 3 chests of gold in the treasure, the presence of 2 or more warriors who have reached the transcendental level in the clan, and then said that it was written at the very end of the announcement. The man grabbed his head and closed it, saying that there weren't that many chests of gold in their treasury. Dai looked at Shin with furrowed brows and said that government assignments might be a good opportunity for the development of their clan, but unfortunately they did not fit any of the requirements. Shin smiled and said that was the case for now. He looked at his comrades and asked if, out of the kindness of their hearts, they didn't give them a month. Shin began to take his sword out of its sheath and added that during this time they would have time to deal with all the problems. Shin extended his sword in front of him and a strong aura appeared around him. Everyone present opened their mouths wide and looked at Shin in surprise. Dai, surrounded by an incredible aura, asked what it was. Shin, looking menacingly ahead, thought that now they need another warrior of the transcendental level. Shin, clenching his fist, thought that in a month they would regret giving him so much time. Suddenly, someone outside shouted a report, and everyone looked towards the entrance. A guy in a turquoise kimono ran into the room. He hit himself on the chest with his fist and shouted that he was Shin Juti. He carried out the leader's instructions and returned. Shin, looking at him with a smile, said that he was just shining and that it was a good job. Zhu bowed and handed over a roll of paper, and then said that this was a report on the results. Shin thanked him. Dai looked at the expanded list in surprise. With his eyes wide open, he shouted, "Oh my god." His whole body was shaking. He staggered to the side. The guy looked at him in fear and asked what was wrong with him. Shin, smiling as he looked at the list, said that this is just in time. One of their problems has been solved. We are transported to a market in Jiangxi province a few weeks ago. People turn around in surprise. An incomprehensible sound is heard. Many empty carts appear in front of them, driving through the city. The guy, looking ahead, asks, "Isn't this the Beakwun clan?" Looking at the carts, he adds that they are completely empty. The guy carefully examined the face of the man who drove the carts and asked that they had come to buy rice. Zhu remembered how Shin gave him the letter. He wondered what he told him, so that he take it. While Shin is in the cave of all natural phenomena, he must strictly follow what is written there. Zhu, standing in front of the crowd, thought that Shin told him to tell all the grain traders in the market that he was selling carts. The traders, indignant, looked at him and asked that he called it a cart, who would buy it from him. Zhu extended his hand and said that one was worth 5 gold coins. People immediately began to say that even impudence should have a limit. He was crazy. Who would buy from him for 5 gold coins something that is not worth even 1 coin? Zhu furrowed his eyebrows and looked to the side. They shouted at him to go away, and then he wondered why the leader ordered him something like that. Zhu rummaged in his pocket and remembered how Shin told him that every day from 11 AM to 1 PM he should be standing in front of the trading pavilion. He thought that in the last 2 days not a single cart had been bought from him. Zhu looked down in surprise and remembered how Shin told him that if he sees a poor man being beaten, he should return to the place where they settle. Looking down, he thought that a poor man was being beaten there. How could he order such things? He was not some kind of seer. Suddenly Zhu looked to the side in surprise. He saw how a girl in a red dress approached a poor man and shouted that this beggar allows him. The beggar folded his arms and said that he had made a mistake. The girl angrily swung her hand and hit the poor man in the face with all her might, then shouted at him to get out. Zhu, looking to the side, thought that this actually happened. As he left the poor man and the girl, he thought that now he must return. Zhu slammed the door and remembered Shin's words that as soon as he returned he needed to lock the doors for 3 days and not meet with anyone as soon as 3 days had passed. Zhu opened it. Doors and looked in fear in front of him. People shouted that they would buy all the carts. A huge crowd stood in front of him and shouted for Zhu to sell them the carts. The guy, with frowning eyebrows, stretched out his hands and shouted that he would buy them for 10 gold pieces. The other guy hit himself on the chest and shouted that he was the first and he would pay more. Zhu, with his mouth wide open, looked in front of him in surprise and then asked what was the matter. Zhu looked at the table and the shelf with boxes and said what was happening here. The merchants who didn't even look at the carts at first suddenly wanted to buy them. Zhu sat at the table and looked attentively at the guy with the words, "Something happened until he went outside." The guy threw up his hands and replied that he had no words. Not only Namchen, but the whole province stood on their ears. The guy looked ahead in fear and said that at dawn there was a powerful explosion near Lake Poyang. Zhu lowered his eyes and asked in surprise, "There was an explosion?" And the guy answered yes, and all the ships with grain moored there sank. The young man put his hands on his knees, looked at the man, who asked what happened. The assistant replied that it was the work of a cruel lightning bomber. Zhu opened his mouth in surprise and said, "Lightning Demoman, he uses one of the 8 forbidden martial art techniques." The man opened his eyes wide in surprise. Zhu looked carefully to the side. He remembered how 3 days ago he saw something in front of the shopping pavilion. The angry woman slapped the man in the face. Zhu wondered if the old man was a bomber. The man lowered his head, smiled and covered his face with his hand. Zhu lowered his eyes and thought, if his assumptions were correct, how did the leader know about this? The assistant was on his knees with his hands raised and said that this was not the worst. They assumed that there were still dozens of lightning bombs, so movement on ships was impossible. The guy looked at the man, who looked down thoughtfully, and said that because of this, all the merchants began to switch to land trade routes. Zhu said, so that's why they want to buy carts so much. The men turned their heads and looked at the door from behind which the shouts were coming. If he is there, let him come out and quickly sell them the carts. A large crowd of merchants stood at the door of the shop. Shouts were heard from the crowd. He is ready to buy them for double the price. He will buy them for 13 gold pieces. He will pay 15. Zhu looked in surprise in the direction where the screams were coming from, asking him to come out quickly. He was mocking them. Zhu lowered the corners of his lips and thought, in such a situation, he could give them any price. This deal could become the greatest in the history of their clan. The man looked at the piece of paper with notes and thought, but he is a warrior following an order. He should not give in to greed. Zhu took the sheet in his hands, looked carefully at the notes and thought that now he needed to carry out the third instruction of the leader, to find Hojia Pun, the leader of the Merchant Association, the Heavenly Flower. Hojia opened his eyes and mouth in surprise and said, but how? What did he say? The leader of the merchants looked, pointed his finger to the side, looked at Zhu and the blonde guy and said that he wanted to sell the carts to their association. That's all. The warrior replied that this was true. Hojia showed 5 fingers and said that they could only pay 5 gold coins each. The blonde guy said that it was okay. Zhu looked ahead seriously and said that they would sell them at the starting price of 5 gold pieces and asked if they had agreed. The merchant smiled happily and said that they were such generous people. Hojia put his fist in his palm and thanked the warriors. He will never forget this. This deal is so important to them. How can he thank them? Zhu lowered his head and replied that he was simply following orders. The warrior stood and looked at the bowing merchant, saying that he was following the orders of his leader. Of course, Hojia bowed and said that he would take care of his leader if he ever visited the province, and asked him to tell him to contact the merchant. There was a chest of gold on the ground. Zhu noted that they sold all the carts and earned 200 gold. The warrior looked at the fair-haired guy and said that now it was time to carry out the 4th instruction of the leader. There are green leaves of different types on the counter. An elderly man in a white turban looks down thoughtfully, and the seller tells him maybe it's time for him to make a decision. The merchant spread his hands and said that he was offering him an excellent price. These were very rare tea leaves that he would not find even in Persia. The blonde warrior turned his head and looked at the man in the turban, and Ju said that he would like to buy all the tea in Namchen. The elderly man lowered his head and said, but the price? He told him that at that price he would not buy it. The blonde warrior turned to the man, apologized and said, but what the merchant told him was nonsense. The merchant spread his hands in confusion when he heard the warrior's words that he was deliberately inflating the price since he did not understand the local language. The fair-haired guy looked at the merchant and said that he knows Persian, so I will help him. The merchant replied that he simply does not speak Persian well, so there was a misunderstanding. The warrior put his hand on his chest and lowered his head after the words of gratitude from the elderly man and replied that it was not worth it. The blonde guy looked down when the man in the turban told him that he first arrived here from Persia, but it turned out that there was someone here with whom he could communicate and asked his name. The warrior answered, Chu-da-il, and asked what the man's name was. The man in the turban turned his head, looked up and answered, his name is Mahabji, he is an Arab pilgrim. Dale stood and watched as the man put the goods in a bag and said how good it was that they met like this. Ju looked carefully in front of him and thought, okay, now for the last, fourth order. A large, beautiful house stands under a blue sky, surrounded by trees. This is happening currently. Dai unfolded the message, looked in surprise at what was written and said that 400 gold coins and 4 chests of gold. He sold all the carts and bought back all the tea, and all this profit from the sale of tea to that Persian. Dai and Jian laughed and shouted joyfully, is this really reality and not a dream? This gold is even more than what is needed to apply. Shin looked to the side and heard the men unanimously say that the leader, he is truly wonderful. The main character replied, no, it's not worth it. Everything worked out because everyone tried hard. Shin turned his head and noted with a smile that especially Treasurer Gok, he had a lot to worry about. The man trembled, lowered his head and answered, yes, nothing. The treasurer put his hand to his fist and said that he was very grateful to the leader. Shin approached the man, put his hand on his shoulder and said that he had probably been worried a lot all this time. Now the treasury would return to normal. The main character asked him not to worry and continue to manage the savings of their clan. Goku lowered his head and said that he was listening. The main character looked ahead and thought that soon their clan would earn a lot of money if they continued to successfully carry out assignments. Besides, if they managed to get at least one of the 3 government tasks, then they would quite possibly become the greatest clan to Zhejiang. Shin slammed his fist into his palm, looked to the side and said with a smile that, by the way, he forgot something. The main character clasped his hands behind his back, turned his head and added that from now on their clan can freely use the paths passing through the Tianmu Mountains. This is the promise of the leader of the bandits. Dai, Jian and Goku looked at the protagonist in surprise as he said, so they should take this into account when planning their movements. Shin waved his hand at them and headed towards the exit, saying, well, that's it, they did a good job. And the men remaining in the room asked in surprise what he was talking about and asked the leader to explain. A bright full moon shone in the dark night sky. Shin walked along the road among the trees and said that he was finally there. How much time had passed? Mana began to emanate from the main character. He said that now. Shin, glowing from the streams of mana, lowered his eyes and said that perhaps it was time for him to start. A gray haze was visible in the air. The main character thought that so much time had passed, everything here had changed so much. Shin looked carefully in front of him, inhaled and thought, is this acid fumes or poison? The main character looked at the trees, which were shrouded in a gray-green haze. Shin closed his eyes, began to move his hands in front of him and thought, perhaps he feels the poison, because now at the zenith level, the higher the level, the stronger the degree of toxicity is felt. The main character opened his eyes, spread his fingers, from which mana began to emanate, and thought that this could be dangerous. Shin spread his arms out to the sides and a bright flash of light appeared around him. Shin looked back at the trees, wreathed in the poisonous fumes, and wondered if he had the inner air skill. The main character walked along the road among the trees and thought, it's good that the poison has become at least a little less. Shin looked at the crowd of skeletons in front of him and realized that it was time to replenish the energy spent during battles. The energy of the dead extracted by the combat skill was already over. The amount of energy spent in battles would still exceed that accumulated from killing opponents. The main character looked ahead thoughtfully and thought that there was no easy way to increase strength other than increasing the number of summoned creatures. So you need to summon as many monsters as possible. This will help in the fight against the Kuryong and Hwanok clans. Shin looked in surprise at the back of the skeleton, from which streams of mana emanated. The skeleton stood sideways and held swords in its hands. Shin noted that it was a gold category dead man. The main character stretched out his hand in front of him, from which mana emanated, and thought, apparently, The local dead are of a high level, he felt that he would regret this. The skeleton with swords in his hands looked at the flow of mana approaching him. The skeleton stood motionless, and the mana, with a bright flash, scattered in front of it in different directions. The screen displayed information that the use of the energy extraction skill was rejected. The skeleton looked at the main character with glowing eyes, and information appeared on the screen that it was possible to extract the energy of a high-class dead man only by using an unknown skill. Shin put his hand on his belt, looked at the skeleton and said, "That's right, he knew it would happen." The main character put his palms forward and told him to get ready. Shin closed his eyes, his hands glowed, and he used a skill, True Destruction. A message appeared on the screen that the skill was successfully activated. The following window appeared, in which it was written that the truth had been caught. The unknown truth was beginning to collapse. Shin opened his eyes wide in surprise. The main character looked to the side and thought, fog, it disappeared, and information appeared on the screen, an unnoticed truth, an unknown vulnerability identified. A screen appeared on which it was written that a lot of time had passed since the first extraction of the truth. In the next window it was written that there were destructions in the old truth. On the next screen, a note appeared that the destruction was complete, confirmation of the unknown entity. Congratulations were written in the last window. He revealed the essence of the bloodless for the first time. The main character stood on the road among the trees, looked into the darkness and thought, so this is what was hiding here. The main character lowered his head and thought, bloodless, he had never heard of such a thing. Shin spread the fingers on his hand, from which flows of mana emanated, and thought, even in the memories of the future there is nothing like that. There is no information in the memories of creatures, clans, and even the blood sect. Shin smiled and thought, if he can get to the bottom of the true essence, then with this skill he will be able to get any truth in this world. A screen appeared with information that the appropriate skill, the hidden effect of True Destruction, had been activated. The main character looked in surprise at the screen on which it was written, additional effect, True Restoration acquired. The window that appeared said that the effect of True Restoration had been applied to the truth of the bloodless. The main character thought that this was wonderful. The skill had strengthened so much that it was now capable of something more than just revealing the truth. A large window has appeared with information about True Destruction. SS level, 31% efficiency, any truth in the world can be destroyed. Reveals the truth of an object, the object must be in sight. Additional effect, restoring truth allows you to restore a destroyed truth, revealed truths for a given moment. 1. Shin looked at his palm and thought that it is possible to restore the destroyed truth. In this world it is really possible. The main character clenched his fist and thought that well, then he will find out the whole truth. The three men stood shrouded in fog. These are the bloodless. 200 years ago, 3 people arrived at Changjin Palace, a Shaolin monk, a shaman, and a courtier. They carried out a merciless massacre, in the process discovering a cruel magic skill that creates the bloodless. This is the complete truth. The main character folded his arms on his chest, lowered his gaze, and thought that it was impossible to reveal the truth of Murim without knowing all the laws of magic. When the truth was hidden, such a thick fog appeared around that he couldn't even see his nose. The better the truth was hidden, the thicker fog is more toxic and dangerous. Shin put his hand to his chin and thought, this means that it is almost impossible to reveal the truth. 3 warriors took swords in their hands and prepared to attack. A shaman, a monk, and a courtier each had their own power, which was fraught with secrets, so no one could fully master the magical skill they created. The main character looked at his palms, from which a magical glow emanated. Shin stood on the road among the trees, raising his palms. Mana emanated from him. He thought, this means that after receiving the skill, his actions will become completely unpredictable. Isn't that great? The main character looked in front of him and thought that he would soon be able to master this skill, so necessary for him in battle. Shin took a step forward and realized that it was too early to rejoice. The main character lowered his head, looked at his hands, took a step forward and thought that now he was only taking the first step towards revealing the truth. Restoration. Shin moved his hand to the side, said, bloodless, and red streams of mana appeared around him. Shin looked at the trees, shrouded in green haze. The main character put his hands on his belt and said, it seems that the legend of the massacre and the bloodless will become even more terrible because of him. The main character confidently looked forward and said, and now he will move on to the main character. There was a hole among the trees shrouded in fog. Shin stood on the edge of the pit and looked at the green haze inside it. The main character smiled, looked down and said that here they are. Shin saw numerous ghosts with glowing eyes and thought that they were the almighty dead. The purple ghosts looked with glowing eyes and made strange sounds. Shin thought, when his necromancy was level B, he could summon skeleton warriors. Obviously at level A he would be able to summon creatures more powerful. The main character looked down, extended his hand glowing with mana and said that level S would allow him to summon creatures at the zenith level. Shin extended his palm and thought that there is 1 gray glow on the left and 3 on the right. He senses 4 here. Who will be first? The main character looked carefully in front of him and said, absorption of energy, and then thought in surprise, the skeleton warrior is at the zenith level. A red screen appeared warning that the dead were angry because of the interrupted sleep. Shin took his elbow and looked forward in surprise. The red screen reappeared, telling him that the dead were showing extreme hostility towards him. The main character lowered his head and looked at the purple streams of mana coming from the pit and said, "What?" The red screen says that the dead are absorbing his energy. In the center of the pit stood a skeleton, towards which strong streams of energy flowed. The red screen says they are coming back to life as skeleton warriors. The skull with glowing violet eyes looked up. Shin looked in surprise at the skeleton's hand emerging from the hole and took a step back. A stream of mana passed between the teeth of the skeleton. The skeleton crawled out of the hole, put his foot on the ground and looked ahead. Shin looked at what was happening in surprise and said, "What the?" The skeleton put his hand to the side, opened his palm, and bones began to rise from the hole along purple streams of energy. The skeleton stood in a fighting stance, his spear extended forward. The main character stood in surprise and looked at the enemy, who was preparing to attack. Shin raised his hand and created a magical shield as the skeleton jumped up and was about to strike with his spear. The main character looked in surprise at the magical trail left by the spear. He thought how quickly. The skeleton stood and spun a spear in his hand with great speed. The skeleton confidently placed his foot on the ground. Shin dodged the blow of the spear, looked at the enemy and thought that in skill he was superior to all the monsters he had encountered. What kind of creature was this? The main character grabbed the hilt of the sword and thought, whatever it was. Shin looked forward confidently with the thought that it would not win. The main character struck with a sword, and the skeleton repelled him with a spear. Shin looked carefully at the enemy and rushed to attack. The skeleton looked at the main character and also rushed into battle. Streams of mana scattered in different directions from their collision in battle. The main character's foot rested on the ground, raising dust. The skeleton stood and looked at the main character, who was thrown back. He was on his knee, holding his sword to the side, and thought that this energy passing through his weapon was very pure, which means that he was a member of a faction, not a sect. Shin looked at the skeleton, who was dressed in white and red clothes, and thought, besides, he uses an ordinary stick, not a sword or a spear. 200 years ago, most of the warriors were in the shaman faction, so this skeleton could be one of them. The main character looked surprised when he heard the skeleton's thoughts that he would die. The skeleton opened his mouth and thought that he was a demon spawn. The skeleton extended his hand and raised 2 fingers, bent his legs, holding the spear behind his back, and thought, let the enemy prepare to die. Shin rose to his feet, looked at the skeleton and thought, so the skeleton expressed his opinion. In his previous life he had never encountered such a thing. The skeleton stood with clenched teeth and looked forward, and the main character continued to think that is it possible for a dead person to reach at least a transcendental level. Shin smiled and decided that he needed to adjust the plan. Initially he was going to destroy this monster, which showed its claws so that not a wet spot was left of it. The main character extended his hand with the sword forward, looked seriously at the enemy and said, "Is this enough to warm up?" The skeleton opened his mouth wide, his face expressed rage, Shin thought, but now he will break all his bones. The skeleton rushed forward, swinging his spear above his head. The skeleton struck, and the main character fought it off with a sword and thought that feng shui energy flowed in this bastard. The skeleton looked at the main character and began to strike very quickly with a stick. Shin parried the blows and thought, of course, his attacks do not damage him. The main character looked at the enemy and thought, that means he'll have to use another skill. Shin extended his hand, palm forward, from which streams of mana began to emanate, and said, capture, drain the energy of the designated target. Green shoots sprouted from the ground after the main character said, deadly vine. The skeleton froze and looked at the ground in surprise. The main character smiled, holding a staff made of a deadly vine in his hands, and asked, how is it? At the end of the staff the branches were twisted into a sharp spiral. Shin struck with his staff, which left behind a green-yellow magical trail, and said that now he could not do anything. The skeleton's hand and stick, severed by the staff, flew to the side. There was an explosion deep in the forest, causing fire to rise higher than the trees and billows of black smoke to rise into the sky. White smoke and red sparks rose into the sky. The main character threw his staff over his shoulder, smiled and said that it was not easy. Shin looked at the skeleton with a smile, who was kneeling with his head down, and said that he doesn't have a brain anyway. The skeleton raised his head, leaning on a broken stick, and thought, so what now? Shin stood and looked at the defeated enemy with the question, what? The skeleton lowered its head, its body shaking. The main character looked seriously in front of him and said that he was really not like everyone else. He couldn't believe that the skeleton was scared. The skeleton lowered his head, opened his mouth and mentally said that the guy should just kill him. It was better to die than to beg the demon for mercy. Shin scratched his chin, smiled and thought that this was also good. The main character looked in front of him with red eyes and replied that, unfortunately, he was not a demon. The skeleton raised his head and looked at the guy in surprise after saying that if he destroys him, it will not bring him any benefit. Shin put his palm forward and said, Shaman Chan Pengji will become his summoned creature. The skeleton lowered his head and looked down in surprise with the thought, this power, what is it? He sees this for the first time. Information appeared on the screen. The commander of the skeletons, the Shaman Chan Punj, will repay him for his condescension and bow to his power as a necromancer. The skeleton looked up in surprise and thought that such a powerful energy, and on the screen it was written that all the conditions for summoning this creature had been met. Shin stood with his arm extended forward, and the skeleton began to disappear, thinking that this was incredible. The main character stood and looked at the place where the skeleton had just been kneeling. There was a bright full moon in the dark sky, illuminating the trees. The main character clenched his fist and said that it was just a miracle. Shin smiled and said that he was with him. Information appeared on the screen that the commander of the skeletons, Shaman Chan Punj, had been added to the list of creatures available for summoning. Shin looked at the fist, smiled, and said that he now has a permanent slave contract. While in some room, we hear very irritated groans due to pain. These sounds were made by Dajin, who was just beginning to come to his senses and feel this pain. He opened his eyes, and there were sparks in them, and he just looked up. Out of surprise, he began to look around, not understanding where he was. He clutched his heart in fright, continuing to groan. He began to look around the room, not understanding how long he had been lying there and unconscious. His memories were that a sword was put to his shoulder and neck because he was sure that he was on the verge of death at that moment. He remembered Chan, who was mercilessly going to kill him. But at the same moment he was saved by Shin, who blocked his blow. Shin ran into Dajin's room and asked him that he had finally woken up. Looking at him with a smile on his face, he said that his condition seemed to have improved significantly, and Dajin joyfully exclaimed the name of his leader. From a lying position, he sat up and asked if his leader was okay. Shin still answered with a smile on his face that he was not injured, because how could someone like him defeat him? Dajin bowed his head with a very sad expression and said that he showed his weakness at that moment. He began to tilt his head more and more, deep in thought, saying that it was all because of his poor skills, and Shin began to laugh a little, saying that he was indeed very humble. Dajin just looked at the floor and remained silent. Shin raised his head proudly and said, with honor, that it was not his skills that were modest, but his military exploits that were modest. He kept looking at Dajin and saying that the reason he couldn't reach the transcendental level was because he didn't study enough martial arts. Dajin seemed to have tears rolling down his face, and he said that he understood all of this. Shin then turned away from him and said that if he could move, then he should follow him. Turning his head towards Dajin, he said with a smile on his face that they had somewhere to go. They came with him to the training hall of the Beacon clan. While inside this hall, Dajin asked why they came here. Shin then ordered him to go to the center and sit in the lotus position, which Dajin did. They sat opposite each other and Shin told him to start meditating. Dajin began to cross his arms in order to enter a state of meditation. He tried so hard to do it that sweat ran down his face and his breathing became heavier. Frowning his gaze, Shin realized that he shouldn't delay this. Shin put his hands on the floor and prepared to do something. Then a huge amount of green aura began to come out of him. Shin raised his gaze forward, and a notification appeared in front of him that the transfer of experience had begun and replenishment of yin energy had been selected. All this green aura flew straight towards Dajin. It started to creep into his head, which made him a little anxious, so that the veins began to pop out on his face. Dajin absorbed more and more experience from Shin. Shin peered at him, realizing that Dajin had shown himself to be a great warrior so far, and his understanding and sense of martial arts was different from Yu Shin Wum. Dajin bared his teeth and began to sweat more and more while a green aura hovered around him, and Shin thought that it was amazing that a self-taught man could achieve such results. He continued to transfer experience into him, thinking about introducing his mind to the truths of martial arts so that immediately after the actions, a notification appeared that the player had created a new skill for the first time by combining truth and magic. Suddenly, he was very surprised because another notification appeared that an SS Plus rank magical truth skill had been created. He continued to look at the twisted Dajin, and new notification windows kept appearing in front of him, saying that he had received experience as a reward, so his level was increased, and the magical truth skill was transformed into the supreme wisdom skill. Shin looked forward with a smile on his face and sparkles in his eyes, thinking that he only wanted to pass on some experience to him, but he gained a new skill. He decided to open the characteristics window of this skill, and it was written there that it transforms the designated object by introducing new experience, so that when the truth is obtained, the object has an increased chance of improving the skill. He began to inject more and more of his mana into Dajin while he was already trembling from the difficulty of these actions, and the notices wrote that the internal source was chosen as the source of experience, so the energy is calculated. and after the counting was completed, it began to be transferred directly to Dajin, which is why one stack of energy was transferred to him. Shin collapsed this mana with his hands, and it stopped being transferred, and he, realizing that he had transferred a whole stack to him, so Dajin would receive a lot of experience, but he would not be able to transfer more to him. All the remaining mana began to dissipate around the room, and, looking at Dajin, he realized that if he gave him a little more, his body would break into a million pieces, and then said that he had finished transferring mana. Dajin waved his arms very happily, asking, "Is this what he's thinking?" Shin said with a smile on his face that he now congratulates him. Dajin looked very surprised at these words, because Shin said that he became the second warrior of the Beacon clan to reach the transcendental level. From the shock of such information, he could not even utter a word, so he simply sat with his mouth open, thinking about his words that he had become the second warrior. He stood up abruptly, which surprised Shin, and simply remained silent. Then, taking his sword in his hands, he began to pull it out of its protective casing. After making a small attack with this sword began to glow with various energies, which made him incredibly surprised. Dajin's emotions were hard to describe in words because he was so surprised, thinking that this was such an incredible power. He held this sword in his hand while his entire hand along with the sword burned with fire, and he realized that he had never felt anything like it. Shin began to pull something out of his kimono, saying that it was too early for him to rejoice. Pulling out a book, he handed it to Dajin and told him to look at it. He began to examine the inscription that was on it and said that this was the same Hurricane of 18 Swords. Shin held this book in his hands with a smile on his face and handed it to him, saying that he took this book on his way here. We were again shown a shot where we see this same training room, and there was bright sun outside. Shin sat on the floor with his arms crossed and just remained silent. He looked forward, remembering how Dajin joyfully exclaimed that he would immediately begin to study the technique of the Hurricane of 18 Swords, and understood that it would be better for him to rest then, but although the passions in him were like those of a young man. He tapped his finger on his hand and thought that now that he had reached the transcendental level, he would be able to master this technique. Shin began to rise from the floor and realized that it was worth it because it was not in vain that he shared his experience with him. Leaving that room, he said that in return he would receive exactly the same as he gave, and maybe even more. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, because he remembered that he could not win this war against the blood sect alone. He remembered all his friends and acquaintances behind him, realizing that they all needed more strength to win. And then he imagined the distraught Chan in front of him along with his partners, because becoming stronger is the only way to prevent a possible hell. His look was full of confidence and energy, and he understood that even with such small steps as today, they could one day change everything. We were shown a glowing lamp in the room, and Shin thought that no matter what, he was glad about what happened today. With a playful expression on his face, he brought his sword forward, swinging it, and understood that the Hurricane of 18 Swords and the Thunder of the Moon Swords are completely different techniques. So after learning them, you don't have to worry about facing someone who has absolutely nothing you can oppose. He continued to swing his sword up and down and in different directions, thinking that, of course, changing existing martial arts was much more difficult than creating new ones, but not for him. Looking forward with a smile, he said that he was lucky that the pop-ups gave him a great advantage. And at that moment 2 windows appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he had received a new achievement. So for the first time a gold category dead man was added to the list creatures available for summoning, and as a reward for this he received the Oblivion skill of rank SS+. By that time, it was full night outside, and he thought that there was only a month left until the application deadline, and he began to reflect on the topic of whether he should increase the strength of the Beacon clan during this time. We are transported to some forest where everything is illuminated by moonlight, and it is told that this is how his double life began. He walked in the middle of the night with a confident gait forward, and the story continues that under the cover of darkness, when everyone was sleeping, he headed towards the bloodless monsters. We were shown 3 skeletons with souls scattering behind them, and his goal was to make the remaining 3 masters into creatures to summon. He remembered that same skeleton with a spear and realized that fighting gold level monsters was not easy, and defeating Chan Peng's was easy only because of his character. He remembered how he fought against him, and that is why he changed his strategy then and there. He kept remembering how he brought his sword forward to attack, and then his strategy was that he decided to stop the final attack of the dead. We were shown how he used his hand to suck out the entire soul from that skeleton, and he understood that it was important for him then not to rush. The skeleton, kneeling, began to disappear little by little, and Shin thought that there were only 3 of them left, so he decided to catch one every 7 weeks. Clenching his hand in a fist, he looked down with a smile on his face and realized that the main thing for him was to increase the number of calls. We are taken to Shin's chambers, and the story begins that when the sun rose, he returned to the clan and began his ordinary day. We were shown the interiors of this room. Shin sat on his chair right in front of the two books, and the first thing he did was try to combine the two fighting techniques to create a new one and teach it to the clan members. With a playful look, he said that they would use two books in this combination. The first book was the Shaolin teaching Quan. The second book was a technique of concentrated Qigong. Shin imagined many Shaolin fighters in his head and thought that Qigong is the simplest technique on which the martial arts of the Shaolin temple are based, but the speed of execution is very low, so few people use it. However, this technique has great potential, so if clan members hone it long and hard, they will be able to increase their strength. Then he imagined two people jumping off each other with sticks and thought that Qigong is the standard for learning, because Qigong experts in turn can be very fast. But everything has its limits, so no matter how many people, no matter how hard you try to reach a real peak, it just won't work. He began to form his fingers in a special shape and said that therefore, if he could combine these two techniques, it would create a perfect martial art. Bringing those two fingers closer to his face, he began to cast various spells. He began to completely glow with blue fire, which absorbed all the light in this room, and continued to speak spells. Jian held the book in his hands and read it in surprise while Shin said that this is a martial art that he invented, which this time will be called Buddha Mind. Turning his gaze to Gun, he asked how he liked this art, to which he replied that it was more than he expected. Gun raised this book up and did not take his eyes off it, saying that to understand he did not need any special knowledge. But it cannot be said that everything was simple and he did not understand how it was possible to invent such an ideal martial art, because it is simply wonderful. Shin turned his head at him and with a smile on his face said that if this is the case, then the clan warriors need to be taught basic skills. When Jian was about to leave him, Shin raised his finger up and told him to stop. Still holding this finger in one position, he asked him to do something else for him, and his request was that he could give it to a friend so that he could come to him. By that time, a picturesque sunset had set in outside. Ban looked into Shin's office. Coming closer to him, he said that his friend came as soon as he found out about his request, to which Shin said that he should come in before inviting him. As soon as Van came closer to him to bite him, Shin said that from now on he should not let anyone close to this place, to which he crossed his palms and bowed to him, saying that he understood everything. Shin crossed his arms and closed his eyes as Van told his friend to enter the room. As soon as Shin heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and began to look at him. A man came into his office and just looked at him silently. It turned out to be a man with long and blonde hair who hit his palm and said that he was greeting the leader. It was Shin Judale. He stood opposite Shin and said that he heard that Shin wanted to see him. Judale raised his head up in surprise because he didn't understand why Shin was just silent. But Shin just looked at him with a smile on his face and a confident look and didn't say anything. Shin began to rise from his seat and Judale asked what he was doing. When suddenly Judale was sincerely surprised and even shuddered a little because Shin said that now he knows how to talk to him, addressing him very respectfully. Judale started waving his hand up and down and made an awkward face saying that the leader shouldn't be so formal with him. Shin just looked at him with a confident look and the same smile on his face. Judale found himself in an awkward position and didn't even know what to say to him, thinking that he should not speak to him so respectfully. Shin began to look at Judale's characteristics window and it was written there that everything was hidden because his level was higher than the players, so viewing his characteristics was not available to him. Shin hit his palm with his fist and said that this was out of the question. After all, before this, other people could see them, but now no one will notice them. Judale was very surprised because Shin said that he could not address the leader of Hao Moon with any respect. We were shown a crowd of people with white burning eyes and malicious smiles, and it is said that this is the lower gate of Hao Moon. So judging by the name, Kinyo thieves and vagabonds hung around here, and this is a whole layer of people whose lives have fallen to the very bottom. We were shown a small detachment and the story continues that this is why no one could compare with the number of followers of the lower gates because their main strength and means of survival was information. Judale looked forward with a very dissatisfied and frowning look, and he was the leader of this group. We are returned to Shin's office again where Judale looks forward with sparkles in his eyes but a little frowning and says that he does not understand what Shin is talking about. Waving his hands, he says that he has not heard anything like this about the so-called Hao Moon, to which Shin walked forward with his eyes closed and said that at the beginning he himself was not sure of this, when suddenly his eyes widened sharply in surprise, because Shin said that a man from Zucheng had appeared in their lands. Turning his gaze to the side, Shin added that he couldn't believe it, that standing in front of him was a leader named Shin Wuyang, but we will continue to call him Judale in order not to confuse you further in the story. As soon as he said this, with his face twisted with anger, he rushed to attack Shin, armed with 2 daggers. His dagger came so close to Shin's pupil that one more millisecond there and Shin would have lost. At that same moment, Shin was able to deflect his attack and push him back. But Judale began to spin in the air, and then, as soon as he spun, he turned towards him. Upon landing on the ground, he again rushed to attack Shin and dealt him many blows, which he fought back. One of them even braked his foot on the floor, scattering pieces of it everywhere. They stood opposite each other and Shin pointed his sword at him and there was a slight pause between them. Judale raised his head and said that no one knows who he is, but then how could Shin figure out who he is? Shin looked at his daggers and said that these are his famous silent flying knives, and they are pretty incredible because he didn't even notice how he took them out. Judale threw up his hands and looked at his interlocutor with displeasure, calling him a know-it-all. He began to squeeze his hands as hard as he could and use his mana, saying that now he would have to tell everything he knew. He pointed his dagger at him and with a very displeased expression on his face said that otherwise he would not tell anyone anything else. Judale froze in one position and thought that he did not understand how Shin was able to guess everything. But Shin stood and looked at him with a joyful grin on his face, and then Judale thought that if he knew the place of refuge in Zuchang, then things were even worse. Holding his daggers in front of his face, Judale said that if he was going to blackmail him in order to get Hao Moon, then he better leave this idea right now. But Shin just looked at him silently because Judale had just interrupted him. Judale still held those daggers in front of his face, continuing to say that he did not think that Shin could do this, but he interrupted him, saying that he apparently misunderstood him. Shin crossed his arms and said that he was not trying to learn about the weaknesses of the lower gates or even take over them. Judale frowned even more and asked what he wanted from him then. With a confident look, Shin looked forward and said that he wanted an alliance between the Beacon and Hao Moon clans. In surprise, Judale lowered his daggers a little and raised his head up, asking what kind of alliance this was because it was quite strange. He then started waving his hands again, saying that doesn't he just want to gain their knowledge, or is Judale wrong in his words, to which Shin replied that he can't deny it. After such words, Judale grinned, showing his teeth, and said that then he did not need to answer this, and he immediately refused the offer. Shin raised his head with a big smile on his face and said that this is how it turns out. And then looking at him with a blank look, he decided to ask Judale if he could handle it himself. Judale was very surprised by such expressions and at first did not even understand what he meant by these words. Then, pointing his dagger at him, with a dissatisfied tone, he said that Shin just wanted to know where they were located. Judale himself at that moment swallowed his drool with fear and realized that, judging by what he had already seen, Shin was not an ordinary person at all. He gazed at Shin while he smiled and was silent, and he continued to think that for his friends his soul was as wide as a field, but for his enemies he would be a cruel demon. Judale made a very displeased face and realized that if this person was his enemy, then blood would definitely be shed, and not his blood at all, but his own. Shin came closer to him and calmly said that he knew what Judale was thinking about, and then decided to justify himself, saying that he was not such an unscrupulous person. With a tilt of his head and a friendly look, he said that a deal is no deal at all if only one party benefits, so he is also willing to provide conditions that could help Hao Moon. Sticking 2 fingers forward, he said that he had only 2 conditions for creating an alliance. Judale was very surprised by his words, so he stood with his mouth wide open and listened to him while he said that the first condition was that he tell him about the disappearance of the Hao Moon members. Lowering his daggers out of interest, he asked, "What disappearance are you talking about?" And Shin, in response, asked him displeasedly, "How long can you pretend already?" To which Judale frowned and became very unhappy, because Shin reproached him that he was not here because of the disappearance of his people. Judale was even more surprised, and still stood with his mouth open, because Shin said his second condition, that he would return the missing members of the Hao Moon clan. Spreading his hands in different directions and standing with a trusting smile on his face, he said that he thought this deal was pretty good, to which Judale incredulously told him not to make him laugh, because such a small clan could not do it at all. Immediately after these words, Shin frowned and his eyes lit up with a red light, and he said with a very menacing voice that Judale thought that he could easily save all his followers on his own. Judale looked forward with dissatisfaction with a frown, because Shin said that it doesn't matter whether it's the defeat of one province or an entire country, but you need to know how to do it. They continued to stand in front of each other, and Shin said that in the future they would open a Hao Moon bureau in each province, where the best members of the Beacon clan would serve. As soon as Judale asked what he was talking about, Shin confidently raised his head up and said with a proud tone that he would teach all of them martial arts just like his clan members, so that if they shared their knowledge, they would not give it away. Judale was surprised for the 3rd time by such proposals, as if he had already agreed to this deal at that moment, and simply watched silently, his mouth open. He clutched his dagger in his hand, asking if he could handle the weight of that promise. Then, frowning as if with a smile on his face, he said that Shin would pay with his honor if he betrayed anyone from the lower gates. Shin also frowned with a malicious smile and said that instead of worrying about his honor, he would rather give hope to those who have reached rock bottom. Extending his hand, he told Judale to decide what he would do next. They stood opposite each other, and Shin extended his hand, saying that there were enough offers on his part. Judale began to examine him, asking if he was confident that he would be able to create bureaus in other provinces. Shin, holding his hand in front of him, said that he only needed a month, after which Zhejiang would be his. Judale closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying that he didn't believe it, but he couldn't refuse such a deal. Shaking Shin's hand, he said that they had agreed. We are transported to Chan's estate, where girls in dresses are dancing some kind of dance. They danced simultaneously and very skillfully. Their dancing was so beautiful that it was difficult to describe in words. Jiang turned to Chang with a smile on his face and said that this was a very magnificent feast. Jiang raised a cup of tea to his face as Jun continued talking. It was immediately clear that he put a lot of effort into organizing the holiday. Even though he was absent, he then thanked Jiang for giving him the honor of attending the event. He looked askance at Jiang and said that he had business far from here, so he could not pay due attention to the feast. So he asked to understand him if something upsets Jiang. He began to pull a jug of some kind of drink towards him, and Chung thought that Jiang was thinking that he did not know what games he had decided to play here. And Chung at that time said that he could not be disappointed by the holiday organized by the Kirin clan because this is simply impossible. As he poured a drink into Jiangwu's mug, he said that everything seemed to be calm in Zhejiang now. Jiang turned his head towards a man and added that he had to put a lot of effort into this. He turned to a man named Kang Waiso, who was an investigator from Zhejiang province. He was very worried, which was evident from his face, and wanted to say something, but could not from excitement, when suddenly Chan asked him how things were going with his application, and he sharply turned his head out of fear and asked, "What?" He began gesturing with his hands, saying that things were going well, and they invited 2 transcendental level warriors to the clan, to which Chan said that they should be more careful. Looking at him with an arrogant look, he added that in the current situation, the H1 clan should remain the strongest in Zhejiang. Chung exclaimed displeasedly that, without a doubt, everything would be so, to which Chung remained silent and thought that he did not trust him at all. Chan himself looked at him with a sidelong and incredulous gaze, thinking that before he entrusts everything to this scoundrel, he must carefully prepare for this. Jun clasped his palms together and said that, however, on his way here, he heard the news, and Jun asked, "What kind of news is this?" He looked at him with a puppy dog look, saying that the Beakwoon clan also applied, and this scoundrel named Shin does not understand anything and is doing rash things. Chan tilted his head and looked at him, simply remaining silent at this. He began to bring a cup of tea to his face as Zhang continued to say that this was impossible, because how could he have 3 chests of gold and 2 transcendental level warriors? Chang said in a rude voice that this was not necessary, but he said these words in response to Zhang's proposal that, most likely, Shin was lying, so he should be banned from participating in the competition. Zhang turned to him in surprise, not understanding why he refused this offer. Chan looked at this cup in his hand and asked why stop him, doesn't it look funny? With a smile on his face, he raised his cup up, saying that with his lies he was digging his own grave. Turning to the man who stood next to him, Chan addressed him. He looked at him silently while Jiang told them to prepare for an official investigation, as he had asked earlier. Chan handed a small package to one of the servants. This servant had already taken this papyrus to Vaizo, who took it away. Then, opening this package, he was very surprised by what was written there. His eyes were wide open because he couldn't believe his eyes. Then all the girls who were dancing were scared by his scream because he asked how they could include such a test in the competition. He stood up from his seat and slammed the table in displeasure, saying that he couldn't just cause a massacre there. All the people looked at him with condemnation in their eyes while he shouted that this was not fair at all. While Zhang turned to him with a malicious smile, Chung replied that that's how it was. Then Chan turned to him, smiling very viciously and with bloodthirsty eyes, and said that they would kill everyone who decided to participate. Vaizo was very scared, because he was told that he would be the one to do it. The capillaries in his eyes began to burst with fear, because Chan asked him how he liked the idea of killing innocent people. Doesn't he feel joy because of this? Jiang stood up from his seat and walked up to him, holding his hands behind his back, and asked if he doubted it. He turned his gaze past Vaizo and said that then he would help him make the right choice. Behind his back, he held a hand in which there was a green shard, and he put this green shard right in front of Vaizo's face, which made him almost faint, while Jian said that now he will make a decision, because it is better to give insignificant people directly into the hands of death, and then with a very menacing look and tone, he said that or the blood of his own daughter would be shed. Vaizo bowed his head in despair and simply remained silent, realizing that he would not be forgiven at all. We are transported forward some time, when the competition has already taken place, and we see many flags of various settlements. People stood waiting for the competition to start and just silently looked forward. There were so many people there that they stood close to each other and noise could be heard everywhere. Zhang cheerfully raised his head up and began to laugh. He walked forward with his squad, and people made way for them, not understanding how it happened that they decided to invite them after all. One of the people who was there and looking forward with a very displeased and menacing look was a blood-rain knife named Huo Jungguang, and this was the leader of the Dragon Force squad from the Kirin clan. The people wearing blue headbands and blue kimonos were disciples of King Shui Temple. They all looked at each other and realized that the competition would not be easy at all. Zhang looked forward with a malicious smile and laughed in his head, thinking that they better not relax, when suddenly he looked askance to the side because he heard what was shouted that the Beacon clan had arrived. He turned around in surprise and Shin was standing right behind him. Shin walked forward with his teammates with his head held high. Turning to the side, he still looked at him askance and said that he was warning Shin in advance. Turning to Shin again, he said that now no one would help him, to which Shin asked in surprise what he was even talking about. They stood opposite each other, and Zhang said that today was his last day, but Shin still did not understand what he was talking about. And then, with furrowed brows, he asked who this guy even was. These words made Zhang very angry, and he said that he would finish him right now, but suddenly they interrupted him and shouted that Mr. and Chao Sa had arrived. Zhang turned back in surprise. Directly behind him he saw Mr. Vaizo, who was looking forward with a very calm look. All the squads that had gathered for these competitions stood in front of Visa. He still looked at them with an imperturbable gaze and simply remained silent. Suddenly he noticed Shin and was very surprised by this. His lips pursed in fear, and he understood that this guy was too young and did not know what to do with him next. While Zhang stood near Shin, Waizo loudly said that only clan leaders and those responsible for completing tasks could enter inside. Turning his back and walking inside the hall where the guards stood, he said that everyone else should wait only outside. As soon as everyone got there, we were shown the inside of this building and that he was congratulating everyone. He sat at his table while everyone stood in front of him and said that they all met the conditions of admission to participate and could compete for the golden opportunity to ease His Majesty's labors. People stood proudly in front of him and simply listened to him while Vaizo said that since this was an urgent matter, he would immediately explain the whole point to them. Looking at them with the same imperturbable face, he said that they needed to complete 3 tasks in total and they would receive them based on the results of today's exam. Shin and everyone else simply looked ahead and listened to him as he continued to say that the 3rd place clan would have to deliver flowers from Mount Anton to the Imperial Palace. Vaizo looked at everyone standing there and said that the clan in 2nd place would lift the spirit of the soldiers fighting the Japanese pirates in Zhejiang province. Then, placing his hands on the table, he added that they would need to deliver the things and provisions allocated by the emperor himself. Then he said slowly and monotonously that the clan that took 1st place, all the people who were there were very scared from how he was escalating this situation. And he said that the clan that took 1st place would be tasked with transferring the jewelry of Princess Cho, who died 10 years ago. His Majesty's sisters from Songharan to Beijing. They began to talk to each other in surprise, saying that he was speaking from the same Princess Cho Hai, whom the emperor loved so much, and the second answered him that they say that he cried for several days and nights after her death. The guy with the green headband kept saying that if you successfully deliver all of her jewelry to the imperial family, you can get a big reward. And besides, the clan's reputation will increase significantly, and his interlocutor noted that this is so because the rewards from tasks for 2nd and 3rd place cannot compare with this. Zhang smiled mischievously as Waizo said that if somehow the mission was failed or the imperial family's property would be lost or damaged. Shin listened to all this with a very calm face and interest in his eyes. One of the guys decided to sow fear inside them and said that in this case, not only the clan would be destroyed, but also the next 3 generations would be punished. And Vaizo, looking at them, said that now he will explain what the task itself will consist of. While everyone stood in front of him and you listened to him, he said that the main task of any clan is to be able to protect its property in the face of danger. The guys were still looking at him and just listening. Vaizo, with a very menacing look and a menacing tone, said that therefore each of the 6 clans would fight with another clan while protecting their property. The guys started looking at each other, asking what kind of battle this was. While Zhang smiled, Shin just stood there stone-faced and silent. They stood opposite Vaizo while he said that now each clan would be given the same things. Then, again making a very threatening tone, he said that they would be given 4 hours, and during this time they had to defend their item and at the same time they had to take possession of the enemy's item. The guys opened their mouths and just stood there, looking at him, saying that he wanted to say that they would have to fight each other. Making a dissatisfied face, Vaizo said that it is so, everyone will be given a medallion, and if it is torn off, then the person will be considered dead, and 2 points will be awarded for stealing the medallion. But if he manages to get the enemy's item, they will receive 50 points, and then the final score will be announced and the places will be announced. The guys began to look at each other in fear, asking if this was not too dangerous. Because this was a battle between clans, it was obvious that it would be a real massacre. Zhang and his teammate looked ahead with a very evil smile, realizing what would actually happen in the competition. Suddenly, one of the guys raised his hand and apologized. All the guys were scared and sweat was running down their faces, and the one who raised his hand asked that those who would participate in this battle would fight with real weapons. Zhang's teammate turned his head at him and asked in a dissatisfied tone what kind of stupid question this was. He looked at him with too angry a look, saying that everyone around them knows how useless the Menjin clan is, because in a real battle they will spare the enemy and fight with wooden swords. They began to look at him with displeasure and anger while he continued to say that now he understood which clan would be the first to be eliminated from the competition. At this time, Vaizo added that he was completely right, because there was no point in limiting their weapons simply because it was an exam. We were shown the ceiling of this building while Vaizo said that they would use their own weapons during the battle. So, in other words, this exam will be quite difficult. Again, making a very menacing voice and tone, he said that therefore the casualties that there would certainly be, they would also be taken into account when calculating the results. All the guys there were drooling in fear and anticipation of this terrible battle, while Vaizo said that he hoped that they could all perform to their fullest. Still keeping his hands on the table, Vaizo added that this was the end of the explanation of the rules, and now they must go to the testing site. We are taken to a huge field where there are small tents with teams inside. There is a fire in the middle of these tents and people are trying to build their camp. The man looked forward, crossing his arms, and said that they had strengthened the entire perimeter, so no one could get through the mountain here, and Zhang thanked him for this, calling him adjutant. The adjutant looked forward with a grin on his face and told him not to thank him, because he was just an assistant sent by Kirin, so now that his part of the work was done, the rest was up to them. Zhang sat silently and looked forward with a dissatisfied face. He watched as people set up the rest of the tents and worked, thinking that the Beacon clan would now not get away with it. A terribly evil grin appeared on his face, and he realized that the Kirin clan had already bribed Andre and the rest of the officials who would judge the competition, so now they were just rats who had been driven into a corner. Out of anger, he clenched his fists, mentally turning to Shin, and told him to just wait for him, because as soon as the exam begins, he will arrange what he wanted. Suddenly they are both surprised, because they hear some loud stomping. Turning their heads, they noticed that people on horses were running towards them. Someone ran up to Zhang and Andre and he asked what was the matter, what was happening. The boy, confused, simply pointed his finger and said that something was happening there. The adjutant was very frightened, opening his mouth, and realized that these were the same people. Some of the boys grabbed their swords and spears as they were asked who they thought they were. Someone stood on a high horse and was told that this territory was under the protection of His Majesty the Emperor, so he should retreat immediately. A man in a leopard coat on a horse said that they were too arrogant for him. The boys were shaking with fear and sweat was running down their faces. The man in the leopard coat looked at them with a confident look and said that every mountain in Zhejiang is his territory, and they just invaded it without asking. So he would behead them all, but this time he will turn a blind eye to it, because he only came here to see how his little brother would pass this test. They looked at this man in a leopard fur coat and thought that this was not a tiger of a windy thunderstorm, and what could he even be doing here, and what kind of younger brother was he talking about? He jumped off his horse and stamped on the ground, and then, raising his head, he shouted to the whole camp, "Little brother, where are you?" The adjutant and Zhang, hearing this, were very surprised, because he shouted, if the younger brother hears him, then he should show himself. With a smile on his face, the tiger continued to shout that he found out that his brother had a test today, and immediately arrived here, and people did not understand who he was even talking about. They were wondering who Windy Thunder Tiger's older brother was. People began to turn their heads, immediately understanding who they were talking about, because only the Hwanok clan could compare with him in strength. They immediately noticed Zhang and realized that it was him, his younger brother. They began to awkwardly look at each other, saying that it was impossible that the tiger could fraternize with him, but the second one dispelled doubts, saying that he had no one else to talk about this about. Suddenly all the guys turned around with very shocked faces, because Shin approached him, who was happy about his arrival. He punched his hand and said that he had not thought that the tiger would dare to come such a long way to see him today. Zhang was sincerely surprised and dissatisfied, as Tiger laughed and began to say that he could not help but find out about this, because he controls all the mountains of Zhejiang and is glad to see Shin. They approached each other and Shin said that since he was here, he could look at everything in comfort, and he promised that the test would be interesting, and Tiger began to laugh again, saying that he could not wait for this moment. The guys looked at how they were both having fun and talking with each other, and were jealous because it couldn't be that Shin would be Tiger's sworn brother. The entire Zhang clan began to look at each other and talk to each other, saying that it was surprising that he turned out to be his brother, so he was still the center of attention. Zhang began to grind his teeth in anger, thinking that even though it was assumed that during this test everyone would be interested in the Hwanok clan. Zhang looked at Andre displeasedly and simply remained silent. At that moment, the adjutant began shouting to the entire camp so that the participants take their places, because the test begins right now. We are shown a lot of red flags and are told that there are two options for passing the test. Then we were shown again a huge field with camps, and the story continued that each clan sets up its camp and chooses which tactics it will follow, defense or attack, and the clan that chooses attack will attack the other clan and try to steal as much as possible target objects to earn points. We were shown a squad with deer on the emblem, and they looked forward with smiles on their faces while they were discussing that the H1OK clan had as many as 3 squads, so they were already superior to them in numbers alone. Then we were shown another squad with shields in their hands, and it is narrated that the clan that chose protection must keep their objects. They must also defeat the other clan and get their target objects. Then they showed us Zhang himself, who stood at the head of these detachments and smiled, and people called them experts in their field and said that they did not want to die at all. Shin and his squad simply stood and waited. Zhang looked at Shin and thought that he was very impudent. In one of the squads there was the tiger himself, and Zhang thought that he couldn't even imagine what it cost him to buy this windy storm tiger, but apparently there were no longer enough means to persuade him to help with the test. A satisfied grin appeared on Zhang's face, and he thought that he was completely different. He looked through all the clans that were there and thought that the H1OK clan, Kirin clan, and even the H-Wang sect were all experienced warriors. He then looked at his clanmates who were standing and waiting for the battle to begin. He then looked at the judges and thought that he had also bribed all of them, so even the tiger would not be able to help Shin in this situation. He had an evil grin on his face and was thinking that if he managed to kill him under the pretext of an accident, then what could this bandit leader be able to do? So his time for revenge had finally come. The judge started shouting that he had announced the start of the trial right now. At this time, a man in a white headband began to blow a horn. Immediately after he made the sound of starting the test, all the people rushed at each other with swords. They shouted furiously as they continued to attack, and the people in the squad with shields told everyone to prepare to defend themselves. As soon as the guys in red bands attacked them, they began to fight back with their shields, but the guys with red armbands mercilessly chopped them up so that blood flew everywhere. One of them was left with a deep and fatal wound. The other one was not cut in half. Many knights fell in this ordeal, and it was a terrible sight. Even that same judge adjutant looked at all this and was in dismay, realizing that even though the imperial family said that there would be no deaths and that this was just a test, he saw how the test took place and how people were beaten and killed, but realized that it just looked like a real massacre. The judges stood and looked ahead, thinking that the Aju and Jianghua clans had already been paid for all sorts of losses, and they had committed to losing to H1OK so that in the end he would have the most points. Suddenly the adjutant was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. He asked in fear what had just happened, and the second judge noticed his worried look and turned to face him. While Zhang shouted his battle cry, the adjutant was thinking about why the warriors of the H1OK clan could not even move. He saw how the Zhang clan warriors tried to attack Shin's squad, but were unable to advance. They tried to break through their defenses with their swords and spears, but did not understand why they could not do this and shouted that there were many more of them. During this time, Shin's troops simply held their shields and sometimes attacked them back while they continued to shout, asking why they couldn't kill anyone since they wouldn't capture a single target like that. Zhang looked at them, mentally cursing Shin. He looked at how their army held the defense and realized that he had abandoned offensive tactics and simply went on the defensive. Suddenly he stopped, as if he had seen the light, and began to reflect on the fact that something was clearly wrong here, because even if he defended himself masterfully, they were still stronger than him. He looked at Shin as he glowed with his blue energy, and he realized that it was like there was a wall between them. Shin stood at the head of his squad and summoned his skeletons ahead of the guys with shields. He shouted at them to attack them forward. All of his boys began to run forward, holding their daggers and swords as Shin shouted for them to capture the targets of the distracted squads. We were shown how the medallion of one of the guys from Zhang's squad was cut off. Then they showed how exactly the same medallion was cut off from another guy. But then several people, instead of cutting off these medallions, simply killed the guys from this clan, and they did not understand what was happening. Is H1OK losing to the Shin clan? They showed us the guys from the Kirin detachment. They stood holding swords in their hands and were very scared, saying that if this continues, then Baekwon will definitely win. And then they showed the H1 clan, who bared their teeth with anger and fear, saying that H1 outranks even Aju and Changhua. They don't understand what to do in this situation. They killed each other because of this competition. Then everyone decided to attack the Shin clan at once, saying that they had no choice but to attack them. The guys started shouting at each other not to think about other clans and just attack Baekwon. They attacked them, trying to break through the Shin clan's defenses, but their shield guards faithfully held back all attacks and did not allow them to move forward. The guys bravely held their defense and shouted to each other not to give up and to hold out until the last. Zhang shouted displeasedly to everyone, straining his throat so that they would press harder on them. He continued to shout as his boys attacked that those who surrendered would lose their heads, so they needed to destroy them all immediately. The guys from the Shin clan faithfully held back the attacks, but it was clear from their faces that they were already too tired. Their legs gave way and went back, and they themselves realized that they could no longer restrain them, because Kirin and Hwanson were also putting pressure on them. The guys held back the onslaught of 3 clans, not understanding how they still managed to do this. But after a couple of seconds, their defense was broken, and some of the guys were pierced through with their swords. They began to break through the defense further and further, killing everyone from the Shin clan. They ran furiously, mouths open and swinging their daggers, blood splashing everywhere. They mercilessly pierced the hearts of brave guys in a simple test. It was a real bloodbath. They killed without stopping and without a single regret. With every guy from the Beacon clan killed, they shouted that their formation was falling apart before their eyes, so they should continue to move forward. One of the Beacon clan warriors stabs another with a dagger right in the heart. Suddenly everyone stopped in surprise, because someone said that now it was their turn. Now Shin's secret detachment, consisting of very strong warriors, began to attack. Rin ran forward with a confident look, holding daggers in her hands. She threw all these enemy daggers at once. Thanks to this attack, she killed a large number of opponents from the Hwanok clan. Gal jumped into the sky, waving his fans, and cut the hands of his opponents. Then Merrick entered the attack, breaking the enemy's neck with one blow. He mercilessly trampled them into the ground with his fists and feet. Then we were shown how Hwano kills a warrior with his arrows. He was loading another shot of his arrow again. Dojin at this time began to exhale air using his skills. He stood in a fighting pose, holding his sword in front of him and holding 2 fingers on it. And then, jumping into the sky, he pointed his sword down, thereby making the rain of swords skill. He looked at them with a very bloodthirsty look and held these 2 fingers to his temple. He then flew past the crowd, killing every one of them. Zhang understood that they were starting to lose, and so he ground his teeth and shouted for them to retreat, while he himself thought about what was happening right now. He watched as Shin's squad destroyed 3 entire clans, consisting of only 5 people in a group. And then he looked at how Shin looked forward with a confident smile and simply stood with his arms crossed. He understood that all these 3 clans would not be able to tear even a hair from his head. Then Shin began to say in a confident tone that they shouldn't rush then. After these words, he snaps his finger. He begins to run forward sharply at lightning speed, using the shadow cover skill, which gives him complete invisibility. Running past the guys, he rips the medallion from their necks. He repeated this many times and with different warriors. He did all this so quickly that they did not have time to notice him. He ran at the speed of light from one to another and tore off a bunch of medallions, and they shouted that he was too fast, like lightning. Shin's eyes were blank, like a black hole, and he did this with a smirk on his face, when suddenly he turns his eye sharply in surprise, leaving a trail behind it. After all, someone attacked him right in the right place and right through invisibility, but Shin was able to dodge this blow. It was a man in a white kimono who held a sword in his hands and bowed his head. Shin stopped in surprise and put his hand on the ground, and he began to address him, calling him by name. The man in the white kimono held a sword near his face, calling him an arrogant boy. His sword forward and was charged with purple energy. It was HWA Sangpa who says that now he is not the strongest player in this place. The main character was surrounded by warriors with swords in their hands. Sampa told him to stop his tricks. The commander knitted his eyebrows, put his sword forward and said that if he did not surrender now, he would cut off both his hands and rip open his belly. Shin looked down and thought, what kind of idiot? The main character looked to the side in surprise. 3 warriors with swords in their hands looked at the main character, who thought that these guys looked familiar. Shin looked at the surprised commander and said, why have they been sitting on their pants all this time? The main character looked to the side, smiled and said, they don't want to disgrace their mentor, do they? Sampa furrowed his eyebrows and asked with a dissatisfied face what was he talking about. The main character spread his arms to the sides and said that he was talking. He could trample his students into dust. Sampa put his sword forward and shouted that the main character did not know when it was time to shut up. The commander knitted his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes and shouted furiously, how dare he open his mouth? Who gave him the right to laugh at Anhui's best clan? Shin put his finger in his nose, lowered his gaze and asked again, the best in Anhui, isn't this the Nambong clan? Sampa clenched his teeth in rage and said, he. The main character stood and watched as the man charged, shouting that he was a dirty bastard. Sampa put his sword forward, glared at the protagonist and shouted that he would tear out his tongue and feed it to the mongrels. Shin calmly looked at his opponent and said, okay, let it be as he wants. The warriors shouted and pointed their swords at the main character after the leader's command for him to attack all together. Shin looked forward as swords flashed past his face, leaving a magical trail. The main character moved with lightning speed from the crowd of warriors, leaving them behind, towards the commander, who was swinging his sword in a jump. Sampa, clenching his teeth, rushed to attack, green streams of mana emanating from his sword. The main character looked carefully in front of him, and the tip of the enemy's sword was already right next to the guy's face. There was an explosion, from which lightning scattered in all directions. Two warriors turned their heads in the direction from which the loud sound was heard. One said what it was, and the second said in surprise, "Did something explode?" The warriors of the H1 clan looked to the side in surprise. One of them said that wasn't Master Bluestorm supposed to be there. Sunjong smiled and thought that there was finally a blue thunderstorm. On the ground lay the body of a man who was breathing heavily, and the leader of the H1 clan thought, "This is definitely a blue thunderstorm." Sampa lay on the ground with his arms outstretched and mentally ordered to kill this bastard. Bluestorm furrowed his eyebrows, clenched his teeth and thought, "How can this happen?" Shin stood with his sword raised above his head. The bodies of his opponents lay around him, and Sampa was sure that he had hit the target. The main character held the sword in front of him, lightning flashed around him, and the blue thunderstorm thought, "But why him?" Sampa grabbed the sword with his hand and wondered what it was. Shin took a fighting stance and looked at the Bluestorm, who was trying to get up with the thought, how was he able to repel the attack? Sampa stood up, put his sword forward and said that he was like a devil. He didn't know what kind of tricks Shin was doing, but he couldn't do it anymore. The man looked at the glowing sword in the hands of the protagonist and thought that the 12th Twilight Sword was much more powerful. The main character lowered his head, looked at his and thought that he could destroy everything he touched. He trained hard with him for a month. Sampa rushed to the attack with shouts. The main character blocked an attack with a sword and wondered if he should test its strength in a real fight. Sampa raised his sword up for another attack. The blue thunderstorm struck, but the main character repelled it. Sampa furrowed his eyebrows and looked at his opponent in surprise. Lightning flashed around the main character. He lunged and struck with his sword. Sampa looked to the side, blood sprayed from his shoulder. He said, "Bastard." The man, holding the sword in his wounded hand, walked forward shouting that he would cut his throat. Sampa struck, shouting that he would bring glory to the best clan in Manhwa. The main character looked carefully at the enemy, smiled and said, "The 12th Twilight Sword." Shin looked at the sword, from which electric discharges were coming out, and said, "Fifth form." The main character raised his sword up and used a skill. A thunderstorm stream, lightning flashed and a huge stream of mana fell on the enemy. There was a powerful explosion, and the sky was lit up by numerous lightning bolts. Tiger folded his arms and said, "Wow, that's impressive." The elder brother sat surrounded by his people, watched what was happening and said that this was just one attack. Sampa, with his arms outstretched, looked at the sky, and the elder brother said that, of course, he exterminated everyone from the H1 clan. The dead bodies of warriors from the H1 clan lay on the ground. The main character stood on the battlefield and looked at the warriors he had defeated, and the tiger shouted enthusiastically that this was his younger brother. Shin looked at his palm. Lightning flashed between his fingers. The elder brother thought that, fighting with half his strength, he was able to unleash hell in front of him. Shin stood and looked at the many dead bodies on the ground. Fire was burning all around and clouds of white smoke were rising up. The main character looked at his fist, and the tiger continued to think, if he is so good now, then how will he prove himself next? Dead and wounded soldiers lay on the ground. One of the warriors raised his hand and asked to be spared. On the ground in the dust lay many bodies, defeated soldiers. The tiger smiled and thought it was so funny. The elder brother sat on a chair with his arms folded and thought when they fought, his skills were already quite good. The tiger looked at the main character, who was standing and holding a sword in his hand, and thought, but in this short time he was able to further improve his martial arts skills. The older brother looked ahead and decided that the others should start worrying. Shin looked to the side, his sword lowered. The tiger looked at him and thought that although he was happy for his brother, he better not quarrel with him. The man tried to get out from under the dead body of the warrior. Jong's son sat on the ground and tried to help himself with his hands to get out. The clan leader raised his eyebrows and looked ahead, sweat running down his face. The fat guy saw a lot of dead bodies and thought, H1 clan and everyone else. Sunjong opened his mouth and looked at the battlefield in surprise. He thought that how could this happen? The leader, without turning around, looked to the side when he heard the words. This is how he managed to survive. The main character smiled, looked at the frightened leader of the H1 clan and said that he was tenacious. Jong's son sat on the ground and looked fearfully at the main character, who told him to give away their clan's savings. Shin picked up the sword and threw it behind his head, saying that maybe in this case he wouldn't go to hell. Jong's son looked at the main character in fear and shouted not to come near him. Shin put his sword forward and began to approach the man, who in horror put his hand forward and shouted for Shin not to come and touch him. The main character smiled ominously, his eyes turned red and he swung his sword. The man screamed for him to stop. Shin looked to the side in surprise. The main character turned his head and saw members of the Koryeong clan, led by a leader named Hogwon. The guy smiled and stuttered and said, Koryeong D. Jong's son ran up to the clan leader with the words that he was saved. Hogwon furrowed his eyebrows in dissatisfaction, and the guy behind him smiled and said that it's not over yet. Yu Shin Woong, he thought that he would be safe because these puppies would stand up for him. Shin lowered his head, grinned and closed his eyes when he heard that Koryon stood up for him. They would grind them all into powder. Hogwen looked to the side and thought how useless he was. If not for the order, he would have gotten rid of him that very second. Hogwen looked ahead seriously and thought that he could not just stand and watch. The doctrines of the clans should not stand in the way of first place. The leader of the Koryon clan, holding a sword in his hand, looked at the main character and thought, however, when fighting this guy, one must show one's strength through favor. They are in the very center of attention. One cannot act thoughtlessly. Hogwen lowered his eyes in surprise when he heard the main character mentally ask him, can he hear him? Hogwen began to turn his head and thought, what is that voice? The man looked at the main character and mentally asked if he was Yu Shin-un, and heard the answer that this was true. The soldiers looked at what was happening in surprise. One of them asked, what? Shin and Hogwen stood and looked at each other, and the warriors said in surprise that they were just looking at each other, and so for several minutes they were talking. He did not hear anything. Sunjong opened his mouth in surprise and thought, what? How? The main character stood and smiled, and the guy thought why he didn't attack. The man looked at the leader of the Koryon clan, who was also just standing still, and thought, what the hell is this? Hogwen heard the words in his mind that if he went against the doctrine, they would all be doomed to death. Hogwen raised his hand. Zhang spread his arms, turned his head and looked at everyone indignantly. Zhang's son turned to the warriors and shouted, what are they worth? Shouldn't they finish off Yu Shin Woong? The angry man looked at the clan leader and shouted for them to kill him immediately. Shin put his sword aside and went to the frightened guy, saying, what a pity. The main character pointed the sword at the enemy and said that this was just an exam, so he wanted to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Shin looked in front of him with disdain and said, but if something happened to him, wouldn't it be an accident? Sunjong looked at the main character in fear and began to beg for mercy. Shin struck with a sword. Splashes of blood scattered in different directions. Against the backdrop of the dark evening sky stood a house in which lights were burning in all the windows. Vaizo with a serious face announced that there were only 2 places left since the other clans had been defeated. So, Shin and Hogwen stood nearby and listened as the investigator said that the Beacon clan took first place and the H1Ok clan took second place. Waizo folded his hands behind his back and looked at the clan leaders, and thought what a shame, the H1Ok clan should have been the first, but nothing can be done, Beacon won. The investigator pursed his lips and thought, what should he do now? Waizo looked in surprise at the main character, who turned to Mr. Observer. Shin put his fist to his palm and asked if he could ask him for a favor as a reward for first place. The voice of the investigator could be heard from the house, saying that it was a wise decision. Shin smiled and said that as he said, they no longer want to quarrel with the H1Ok clan, nor compete with the Koryon clan. Hogwen asked that he just wants to act Chill's squad, right? The main character looked away and said that Koryon's goal is to come first. He's right, isn't it beneficial for both of them? Hogwen smiled and said that they would never forget his generosity. Hogwen looked at the main character and said that they would let the Beacon clan lead the 3rd squad, whose leader had disappeared. See you soon? Shin smiled and said that they would see each other. The main character looked after the leaving leader of the Koryon clan. Shin smiled when he heard Hogwen say that he had to go, and he thanked him again. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky. Hogwen thought that he thanked them, but they should be the ones thanking him. The desperate voice of the leader of the H1Ok clan was heard from the house. He said how they could do this to him. The tyrant of the black skies, Chon, sat in a large chair and asked what this time. Zhang rested his hands on the floor with shaking hands and said that he, this bastard, stabbed his son. Zhang raised his head, tears flowing from his eyes. He shouted that they just let Yu Shin Woong and his clan leave after everything they did for them. How could they let this happen? Jian looked at the man and said, who does he think he is that he thinks that because of one cut neck they had to try to stop the demon that almost destroyed everyone? Zhang raised his head when he heard the words that this fool's efforts were not enough to win. He thought, fool, did he call his son a fool? Chon lowered his gaze and added, and then, why would they fight with their allies, especially since their relationship with the Beacon clan goes back far into history, unlike the alliance with them? Zhang looked at the man with fury in his eyes and thought that this was a bastard. The leader of the H1Ok clan put his hand on his chest and shouted, how can he be so cruel? He refuses their alliance so easily. Zhang looked to the side at the light-robed man and shouted, how can a member of the Mount Hwang faction say such things? Will he really not do anything? Jiangsu looked at the kneeling leader, who continued to shout that he was not angry at the loss of so many warriors and disciples. The elder looked away and thought. Zhang turned his head and looked in surprise. The 3 men looked at each other silently, and Zhang thought, why doesn't he say anything? The leader of the H1Ok clan gritted his teeth in anger and thought that these bastards must have conspired against him. Zhang clenched his shaking hand into a fist and thought, what does he think? He can just throw it and get away with it. Zhang pointed his finger at the Black Heaven tyrant and shouted that he would never leave him alone. The leader stood up, continuing to point his finger at the man, and shouted that as soon as he left here, he would tell the whole world what kind of leader this gang had. He would tell everything. Chan furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the man with fury in his eyes. Zhang looked at the tyrant silently. Zhang bent down, put his hands on the floor and began to cough violently. Blood began to flow out of his mouth. The man looked at the carpet, on which blood stains appeared. He thought that this could not be. Chan sat in his chair, looked contemptuously at the man and said that he was just a bug, and Chung thought that he could not breathe. Zhang raised his head and looked at the tyrant, who continued to say that he exists thanks to his mercy, and yet you insult him so violently. Chan looked at the man seriously and said if he wants to see the end, he will get this opportunity. Zhang looked to the side in surprise when he heard the tyrant order him to do this. Jiangsu smiled and raised the sword above the head of the leader of the Hwanok clan. Zhang looked to the side in fear. The elder lowered his eyes and asked him not to be too sad. His strength is more important than warriors and students. Zhang turned his head and began to ask to be forgiven. Because he made a mistake, he will pretend that nothing happened, just let them spare him. Jiangsu clenched his teeth and struck with his sword. Chan smiled, looking at what was happening. Spatters of blood scattered across the room. A large, beautiful palace stood flooded with sunlight, and a voice came from it saying that he was glad to see him again. Hogwen put his fist to his palm in greeting and said yes, so did he. Hogwen looked at the smiling protagonist and said, that means he also decided to come here today. Shin replied that it was so. Shin smiled and said, as they agreed, they would receive tasks for second and third place. Hogwen lowered his eyes and said that Kuryon never breaks his promises. Hogwen looked at the main character and said that thanks to him they were able to transport the princess's things. Shin spread his hands and said that then he definitely made the right decision. The main character looked seriously in front of him and said, if this task had been carried out by their clan, they would never have been able to deliver the treasures of the emperor's favorite safely. Hogwen smiled and thought that he was a fool. Because of his own cowardice, he himself had given them such a wonderful opportunity. Shin lowered his head, pulled back the edge of his kimono and stuck his hand in there, saying, oh yes. Hogwen looked in surprise at the piece of paper that the main character handed him with a request to take it. Shin handed over the sheet, saying that it was a small gift from him to the Kuryon leader. The main character looked at the leader and said that it seemed like he was going to the Songha Mountains. Hogwen looked at the protagonist silently after he said that he hoped this would make his job easier. Hogwen took the piece of paper and thanked him. Leader Kuryon reined in his horse, turned his head and said that he was sure everything would go smoothly for him. Shin stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, same to him. Hogwen looked to the side and replied, yes, thank you. The main character looked ahead, smiled and told him to be careful on the way. Shin stood and looked at the retreating cart. The Tiger Lord, who was riding behind the leader, said, so that he wouldn't be so self-confident. The captain of the detachment, Chirin, knitted his eyebrows, smiled and said that it was surprising that they were afraid of such a coward. It's hard to believe. Hogwen looked ahead and asked to be left alone. Shin stood and looked after them, and the leader Kuryon continued to say that someday they will devour him, but for now they need to tolerate his tricks. The main character looked ahead thoughtfully. A line of warriors and carts moved along a mountain road along a cliff. Lightning flashed in the sky and it was raining. One of the warriors told the captain that they could not go any further. 3 warriors opened their mouths and looked up in horror. One of them said that it would be dangerous to advance further. The convoy continued to move through the pouring rain after being told that they must follow orders. Hogwen rode up on horseback to 2 frightened warriors who were calling for the captain. Leader Kuryon gritted his teeth in anger, knitted his eyebrows and thought, what is going on here? Suddenly, huge blocks of stones began to fall from above, rushing towards the people with great speed. At that moment they shouted that it was a landslide. Hogwen stood in the middle of the rockfall with a stunned look and did not understand what was happening around, thinking that everything was going so well, and behind him at that time people were scattering in different directions from the falling stones from above. His subordinates ran away in fear in different directions, while some of them were covered with stones mixed with dirt, while he thought that they were simply carrying out an order from the imperial family. The guy turned back, watching as his comrades were crushed by another stone, and Hogwen thought that they just wanted to raise their status. He continued to watch what was happening with a surprised face, full of fear, as if he had distanced himself from everything that was happening around him, and did not understand why they were doing all this. More and more stones continued to fall from above as people screamed in pain. In the middle of the road there was a huge amount of dirt and stones that had fallen from above, while the rain continued to fall slowly, and Shin said that the landslide was really serious. He sat on one knee, putting his hand on his leg, and, smiling, looked forward, saying that even the masters of their craft could not resist the power of nature. Shin continued to look at the road, which was covered in mud and broken rocks, and said that it was not because of him, and thought that it was a deadly landslide. Suddenly he jumped down. He landed on one foot right in the middle of the dirt and stones, thinking that in another version of the future, the Beacon clan went with Kuryon to complete this task. He stood confidently on his feet between two large stones while the wind blew his clothes, and thought that the Kuryon squad had survived, but Beacon suffered huge losses under the rubble. Someone's faces and even hands stuck out from the mess of stones and dirt, unaware of signs of life, while Shin thought that after this it became almost impossible to restore the clan without the help of Kuryon. Shin continued to stand on one of the stones, looking at the consequences of the landslide, and, smiling widely, crossed his arms in front of his chest and said that his intervention changed the course of history. This event still happened. He stretched out his hands in front of him and began to radiate green glow energy from his hands, with his fingers spread wide apart, and did not think that this was why he had to give up first place, although they won. Shin stood concentrating, stretching his arms forward, and with his eyes closed, began to release a huge amount of green glow energy outward, thinking that he got rid of the Kuryon squad without even touching them, and did not fall under suspicion. This means killing two birds with one stone shot. After which he opened his eyes and fixed his gaze forward. With a serious look, he continued to emit a huge amount of green energy. He thought that, besides, a system notification window appeared in front of him, talking about the absorption of the energy of the dead. A huge number of souls of a purple glow from all over the area gathered. They were rushing to one point, while the system notification notified about the accumulation of mana of the fifth circle thanks to the skill heart of negative mana, discovering new skills and gaining energy, while Shin thought that it would be a shame to miss such possibility of not absorbing so much mana, and he can't anymore. Shin stood with a smug face, raising his hand in front of his face and clenching it into a fist as he continued to study the green energy and said that it was wonderful and that the unimportant matters were over. Suddenly his attention was distracted by something, and he turned his head a little to the side. He looked at the dirt mixed with stones, from which a faint golden glow emanated. At that moment, Shin smiled widely after what he saw and said that he had found it. After which he sharply sank down, sitting on two legs, and, stretching his arms forward, said that he almost forgot. Shin One with his hand held a precious box made of wood, painted with gold ink, and it shone brightly, and with his second hand he shook the dirt that was on it, and said that from such a reflection of the light it is clear that the product is good. Shin sat smiling, looking at this box, which continued to shine brightly, holding it in his hand, and said that he wanted to see what would happen in this version. Now he was very curious. The narrative takes us right in front of a huge red mansion with a dark roof. Jeong looked straight ahead with a very scared look, sweat running down his face as he said that the entire squad had died due to the landslide. The servant sitting right in front of him, bowing his head down, said that everything was exactly like that. At that moment Chan continued to listen to him, sitting on his throne, with a serious look and, placing his hands at his sides, asked about their task. The servant continued to say that they sent a search party to find the cargo, but they are not sure. Immediately after the written words, Chan became very tense and shouted in his direction with great indignation that they must find it immediately. Then the servant said that this was not all, and Chan was even more surprised, preparing for more bad news. The servant sat in front of him on one knee, leaning on his fist, holding his other hand to his chest, bowing his head very close, and said that His Majesty was angry. She continued to say that under the leadership of GMEUI from the Blue Dragon Sword Squad, he sent 2,000 soldiers to the scene. Hearing this, Jeong began to tremble, greatly surprised by what his servant said, and the sweat on his face began to appear even faster. His hand, lying next to him on the armrest, trembled, like his whole body tensed greatly, while he thought that the imperial family already knew everything. Chan continued to sit in his place, as if detached from what was happening around him, immersed in his thoughts. With a very frightened face continued to appear on him, and thought that now their immunity in Murim will not help. They have become enemies of the imperial family, and nothing can save. The narration of the story takes us to a huge number of warriors on horses, rushing forward, raising a huge amount of dust around in the forest. A warrior in gilded armor made in the same style, with leaves on top decorated with hair, sat proudly on a black horse, looking forward. This was GMEUI, the Copper Blue Dragon. A huge white mansion with a dark roof was hidden behind a wall made in the same style, with a red gate. GM continued to silently look straight ahead, expressing with his appearance the seriousness of his intentions and menacingness. Inside a large hall made of wood, with beautiful Chinese lamps shining brightly on the ceiling, a voice was heard that GM had arrived. Baizo sat directly in front of the servant, who bowed his head with a face expressing calm, placing his hands on the table in front of him, saying that everything was clear to him. After which he lowered his head down, put his hands on his head, sighing heavily and anticipating afterwards. GM's helmet, beautifully painted gold with black stripes on top, lay on the table while he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. GM sat at the table, put his hands in front of him, clasped them together, and said, looking forward, that since then he had lost a lot of weight. Baizo, sitting opposite him, put his hands on the table in front of him and timidly bowed his head down, as if afraid, saying that so much time had passed and they were meeting under such terrible circumstances. GM continued to sit at the table, silently looking towards Waizo, who said that he was very ashamed. Waisio sat with a sad face, full of fear, looking in and simply remaining silent, while GM said that the Kuryon squad received this task. Although they did not take first place, this is usually not allowed, but for some reason they were allowed this time. Then, with a face expressing the fullness of his seriousness, GM said, with his mouth wide open, that they really were like that. Waizo continued to lower his head lower and lower, listening to him as he said that the Kuryon squad paid to get this task. They both silently continued to sit in front of each other in the same positions, while GM's helmet lay nearby. Suddenly GM, opening his mouth slightly, said that the Emperor was giving them 7 days. Hearing this, Waizo's face began to express even more fear and appeared under, while GM continued to say that if they do not find the property by this time, the Princess Squad will get what they deserve, and this will not bypass them either. After speaking, GM, taking his helmet with his left hand, stood up from the table and turned to the side, continuing to be very serious, and said that that's all he wanted to say. Waizo sat at the table with a very pitiful look while GM left the hall and asked him for forgiveness. Waizo continued to sit in his place and lowered his head down, expressing his frustration, and thought that he would like to explain everything to him, but then an image of Chan with a menacing look appeared in his head, holding a green thing in his hand, while he thought that his daughter's life was in his hands. Waizo put his hands on the table, which were shaking greatly because of what had happened, and thought what should he do it now. He continued to look down, and his whole body was shaking with anxiety, while he thought about what he should do and did not know how to resolve this whole situation. He was immersed in his experiences when suddenly a voice in the room asked about his desire to return his daughter. Then Waizo sharply turned his head back with a horrified look. Shin stood on the other side, smiling a little. Waizo was very surprised by what he saw and did not understand how he did it. Then Shin, continuing to stand in his place, crossed his arms over his chest and, smiling a little, said that if he wants to return his daughter and save Kuryon, then from now on he must do what he tells him. At the blue meeting table of the Beacon clan in the large hall sat Shin, 3 heads and 2 from the reconnaissance squad. Dujin, a little worried, turned his head to the side and said that he really did. Shin sat with a small smirk on his face, expressing his seriousness by folding his hands in front of his chest as Dujin continued that the leader knew this would happen. Gal was very surprised by what he heard and, turning in his direction, asked if he had caused the landslide, when Shin told him that in no case. Continuing to sit in the same position, with his hands folded in front of his chest, Shin smiled and said that man cannot influence nature. Rin looked in his direction in surprise, continuing to listen that he had only studied her laws while practicing martial arts. Then Gallia nodded his head and, smiling, said that they did not expect anything else from him. Stretching the smile on his face even wider, Gal said that he could only admire his wisdom, while Shin laughed awkwardly and scratched his cheek with his finger. After which he, returning his serious face, turned to the side and asked what was happening with the Hwanok clan. In response, Dujin, waving his hands in front of him, said that a lot has changed over the past few days. The 3 heads sat, their gaze directed towards the head of the clan, while Dujin continued to say that Duak Chil died. Even his father was killed by the head of the faction, after which Kuryon sent their troops to the scene. Then Shin, continuing to look confidently in front of him, asked if the clan would really fall apart. Then Dujin said that no, they were just changing leadership. Dujin continued to look towards Shin and with a serious face said that now the position of leader is temporarily occupied by Secretary Yang Jiao. While Shin, with an understanding look, closing his eyes and lowering his head a little lower, continued to sit with his hands on his chest, saying that this is how. At this moment, Dujin, with fear on his face, as if withdrawing from what was happening around him, said that, but there is something strange. Hearing this, Shin immediately told him to speak. Then the 3 heads were very surprised by the suddenness of what was said, and Dujin continued to say that for some reason the funds of the Hwanok clan went to the treasury of the Hwanson faction. Rin was very surprised by what she heard, as was Gal, who asked about the faction's treasury. Then Dujin, continuing to look to the side, Shin said that there was probably a reason for this. Shin, who continued to sit in his seat, grinned maliciously as if understanding what was happening, and said that, obviously, everyone in the room expected him to explain as he continued that in exchange for turning a blind eye to their involvement, the fate of the clan would be in the hands of the faction. Rin said with a surprised face that in this case, Gal, who suddenly interrupted her, was full of indignation, clenched his hand into a fist, and screamed that they were doing the same thing as the Mouth faction, which absorbed the clans. Hearing this, Jian moved his head to the side and said that this means that Kuryon still treats them well. Since they decided to give the clan to the faction, maybe they can focus on the internal affairs of the clan for now. At this moment, Shin, spreading his arms to the sides, said that no, on the contrary, until Jian, in understanding, stretched his hands in front of him. Then Shin, smiling a little, still looking straight ahead seriously, said that this is a chance that they must take advantage of, and then they will destroy their greatest enemy. The three heads turned their heads in his direction and asked in surprise about the main enemy. Rain and Gallia were also very surprised by what was said and asked if he was now talking about the H1 faction. Then Shin, closing his eyes, lowered his head down a little and said that he thought it was time to tell the truth, their main enemy. After which he realized that it was Kuryeon. The three heads were very surprised by what they heard, and Dujin flinched and said that weren't they their allies. Then, looking forward, Shin said with a confident expression that from the time his father died until he became the leader. After which he did not understand that the head of the faction was influential only thanks to Kuryeon. These words surprised Dujin very much, and he did not understand what he had just heard. Then Shin, leaning a little forward, with a very menacing look, said that in 6 days, the search for the faction on the mountain will end, and then they will fight Kuryeon. The warrior was defeated and fell backward, wounded directly in the stomach with his blood. Jiam, wearing strong armor and a black cloak fluttering in the wind, held a beautifully decorated halberd in front of him with both hands. Blood flowed down the blade of this weapon in small drops while he said that how dare they. Jiam stood still and shouted with a very menacing look that they were afraid of getting in the way of the imperial family. The warriors in green clothes with fear on their faces continued to hold their blades straight in front of them, protecting a huge red-colored mansion with a dark roof, while Jiam said that if they did not want to die, they should clear the way. The hand lay motionless on the armrest, and nothing happened around. Chan sat in his place, not saying a word, waiting for what was happening. At that moment, Jiam burst into his room with a roar, throwing the doors wide open. Chan sat on her throne with her eyes closed, her hands on the armrest directly in front of the warrior standing opposite her. Chan opened his eyes and looked straight ahead, expressing his dissatisfaction with what he saw, and continued to remain silent. At this moment, Jiam, standing in front with a menacing expression on his face, protected by a huge amount of armor, asked if he was Yom Seok-yeom. After which, continuing to look menacingly in Chan's direction, he placed a halberd next to him and began to release a huge amount of red energy. Chan continued to sit in his place, very worried, as if he had distanced himself from what was happening around him, and thought that it was Wu Shizun. After which he began to get up from his seat while a strong warrior was standing right in front of him, and he thought that this was the strongest warrior in all of Miram and the best in the Imperial Army. And this was not just a rumor. After which Chan, coming a little closer, got down on one knee, leaning his fist against his palm, and lowered his head down, thinking that if he did not bow down, he would be killed, and said that he was glad to welcome the Emperor's golden army. Jiam continued to stand in his place and, looking down, looked at Jian with contempt, saying that the executors of the imperial commissions should have been chosen during the trials, but they were the ones who had a monopoly in this matter for 10 years, to which Jian responded, continuing to bow his head, said that they carried out the assignment only on orders from the authorities. Not one clan in Zhejiang was not experienced enough for this. After hearing the words, Jiam raised his halberd and headed towards Chan and, opening his mouth wide, shouted that something doesn't add up. If they are so experienced, how could this tragedy happen? To which Chan bowed his head even lower and said that they are not making excuses. After which Ah Chong raised his head up and with a look full of anger said that this happened because there was an exchange of instructions. What he heard made the war very angry, and he did not understand it, calling him an idiot. After which, continuing to hold the halberd right in front of him, he said that how could they blame everything on this, while Chan, who continued to sit on one knee, said that he was telling the truth. After which he raised his head again and said that this was discussed immediately after the test. If he did not believe him, he could see for himself. Jiam was very angry after hearing these words and continued to look towards Yoon with great contempt. He held sheets of information written on them in his hands, gradually turning the pages with his fingers. Jiam was very surprised by what he read in these notes and stood silently in place until Chan waved his head in his direction with a confident look and asked how he felt about it. After which Chan, slightly tilting her head forward, with a malicious grin, looking straight ahead, asked that in this case he was innocent. In response, Jiam, opening his mouth a little, said 6 days. Turning sharply, he headed towards the exit, looking rather serious, and said that if in 6 days they could not find the princess's things, he sacrificed his honor but was buried with each of them, while Chan, standing in his place, looked away and said that wouldn't happen. Jiam had almost left the room, standing in the doorway, when Yungu added that he only asked that his personal feelings be excluded from this investigation. Chan continued to follow him with his gaze, looking towards the exit, and waited for the doors to close. Then he clenched his teeth with great force until they grinded. The next moment, with a face full of anger, with a quick movement of his hand, he broke the table in front of him, shattering into small chips. He stood, trembling with anger, clenching his hands into fists, and looked at the table he had broken, or, on the contrary, the box next to which there was a vase, while a huge amount of dust from the blow that had just taken place spread throughout the room. At that moment, Dune came into the room and asked what they should do, and Chan, who continued to be angry at what had happened, clenched his teeth and said that they needed to prepare for the worst. After which Chan turned in his direction, expressing his anger with his appearance, and said that as soon as the order was given, it was necessary to get rid of all the evidence. With great speed, the shovel pierced the ground. Din, stretching his hand forward, said that he needed to find the princess's things at all costs. Right in front of him, several people were swinging pickaxes, trying to break the stone on the ground with sharp movements, lifting them up and down. Turning to the side, he pointed his hand forward and shouted that they really couldn't dig deeper, while people tired of such work continued to dig the ground. They were all very tense and very tired from constant digging and moving shovels and picks, while Din said that their fate depended on them. 3 of the warriors in green continued to swing shovels and picks, digging a huge hole and throwing dirt out of it. At this moment, Din said that if they did not find them, then everyone would face severe punishment. One of the people working there scratched his chin, sighing heavily, and said that this Din, they are all warriors, not moles, why is he forcing them to do this? But in response, on the other hand, he said that he might not have said this. Then he, still sweating with a face full of dissatisfaction, said that even though they are called blood sect demons, even if they find these things, they still will not be able to bribe the Imperial Commission with it. At this time, Din, turning his head with a very dissatisfied look, thought that these stupid lazy people didn't even know how to dig. After which he clenched his fist with great force until he trembled and thought that if they did not fulfill this order before the monthly meeting, then the current leader would be removed from office. He continued to look straight ahead and express his dissatisfaction with what was happening, thinking that in this case he too would lose his position, whatever he had to do for the sake of the prosperity of their section. Din continued to look in front of him at the warriors working right in front of him, who continued to deftly handle picks and shovels, and told them to try and they don't have time. After which he shuddered sharply and with a deafening cry told them to dig deeper. Suddenly his attention was attracted by a voice from behind who said, "Thank you for your work." To the side of him, on a small hillock, Shin stood with his hands hidden behind his back, which surprised Yoon very much. Shin continued to stand in the same place, smiled a little, looked down and said that it seemed like they needed help, that's why he came. Turning back, Dune stood with a surprised face and said that he was glad to hear that for the sake of Koryon he hurried here, to which, despite him, in response he said that it seems that things are not progressing very well. In response, Din said that they had been looking for things for several days and nights, but found nothing, and Shin, hearing this, grinned maliciously and said what he just wanted to say. After which he continued that they could stop and go to rest. What he heard surprised Dane very much, and he asked Shin again. Din stood below and looked in surprise at Shin, who, holding out his hand forward, held in it a wooden box painted with gold, and said that this thing. Shin continued to stand in his place, showing Dune this box and pointing his finger back, smiling a little and saying that I think he found it over there. The narrative takes us to a huge white mansion with square windows, in front of which stood statues of majestic birds. GM stood inside this mansion, expressing seriousness with his appearance. He slowly moved forward inside the huge beautiful hall, along the red carpet. Then he bowed down, kneeling on one knee and placing one hand on his heart. GM raised his head and put his palm on his fist, saying that he was greeting him by imperial order. He arrived with the princess's things. In front of him stood a man in black and red clothes painted with gold, hiding his hands behind his back while GM held out a wooden box painted with gold in his direction with both hands, saying that this was her property. GM continued to hold the box in front of him, saying that unfortunately it was slightly damaged due to the landslide, while the man extended his hand to take it. The Emperor stood still with his head bowed, holding the box in his trembling hands while GM said that he was very sorry. The box continued to shine while he held it in his hands and said that they had found it. After which the Emperor raised his head, barely holding back tears, and said that such an unfortunate event occurred due to the elements, which people could not resist, and he was grateful to those who worked hard to dig up this priceless thing. The Emperor waved his hand, extended it forward and said that they deserved a reward, and GM, who bowed before him, lowered his head and said that yes, your majesty. GM continued to sit, bowed on first knee, and listened to the words of the Emperor that they would grant them meat and alcohol so that they could have a feast. The Emperor continued to look straight ahead, smiling a little. With a serious look, he said that he would also write a personal message, so he wanted to know who their benefactor was, and in response, GM said yes, your majesty. Whereupon GM raised his head and said with a serious look that it was the leader of the Baekwoon clan, Yu Shenwon. A huge number of different people sat at tables filled with drinks and snacks. They all drank wine together, laughed and talked to each other. These warriors clinked glasses of wine and drank together, having a good time. A cup with a blue flower was being filled with wine from a jug while they said they needed to drink another glass. Dune looked towards Shin and, smiling, said that they were indebted to him. Shin sat next to her and with a serious look brought a mug of wine to her mouth, saying that she was standing. Shin continued to hold the cup of wine to his mouth, smiling mischievously, and looked towards Dune, saying that he was doing this as Kieran's friend. Their problem was his problem too. Then, sitting next to him, smiled maliciously as if everything was going according to his plan, thanked him for such words and said that the head of the faction was also very grateful to him. He hoped to see him after the feast. Shin, who was holding a cup of wine right in front of his face, continued to smile sarcastically and look in his direction, and said that he was glad to hear it. After which he brought the cup closer to his mouth and said that he also wanted to meet him. Shin drank wine from a cup, throwing his head back, while Din looked at him with contempt and thought that he was almost sure that he was on their side, but there were still doubts. He looked in his direction with great disbelief and thought that they still needed to beware of him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a loud voice called out, demanding attention. GM stood with a serious face, holding a scroll in his hands, opening it a little, and said that there was a message from His Majesty. He stood right in front of a huge number of celebrating warriors and said that the existence stopped the feast. After which, opening a scroll right in front of him with the order of the Emperor written there, he began to read loudly that the leader of the Beacon clan was Yu Shin. After which he added that he should come forward immediately, after which Shin stood up from his seat and walked a little closer to him, bowing his head and placing his palm on his fist. Shin, coming even closer, bowed before GM, who was reading the Emperor's order, continuing to hold his fist with his palm, and bowed his head even lower. After which he closed his eyes and continued to be in the same position, waiting for the next words. And GM said that his noble heart touched the heavens and performed a miracle. Thanks to this, the soul of the princess, believed to be in the mountains, was finally able to find peace, for which he greatly appreciated. Glad, how can he call himself emperor if he does not reward the person who performed this miracle? Shin continued to bow before GM while he read the Emperor's order and said that he was therefore a dear subject. After which he continued that he would give whatever he wanted. Those who were watching all this war along with Melon were very surprised by what they heard and did not understand what was happening. Shin continued to bow his head, respectfully listened to the order of the Emperor and remained silent while behind him the wars talked about anything, and a gift from the Emperor. The next moment, GM, standing right in front of him with a serious expression on her face, told him to tell him what he wanted. Continuing to look in his direction, waiting for an answer, he said that the palace was either glory or a medal for a military feat. After which Shin abruptly interrupted him and raised his head up with a grin and said that no. GM continued to stand right in front of him, holding the scroll with the Emperor's order about Shin in his hand, smiling maliciously, to the point that he wanted something else. Hearing this, GM opened her mouth wide and, looking at him, told him to say what he wanted. Shin took a short pause, bowing his head down a little, anticipating this moment, and thought that it was finally beginning. Then he continued to speak, raising his head up with a menacing look. He said that he wants justice to prevail, so he asks His Majesty to stop the trafficking of drugs and people in Zhejiang province. GM looked in his direction with contempt, lowering his eyes down, and asked him what he had just said and what was behind human trafficking and drugs. Shin, bowing before him, raised his head up and looked at him with a confident look, saying that yes, everything is correct. After which he added that this was exactly the case, and Din, who heard this, clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction and tensed sharply, thinking that he was a bastard. Shin continued to look towards the warrior emperor with a confident grin on his face, while Dune thought that Yu Shin Woon, that son of a bitch, stabbed him in the back. He was behind that tragedy. Ding sharply clenched his fist, straining his arm greatly, and thought that he had become dangerous and they could not stay. After which he looked towards the warriors, who were clearly frightened by what they heard and did not understand what was happening, while he thought that he needed to get out of here and report everything to the leader. Then, putting his hand forward, said that he needed to run and get out immediately, and, with the soldiers standing behind him, he began to move forward. At that moment, GM, who was standing above, with clearly visible anger in his voice, stopped them. The soldiers of the Emperor's golden army jumped out in front of them with a menacing look, holding their blades straight in front of them, pointing them towards Deng and his warriors. The warriors in gold continued to stand confidently in their place and hold their blades in front of them while GM said that until then. GM continued to stand in his place, expressing dissatisfaction with his appearance, and was very threatening, saying that until he ordered, no one would leave. After which he added that everyone should wait here. The words he heard greatly frightened and surprised Din, and he shuddered with fear, stretched his hand forward, and clenched his teeth. GM then turned to Shin and said that the reported crimes were very serious and could not be ignored, so he would ask the leader of the Baek-Woon clan, Yu Shin Woon, again. He continued to stand in his place and with a menacing look looked in front of him and with a loud, menacing voice asked whether he was sure of his words. Then Shin, as if withdrawing from the world around him, looked back at him and, smiling a little, said that he was completely. Jun was very dissatisfied with this and quickly turned his head to the side when Shin added that it was completely true. Jiam, who continued to stand with a menacing look, full of determination, said that how could he prove this? After which, slightly bowing his head down, he directed his menacing gaze towards Shin and said how he found out about it. Then Shin, raising his head a little higher, looked straight at him with a grin and a serious look and said that they were trying to capture the Beacon clan. After which he added that they poisoned his father and brother. What he heard attracted Jiam's attention and greatly surprised him. Shin, still hanging around in front of him, said that he knew that they were controlling his brother with these drugs like a puppet. He also had documents proving human trafficking, and finally he realized who was to blame. After which he added that the culprit was here now. At that moment Jiam flinched from what he heard and was very frightened by this, looking in his direction. Jiam really wanted to hear who it was and continued to look menacingly straight ahead. Then Shin, raising his head with a very serious look, looked menacingly in front of him and said that it was all Kuryong. Immediately after hearing this, the warriors in green clothes, together with Jiam, who was telling them to run, sharply rushed forward with faces full of fear. Jiam, watching what was happening, extended his hand forward and menacingly said that he needed to grab them. These people were immediately surrounded by a huge number of warriors in the Emperor's Golden Army, putting their swords right in front of them, not allowing them to pass. Then Jiam turned his head back and, with a frightened look, sharply shouted that this was a false accusation. He pointed his finger towards Jiam, behind whom Shin stood, and shouted that leader Baekwung is under the protection of the imperial family for returning the jewel to the court. But he, blinded by pride and greed, wants to rule over the entire Zhejiang province, and he cannot without evidence accuse them of committing these crimes. Continuing to point in their direction with a face full of horror and disappointment, Jiam shouted that he had gained their trust through dirty means and now wanted to bully the governor as well. After which he began to sharply turn his head from side to side, as if looking for someone, and shouted that where was the governor. After some time, he added that they heard his accusations and should say something, and Shin heard all this, looked down at him and said okay. Then he asked what he thought, that he would be able to get out if he put pressure on the governor, and Jiam was very surprised by what he heard and did not understand what was happening. Shin continued to stand there without expressing any emotion on his face and said, well. Then he added that if he wants proof, he will get it, and Jiam turned sharply, casting his gaze in his direction with great surprise, waiting for his words. Jiam turned to the side and saw a girl in white clothes with 2 scouts standing next to her, which surprised him very much. Gal and Rin stood in their places, without expressing emotions, and between them was a girl in white and purple clothes, her eyes lowered slightly. Jiam, who stood aside from this, was very surprised by what he saw and asked who she was then. Shin, continuing to look ahead and not showing his emotions, confirmed this. The girl in the white and purple clothes continued to stand in her place, awkwardly positioned, and lowered her eyes downwards as Shin continued to say that this is the daughter of the provincial governor. She is the proof. She looked to the side when Baizo, who suddenly appeared from behind her, put his hand on her shoulder and said that she was being held hostage. After which, looking menacingly ahead, he continued to say that they threatened him so that he would not interfere with their plans, and the girl seemed to be crying and said that she was the father. Baizo nodded his head, closed his eyes and said with shame on his face that everything he said was true. Jiam stood in his place with a surprised face and winced at what he heard while Baizo continued to say that he was helping them to save his daughter's life. The 4 of Shin's assistants stood right in front of him, and Baizo said that now he won't do this again. Gal and Rin stood in their places, looking forward, and did not express emotion when Baizo added that she was now saved. After which he added that the time had come to tell the truth, and the Kuryong warriors at that time were very frightened and surprised by the words spoken, not understanding what was happening and what they should do next. As if filled with anger and determination, Ding opened his mouth wide and shouted that everyone should raise their swords. Then the Kuryong warriors, grabbing their swords in their hands, rushed forward with great determination towards the soldiers of the Golden Army standing in front of them. At the same moment, Jiam, instantly grabbing his halberd and stretching out the hand that was holding it forward, pointing straight ahead, began to exude golden energy and with rage in his eyes said that it was necessary to detain Kuryong's group. The 2 crowds clashed in a furious battle, raising a huge amount of dust around, giving each other no mercy, while Jiam said that those who resist should be killed on the spot. Warrior Kuryong, with a furious movement of his hand, pierced the chest of a soldier of the Emperor's Golden Army and knocked him to the floor amidst the dust raised around him. The soldier in golden armor, with a deft movement of his sword, cut open the body of his opponent, sprinkling everything around with his blood, mixing with the dust floating around. A furious battle continued between the 2 forces as they said to run and others to grab. At that moment, Jiam joined the battle, having been watching from the side all this time, and with a sharp movement of his hand, holding a halberd, he swung it in front of him, killing one of the Koryong warriors at the same moment. Seeing this, Din, who was standing on the side, was greatly horrified and with a frightened face, gritting his teeth, thought that they would all die and they needed to run away at all costs. After which he began to emit a huge amount of energy outward, as if shaking all over, wondering what it meant. Jiam, who was standing in the middle of the battle, looked ahead in fear as a bright yellow light began to appear, after which he immediately, with his mouth wide open, shouted that everyone needed shelter. Right in front of the golden armored warriors, a bright light flashed from a huge explosion. They all cleared their throats after the incident and tried to get to their feet amidst the dust thrown into the air. Jiam gathered several warriors around him and, releasing energy outward, pulled out a halberd straight in front of him and created a shield of yellow light. After what happened, he began to quickly look around, turning his head, and said where he had gone. One of the soldiers said that it seemed they had escaped after the explosion. As soon as Jiam turned in their direction and gave the order after them, immediately after that Shin immediately rushed towards the exit behind him, who said that this was the case. Shin, with a serious face full of anger, stretched out his hand in front of him, rushing forward with great speed, said that they could leave it to him. The narration takes us to a meeting room made of wood, in which laughter and voices are heard that everyone should drink on such a wonderful day. Chan, who was sitting at the table with the heads of other clans, said that you should have fun. Jongsu nodded his head, smiled sarcastically and looked at him, saying that he didn't even know how to repay him for his kindness. One of the clan leaders, sitting at the table, expressed his pleasure with a malicious smile, saying that he would never have thought that one could gain so much strength without training when he was supported by another clan leader. After which he added that they were very lucky to be under his leadership, and Chan at that moment looked in his direction with contempt, raised a cup of wine to his mouth and said that it was not worth it. Everyone present in the hall, sitting at the table, held cups of wine in front of them, while Chan continued to say that in the sect they are all brothers, no matter what place each of them occupies. He continued to look menacingly straight ahead and said that they would be happy to help the faction develop martial arts. Jongsu looked his way with a grin on his face and a serious look and said that he would never forget this favor. One of the heads of another sect waved his head in their direction and said with a serious look that they would be happy to help both the faction and the sect, and the head sitting next to him supported his words. Jongsu, still looking at Jiang with contempt in his eyes, said that, however, he was quite surprised. Yes, I realized that this man was also a member of the sect, while Chan raised his hand with a cup of wine to his mouth and shuddered at that moment. Continuing to tense the environment, Jongsu mentally pressed him and said with a smirk on his face that if he had told them about this in advance, he would have acted without hesitation. After hearing the words, Chan sharply put the cup on the table with a knock and said displeasedly that this is one of the greatest secrets of the sect, so he asks for understanding. Chanov's gaze went straight ahead, expressing his dissatisfaction with what was happening, and he said that, moreover, this man knew about their entry and was extremely pleased with it. After which I misunderstood that he suggested having a drink together a little later, so that they could expect an early invitation, and the other heads of the clans were very pleased with what they heard and smiled broadly. They all continued to sit at the table together, with their hands stretched out in front of them, holding a cup of wine in them, while Chan said that they shouldn't be so impatient, they could still have a good rest, to which they agreed. Chan was saying that if anything was needed, when suddenly his attention was attracted by a noise coming from outside the room. One of the clan heads jumped up from his seat, hitting the table with his hand, and with surprise on his face asked what it was, while Chan turned his head in that direction and thought what that noise was. At the same moment he realized that he was walking outside, and really, immediately after that, he jumped up from his seat and rushed to the doors, sharply throwing them open in front of him and looking forward. He shuddered at what he saw, expressing his fear and misunderstanding of what was happening. He stood in front of the open doors and looked forward where in first edition there was an explosion and a huge amount of red energy came out from there when he thought it was Red Jian. Jian continued to look straight ahead and with a face that did not express any emotion, and wondered if it was Mangdungo. He continued to stand in his place, looking straight ahead, while the other clan heads behind him asked him what was the matter and what happened there. After a moment, they began to choke and cough, their faces became covered with sweat, and they began to tear their clothes in pain. The heads of the other clans fell right on the floor, holding their throats and trying to somehow get rid of the pain, while Chan stood with a look and full of confidence and also radiated a huge amount of red energy outward. One of the servants suddenly appeared behind him and turned to him, said that he had seen it, and Jiang continued to stand in his place and released red energy, saying that yes, it was Mangdungo's sign. after which he, continuing to look straight ahead and lowering his own strength, said something to bring the troops into readiness to destroy all evidence and leave for the main headquarters. And the servant, having heard the words of his master, bowed before him, leaning one hand on the floor and holding the other near his heart, and nodding his head, said that he would disobey the order. Chan turned in his direction and with an arrogant look, hiding his hands behind his back, said that it was necessary to immediately withdraw half of the troops and gain time so that they could not break through. Listening to this, the servant quickly bowed his head and said that yes, sir. Immediately after this, Chan, standing in his place, loudly said that it was necessary to prepare weapons, and a war began. To which the heads of the clans, who woke up after what happened, did not understand what was happening and what kind of war he was talking about. Jongsu, standing not understanding what was happening around him, asked him with great surprise that he really wanted to fight against the imperial troops. Suddenly Chan told him to shut up, and after hearing Jongsu seemed to flinch, standing in his place, even more unable to understand what had just happened. Chan turned his head in his direction with eyes full of anger and contempt and said that he did not want to hear his whining. Immediately after that, he quickly rushed along the wall of the room, while two in the other clans looked at him in surprise. He walked up to the bookshelf and held out his hand forward with a confident look. With his hand, he took one book by the edge and pulled it towards himself with a weak movement of his hand. A secret door opened right in front of him, and he remained expressionless while the heads of the other clans standing behind him were greatly surprised. Standing with them was Jongsu, who, as if frightened by something, exclaimed what it was. Right on the shelf in the open doors lay 3 metal bombs with wicks when Jongsu said that these were thunder bombs and that prohibited weapons were being made here. He looked forward with horrifying surprise and, not understanding what was happening, said that, moreover, she was not even alone here. After which Jongsu added that there are 3 of them here, and Chan, standing right in front of them, smiled broadly and looked sarcastically in their direction, saying that up to 3 should be enough. At the same moment, adding that in order to wipe this city off the face of the earth, the heads of other clans standing behind him were very surprised and frightened by the word they heard. Immediately after this, a loud scream was heard from the street, which attracted Chan's attention, and he turned in that direction. He abruptly jumped out of the room and with fear on his face, leaning on the balcony, said that it was Mang Dongho. He was suddenly horrified by what he saw right in front of him, not understanding what was happening. The Kuryon warriors stood with fear on their faces and extended their blades straight in front of them while a huge amount of GM hovered around. At the same moment, Din, who was standing still, screamed in pain and began to turn into a wolf, overgrown with fur, and his claws appeared. He stood right in front of his subordinates and, continuing to transform, begged for mercy while they did not understand what was happening now. At that same moment, a huge energy appeared right in front of his face, cutting him in half as he continued to scream in pain with tears in his eyes. A moment later, his body fell to the ground right in front of the Kuryon warriors, who all also stood with an incomprehensible look. Shin's face was enveloped by a thick GM, while he, smiling a little, said that GM was a big nuisance. After which he stepped with his foot on the just killed Din and with a grin on his face, holding his hands from below, said that he would not stop him. It's okay. Fixing his menacing gaze straight ahead, he grinned maliciously and asked if it didn't seem that way to him. Chan stood with a dissatisfied expression, looking at what was happening while Shin said his name. Shin stood right in the middle of the courtyard with a terrifying look, and in front of him there was a huge number of Kuryon warriors, while Jian said that there was only one enemy and they should take fighting positions. The warriors lined up in front of Shin in a semicircle, their swords extended forward, pointed in his direction, and he stood motionless in place while Chan said that they should kill him with a general onslaught. After hearing the words, Shin, looking at them with great contempt, slightly opening his mouth with a small smile, said that they believe that he is one, and this is even upsetting. At the same moment, he raised his hand up, loudly snapping his fingers. Immediately after this, a huge number of skeletons, summoned by him from the energy of different colors, began to appear around Shin, who stood with his hands folded at his chest, and he said that necromancy had come to them. The warrior looked at the crowd of skeletons with horror in his eyes and thought, "What are these? The living dead." The skeleton looked at the soldiers with glowing eyes. The guard grabbed the sword with both hands, which were shaking with fear, and thought, "No, these are skeletons. What the hell?" Shin stood surrounded by an army of skeletons. One of the warriors shouted what kind of creatures these were. He had never seen anything like this. The fighters put their swords forward. One of them clenched his teeth and said that he couldn't believe it. He called upon an army of warriors from the other world. Shin smiled and looked at his opponents. The main character opened his mouth slightly and thought that for now he could only summon 80 skeletons, but soon this number would increase to several hundred. The main character looked at the frightened warriors and thought that 60 would be enough for these suckers. The guards turned their heads and looked in surprise at the leader of the sneaking dragon squad, who shouted, "What are they doing?" Manhwa furrowed his eyebrows and shouted to his men not to be afraid. The leader looked at the skeleton army and shouted that it was just a pile of bones. The warrior looked in surprise at the commander, who pulled his face forward and loudly said that they were outnumbered. The fighters put their swords forward. Anho pointed his hand at the skeletons and ordered everyone to gather and attack. The main character smiled and told them to kill every single one of them. An army of skeletons rushed into battle, kicking up dust from the ground. The main character's army fought mercilessly with people. The warrior opened his eyes wide and screamed before his head was cut off. The warriors evaded enemy attacks. The red-robed skeleton opened his mouth and swung his sword. A fighter from the main character's army struck and cut the enemy's body in half, and Anho shouted that this couldn't be happening. These dead men know martial arts. The skeleton opened his mouth and rushed to the next warrior, and the leader of the squad loudly said that they were fighting so fiercely, despite the fact that there were fewer of them. Anho looked at what was happening in surprise and thought, how is this possible? The squad leader looked at the protagonist's army and thought, are these skeletons warriors of the transcendental level? Anho clenched his teeth and realized that at this rate they would never win. The leader of the squad put 2 fingers to his palm and decided that he had no choice. A powerful explosion occurred at the battle site. Anho looked at the fire and thought, glory to the blood sect. The clan warriors screamed loudly in the raging flames. They asked for mercy and for someone to save them. Anho smiled and thought, how can he do this? Even such monsters are in such an explosion. The leader opened his eyes wide in surprise. A skeleton came out of the fire without a single damage. The main character said, what a pity, did he really think that such a weak explosion would help him? The dead man in the yellow robe held the sword in front of him and took a fighting stance. Shin looked seriously in front of him and asked if he didn't hit them, he blew up his own troops. Anho clenched his teeth in anger. The warrior ran towards the leader and asked for help. The fighter opened his eyes wide and, before he was beheaded, shouted that he did not want to die. The monster's spiked paw pointed to the side. The leader ordered to attack it. A huge insect in a red kimono screamed, whoever runs away from the battlefield will die by his hand. Shin looked down and said it was a black mantis. He's not a big fan of insects, but that doesn't matter. The main character extended his hand forward and told the skeletons to stand up. An army of dead soldiers stood in front of the gate. The soldiers opened their mouths wide in surprise. Their leader said that the soldiers had just died. The army of skeletons stood motionless on the side, and Anho added that they became these monsters. Shin folded his hands on his chest, smiled, and asked them not to say that he was acting dishonestly. What to do? This is his strength. The main character looked seriously and added, isn't he right? Shin looked at the huge palace and called out to the Kuryon leader. Chan lowered his gaze and watched what was happening. The main character folded his arms over his chest and looked in surprise at the man who came out to him. Shin looked in front of him and said that Master Jiangsu had finally come out. The elder lowered his head, holding his sword in front of him, and said that he had something to repay him for. Jiangsu raised his eyes and looked at the main character with hatred, and then said, maybe he doesn't understand all his tricks, but they will end today. Shin looked at the man with the sword in his hands and said that he himself wanted this. The elder asked in surprise, what? The main character smiled and said that first he had to see something. Jiangsu looked at the guy carefully and said, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? The elder looked forward in surprise. Shin put his hand in front of him and streams of mana swirled around him. Information appeared on the screen that the secret condition had been fulfilled. The skeleton commander of the Moon Sword Monk was summoned of his own free will. The next window said that the skeleton commander, the Moon Sword Monk, was attacking with all his might. On the third screen, a note appeared that all of the skeleton commander's stats had been increased by 200%. The skeleton with a bandage on his head looked with burning eyes. The main character asked if he saw him. Well, did he lie to him, and told him to exterminate them all, as he promised. The monk lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand. The skeleton stood, shrouded in mana. He was the first swordsman, the strongest among the warriors. Few can be awarded this title. The monk raised his sword hand and looked at the enemy. Only a person with a strong character and incredible fighting skill could receive this title, which is why the Moon Sword Monk was considered the first swordsman. Jiangsu clenched his teeth and looked at the skeleton with horror in his eyes. The elder looked at the monk in surprise and thought that his strength was like that of the first swordsman. The skeleton's eyes glowed green. Jiangsu gritted his teeth and thought, how can they defeat him? Strong streams of mana began to lift the skeleton's robe, and the elder realized that this was the energy of the first swordsman. Shin smiled and said that they are idiots. In front of them is their mentor. Wasn't he the first swordsman? The skeleton stood motionless and looked at the opponents. Shin bowed his head a little and said that his spirit had returned from the other world, so they should treat him with respect. The warrior clenched his teeth, and the elder looked forward in surprise. The skeleton looked at the 4 men from the Kuryon clan and thought that it was his fault. Because of him, the strongest faction had become such a laughing stock, so he needed to fix everything. Jiangsu clenched his teeth and looked at the swordsman with fear. The skeleton extended his hand forward, took a fighting stance and decided that he would destroy those who had discredited the name of the Hwanson faction. The elder opened his mouth wide and shouted at him to stop. He thinks they will fall for these tricks. The skeleton looked at the opponents, and Jiangsu continued to shout that they could not be fooled. It was just a puppet made of bones. Shin folded his arms and smiled when he heard the elder say that he decided to play a prank on them. Jiangsu gritted his teeth, his eyes turned red. He told everyone not to be afraid. Even if this skeleton is real, they are definitely stronger than him. They don't need to be afraid, even if he is the first swordsman. The main character looked forward seriously and said, "That's what he thought they would say. Well, now let them do what they want." The skeleton raised its head and rushed to attack. Two warriors with swords ran out to meet the swordsman. The skeleton swung his sword. The first swordsman dealt a fatal blow. Blood sprayed from the wound on the warrior's body. A fighter in an orange robe came up from behind, shouted and struck. The skeleton turned its head, dodging the attack. The warrior opened his mouth and looked in horror at the rapid, numerous blows of the enemy's sword. The fighter's body fell apart. The soldier jumped up and rushed to the attack, shouting, "Oh, this bastard." The skeleton opened his mouth and put his sword forward. The weapon pierced the enemy's body. The first swordsman raised his sword. An explosion occurred, from which the opponents were thrown back. Jiangsu covered his face with his hands, protecting himself from the powerful flow of mana, and thought that this couldn't be happening. The last two warriors fell to the skeleton's sword, and the leader thought, "After all, this is the elder of the faction. Despite the powers gained from the sect, he feels devastated." Jiangsu looked forward and realized that this was truly the strength of the real first swordsman. The skeleton stood motionless, and magical energy emanated from it. The elder held the sword with a shaking hand, looked at the enemy and thought that now that everyone was dead, he must fight him one-on-one. Jiangsu clenched his teeth and realized that the strength received from Yom Suk-chan would not be enough, but there was no other way. He had no choice. The elder opened his mouth wide and screamed. Streams of mana began to emanate from him. His eyes turned red, and his face began to change. The skeleton watched as Jiangsu spread his arms to the sides and the flow of energy increased. The elder opened his mouth, from which sharp fangs protruded, and said that he felt power. Jiangsu lowered his head, bent his clawed fingers, and said that he finally had it, the power of real magic. The monster knitted his eyebrows, showed an animal grin, and said that now he was not afraid of anything. Shin stood with his arms crossed and watched what was happening. Jiangsu looked at the skeleton and said that this bastard is Yu Xin Wung and this first swordsman. The monster spread his arms with claws to the sides, looked at the enemy and said that he would not leave even a handful of ashes. The elder extended his arms forward and rushed to the attack, shouting that there would be nothing left of them. The skeleton raised his head up and looked at the flow of energy coming from above. The first swordsman lowered his head and mentally said, "Embrace of the moon." Jiangsu looked attentively at what was happening. The stream of energy cut the moon in half. The skeleton said, "The first swordsman." The monk rushed to the attack. The skeleton clenched his teeth and looked intently at the target. Jiangsu opened his mouth and screamed as streams of energy pierced his body. The first swordsman rushed past the elder and dealt him a fatal blow with his sword. A powerful energy explosion was created. Clouds of dust rose into the air. Chan silently looked out the window at what was happening. Jiangsu opened his mouth, rolled his eyes, and said that this is the real first swordsman. The main character stood near the elder's body, folding his arms on his chest. Shin walked closer to Jiangsu's dead body and said that there is only one left now. The tyrant of the black skies lowered his eyes and thought. The main character raised his head, smiled, and said, "Yom Seok-young." The staircase spiraled upward. Shin walked up the steps. The main character almost reached the top. Shin knitted his eyebrows and looked carefully in front of him. The protagonist grabbed his sword when he saw a door with streams of energy coming out of it. The main character stabbed with the sword after he thought it was incredible energy. Here it is. The doors flew in different directions from a powerful explosion. Shin stood with a sword in his hand, shrouded in smoke. He raised his head when he heard the words that he was late. Chan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said that he was waiting for him. The tyrant calmly looked at the main character and called his full name, Yu Shinan. Shin, holding the sword in his hand, walked closer to the man, who said that he had been following him for a long time. Chan lowered his eyes and said, "However, where is the army of skeletons? Have they really abandoned him?" Shin looked at his opponent, who continued to say that apparently even his tricks have a limit. The main character looked down in surprise. Behind the tyrant, Shin saw metal balls and thought that they were thunder bombs. Chan turned around after the main character's question. "Why are they here?" The leader answered as he thought. He has a keen eye, he doesn't need to explain anything. 3 bombs lay on the shelf. The tyrant warned if he did not disappear from the city within 30 minutes. Chan made a serious expression on his face and added, "Then he will wipe everything off the face of the earth, including him." Shin calmly looked at the enemy and listened to his words, and he would not be able to do anything, no matter how hard he tried. Chan lowered his head, extended his hand and said that he had only one way to survive, to repent and pay for all his sins, all the crimes he had committed. The main character opened his mouth and said that he was talking. The tyrant looked in surprise at the guy who said that he was saying this nonsense because he knew that he would lose. Shin looked confidently in front of him and said, "Well, so be it, you bastard, he's finished." Chan clenched his teeth, knitted his eyebrows, and rage was visible in his eyes. The tyrant opened his mouth and struck with his sword. Shin stood motionless, lowering his weapon. There was an explosion in the house, flames bursting out of the windows. The main character blocked the enemy's attack, and the leader said that he himself chose his death. Chan smiled, looked at the guy and said, although it's even better, he'll get rid of him himself, and then asked if he really thinks he can defeat him. Shin smiled a little, looked seriously at his opponent and said that yes, he thinks it's that simple. Chan opened his eyes wide and said that he was a bastard. The tyrant struck again, shouting that he would tear him to shreds. Shin moved his sword to the side and looked at the man. The main character jumped up and struck a blow, from which the tyrant had to lean back. Chan narrowed his eyes and looked at the guy carefully. The tyrant launched a series of attacks that the main character repelled. The clan leader carefully looked forward, delivering another blow, and thought, what the hell, he knows that he is stronger than him. But Shin dodged the blow of the sword, and the tyrant was surprised. How could he really not even be tired? Chan lowered his eyes and looked down thoughtfully. The tyrant unleashed a series of attacks with the thought of how this sucker was only gaining strength by fighting him. Shin turned his head to the side, dodging another blow, and Chan thought that this cannot be. His skills are close to perfection. This is impossible. The main character lowered his head and said, enough, and then used the skill born of the storm. The tyrant looked at what was happening in surprise. Shin extended his hand forward and the army of skeletons rushed to attack. Chan stood motionless and looked at the dead who were approaching him from all sides. The tyrant opened his eyes and mouth wide and screamed in horror. The skeletons dealt numerous blows. They cut off one of his arms, and blood sprayed from the wounds on his body. Clouds of dust rose up to the very roof. Chan was on his knees. The tyrant clenched his teeth and looked at the protagonist with hatred in his eyes. Shin threw his sword over his shoulder, looked at the man who called him a cowardly bastard, and replied, because he himself knows, only weaklings say that. The main character smiled and said that thanks to the tyrant he managed to gain time. Jiang turned his head and looked to the side, and Shin noted that he had removed all the bombs. The box stood against the wall completely empty. The tyrant thought in surprise, where are the thunder bombs? Chan looked at the main character and shouted, what's wrong with him? The veins on the tyrant's face and neck bulged. He continued to shout. What did he even want from him? What was the matter? Shin smiled, lowered his eyes and said that he is not trying to stop him, he wants to stop the blood sect. Chan looked at the guy carefully, sweat running down his face. The tyrant knelt and listened as Shin told him that he was just the first step towards this. He would kill everyone who was trying to destroy the world. The main character smiled and said that in the end they will all come to an end, even the sect leader. Chan clenched his teeth and looked at the guy with horror in his eyes. The tyrant's body began to glow. He thought that what he was carrying was the only way out. The leader lowered his head, the flow of energy intensified, and he thought, you Shin Wound's throat. Chan put his hand on the floor, on which a magical seal appeared. He decided that if he cut it, he would be finished. Shin lowered his eyes and looked at what was happening in surprise. The main character covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from the strong flow of air raised by the scream of the monster. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the creature in surprise. The monster opened its mouth, from which long, sharp fangs protruded. Shin picked up the sword and looked at the monster with a fire burning on its head. Information appeared on the screen that this was the 8th executioner of the spirits of disaster, Balrog. There was a powerful explosion in the house, flames bursting out. The main character was thrown back by the blast wave. Shin landed on one knee and rested his hand on the floor. The main character lowered his head and looked down thoughtfully. Shin stood, holding a sword in his hand, and looked at a huge burning monster, which extended its claws and growled terribly. The monster opened its mouth, in which tongues of flame were visible. The main character realized that it was Balrog, the 8th executioner of the spirits of disaster. Shin stood silently and thought that although he had already fought some of them, Balrog appeared in the last generation. The books he read did not tell him how to fight something like that. The monster lowered its head and opened its mouth, and the main character thought that he did not expect to encounter him here. Shin opened his mouth and thought it was so interesting. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said, attack. 2 skeletons rushed into battle. The monster bent down, preparing to fight, and the main character gave the command to the dead to tear him to shreds. The executioner opened his mouth, growled, and struck with his sharp claws. A skeleton in a red robe had his head cut off. The monster grabbed the dead man in the blue kimono by the face. The monster hit the skeleton with all its strength on the floor with its burning paw. The executioner was on his knees, powerful fiery flames emanating from him. Shin stood behind the wall of fire and watched what was happening. The monster opened its mouth and screamed furiously for Yu Shinwung to die. Shin looked at the burning bones and thought that the summoned skeletons were burned. What a hellish fire. The main character lowered his head and realized that he was definitely different from those with whom he had to fight. Shin took the sword, looked at the monster and thought that he could not defeat it. Relying only on mana, he had no other choice but to use all his power. The main character crouched down and put his hand on the floor, on which a magical seal appeared. Shin summoned 5 powerful creatures, a vampire, a lizard, a skeleton, a girl with red hair and werewolf tentacles. The main character held his hand on the seal, and his summoned assistant stood behind him. The protagonist lowered his head, sweat was running down his face, and he was breathing heavily. The seal under the guy's hand turned red. He said, "Deities and strong-willed people." 5 warriors, shrouded in mana, headed towards the enemy. The skeleton, lizard and vampire stopped and waited for orders. Shin raised his head, looked forward confidently, and ordered them to attack. Balrog opened his mouth, spread his arms and looked at the creatures that rushed to attack after the main character shouted, "Forward." The monster opened its mouth and roared furiously, fire raging around it. The protagonist lowered his head, breathing heavily, and thought that he had cast a fire repellent spell on them and wasted more mana than necessary. The werewolf, lizard and tentacle girl attacked the monster, and Shin thought if he defeated them too, that would be the end. A drop of sweat fell from the protagonist's chin. He realized that he could only hope. The protagonist looked sideways at the skeleton in surprise. The dead man turned his head and looked at the main character, who called him an old man. The guy lowered his head, looked away and said he was fine. Shin picked up the sword and said, "It means it's time for them too." The skeleton and the main character rushed to the attack, shouting that he would destroy this monster. Balrog stood still, and powerful creatures attacked him from all sides. The vampire put his hand forward and a stream of mana flew towards the enemy. The girl with red hair and sharp fangs thought this was good and sent powerful tentacles at the enemy. The green lizard struck with paws with long claws. The main character thought that everyone was fighting well. Shin jumped high, looked at the monster and decided that if this continues, they will succeed. The main character opened his eyes wide and looked down in surprise. The monster looked up, opened its mouth and growled menacingly. Balrog spread his arms out to the sides and spewed out a powerful stream of fire. A huge fiery funnel formed in the air. Shin clenched his teeth, leaned on his sword, raised his head and looked at what was happening in surprise, and then said that this cannot be. The main character looked at the 4 defeated warriors who lay motionless on the floor and thought that he had used all his strength for this attack, but could not defeat him. The monster opened its mouth with sharp fangs and looked at the guy, who decided that he would not give up now. Shin raised his head, clenched his teeth and thought that he would use all his remaining strength and fight to the end. Information appeared on the screen that the condition had been met, the will unbroken. Another message popped up that the information on the hidden mission had been updated, the one who follows the chaos. A note appeared that the hidden task, the one who follows the chaos, received an X grade. The new notice said that the conditions for the hidden quest, he who follows chaos, have been updated. Defeat the 8 spirits of disaster and an unknown creature. The main character opened his mouth slightly and looked ahead in surprise. Another message popped up, saying that the title Chaos Stalker was automatically equipped. A screen appeared with information that the title effect, Chaos Stalker, had been activated. Shin thought in surprise, what? The next window said that all damage received during the battle would be healed within 24 hours. A message popped up that all stats were increased by 200% during the battle against a chaos opponent. An inscription appeared that part of the unknown power would be transferred to the summoned warriors. A red notification popped up indicating that the skills of the summoned warriors had been significantly improved. The main character clenched his teeth in pain, and red energy began to emanate from his body. Shin raised his hands and looked at his palms. He thought that he was losing control of his body and spirit. The protagonist lowered his head, clenched his teeth, sweat poured down his face, and thought, if he is distracted for even a moment, he will completely disappear. He cannot allow this to happen. The main character was kneeling with his head down and thinking, even if this is a deity, why is he doing this? The monster began to approach the guy. Shin raised his head and looked forward, beads of sweat running down his face. The skeleton stopped the paw of the monster with a sword, which was about to strike the main character. The protagonist raised his hands, looked in surprise at what was happening and thought, an old man, and the dead man continued to resist the onslaught of the enemy. The monster opened its mouth, growled and struck numerous times. The skeleton stood confidently on its feet. The dead man skillfully repelled all the monster's attacks. Shin opened his eyes wide in surprise. The main character smiled. The monster and the skeleton froze and looked in surprise at the protagonist, who was kneeling, and his body was emitting a bright yellow light. Information appeared on the screen that the player had completely absorbed the powers of an unknown creature. A window popped up saying that an unknown creature had lost control of itself. A message appeared saying that the scythe of acidic poison had partially absorbed the powers of an unknown creature. The screen says that the acid poison scythe has reached SS level. Shin stood up and looked forward confidently, his body surrounded by flames. The main character looked at his palms and thought that his whole body was filled with energy. The protagonist raised his hands, palms up, looked in front of him in surprise and realized that she had completely penetrated him. Beads of sweat ran down the protagonist's neck and face, and he thought that now the negative mana, his natural powers and the enemy's energy had merged together and worked in harmony, although they were very reluctant to connect, as if they were united by something invisible. Shin smiled and thought that he didn't know what it was, but it was quite unhappy. The main character picked up the sword, lowered his head and decided that this would not stop him. Balrog opened his mouth and growled. He put his fist forward, and Shin boldly shouted to him, "Come on." The protagonist raised his head and looked at the approaching fist of the monster. He swung his sword and realized that now he could do it. The main character smiled, his eyes glowing yellow. A powerful stream of purple mana formed in the air and lightning flashed after Shin said, 12 thundercloud swords and lightning attack. The protagonist raised his sword, looked forward confidently and thought, a combined blow. The monster opened his mouth and was surprised by the guy's powerful attack. Shin jumped up and struck with his sword, using his skill, a river of poison. The severed hand of the monster flew to the side. Balrog opened his mouth and put his wounded hand forward. A severed limb flew across the room. The monster tilted its head, narrowed its eyes and looked surprised. The hand fell to the floor. The monster raised his hand up, from which a fountain of blood flowed. Balrog grabbed his crippled limb and began making strange sounds in pain. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled terribly. Shin stood to the side, holding a sword in his hand, from which powerful streams of energy emanated. The main character lowered his weapon and asked, "Isn't it more fun?" The protagonist looked seriously at the enemy and said, "Then how to attack him this time?" Shin put his hand forward with an open palm and said, "Hell of 1,000 swords." Golden streams of energy began to enter the skeleton. The girl with red hair stood up and put her hand forward. The skeleton stood up, leaning on the sword. The dead man's eyes glowed blue. All the deceased assistants of the protagonist stood, shrouded in golden mana, and looked at the monster. Information appeared on the screen that the power of an unknown creature had passed on to the summoned warriors. A message popped up that the level of the summoned warriors had been increased. The resurrected heroes stood and confidently looked at the enemy. A notification appeared that the status of the summoned warriors had been changed. The monster opened its mouth and growled terribly. The main character looked at the enemy and said that he was scared. He was already shaking with fear. Shin stood at the head of his army, looked up confidently and said that in this case it was time to end this. Balrog opened his mouth and growled menacingly again. The monster's body burst into flames, but the assistants stood confidently in place. Shin smiled a little and said to the warriors, "Final attack." The summoned creatures rushed into battle. The assistants began to attack from all sides. The monster opened his mouth and looked up. A powerful stream of fire began to emerge from the monster's mouth, which did not cause any damage. The warriors continued to attack, flying through the flames. Balrog opened his mouth and looked forward in surprise. The monster raised its head and looked at the skeleton approaching it. The dead man lowered his head, looked at his opponent and swung his sword over his head. The skeleton dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The monster opened his mouth and looked up with surprised eyes. Shin smiled and said, "Balrog, soon he will meet his friends in hell." The monster's body shattered into pieces from numerous attacks from the warriors. Information appeared on the screen, destruction of the monster, Balrog. Messages popped up saying that he had received a monster mana stone as a reward and had reached the maximum level. The following notification block appeared. The level was increased. It reached the 81st level. The army reached the rank of SS. The opportunity to increase the additional effectiveness of all the skills of the army was obtained. The skill, Skeleton Mastery, reached the rank of SS. In the windows that appeared, it was written, "The possible number of summoned warriors has been increased to 1,307. A new creature is available for summoning. New skills have been acquired. Beheading Knight, Summoning Mastery." Messages popped up about unlocked skills, Infect the Dead, Realm of Nightmares, Submit the Soul, Capture the Heart, Storm of Chaos. Screens appeared with information about the rewards for the first kill, a chest of souls and a chest of black magic. A notification popped up that a reward had been received, Devil Poisoner. The monster's severed body fell to the floor, and the warriors, after a successful attack, landed at the end of the room. Shin raised his hand, palm up, from which small streams of energy emanated. The main character looked at his palm and exhaled. The protagonist clenched his fist and looked at him in surprise and thought that all his strength had disappeared. He was tired. The guy stood on the carpet, head down, and thought that they were given to him only to fight him. Shin smiled a little and said that he had so many questions. The main character looked at the severed head of the monster and decided that he would deal with them later. The protagonist put his foot on the monster's forehead, looked at it carefully and said that first this. Shin leaned down, extended his hand forward and said, even if he doesn't have the strength, he must do it. The houses were burning with bright flames and loud screams were heard. The shopping area was also on fire and cries for mercy were heard from it. The man was cut in half with one powerful blow from the sword. The leader of the detachment stood in the middle of the battlefield and, looking at what was happening, shouted that no one should be left alive. The soldier killed his opponent with a sharp and direct blow and clenched his teeth tightly. Another soldier cut off the enemy's head with a horizontal blow. A man with a red bandage on his head turned his gaze full of horror to the place where loud and terrible screams were heard, and then, gritting his teeth, he thought that they had not finished yet. They should have already received a signal from the commander. The warriors mercilessly pressed people into the ground and hacked them with swords. The man in the red bandage lowered his head, caught his breath slightly and wondered what was happening there, and at that moment a soldier flew past him. The man turned a shocked look at him and examined him carefully. Then he turned his head straight, clenched his teeth and looked straight in horror. GM stood bent over from the sweeping blow, and dust rose around him. The man in the red bandage sharply put his sword in front of him. His squad approached from behind, and with horror, looking directly, he noticed in his head that this was a golden army. He began to tremble slightly, grabbed the sword in his hand more tightly and, gritting his teeth, noticed in his head that they had more people, so he could be calm. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide and stared straight in horror, and then wondered what if it was really her. GM, with a sharp, direct blow, pierced the chest of the man with the red bandage with his blade. Blue Dragon's sword clenched his teeth tightly and scrunched his face in tension. Then, with a sharp movement, he pulled his blade out of the warrior's body and raised the weapon upward. The man with the red bandage on his head began to fall backward, opened his mouth wide and began to scream in pain. The squad watched in horror as their leader was killed and froze. GM straightened up sharply, looked straight attentively and, opening his mouth, shouted to destroy all the remaining Kirin warriors. After these words, the Golden Army quickly headed towards the remaining Kirin warriors. A large-scale battle broke out in the square. The Golden Army mercilessly killed, without much resistance, the Kirin warriors. GM put his blade to the side and quickly began to run in a different direction. The Blue Dragon's sword suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead in surprise. Gal stood with his arms outstretched near the purple barrier. GM ran up to him from behind and joyfully called out, and Gal sharply turned his gaze on him and stared attentively. The soldier looked carefully at the second number and asked if there was any success, and Gal clenched his teeth tightly and, all wet, replied that he was trying his best, but it was not easy. The second number looked carefully at his hands, burning with a blue flame, and added that magic was quite difficult to use, he could no longer do it. GM looked at the guy with horror in his eyes and shouted that he was the only one who knew how to destroy the barrier. Let him not give up, and Gal lowered his head, wet with sweat, and said that he was obeying. A moment later, Gal closed his eyes and something started to happen. The barrier in front of the guy burst and he and the soldier stared at it in surprise. GM clenched his teeth tightly and stared in horror straight at where the violet light burned brightly. Then he sharply bent into the second number, grabbed him and, shielding him from the explosion, shouted at him to be careful. A moment later, there was a huge explosion that could be seen from afar. The warriors of the Golden Army stared with their mouths wide open at the explosion. Then they began to approach slowly and, rolling their eyes in horror, looked more closely. All the soldiers from the Golden Army turned to the explosion and asked what happened there. GM and Gal landed on a cliff. The second number turned to the warrior and thanked him, and GM silently stared straight ahead. Gal turned his head sharply, opened his mouth wide and screamed in despair. The second number looked carefully at the crater formed after the explosion and asked that Kirin's headquarters was here. GM carefully stared at the ruins and shouted to search everything. The warriors of the Golden Army began to quickly search everything, and the warrior added that he might be alive. GM looked straight ahead through the settling dust and noticed in his head that this explosion was obviously gunpowder. A cloud of dust slowly flew past his head and, inhaling the fumes, he thought that perhaps it could be a bomb. GM gripped his weapon tightly in his hands and added in his head that they were too dangerous. All the bombs were hidden in the Imperial Vault. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Army moved his lips slightly and thought that there was a spy in the Imperial Palace. A moment later, he heard that they had found him and quickly turned his head in the direction. The warrior pointed to the dark silhouette of a skull on the ground and added that bones and remnants of clothing and emanating black energy. There was black pollen from human bones on the ground, and GM noticed that it was definitely Yem Suk Jong. The commander-in-chief clenched his hands tightly, tensed his eyebrows, and stared straight ahead furiously. GM looked carefully at the remains of the body and noticed in his head that his body was not just burned in the explosion, traces of the battle were visible on it. The commander-in-chief opened his eyes wide, stared in horror at the remains, and added in his head that someone had gotten here before them and killed Yim Seok-chon. Jiam turned his head sharply to the right when he was called. A man in a purple robe began to emerge from the dust and asked if everything was okay, and on his shoulder he was led by the main character, who confidently looked at the commander-in-chief. Jiam looked closely at the main character looked at him carefully, and the commander-in-chief shouted that it was Waiso and Yu Shin-woo. The next day the city, with a river flowing through it, stood under the scorching sun. In the dark part of the city, there were ruined buildings, and the story told that the whole of Zhenjiang was in disarray. The leader Kirin and his army, which had controlled Zhejiang for decades, were destroyed. Chan put his hands in front of him. There was purple smoke under them, and purple fire protruded around him. And the plot added that they were accused of drug and human trafficking. The emperor was furious after learning about all the crimes they committed. The emperor sat on the throne, carefully studying the paper in his hands, and opposite him stood his subjects, with folded hands and bowed heads. A moment later, the emperor stood up, put his hand in front of him and, with his mouth wide open, shouted that all those responsible should be seized and executed. Then the plot told that he made a decision, albeit belatedly, to correct everything after the emperor's decree. The province began to look like a torn-up anthill, and it did not matter whether this or that person played a large or small role in Kirin's criminal activities. The warrior raised his sword above his head in front of the kneeling criminals and was about to execute them, and the plot added that, of course, this affected many factions in Murim. Later, the emperor ordered the establishment of an organization that would regulate the martial clans in Zhejiang province. The city was slowly recovering from the bloody war, and the sun was slowly disappearing behind the horizon. The main character stood straight and looked attentively at the city, and the plot noted that, according to rumors, the Beacon clan and its leader Shin were to become the head of the clans. The main character turned sharply and stared straight ahead, and the plot added that this was the beginning of his becoming the new ruler of Zhejiang. In the darkness of the night stood a house that was brightly illuminated by moonlight. In the middle of the room there was a huge pillar that glowed brightly with blue light. The blue fire burned brightly and made a sound. Several lights gathered around this pillar. 7 lights surrounded the pillar, staring at each other carefully. The Fire Blood sect warlord named General Lai said that 3 days ago, Kirin was destroyed by the main character. Blue lights began to fall around them, and General Lai added that only a few managed to escape from the battle site and return to the sect, and as a result, Fire Lai stared straight ahead and noticed that one of their leaders had lost his life. Fire Khan looked at him and said rudely that he couldn't understand. Kan's fire began to burn stronger, the flames spread to the side, and he added that despite the fact that the blue dragon sword of the squad was quite capable of killing the leader could use the skill of divine grace and escape. Fire Lai stared at him carefully and noticed that he also thought about it. He analyzed everything, and there were no traces of the use of this skill on the bodies around him. He did not use it so that their sect would not be found in the traces. The lights sank slightly lower, began to burn brighter, and Kan's fire noticed that this guy had done at least something good before his death. Now everything is clear, his skills were at an average level, he would not have been able to emerge victorious. The fire of the military commander named General Gam looked carefully at his comrades and said that, moreover, their prisons and drug storage facilities were attacked. All this was the work of the Imperial Army. Fire Lai looked carefully at the stone wall and said that he had committed a great stupidity by deviating from the commandments of the sect. Zheng's fire rose a little higher, burned brighter, and said that it would be a mistake to say that the worst was over. Fire Zheng rode forward, flared up stronger, and added that after the fall of Kirin, Murim and the Emperor became more embittered than ever. Everyone sits quieter than water because of the Emperor's anger. But he is like a volcano that spews smoke, but will never start an eruption if they could provoke to take more decisive action. The war they are counting on would have begun long ago. A moment later, all the lights looked at him carefully and tensed. Fire Lai stared at him carefully and shouted that this was very reasonable. They needed to come up with a plan of action, and Zheng asked what they would do with the leader of the Blue Dragon Sword, whether they would leave him. The lights began to glow brighter around the pillar, and Fire Lai replied that he need not worry. The plan included killing him, and Fire Zheng noticed that he was calm then. Then Fire Lai added that, however, they should think about what to do with a person, and Fire Zheng clarified who he was talking about. Zheng's fire flared up sharply, and golden particles came out of it after answering that it was the leader of the Beacon clan. The main character folded his arms across his chest under the scorching sun and stared straight ahead with a smile. In front of him was bright and clean land, next to blue water and flowers. The boy in front of the protagonist spread his arms wide and with a huge smile shouted that all the land in these wastelands had become fertile. No matter what they planted here, they would reap a good harvest from everything, and the main character, looking at him, noticed that he was right. A man in a purple robe approached the protagonist from behind and said that this could not be, and Shin turned to him and stared in surprise. The man sharply relaxed his face, lowered his lips, and said that just yesterday there was nothing here except a pile of stones and a barren wasteland. How is this possible? The man in the robe sharply folded his hands in front of him and with a malicious smile asked if the protagonist wanted to sell him this land, and the main character turned to him and with a smile asked why he needed this. The man in the robe spread his arms to the sides, smiled broadly and replied that cultivating it would not be easy. Wouldn't it be easier for him to sell it, and he would pay double the price for such land, and the main character smiled broadly in response and asked if he refuses. The man in the purple robe suddenly fell to his knees, folded his hands in front of him and shouted at him to think again. The previous owner will be very angry that he sold this land if he finds him. He will definitely kill him, and the main character and the boy began to leave him, and Shin replied that it was not he who sold the land for pennies, although it costs much more, so he doesn't even know. The main character folded his hands behind his back, called a servant after him, Van quickly ran after him, and the man in the robe put his hand in front of him and began to scream. The cart stood in the middle of the clearing, and the main character asked to wait for him here. Shin looked attentively at his servant and added that he had to do something, and Van looked at the protagonist with interest and asked where he was going. The main character began to slowly close the carriage door. Van leaned out and asked that he wanted to buy tools again, and Shin replied with a smile that this time it was not that. The main character looked at the guy carefully, lowered his gaze slightly and noticed that most likely this would take a lot of time. Van suddenly began to sweat and looked at the protagonist in fear. The door to the room suddenly opened and bright light began to penetrate from the street. Shin opened the door wider and peered inside. The main character was suddenly surprised and looked carefully right after the words that he could enter. In the middle of the room stood a gray-haired man who bowed and greeted the guests. The main character entered the barn and stared at the old man. Shin grinned slightly, opened his mouth slightly and noted that apparently he was lucky with something. The old man raised his gloomy and emotionless face and dryly said to him to come through. She was waiting for him. The main character approached the old man and began to turn his head to the side. Shin saw a door from which a bright light was bursting. The main character quickly passed the old man and quickly headed towards the unknown door. Shin sharply opened the doors. The main character squeezed his face through the crack of the door, saw clouds of smoke and heard permission to enter. The girl withdrew her hand with the smoking pipe and greeted the leader of the Beacon clan. Shin, with a sharp movement of his hands, opened the doors wide and confidently walked inside. The girl began to slowly raise the pipe to her mouth and asked what he was selling or buying, what business he had come for. The girl crossed her legs, grinned slightly after the protagonist answered that it was neither one nor the other, and asked again. The girl looked attentively at the protagonist, bit her lips slightly and asked whether he really came to her. Shin grinned slightly, looked at the girl carefully and replied that that's not why, he's here to pave his own path. End of the first season. Beck sat and looked attentively at the protagonist, carefully moving her hand with the smoking pipe away. Shin cast an attentive glance at her, clenched his teeth slightly, and noticed in his head that powerful energy really emanated from her. The main character stood opposite her in the aisle and looked attentively, and then added in his head that you could feel her, even just by being nearby, he could feel it. Blue smoke was flying around the girl, and her eyes were shining brightly red, and the main character, noticing this, wondered if those who had reached the level of ascension really possessed such power. Shin tensed his face slightly, opened his eyes wide and, looking thoughtfully at the floor, noticed in his head that Beck had created two weapons that were considered the most powerful in Murim. The girl slowly withdrew her hand with the pipe, opened her mouth slightly, and the main character thought that in another version of the future, during the war with the Blood Sect, she would create 5 more weapons right before her death, but this power fell into enemy hands. The girl was still sitting in the same position, looking attentively at the protagonist, and Shin, moving his head slightly, added that this was why the situation in the war had worsened. The main character clasped his hands together in greeting, opened his mouth slightly and noted in his head that therefore, the Iron Monster should be on his side. Shin bowed slowly, looked carefully at the floor and said that he did not know how to address her. What should he call her? Beck slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, grinned slightly and replied that he could call her whatever he wanted if he had the nerve to do so. The girl slowly raised her head, looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that judging by the fact that he called her Madam Founder, he knew who she was. Beck slowly removed the phone from her face, leaned it on her leg and, looking carefully at the floor, asked whose side he was on, the Emperor or the sects. The main character suddenly raised his head, looked at her with a wide smile and confidently replied that he did not belong to any of them. Beck raised her attentive eyes to the protagonist and, looking into his eyes, asked that he could support Murim. Shin slightly scrunched his face, cast a casual glance at the girl and answered dryly and negatively. After his answer, Beck opened her mouth wide, looked in surprise and asked how it happened that he was not part of any of the 3 sides. The girl extended her hand with a pipe, pointed at the protagonist and shoutingly noted that at least he should relate to something. And the main character looked at her with a smile and replied that he really does not belong to any of them. He follows his own path. The girl hovered, looked carefully at the protagonist and thought. A moment later, she picked up the phone and laughingly asked why he had come to her. The girl slowly sat down, crossed her legs and asked if he really needed some kind of sword. The main character sharply tensed his gaze, opened his mouth slightly and replied that this is exactly what he needed, the swords forged by her. Beck opened her eyes wide and, looking carefully at the protagonist, noticed that her weapon could already be bought anywhere. Why did he need a sword from his retired godmother? The main character stared at the girl carefully, stretched his arms slightly at his sides and noticed that these were not the swords he needed. Shin opened his mouth slightly, stared at the floor and added that he came for those two who are among the strongest in Muram, the Black River Sword and the Divine Sword. He needs them. Beck slowly lowered her head, exhaled a little smoke and, closing her eyes, noticed in her head that she thought that with age she would begin to see through people. The main character stood opposite her with a malicious grin. She looked up at him and added in her head that she couldn't understand this guy at all. Beck crossed her legs, looked carefully at the protagonist and asked that he was going to war, and the protagonist, without wasting time, answered positively. The girl's eyes began to slowly flare up with a red light and she clarified against whom. Shin stood up sharply, looked menacingly at the girl and replied that their name was the Blood Sect. They had already subjugated half of Muram and were going to take over the whole world, and they were also behind the murders of her son and her wife. The girl's eyes glowed bright red and she lit up with rage. A moment later, she quickly flew up to the stunned protagonist. Then she grabbed him tightly by the neck, causing the main character to hunch over. Beck squeezed the protagonist's throat very tightly. He clenched his teeth even tighter and closed his eyes. Beck clenched her jaw tightly, looked angrily at the protagonist and shouted, "How dare he?" Shin looked at her with a relaxed expression, grinned slightly, and asked his godmother to calm down. He then pulled a scroll out of his pocket and handed it to the interested girl. With a sharp movement of her hand, Beck snatched the scroll and removed her hand from her throat, causing the main character to start coughing. The girl slowly opened the scroll and stared at it carefully. After a moment, she opened her eyes wide and looked more closely at the scroll. Beck opened the scroll wide, raised it higher and noted in her head that she was not even surprised. These were records of all the terrible crimes of the Blood Sect, including the murders of her family members. Beck began to slowly let go of the scroll and, with her mouth slightly open, finished reading the scroll. The girl folded the scroll with trembling hands and thought that the criminals who killed her son and his wife coincided with those written here. Beck gloomily lowered her head and asked that everything said here was true, and the main character looked at her carefully and answered that every word was true. Beck opened her mouth wide, looked furiously at the protagonist and shouted how he even knew about this sect. The main character slowly looked down at the scroll, opened his mouth slightly and replied that they also killed his father and brother. Shin slowly began to raise his hand, looked carefully at the sad girl and added that he found out who was behind the murder when he discovered a hidden letter from his brother. After the victory of the Kirin squad, he found even more information. The girl's lips began to tingle from nerves. Beck sadly lowered her head, looked carefully at the scroll and said that in the past, in a surge of anger, she tried to find those responsible for the death of her son and daughter-in-law, but now that she sees such clear evidence in front of her, the girl began to tremble violently and shouted that it seemed that everything was falling into place. The main character clenched his fists sharply and tightly, and then noted that he did not need a sword to kill innocent people. Shin, looking carefully at the girl, added that he needed her for protection. Beck began to lower her head and look thoughtfully, and at this time the main character added that therefore, if she had these swords, he would no longer allow such victims. The girl turned around sharply, confidently headed back, and the main character was confused and only followed her with his eyes. Beck picked up the phone from the bench and said that this is it. The girl quickly sat down, looked at the protagonist with wide eyes and noticed that even if he gets half of Zhejiang province, will he be able to defeat those who have already subjugated half of Muram? The main character clenched his gaze confidently, looked menacingly at the girl and noticed that now it would be difficult. Beck slowly raised the phone to her mouth and noticed that even so, even he was not capable of everything. The girl opened her mouth wide and looked at the protagonist in surprise after he interrupted her. The protagonist's eyes lit up with interest and through a wide smile he said that, therefore, he needed to win over the remaining half of Muram to his side. The cart raced quickly across the plain among lonely trees. Van was dozing in the cart and snoring lightly. The main character sat opposite the servant and looked irritably at the stick in his hand. Shin held the flute in his outstretched hand and looked at it carefully. Shin strained his gaze and carefully looked at the flute and noticed in his head that it could summon members of Hawkolden. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he stood with a flute in his hands opposite the old man, who noticed that he could use it when he wanted to contact them. The old man slowly raised his head at the protagonist and added that the godmother needed to be alone with herself for some time. He could meet her in person again, but later, and the protagonist smiled slightly and said that then it was time for him to go. Beck abruptly jumped out of the room and loudly shouted at him to stop. The girl looked sweetly at the protagonist and, slightly opening her mouth, noticed that she had one more question. Beck approached the protagonist from behind, looked at him carefully and asked that maybe he, too, had met creatures of the heavenly kingdom. Shin looked at her with a stunned look and froze. The girl opened her mouth slightly and wanted to say something. Then, after a moment, she covered her mouth, lowered her head and noticed in her head that this couldn't be happening. Then she turned around, closed her eyes and walking back said that it didn't matter, let him not pay attention. The main character sat in the carriage with his hands folded on his chest and thought with a furious look that the creatures of the heavenly kingdom, and she also said she too. In the protagonist's head, the girl stood against a backdrop of bright light and he wondered if this meant that Beck had met them too. A memory flashed through the protagonist's head of how he fought a horned monster and wondered what his past battle with the monster meant, whether it could be one of these creatures mentioned by Beck. Shin put his hand to his chin and made a thoughtful look, noting in his head that he had so many questions, he would need to find out in the future. A moment later, Van sharply raised his head and made a sound. The main character noticed this and looked at him in surprise. Shin looked at him and asked if he woke up, and the servant yawned widely, covered his mouth with his hand and replied that he didn't even notice how he fell asleep. Van began to look around sharply and asked how much longer they had to go, and Shin folded his arms on his chest with a smile and answered that while he was sleeping, they had almost reached the Beacon clan. Van sharply folded his hands, smiled widely, and, covering his eyes, shouted that they were finally home. They were probably already waiting for them, and the main character looked at him in confusion and asked why they were waiting. Shin was sharply surprised after the answer that today was a gala dinner in honor of the victory of their clan, and froze. He noticed that this was true. There were a huge number of tables with dishes in the clearing. Near the main gate, shouts were heard asking why they couldn't let them through. The heads of the guild stood and shouted with fury that this was not discrimination. The guard near the gate looked at them furiously and shouted that how many times should they repeat this? People without an invitation are not allowed inside. After his words, the crowd began asking what kind of invitation they were. They could not help but be invited. The main character slowly appeared at the side of the crowd and saw the guard put his hand in front of him and shouted for them to stop this and go home. Shin looked straight in surprise and asked what else this was, and Van folded his arms on his chest and answered with his mouth wide open that these were probably those who did not receive the invitation. Some of the crowd noticed the protagonist and turned to look at him. The soldier turned sharply and bowed and shouted that he was glad to see the leader, and the crowd opened their mouths wide and were surprised at the appearance of the main character. Shin stood in front of the crowd, looked at them furiously and heard that they were not being allowed to go inside, and then thought that these were damned. The two men looked at the protagonist with wide smiles, and all the nervous ones shouted that he had not forgotten about the excellent relations between their clan and their guilds. If not for the threats of the Hwanok clan, they would never have abandoned him. They had nothing left. The main character looked at them furiously with red eyes and noticed in his head that they say that those who betrayed once will betray until the very end. Shin quickly pushed through the crowd and told the servant to follow him. The main hero quickly entered the gate, and the guild heads behind extended their hands and shouted for the main hero to listen to them. There was a ceremonial arch inside the gate and the bright sun was shining. The girls stood in the middle of the square and danced. A crowd of people were drinking and having fun. Some sat at tables, ate and chatted cheerfully with each other. Two soldiers were drinking and talking with wide smiles about how he defeated the Hwanok clan. It's a pity that they weren't the ones who defeated Kirin. The main character sat opposite and watched the madness opposite and shouts that they needed to raise their glasses. Shin slowly raised the bottle and heard shouts that he should drink to the Beacon clan and to health. The man abruptly snatched the bottle from the protagonist's hand and shouted to him. Gal smiled broadly, looked carefully at the protagonist and noticed that if he drinks alone, he will live alone all his life. He needs to drink one glass with him. Rin sat on the side, slightly closed her eyes and asked what he achieved, what he wanted, and at that time Gal slowly poured a drink into the glass. Shin grinned slightly, put the glass to his mouth and, closing his eyes, asked how he could not have done this, and Rin turned her gaze at him in surprise. Gal slowly put his hand to the protagonist's ear and whispered in his ear that he had only one question for him. The main character turned to him with a smile after asking what it was that killed the Kirin leader. A moment later, Gal opened his mouth wide in surprise. Rin sharply lowered her head, closed her eyes and asked that it was he who arranged the death of Kirin, and the main character and Gal turned to her. The girl lowered her sad gaze to the table and said that it was so strange, now it was all over, but the feelings were still alarming. Rin raised her head, looked straight and added that it seemed as if evil had spread everywhere, like mold. And the main character looked at her carefully and noted in his head that the time would come when he would tell them everything about the bloody sect. Shin looked carefully at the second number on his right and smiled and noted that they should not worry. They were able to eliminate all this chaos, they would return peace to Muram. The main character did not have time to finish. There was a loud crash and he stared straight in surprise. The whole crowd froze and stared in fear at the gate, and then someone shouted that this sound came from the direction of the gate. What kind of people were they? The man with the symbol on his white armor walked forward confidently. A crowd of people in white armor, with a man at the beginning, stopped in the square and looked straight ahead angrily. A moment later, the leader in the column gloomily lowered his head and said that they were sinners. Then he started calling the second number, which made Gal open his mouth wide and stare at him. Then the man called the first number and Rin stared at him in surprise and sweated slightly. Shin suspected something and groaned with his head down. A moment later, the man opened his mouth wide, raised his head and shouted loudly to immediately come forward. Dujin opened his mouth wide and shouted for the warriors to protect the leader. The warriors suddenly began to take out their swords and point them towards the guests. Another crowd of warriors also took out swords and pointed them towards the guests. Dujin held out his sword, looked straight ahead furiously, and asked who they were. The man sharply opened his mouth, looked straight even more furiously and added that they should immediately identify themselves. If he does not answer, they will consider that they have invaded the territory of the clan. The squad in white armor stood straight and looked carefully at the crowd of clan warriors. A moment later, the commander looked straight ahead and said loudly that he was the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Yang Kal Jeom. Then he sharply opened his mouth, bowed his head and shouted that they were soldiers of the law enforcement squad from the Murama Alliance and they had come to arrest the criminals. After such words, Dujin backed away and stared in surprise at the commander of the 2nd Battalion. A crowd of people opened their mouths in surprise and fear and asked what the Murama Alliance was doing here. The people sitting at the table stopped eating, began to look at each other and asked that this was a law enforcement detachment, why they were here, not for their sake. Call looked straight ahead roughly and calmly and heard someone notice that no one returned after being arrested by this detachment. Rin suddenly jumped up, opened her mouth wide and shouted that this didn't make any sense. The girl abruptly flew up from her chair, put her hand to her chest and nervously began to shout that they were guilty, what they meant, what crime they had committed. The commander of the 2nd Battalion looked at her furiously and shouted that she would make excuses to the Alliance, let the elders judge what was what. The main character and Gal nervously watched what was happening, and Rin fell silent. Call sharply opened his mouth, looked to the side and shouted to immediately come forward. The commander of the 2nd Battalion turned his furious head sharply towards the protagonist after he rudely called out to them. Shin began to slowly approach them and, looking at them carefully, said that some people showed up for the festive dinner to scold his warriors. Shin stood up straight, straightened up and with a malicious grin asked that by chance he was not friends of those whom they destroyed a couple of days ago. They were not taught to knock when they approached the doors of someone else's house. Call turned completely towards the protagonist and froze in surprise. A moment later, he glared at the protagonist and loudly warned him to hold his tongue. The main character looked carefully at the commander of the 2nd Battalion, heard that they were a unit of the Murama Alliance, and replied that now. Shin stared at the commander carefully, opened his mouth slightly and asked that he was asking him to close his eyes to the fact that they broke into his clan. Is the Murama Alliance full of ignorant thugs? After such words, Call scrunched his face in anger and wondered how dare he insult the Murama Alliance. A moment later, the commander of the 2nd Battalion began to quickly draw his sword from its sheath and, with his mouth wide open, insulted the protagonist. The main character put his hands behind his back, stood in front of the squad and asked what he was talking about, and Call opened his mouth wide and loudly answered that he was talking about him. The commander of the 2nd Battalion burst into flames, stared furiously at the protagonist and asked how he came up with the tongue to insult the Alliance. Shin began to glow slightly with a blue flame, calmly looked at the battalion commander and noted that he should be careful with his words if he did not want to part with his handsome face, otherwise he would soon go to the same place as those they defeated. The main character, after his words, tightly scrunched his face and stared at him furiously. Stronger energy began to flow from the main character. Call became tense and more energy began to flow from him. The leader of the Beacon clan stood opposite the commander of the 2nd Battalion and their energies collided. The protagonist's squad began to choke and try to breathe air. All the people around began to choke and scream that there was no air, he couldn't breathe. The main character stood calmly opposite the battalion commander and someone from the crowd shouted that the energy emanating from them would be an incredible battle. Shin looked carefully at the smiling battalion commander and noticed in his head that this was one of the best warriors in Muram, but he had already reached the average level. The protagonist's eyes suddenly glowed blue and more energy began to emanate from him. Call opened his eyes wide and tensed. The warrior's hand, which held the sword, began to tremble and he wondered why his hand was trembling. It couldn't be. Call clenched his teeth in anger, got wet with sweat and noticed in his head that obviously this was a reaction to his energy, but how? The commander of the 2nd Battalion carefully examined the protagonist, who was glowing brightly with blue light, and added in his head that his energy really suppressed him so much. Call bent down sharply, clenched his teeth even harder. The warriors behind him began to fall from lack of air, and he noticed in his head that his warriors could not stand this. They needed to hold on. The commander of the 2nd Battalion tried to grab the sword tighter and repeated in his head that he needed to hold on. A moment later, the sword fell from his hand and he trembled all over. Then he fell to the floor, opened his mouth wide and took his tongue out of his mouth. Call stood up slightly and shouted at him to stop. The main character arrogantly raised his head, looked rudely at the guy and asked what this was an order, and then asked him to repeat after him. Call hunched over, clenched his teeth tightly and looked at the protagonist and repeated for him to please stop. After such words, the main character stopped burning, looked at him carefully and noticed that they were now ready to listen, and the warriors opposite him fell to the floor and began to cough. Shin sharply opened his mouth, looked at them angrily and shouted that he thought they understood everything without words, so let them leave immediately unless they want to experience something worse. Call slowly raised his head, gritted his teeth and noticed that he could not refuse the order. The commander of the 2nd Battalion slowly raised his trembling body and added that the law enforcement squad, they would be executed if they did not bring the culprits. The main character turned to the 2 criminals and looked questioningly. Then he turned his body and, looking at them, asked why they had come at all. After the protagonist's question, Rin and Gal sat down on their knees and put their hands in front of them. Then the 2nd number said that he, the warrior Gal, was subordinate to the Muram detachment, and the 1st number said that she, the warrior Rin, was subordinate to the Muram detachment. The main character turned to them, looked in surprise and asked what they were doing. The girl stood up sharply, looked at the protagonist and replied that despite the fact that they are in his clan, they are also warriors of the Murama Alliance. If he disobeys the orders of the Alliance, blood will be shed. Rin turned to the 2nd number, looked at him carefully and noticed that she did not want the Beacon clan to suffer from the Alliance. They did not want to bother them anymore. The main character looked at her carefully and silently after she apologized and said that she was saying goodbye to them. Gal and Rin went into a squad in white armor, and the protagonist followed them with his gaze. Shin strained his gaze and looked at them thoughtfully. Gal and Rin began to leave the gate, and Call closed it with his back. Then the main character slowly scratched his head and thought. A moment later, he opened his mouth wide and shouted that this wouldn't work, let them stop. Gal, Rin and Call turned and looked at the protagonist in surprise. The commander of the 2nd Battalion looked at the approaching protagonist and asked what was the matter. The main character walked forward and, without looking at anyone, replied that he was going with them, and Rin opened her mouth in surprise and looked at him. Then he stood up straight, opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would act as a witness. The main gate of Henan Province, Loyang, shone brightly under the scorching sun, and it was here that the art of Lai Beak and Tubo flourished. The huge shopping area is teeming with people, and the plot noted that this is a city with a 1,000-year history, but now it is known for a different reason. The bearded man sat and calmly looked straight ahead. A man, wearing a white kimono, sat on a throne, held a staff in his right hand, and had a small crown on his head, and the story told that this was the headquarters of the Murama Alliance located here in Loyang. A bald man entered the room. Next to him was a man in a hat and shouted loudly what was the matter. The man on the throne looked at him menacingly and silently. The living Buddha, Monk Yugman, opened his eyes wide and froze after the man on the throne addressed him. Master Tai Chi, Master Hendo stood calmly and looked menacingly at the man on the throne. Flowering F-Sword, Cha Gyenya looked at them menacingly and asked why the two of them had come. Tai came closer and, looking at him carefully, replied that he had heard that the law enforcement squad had arrested the scions of the Tang and Chegel clans. It was true, and Yang looked at them carefully and replied that it was true. Flower Sword slightly lowered his head, opened his mouth slightly, and added that the criminals will arrive here today and they will immediately begin the trial. Yugman pointed in front of him, opened his eyes wide and asked why he allowed this to happen without discussing this important matter with them. Tai next to him lowered his head gloomily, and Yang replied that they seemed to blame him. A moment later, Tai opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Tensed up? How else to call it?" Without consulting them, he made a decision without permission. In the entire history of the Muram Alliance, this has never happened. Yang rolled his eyes, opened his mouth slightly and sighed. Yugman opened his eyes wide, lowered his lips, and heard that information about this had been leaked, and the clans had already had their hands on influencing this situation, so he had to make a decision. Tai lowered his head sharply, looked furiously at the sword of the blossoming F and laughed. Master Hendo looked closely at the man on the throne and shouted that both clans had already challenged them. Now this would not end without fanfare. Yang gripped his staff tightly and replied that he was only doing his job. Blooming F-Sword suddenly became angry, looked at the two men fiercely and asked what the two of them decided to reproach him with. Tai opened his mouth wide, lowered his head and, looking at the floor, shouted that this was a reproach. I wonder what the highest ruler thinks about this. Ian suddenly fell silent and stared straight ahead. A moment later, he slowly opened his mouth and replied that the Lord had been outside of Muram for more than a month. Yang took the staff aside, looked carefully at the two and added that there was no point in mentioning it now, and Yugman, looking angrily at him and shouting, asked how he could act so arbitrarily in the absence of the head. After these words, Ian opened his mouth wide, his eyes glowing red with rage, and shouted at him to watch his tongue. A moment later, a menacing silence hung in the room. Yugman began to finger the rosary in his hands, lowered his head and, covering his eyes, said that they could conduct a quiet investigation after his return. Kay sharply raised his head, looked furiously at the sword of the flowering F and noticed that why put up with the decisions of someone whose status is not higher than theirs. Yang stood up abruptly, looked at them furiously and, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he dare say that, because he was afraid that the clans would interfere, they behaved like hungry wolves hunting down their prey. Yugman grimaced all over and, looking attentively, directly asked, "Is this not the same as what he does?" Yang began to glow purple, scrunched his face in anger and replied that sinners must sooner or later pay for their actions and his decision will never change, so let them prepare for judgment. The square was brightly illuminated by the sun and hit the eyes. A crowd of people sat on chairs in the courtroom. There were even more people sitting on the other side and they were looking straight ahead rudely. In the courtroom there was a counter in the middle of the room and around it there were seats for people. The head of the Tang clan, Tan Sojiang, looked around carefully and asked what they expected from her. The man behind the counter looked at her carefully and asked what she thought. Chong Gang Jinin from the law enforcement squad smiled sarcastically and said straightly that no matter what clan a person is from, if he committed a crime, he must answer. The Heavenly Sword Saint, Nam Gunbeak, opened his mouth wide, looked at the man fiercely and asked that he already considered them to be criminals. Goon turned sharply at the people opposite, pointed his finger at them and shouted that he was no better than criminals if he branded them guilty so quickly. He needed to conduct an investigation and find out if they were the only ones to blame. The people opposite him suddenly jumped up, opened their mouths wide and shouted, "Why on earth was this happening?" A crowd of people looked at the ceiling and someone started shouting to watch what he said, let them investigate their crimes, and whether she would do something about it. Jiang clenched her teeth tightly and began to tremble all over with anger. Then suddenly her eyes glowed red and she loudly screamed, "How dare they consider them guilty?" The crowd of people opposite suddenly calmed down and looked at her in fear. Jiang and Jinin looked carefully at the doors after someone announced that the law enforcement squad and criminals had arrived. Jinin turned to the head of the Tang clan and noted in his head that she would not restrain herself, and the girl carefully looked at the entrance. Jinin clenched his teeth, smiled sarcastically and, opening his mouth, added in his head that it was unpleasant to see his daughter tied up like a slave. The man looked carefully at the leader of the Tang clan, saw how she was restraining her anger as much as possible and shouted in his head for everyone to look at her. The entire Tang clan was humiliated. Gal and Rin walked slowly into the room along the red carpet. Jinin sharply opened his mouth, looked straight in horror and opened his eyes wide with indignation. Jiang opened her eyes in surprise and looked carefully straight at her daughter. Jinin studied the criminals carefully and wondered why they were not connected. The man sharply put his finger in front of him, opened his mouth wide and, squeezing his eyes, shouted what they were thinking about, why the criminals were not tied up, how they allowed this to happen, they could escape like that. At this time, Gallier Rin stood calmly and looked at the screaming man. Jinin, pointing his finger at them, shouted to tie them up immediately. A moment later, the man became all nervous, all red after the words of the protagonist that he ordered not to tie them up. The main character quickly walked to the center of the courtroom and noticed that if their guilt had not even been proven. Shin looked carefully at the furious man opposite and asked why this was necessary. Jinin sharply opened his mouth, began to sweat and shouted, "Who is he to talk to him like that? Let him identify himself." The main character lit up with a bright light and, looking carefully, directly introduced himself that he was Shin. He had come to protect their interests. Jinin jumped up sharply, leaned on the table and asked what this meant, and Jiang stared at the protagonist in surprise. The girl blossomed, looked carefully at the protagonist and said his name in her head. Jinin looked at the protagonist with a shocked face and asked that he was the same leader of the Beacon clan. The main character put his hands behind his back, looked at the old man with a smile and replied that that was exactly the case. Shin looked carefully at the entire hall and said that he was the leader of the Beacon clan, Shin. Yugman suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and shouted that the leader of the Beacon clan had come here, and Jinin froze in surprise. Yang looked closely at the main character, and the man behind the counter asked to protect their interests. Yang looked furiously and calmly at the protagonist. The entire stand with the leader of the Tang clan looked at him in surprise. Only one gray-haired old man calmly drank from a glass. The old man silently began to examine the glass and did not turn his head towards the protagonist. One of the men on the podium looked carefully at the protagonist and thought. The man smiled broadly, took the toothpick tighter in his teeth and noticed in his head that everything had only become more interesting. The intoxicating lord, Jan Yu, folded his hands on his chest, looked at the protagonist with a wide smile and noted in his head that if this was an ordinary hearing, he would not have been able to stand it. He is different from how the rumors describe him. Shin stood straight and looked straight ahead. Jan looked more closely at the protagonist and moved his gaze slightly, and then thought that their department, the best investigation department of Muram, was already following the protagonist. According to the information obtained, they did not evaluate him so well, but he sees the opposite with his own eyes. The main character scrunched his face slightly in irritation and lowered his chin slightly. Shin stood with his hand behind his back, carefully looking at the man behind the counter, and Jan noticed in his head that he would probably cause a real storm in this calm river. Jinin sharply lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and looked carefully at the protagonist, thinking that this stupid child had received the support of the Emperor. The main character looked straight with a wide and unpunished smile, and the man behind the counter added in his head that how dare he come here and this man, Call. Jinin looked menacingly at the commander of the 2nd Battalion and added in his head what he was thinking about when he decided not to report such a serious matter, and Call abruptly turned his head away and began to nervously look at the floor. Call looked away nervously, started to sweat, and noticed in his head that he should stop staring at him like that. He also couldn't do anything about it. A moment appeared in the head of the commander of the 2nd Battalion as he stands in the middle of the square with outstretched hands and tells the protagonist to enter into his position. Call looked carefully at the protagonist and said that he understood his concern for his subordinates, but he was also following orders. They couldn't just take them to the Alliance headquarters without tying them up, and the main character calmly sat opposite him on a chair and said that if he wants to tie them up, let him do it. A moment later, the main character looked at him furiously, smirked slightly, and remarked that he would then tie him up and drag him down the street on a rope. Call clenched his teeth sharply, looked furiously at the protagonist, and noticed in his head that he had not slept for several days and nights so as not to let them out of his sight, as he must now explain everything to them. Call turned his head, began to sob, and noticed in his head that this was all unfair. Jinin looked furiously at the protagonist and addressed him. The man turned his head straight and asked if he had enough knowledge to act as their lawyer, and the main character smiled and replied that the Emperor himself gave him the order to investigate the activities of Kirin. At his request, these people helped him. Rin and Gal carefully looked around and waited for developments. Shin sharply tensed his eyes, looked carefully at the judge, and noticed that he wants to punish those who receive thanks and awards from the Emperor himself. He considers it his natural duty to protect them and report this injustice to His Majesty. Jinin sharply opened his mouth, looked furiously at the protagonist, and shouted that this had nothing to do with His Majesty, a stupid attempt to embarrass. The main character straightened up sharply, looked at the man, and, interrupting, said that he would tell it like it is. He just does what he has to do. Jinin hit the table hard with his fist and shouted that the main character was arrogant. The man sharply extended his finger towards the protagonist and shouted that he did not even show respect to the elder. And Shin looked at him and laughingly replied that he did not remember him being among the students of his mentor, what kind of elder he was to him. Jinin looked at the protagonist in surprise and furiously asked what he had just said, and Shin spread his hands to the side and smiled and replied that if he doesn't want to listen, then there's no point in repeating it. Eldest. Jinin suddenly doubled over with anger and loudly called the protagonist names. Yang, sitting behind the man, began to silently communicate with him and said that he needed to maintain composure, and Jinin turned to him in surprise and looked carefully. Yang looked at him carefully, slightly moved his head, and noticed that listening was the most important thing. There was no point in settling scores with the Emperor's favorite now. Jinin sharply clenched his teeth in anger and looked rudely at the sword of the flowering F, and then shouted that let the defendant Tang Ha Rin hold the answer. After these words, the girl opened her mouth wide and tensed slightly. Rin raised her head slightly, heard a question about why she didn't notify the Alliance about Kirin's crimes as soon as she found out about it, and began to answer, but the protagonist interrupted and asked in response that wasn't it obvious. The main character straightened up, looked carefully at the people in front, and replied that Kirin were in the Hwanson faction. As soon as they reported on their crimes, they would find out about it and destroy the evidence. And Jinin looked at him furiously and shouting asked what he thought that the Alliance could not take this into account and prevent this from happening. Shin put his hand to his chin, looked away, and replied that before that they had no idea about the faction's crimes, and Jinin shook all over and insulted the protagonist. The man behind the counter pointed his finger at the three people opposite and asked why these two went to commit a crime with a person who is not even in the Alliance. And the main character folded his arms over his chest and rolled his eyes and noted that he had just explained everything to him. This was the Emperor's order as well as his request. Jinin clenched his teeth, shook all over, and noticed in his head that Shin was a cunning parasite. He would find something to answer to everything. The main character calmly looked at the man as he added in his head, no matter what they ask, he comes up with an excuse. The man behind the counter powerfully hit the table with his fist and shouted that he was asking the defendant named Gal to answer. The guy twitched sharply and asked again, and the protagonist looked at him with displeasure. Jinan leaned on the counter, looked at him sarcastically and asked that he was specifically speaking out against members of the H-Wonson faction, a faction with which his clan was not on friendly terms, and Gal asked back furiously. A moment later, he opened his mouth wide and shouted that how could he say such things, they only wanted to restore justice, really, being a member of another organization. He couldn't fight for justice. The gray-haired old man continued to examine the glass in his hands and did not pay attention to the meeting. Jinan made a gloomy face, smiled terribly and shouted that their alliance is justice. Is it really fair to trample the alliance into the mud like this? Gal suddenly began to sweat, opened his mouth and asked what he was talking about. Shin abruptly put his hands on his hips, looked carefully at the man behind the counter and asked how he could even dare to smack such nonsense. But he was really trying to be polite. Jinan opened his eyes wide and, all wet, asked the protagonist. The main character gloomily lowered his head and asked that he still didn't understand if he knew why they didn't tell the alliance anything. Shin raised his head, glared at the man roughly, and declared furiously because the Murama alliance had long since rotted and no longer stood for a righteous cause. After such words, Jinan pulled out his sword, cut the stand and loudly insulted the protagonist. The main character calmly looked at this and shoutingly noticed that he could not help but say the obvious. Jinan put the sword in front of his face, pointed it towards the protagonist and shouted that he would make the protagonist pay for his words. The main character began to slowly flare up with a blue flame. Then he looked sarcastically at the man and confidently noticed that he would remember that he was the first to draw his sword. A moment later, Jinan began to shake violently after asking what the noise was in the courtroom. The main character turned his head sharply back and wondered who said it. A bearded man in expensive clothes came out of the door. The head of the alliance, Golden Sword, Tam Chongan, stood opposite the protagonist and stared furiously straight at the courtroom. Jinan sharply clenched his teeth and wondered what the head was doing here. Chongan looked straight ahead evenly and calmly, and the man behind the counter added in his head that he should not have returned so early. Chongan silently watched what was happening and looked thoughtful. Gal and Rin turned sharply, folded their hands and bowed, first introducing themselves and then greeting each other. The head of the alliance began to slowly walk inside, hid his hands behind his back and began to say that he had not heard about this situation. Then he sharply raised his head and looked carefully at the sword of the blossoming F. A moment later, he lowered his head slightly and, looking at him furiously, added that they had hidden everything from him on purpose. Yang tensed slightly and also looked carefully at the head of the alliance. Jinan clenched his teeth sharply, began to sweat and noticed in his head that he was finished. The leader showed his displeasure, so he would generally hate him. The main character looked attentively at the head of the sect, and the man behind the counter stood all on edge. Jinan looked sharply at the protagonist and shouted, how dare he not bow his head to the head, let him immediately show respect to him. Shin looks carefully at the sect leader and notices in his head that this man, how annoying he is. Chongan approached the protagonist as closely as possible and looked at him carefully. The sect leader looked menacingly at the man behind the counter and noted that everything is in order. Why demand such actions from someone who is not a member of the alliance? And at that moment Jinan wanted to object, but it didn't work out. Chongan looked carefully at the man with the sword and noticed that the sword should be drawn only when there is a threat, so why is his sword not in its sheath? The head of the alliance looked at him carefully and asked what was threatening him. Jinan twitched all over and tried to say something, but Chongan turned to the protagonist and noticed that he saw here only a confident young man who pointed out their mistakes. The alliance leader lowered his head slightly and exhaled, and then asked that maybe his eyes were deceiving him. Jinan crouched all over, clenched his teeth and nervously shouted that he had misunderstood everything. All this was just for the sake of establishing order in Zhejiang province. Chongan straightened up, looked straight attentively and noticed that this was good, then he would figure everything out. The main people at the meeting began to look at each other after the words of the head of the alliance and protest that they had already started the meeting. Chongan slowly began to open his mouth and began to say that when he was going here. The head of the alliance slowly removed his hands behind his back and added that he heard that there was a person here who was trusted by the emperor himself. The men jumped up sharply and began shouting why. Chonggong began to approach, looked up carefully and said that it was worth admitting all the mistakes of the alliance related to the incident in Zhejiang and offering an apology, as well as compensating for all the inconvenience caused, and the crowd began to shout that this was unacceptable. Tai sharply opened his mouth and shouted that they would become a laughingstock for the whole world, because this would discredit the honor of the alliance. Chongan opened his mouth wide and shouted deafeningly loudly to keep everyone quiet. A moment later, there was deathly silence in the meeting room. Then Chongan opened his mouth and added that not only do they not correct their mistakes, but they don't even admit them. What kind of disgrace, what kind of honor can they talk about? Just like this young man said, they should stand for a righteous cause. The main character looked carefully at the head of the alliance, everyone else looked, only nervously, and Chang'un asked that they really didn't agree with this. A moment later, the head of the alliance straightened up and announced that the court session was over. Rin looked at him in surprise after addressing her. Then Gao looked in surprise. Chang'un looked at them confidently and noticed that they were being declared innocent. Then he put his hands together and opened his mouth slightly. Rin opened her mouth wide and stared at the alliance leader in surprise. Then Gao did the same. Jinan looked at the head of the alliance fearfully and furiously, and then clenched his teeth. Chang'un bowed and said that on behalf of the alliance, he expresses his deep gratitude to them for their help. Rin jumped forward slightly and shouted that there was no need to thank them. After such words, Jinan shook all over with anger, clenched his teeth and noticed in his head that he did not expect that the head would be at the court hearing and he did not think that he would stop it. The head of the alliance looked carefully at the protagonist and asked that his name was Shin. The main character looked at him and noticed that everything was correct. Chang'un looked thoughtful and did not take his eyes off the protagonist. Then he came closer to him, looked carefully into his eyes and noticed that he had the courage to defend his point of view in the face of so many opponents, and thereby showed his superiority over them. Chang'un took a closer look at the protagonist and, opening his mouth slightly, added that he, now standing before his eyes, seems to him a worthy person. The entire hall was plunged into shock, especially Jinan. The main character lit up after the head of the alliance asked if he would like to become his student. Jinan opened his mouth wide, looked angrily at the leader and shouted that this was impossible, he couldn't. Jianggun glared furiously at the man behind the counter, causing him to fall silent, and remarked that he could give him time to think, but he would like to hear his answer as soon as possible. The alliance leader leaned slightly towards the protagonist and asked if he agreed. Shin put his hand to his chin and looked thoughtfully away from the floor. After a moment, he began to remove his hand from his chin and opened his mouth slightly. The main character looked carefully at the leader of the alliance and replied that he would probably refuse, and Chang'un lowered his eyes and said that since he was now his student. A moment later, the chapter realized that the protagonist refused and looked at him in surprise, and Shin, stretching his face slightly forward, thanked him for such an offer. The main character lowered his head slightly, looked straight into the eyes of the alliance leader and added that he already had many teachers, so he didn't need another one, asking for forgiveness. Chang'un froze and looked at the protagonist in disbelief. A moment later, the alliance leader opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. Then he looked carefully at the protagonist and shouted that he had refused him, the first time he had heard such a thing in his life. Chang'un lowered his head and looked thoughtful with a serious face and noticed that he understood him. Shin smiled slightly, looked at the leader of the alliance and heard that he did not want to let him go just like that. Chang'un looked carefully at the protagonist and began to say that if he doesn't mind. The alliance leader smirked slightly and asked if he would like to join the alliance for the sake of their cooperation. He is asking for it, so he hopes he will not refuse. The main character slowly opened his mouth and noted that since he insists. Shin tilted his head slightly and added that he would think about it. Chang'un approached the smiling protagonist and shouted that he was grateful for this. Yang carefully watched what was happening and did not utter a word. A moment later, he glowed red with anger and glared at the protagonist. Moonlight made its way through the window straight into the room. Chang'un sat at the table in his office and carefully studied the paper in his hands. The leader of the alliance looked thoughtful and looked more closely at the document. The doors to the room suddenly opened and made a sound. The sword of the blossoming F appeared behind the sect leader and stared at him carefully. Yang glared furiously at the sect leader in front of him, but he didn't even pay attention to him. Chang'un said without turning his head that people usually enter through the front doors, but he entered through the back door like a thief. The alliance leader turned his head sharply, looked carefully behind him and asked what brought his brother here in the middle of the night. Ian walked in further, leaned one hand on his cane, and placed the other behind his back. Chang'un rose from his chair, threw his hands behind his back and, looking carefully at his brother, asked that he decided to challenge his decision. The sect leader began to turn away from his brother and noted that if this was the case, then he had better leave. No matter what he told him, he would not change him. Yang stood straight and looked menacingly at the leader without moving a muscle. A moment later, Ian lowered his head, closed his eyes, and exhaled in a crouched position. He then folded his hands, bowed sharply, and asked if he could simply provide the day's report. Chang'un looked at him suspiciously with his blue eye. Yang looked attentively at the floor with his red eyes. After a moment, the alliance leader turned his head to the side and laughed. Chang'un began to walk around the table, looked carefully at his brother and, laughing loudly, said that he could do it. Yang looked at his brother with a smile, straightened up and noticed that he had just learned that 2 authoritative forces were already on their way. The Sword of Blooming F looked carefully at the sect leader and added that firstly, the majority of the 7 factions did not agree with his decision, and Chang'un, wincing his face, asked how he should react. Ian straightened up, gripped his cane tighter in his hand, and noted that they were mostly unhappy that the criminals had escaped punishment, although there were those who took a neutral position, and they were worried about some who showed strong intolerance for such an outcome. Chang'un walked back to the table, heard that the disputes about the trial were gaining momentum, and asked what about the members of the alliance. Yang grinned slightly, looked down and noticed that even with their support, he couldn't close his eyes without dissatisfaction. Chang'un turned to his brother, looked at the wall behind him and looked thoughtful. A moment later, he smiled fiercely and said that he had made his choice, and that meant it to everyone. Red energy appeared around the leader of the alliance. His eyes turned red and he added that if they were not happy with the outcome of the trial. Yang lowered his head slightly, looked furiously at his brother and noted that the factions are free to break off relations with the alliance. He congratulates his master. Blood Sex Jin Renya smiled terribly as red essence flew around him. Yang sat down on his knees in front of the sect leader, and the sect leader, looking furiously straight, remarked that wasn't he telling him this, that this incident would only speed up their plans. Yang looked down at the ground and folded his hands in front of him, noticing that he had a question, and Ren looked at him furiously and asked what it was. Yang looked up at the leader, looked at him carefully and asked why he wanted to hand over the protagonist as a member of the alliance. Yang raised his head even higher, looked carefully at his brother and added that this trial of Rin and Gal was carefully planned, and his proposal to the main character was unexpected. Blossom Sword looked at his brother in fear and noted that he was not sure that this was a good decision. Chang'un looked carefully at his brother and, slightly narrowing his eyes, replied that unexpected actions always bring unexpected results. In order to deprive a person of the opportunity to do something out of the ordinary, it is best to keep him close to you. Yang looked up at his brother and, with a slight grin, asked him what he thought, that he could really stop them. Chang'un straightened up in the middle of the room, looked carefully at the wall and replied that he did not pose much of a threat, but he was far from a simpleton. When he saw him, he realized that he was hiding something. A protagonist appeared in the head of the alliance leader, who looked at him carefully. Chang'un lowered his eyes to his brother, opened his mouth slightly and said that he had gained a lot of power in his hands in a short time, and his skills were at an excellent level. Yang opened his eyes wide, looked at the floor in fear and asked, all wet, that he was such a good warrior. The boy was able to reach such a level without the blessing of the bloody demon. Yang sharply raised his head to his brother, looked him closely in the eyes and asked what he planned to do with him. Jiangong gritted his teeth sharply, looked down furiously, and replied that he was going to put him in the inner observation room. Yang smiled sarcastically, looked at the leader and noted that this was the best solution. An eerie silence hung in the room. The bright moonlight hit the roof of the house from which the light was shining. 5 girls sat on the floor, clasped their hands together and lowered their heads and closed their eyes. One of them said that in this case they would leave. She suddenly opened her eyes, looked carefully at the floor and noticed that he could be sure that they would look after the safety of this place. Another girl, without opening her eyes, added that he had nothing to worry about, and the main character stood opposite them and looked at the wall and agreed with them. After a moment, he turned, looked at them and said that they could go. After some time, the main character was left alone in the room. He folded his hands on his belt and looked thoughtful, and then said that even the alliance should not get him here. Golden pollen flew around the room. Shin stretched out his hand, glowing with golden light, in front of him and, looking at it carefully, said what now. Several curls of golden energy came from him. He straightened his palm and looked carefully at the ceiling. The whole room was covered with golden honeycombs, and the main character watched this carefully. Shin clenched his burning fist, looked at it carefully, and noticed that if he didn't have all this power, he would now have big problems. The leader of the alliance appeared in his head with a wide smile and red eyes, and the protagonist noted in his thoughts that he would also never know that the head of the alliance was one of the lords of the blood sect. The main character opened his mouth slightly and asked to show his true nature. Shin clenched his fist, huge golden wings appeared on his back, and shouted, 6 soul banners. Huge, golden fabrics appeared and at the same time 2 blue notices appeared, which announced that there were 6 soul banners and the ability of a feather of light. The main character stretched out his hand in front of him, looked at it carefully. There were 2 golden fabrics behind his back, and another notification appeared which said that the ability of the Feather of Knowledge allows you to find out the enemy's state using soul banners. Shin carefully took the cloth in his hand and noted in his head that he was finally able to use the 6 soul banners that he received after defeating his opponent named Yomseok Jeong. The main character carefully examines his hand and added in his head that this skill has its own will. He will use it more often to unlock other abilities, and a notification that appears said that the skill is only available to the former owner who has reached the transcendental level. The main character stood straight and looked attentively at his hand, and golden fabrics came out of his back. And then 2 notifications appeared, which informed that if the user of the skill does not have the body and energy level of the former owner, full use of the skill is not available. Confirmation using the Pen of Knowledge. and the main character noticed in his head that the Pen of Knowledge is a very useful ability. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he stood opposite the head of the Alliance and added in his head that it was thanks to this skill that he was able to find out the true essence of the head of the Alliance. Two fabrics hovered near the protagonist's face, and with a slight smile, he noticed in his head that, unlike other abilities, the Feather of Knowledge did not emit energy and could not be tracked. In the head of the protagonist, Chang'un stands surrounded by red energy and looks angrily straight with red eyes, and then noticed in his head that thanks to this he was able to quietly probe the real aura of the head and from it determined that he is a member of the blood sect. Shin sharply spread his arms to the sides, the golden fabrics flew away from him, and he noticed in his head that this skill can only be used once a month, so now he will not be able to use it for a while, but he still needs to figure out the others blood sect members hiding in the Alliance. The main character put his hand to his chin, looked smart and thought that he could wait for this, there was no choice anyway. Shin smiled widely and, opening his mouth slightly, said that something could be done now, he had already thought of everything. A moment later, the main character extended his hand to the side, and a purple pillar named Shadow Whisper appeared in front of him. A purple funnel appeared in front of the protagonist, and Shin thought that he was able to quietly plant his spy with him. The funnel began to spin and fragments of phrases were heard from it, and the main character noticed that he was telling him everything he heard. Shin put his hand to his chin, looked thoughtful and thought that it was because of his energy that interference began. There was so much extraneous noise. He only heard fragments of phrases, as he thought, this skill has its drawbacks, there is nothing to be done, he will hold it until there are no other options. A moment later, the main character tensed his face after saying that he needed to protect the treasury and thought about it. Shin sharply moved his hand to the side, the funnel in front of him disappeared, and noticed in his head that he had learned something. He needed to think about what he had heard. The golden dust particles slowly began to disappear in the room, and the main character began to think about what they were saying about how they could preserve the Alliance. Shin put his hand to his chin, clenched his eyes in thought and noticed in his head that it was exactly the same as in the memories from his past life, but this discussion was about much earlier than it should have been. Shin suddenly lowered his hand, smirked slightly, and added in his head that it was probably because he had changed the events currently taking place. The main character put his hands on his belt, looked carefully straight ahead and thought that the fact that now they are unfolding differently and not at the time as he remembers them complicates everything. So for now there are only two things in his power. Members of the clans forming the Muram Alliance appeared in the protagonist's head, and he noticed that spies should be sent to the 7 clans that form the Muram Alliance. First we need to find out more about their leaders. Shin grinned slightly, tensed his eyes and thought that after that he could try to win them over to his side. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be worth all the effort. The main character folded his arms on his chest, looked thoughtfully into the center of the room and thought that there was still a treasure trove if he understood everything correctly. Shin looked carefully at the wall and, laughing in his head, noticed that the head of the Alliance had not thought everything through. Shin slowly raised the mask to his face, grinned slightly and noted in his head that he would find the treasure, wherever it was, and then with great pleasure he would trample him into the dirt and make him beg for mercy. The main character quickly put on a mask made of a skull with horns and brightly glowing blue eyes, looked straight, and then added in his head that now, while the date of their final meeting has not yet been set, he will find himself a new name. A few days later, the city stood under the brightly scorching sun and the story reported that the news coming from Loyang caused a wave of indignation among the martial artists. There is an announcement on the wall and the plot noted that it became known about the problems in Zhejiang province, and that the protagonist was offered to join the Alliance. People looked attentively at the ad and talked among themselves, and the story told that rumors about what Shin pulled off at the court hearing were scattered in an instant. People were relaxing in the establishment and drinking, and the plot added that this incident became the most discussed topic and caused a lot of controversy, and this benefited the reputation of the protagonist. People saw him in a new light because he challenged the decision of the Murama Alliance, which no one had managed before. The men sat in the establishment and with surprised faces said how the protagonist had the courage to contradict all the elders of the Alliance. Moreover, the head of the Alliance admired his courage and offered to become his student. A moment appeared in the men's heads when Chang'un stood opposite the protagonist and stared at him, and then they noticed that isn't this what every young warrior dreams of? One of the men looked closely at the two and asked if they knew. More surprisingly, the two of them turned and stared at him in surprise. The man slowly picked up the plate of liquid and replied with a wide smile. Shin refused the offer immediately without any hesitation. The two men opened their mouths wide and stared at the man in surprise. One of them smiled broadly and said that he thought that the head of the Alliance was scattering such proposals from right to left, and the man sitting opposite him shouted that if he were in his place, he would have accepted this proposal 100,000 times and could not understand his decision at all. The man lowered his head with a smile and noted that the head of the Alliance hardly liked his appearance at the trial. he still invited the protagonist to join the alliance. The man turned everyone's heads and added that he probably wanted to entrust him with guarding the treasure, and the men stared at him in surprise and asked again. Then they sharply received the answer that this was the worst position in the alliance. The man slowly put the plate to his mouth, heard the question that it was not too shameful a place for the protagonist, who had enlisted the support of the emperor, and smilingly replied that it was possible. Everything could be. However, the emperor himself showed interest in this whole situation. The three men looked at him in surprise, opened their mouths wide and asked about the emperor. The emperor appeared in their heads, sitting surrounded by golden interior elements, and asked whether rumors had really reached his ears, to which they received the answer that he had his own interest in this matter, because it was he who entrusted the alliance with the protection of the treasury. The emperor sat confidently on the throne, smiled slightly and noted that he appreciated the service of the alliance to the empire and would be grateful for their work. The men looked sharply at each other, smiled broadly and shouted that no matter how strong you are, you cannot refuse to serve the emperor. The plate remained empty on the table, and the shouting continued at the table. One of the men turned sharply to the empty plate and called out to his comrades. He looked carefully at the empty place where the man telling the rumors was sitting and asked where the man had gone, and the other asked at what moment he disappeared. One of them slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Who even knows?" And another looked at him and replied that he had no idea, and the third shouted who would pay for the drinks. The door to the establishment was open and bright light from the street penetrated inside, and the men forgot about the stranger and continued drinking. The city street was filled with bright light from the sun. The unknown hiccuped and noticed that it was delicious. The man walked confidently down the street and noticed that he needed to spread rumors throughout the area as quickly as possible, but it seems he had gone too far. The unknown man adjusted his hat and said what to do. The man smiled broadly, bowed his head slightly and noted that this was the work of the house society. The unknown man straightened up sharply and, continuing to walk, stated that now it was time to continue his mission. The narrative of the story takes us to a street with a huge number of different buildings, 1, 2 or more floors, from the windows of which red light emanates. This is Loyang, the red light district. Two men are driving and laughing, looking at each other, while one of them is holding a jug of wine in his hands, and the author of the story says that this is a place where life is always in full swing. In the middle of this street you can also find a 2-story house with closed doors, next to which there are empty benches with tables, and a red light emanates from it, while the author says that there is a dilapidated guest house without a sign. Inside it, several people in straw Panama hats were sitting at tables and drinking wine, when the author explains that ordinary people do not even approach it, but some tramps still look in here. Some data is written on a white sheet of paper, held with one hand. A man in small round glasses with a dissatisfied expression on his face looks at a piece of paper with notes, which he holds with both hands, while the author explains that this is the head of such tramps. After which he tilted his head to the side and looked from behind the counter at the man standing in front of him, asking what it meant. He came here for a task. This person standing in front of him was Shin, who was wearing a black robe and a mask that resembled the skull of a mountain ram. He said that's exactly what it was. The old man continued to stare up at him with great suspicion and thought that he was really strange. He looked at the piece of paper with notes and thought that, apart from describing his skills, not a word was said about his name, age, and origin. Shin continued to stand in his place, as if detached from everything that was happening, with the hood of his robe thrown over his head and a mask made of a ram's skull. While the old man thought that, they say, some people come to the head of the tramps not for money, but to quickly settle scores with life. Perhaps he has such a goal. After which the old man moved a clay tablet lying on the table in his direction and thought that it was okay, and said that he had written it down. Shin turned in the direction that the old man was pointing his hand with his index finger extended forward, and thought that he did not want to interfere once again in the lives and affairs of such people, saying that now there are no special requests for warriors of his level, but he can choose a task on the board. They both turned sharply to the side, because their attention was attracted by a certain man in red clothes and disheveled hair, who said that, "Hey, sucker." After which he smiled maliciously, showing his fangs, and continued to stand still, saying that he had been watching him for some time. Shin looked in his direction with a menacing look, continuing to wear a mask on his face, while he said that he had written on the application form that he had a talent for magic, and asked for a minute. A man in red clothes with a blade on his belt held his arms along his body and continued to smile, saying that he was from the Red Wolves Warrior Association. Immediately after that, he smiled widely, again showing his fangs, and said with an arrogant look that if he didn't mind, he could join. Shin continued to stand in place, turning in his direction, and listened to him while he said that they could use a warrior like him, who knew how to use magic to destroy monsters. And the head of the tramps, who was sitting in his place, put his hand on the table and whispered that he should listen to him and never mess with him. The old man looked in his direction with a very serious look and, opening his mouth slightly, again whispered that even if he had several lives. Shin stood in his place and looked towards the guy in red clothes with disheveled hair while the old man continued to whisper that he wouldn't have enough of them for this job, not a good place to start. Without listening to him, Shin, as if releasing his energy, still wearing a mask on his face and wrapped in a robe, said that this was a good offer and he could join them right now. The narrative takes us to a forest path, surrounded by trees, along which several horse-drawn carts move. There were several people sitting inside one of the carts when a guy with long hair said that they wouldn't have to actually fight monsters, and another said that they were probably just saying that they would need their skills. A guy in red clothes sitting on the edge looked in their direction, his mouth wide open, and asked how they ended up here, and said that they took him because they needed a doctor. The guy sitting next to him said that he knows how to make explosives, and also one that he is a good tracker. One of them leaned towards the other, putting his hand to his mouth, and asked in a whisper who this other person was. Shin sat in his place in a black robe, a mask made of a mountain ram skull, while one of the people continued to say that he was sitting silently and he had not been able to find out anything at all about him among the vagabonds. There are many strange people, but this is the first time he has seen a man in a mask skull, and the other said that he should be quieter, you will hear them. One of the guys who were with him in one cart came straight up to Shin and addressed him with awkwardness, which Shin noticed. This guy was standing right in front of him, holding his backpack with one hand and scratching the back of his head with two, and awkwardly asked that if he didn't mind if he could sit next to him. In response, Shin continued to sit in his seat and simply remained silent as the guy laughed and thanked him. Immediately after that, he sat down next to him and put his backpack next to him, tilting his head in his direction, saying that everyone here already knows each other and he feels a little lonely, but he doesn't seem to know anyone either, which means he is not the only one. After which the guy began to open a package containing rice balls with sheets of nori and said that he was Yodukgu from Zaiping County. He extended his hand with the rice ball in it towards Shin and smiled widely, saying that he could just call him Duke-gu. In response, Shin, looking in his direction with a menacing look through his mask, said that he does not accept food from those he does not know. Then in response, Duke called him brother and told him not to say such things. The guy continued to extend his hand with a rice ball in it and said that he had just introduced himself, and since they had to work together, they should help each other to achieve a common goal. Shin continued to look in his direction through the eye holes in the skull he used as a mask and simply remained silent. Duck, with a joyful face, smiling widely, looked in his direction and said, no matter what happens, he must take care of him. Willow continued to sit in his place, detached from everything around, watching only this guy, and thought that only here could be the one who uses the skills of mimicry and bone rearrangement, allowing, and is he really here to judge him? Duke continued to smile widely, showing his teeth and looking in Shin's direction while he continued to think that no, he can't know who he is. Suddenly the cart with people stopped in place in the middle of the forest, and a voice came out that said that everyone needed to get out. A huge number of people from all these carts stood there, and were very surprised by what they saw, while they were told that the path here was difficult. Right in front of a huge crowd of people saying that this was a hellish cave, a master in red and black clothes stood with his arms crossed over his chest and said that now it was possible to walk, while his two assistants in red and white clothes continued to stand next to him. After hearing the words, a huge number of people began to scream in bewilderment and said that this was some kind of joke, and they should think that they were being sent to a hellish cave. They decided to finish them all off. Duck and Shin stood in the middle of a disgruntled crowd, shouting that they would not go and should return, and that they did not want to die. At the same moment, interrupting them with a deafening cry, the master said that everyone should go forward. Immediately after this, the angry crowd calmed down, and each of them stood in place in a stupor, not understanding what was happening. After everyone calmed down, the master in black and red clothes said that they should stop panicking, like the last cowards, as he said they must contribute to this matter. He continued to stand proudly in his place with his arms spread apart, along with his assistants, and said that because risking their lives is their main occupation. The crowd, just enraged, stood in their places and continued to listen with bewilderment on their faces until he added that they understood everything. The cave was quite wide and with a high ceiling, but practically nothing was visible ahead, and there was also a strange smell floating around, while people said that they were scared and even skill would not help here. A huge crowd walked forward through the cave with the master and his assistants walking ahead, while a strong wind was blowing towards them, coming from the depths of the cave, and someone noticed that there was still a terrible smell here. One of the people covered his nose with his hand as the air flew straight towards him, carrying an unpleasant smell, and said that he was going to vomit. Suddenly the crowd stopped in their tracks, continuing to hold torches in their hands as a strong wind blew towards them. Suddenly they raised their heads up with fear on their faces, not understanding what that sound was. Suddenly the ceiling of the cave was brightly illuminated with the color of the flame, while someone said that it was really coming from there and asked to light the torch. The man stood with a surprised face, continuing to hold the torch in his hand, shining upward, and did not understand what was happening. A huge spider and a bat sat in their seats, looking forward with red eyes, while the man said that you need to look there, and there are monsters on the ceiling. Shin, with a very serious look, continued to stand in place as if withdrawing from what was happening around him, and looked menacingly forward with one eye, emitting a blue glow. A two-headed bat and several spiders rushed towards them, looking furious as he added that they were vampire bats and poisonous spiders. Immediately after this, the master, looking at what was happening, exclaimed that he needed to prepare for battle. After which he added that it was necessary to form in 2 lines, and his assistants, immediately hearing the order, took out their blades and stood in fighting stances. The bat was moving furiously towards them, its mouth wide open. The bats began to head straight towards the crowd of people as they stood there, not understanding what was happening, and said that they were here. The red-robed warrior cut off the bat's head with a sharp movement of his blade, causing it to scream loudly. The other 2 assistants of the master deftly handled their swords and wounded the bat with sharp movements of their swords, telling him to die. A huge number of bats were heading towards the crowd standing still, which formed 2 lines of defense, and the people standing in front continued to fight off the monsters. Those inside said that they should have been warned that they would have to fight such creatures. The crowd stood in their place and said that enough was enough and they needed to move forward, while Shin continued to watch what was happening and just remained silent. The red-robed warriors swung their blades in different directions, delivering fatal blows to the bats, while Shin thought that he looked at how they attacked and could not say that they had good skills. He looked straight ahead with a serious look through the eye cutout in his skull and continued to think that, on the contrary, with their abilities, they could only cope with these low-level monsters. The master's assistants continued to swing their swords and with sharp movements of their blades tried to stop the bats approaching them, and Shin continued to think that, obviously, if the creatures became a little stronger, they would not be able to defeat them. Immediately after this, a huge number of spiders began to descend from the ceiling on their webs, but people shouted that these were poisonous spiders and they were descending. A crowd of people with lit torches and warriors in red clothes standing right in front of them, armed with blades, remained in their place while a huge number of poisonous spiders and bats were heading towards them, saying that they were moving towards them. The warriors in red clashed in a fierce battle, continuing to cut these monsters in half with deft movements of their blades and said that they should not miss a single one and should kill them all. Shin continued to watch what was happening, as if he was in a tense situation, and thought that they would continue to cope so easily and praised them for their fighting spirit, but such arrogance can be bitterly regretted and they have little chance. At the same moment, he took a step forward with a determined look and thought that he should reduce their numbers, until Duck, who was standing nearby, saw this, understood what was happening, and called out to him. The system notification notified the activation of the effect of the Bat Conqueror and the population control skill and explained its actions. Immediately after this, the bats began screaming in pain and had a red glow emanating from their eyes. Then Shin, fixing his furious gaze straight ahead, with glowing red eyes, said that his fellow tribesmen. Then he added that they must kill the enemies that stand in front of them, and the bats, having heard the order of their master, rushed with a furious look towards the ongoing battle between people and poisonous spiders, as well as the remains of other bats. One of the warriors in red, with a sharp movement of his blade, cut the spider's body in half and said that it was necessary to maintain formation. Suddenly he looked up and was very surprised by what he saw. The bats were heading towards him with fury in their eyes and pointed their claws in his direction, and he continued to stand in his place, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, a huge amount of blood scattered in all directions. Other people in red clothes with swords in their hands were greatly shocked by what had happened and did not understand what had suddenly become of him, and screamed in surprise while the body of their brother in arms stood right in front of them and lost his head. At the same moment, several more bats rushed towards them, continuing to kill them, while they said that they were attacking differently now, and the people who were in the center under their protection said that they had nothing to do, and they had never seen anything like this before, have not encountered. The master in black and red clothes held his blade straight in front of him and was very dissatisfied with what was happening, gritting his teeth, listening to the sounds of help, and thought that panic was beginning. At the same moment, he turned sharply back, looking at his assistants, putting his sword behind his back, and shouted that the Red Wolves only need those who achieve goals and win. At that moment, having obeyed his order, one of the soldiers in red clothes grabbed the man, putting him on his shoulder, and quickly carried him forward. The rest of the soldiers followed his example and the rapid violence of the people, while another nodded at the head of the man who did not understand where he was dragging him, and he told him to shut up and follow him. The warrior in red, grabbing several people, rushed straight to the exit, avoiding the poisonous spiders. Resting in the same place, a huge crowd of ordinary people remained, saying that where were they all, and they should take them with them. People continued to look at the fleeing warriors and stood in bewilderment, saying that they were all bastards. Looking straight ahead, the remaining warriors in red clothes with fear on their faces were very frightened by what was happening and did not understand what to do, saying that they would all die. At the same moment, a huge number of bats and spiders moved towards them, while they stood on alert, not understanding how they could defeat them. Duck stood in his place, holding his blade out in front of him, and turned to Shin, who, in turn, looked in his direction with a serious look. After which he added that he should be careful and, if anything happened, he, Shin, turned his head in his direction and continued to just watch silently. Shin watched what was happening with an arrogant look, as if he had everything under control, and thought that he was up to something. Duck stood with his gaze forward and held the blade straight in front of him, clearly afraid of what was happening, but was ready for anything. While Shin continued to think that he was determined, and he spent the skill on the head of the alliance, so he could not know who he was. Immediately after this, Shin grabbed his blade by the hilt, clenching it tightly into a fist, and thought that nothing could be done about it. He nodded his head and put his sword straight in front of him, walking towards the monsters, and thought it was time to use the skill he had recently learned, telling everyone to disperse. After which, Shin summoned the Black Demon Flame Sword and, holding his blade straight in front of him, began to release the energy of a red glow, enveloping him as if in a red poisonous flame, and said that he would deal with them. Shin stood with a determined look in front of a huge number of spiders rapidly moving towards him. He swung his blade, which was engulfed in bright red flames, and leaned forward to strike, his eyes burning. After which he sharply swung his blade straight in front of him, as if setting everything on fire, leaving a trail of flames behind him, and destroyed a large number of spiders. With a deft movement of his blade, he continued to cut the spiders in half, leaving behind a trail of flames. After which Shin sharply rushed forward, using his flaming sword, and scattered the monsters in different directions, raising a huge amount of dust around him. The people standing behind him watched this with great surprise, not understanding what was happening. Shin stood right in front of them with a black robe and horns sticking out from behind it right from where the marks of his blows came from, and a huge amount of dust was raised around while the crowd watching said that he killed them all at once. Shin smiled maliciously with a serious look and said that maybe, after which he extended his hand with a blade, from which a bright yellow-red flame continued to emanate, looked at it and said that it was an emba. The ceiling of the cave was brightly lit by torches, and groans from the battle could be heard all around. Tired people fell on the floor to rest from what had just happened, and one of them said that they barely survived. At the same moment, they turned their heads to the side and, with a tired look, thanked for the rescue and said that words could not express it. A master in red and black clothes and his assistant suddenly appeared right in front of them and laughed as he watched the people. Suddenly people began to get up from the ground, not understanding what was happening. The master continued to stand in place with his warriors and, smiling, looked straight ahead, asking why they were so happy. The people were greatly surprised by what they saw right in front of them, until one of them pointed his index finger forward, saying what was there. Right in the middle of the cave there was a staircase leading to a coffin, sprinkled with blood, with torches standing next to it, until everyone understood what it was, and someone said that it was all covered in blood. The guy stood in his place and continued to point in that direction, telling everyone to look there, at this place, and asking where they had taken them. After which he added that he did not understand the meaning of their laughter, while a master in red and black clothes stood right in front of him and grinned, looking menacingly straight ahead. At the same moment, the guy did not lose his head from a sudden blow from the blade, which he did not even notice. The master stood right in front of the headless body that had fallen to his knees and held his blade to the side with a malicious grin on his face, saying that yes, they got it right. Events take us back to the people who remained fighting, who stood right in the middle of the cave and said that he killed all these monsters in one fell swoop. A huge crowd of people looked straight ahead with a very surprised and understanding look. Shin stood right in front of these people, some of whom were holding torches in their hands, and pointed towards them with a staff in his hand until they realized what kind of guy he was. Immediately after this, Shin directed his menacing gaze in their direction, looking through the eye cutouts in the skull, and said that there were still many monsters in this cave. A huge crowd of people continued to stand right in front of him as he continued to say that if they wanted to move on with their lives, they had better not go. At the same moment, a huge number of people rushed in the opposite direction, ran away to the exit, and said that, thank God, they survived, and they needed to get away from here quickly, and Duck, who stood in the middle of this, looked not understanding, waved his head around, continuing hold a sword in your hand. After everyone ran away, he approached Shin and, spreading his arms to the sides, asked if he would go, and he, continuing to stand in his place, said that there was no need to pay attention to him, and he needed something else here to do. Then, full of determination, Duck with a confident face, leaning one hand to his chest, the other still holding the sword, said that he wanted to help him, and Shin, without showing emotion, replied that he could handle it himself. After which he looked in his direction with a menacing look through the cutout for the eyes and the skull and added that, in addition, one cannot trust someone who hides his face. Duck was very surprised by the words he heard and raised his head up a little. after which sweat appeared on his face, and he, smiling a little, said that in that case, okay. From the darkness to the side where the exit was, words were heard wishing him good luck. The blade of the blade was completely covered in blood, and in some places it flowed straight down while sounds of fear were heard all around. The man sat on the ground with a very scared face and stretched his hand forward, asking him to spare him, and he would do anything for him, just don't kill him, while the man holding the bloody blade said that he was left one. This there was a master who, raising his hand with a blade to his face, smiled broadly, like a demon, and said that he should not be offended by him, and there was nothing personal about it. The man continued to look in his direction with a pitiful and frightened look, groaning. Immediately after this, with rage and a satisfied smile on his face, the master in black and red clothes sharply swung his blade right in front of him, sprinkling blood all around. The hand lay on the ground, showing no signs of life, and a huge amount of blood was spilling around, while sighs were heard from someone nearby. A huge number of warriors in red and white clothes stood behind the master, who, smiling broadly, extended his hand with a man's head in front of him and said that the offering was ready. The coffin stood still in the same place, all sprinkled with a huge amount of blood, with the bodies lit next to them, while the master continued to say that they needed to be placed on the altar, and the soldiers immediately obeyed his order. With a malicious and satisfied smile, he looked straight ahead, as if radiating evil energy, and said that now the ceremony could begin. Suddenly a voice was heard in the cave, saying that he was a little late, and at the same moment the master turned sharply in that direction with great surprise, looking there. Shin stood right in front of the warriors in red and white clothes, stretched out, holding his blades forward, not understanding who he was. Shin continued to stand in his place, not saying a word or showing any emotion. After which, with a dissatisfied look, complete contempt, he looked in their direction, expressing his anger, while they said that this was the strange one and did not understand how he got here. The heads of the slain people lay on the altar while the warriors and their master stood with the balls pointed towards Shin. After a short pause, the master, spreading his arms to the sides, holding his sword in one of them, smiled widely and said that, apparently, he needed a miracle for this. He continued to move closer and closer towards Shin and said that it means that he saved several of the same weaklings and came here and then met monsters again. The master continued to head in his direction, as if showing how bad a person he was, and said that they apparently did not kill everyone. The heads of the slain people lay on the altar, continuing to bleed from the neck as he continued to say that this was why their heads were given the honor of being sacrificed for the altar. Immediately after speaking, he tightly squeezed the hilt of his sword with his hand and said, "What now?" At the same moment, the master waved his blade straight in front of him, leaving only a trace of red, and said that he would show him something that he had never seen, while Shin continued to calmly stand in his place. The master's blow was already right in front of Shin's face, who was still standing in his place, showing no signs of fear. At the very last moment, he threw his head back, dodging the blow, looking at the red mark it left. What happened surprised the master very much, and sweat began to appear on his face due to a lack of understanding of what had happened. He continued to stand in his place at the moment when Shin leaned down with great speed, grabbing the hilt of his blade with his hand. The next moment, with a sharp movement of his sword, he cut off the master's hand, sprinkling blood all around while he screamed loudly in pain. The master put his hand to the place where he was deprived of his hand, and continued to scream from unbearable pain spreading throughout his body, and did not understand what had just happened. He knelt right in front of Shin and held his severed hand in place and said that he was a son of a bitch while his assistants pointed their blades in his direction. Shin, still standing calmly in his place, said that 3 months ago, he, with a look that expressed the completeness of his seriousness, as if showing his strength to those around him, continued to say that when they first entered here, they must have found something on the altar, for example, a book of a blood-eating demon, namely one volume of the use of bloody kung fu. The warriors in the cave were greatly surprised by the words they heard, but continued to hold their knees straight in front of them with dissatisfaction on their faces. Their master was kneeling, still in great pain, right in front of Shin, and he was saying that in this book it was said that the demon would grant magic books and wealth to the one who sacrificed a person. On the ground in this cave lay the headless corpses of people who were killed by these same warriors, while Shin continued to speak, so he wanted to get it all, and so a plan was born to seduce people of the 3rd grade with riches, lure them here, and then place offerings from them on the altar heads. Everyone continued to stand in their places and listen to the story, and Shin, without showing his emotions, added that he thought this was enough to punish him. The master continued to hold the severed hands and clenched his hands in pain and dissatisfaction. He did not understand who he was and what he would succeed in knowing about this. Then Shin looked down at the one kneeling right in front of him with an arrogant and very dissatisfied look, saying that they were going to die anyway. Immediately after hearing this, the men in red-black clothes were very dissatisfied with his words and, opening his mouth wide, shouted for them to kill him. At that same moment, several warriors rushed straight towards Shin, pointing their blades to attack as he simply continued to stand motionless in his place. Their blows were almost at his head until he, without showing emotion, said that he needed to get closer, after which he, sharply releasing black violet energy with glowing eyes, expressing his anger, said that then he would kill them as he wanted. The ground of the cave was flooded with a huge amount of blood until those who surrendered in the cave said that God. Right in front of Duck, who was standing in the middle of the cave, lay a huge number of dead warriors in red and white clothes, covered in blood, and he said that this couldn't even be called murder, and this was art. He approached the master's corpse, which was lying on the ground, showing no signs of life, and said that he was very sorry. Duck looked down, continuing to hold his backpack with both hands, and with a calm look and a small grin said that he would like to see everything with his own eyes. He would enjoy every moment. He continued to look at the lifeless corpse of the master as if he had seen something. At the same moment, with a deft movement of his foot, he pushed the head of the corpse lying below with his foot. Immediately afterwards, he watched with a calm expression as the body turned to the side. Duck smiled at that moment, as if something had greatly surprised and pleased him. Next to the corpse turned over on the other side, in the place where it had been before, there was an inscription on the ground, which said that if they wanted to live further, they had better not go, and yes, at that moment he said that, as he thought he was caught doing this. After which he, standing in his place with a backpack on his back, slowly raised his hands to his face and said that no one from this detachment apparently survived. Then his gaze rushed forward, and with a small grin, holding his hands to his face, spreading his fingers in different directions, he said that we need to find out for sure about the faceless one. The narration takes us deep into the cave, where right in the middle of the altar sits the skeleton of a certain man with long white hair with treasures lying nearby, and voices are heard around saying that Gukwan Rim should come up, but he is late, and also that he is already tired of waiting. Two people in red clothes stood near the altar and treasures, while one of them said that maybe he was devoured by monsters, and the other responded by saying that he himself studied in which parts of the cave these creatures lived, and he could not die. The old man with long gray hair was very dissatisfied with what he heard and said that yes, but still it is extremely strange, it was the head of the army of bloody dogs, Chwiq. The guy with disheveled hair smiled a little and turned his head in his direction, saying that if he didn't come, it would be worse for him. Immediately after that, he grinned maliciously, showing his fangs, and said that he had already received that thing, and they had the remaining books from the blood-eating demon. After which Gahin, with a malicious grin, holding a certain book in his hand, laughed and said that this is exactly how it is. He continued to hold the book of notes in his hand and said that thanks to this he would become an invulnerable warrior, and there was very little left, after which he laughed. Gahyung's gaze was fixed on the book as he continued to say that if the hypocritical factions of Murim just need to wait, he will fill the whole world with their blood, and the guy standing next to him with disheveled eyes said with a satisfied grin that they have this book. After which he offered to read it until Gukwan Rim arrived, and Gahyung, turning in his direction with a malicious smile and a satisfied face, said that they would do so. The warriors in red and white clothes stood with their arms at their sides and did not express any emotions, while he added that there was no need to share their wealth with them. Gahyun continued to look ahead with a satisfied, sly grin and said that they would save it for themselves, and the guy with disheveled hair, smiling widely, showing his fangs, agreed with him. Immediately after, he walked towards the warriors with a grin on his face and a confident look, holding a blade in his hand, and said that they had all done a wonderful job to get here. And while these warriors were glad to hear the words, he, with his finger, drawing a blade from its sheath, said that therefore the head decided to reward all of them in advance, to the sounds of rejoicing and the words that finally it would fall to them too. After which, the guy with disheveled hair and red clothes smiled widely, and his eyes seemed to turn white as a tense atmosphere began to appear around him, and he said that now everyone who stands in front of him. Suddenly his words were interrupted by a loud scream heard throughout the cave, and he turned his gaze forward. Right in front of him, several warriors fell to the ground and shook in pain, covered in sweat, while the others watched in fear. More and more people began to fall to the ground, holding their hands to their throats, and sweated, screaming in unbearable pain, and the rest did not understand what it was. Gahyun and the guy with disheveled hair watched what was happening and were at a loss, also not understanding what they saw. Suddenly, their bewilderment was interrupted by a voice saying that the two seemed to be planning to do just that, which greatly surprised them. A man emitting black energy approached the corpse of one of the warriors and said that this is why he decided to help them. It was Shin, standing in the middle of the cave in a black robe and a mask made of a mountain ram skull, and emitted a huge amount of energy into the space surrounding him, and the robe seemed to disintegrate into small black particles when he said that they can rest assured, here and now the same fate awaits. The guy with disheveled hair was very scared and surprised by what was happening, speaking about it in a trembling voice. After which he suddenly cried out that who he was, and right in front of him stood a huge number of warriors in red and white clothes, pointing their blades at him. Shin continued to stand in his place and with a face that showed no emotion, and said that it seems that they were waiting for Gu Guan Rim, and he is this man, so he came. In the end it turned out very interesting. After which he added that they should not worry, and they themselves probably already understood how it happened. The guy with disheveled hair stood in bewilderment. Gahyun called him a bastard with a dissatisfied look. The skeleton of a man in purple clothes with long white hair continued to sit in the same place, on top of the coffin, around the jewelry, while Shin said that this was the same blood-eating demon, and it was interesting. After which he directed his gaze, full of anger and contempt, straight in front of him, releasing the energy of a red glow, and said that since they had given him so many interesting things to know, he, too, would not let him get bored. At the same moment, Gahyun, greatly angered by what he heard, gave the order to attack. Immediately obeying their master, the warriors in red and white clothes rushed to the side. Shin pointed his blade straight in front of him, and he continued to stand in place, emitting a small red energy and did not show it. At that moment, he raised his eyes upward, full of anger, and said that the challenge was accepted. Then he, crossing his arms straight in front of him, showing a sign, began to emit a huge amount of blue glow energy around him, so strong that his robe began to develop as if in the wind, and he said that the concentration of forces was completed. After which he added that he was starting a projection of power, and told the Headless One to come out, and the warriors who attacked him were very surprised and frightened by what they saw. His power was directed in their direction. Right in front of the warriors, suddenly jumping back from what had happened, a huge knight in white armor and a blue cloak appeared, holding his head in his hand, while the other held a huge blade and released a huge amount of blue energy. The warriors in red and white clothes were greatly frightened by the sight they saw and not understanding what it was, until the summoned creature appeared right in front of them. After which they shouted that it was a monster, and the knight continued to stand in his place, releasing a huge blue flame from his neck and holding his head in his hands. The next moment, he raised his blade, turning his torso slightly as he continued to emit power outward. The knight swung his sword straight in front of him, leaving a trail of blue glow as those who feared the death of the war tried to escape from him. At the same moment, he cut each of them in half, sprinkling everything around in blood, leaving only a blue glow after the blow. Suddenly, a guy with disheveled hair appeared right next to the knight, smiling sarcastically, stretching his hand forward, and holding his blade tightly with the other. He then began to emit a huge amount of black and purple evil energy from his hand and continued to smile while he said that whatever it was, thanks to the blood-eating demon's techniques, it would simply absorb all of his energy. The next moment he said that the power must come to him, and it will all be his, while his hand continued to be directly in front of the huge knight in white armor. Suddenly something surprised him greatly, and he did not understand what was happening. His black-purple energy collided with the blue flames coming from behind the knight's neck, and he was at a loss, thinking that he couldn't sense any energy. After which a blue glow from the sword of this same knight appeared right in front of him, and he did not have time to react to his attack. The body of a guy with disheveled hair was cut in half by a deft movement of the hand holding the blade of the summoned creature. The ground next to him immediately turned red due to the huge amount of blood that had fallen on it. Gahyun stood with fear on his face, watching what was happening, clenching his teeth tightly. He was behind everyone and, watching the huge number of corpses of warriors, waved his arms, not understanding how this was possible. After which, with dissatisfaction because of his fear, he shouted that he was a bastard and what the hell he was. Gahyun began to release a huge amount of black-violet energy from his mouth. Suddenly, Shin was right in front of the kneeling Gahyun and released the exact same energy directly into his mouth and surrounded him around with enormous force, saying that they wanted to use the technique of absorbing the blood-eating demon, then bon appetit to them. Shin, with an arrogant face, disdaining him, continued to stretch his hand in front of him and release a huge amount of energy, saying that they should eat until they burst. The next moment, Gahyun rolled his eyes upward and trembled all over from the pain constantly spreading throughout his body and groaned. His cry could be heard even outside the cave, located deep in the forest, on that very dark night when the full moon was shining outside. The narrative takes us the next day to the red light district, to a long 2-story building with a dark roof. The leader of the vagabonds sat in his place in bewilderment without uttering a word, while Shin said that all 3 leaders of the blood dogs were the strongest warriors, but in the end they died, and he, an ordinary warrior vagabond, managed to survive. There was a bucket covered in blood right on the table, and inside was someone's head with gray hair, when Shin added that it was the head of the leader of the bloody dogs. The head of the tramps was greatly surprised by what he saw and looked straight ahead with a blank expression, saying that the bloody dogs worshipped a blood-eating demon. Shin stood still, and right in front on the floor there was that same bucket with his head, while he did not show any emotion and said that this was actually the reason why so many robed warriors disappeared right in front of him. After which Shin, fixing his menacing gaze straight ahead, continuing to wear a mask made of a ram's skull and throwing the hood of a black robe over his head, said that in addition to these bastards, he also destroyed all the monsters of that cave. The head of the tramp stood in bewilderment near the bucket with his head, without uttering a word, while Shin turned around, walked towards the exit and said that therefore, please, his next visit should improve his rating. The head of the tramp stood in bewilderment in the middle of the room and did not understand what had just happened, thinking that at that moment he understood that now a new chief tramp warrior had appeared in these places. He had an image in his head of Shin wearing a black robe and a mountain ram skull mask on his face that showed no emotion, and he thought that this was the first appearance of a wolf with the face of a ghost. Ancient roofs of Chinese houses against the background of a clear sky, several days have passed. There are crowds of people in the courtyard of the training pavilion, but one team stands out for its position, appearing before the eyes of other spectators. Today is the day Yu Xinwang takes office. A man from the crowd with an angry grimace mocks the heroes who stand out from all of them. Supporting him, the second man with a knitting needle and a bun and a humble look agreed. 5 fierce warriors stood with dissatisfied expressions on their faces, accompanied by the crowd's opinions that they were almost forced here. The man with an angry grimace heard that each squad had singled out the weakest warriors, and they needed to be trained harder. The warrior being discussed by others grits his teeth with anger. There are swollen veins on his skin, but in the background the sounds of ridicule and words about how good it is that other warriors were not kicked out of the squad continued. The surprised crowd, hearing the scream and equating them with garbage, looks at its source. The source of the noise, Wai Mu Young, Volcano Faction, White Dragon Sword, shouts and asks when this so-called leader they are waiting for will come. Mu Young, turning to the surprised crowd, shouts with questions where could their leader be stuck, and that he is making us all wait on the day of his inauguration. The distinguished crowd listens to the shouts of the warrior in the middle, Mu Young, who asks everyone if he can be the leader of the Zhejiang clans after this. The angry face of the disgruntled warrior Mu Young was accompanied by the response of the warrior in the background who agreed with Mu Young. The warrior standing in front of him, Chu Chun Kang from the Jianum faction, Sword of the Heavenly Dragon, informs his comrades that the future leader is ignoring not only them, but also the Muram Alliance. Another warrior also standing behind Mu Young, Go Ban from the Gundong faction, Lightning Charge, says that if the leader knew that he could not handle such a position, he should have refused. Young girl He Wall, from the Ami faction, Blood Sword Maiden, added that, as she thought, the leader was overrated and he was just another pathetic coward. Mu Young's hand clenches into a fist with anger. He swears, I think about the humiliation he is going through. The evil, twisted face in Mu Young's grimace only thinks that he is a member of the Vulcan faction, and one of Dam Young Gun's disciples, and he was sent here to become a member of the pathetic squad of some, in his words, idiot. 3 warriors Mu Young, Chun Kaiung and Go Bang and a beautiful girl He Wall, led by Mu Young, shouting that he does not want to waste time waiting for something unknown, aggressively leave the event. Suddenly, at the words of another stranger that not even an hour has passed, the group of people above turn around in slight surprise. An unfamiliar warrior Teal from the Shaman faction, Tai Chi Dragon Sword, wonders if the company really lacks patience. Mu Young, with crazy eyes and nostrils widened with anger, asked if Teal had addressed his words to them. Tension arose in the square between 2 groups of familiar warriors, and Teal pointed out to his colleagues that they were the only ones acting like children, receiving a questioning reaction from the callers. Here warrior Go Bang warns to follow the words of the Tai Chi Dragon Sword, that is, Teal turning to him not to dare to be so rude to them. Teal, a calm, serene warrior in red robes, grinning at Go Bang, says that he said, but he is ashamed, to which he receives an aggressive questioning reaction from Go Bang. Mu Young, from the impudence of the warrior in red, in a complete whirlpool of aggression, called him a puppy. Mu Young, in front of his group of warriors and the girl, shouts that before they leave, he will teach Teal how to show respect and asks him to look here, while the red warrior stands as serenely as he stood. A voice from outside ordered everyone to calm down, pointing out that they were members of the same squad, but were pointing swords at each other. On the field, Mu Young and his warriors are separated from Teal, the red warrior who stands with others unknown to us. The monk's hand clumsily and loudly touches the religious rosary, complementing the action with loud laughter and pronouncing Amitabha. The Shaolin monk, Tak Guan, swears at the warrior from the dog squad Jiang Chobang, who is sleeping next to him on the floor, saying that the bastard is back to his own ways, which is quite funny. A joyful voice from outside supports someone, saying motivating words and encouraging him with his ringing laughter. The cute red-haired girl of the Jinju region on So-So, turning to her friend, asks if anyone has a gag to shut the mouths of everyone who is in the way. Turning to another girl, she calls her sister and asks if she has a gag, to which we are shown her sister Mu Young Mai from the Mayan clan, who is quickly looking forward. A loud noise causes Mu Young and Teal to turn around in concern. Even the greedily chewing man, Hwang Budong of the Hwangbu clan, did not expect the loud sound. Monk, Mu Young Mai, and Hwang Budong pointing in bewilderment at something that surprised everyone. A lot of smoke, as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky with a loud sound. Surprised Chu Chun Kyung is surrounded by a whirlwind of dust after a passing figure. He is perplexed and asks the question what it is. The face of a man from the crowd disappearing into a whirlwind of dust screams to us of fear and horror that an invasion is taking place. A swirl of dust howls in shades of red and brown, and a voice from outside asks who could have the nerve to do this. The brave warriors and ladies came together, taking blades in their hands, awaiting future events with caution. A storm passes through their crowd, and we notice how the men surrounded the girls for their protection. Teal, tensed in a whirlwind of dust, heard a loud scream. Hwang Budong, with bags under his eyes from fear, realizes that they were actually attacked by someone. The monk, in a stupor of shock, realizes that they will all be killed. A Shaolin monk calls out to someone in alarm, pointing his finger. He directs everyone to look in the direction of three silhouettes of figures shrouded in black cloaks that emerged from a whirlwind of dust and wind. In a gust of wind, the main character Shinon appears. Mu Young screams that they are the ones who attacked them. All the warriors of the quarreling detachment rushed to exterminate Shin while he stood still. The enraged Mu Young, swinging his sword, even caused a light green glow from it. Teal did the same, casting a light red glow from his sword. All wars, with furious cries, swing with extraordinary force at the man in the black robe, who does not see them. But that same person, Shin Woon, only traces a certain smirk across his lips. In the moment, the main character, using his extraordinary strength, magically scatters the bodies of the warriors attacking him like tree branches, accompanying all this with a strong whirlwind and a noisy environment. Mu Young flew away from the blow, grinning from its force and barely holding his sword in his hands. The same thing happened with Teal. Now the main character turned to face his opponents and knocked them down, forcing them to fly a couple of meters with just one move, still standing in his place confidently, with his arms out to the sides. A group of warriors from Mu Young's side were scattered into pieces with terrible sounds, remaining thrown back on the ground. Mu Young, shakingly trying to get up to look at the situation more clearly with one eye, wonders what happened and how Shin did it. Warrior Mu Young still looks at the three figures in black robes with a trembling in his body, pointing at them with an exclamation. Suddenly, a red-haired girl flies at one black figure, with the sword on So-So rushing into her body, jumping loudly from her position. Approaching the three black outlines, the girl's sword glowed with bright sunlight. So-So's eyes narrowed in surprise. The sonorous swings of the sword turn into a light blue glow. A man in a black robe locked the girl in his arms, put a sword to her throat and warned her not to move. The man whispered close to her right in her ear if she moved, she would regret it, which made the girl, out of fear and surprise, think that the voice seemed familiar to her. The main character, Shinon, stands on the field after the battle, where the wounded warriors are just recovering, and says that as he expected, everything would happen like this. All fighters convey a storm of surging emotions, each one stands out from everyone else. Shin Woong tells them that as he expected, based on the entrance exam results, they all failed. Background of an ancient Chinese building, accompanied by heart-rending wheezing after the battle. The entire team of attacking warriors is trying to get to their feet and come to their senses. Mu Young is groaning in pain, and Go Bang leans on the spear, transferring all his strength to him. Mu Young expresses his ardor in a huge measure of aggression, saying that the devil will take them, and asking what kind of bastards they are. Teal, the red warrior, having come to his senses, told Mu Young to shut up, asking why he was making noise, to which he replied that these people attacked them, and why should he be silent. Mu Young, standing among the other warriors who had not come to their senses, shouts curses at the attackers and orders them to urgently leave. Mu Young ends up with a glare about how he will finish them off, while the shaman in the background tries to assess the situation, saying that because of the smoke, nothing can be seen, asking the others if anyone has videoed anything. Suddenly, the red-haired girl So-So turned to everyone that she knew these mysterious attackers, who had been keeping her near him for some time, to which Mu Young turned to her questioningly and in surprise. One of the attackers put the girl So-So in the arms of his arm and a sword under her throat. She said that she knew exactly one. The next moment, the killer quickly took the blade of the sword away from the girl and let her go. She looked after two robed figures adjusting their hoods. Mu Young, showing all the surprise on his face, cried out in surprise when people appeared in front of him, revealing themselves from under their robes. Shaolin monk, Mu Young and other warriors shout at people they apparently know, accusing them of spying on them. Insulting strangers, calling them dirty rats. At this time So-So, a red-haired girl, recognizes someone among the attackers. It turns out that the attacking fighters are Sister Ha Rin and Ji Galgun. An enraged Mu Young walks straight towards Rin and Gal, shouting that he will finish them off right now. Suddenly, Mu Young was stopped by the main character, stopping the commotion and ordered Mu Young to stop squealing like a pig, which made Mu Young again fall into some kind of surprise, holding the sword in front of him. Shin, standing with two of his comrades, repeated his previous words once again, as many turned off and did not hear anything. Against the background of the blue sky, Shin, looking straight at the overpowered warriors, said that they all failed the entrance exam due to lack of skills. Mu Young questioningly repeated Shi's words about the entrance exam, and Monk Shaolin, Chu Chug Kyung and Choban found themselves in such a stupor, to which confident Shin, with a bright light falling on him, was asked in his face why they had to organize this circus just for a simple test of them. The team of warriors began to be indignant. The monk ordered not to talk nonsense, and Mu Young insists that they will all believe in these fairy tales. Mu Young's hand aggressively points a finger at Shin Wung, saying that he will answer for all the evil he has done, but Shin only assumed that apparently they were trying to scare him. At that moment, only the words of Shin were heard, completely covering the picture of the situation, that he was not at all afraid of the children who were running to their parents to complain. In complete shock, the warriors grinned in incomprehensible surprise. Then Mu Young, who turned to the main character, how dare he say that, were completely aggressive from his impudence. Suddenly, Young Mai's sister replied that she did not understand the situation, and said that the situation did not comply with the rules, looking at Shin and Rin, who clearly did not expect questions from her. Sweet Young Mai with a calm face says that people are usually warned in advance that they will take the exam, and wonders why all this happened. Shin looked at her sharply, his brows furrowed, just as he sharply answered whether they should report the surprise attack. Shin says that he is not surprised to hear this from those who are unable to deal with such a situation as theirs, to which Young Mai, along with So-So, awkwardly realize what is happening with silence. Shin asked if he was mistaken, to which Mu Young, like all the other warriors, also hung in an awkward silence and atmosphere. Exhaling persistent air, Shin resigned himself to the situation and suggested doing something differently. Suddenly, all the warriors who failed the exam are surrounded by Shin's magic, and he says that their legs must be paralyzed and they cannot move. And if anyone among them can disarm the trap and get out of it, he will gladly apologize for happened, and then resign from the position of the clan department of Zhejiang province. Shin gives them the condition that if they complete the task, they also need to defeat Rin and Gal standing behind him, grinning in a relaxed smile. While all the warriors are enveloped in magic, Choban and the Shaolin monk confirm that the trap is a paralyzing poison, and they really cannot move. Suddenly, Mu Young starts laughing loudly in front of Shin Wung and his partners, saying that he will make the main character regret what he did. Mu Young moves his robes aside, reaching with his right hand for something that will help him defeat Shin, accompanying this with a speech that he must soon see Shin begging for his forgiveness on his knees. There is a small red sphere on Mu Young's hand, and Mu Young immediately orders him to look. Teal, when asked by another warrior that this is the bloody antidote of the Tang clan, replies that now they will find out. Mu Young, with a sinister smile and crazy eyes, holding the antidote in front of him with 2 fingers, said that nothing could resist the Tang clan's antidote. Continuing his speech, Mu Young is confident that Shin will definitely kneel in front of him, to which the other sighed lightly. Mu Young, who said that he would take the place of Shin's leader, quickly threw the antidote into his mouth, closing it with a click in his teeth, and his hand did not even have time to move away from his face. Mu Young, with his head down, against the backdrop of an ancient Chinese village, a battlefield, and the surprised look of both the warriors from his squad and Shin Yuna's assistants along with himself. Mu Young's aggressive expression and charm creates a certain dark purple aura that he is confident that the poison he took will smear Shin. Suddenly, Mu Young's eyes widened and narrowed in surprise, seeing a foreign light of a different shade. His legs begin to be captured by the tentacles of purple magic, and the uncomprehending Shin begins to wonder what and why is happening. The trembling Mu Young, covered in sweat either from fear or from misunderstanding, looks at Shin, Rin and Gal, claiming that this is impossible. Mu Young is sweating, her face contorted with aggression, wondering why the antidote didn't work. The entire picture of the situation is obscured by Mu Young's shouts, with aggressive orders for his legs to move. The main character sighed again and with a certain grin, saying that there was no point in looking at it further. Bloody antidotes fall on the warriors, sounding like hail and bad weather. Shin created them with his magic and invited them to take them. 5 red balls lie on the ground. The main character notes that this is the antidote that they so wanted. But with a snap of his fingers and a confident face, Shin suggests that they don't deserve it because no one has solved the problem. Having finished the exam with their Shin, the warriors are completely confused. The main character and his comrades turned around and joyfully said goodbye to everyone, to which he received an ambiguous reaction from other warriors in the form of insults and yells. Evening, a night lamp stands in the corner of a dark room. The man's fist hits the table hard with a lot of noise. The man's thoughts speak of his cursing the main character. Jiangang Jinan, from the law enforcement squad, is shaking and exploding with anger, and all his thoughts are absorbed only in how Shin dared to give the entrance test to Wai Muyang, the third disciple of the White Dragon Sword Emperor from the Elder Vulcan faction. Lowering his face, the man thinks that, moreover, Wai Muyang only complicated everything, and now how can he explain this to the factions? With his hand on his face, distorted in a furious grimace of hatred, Jinan reflects that if things remain like this, then Yu Shin-woon, the main character, will cause even more problems in the future. The man's gaze is completely saturated with hatred, highlighting his wrinkles, and even the veins in his eyes. Against the background of the evening time in the ancient Chinese house, a wild roar sounded like thunder that even the crows flew away, shuddering. A man's voice was heard in the room saying, "Oh, really?" Gal put his hand on his chest, closed his eyes and told the leader that every new day with him is a mystery. You will never understand what he is going to do. The main character turned his head to the side, folded his hands behind his back and asked, "But is it possible to predict the future at all?" The guy smiled and said no, but Shin and Gal were sitting at the table. The young man spread his hands and asked if his gift was useful to him. The protagonist replied that yes, quite. The guy closed his eyes, smiled and said that he couldn't believe that they were able to break into the alliance ceremony, and even his trap worked. He couldn't even imagine this. The main character looked to the side and thought, a genius is a genius. He would never have thought that he would be able to set magic traps only a couple of days after he gave him literature about them. Gal raised his hands, laughed and closed his eyes, and Shin decided that he was like a fish in water. The protagonist folded his hands behind his back and looked at the girl, who said that she could not even imagine that he would master this technique without a mentor. Rin looked to the side and said seriously that it was also a poison against which even the Tang clan's antidote did not work. The girl sat at the table with her head down and added that now she knows about the existence of another poison. Shin looked at Rin and asked that their families were against him leading the provincial clan squad. She closed her eyes and answered that no, apparently her family had a good opinion of him after that trial. The girl looked at the guy, who sadly closed his eyes and said that he had not communicated with his family for a long time. Rin opened her eyes wide in surprise when she heard Gal explain that he only said that he was going to help the Lord, and they did not object. The scout looked away and thought, "Sir." Shin looked at the guy and thought that such a title had not been used for a long time for the heads of any associations. It was so strange to hear such a word from his lips. Rin put her hands on the table, looked ahead thoughtfully and realized that this could only mean that he would follow the leader unconditionally. The main character looked at the assistants and said, "Well, it will be a hard journey, but they will not regret it." Gal smiled, closed his eyes and said, "Even if the path is difficult, he will be happy to protect the leader." Rin lowered her head and thought that she would too. She would be happy to serve Yu Shin-woon if she were not the heiress of the Tang clan. The main character looked carefully at the thoughtful face of the scout. The girl lowered her head and looked down thoughtfully. Shin, standing near the table, looked at the assistants and asked how Wai Muyang was doing. Gal smiled and answered that they say he is still bedridden and needs treatment, and also that he was rewarded from the ruler of the shooting star for his unacceptable behavior. The main character looked to the side and said, "The ruler of the shooting star." Shin remembered Wimu screaming furiously and began to think that at first he thought that he was a member of the blood sect, but compared to his mentor, his skills were very mediocre. He probably doesn't even know the true identity of the head of the alliance. But who can't keep your eyes open? The young man from the Vulcan faction gritted his teeth and grabbed his sword. Wimu put his sword in front of him and said that he did not intend to endure any more. The guy rushed to the attack shouting that he would kill him and lead this detachment. Wimu knitted his eyebrows and looked ahead in surprise. A man in a white mask was approaching him, about to punch him. The guy flew away screaming. Shin looked at the warrior in the white kimono. The man turned his head and looked to the side. Sejong put his fist to his palm as a sign of greeting and apologized to leader Yu for his rudeness, and thought to himself that he was the ruler of the shooting star, Lee Si-chong. The main character looked at the warrior and thought that with one movement he calmed down Wai Muyang, who was furious. The man looked calmly in front of him, and Shin decided that this didn't say much, but there was not a single emotion in those eyes. Sechon folded his palms in front of him. The protagonist remembered that he understood only one thing then. Shin imagined the warrior's face and decided that he was incredibly angry. The main character lowered his head and thought, well, this is even good, the prey itself runs into their hands. Shin turned his head when he heard the girl's words, however, he really won't accept any of them into the squad. The protagonist looked to the side and replied that he would look at the applications again a little later. Some of them had already refused. He was talking about 4, Wai Muyang, Chu Chun-jen, Go Bang and Hee-wall. Rin and Gao looked at the leader. The main character folded his hands behind his back, looked at the scouts sitting at the table and said that it was even better, those who needed to be weeded out had already done it themselves. Shin put his hand to his chin and added that those remaining had reapplied, but they needed to double check the information they provided about themselves. Rin and Gao looked at the leader and replied that it would be done. The scout introduced the two warriors and said that the ones he remembered most among them were T-Il and Nam Gun Ho. They were both members of the Shaman faction and quite famous warriors. Gao remembered the fair-haired girl and added that Ong So, she is the youngest in the family of the leader of the clan of the Jinju region, who loves her very much. The guy put his hand on a piece of paper and noted that the rest of the family was cruel to her because they considered her arrogant. Gao pointed his fingers at the text written on the paper. The guy introduced a girl with long dark hair and said, and also Mu Yun Mai. The main character put his hand on his belt and looked at the scout, who said that the eldest daughter of the head of the Mayan clan is considered one of the most beautiful girls, but her skills are not very good, since she is very weak. Shin looked ahead thoughtfully and thought, Mu Yun Mai, is it really her? The protagonist remembered the burning house and the girl's cry that she hated him. Youngmi covered her mouth with her hand and watched with horror in her eyes as the main character held the man by the neck as he carried out the massacre from another version of the future. The girl opened her eyes wide, and Shin remembered that he killed her and her entire family. Youngmi gritted her teeth with tears in her eyes and said that she would never forget this. The main character lowered his head and thought, although this happened in a different version of the future. The protagonist imagined the girl's eyes full of tears and realized that he could not forget the anger in her eyes. Shin looked to the side and thought, nothing, this life will be different. The main character put his hands on his belt and told the scouts that they would hold the next meeting in 3 days. Gao looked at the leader and replied that it was good. The protagonist looked at the guy and asked how the investigation regarding this detachment was going, and heard the answer that he took a look, and, to be honest, not everything was so good. It seems that until now the detachment existed due to external support. Shin put his hand to his chin, looked thoughtfully and said, external support. Rin turned her head, looked at the leader and said, of course, since the detachment is a national team, you can get food there. But we are talking about horses and some other resources. Gao threw up his hands and added that this does not make any sense. He should ask the leader. The alliance has more power in this matter. The main character, holding his chin with his hand, said that there was no need for this. They would simply expand these external sources of support. The scouts looked at the leader in surprise and asked in one voice, what? Rin looked to the side and said, but then the squad would not be able to exist independently, and it would be pointless to continue the investigation. Shin smiled slightly and said that no, that's not true. A huge snowball is always small at the beginning. The scouts looked at the leader in surprise. The main character turned around and said, there's probably something more hidden behind all this. In the evening twilight stood a house with a blue roof. In a cauldron standing on the fire, they were stirring food with a spoon. A man's voice was heard, which said that these guys were already going to eat the fried larvae. 4 chefs stood at the stove preparing food. One of them said that they were already trying their best. A man with a knife in his belt came into the kitchen. This is the manager of the Shikma house, Yul Hyung, and shouted that if they did not cope with the dishes, he would personally kill them. Yul turned his head in the direction where the sound came from. The man narrowed his eyes and asked, what is it? The main character and the scouts entered the room, and the manager looked at them and said, how dare he fall into the kitchen? Yul opened his mouth and shouted, what is he doing? The man looked in surprise and said, pig. The main character stood silently and looked at the manager and asked to himself, what? Shin and the scouts stood and looked at the man who thought, what is he supposed to do here? Yul clenched his teeth and looked in the direction where the voices of the cooks were coming from. Isn't this the head of the clan detachment of the province? But what did he forget here? The manager turned to the workers and shouted that they had gone completely crazy and wanted to die, and the cooks apologized in response. Yul clenched his fists and looked at the main character. The man began to walk towards the guests. The employee of the Shikma house put his palm to his fist as a sign of greeting and said that he was the manager of this house, Yul Hyung. The main character looked at the man and said that he was Yu Shin-un, the head of the squad, and in response he heard that he knew about it. Yul looked at the guy indifferently and asked what he needed here. Shin smiled and asked what he was doing, interrupted him, and the manager lowered his head and replied that he did not deny, but he was busy, so get to the point. Yul gritted his teeth and turned away when he heard the words of the main character. He will say if he is ready to cooperate. The man replied that he has no time for his jokes. These plates will not fill themselves. He is busy, so let them leave where they came from. The manager looked to the side in surprise when the guy told him to look here. Shin looked seriously in front of him and asked if he really thought he was joking. Yul opened his eyes wide. The man's hands shook. He thought, what's the matter? The worker looked at the main character and wondered why his eyes sparkled so much. Shin put on a serious expression and said that he also didn't have time and asked him to bring him the report book if he didn't want it to be his last breakfast. There was a bottle on the cabinet. The manager said that there it was. The main character was sitting at the table and studying the magazine. Yul stood nearby and said that all food supplies to the Miramma Alliance were indicated here. Everyone stood and watched in silence as Shin looked through the notes. The protagonist, without raising his head from the notebook, said, "Well, food is delivered to everyone. The heads of the Yukten, Childa and Odana detachments feed the warriors with different dishes." The manager lowered his head and explained that this is true. They supply high-quality products that the heads of the detachments request from them. They will never allow themselves to feed people some kind of dog food. The recipes were developed by the best doctors. The main character lowered his head and said, "Well, there are different healers." Yul looked at the guy in surprise and asked what, and Shin asked, "Are there warriors among the cooks?" The manager looked away and replied that no, they did not have workers from Muram. The protagonist turned his head and said, "If a person with a grudge against another warrior or an entire squad gets a job here, who knows what he can do with the food while cooking? And finally, who hires the cooks?" Yul, standing near the table, replied that he and the head cook were doing this. Shin stood up from the table and thanked the manager for the explanation. It was time for them to return. The main character and the scouts headed to the exit. They thanked the man for his time. The worker followed them and asked what was that all. The cooks looked at each other. Shin turned around and said, "Isn't it enough for him?" The protagonist looked carefully in front of him and added, "By the way, the chefs here cook excellently." A worker in a blue cap picked up a tray of food with a name sign on it. The cook turned his head and looked at the main character, who told him that it seemed that the food was burning and that. The guy rushed to run to the stove with words of gratitude. There were plates of food on the table. Shin smiled, extended his finger towards the food with a drop of some liquid hanging on it, and thought that he hoped he liked his gift, buddy. Chikma's house was flooded with sunlight. Gal said that he thought he would bake himself in this kitchen. The main character walked ahead. Behind him, the scout with a smile on his face said that, as expected, they did not find anything bad. Rin and Gal looked at the leader in surprise, who said that this was not so. Shin turned around and explained that he had already found what he was looking for. A huge, beautiful house stood illuminated by sunlight. Vimu walked around the room, leaning on a crutch, and said that he thought he would be bedridden for several more days, glad that he turned out to be stronger than he expected. The man with the bandaged leg said that it was thanks to his care. Sechong looked to the side and replied that before he fell ill, he said that he no longer wanted to join the provincial clan detachment. The ruler clasped his hands behind his back and said that he hoped he could learn a lot there and gain experience. Is he thinking of applying again? Vimu gritted his teeth and replied that he would not join a detachment whose leader uses such vile tricks and has no respect for clans and factions. He would make up for his lack of experience somewhere else. Sechong looked to the side and suggested ending this conversation. The man with the crutch looked at the ruler and said, "By the way, he heard that the head of the detachment began to travel to different places. He seemed to be trying to sniff out something in Chikma's house." Vimu furrowed his eyebrows, clenched his teeth and added that this was not good. Would they just leave it like that? Sechong turned around and said, "Enough already. He wants to break the rules again. This time he won't get away with it." The ruler turned and looked at the man, who called him brother, and added, "And if he says that they can defeat him by circumventing the law?" Vimu smiled and said something will happen in 2 days, or has he forgotten? Sechong looked at his brother in surprise. The ruler smiled and noted that it seemed that for the first time in a long time he could agree with him, and then asked if he would share the details of his plan. The man put his hand on the crutch, smiled and said, "Well, that's the point." Vimu raised his head sharply, spread his arms and shouted. Sechong stood and looked at his brother suffering from pain, asked what was the matter, what was wrong with him. The man screamed at his stomach. The ruler looked in surprise at the guy, who, sweating profusely, said, "Brother." Vimu looked up, opened his mouth and told him to save himself. Sweat ran down the man's face. He opened his mouth and rolled his eyes. A desperate man's scream echoed across the yard near the house. Rays of sunlight illuminated the houses. The main character and the scouts approached the gate and started a conversation with a man in a blue robe. Shin put his fingers on his chin and looked at the man who was having an important dialogue with him. The protagonist and his assistant stood and listened to the man's answer to a question that interested them. The man in expensive attire turned his head to the side and reluctantly entered into a conversation with the main character. Rin looked at the leader and thought that she did not understand the motives for his questions. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully and thought, perhaps he was up to something, but will we live up to his expectations? The voice of the main character was heard along the corridor, asking, "Is there one place left?" Gao, walking behind, replied that yes, only the Palace of Fidelity. Shin stopped, smiled and said, "The Palace of Loyalty. But it is not visible." Rin explained that the palace is not inside the Alliance fortress. In order to get into it, you will have to go to the outskirts of Loyang. The main character turned his head and asked, "Not here, but why is it located so far away?" The girl looked at the leader and answered that because of the special activities, the palace needs large territories. The protagonist put his fingers to his chin and asked what they were doing there, and Rin replied that with loyalty, in the literal sense of the word, they honor the souls of Miram warriors of past generations. Shin opened his mouth in surprise and said, "Wow." The guy lowered his head and looked forward mysteriously, and then said, "That's it." The scouts looked at him questioningly, but remained silent. Among the green mountains, surrounded by walls, stood a palace. Shin raised his head and said, "Here he is." The main character looked at the high staircase leading to the main entrance and said, "Palace of Fidelity." The protagonist began to climb the steps. The main character confidently walked up the stairs. The guy stopped and looked forward in surprise. A gray-haired old man came out of the gate with a cane in his hands. The old man bowed his head in greeting and said that he had arrived. Shin bowed back to him and said that he was pleased to meet you. He is the new leader of the provincial clan detachment. "You Shin-un?" The gray-haired man replied that his name is Nam Muhak. He is the head of the Palace of Loyalty. Muhak narrowed his eyes and said that, judging by the rumors that had reached him, he was a worthy young man. Well, the tea was probably ready and invited him to go inside. Shin looked at the old man and thanked him. The gates began to close. The main character walked behind the head of the palace and looked forward in surprise. The protagonist stopped and looked at the graves, over which green lights were flying. Shin stood at the gate, his eyes wide open at what he saw. Books, magazines, and scrolls were neatly stacked on the shelves. Muhak explained that these were all the documents and financial reports he asked about. The main character picked up the paper and looked at it. The head of the palace added, "If he needs anything else, then let him contact him." The guy thanked him. Shin ran his finger over the notes on the sheet and thought, "This is what we need. You can't find fault with documents and reports." The gray-haired man stood calmly aside, and the protagonist thought that this was the first time he had seen such well-written papers. The main character raised his head, looked at the head and said that he had checked everything. "By the way, there are not many people in the Palace of Fidelity, right?" The old man smiled and answered, "Well, the youth go to look after the graves." Muhak looked ahead and added that they are not looking for work here, but those who do get a job leave almost immediately, so salary costs have decreased and there are very few people left here. Shin lowered his head and sadly said that I understand. The main character got up from the table and said, "Well, that's all," and thanked him for going to meet him. The man leaned on his cane and answered, "No problem." The protagonist smiled and said, "Oh yes, the last question." The guy looked to the side and said, before setting off, he would like to show honor to the elders who died in the Palace of Loyalty. Is it possible to do this? If so, he would like to remain alone. Muhak smiled and replied, "Well, of course, he will even be happy about it. He will give him a permanent pass so he can come in whenever he wants." Shin smiled and said, "Thank him very much for this." Moonlight illuminated the gravestones. The main character stood among the graves, with his hands on his belt. He said that now he has a lot of work to do here. The protagonist smiled and said, "How many people are buried in the Palace of Fidelity?" Shin looked at the even rows of graves and realized that he would like to awaken all the dead now, but necromancy techniques cannot be used here and he is under surveillance. The main character put his palm forward. Mana began to come out of it. He decided that this did not mean that there was no other way. The protagonist, holding his hand in front of him, looked forward and said that first, let's take some energy from here. A few days later, the sun was shining brightly over the large, beautiful house. In the room stood a group of people invited to join the squad. The guy with the bandage on his head said that they stepped in shit and also smeared it everywhere. Everyone stood waiting, and a girl named Soso said that she returned because she could not sully the honor of the family. She was told to return and try to join the detachment until they took her, so she could go home and eat noodles and dumplings. The door to the room was closed. Everyone stood and looked at her, waiting. Gunho turned his head and asked them to be quiet, and then added, "Do they really think they can get away with it this time?" The guy looked ahead seriously and told everyone to get ready because it was unknown what he would decide to do with them. The main character stood in front of the door, holding his hands behind his back. Shin walked with confident steps towards the room where they were waiting for him. The protagonist smiled. All applicants for joining the detachment looked in surprise towards the doors. Teal, Soso, and Youngi opened their eyes wide in surprise and mentally said, "What?" Powerful streams of energy emanated from the main character's body. Some of those present thought that in just a few days he began to emit an even more threatening aura. Shin stopped, looked carefully at the applicants and asked, "Is everyone here?" The main character opened his mouth, looked intently in front of him and thought, "Now these suckers, will they behave well?" Teal and Soso looked at the protagonist with fear in their eyes and wondered what he was like. From his facial expression it was difficult to imagine what he was up to. Guan opened his mouth in surprise when he heard the words of the main character that they are just fake warriors, only creating the appearance of being capable of something. Scouts Rin and Gal entered the room, and Shin continued to say that he was not going to take fakes into the squad, but he had to take into account the fact that there were no worthy warriors in the Murama Alliance anyway. The protagonist put his hand inside the hem of his robe and spoke, and so, after much thought, he came up with a solution. Shin threw cards towards the applicants. The shocked Teal stepped back, and the main character explained that from now on they are only half members of the squad. The guy with the red hairpin on his head looked at the sign that said, "Cold Noodles." Soso looked forward in surprise when she read the word child on the card, and Youngmi cried because she read that she was a nice woman. Shin said that he was going to take them apart and put them back together. Gwen looked at the sign that said bald and heard the leader say that from now on, your name is what is written on the wooden sign and advised them to remember it. The Shaolin monk clenched his teeth in anger as he read his new name. Gwen looked in front of him with fury in his eyes and shouted, "Bald? Does that mean he called him bald?" Shin stood with his hands behind his back and heard how the applicants began to be indignant in chorus. What does cold noodles mean? And why is the child? He is joking. The guy demanded that they keep quiet. The main character smiled and said that from now on he would address them by these names. He was not going to repeat it, and warned them to listen carefully. Teal opened his mouth when he heard that he would be called Cold Noodles. The two guys stood with surprised faces after the main character said that Xiao Wung is a caterpillar and Zhang Haiyan is a coward. The guy in the orange kimono was seething with anger, and Shin calmly said that Dek Guang was bald and Jiang Zhoubang was a walking corpse. The three guys had sweat running down their faces. The leader called out their names: Nam Gun Ho, the fighting cock; Hwang Bodong, the fat one; Peng Xun Gu, the narrow-eyed one. The girl opened her eyes and mouth wide when she heard that he so was a child. Youngmi held the card in her hands, and the main character said her new name, Ice Woman. Shin looked seriously at the applicants and said that that was all. From now on they are called by the name indicated on the tablet, and only when they become not only worthy warriors, but are also able to unite, they will return their real names. The protagonist looked at the angry warriors who said, "What kind of names are these?" Shin calmly stood next to the scouts and said that there was no time, so they would start training now. A gray haze hovered over the training ground. The squad stood with surprised faces, and Jian asked what it was. On the parade ground there was a pot with a lid, from which smoke was coming. Someone answered that it was the smell of burning incense. What was in the incense burner? Teal and Soso looked at their hands in horror, the others looked around. The guy looked at the palms and said that it was a corrosive poison. The girl lowered her head, opened her eyes wide and said that it was incredible, it completely penetrates the skin. Gwen looked at the main character and shouted what this all meant. Shin asked the bald man to stop being rude. The protagonist looked at the applicants and said that this is an ordinary corrosive poison made from snake venom, Black Death. In 2 hours it will disappear on its own. The main character put his hands behind his back and continued to say that they are too obsessed with improving their fighting skills. Roughly speaking, they want to reap the benefits without ever watering the plant itself. All the squad members looked in surprise at the leader, who said that their training begins today and they will have no breaks. Soso looked to the side in confusion and noted that this was absurd. Youngmi looked confidently at the leader and said that this method of training is unacceptable. He has the right to decide how to train them, but everything has a limit. The main character looked forward thoughtfully. There were iron shackles lying on the training ground. The girl looked at them and said that she couldn't believe what they were. Shin looked at the metal objects and said that they were iron rings. The warriors looked at the leader in surprise after he said that now everyone must wear one on their wrists and ankles. The guys clenched their teeth. Teal asked, "Is this serious?" and Gunho said, "Well, let's try." The fighters confidently walked towards the iron rings. The warrior in a white kimono said, "Okay." Gunho furrowed his eyebrows and shouted that he would overcome any challenge. The main character and the scouts looked at the applicants, who began to say that it was good, they would show that they were not done with a finger. Shin smiled and said, that's exactly what he hoped for. 10 minutes into the training, Don was lying on the training ground, covered in sweat, saying that his body, he couldn't move. The warriors sat on the ground from fatigue, barely breathing, and did not understand how this could happen. Gunho knelt down, leaning on his hands, lowered his head and thought that these are just pieces of iron. Yes, but why is it so heavy? The guy looked at his hands, on the wrists of which there were iron rings. The main character approached the tired fighters, folded his hands behind his back and asked what they were doing, and then added that they needed to get up quickly. Shin looked down and asked where their fighting spirit had gone. Gunho and Teal looked towards where the leader was standing and saying that they better continue as quickly as possible. They have a long way to go. The protagonist looked at the girl, who asked the leader how you can learn anything with this. Soso was on her knees and crying. She raised her head and said how could she move with such rings, not having the necessary strength. He was simply mocking them. Shin closed his eyes and exhaled. The girl opened her eyes wide and looked forward questioningly. The fighters opened their mouths in surprise when the main character addressed them with words. Shin raised his hands, each with 3 rings on his wrists, and shouted that he, like them, was under the influence of poison, and the rings on his hands and feet were much heavier than theirs. The protagonist clenched his raised hand into a fist and asked loudly who taught them to give up before they even started doing something. The main character lowered his head and sadly added that he wanted to be gentle since it was their first day, but they need to behave differently with them. Shin looked in front of him and said, the whole squad, a blow to the head. The fighters raised their heads and looked at the leader in confusion. The main character looked at the applicants, who began to say that they were going to be hit. Did he say a blow to the head? Guan raised his hand to his face, closed his eyes and calmly said for everyone to remain calm. They misheard. That's definitely not what he said. A hand lay on the guy's shoulder, who looked to the side and said, "Exactly." Gunho raised his head and looked at the leader in surprise, saying that he could not say that they would get hit on the head. Shin grabbed the guy by the hair and slammed his head onto the platform. Guan opened his mouth and eyes wide. He was in shock. The warriors looked at what was happening with horror in their eyes. Shin held the guy's head with his hand. The main character lowered his head, looked at the lying fighter and angrily said that they seemed to not understand him, so he would repeat it one last time. The protagonist began to stand up and address the entire squad again. Shin turned around and said that everyone would get hit in the head. The sun's rays fell on the forest, and clouds of smoke rose into the sky. The fighters carried a huge log, breathing heavily. 5 guys held a heavy tree trunk on their shoulders, sweating profusely. 2 teams of 5 people climbed the mountain, carrying a heavy load, and asked to be spared. Someone said that it seemed like he was really going to die. Gunho gritted his teeth and thought that this was unbearable. He couldn't believe that they were forced to climb this mountain without any help, and besides, in these rings and with a log on their shoulders. Guan gritted his teeth, looked ahead in fear, and thought, the road is too steep. What's wrong with this man? The main character put his hands on his belt, looked at the squad and said, "What's the matter? It's still a long way to the top, and they need to get there before sunset." The warriors thought, "Why is he doing this to us?" Shin lowered his head, smiled and added that it is difficult to work together, being from different clans and factions. Advised them not to forget, they must be one, despite their differences. The 2 teams continued to carry the logs, and the protagonist continued to say that if one of them gave up, or if the log fell, they would have to pay for it in a very, very interesting way. Shin looked forward, smiled and said that of course, in addition to this, many more useful and fun training awaited them. The warriors mentally asked for mercy. A few weeks later, the full moon illuminated the dense forest, and smoke from the fire rose between the trees. Jaeyoung put his hands on his knees and said tiredly, "I wonder if the leader will allow them to rest after so long." 5 guys were sitting in a circle on the ground. Pan said that they had come so far into the mountains, and besides, it was night. Saban agreed and said, "That's it." Jaeyoung turned his head and looked at the smiling guy, who said that it was true that it had been like hell for several weeks. It was a miracle that they had survived at all. The fighter raised his fist and said, "What about these iron rings?" Guan lowered his head and looked at the metal shackles and spoke that at first they were so heavy that he couldn't move in them, but because he wears them every day, he seems to have gotten used to them. Saban raised his hand and looked at her, saying that they were still heavy, but now they weren't in the way so much. Pan looked at the guy and agreed, "That's right, he thinks so too, but he's not sure." The guy in the purple kimono looked up and said thoughtfully, "You Shin Wung, what is their leader even thinking about?" Pang remembered the main character's serious face and said that he treats them so cruelly, as if he wants to kill them, but what is his goal really? Guan laughed and noted that he probably had some kind of plan. The 4 guys looked carefully at the monk, who said that we need to obediently follow his instructions. He asked to look at him. Isn't he the leader's favorite simply because he is devoted to him? The warriors thought, but they called him bald, so that's why he is so grovels before the leader. Gunho looked in surprise at the guy with the beard, who said that he thought they had already rested enough. Don't they think it's time to get up and start doing their duties? The full moon was shining brightly over the forest. One of the fighters agreed and replied that of course they should, but how could they find the village of Shihua in these dark mountains? The guy in the white kimono lowered his head, knitted his eyebrows and thought, why were they sent to their homeland of this particular guy? Guan stood up, put his hand to his mouth and asked his friends not to worry. Saban and Gunho looked at the monk standing next to him, who said that he had walked these mountains far and wide while living in his temple. The orange-robed fighter knitted his eyebrows and happily noted that he could find that place within an hour and asked everyone to follow him. 50 minutes later, Guan stopped and looked ahead in confusion, asking why they were here again. Is this really the wrong road? The warriors looked irritably at the upset monk. Jaeyoung shouted that he seemed to be saying that he knew these mountains. Gunho knitted his eyebrows and added how many times we had already walked along the same path, so he knew that he was an ordinary braggart. The guy stood with his back to his comrades and heard someone say, so that's why all his hair fell out. Guan turned around and shouted, who said that? They didn't fall out, he was shaved. The fighter in the bandage replied that they didn't say anything. The stranger watched as the monk took a fighting stance and shouted that they were finished, and the members of the squad told him to better look for the road. He would really go crazy now. The warriors looked to the side in surprise when they heard the question of who they were. An old man with a cane held a lantern in his hand and said that he came here because he heard an incomprehensible noise in the mountains. What are they doing here? Guan folded his hands in front of him, bowed and asked for forgiveness if they scared him, then added that they needed to find one place. But they were completely lost. The elder raised his head and asked what place they were looking for. The monk looked ahead and said that maybe he knew where the village of Shihua was. They were heading there. He needed to see a distant relative who lived there. The man looked at the guy and asked if his distant relative lives in their village. The elder lowered his eyes when he heard the monk's answer, yes, for more than 30 years. The old man looked carefully at the squad. 4 guys stood and looked ahead questioningly. The squad warriors opened their eyes wide when they heard the man say that they were late. Gwen asked in surprise, "What?" The stranger held out his hand with a lantern and asked them to follow him. The elder turned around and said that he would see them off. At the same time, but in a different place, the full moon illuminated a large, beautiful house. The window in the room was open. A woman's voice was heard, asking to wait here a little. The girl closed her eyes and added that they would see each other soon. Teal looked at the maid and said that he would be grateful. The door closed and the 5 squad members stood silently in the room. Soso looked at the guy with big eyes. The girl raised her hand and called her sister. Soso raised her hand to her mouth and said quietly, "If you think about it, didn't the leader come up with perfect nicknames?" Youngmi looked to the side and asked what she was talking about. Teal stood with his hands folded on his chest. The girl pointed with her finger and asked her to look at him. The guy stood motionless with a serious expression on his face. Soso noted that it never changes. Doesn't that make him look like cold noodles that always have the same taste? Youngmi raised her eyebrows and looked to the side with the words, "He can hear her." The girl looked at her and asked, "But she thinks so too, right?" The girl with dark hair closed her eyes and warned that she was about to start a fight and asked her to stop. The child indignantly replied that no matter what she said, everything was wrong. Soso turned to the guy, covered her mouth with her hand and asked what he thought, agreed with her. Hen, stuttering, said that he doesn't know. The girl put her finger to her lips and a thought came to her mind. Youngmi closed her eyes when she heard her being called sister, and she wanted to ask her something. The girl replied, "Let him ask." Soso smiled, looked to the side and spoke that she had been thinking about this during training all these days. Their leader, it seems he is not so strict with her. The girl with dark hair looked away in thought. The girl looked at her with huge eyes and added, "That's why maybe the leader fell in love with her." Youngmi turned her head, her face turned red, and she asked in surprise, "What?" Suddenly there was a scream in the room. He didn't understand what she was saying. At the same moment the 3 guys turned sharply to the side in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening in the situation. Youngmi stood very embarrassed, with her arms spread out along her body, and blushed, saying that he did not fall in love with her. This simply cannot be. And the one standing next to him looked in her direction, holding her hand to her mouth, and chuckled while she said that I thought about this, talking about the bald, or rather, Monk Gwen. After which, the memory of the monk standing on his head with handcuffs behind his back, saying that the leader should take a look at this and whether he thought there was something wrong with his posture. And Shin standing next to him, looking arrogantly in his direction, said that the bald man was doing something like that. Gwen continued to stand in the same position, laughing awkwardly while a huge amount of sweat dripped from his head. And the rest of the people stood to the side and were very angry and confused about what was happening, thinking that he had no self-respect. After which Soso continued to look sarcastically to the side, with his mouth slightly open, smiling, and holding his hand to his mouth and saying that despite the fact that she didn't even try to suck up to their leader, he still paid special attention to her, as if he was really worried about her. A memory arose in her head of how the 5 of them carried a huge log on their shoulders, and were very tense while she said that she should remember the last training. Youngmi suddenly looked to the side as the others continued to carry the log towards themselves. Seeing Shin's shoulder from the side as Soso said, he suddenly walked towards her. She continued to look at Shin, who was standing behind her, nodded his head a little, told her to keep it up while Soso said that he was supportive, although he was counting out the others. Shin continued to stand in his place with a confident look and a small smirk on his face, looking to the side and saying that she shouldn't give up. She continued to stand in the same place, with her eyes closed, put her palm to her face and smiled a little, as if thinking about something sweet, and said that no matter how you look at it, he likes her. And she's missing. She's such a beauty. No wonder that he fell in love with her. And Yomi standing next to her was greatly disturbed by what she heard, and nodded her head and told her to stop. Youngmi lowered her head a little, closing her eyes, and quietly said that she asks not to talk about this to anyone else and doesn't want them to spread rumors, to which Soso in response looked disappointed in her direction and sighed, saying that it's good. Yomi opened her eyes a little and looked down through her beautiful eyelashes, not expressing any emotions, thinking that the leader really treated her differently from others. After which she remembered training with the balance beam when she looked at Shin standing next to her and thought that Soso was wrong. His gaze was not full of concern. An image of Shin appeared in her head, looking back or smiling a lot as he left, as if they were illuminating everything around with a golden light, while she thought that it was more likely that regret was read in him. Youngmi continued to stand in the same place, lowering her head a little with a little awkwardness, and thought that why the leader looked at her like that, since they had never met each other in the past. Suddenly a voice was heard in the room, saying that thank you for the long wait. This attracted the attention of all the people present, and they directed their gazes in the direction where this very voice came from. They all stood together right in front of the door, next to which there was a maid, pointing with her hands inside, and said that the healer had only recently finished the treatment and asked them to go inside. Immediately after this, the parting takes place in the next room, made of wood, illuminated by bright light, while a certain voice distracted the doctor. A man with a bandaged head and a broken arm, smiling, said that thank you very much, and thanks to him it became much better, and standing right in front of him. An old man in blue clothes with a long beard laughed in response and said that he only did his job, all because of his desire to get well soon. At that moment, they entered the room while the patient said that he would never forget what the doctor owed him, stood in his place, hiding his hands behind his back, and, smiling a little, said that he hoped they would not see each other often. After which he turned his head a little, looked back with a serious look and, smiling a little, asked who was next. A moment later, the smile on his face instantly disappeared after seeing it with his own eyes. Teal stood in front of the rest of the people with a serious look while the doctor clarified that they were all. Immediately after this, they all went into the next room together and opened the doors in front of them. At the same moment, the old man, with a very tense look, told them to speak honestly. He sat in his place in the lotus position, with his hands on his feet, and with an arrogant look said that they were probably tired. It was the miraculous healer Uuet. After which he continued to look straight ahead, expressing seriousness with his gaze, and did not say that they had visited him at such a time. All 5 guests sat on their knees right in front of him, while Teal was in front of everyone, bowing his head, placing his hands on his feet and saying that they apologized for visiting so late. After which he raised his head and with a serious look, without expressing any emotions, said that they would not take him much time, so he asked to listen to them. Ute was very dissatisfied with what he heard, turning his head to the side, sighing displeasedly, waving his hand in front of him in different directions, saying that this was very bad, and they decided to drag him into something. Then Teal said that this very much attracted the old man's attention, and he waved his head in his direction, looked forward, greatly surprised by what was happening. Teal continued to sit in his seat, leaning forward slightly, holding the scroll with his hand, and, directing his stern gaze straight ahead, said that he brought a message from the leader of the Jejong clan squad. Ute continued to sit in his seat with a sad expression on his face, looking ahead, mentioning the leader of the clan squad. All 5 continued to sit in their places while the old man clarified that they were talking about the leader of the Beacon clan, Yushinan, to which Teal, who continued to sit in his place, looked forward with a serious expression on his face and said that everything was correct. Ute sat right in front of them with his hands on his legs and nodded in response, while the scroll lay right in front of him. He thought that he had become acquainted with it when he was treating the wounds of his deputy Du Jinwoo. After which the old man reached out his hand forward and grabbed the message lying right in front of him, continuing to think that this time he did not know what he needed. Teal looked at the old man sitting right in front of him, who opened the scroll with the message and began to read it. At the same moment, Ute shuddered, sitting in his place, fixing his gaze directly on the message, and was greatly surprised by what he saw there. He continued to not understand what he had just seen, and Shin's subordinates sitting opposite him sat with a very surprised look. After which Ute abruptly stood up from his seat, clenched his hands in fists, and with great confidence in his eyes said that he needed to prepare the horses, and he was leaving for the Miramar Alliance now. The narration takes us to a huge beautiful mansion, while large beautiful clouds were flying in the sky above, and the sun was illuminating everything around. As if on the street next to this mansion there were rumors that they should have heard news in the Alliance, real chaos. One of the passers-by stopped the other 2, saying that he was referring to the cases when a couple of days ago a clan detachment in the province along with a healer came to the Alliance, to which the other responded by saying that yes, it was wonderful, healer Uuet. They continued to stand in their places while one of them said that he mentioned that he would no longer deal with Muram. Apparently something happened, and the other said that he was talking about the same thing, and there was no need for the healer to go to high-ranking people from the Alliance. The passerby continued to say that he now refuses to accept anyone, and the other did not understand where he was now. The huge 3-story mansion, made of wood with a blue roof, continued to be illuminated by the sun as they continued to say that after that. The healer immediately went to the headquarters of the clan detachment in the province and still has not left there. Inside this very mansion, in one of the rooms, a cry was heard that this was some kind of devilry. The man with a bandana on his head and a small mustache was very dissatisfied. With his mouth wide open, he said that he needed to go cook breakfast. It was the manager of the Shikma house, Yul Yang. After which, he sharply objected that he had called him for some unknown reason, and the man standing opposite was waving his hands in fear, saying that he needed to calm down first. It was the deputy manager Juo Mengjuo. They both stood right in front of Shin, who was sitting at his desk with a displeased look, placing his hands on him, clenched into fists, while the healer and his subordinates stood behind him, and Yul said with great anger that this was already a real tyranny. Shin continued to sit in his place and with a serious face, without showing any emotions, said that he should stop being so nervous, now he will find out why he was called. After which he added that there was no need to rush to conclusions. Yul continued to stand in his place next to his subordinate and was very angry and could no longer restrain his own anger. Shin and his subordinates continued to remain in their places, while Yul suddenly turned back at the cry, saying that this was some kind of impudence. Jinan opened his mouth wide and said with dissatisfaction in his voice that who the hell did he think he was. He stood right in the doorway, entering the room, and expressed extreme dissatisfaction with his face, continuing to shout that he thought that he would come and go at his bidding. Shin was very dissatisfied with what was happening and sat at the table with a dissatisfied look, saying that there was too much chatter. The others continued to look at Jinan, who entered the room, in which he was very angry and did not understand what he needed. After which he continues to stand in his place, extended his hand forward, pointed his index finger forward directly at Shin and his subordinates, saying with indignation in his voice that they are doing something. So, Youngmi and Teal continued to stand calmly in their places, looking straight ahead, while Jinan continued to say that their leader had gone crazy and they didn't even stop him. Suddenly, looking straight ahead, he was very surprised by what he saw and did not understand what was happening, trying to analyze this situation. He stood in the same place with bewilderment and fear on his face, not understanding what was happening, and his gaze was directed at Guangdong Kaya and the others while he wondered what happened to them and why they had such faces. He stood in place, expressing his dissatisfaction and lack of understanding of the situation, as if withdrawing from everything that was happening around him, and thought that even though they were the offspring of the strongest clans, they were good-for-nothing suckers, and they did not dare look him straight in the eyes. It's even scary. At the same moment, Shin stood up from the table and said that everyone was now assembled, while Jinan continued to stand right in front of him. At the same moment, he stood up to his full height right in front of everyone present and with a serious look, smiling a little, said that we could begin a very important investigation. All three guests were very surprised by what they heard, and Yul did not understand what kind of investigation this was, while Jinan was very dissatisfied with what he heard and shouted that this was some kind of nonsense. Suddenly, Jinan's face was illuminated by a bright yellow light while he was still very angry and didn't understand what he was up to. Suddenly, he turned back and was very frightened by what he saw, because at that moment 3 of Shin's subordinates immediately appeared right near the exit. Teal and Guan stood in their places, looking forward without expressing any emotion. Jinan turned his head back with fear on his face and clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction and anger. At the same moment, he looked with great anger towards Shin and the healer, who were standing in their places, and did not understand what it all meant. Immediately after hearing this, Shin closed his eyes and bowed his head a little lower, sighing heavily as Jinan continued to say that they understand who he is. When Shin interrupted him, saying that he knew very well that's why he should shut up, and Jinan was very surprised and frightened by what he heard, not understanding what was happening. Shin stood in his place, expressing his menacing appearance and serious intentions, with his mouth slightly open. He continued to look forward and said that from now on, as the leader of the provincial clan detachment, he would begin an internal investigation. Immediately after this, Jinan continued to stand in his place and was very dissatisfied with what was happening, baring his teeth and saying that he was still a kid. He continued to remain in the same place in front of Shin, who was standing opposite him, who did not express any emotion, and said that this was Yu Shenwong. Jinan was very dissatisfied, and his gaze expressed anger and contempt while he was directed forward, and he thought that this was even better. Jinan stood in his place right in front of Shin and the healer, who remained in their places, and he thought that now he could prove to everyone that he was being stupid, and then he would be removed from his post as the leader of the clan detachment of the province. The next moment his smile spread wide across his face and he showed all his teeth, laughing in his mind and thinking that he was just a fool. Shin continued to stand in his place, looking down with an arrogant gaze full of contempt that he would ask a Yul Hyam, and Jinan continued to think that he could do whatever he wanted. After which he continued that a small amount of elixirs is added to the delicious food that he prepares for the members of the alliance, and Yul and his assistant, standing in their places, were very surprised by what they heard and did not understand what was happening. After a short pause, Yul, stretching his arms along his body, said that this is how they stand right in front of Shin, who was hiding his hands behind his back. The house manager glanced sharply at her assistant, which was mutual, and with awkwardness and misunderstanding of the situation said that the elixirs were diluted and added to food to increase the level of internal energy of the alliance members. Shin stood in his place, as if showing his composure, and with a face that showed no emotion, he asked about the person in charge. Yul continued to stand in the first place and, greatly surprised, said that he meant who gave them such an order, and Jinan, standing next to him, was perplexed by what he heard and did not understand what was happening. At the same moment, Jinan's face seemed to split into 2 parts, the upper of which expressed his dissatisfaction with what was happening and the anger emanating from him, and the lower one with a wide smiling mouth, exposing all his teeth, showed satisfaction with the current situation, and he thought that he had called everyone them because of some kind of elixir, and he's just a fool and could fly off this post right now. A man in brown clothes with a helmet on his head stood still and, stretching his arms forward in front of his chest, looked at the berries and herbs lying below, while Yul said that all elixirs undergo a thorough check by the Kimbo Commission. He continued to imagine in his head the image of that same man standing right in front of his assistant and discussing important matters. When Yul himself said that this happens both at the stage of payment and at the stage of preparing food, they also monitor the condition of the alliance members after consuming it, and he has no reason to take the elixir. Shin continued to stand in the same place and, looking down with an arrogant and displeased face, said that they say that only cooks can add it to food. All three invited guests stood in bewilderment with incomprehension on their faces, and Yul at that moment stood in a stupor and did not think that he was not going to confiscate it. A moment later, Shin, the healer standing next to him, said that it was time for the next question, and during his last visit, he stated that different dishes were prepared by different alliance affairs, and Yul, who stood opposite him, was very surprised by this question. With sweat speaking in on his face, he said that yes, it is so. Immediately after this, Shin turned to the side and, looking ahead with a serious gaze, addressed Yi Galgun while the others stood silently on the side. Shin continued to look in the same direction, telling him to give it to him, and Gal, standing right in front of him, with a confident face, holding a huge amount of notes in his hands, saying that they were obeying the order. After that, Gal went up to the manager of the house and extended these very notes in a brown book in his direction, and Yul, with an uncomprehending look, simply took them and extended his hand in response. Yul was very surprised by what he saw in this most mysterious book and, holding it in front of his face, opening it with both hands, did not understand what was happening. On the pieces of paper from this book, some words were circled in red while the house manager wondered what they were. Shin, standing a little higher than the others, continued to ask with confidence in his voice about the person who was responsible for preparing the allocated dishes, and standing right in front of him with a frightened face, Yul continued to hold the book in his hands and, as if shuddering, asked why did he suddenly do this interesting. At the same moment, Shin, as if straining the surrounding situation, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, full of anger and contempt, said that if the leader of the squad asked, then he should answer. Yul looked to the side with a very dissatisfied face, understanding what was happening now, but continued to remain silent. Then Shin's eyes were full of anger and contempt and looked at the assistant manager, while Yul also continued to look in his direction, and he stood in his place, not showing his emotions, while Shin thought that everything turned out as he thought. Zhuo stood still and trembled in fear while a huge amount of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked that there was something wrong with the food. Shin continued to look straight ahead with a menacing and displeased look while his face was illuminated by a bright light, and said that then he would ask his deputy Zhuo Mengzhuo. After a short pause, he asked what he might know about the mixing poison, and Zhuo, after hearing the question, was perplexed by what was happening and stood in his place, as if in a stupor. Jinan and Yul stood aside, looking at the assistant manager, and did not understand what was happening, thinking about the poison of mixing, while Zhuo, who continued to be very nervous, asked with a trembling voice what he was talking about. Then Shin, tilting his head a little forward, looking straight ahead with even greater displeasure and contempt, said that the elixir is a precious medicine containing the healing powers of nature, but if used incorrectly, even it can become poison, especially if mixed with something else. After which Shin began to list plants such as polygonum and fire spirit fruit, herbs of the 9 winds, snow ginseng, saying that all this is part of the elixir that they add to food, presenting in front of them a bowl filled with a yellowish liquid, and continued to say that if you use it as expected, it perfectly restores internal energy. Immediately after this, an image of a villain appeared in his head, who was holding a non-Q fruit in his hand and throwing one of its fruits into that very bowl of elixir. While he said that, however, the ingredients of those dishes make him poisonous, because they are able to detect the hidden toxicity of the elixir. In other words, the elixir becomes a mixing poison. Zhuo continued to stand in his place with a face expressing fear and misunderstanding, and said that this could not be, and he knew nothing about it, while Yul and Jinan, who were standing next to him, thought that this was still so strange. Jinan continued to stand in his place, looking straight ahead, and with a face full of fear and misunderstanding of the situation, thinking that everything was much more serious than he thought, and he must do something. At that very moment he said that the leader must be prepared to take responsibility for such accusations. At the same moment, Yut, who was also in this room, said that he could vouch for him. Jinan was very surprised by what he heard and even shuddered in surprise, continuing to hold his hands closed into fists. Yut continued to stand in his place with a serious expression on his face, full of contempt, and said that a few days ago the leader of the squad sent him a letter, and he doubted the veracity of what was written. After which he added that after several days of careful investigation of all the circumstances, The fears of the leader of the detachment were justified, and at the same moment, Jinan was very surprised and looked towards the manager and his assistant, while Yul sharply turned his head to Joe, who stood silently with his head down, was very dissatisfied with what he heard and was scared. Yut continued to speak, standing in the same place, and expressed seriousness and indignation on his face, saying that the combination of the ingredients of the dishes and the elixir produced, which no one could detect in food due to the low concentration, but after several years of consumption, even this food. Immediately after the words were spoken, an image of a Buddhist monk began to appear in his head, sitting in meditation, as if among the stars, in whose body purple clots of energy appeared while he said that many warriors of the Murama alliance. After which, images of other people, Taoists, who also suffered from the appearance of folk energy in their bodies, began to appear in his head, suffering from pain while he said that due to the poison accumulated in the body, they suddenly began to suffer from infection of internal energy. When the assistant manager heard this, he suddenly became even more frightened. Putting one hand to his chest and putting the other near his waist, he said that this was an unfair accusation, and he asked to listen to him. At the same moment, Shin, whose face seemed to be half in shadow, with anger clearly visible, said that Shihua village. Then he added that in the Pingdingshan district, and Juo was greatly amazed by what he heard and, as if realizing the hopelessness of the current situation, stood still in bewilderment. Yul sharply turned his head towards his assistant and with a blank expression thought about the village of Shihua, which was the birthplace of Zhuo Mengzhuo. Shin continued to stand in his place next to the amplifier and with an arrogant face expressing his seriousness. He said that he mentioned his homeland in the letter sent to the Alliance, while Zhuo stood right in front of him, not reacting to it. Then Shin, looking straight ahead with a menacing and angry look, said that a couple of days ago he sent several members of the clan detachment in the province there. They met and talked with the head of the village in which he had lived there all his life. A moment later, he added that they introduced themselves as his distant relatives and wanted to meet his family, and Zhuo was very frightened by what he heard and understood that he would now be discovered. In Shin's mind, an image of an old man with a lantern appeared, saying that this place was here, looking back at the members of the provincial party, who stood in disbelief. He continued to imagine Gwen, who was very frightened by what he saw right in front of him, with his face expressing fear, and said that this place was strange and he did not understand anything. Not everyone. I kept imagining in my head the image of an old man walking up to several tombstones that stood in the middle of the forest on a dark night. After which Shin's gaze filled with anger and even more contempt, and he continued to say that the place where the village leader led them was an old cemetery. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide with great anger accumulated inside and said that Zhuo Mengzhuo and his family have been dead for more than 30 years. Then he added that he should speak immediately, until Zhuo suddenly clenched his hands into fists and continued to stand in his place as if preparing for something. Then Shin continued to say who the hell he was, and Zhuo stood still, groaning a little, and began to release a huge amount of his red energy. Jinan and Yul looked in his direction with very scared looks as Zhuo continued to release a huge amount of his own power into the environment with his mouth wide open and his eyes glowing red. Zhuo stood in his place, leaning forward a little, and released his energy as if preparing for the next step. A moment later, he rushed straight forward with a dissatisfied face, stretching out one of his hands straight in front of him, and thrust two under his clothes in the chest area. Immediately after that, with his other hand, he pulled out a small blade from his clothes, which he squeezed tightly with his hand. Zhuo, with fury in his eyes, continued to release a huge amount of his red energy, struck several times with his small blade, leaving only a trail of red glow, while Shin dodged the blows with deft movements of his body. After which Shin immediately grabbed the hilt of his blade, squeezed it tightly in his hand, and began to take it out. At the same moment, with a sharp movement of his hand, he dealt 2 blows to his opponent in 1 second and cut off 2 of his hands, to which he screamed loudly throughout the room. 2 severed limbs fell straight onto the floor of this hall with an unpleasant sound. Shin took Zhuo by the throat and lifted him up a little while he, gritting his teeth from the enormous pain spreading throughout his body, made strange sounds. After which Shin, holding his opponent by the neck without 2 hands, looked in his direction expressing his contempt, continuing to hold the blade in his other hand, and said that now he must answer who he really is. Zhuo in response only smiled sarcastically, showing all his teeth, and looked in his direction with one black eye with a red pupil, saying that they were invincible and wished glory to the demons. At that very moment, he closed his eye from the endless pain that Shin caused him. The silhouettes of the 2 people looked like shadows as Shin continued to hold his opponent by the throat and caused him more and more pain. A moment later, Shin, who was standing in the same place, with a deft movement of his hand, threw Zhuo's lifeless body directly onto the floor next to him, which fell down with a roar. Youngmi, Soso, Yul and Jinan stood aside and watched what was happening. They were very surprised by what they saw and did not understand what Shin had just done. Shin continued to stand in his place and expressed anger and dissatisfaction on his face while a huge amount of blood spread on the floor next to him, and he said that this was a demonic sect. Shin and his assistants and guests continued to stand in their places while the corpse lying on the floor in front of them emitted red energy. Yul and Jinan stood in their places and were silent with an incomprehensible look, thinking that Murama was in the alliance. Dawn, Teal, and one other guy continued to stand in their places silently with surprise on their faces and look at what was happening. Soso and Youngmi stood still with an incomprehensible expression on their faces and looked straight ahead, thinking that the person was from a demonic sect. Shin stood in his place, emitting a faint blue glow, and smirked a little, thinking that should be enough. He looked at the corpse lying below, from which a red glow emanated, and with an arrogant look thought that he was very lucky now, while his two assistants and the healer were next to him. After which, Shin plunged into his memories, seeing a beautiful structure made of wood, combining the colors brown, yellow, and blue, thinking that in fact he accidentally discovered what was hiding the Shikma house, remembering how he was told about the report of the prepared for Alliance food for the last 3 months. Shin sat at the table with Yul, Rin, and Gal standing next to him, studying the entry in the book, holding it with both hands in front of him, with a thoughtful look. At that moment, the notification and system window notified that the hidden effect of the good wisdom skill had been activated. Shin was very surprised by what happened and directed his uncomprehending gaze forward. After which, the system notification notified that as a result of the analysis of the document, combinations of products that gave poison were discovered, and the analysis of the resulting ones, as a result of which it was revealed that these poisons cause infection of the poison internal energy, while Shin continued to look at the entries in the book, which held it straight in front of him. Shin continued to look at the system notification window with great surprise, his mouth wide open, his gaze directed downward, and thought that this was something strange and the poisoning of the Alliance was the one behind it. After which he used his skill, and his eye turned red, and a small transparent energy was flying around, and Shin just remained silent. After that, he abruptly stood up from the table, tilted his head down, and closed his eyes, smiling a little, thanked for the explanation and said that it was time for him to go, and, thinking that he was lucky with the skill of identifying poisons, and Yul, who was standing next to him, was very surprised by what had happened and, trembling a little, stood in his place. Shin stood in his place with his hands behind his back and looked at the manager and his assistant standing in front of him, thinking that the result had proven that the one who selected these food combinations was Zhuo Mengzhuo. Zhuo continued to stand in place, smiling widely and talking to Yul while Shin used his skill and an alert window opened in front of him, showing Zhuo's stats. Shin looked straight ahead with a very serious and angry look, thinking that he is selfless and knows how to transform, which means he was able to hide his real identity so he could be a spy for the blood sect. But something is wrong here. After which, he remembered how he was sitting looking at the book of notes, holding it with 2 hands, and a notification to the system about activating a hidden skill appeared right in front of him, and he thought that considering that the dishes were also delivered from the Yangtze River and Huashan Mountain factions, it couldn't be a blood sect. The next moment, as if preserved from everything that was happening around him, continuing his thoughts, he suddenly realized something. He had an image in his head of a battle that left a huge number of corpses with swords and flags stuck in them, while there was thick smoke floating around and everything lit up red. And he kept thinking that in another version of the future, in a few years there would be a battle against Safarian faction, while members of the Miram Alliance were surrounded for unknown reasons. After which, he presented a piece of paper with notes that were kept in incomprehensible spots, and thought that everyone thought that the Safarian faction was able to achieve this on its own. But according to the reports of the Blood Sect, such an outcome of the battle was made possible by the demonic sect. He stood as if invisible in the middle of the room, withdrawing from everything that was happening, right in front of Zhuo, who smiled maliciously with a satisfied expression on his face, looking straight ahead, and he thought that now everything fell into place. The reason for this was the consequences of infection of the internal energy of the warriors. Shinnok continued to stand in his place, looking straight ahead with anger and an arrogant gaze, continuing to think that in this case it was obvious that Zhuo and the demonic sect were to blame, after which an investigation was carried out to make sure that their assumptions were correct. Jinan stood right in the middle of the room, his son gritting his teeth in a tense atmosphere, as if in horror, and Shin continued to think that since Zhuo had been serving the Alliance for a long time, hard evidence was needed. Wang, along with another person, stood to the side without expressing any emotion on his face, and Shin thought that was why he sent the clan squad members to the provinces of Zhuo's homeland. Butte continued to stand in his place behind Shin, expressing his contempt and dissatisfaction with the current situation, while Shin continued to think that then the miraculous healer had proven that there was indeed poison in the dishes. Shin continued to stand in his place right in front of Yul and Jin in between, while they were separated by a follower of the demonic sect with his 2 hands lying next to each other, and Shin continued to think that there was no other way out. Suddenly, Shin looked to the side with a look that expressed standing for what he had done, and a similar atmosphere hovered around him, and he continued to think that he might have acted too hastily. And he attracted the attention of the demonic sect earlier than planned, and the only organization that could not be subdued, the blood sect, was a demonic sect. After which Shin smiled sarcastically while the dim light illuminated him, and thought that now nothing could be done, let them attack if you dare. At the same moment, he turned to Chang'an, Jinan. He was very surprised by this and even shuddered on the spot. After which, Shin looked straight ahead with an arrogant gaze from above and expressed his anger, saying that during the investigation it was revealed that he was the one who wrote the letter of recommendation to Zhuo Mengshuo. A little later he added whether he would admit it. Yul suddenly turned his head a little to the side and looked at him, and Jinan standing next to him was very frightened by what he heard and said that no, this was a misunderstanding. Shin began to express anger and glared in his direction like a demon and said that if he was wrong, say so. Jinan was very frightened by what was happening and swallowed his saliva in fear, not understanding what to do now. He continued to stand in his place right in front of the angry Shin, and thought that he needed to somehow justify himself by saying that yes, he wrote him a letter of recommendation. After which he wanted to add an excuse, but Shin immediately interrupted him with a face that showed no emotion and turned to Jiangyan, Jinan. After which he said that he was detained on suspicion of treason against the Murama Alliance. The news he heard greatly shook him, and he insisted, not understanding what was happening, with fear on his face. At the same moment, he took a step forward and with great disappointment stretched out his hand in front of him, pointed his finger towards Shin, who hid his hands behind his back, and he said that he did not dare detain him, the head of the law enforcement squad, and he had no rights to this. Jinan turned sharply back with a frightened look, not understanding what was happening, and told them not to move while Shin stood right in front of him, not expressing any emotion. The members of the squad, standing in their places with faces of complete composure and ruthlessness, heard the order that this madman must be stopped immediately. Jinan was very angry and dissatisfied with what was happening, gritting his teeth, shaking his jaw, and thought that he was a bad person and no one was listening to him. Immediately after that, he awkwardly reached out his hand to the blade on his belt, wondering if he should fight back. Shin continued to stand in his place while, right in front of him, Jinan expressed his dissatisfaction with what was happening and simply remained silent, gritting his teeth. Then Shin, raising his head a little, with a malicious grin and a menacing look, said that he decided to take a risk, and Jinan was very surprised by what he heard and even more frightened. After which Shin, lowering his head and a little lower through his hair, looked straight ahead with an expectant look, and smiled a little, saying that this was the right decision and he should try to attack him. Jinan was very dissatisfied with what he heard and clenched his teeth even more, continuing to remain silent. It was as if he wanted to try to take hold of his blade again, but his hand was numb and did not move. Jinan stood there, thinking he had nothing to answer, right in front of Shin, who looked at him with an arrogant grin. He was still angry with Shin and tried to find a way out of this situation, thinking that if he pointed a sword at him, it would only deepen his suspicions, saying that what should he do. After which Jinan turned to Yu Shinan, and Shin, who stood in the same place with an arrogant look, looked straight ahead, his face not expressing any emotion, and said that he would wait as long as necessary. At the same moment, standing in his place, with his hands hidden behind his back next to the healer and right in front of the invited guests, as well as his subordinates, between whom lay the corpse of the murdered Chuo, he addressed the members of the provincial clan detachment, giving the order that they should take Jiangang Jinan as in custody. The huge 3-story mansion of the Marimo Alliance building was shocked by what had happened, while clouds floated beautifully outside and the sun illuminated everything around. Zhuo's corpse lay on the floor, showing no signs of life, without 2 arms. Everyone was shocked that the deputy head of the Shikma house was a member of the demonic sect. Jinan stood bowed right in front of Shin, who continued not to show his emotions that the head of the law enforcement squad wrote him a letter of recommendation. Yang sat at the head of the table along with other people who were present at the meeting, because an urgent meeting of the Muram Alliance was held in connection with this, but some members of the alliance tried to silence him, and also insisted on the release of Jiangang Jinan. People around were whispering about what happened in Muram, because they were all criticized not only by the heads of the alliance, but also by other influential factions. Shin walked up the stairs with measured steps, and at the same time, this incident greatly improved his reputation. He continued to rise higher and higher with an arrogant look and a small smirk. After all, it was the leader of the provincial clan squad, Yu Shinan. Shin, as if anticipating the future and the moment, looked straight ahead with a satisfied look and smiled a little, saying that now we need to turn everything here upside down. At the same moment, large doors began to open, and a bright light emanated from inside the room. Between the opening beautiful doors decorated with gold, Yunkan stood with his back turned and his hands hidden behind him as the bright light continued to emanate from the room. After which he abruptly turned back, without showing any emotion on his face, and was illuminated by a bright light. Jianggun continued to stand in his place, his hands hidden behind his back, while his silhouette was visible through the open doors. Suddenly, he turned around sharply and looked to the side with a menacing look, beginning to emit a huge amount of violet and dark energy. Shin, seeing this, looked forward with a satisfied grin on his face as a purple glow illuminated him. Jianggun immediately began to smile and, opening his mouth wide, laughed, closing his eyes and began to emit energy of a completely different golden color, saying that he had come. Shin stood in his place with his arms stretched out along his torso and looked forward, smiling a little, while right in front of him was Jianggun, who continued to laugh and radiate golden energy, and he thought that he just needed to look at it. If not for the flickering, I could wrap him around my finger. Immediately after that, Shin bowed his head and closed his eyes, resting his fist on his palm, opening his mouth slightly, saying that the leader of the clan detachment in the province, Yu Xin'an, greets the head. Jianggun turned to the side, raising his hand, and pointed towards the table with a serious look, telling him to pass. After which, continuing to stand in the same place, he looked towards Shin and, smiling, told him to make himself at home while Shin continued to stand in place right in front of the table and two blue chairs. Shin stared forward in disbelief and simply remained silent as a small purple glow illuminated him. There were several shadows with bright red eyes sitting on top of this very room, while Shin thought that there were 2, maybe even 3, on the ceiling, and in each corner there was 1. They both sat down at the table, preparing to start a conversation, while several more watched them from above. Shadows through the wooden beams, Shin thought that everyone seemed to have a skill level above the zenith level. Shin stared straight ahead, his mouth slightly open as a bead of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought it was incredible. He sat directly opposite Yunkan, who placed 2 hands on the table and, smiling, emitted a bright golden glow, while above him there was like darkness, inside of which one could notice that someone's bright red eyes, and Shin, looking at everything, it was as if he had entered a tiger's den. Suddenly, Shin's thoughts were interrupted by Yunkan's voice, who said that he had heard. Jianggun continued to sit in his seat, emitting his own golden ratio energy, and looked straight ahead with a slight smile, saying that he had caught one of the demonic sect. In response, Shin nodded his head approvingly, closing his eyes, and with a smug look said that he was just lucky. Chunkan continued to look in his direction with a wide smile, emitting a huge amount of golden energy, bright lighting, saying that he achieved success faster than he expected, which means his old eyes are still able to discern talents. After hearing this, Shin raised his head up and looked straight ahead with a confident look, smiled a little, and said that he was flattered. Yunkan's face still showed a smile, and he, with his mouth slightly open, laughed and told him not to be modest, and he was very proud of him, but there was one fact. He then closed his eyes and said with disbelief evident in his voice that he wished he could discuss the situation with Jiang Gangjinin with him first, and thought that he could find the best way to resolve it. At the same moment, Shin was attacked by the energy of a golden glow mixed with other colors, which caused severe damage to him, and he even grimaced in pain, clenching his teeth and closing one eye. Shin continued to sit in his seat with sweat appearing on his face and looked menacingly straight ahead, his mouth slightly open. While the energy was still trying to attack him, he thought that he seemed to be very angry, and Jianggun continued to say that he could not. I really liked how it all ended. At the same moment, Shin began to respond by emitting his own blue glow energy to protect himself and thought that, however. After which he raised his head and with a confident look, smiling a little, thought that only 8,000 spirits of the blood sect could have so much energy, and said that he asked to forgive him. He wanted to immediately inform about this, but the situation did not allow waiting. Then he added that next time he would do everything possible to prevent this from happening again. And Jianggun looked in his direction with an incredulous look, full of anger, and thought that he was just a pathetic little guy. Jianggun continued to sit on his chair, with his hands on the armrests, and, emitting golden energy, he remembered Juo's corpse and the displeased image of Jinan, thinking that next time he would make a scandal again and do everything possible so that he would not find out anything. At the same moment, clenching his fist, he began to release evil purple energy out of his anger and thought that he had chosen his words well. A little later he calmed down and stopped emitting the same energy, relaxing his hand and simply remaining silent. After a short pause, Changgun, opening his mouth slightly with a face that showed no emotion, said that at yesterday's meeting of the Alliance Elders, it was decided to demote Jinan. After which he turned to Shin with a question about his opinion, and Shin, who was sitting right in front of him, holding his hands in lock, looked in his direction with a serious look, starting to think about it. Immediately after this, he realized that if he was associated with the demonic sect, he needed to be executed, and Jianggang, who was sitting in his seat, was very surprised and did not understand what he had just heard. The same moment, Jianggun was very frightened by the words spoken, and he was thinking about the execution, and of course, he is not very important for the implementation of their plans. But now is not the best time to get rid of the right hand of Chogyong-ya. I need to convince Shin until it started to get on his nerves. At the same moment, Shin, with a serious look, full of determination, opening his mouth slightly, said that, however. He then grinned mischievously and looked straight ahead with a smug look, saying that he and the other elders had decided that Jinan had simply made a mistake since he had nothing to do with the demonic sect. Yunkan continued to sit in his seat, listening to Shin without expressing any emotion as he said that he thought the demotion would be enough. In response, Chongun smiled broadly, showing his teeth, closed his eyes and laughed, saying that this was exactly the case and thanked him for understanding. Shin continued to sit in his place, with his hands on the table, with a serious face, listening to Yunkan, who said that in any case, he should be rewarded for such a feat, and perhaps there is something that he would like to receive as a reward. The same moment, Shin, smiling widely with a smug look, looked straight ahead, saying that yes, there is something. Chongun was very surprised by what he saw and, with a face that did not express any emotion, thought that for some reason he was expecting a different answer. He continued to look straight ahead, his mouth slightly open, and went into thought that he knew what he wanted. He wanted the powers of the clan detachment in the province to be expanded, and he wanted to take root deeper in the activities of the alliance. Shin continued to look straight ahead with a confident gaze, starting to speak while Jeongun continued to think that he could not allow this to happen. The next moment, Shin added that he wanted to get into the heavenly armory, and Chongun, who continued to sit opposite him, was very surprised by what he heard and did not understand what was happening. An image of a room with a huge number of different shelves immediately appeared in his head, in which books, pills, and weapons could be found. Because the Heavenly Armory is a place owned by the Murama Alliance, it stores books on various martial arts, healing elixirs, and weapons. It can be said that this is the treasury of the Murama Alliance. Shin, tilting his head slightly to the side, sat with a malicious grin and thought that he would not be able to refuse him, and Jongun said that it would just become callous. Jongun continued to sit at his seat, saying that he would contact the Heavenly Armory and they would be waiting for him tomorrow at dawn, to which Shin thanked him. In the room they were in, a little gold dust was flying around while Yunkan said that he was thinking. He was already tired from work today and it was time for him to go rest, to which Shin said yes and said goodbye. Chongun was left alone in the reception hall and continued to sit at the table with a dissatisfied face, saying nothing. It was as if there was an endless black abyss around him, and Jeonggong said that he seemed to be a very ambitious person when at that moment, right from these books, someone took a step forward. The man in white clothes was still approaching him, saying that after all, he could not hide the fact that he was still green, who continued to sit at Chonggun's table, laughed in response and said, period. Chongun continued to say with an arrogant face that he wanted to go to the warehouse with a mountain of elixirs and weapons, and he was acting very pathetic while Yang stood behind him. Yang looked straight ahead with a satisfied face full of seriousness, saying that he thought such ridiculous behavior on his part was even better for them. After which he, moving a little closer to the table, hiding his hands behind his back, said that they could take advantage of this situation to better control the factions that make up the alliance, and Chongun, who was next to him, nodded his head and said yes, he's right. Suddenly, the image of the stupid youth Vemu turning his dirty deeds appeared in Yang's mind, and he said that it seems that the second and third young masters are collaborating with the unknown, and everything will be ready around the end of the month. Hearing this, Jeongun turned his head back a little and fixed his stern gaze forward, telling him to tell him more. Chongun continued to sit in his place, looking at the obvious, who, leaning closer to him, covering his mouth with his hand, whispered in his ear. Jeongun looked his way with a pleased look and said that this was a good plan, considering that stupid Wemu came up with it. Yang straightened up and stood behind him with a serious face, saying that since this plan was in line with the goals of the sect, they would be able to kill two birds with one stone with it, while Chongun continued to look approvingly in his direction. Chongun really liked the news he heard, and he sat at the table, clasping his hands straight in front of him, looking menacingly forward and smiling a little, laughed and said that this was true and would speed up preparations for the war with the orthodox sects. Moreover, the same moment, an image of Shin appeared in his head, smiling arrogantly and looking forward, completely covered in blood, and he said that Yu Shin Wung's head would fly off his shoulders. Shin, who walked out of the meeting room with his mouth slightly open, sighed heavily and was very tired from what had happened. He continued to stand in the middle of the yard, placing one hand on his chest and closing his eyes. He thought that he could finally relax, suddenly looking to the side, thinking that he was trying to remain calm, however. After which Shin turned around, looking at the huge 3-story mansion that was illuminated by the sun, and thought that, as he thought, he should not be underestimated. Shin continued to look in the same direction with an arrogant and dissatisfied look, not showing his emotions, and thought that if he thought straight, he could not defeat him now. He was much stronger than those he had fought before. At the same moment, an image of an angry Jeongun, who was very angry, appeared in his head, and he thought that he could definitely contribute to the end of the world. Perhaps they were already on the verge of life and death. After which he continued to walk forward in small steps, thinking that he should not give up. Shin, his face showing no emotion, continued to walk away from the entrance of the room he had just been in, thinking that his plan was already in motion. Suddenly he was very surprised and even opened his eyes and his mouth a little when he heard a voice asking about his affairs in the office of the head of the alliance. It was an angry Jinan who was shaking with anger and clenched his teeth tightly. He stood in place, arms spread wide, clenched into fists, and continued to bare his teeth with displeasure, looking straight ahead, being in the courtyard of the mansion. Shin, directing his dissatisfied gaze forward, thought that this was the same person. He continued to stand in place, hiding his hands behind his back, and did not show his own emotions, while Jinan continued to be in the same position right in front of him, strongly merging at him, and looked at his side with a contemptuous look, thinking that, apparently. At this moment, Shin, turning his head a little to the side, made a mocking face with contempt, exhaling to the side, while Jinan thought that he had come to beg forgiveness from the head. Seeing this, Jinan flew into a rage and was very dissatisfied with what was happening right in front of him, baring his teeth in anger. At the same moment, Jinan, who was very dissatisfied with what happened, exclaimed in his displeasure. He pointed his finger towards Shin, who was standing still and not showing his emotions, saying that he was staring at him. Shin looked straight ahead with a blank look and thought, while Jinan continued to say that he decided to laugh at him. Jinan continued to stand in the same place with displeasure, pointing his index finger forward, and shouted until the system notification notified that the opponent was under the influence of the greed pen and the results could be rechecked. Shin continued to look at it, thinking that he would get the same information. There is no point in double checking, as he thought he is a spy of the blood sect. And Jinan, standing right in front of him, continued to point his finger at him and said with dissatisfaction that he will dance and never forget this shame. He will repay him for it in double amount. Shin, hiding his hands behind his back, with a smug face, simply walked past him, saying that in the future everything will be visible, and Jinan, turning sharply in his direction, with clenched fists, looked forward with obvious dissatisfaction, not understanding what he just said. Shin continued to walk forward, whistling a little, and Jinan was beside himself with what had happened, as if shuddered and not understanding what it even meant. Shin grinned mischievously as part of his face was illuminated by the sun, and said that he would just stand there, thinking that he had decided to take revenge on him. Jinan continued to stand in place, following him with a look full of dissatisfaction, and Shin thought that, unfortunately, he would not succeed. He would not be able to contradict even the slightest of his instructions, because the feather of greed had imposed on him the status of an obedient soul. Shin continued to walk away from him with a smug grin, his gaze fixed forward, while Jinan watched him with displeasure, and he thought that now he was his spy and not the blood sect. The narrative moves to a mountain valley with very high peaks, shrouded in snow in some places. This is the Shiwandashan Ridge. This mountain range with numerous peaks with its majestic appearance makes travelers feel awe and fear. In the midst of a dark forest shrouded in fog, a crow pecked at a dead victim, suddenly raising its head and jumping onto this very body, as if preparing for something, while the author explained that it was in the deepest gorge of the ridge, after which it suddenly flew up, leaving behind only a trail of black feathers, and in the background stood a large 3-story mansion with a red roof, and the author said that the illuminated place of the demonic sect, the Bloody Demon Palace, was located. On the stone floor lay a huge number of corpses and wounded people, uttering loud groans and filling everything around with blood. The frightened man stared straight ahead, mouth wide open as a huge amount of sweat appeared on his face, and listened to the voice asking if he understood what he said. On a throne made of ebony and gold, right in front of a beautiful painting covering the entire wall, an old man sat with his legs spread wide and holding his hands clasped directly in front of him, saying that the sect had been making efforts for 30 years to teach him everything. The old man looked straight ahead with a clearly displeased look and radiated evil energy, saying that after 2 years of successful work and the introduction of 16 spies into the Murama Alliance, the new leader of the provincial clan detachment was able to discover their man. Immediately after this, the man hit his head on the floor, bowed down to him and screamed for mercy, after which, being in the same position right in front of the old man, he said that they would forgive him, only this time. Suddenly he raised his head with a face full of fear and shouted that he would try his best. The old man continued to look straight ahead with a gaze full of composure and, after a short silence, he called out to the dark secret. Suddenly, a man with a bandage on his head appeared from behind him. He stood in place in black clothes with a red scarf and a white bandage, with his arms spread wide along his body. Coolly looking forward, he said what his name was, while the old man stood up from his throne with a slow movement. The old man stood right in front of the man begging for mercy, bending to his knees. At the same moment, the old man put his hand on his head, which greatly surprised and frightened this man even more. After which, being in the same position as before, the old man asked about the time of this man's service to him, and the guy standing right behind him in black clothes said that since the execution of Buck Gun he. After which, continuing to stand in his place, he added that 30 years had passed since that day. The old man continued to hold his hand on the head of this man, who was very frightened by what was happening and was trembling with fear, and he said that this had been going on for quite a long time. After which he looked straight down in front of him with an arrogant look, saying that okay, since he had served them for a long time, he would probably forgive him. The man was very happy to hear the words and thanked him through trembling. As soon as he began to talk about the kindness of the old man, he instantly blew up his head, which shattered into small pieces, covering everything around with blood. The old man stood opposite the headless man with a smile on his face and red glowing eyes, stretching his hand forward, happy with what was happening. He continued to stand in place with a bloody hand in front of a headless man and said that this was an incredible feeling. After which the corpse fell to the ground, covering everything around with blood, while he added that when a glimmer of hope appeared on their faces. The old man continued to stand in place, raising his hand to his chest, looking at her with a pleased look, smiling, saying that it was much more fun to rip them into the head. After which, with a smile on his face, he turned to the dark secret, and he immediately began to listen to him, standing behind. Then the old man turned back a little and with a serious look said that he must contact Salman and say that he has a target to hunt. Then he added that he agreed to give anything in return, and the dark secret bowed his head in response, listening to his master. At the same moment, the servant disappeared, as if falling through the ground, leaving behind only dark smoke, and the old man walked towards the exit with slow steps, hiding his hands behind his back. Inside the mansion, there was laughter and a voice that it was Shin, the leader of the provincial clan squad. The old man stood still and looked like a demon, with a serious look, smiling a little, said that he dared to ruin his plans, and he was very interested. At the same moment, Shin was picking at his ear, not understanding what was happening. He stood still, closing one eye, and continued to do so, thinking that his ears were very itchy and that someone was discussing him behind his back. Shin continued to pick at himself and stood with a very displeased look and thought that it was probably the members of the squad who were saying something bad about him. There was no discipline at all, he needed to restore order among them, while a servant approached him from behind. After they leveled off, Shin looked in his direction with surprise, and he suspiciously did not understand what was going on. Shin, looking in his direction, hiding his hands behind his back, said that there was nothing special, and he could continue. He was completely attentive, and the servant, who raised his hand to his mouth. The other holding his blade, coughed and said that, as he had said earlier, the heavenly armory is divided into elixir pavilions, weapons pavilions, and treasure pavilions. The servant waved his head in his direction and with a serious look continued to say that all objects are divided into 3 classes: fabric, paper, and porcelain. After which he asked how many things the head of the alliance allowed him to take, and Shin, raising his hand to his chin, thoughtfully said that as much as he wanted. The servant was very surprised by what was said and said that earlier he said that he was allowed to take 1 item of the cloth class, 2 items of the paper class, and 3 items of the porcelain class, and Shin sighed in response with a smile on his face and said that he was a bore. After which he mumbled that why ask at all if he already knew everything. And the servant, closing his eyes with a dissatisfied face, continued to stand in place and say nothing in response. A huge mansion with 3 floors of white color with a blue roof appeared in front of them, and the servant said that whatever it was, they were there. Suddenly the doors began to open, and he said that he could come through. Shin stood right in front of the open doors with great surprise on his face at what he saw, while the servant continued to be behind him. Shin was very happy about what was happening and smiled widely in surprise while the bright golden light illuminated him. The main character Shin against the backdrop of library shelves, admiring that this is a heavenly armory. Shin's inspired face against the backdrop of books conveys that this is much more interesting than he thought. The man in charge of this place asks Shin where he would like to start. Shin thought about it. Afterwards, Shin said that he would first like to go to the treasure pavilion, pointing to the ancient Chinese doors with a hexagon pattern. The beautiful steel armor on the racks is illuminated by daylight. Shin and the man came to a large hall hung with beautiful armor, which is why Shin could not hold back his response of admiration. Staring at one set of armor, Shin continually expresses his admiration, the man at this point saying that although the armor was not sorted by quality, it was divided into ranks of cloth, paper, and porcelain. The man pointed out that the rank is signed on each armor, so Shin can look at it there. Hearing this, Shin thought about it and decided in his head to agree and look for something worthy. The beautiful dark green armor with golden dragon accents belonged to the great warrior of the evil spirit sect 100 years ago, and it is made of black evil spirit iron, which absorbs all the energy, causing the attacks of the warrior wearing this armor to become stronger. Emperor Flower armor is white with red inserts in the form of a cloak and tassels on the helmet. Type armor, Class A. Thanks to the energy of this armor, the warrior gains the skill of marksmanship, even if he has not been trained in this. The shadows of the two armors are separated by Shin standing in front of them, who reflects that the rank of fabric is Class S armor, the rank of paper is Class A, and the rank of porcelain cannot even be considered, and the quality of things in different ranks is very different. Shin peered thoughtfully at the armor, holding his chin in his hand as if he had expected this. The main character's gaze turned to the other side, causing him to ask questions. Shin turned sharply in the other direction, asking if there were things of the quality of porcelain, to which the man, surprised by the speed of the question, answered positively. Other armor is piled in a dark corner, lying like trash since, as the worker said, compared to the rank of the fabric, they are of no value, so all these armor are piled in a heap. Shin looks towards the trash, calming him down. The man, spreading his arms, reassured Shin by saying that at first glance it is clear that this is trash, so there is no need even. Without finishing the sentence, the man, noticing his thoughtful behavior, called out to Shin. The main character carefully took a piece of armor, to which the man asks what he is doing. Suddenly the man cringes from the wild noise from the careless handling of the armor. The man swears at Shin that there is no point in bothering himself so much, and he will find nothing anyway, when suddenly Shin, in his obvious surprise, found something valuable. The man says that Shin has been putting them in a pile for so long, but he will have to put them in order again. Shin Wung stares open-mouthed at something he found. In a blinding light of insight, the main character with a warm smile looks at the thing and says that he has finally found it. In his hands he holds black armor with inserts of red fabric and ties and golden highlights. This is the armor of 100 ghosts. The man behind the hero says that as far as he knows, this armor was brought from Japan, and he thought it had already been thrown away, but it turned out that it was still there. Shin, holding the armor with his hands at full height, listens to the man's speech that this armor only looks beautiful, but in fact there is nothing special about it, and invites Shin himself to look so that he can be convinced that it is useless. After laughing, the man says that such armor is not worth a penny, to which Shin'un in the background, still holding it in his hands, replies that he will take it. Throwing the armor into the man's hands, Shin ordered them to be taken to the entrance, to which the man only screamed sharply from the surprise of the throw. The man, in bewilderment, asks Shin if he is serious about this and asks why he made such a choice, because it is better to take fabric-grade armor, to which the main character, turning around, sharply replied that it was none of his business. The man, standing in quiet shock and holding the same armor, answered positively to Shin'un that they were going to throw it away anyway, which means it's okay that he takes it. With a sly grin, Shin thought to himself how stupid they all were because they managed to put this armor in a pile of garbage, called them clowns. Shin said with confidence against the backdrop of the red light, now that he has examined the entire pavilion, it is time to move to another place. In front of us is a door with a pattern in the form of a single hexagon in the middle of the door, and Yashin says that now we can go to the elixir pavilion. Numerous bookshelves with an arch in the middle for passage, pavilion of elixirs. Shin walks between large racks of shelves that contain recipes for elixirs, as well as chronicles of exploits and books on martial arts. When the alliance was created, they decided to collect in one place all the information that could help in the fight against demonic sects. Old books with different chronicles open before their eyes, as do their high shelves, which can only be reached using a ladder. The head of the oldest library, along with the other 3 workers, donated knowledge that had been accumulated over 7 generations. The shadows that do not present themselves to the light are demonic sects, and after the war with them and with their leader, the descendants of the head of the library did not want their books to remain here. They took the top dedicated to elixirs and martial arts. Seeing different books of different colors, sizes, and stories at that time, many books were also torn, and in the end, only one title remained of the former grandeur of the pavilion. The pavilion has become a real trash can, running through the shelves of the empty Shin pavilion. Shin walks on the creaky parquet floor looking at the shelves and books. The story tells that no one in the Miramma Alliance knew something. Shin takes out the book with his hand. No one knew that there was something hidden in the Heavenly Armory. Shin holds a book in his hands. Only one really important elixir was hidden. The main character with some impatience picked up a tattered beige book, firmly indicating that he had found what he was looking for. The book was illuminated like a saint, and it was called The Theory of Generation. Shin'un began to leaf through the pages of the book, studying its contents, with the desire to see what was there. Closing the book with both hands and holding it with 2 fingers, Shin noticed that the book The Theory of Generation could be useful in medicine. Suspecting something was wrong with the book, Shin admitted that it was a good trick, drawing attention to his words by making the viewer look directly at his mouth. The protagonist points his finger at the title of the book, saying that he will not fall for this good trick. He aggressively erases the fake book title with his finger. Under the top layer of another title, he noticed a completely different, previous title of the book, the present one. The current title, after the process of erasing the top fake layer, makes you a little tense because now the book is called Theory of Rigor Mortis. Shin's face changed as he began to read the book again. The hero's thoughtful gaze is directed directly at the book, confirming that this book is about the theory of rigor mortis. Holding the book with both hands, Shin examines the information written in hieroglyphs in the book, analyzes and understands that there are instructions here on the creation of different types of living corpses, which the blood sect does not yet have. Coming to his senses, Shin, hunched over but still reading the book, realizes that many people could suffer because of this book. Dead men with red eyes, Shin says that in another version of the future, this knowledge allowed the blood sect to create armies of the living dead, and soon they lost control over them. Closing his eyes, Shin decides that things will be different now. Suddenly, Shin, with his powers and magic, returns the fake title of the book, turning it from a theory of rigor mortis into a theory of generation. The confident face of the protagonist with all his appearance and thoughts tells us that this time Shin-un will strangle them with it. Doors with 3 transparent hexagons are also made in Chinese style. A workshop with hanging bags filled with various herbs and other tools for creating medicines. Covering his nose with his hand, Shin is dissatisfied with the smell, noting how strong and medicinal it is. Shin walks among the cabinets with small compartments, saying that this is truly an incredible place. The storage of medicinal ingredients in the Elixir Pavilion was truly outstanding. It flourished in the Murama Alliance. Against the background of hanging bags with ingredients hidden in them, other plants are dried on interesting structures. Elixirs are needed to raise the best warriors. Without interest, going through this entire storage facility, Shin thinks that this is not important to him at all, and there is nothing here that he needs. No single ingredient will make it stronger. A small bright window of light against the background of compartments for storing medicines. Walking through the storage facility, Shin agrees in his head that he is sorry, but he will have to work with what he has, and in the end he claims that he can cook it himself. Having focused his attention on a couple of plants and raising his hand to his chin, the main character began to think. Looking at them and placing his hands on his hips, he asks himself if these are the most valuable ingredients, but he won't need any of them. A golden ball on a yellow soft pillow and an elixir that improves brain activity. Shin-won thinks that he can take it, but at the same time, his concentration is not that great, and he regrets leaving the storage room empty-handed. Sighing and feeling a little upset, Shin took the situation very seriously. Shin's gaze snapped to something else. Suddenly, he saw a box flickering among the others, which he looked at with some surprise. The box is red with a gold pattern and has its own charm, to which the main character asks in surprise what kind of energy is coming from the box. Appearing as if by the light of illumination, Yashin-un could not understand how something with such an aura turned out to be here. He carefully took the box. With his hands, Shin shook off many years of dust from the box. Shin is illuminated with an emerald light, which makes him stand out from the general decor of the room. Opening the box, the light of insight emanates from the light emerald sphere. Shin notices that the energy of the sphere is so clearly felt. The hero's hair is illuminated by the light of the sphere, its energy. Shin thinks that he doubts, but still this is the Donghua deity. Against a dark background, Shin-un is illuminated with light as well as his own smile from the emotions that surged over him due to the unexpected discovery. Because the boxes contained as many as 3 spheres, 3 Donghua deities, Shin asks himself again whether these are really elixirs with the energy of the Donghua deity, and why did he find them here? An unknown elixir, the origin of which is shrouded in mystery. The main character clicked and thought, it means he won't find out anything so easily, and why his origin is shrouded in mystery. Shin noticed that the box was all covered with dust, and he was sure that no one had touched it for a long time, and then he found a note. Reading the note from the hieroglyphs, he understands that this is an instruction, and the medicine is called Nameless Healing Root. In the thoughts of Shin-yuna there is an analysis. The rank is unknown, but its effect is described, and if taken for a year, it can completely get rid of poison energy. Focusing his gaze, Shin reads that the medicine must be taken at Jeonnam Mountain near the village of Sujuk. Jeonnam Mountain in Shaanxi province has long, oblong and sharp peaks that are obscured by air clouds, and as the name of the mountain implies, it is there that the Jeonnam clan, a member of the volcanic faction, is located. Representatives of the clan of 5 people in white robes with blue accents, they do not allow strangers to climb Mount Jeonnam. Shin narrowed his eyes, looking down and creating a dark atmosphere around himself, and began to analyze that in Shaanxi province, in addition to the volcanic faction, there are other sects that are hostile. Looking ahead again, Shin made sure that the place was Mount Jeonnam, right in the middle of enemy territory, but he had to get there. Firmly closing the box of divine elixirs, Shin confidently admitted to himself that this elixir was worth it to go to dangerous places full of enemies for it. Remembering the moment of Shin'un when he was just transferring, he was in a plump body and sweating from the weight of magic, his energy was completely pure. The secret of Donghua's immortality is unknown, the rank is unknown, the properties and degrees are also unknown. But this is a military technique created by the master in order to achieve harmony of existence, and the technique allows you to absorb and release any energy, and it is not applicable in battle, which is why the power of its destruction is insignificant. For the loss of one body, it is impossible to determine the source of energy release. Shin's portrait against a black background has been painted white, and he wants to know who invented it and when. Stuffing the box with the elixir under his robes and pulling it away with one hand, Shin decides that he needs to do this, and he must cleanse his internal energy. With his hands on his hips, confident in his actions, against the backdrop of plant dryers, the son reassured himself that he had visited the pavilions that were interesting to him and took from them everything he wanted. Shin remembers to pick up the things he had chosen when suddenly his gaze falls down, and in surprise, he opens his mouth slightly. Trying to step on the board with her left foot, she creaks. He begins to kick harder on the board of interest. Suddenly, he starts checking the floor in 3 different places, quickly moving from one place to another. Shin stomped hard one more time. With a happy face and self-confidence, he says that he has found something. Shin's body ignites with purple magic, and he points out the abode of nightmares. Next to his leg, in the place where he hit, a black spot formed, from which tentacles of magic emerge. Shin took a closer look at the place, namely the black spot. Suddenly the magic begins to slip back into the blur. Looking exactly at her, Shin says to himself that he will now set a mole trap, and now he can return. Grinning angrily, Shin quietly chuckles from the spot, and against his background, 2 doctors stared at him in incomprehensibility from his actions. A beautiful 3-story building with a blue roof. A few days later, there is an announcement on the wall made up of hieroglyphs. All of Muram was shocked by the sudden news. Friendly martial arts competitions will be held between the Muram Union and the Association of the 4 Factions. The competition was supposed to take place in a month in Nanju, Galsu province. The spectators looked questioningly and awkwardly at someone in front. Even the man in the middle put his hand to his face from a little stress. A 5-story ancient Chinese building with a black roof and red accents along with small gray fabric tents on the battlefield. This place was very symbolic. It was the battlefield between the Orthodox sects and the Association of the 4 Factions. On the street opposite the building, warriors in red and green stood opposite each other. As part of the competition, 2 competitions will be held in parallel, the first for senior masters, where 3 representatives from each side will fight for victory. Warriors in red robes look at the representatives of the group in green robes. In the second, for the younger ones, 60 warriors will take part, 30 on each side, from which one winner will be chosen. The battlefield is marked with a large white circle with a blue outline. Around it there is a training and combat assortment. Initially the names of those who will take part in the competition were not disclosed, but this time they were announced, which put the whole Muram on their ears. 5 representatives in green robes lined up. It was decided to hold the competition to improve the relationship between the association and the alliance, but no one believed it. This was no different from a peacefully started war. A calm Shinug looks at someone with a smile against a darkening background. The information states that the 3 senior warriors from the alliance included Yu Shinan, the main character and leader of the clan squad of the province. After reading the instructions, someone begins to swear tiredly. Teal says that the leader will now decide to take it out on them, while the other warriors fell into a kind of panic, becoming covered in drops of sweat. Jeong Chobang is confident that Shin wants to challenge everyone, to which his teammates close their eyes and imagine their future with reluctance to live through it. Teal's thoughts scream that now they are definitely finished. In the thicket of the forest, you can hear sources of wheezing and screaming for no apparent reason. The entire squad of Teal, together with the monk, are dragging something very heavy and of impressive size, groaning and saying that now they will really knock over what they are carrying. Men's thoughts are filled with thoughts and curses about why everything is happening this way. Shin stared down at them and crossed his arms over his chest, ordering them to be more lively. It turns out that a detachment of warriors is carrying a boat in which Shinan and his 2 partners Rin and Gal are sitting, saying that the top of the mountain is still far away, to which the whole team, in a kind of panic, asks themselves how much longer they can carry it like this. Huge mountains appeared on the horizon, blocking part of the sky, and the sounds of deep breathing were heard. At the top of the mountain there was a lone boat, and they could hear conversations that they had barely reached the top. Guan, Jen and Don lay under the scorching sun and said that they could not move and that this was their limit. Gunho lay all sweaty next to his comrade and said that he had studied martial arts all his life, but Gwen interrupted him and, covering one eye, asked why he didn't use them. The heroes looked carefully at the orange sky and asked that this was the end of training for today. He himself believed in it. Gunho looked carefully at the sky, crouched slightly, and noticed that he planned to drive them to death within a month. A moment later, the shadow of the protagonist appeared over the guy and he looked at the protagonist in fear. Shin looked at him with crazy eyes, smiled widely and asked what they were doing, and Gunho got all nervous. The main character straightened up, looked carefully at everyone and noticed that he had gone away for a minute on business, and they were lying down here, but Gwen stood up sharply and, holding out his hands, shouted that this was not so. The bald man looked carefully at the protagonist and added that they had reached the top and thought that the training was over, so they decided to rest a little, and Shin looked at him with a huge smile and asked why it ended. The main character turned to everyone and noticed that everything was just beginning. After these words, the crowd of warriors looked at the protagonist in surprise. The main character blushed sharply and waved his leg after asking what he was talking about. A moment later, he powerfully kicked the ground, causing everything around him to tremble. A purple circle appeared under his foot and a blast wave went off, blowing away people nearby. The crowd of students opened their mouths wide and looked at the ground in surprise. Wan and the men behind also looked at the ground in surprise. A huge, purple crater appeared on the ground, and one of the students began to approach and asked what it was. The main character looked at them confidently and asked what they were worth, let them come in quickly. A moment later they jumped into a deep hole and began to fall with loud screams. Gunho landed on the ground with a crash and crouched down. The guy slowly got up and grabbed his back while suffering from pain. A moment later, he raised his head after hearing loud screams from above. Wan landed with great force right on the guy's groin and screamed. Wan stood up sharply, was sweating and exhaling. He noticed that he had survived, and Gunho, behind him, was doubled over in pain and swaying on the ground. Gunho jumped up sharply, looked furiously at his bald comrade and shouted that he would finish him off, and Gwen turned to him with a crazy smile and said that he survived thanks to him. Teal landed hard behind them and shouted to just sit down. They were too noisy. The guy raised his head and began to look around carefully. Everyone suddenly raised their heads upward and, looking carefully, one of them asked what this place was. The guy in the green kimono opened his mouth wide and asked that the Alliance had such a cave. How did the leader know about it? A moment later, the main character began to approach the ground and grouped up. Then he landed straight on his feet and stared straight ahead. Shin straightened up and stared attentively at the people opposite, and they stared at him. The main character looked at them furiously and asked if they had looked around here. Then he folded his hands at his sides, looked at how the students stood and noticed that they even stood in a row. Shin slowly reached into the inner pocket of his kimono and, closing his eyes, noticed that he did not know whether they would become one team in a month. The main character threw a lot of brown circles in their direction and told them to hold on. The whole squad began to carefully examine them and Soso asked what they were. Shin looked at them carefully, put his hands at his sides and told them to eat it. The main character looked confidently in their direction and, opening his mouth slightly, replied that this was an antidote to acid poison. Gwen, Gunho, and Teal opened their mouths wide and stared at the protagonist in surprise. One of the squad looked carefully at the circle from which the golden curls came and asked what this elixir was that restored internal energy. The main character began to slowly approach them and noticed that since they wouldn't, they should return them. After such words, the entire squad quickly threw the antidote into their mouths and shouted that they would eat it. Soso began to emit golden strands of energy from herself. Golden light began to burst from the cave and surprised screams were heard. Gunho looked carefully at how energy was oozing from his body, and Gwan clenched his hands and shouted that the energy had been restored. Teal looked carefully at his hands, examined them and shouted that his body felt much better, and Soso behind him burst into tears a little and noticed that he felt different. Gwan folded his arms across his chest, looked at the protagonist with a wide smile and shouted that he was so glad to be with them. Shin exhaled a little air, looked away and noticed in his head that these wimps had just become obedient. The entire squad looked lovingly at the protagonist and everyone shouted as one that they were grateful to him. Shin smiled and thought it was time to get down to business. The main character folded his hands at his sides, stared at the students and told them to listen carefully. Shin looked carefully at the dark tunnel and said that he discovered this lair of monsters a couple of days ago. Shin folded his arms across his chest, returned his gaze to the squad and noticed that instead of destroying them all with a magical seal, he created a place where they could not escape. The entire squad opened their mouths in surprise and began to speculate. The main character happily opened his mouth and, looking at them carefully, noticed that everything was right. They must fight the monsters, go deep into the cave and use the seal. That's why their energy was restored. Gunho smiled sarcastically, looked straight attentively and thought that he had chosen the monster's lair for training. He turned his nose up too much, now that they will destroy everyone. The main character turned his head sharply and called his comrades named Gal and Rin, and they suddenly began to run towards him with backpacks. They threw their backpacks on the ground, and the protagonist said that now they should be divided into two teams, led by Teal and the other by Gunho. Shin folded his arms across his chest, looked carefully at the squad, and added that these bags contained a 10-day supply of a nutritious elixir and a flask of water. Shin looked attentively at the squad, lifted his jaw slightly, and added that this means that during these 10 days they must activate the seal at the end of the cave and return back. Everything is clear to everyone. Jen put his hands on his hips, opened his mouth wide, and joyfully shouted, "Why do they need so much time? Everything will be ready by tomorrow morning." And Gwen stepped forward slightly and shouted with a wide smile that they all became masters in exterminating monsters when they had to save civilians. Jen put his hand in front of him, looked at the protagonist, and asked that if they finished early, they could get a vacation, and Gwen opened his mouth wide and shouted that they needed to go forward. The main character smiled slightly amid the shouts that they would do it faster. The reward for this should be great. Shin, Gal, and Rin began to go into a deep and dark cave, and the protagonist, turning to the squad, said that when they finished, then they would talk and wish them good luck. Shin turned around, folded his hands behind his back, and lowered his head with a smile, noting that they would meet later. The squad silently and slowly walked up to the bags and stared at them. Jen put his hand to his chin, shouted, after which everyone turned to him, and shouted that they needed to take advantage of the chance while the leader was not there. The guy put his head slightly forward and added that he needed to wait half an hour, and then just go where he went, and Enmi, exhaling air and closing her eyes, noticed that apparently he hit his head while they were falling. Soso behind him looked at him and asked what he thought the leader would fall for such a deception. Gunho looked at him carefully and noticed that this was a joke, and Jen opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was a brilliant idea. The guy in the green kimono opened his eyes wide and, staring ahead, noticed that they hadn't even activated the seal, as he told them. The whole squad stood up straight, looked carefully into the distance of the tunnel, and noticed that, be that as it may, they thought they should use it. Teal turned his gaze to the side, looked carefully there, and asked why they decided to exterminate the monsters after all. He looked directly attentively and added that since everyone had spoken, they needed to divide into groups and go into the cave, and Gwen at that moment smiled broadly and shouted. The next moment, heavy bracers fall from their hands. The entire squad headed straight into the darkness, following Teal. In front of them was a huge and dark tunnel. The squad confidently and quickly flew towards him without lowering their heads. Gunho smiled broadly, looked straight ahead, and shouted in his head that his body seemed so light. After they drank that elixir, moving felt like teleportation. Teal confidently continued to walk forward through the tunnel, and the entire squad behind him kept behind him. Gan opened his mouth wide, looked straight ahead madly, and shouted that here it was, he was flying. The guy in the green kimono caught up with him, looked carefully, and asked if it was strange, and the bald guy turned to him and asked what he was talking about. The guy in the green kimono looked straight ahead carefully and nervously, and then replied that Shin said that the cave was infested with monsters. They had already gone deep enough inside. There was emptiness and a quiet tunnel ahead, and the guy added that not only were there no monsters visible, but the cave seemed too quiet and empty. Hen looked at the bald guy in fear and noted that they should be more careful, and Gwen spread his arms to the side, closed his eyes, and smilingly asked why he was so scared. The bald guy turned at him with a crazy smile and noticed that the monsters were just mindless creatures. Gwen straightened up, continued to run confidently, and, closing his eyes with a bright smile, added that he would call upon holy power for help when they got out. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide and saw danger ahead of him. Gwen sharply dodged a red arrow that flashed near his head. Gunho looked at him in surprise. Teal scrunched his face and clenched his teeth, wondering if it was an arrow. Gwen opened his mouth wide and shouted throughout the entire cave that they were being attacked, and the entire squad looked straight ahead in fear. The entire squad tensed up sharply and headed further along the tunnel. Gunho quickly dodged the arrow and clenched his teeth. Teal also dodged the arrow with a confident movement and clenched his teeth. Gwen and Jen dodged another batch of arrows. Soso dodged the arrow along with Enmi and screamed loudly. Teal dodged another arrow and examined it carefully. Gunho slightly dodged an arrow that flew near his neck, and Teal looked at it and shouted in his head why these arrows emit internal energy. An ordinary arrow emitted red energy and glowed brightly. There were a large number of arrows sticking out of the wall behind the heroes, and screams were heard in the cave. Teal turned sharply towards the squad and, with his mouth wide open, shouted for them to stop moving and watch every movement. The entire squad stopped abruptly, gritted their teeth, and carefully began to look around. The entire squad carefully directed their gaze towards the huge and dark tunnel. The squad froze, one of them gritted his teeth and asked what it was, and Teal carefully stared straight ahead and noticed that the shelling had ended. Gunho opened his eyes wide with fear and noticed that while the arrows were flying, he felt their internal energy. The guy looked carefully straight into the darkness and shouted that a monster with internal energy, this simply does not happen. Gunho opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "What you are, let him come out immediately." A skeleton in armor appeared from the darkness. The armored skeletons burned brightly with blue flames in the darkness and headed straight towards the squad. The entire squad froze in horror. They saw a huge troop with a skeleton in armor and glowing eyes and asked who they were. Hyan opened his mouth wide along with Teal and looked at the skeletons in surprise. The skeletons stood straight and looked attentively at the squad, and Hen noticed that these were the living dead. Dawn came up behind him and called loudly into his ear. A huge number of skeletons came out of the dark tunnel and the fat man shouted if he knew what it was. Hen opened his eyes wide and shouted that he had no idea. The temple elders had never told him about such creatures. One of the skeletons opened its mouth wide and blue energy began to radiate from it. Hen froze in fear, opened his mouth wide and suggested that the warriors who died in this cave were possessed by evil spirits, and Saban opened his mouth wide and shouted that he did not understand this at all. The caterpillar looked carefully at the sword in the skeleton's hand and noticed that, judging by the energy that was in the arrows, the sword would be of no use. Wan looked carefully at the skeletons and said that if they act together. Taily opened his mouth wide and interrupted and shouted for them to come here. After the words of cold noodles, the entire armada of skeletons headed towards the squad. Teal opened his mouth wide, walked forward with the squad and shouted for everyone to be ready. The entire squad drew their weapons and headed out to fight the skeletons amid the cries of the leader. In a deep and dark cave, the words of the main character were heard. Shin sat on a hill and carefully watched the battle and noticed that they were too self-confident. The main character smiled slightly, put his hand on his leg and noted that he knew this would happen. Two skeletons dealt powerful blows while covering each other, and the protagonist asked when the last time he summoned skeletons. Shin extended his burning hand in front of him, closed his eyes and, smiling broadly, replied that he had not practiced necromancy for a long time. Gunho and Gwen confidently fought with the skeletons and were as tense as possible, and the main character noticed that in fact, this was a very ordinary cave. Shin looked down furiously, glowed red and added that he specifically summoned the skeletons to train these newcomers. They should be grateful. He arranged all this just for their sake. The protagonist sat motionless watching the fight and wondered if the martial arts competition did not take place in another version of the future. Three people with red eyes appeared in the protagonist's head and added in his thoughts that judging by the changes taking place, it was likely that the shaman faction had hidden influence in Muram and the association of the four factions. Hen, Peng and Jen fought with the skeletons below and helped each other, and the protagonist noticed in his head that therefore it was necessary to make them stronger, at least with the help of such training. The main character strained his gaze and took a closer look at the battle, adding in his head that they clearly wanted to get one thing from this competition. A moment later, Shin opened his mouth slightly and said, "The war between the Murama Alliance and the Four Factions Association." The main character carefully watched as Teal dealt powerful blows to the skeleton and noticed in his head that there was no better opportunity to kill students and experienced warriors on both sides. Shin did not take his eyes off the battle, lowered his head slightly and thought, in order to prevent this from happening, he must train these guys. The main character began to slowly rise. Then he stood up, lowered his head and, closing his eyes, noticed that these guys were not holding up so badly, and then thought that he needed to find out whether there were members of the blood sect among the 7 main clans. Shim walked closer to the cliff, looked at it carefully and added in his head that he was still not sure who exactly had completely succumbed to the influence of the sect, but without a doubt, a couple of them had long been in its hands. The main character smiled broadly, looked carefully at the battlefield and, snapping his fingers, noticed that the test needed to be made a little more difficult. A moment later, a loud howl was heard behind the warriors. The entire squad looked carefully at the red light escaping from the tunnel behind. Soso screamed sharply and put her hands to her mouth. Enmi looked at her carefully and asked what was the matter, and the child opened her mouth wide and answered that something was coming from there. After her words, a huge skeleton magician appeared from the cave with a staff in his hands and red energy around. The skeleton lowered his head and looked furiously at the party with his red eyes. A moment later, he raised his head and screamed loudly. The entire squad approached the skeleton and froze in horror. Saban looked at it carefully and asked what it was. The skeleton sharply extended his hand with his staff, looked at the squad with empty eyes and opened his mouth wide. Then he raised the staff behind his head for a powerful blow. Gunho opened his mouth wide, looked closely at the skeleton and shouted for everyone to run. A moment later, the skeleton struck the ground with his staff, causing the heroes to jump back slightly. The squad quickly jumped away from the explosion under their feet and the ground turned slightly red. Then the skeleton put his staff to the ground and began to make strange sounds. The ground under the squad's feet began to crack and red energy erupted from the cracks. Gwen opened his mouth wide and looked at the ground in fear. The ground around the skeleton's staff began to crack even more. Gwen, all wet, looked at the ground with frightened eyes and thought that he had no idea what kind of monster this was. The bald man looked carefully at the staff and the energy coming from it, and added in his head that he knew one thing for sure: as soon as this energy reached them, they would die. The skeleton's staff began to glow even brighter, and he himself began to pronounce words in an unknown language. Gwen crouched sharply. The whole squad looked straight in surprise, and the bald man asked what this was. The skeleton raised the staff to his hand, placed it, and, uttering unknown words, began to glow red. Enmi opened her mouth wide and stared attentively as the main ones in the squad rushed towards the skeleton. Gunho made an angry face and shouted that this was a spell, and Teal looked angrily at the skeleton and shouted that even a blind man could understand this, and Enmi shouted for them to stop. The two warriors ignored her and, raising their swords, ran towards the skeleton. The skeleton looked at them furiously with glowing, red eyes and said something in an unknown language. A moment later, long arms flew from his staff and aimed at the two warriors. Gunho opened his mouth wide in horror as a hand appeared in front of his face. He opened his eyes wide, red with horror, and shouted what it was. Teal opened his mouth wide and shouted what they should do. Gunho froze and watched as the hands approached him. The fighting cock did not move anywhere and froze in horror. A moment later, he grabbed his hand with his sword and doubled over from the tension. Huge hands crashed into the ground between the warriors and they scattered in different directions. Gunho stopped sliding on the ground. A moment later, he stood up and stared at the sword with horror in his eyes. The fighting cock stared at the tip of the sword. It was bent, and noticed in his head that his sword had straightened out. Then he looked at the straight-standing skeleton of the magician and wondered what it was. A moment later, the skeleton opened its mouth, lit up red and roared loudly. Gunho suddenly felt something in his left ear, and Teal felt the same thing in his right ear, and they looked at each other. A moment later, they stood together. One held out a sword and used the celestial sword technique, celestial killing blow, and the other put it in front of the face and used the clarity sword technique, clear energy strike, and pointed the blades directly at the face of the skeleton. Their clinics came as close as possible to the skeleton's neck. Guan and Jen opened their mouths wide and noticed in their heads that they had reached him. Gunho looked at the skeleton with his blue eye. Then Teal also looked at him and both shouted in their heads that he was getting closer. The skeleton stood straight and did not resist the approaching danger. Their swords crashed sharply into the invisible barrier and they were surprised. Gunho opened his mouth wide and looked straight ahead in fear. Soso and Enmi looked straight at them in surprise, and the plot noticed that the attack performed by Teal and Gunho used up all their abilities, but was repelled by an unknown force. The fighting cock and cold noodles stared at the skeleton in horror, and the plot added that at that moment only one thing came to their minds. Teal and Gunho jumped away from the skeleton, and he spread his arms wide and looked at them. Then the story added that he was talking about complete defeat. A moment later, the skeleton raised its head up and, with its jaw wide open, screamed loudly. Don opened his mouth wide, looked straight in horror and shouted that he was attacking again. The squad began to walk sharply back, lightning began to appear in front of them and someone shouted for everyone to save themselves. The skeleton grabbed the staff with both hands and bright sparks came from it. Gwen opened his mouth wide in horror and sadly noted that it was too late. A moment later, the entire cave shook and everyone started screaming. A moment later, the skeleton and his entire army behind him froze, and clouds of smoke rose around them. The main character, confidently moving forward, noticed that they were still far from perfect. Shin looked at the skeleton carefully, folded his hands behind his back and added that even joint attacks were not strong enough. The main character exhaled, lowered his head slightly and said that everyone had succumbed to fear. They did not notice each other and could not think strategically. Shin opened his eyes, looked carefully at the hologram of the magician's skeleton opposite and noticed that, as he thought, they were defeated. The main character furiously opened his eyes, looked at the floor and added, in order to prevent terrible events in the future, they need to become faster and stronger. The protagonist raised his head to the skeleton, examined it carefully and added that the best way to do this is through complete defeat, to find out what skills they lack. The loud voice of the protagonist was heard from the dark cave, who noted that he therefore wanted them to make every effort to pass this test and then wished them luck. Gunho opened his red eyes wide and looked straight. The fighting cock woke up in the middle of a white world and asked how he got here. Gunho slowly stood up and silently tried to understand. He began to look around and saw only emptiness, and then shouted where. Gunho began to turn his head even more and asked where everyone else had gone, what was going on here. A moment later, Gunho opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead in surprise. The fighting rooster sadly lowered his head and thought that he was the only one who survived. He was so confident in his abilities. Gunho suddenly trembled all over and noticed in his head that this was the end. He clenched his shaking fist tightly and added in his head that he had really failed all his brothers and sisters in the squad. Gunho sadly lowered his head and scrunched his face. A skeleton mage appeared in his head and he wondered what if, in the face of an unpredictable enemy, he fought shoulder to shoulder with his comrades. Gunho looked straight ahead in horror, and Gwen and Sabin stood next to him. The fighting cock suddenly lowered his head, gritted his teeth and said that it would be better than just mindlessly fighting alone, and then noted in his head that the leader had decided to stop this pathetic battle. A protagonist appeared in the guy's head, folded his arms on his chest and looked down confidently, and then Gunho said what if he was telling the truth. The fighting cock sat in the middle of the white world, looked straight at the ground and said that he was a fool who attacked alone without even thinking about his comrades, and in the end, he was the only one who survived. After such words, Gunho scrunched his face, looked furiously at the ground and asked how he could be so selfish. Gunho turned back abruptly after hearing the question, saying that he only regretted it when he lost everything again. A guy in a blue kimono appeared behind him. It was his younger brother, and the fighting cock stared at him in surprise. After a moment, he turned to him and called his younger brother, and then asked how he was here. The younger brother opened his mouth slightly and replied that being the youngest in the Namdoon clan, he was always in the shadow due to the fierce competition of his older brothers. Gunho began to slowly get up and looked at his younger brother with crazy eyes, and he added that he was kind to him until the last, but in the end even he. The younger brother looked at his relative with terrible eyes and added with horror in his head that he was unable to resist the rivalry in their family, forgot about him. Because of this he began to use drugs, and a terrible fate befell him. After hearing this, the fighting rooster opened his eyes and looked carefully at his younger brother. A moment later he stood up, opened his mouth slightly and heard that this time he had to do things differently. The younger brother began to slowly dissolve into thin air and added so that the same thing would not happen to anyone else as to him. A moment later, a skeleton appeared in front of him with a sword in his hands and a sword pointed at him, and his brother added that he should become a better person, let him save his comrades. Gunho opened his eyes wide and looked in surprise at the skeleton opposite. The sword in the hands of the skeleton glowed brightly purple and curls of energy came from it, and the fighting rooster stood opposite him and, looking at him, noticed in his head that he was too strong. If he attacked him, he would definitely lose. Gunho clutched the broken sword with trembling hands. Then the whole squad appeared in his head and he noted in his head that he would never repeat the same mistake. He didn't want to lose everyone again. In his head stood his younger brother, smiling widely and happy. After such thoughts, the fighting cock bent down slightly and added in his head that even if it cost him his life. A moment later, he held out a sword with blue energy in front of him and shouted loudly. Then he opened his mouth wide, made a furious face and shouted forward. The skeleton powerfully hit the caterpillar's sword and he wondered what it was all about. Saban blocked the blow and added in his head that he suddenly found himself all alone. Saban doubled over from the force of the sword blow and screamed in his head that he was facing a monster that was superior to him. The skeleton jumped high onto the caterpillar and delivered a powerful blow, and Saban, standing in the white world, blocked the blow and wondered where the other members of the squad had gone, whether they were safe. Suban opened his mouth wide and shouted lightly. Soso raised her sword above her head, opened her mouth wide, and screamed slightly, crying. The child blocked the skeleton's blows, jumped slightly to the side and shouted for him to leave. The main character sat surrounded by blue energy, folded his arms on his chest and lowered his head in thought. In the protagonist's head, the caterpillar blocked the skeleton's blows and Shin noticed in his head that Sunbu would make his attacks predictable at this rate. Then Soso appeared in his head and struck the skeleton with her sword. But he dodged and the main character noticed that her advantage was not in strength. There was no point in holding back and using other techniques. Shin closed his eyes and lowered his head and smiled. Teal delivered a powerful blow to his opponent and gritted his teeth. Enmi clenched her teeth and, straining her gaze, delivered a powerful blow. In the protagonist's head, Jen blocked the skeleton's blow and noticed in his thoughts that everyone else was holding up pretty well. Pan crossed his sword with the skeleton, gritted his teeth and glared at his opponent, and the main character wondered if it was all thanks to his harsh training. Shin removed the smile from his face, strained his thoughts and scrunched his face and thought that their potential was slowly awakening. A moment later, the main character opened his eyes wide when he felt something in his right ear. Then he looked straight ahead and thought. Shin opened his eyes wide, looked straight ahead and asked with his mouth slightly open that someone had just revealed their true identity. The main character looks carefully into the dark tunnel and added that he had vague assumptions, but now, having scattered everyone into separate subspaces, he can clearly see their differences. The main character grabbed his knee tightly and, starting to get up, asked who he should check. A moment later, he completely glowed with blue light and used transformations. After casting the spell, he became fat and stood on it tightly, clenching his fists. The main character looked furiously straight into the fat man's body. Don stood with a bag in his hands and smiled widely. The fat man stood next to the coward and laughed loudly, and the plot told that he and a guy named Hen from the Cullen sect were members of one of the 7 great families of Murim, and also quite flexible. Don sat and devoured food on both cheeks. The fat man stood up straight, grabbed his bag tighter and laughed loudly, raising his head, and the plot noticed that he loves to eat. And even when others make fun of him because of his weight, he laughs with them, so everyone knows him as a very good-natured guy. Don grabbed the skeleton tightly by the head, and dark blue energy emanated from his hands. The fat man hit the skeleton on the ground with great force and shouted for him to die. Don scrunched his face, veins popped out, and the main character, watching this, noticed that it was extremely unusual to see how he brutally destroyed the enemy. Shin sat on the ground in a dark room and contorted his face and added in his head that it seemed that he had reached the peak of the average skill level. Until now he had hidden his strength. Don threw his hand behind his head and quickly approached the skeleton opposite with a blow. A moment later, the skeleton flew away from his powerful blow, and the protagonist noticed in his head that he could easily defeat entry-level living skeletons. Shin lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that he was a pretty dangerous guy. The skeleton appeared opposite the fat man, put his arms at his sides and, looking straight ahead, began to emit yellow energy, and the protagonist added that he would try to bring the fat man to clean water. Don hunched over, smiled sarcastically and laughingly asked what it was all about. A moment later, he put his hands at his sides and, spreading his fingers, shouted that he should attack. He then struck the skeleton with both hands. The skeleton sharply bent down and looked at the guy furiously. The skeleton raised his hand, began to accumulate energy to strike, and the protagonist thought that he suspected that Don and Pan belonged to the Blood Sect. In another version of the future, the forces opposing the Blood Sect and their allies were quickly defeated. Don barely dodged the powerful blow of the skeleton and, clenching his teeth, his eyes flashed with a purple light, and the protagonist noticed, because during the final battle, neither the Hwangbu clan nor the Hebe faction appeared on the battlefield, so he suspected the fat man and the narrow-eyed one. The main character screwed up his face, squeezed his eyes, and noticed in his head that the second one never showed his strength. Perhaps he decided, even under the threat of death, not to reveal his belonging to the Blood Sect, or the reason lies in something else. To find out, he need to continue monitoring. Don raised his hands, stood in front of the skeleton and looked at him furiously. The skeleton did the same. A moment later, the skeleton jumped with a punch and Don put out his hand to hit back, and the protagonist wondered what to do with this scum first. The skeleton dealt a powerful blow to the fat man's face. Don, in turn, also brought his fist closer to the skeleton's skull. The skeleton suddenly began to lose strength in his hand. Then he completely relaxed his fist. Don delivered a powerful punch to the skeleton's face and shouted that he was faster. The skull flew off the skeleton's neck and spun around. The fat man froze, began to regain his breathing, and looked carefully at the corpse of the skeleton. Don looked closely at the skeletal remains and noticed that he was quite impudent. The fat man looked forward furiously with his violet eyes and added that he did not want to use demonic powers, but there was no other way out. The white world around the fat man began to dissolve. Don suddenly tensed up and looked helplessly straight. Then he grabbed his heart tightly and began to groan. Don bent over, grimaced his face in pain, and asked why his chest suddenly felt so heavy. The fat man trembled all over, began to fall off his feet, and thought that it was because he had not used demonic powers for a long time and had lost the habit, as if someone had squeezed his heart into a fist. Don stared towards the dark tunnel and shouted that he needed to get out of here quickly. He quickly ran into the dark tunnel and noticed that he could not allow anyone to notice him. The main character stood behind him and carefully watched him run away, and the notification that appeared said that Don received the dead man's curse because he killed the dead man. Shin took an attentive glance to the side, looked carefully at the ground, and glanced at the notifications that said that thanks to capturing the heart, the main character could control the fat man. The main character looked carefully at the corpse of the skeleton near his feet and said that he would like to kill him right now, but by following him, he would be able to find everyone. Shin clasped his hands behind his back, looked straight ahead with fury, and added that he would then kill everyone. A moment later, he turned his head towards the glowing object and looked in surprise. Against the background of a box with an elixir, valuable books from the pavilion, and a beautiful sword, the young man thinks that as long as rare treasures and priceless martial arts manuals remain, skilled thieves will always appear in the history of Murim, but none of them will be able to achieve the title of gods. A guy with green eyes, wearing a swamp vest and a mask covering his mouth, believes that no one except the beast, who was the first to rise to the title of the fourth god of thieves, over the past 30 years, no one except himself, Han Wan-ho. Opposite each object are representatives of the clan. There is a secret clan, and Khan says that there is a secret clan in which they teach the best military techniques and divine laws. Only the leaders of the clan's military council manage to receive a title like Khan's, and it is clear because they left incredible achievements behind him. Khan, pressing his fingers on one square block of the wall, shares that his training was indeed very long. In the background of Khan, who is trying to figure out the mechanism in the wall, an old man appears, who is sure that Khan was the most talented warrior from the military council, and he would help their clan cope with all adversities. Suddenly the tile begins to open, and Khan asks the old man in his head if he sees Khan, because he was able to penetrate into a place that the old man had never even dreamed of. The sweat of the moon illuminates a 2-story white building with a black ancient Chinese roof, and suddenly Han explains that he is in the heavenly armory of the Murama Alliance. Having entered a familiar place with shelves and a passage in the video arch, Khan is delighted, and is sure that he will soon be swimming in gold. Khan's foot falls on that same black spot, thereby releasing the tentacles of magic. Khan is shocked and does not understand what it is while the magic spreads around him. He is trembling, and his whole body has fallen into a stupor from shock, but the magic is scattering faster and faster, surrounding him from all sides. Han Wang-ho, with a crazy look of fear and a trembling in his body, realizes that this is a mole trap, but still cannot believe it, and nothing else from his efforts works. He cannot even move. His entire body, including his head, is covered in magic, and closing one eye in pain, he curses, asking what it is. Dark background, Han was completely captured by the magic of the trap. Suddenly he sees a torch against the background of a brick wall. The guards go to Khan, who was already hanging in chains by his hands and naked to the waist, covered in scratches, abrasions and drops of blood, and asks them to simply kill him. All of Tila's guards in blue robes and with drawn blades come here in surprise at his request. Han Wang-ho, with a heart-rending look on his face, asks them to kill him. Suddenly, jets of water magically fly towards Khan in chains. They wash over him with great force. In pain, Khan opened his eyes and mouth and tensed his body. The water began to choke him, getting into his mouth. Khan could not free himself. Khan fell into darkness. Suddenly Khan wakes up in his usual form, in clothes, clearing his throat in fear as if after drowning. He looks around, sitting in the cave, realizes that he has survived, asking himself where he is. Suddenly stunned by an outsider's question whether he liked the dream, Khan froze in shock from fear or surprise. Looking behind him with uncertainty, he asked who it was and thought to himself that no one would ever believe Khan if he told anyone about this. Yashin emerges from the darkness of the tunnel. Han recognizes him, and out of shock or honor asks if he is the leader of the clan, the Divine Dragon, beat Knu Shinan. Grinning, Shin looked at him clearly, asked about the Divine Dragon, and laughed that he had already succeeded in giving him a new nickname, and be that as it may, he was glad to meet Han Wan-ho. Shin added, or should he call Han the god of thieves of this era, to which Han was shocked and embarrassed, conveying everything with his face and eyes wide open with his mouth that Shin knows his name, and asks how he knows it. Khan began to think that he was going to rob the heavenly armory, and then gain recognition and become a respected man in Muram, but no one knows his name except his dead teacher. Shin agreed to tell how he knew his name, taking something out of his pocket, while saying that he has several very rare bugs, and they live in the very depths of the tropical forests where people do not dare to go. Showing in his thoughts a picture of bugs and creatures, Jin adds that people say that between the females and males of this species there is incredibly strong love, and if suddenly the male dies, then the female dies too, to which Khan asks in shock if they are talking about poisonous the caterpillars, says Shin. Holding something in his fist, Shin asks if he knows about them. Opening his palm, Shin Woong reveals one poisonous caterpillar, saying that these caterpillars are very tenacious and can survive even inside a person. Asking Han if he knows that if the female outside dies, then the male inside the person will immediately begin to exude a deadly poison and will die with her. Suddenly, Han Wan realized that there was a male in his stomach and was plunged into an atmosphere of fear. Turning to Shin, he asks what Yashin wants from him, while Yashin holds a caterpillar in his fist in front of him. Suddenly, the terrifying Shin took the glass and moved the caterpillar to hang over the abyss of the glass with its filling, and realized that Khan had fallen for his trick. Shin's confident conversation made Khan look only at his mouth and the spoken words that Khan was the god of thieves, and only Shin himself knew that he entered the heavenly armory. Therefore, Shin wants two things from him, showing two fingers in front of him, to which Han fearfully asked which ones. The first thing Shin needs from Han is one of the martial arts that Han has, showing him one finger. Suddenly, Khan, out of fear of Shin or from his impudence, began to shout that the combat equipment of the Divine Law was the property of the clan council, and if he needed it, then it would be better for Shin to kill him. Scratching his ear with his little finger, Shin suggests that it was not necessary to shout like that. Shin needs the secret of swimming through the earth, where he can make moves underground with ease. With his arms crossed, Shin asks for this skill to be passed on to him. In shock, against a dark purple background, Han did not expect such an answer and asked a question. After opening the book, Shin gained a new skill. A notification asks him if he wants to master the skill of swimming in the ground. Han asks Shin why he needs it, because it is useless, to which Shin looked at him, thinking to himself that the offer was just an excuse, but without answering Han. Shin reasons that in another version of the future, Han 1 robbed the Muram Alliance's heavenly armory, then appearing as a strong, scary enemy in the red background, and during the war against the Blood Sect, he would take part in many battles against it. Shin looked at Han at that moment, at his surprised, childish face, and realized that Shin was even slightly afraid of him, knowing that he bears the title of the God of Thieves, but the milk on his lips had not yet dried. Closing the book and continuing to look at Han, Shin continued to talk about the future and realized that in the end, he would be caught by the sect and die after all his limbs were cut off. Suddenly, Han awkwardly turned to Shin again, asking what the second thing Shin wanted from him. Shin confidently replied that he would say what it was, and folding his hands and showing 3 fingers, he said to become his assistant for only 3 years. Han is shocked by Shin's desire and involuntarily screams in surprise. Shin says to Han's face, turning his front only to him, that he will not ask him beyond measure. Han will just have to steal what he needs, to which Han replies that let it happen that way, but he has doubts. Shin, again taking something out of his robes, says that he also will not leave Han without payment for his services. The bag falls sharply to the ground, and Khan instantly recognizes what it is. Illuminated by a radiant light and taking a box out of the bag, opening it, he says with shock that this is the treasure of the Shaman faction, to which Yashin replies that he stole it from the Elixir Pavilion. Against the backdrop of Jeonnam Mountain and the emerging dawn after nighttime, Shin informs that if Han agrees to his terms before sunrise, then a new God of Thieves will appear to the world. Blue sky with gentle clouds against the backdrop of a tall white building with beautiful balconies. Shin confidently stands with his arms crossed on his chest at full height and wants to start from there. Shin, approaching the earthen wall, put his hand on it and remembered that Han Wang-ho said that the technique should start with sensing the earth, and with the help of internal energy, Shin can easily feel the energy of the soil. The notice states that the mastery of swimming in the earth allows one to achieve enlightenment. The level of proficiency in the skill of swimming in the earth increases significantly. Shin magically inserts his hand into the earthen wall, releasing some energy from it. The level of mastery is increased. With a backyard of 2 trees with a tower in the background, Shin trains with skill, releasing more and more energy from where he and the ground meet. Shin entered the earth by controlling his energy and the earth's energy, floating as if in a dark place, and thinks that this skill allows him to float freely in the earth. However, if he makes a mistake with the direction and he is too deep, he will never be able to get out. Closing his eyes, Shin appears before them in full. Having examined the maps of the mountains and the location of the pavilions, he remembered the location of the pavilion he needed. But if Yashin suddenly loses control of his breathing, he collapses, groaning in pain and cowering in a grin of pain. Shin realizes that he can suffocate underground and die, remaining in a dark environment, even screaming that there is still a little time left. Shin asks Han to promise him something. Addressing only Khan, Shin says that in 3 years of serving him, he will allow Khan to rob not only the treasuries of the Miram Alliance, but also demonic cults and even the Imperial Palace, to which Khan was surprised to fall into a stupor, even holding his fist in front of him. Shin's confident look directly at Han says that to the places where Shin sends him, he can only take 1 person with him. Han looks at him in fear, but in his head he understands that judging by Shin's eyes, he is not lying to him. Extending his hand to make the deal, Shin asks if Han Won agrees. Shrinking and grinning at the impending decision, Khan fell silent. The source of the airflow suction, Shin created wonderful blue magic, trying to control it. With his hand trying to grab onto it, he caught it with precision. And suddenly he caught the magic of almost all colors, and red thread, and orange, and green. The threads turn into colorful lights. Han Won-ho, looking at Shin's outstretched hand with a proposal, analyzes that if he shakes his hand, he may pay for it. The next moment, their hands are joined in a strong agreement, and Khan decides that the offer is too tempting to refuse. The line of purple magic goes straight to Shin. Han tells his teacher in his head that whoever Shin is, he thinks he has met the demon himself. Young Mai, in the sweat of fighting, tries to deal with her opponent while looking straight at him. The attacker turned out to be a skeleton in a robe, holding a katana in a confident stance, enveloping it with red magic. The attacking monster quickly jumped back from its place with a sound, and was already swinging at Young Mai, while she thinks that she is at the zenith level and this pile of bones is sweeping towards the monster, the transcendental level. The skeleton made a sharp blow from which Young Mai dodged by jumping back. She thinks that she still hasn't used a single critical attack and has spared her all this time. Young Mai lands on the ground while the skeleton has just finished swinging his sword. She asks if the monster really decided to play a trick on her like that. Suddenly, the blade and tip of the katana appeared right in front of her one eye, causing her to immediately freeze in fear. The attacking skeleton turned around, placing his sword on his shoulder, and Young Mai continued to stand motionless. Gritting her teeth in anger, Young Mai decides that she will not put up with such an attitude towards her. She uses a complex technique with a sword using her hands in different directions. All this is accompanied by the sounds of the wind raging from them. Suddenly, Young Mai's sword unexpectedly forms blue information and magic because her katana is the sword of 9,000 streams, pointing it directly at the skeletal monster. Streams of magic go straight to the skeleton, touching his body, which apparently he did not like. Numerous whirlwinds of magic go straight to the skeleton, standing at full height and directing his ball straight ahead. Instantly, his eyes begin to glow red, releasing his power and his red manicure. With his magic, he began to reflect the lineage of Young Mai's blue magic, filling everything around. Suddenly, coming too close to Young Mai, he frighteningly reflects her other strong blows, and Young Mai noticed at that moment that he reflected all the water swords created by military equipment. With a whistle, the skeleton swings at Young Mai. He takes her by surprise, even holding his sword down with his eye closed from his force. Young Mai thinks about whether her strength will be enough to repel his already attacking blow. Her face shows panic and fear from the shadow falling from the sword on her face. Critical attack, the girl thinks about it. Turning away from the sword and closing her eyes from the terrible future, she wondered if it was all over. Suddenly she remembers the training. Shin shouts at the warriors with his mouth wide open, asks about what he taught them to surrender even before the start of the battle, and orders them to fight, even if they may not succeed. Young Mai diligently practices attacking with a sword while Shin watches in the background. Shin turned to her, saying that she handled the sword very gracefully, to which the girl thanked him with lowered eyes. Shin turned to her sternly, looking straight into her eyes, asking if she really didn't know how to handle her own sword. He asked if the martial art of the Muyon clan was based on grace. Suddenly, at the moment of a fight with a skeleton, ruin descended on Young Mai from Shin's words. While the skeleton was already striking with his sword, the girl remembers that Shin said the right things because the Muyon clan always fought using only force. After this, Young Mai delivers her strong blow with confidence and complete peace, supporting the energy of the sword with her hand. She delivers a strong blow, from which the energy of the swords begins to glow with a bright white light in all directions, accompanying all this with a strong sound wave from the swords. The skeleton's face lit up with white light from the impact. Young Mai, looking straight at the point of impact, tries to give all the power to him, sweating and grinning from the weight. With a backdrop of stars and constellations, Young Mai's story goes that the constellation Ursa Major is said to revolve around the North Star with the changing seasons. All the martial arts of the Muyon clan are difficult to learn. Young Mai holds her sword and radiates her own energy from it, and based on this principle, she can take advantage of the works of her ancestors. A picture of the fight between a skeletal monster and Young Mai in their battle, giant bursts of light appear from the girl's strongest blow. Using the works of her ancestors, she can use them in battle to redirect the enemy's attacks on himself. The sword flies out of the skeleton's hands, making many turns from Young Mai's blow. She learned her lesson. During training with the skeleton, which was conducted by Yu Xin-un, the name of this technique was specific because Young Mai with her blow not only knocked the sword out of the skeleton's hands, but also tore off the skeleton's hand in which the sword was located, and now she lies on the floor next to sword, which sent him into a stupor. Against the background of the constellations, the name of this technique became Dudge Johnson. Young Mai was cheered by the result and now thinks to herself that she will now go beyond her limits. The angry skeletal monster, standing without an arm, raised his sword and created an aggressive aura around himself, his eyes glowing with anger, and Young Mai notices that this monster is of a transcendental level, but now he is missing one arm. Young Mai picks up her sword with a confident smile. The girl suddenly unleashes her next strongest attack on the armless skeletal monster, and is confident that she will succeed if she attacks him right now. Hugging Guan, the Shaolin monk, Gong Ho joyfully shouts that they all survived. The red-haired girl So-So, Xiaobu, and Pan Seung-gu look at them warmly, listening to Guan's speech about how he thought that he would not meet his brother Nam-gun, accompanying all this with cheerful laughter. Young Mai comes out of the cave tunnel, carefully stepping on the ground. So-So, turning questioningly towards the noise of the tunnel, opens his mouth in surprise. So-So ran to Young Mai, her sister screaming. The rest of the team began to look after her. Sebun screamed Young Mai's name, saying that they were so worried about her, and what a relief that she was here. So-So, turning to Young Mai, pointed out that it was clear that she, too, was not sitting idly by, to which Young Mai, with a smile and a blush on her cheeks with happiness, noted that So-So apparently it was not easy either. The entire squad was sitting in a cave, some were lying on the floor, and some were listening to the stories of the Shaolin monk Guan about how he lost weight in a couple of days, thought that soon only bones would remain of him, and noticed that there is nothing more to say, since that monster clearly did not intend to spare them. John Hyun, in the background of Kyung Chobang, asks if they fought with the same monster. His clearly should have been stronger. Guan, standing with his hands on his hips, drew everyone's attention with his words. Turning to Gunho and T-Il sitting on the stones, Guan correctly noted that these adept brothers had reached a transcendental level, calling it incredible. Gunho modestly replied that apparently they were lucky, but Teal objected, asking if luck alone was enough for them to do this. Gwen asked why Teal was saying this, with a surprised Xiaobu in the background. Teal, who was sitting in the middle, to whom the attention of the entire squad was riveted, asked everyone if they felt that at the very last moment the skeletons were clearly not going to kill them, and that it was rather like training. The concerned monk asked what Teal was trying to say by this, when Teal shared that he is not sure of the information, but thinks that this is the work of some detachment, and before he can finish speaking, something begins to fall from above the cave with a terrible sound. Suddenly, something landed behind Teal with an explosion, like a meteorite, illuminating everyone from the squads with the light from the explosion. Closing in a swirl of dust, Gunho suggests that Teal discuss this later. The swirl of dust dissolves and a horde of skeletal monsters appears before them, with which each of them fought. Different from all the skeletons, apparently from the leader, with light flowing from his eyes and mouth and tail, he grabs Hwang Bodong by the throat and he asks to kill him quickly, after which the leader harshly throws Dawn into the ground with all his might, calling the bikes of his colleagues in his name. The gaze falls on the face of the leader of the skeletons. Young Mai assumes that this black skeleton is their leader. Jiang Chobang added that apparently he is stronger than all of them, and thought that he would finally be able to sleep peacefully. Xiaoban confidently shouted as he picked up his wooden weapon that they wouldn't know until they fought him. While the squad decided to go forward, the skeletons were already standing ready with bows to shoot at them. Suddenly, the red-haired girl So suddenly screamed that the archers were on her and instantly rushed forward at them and their arrows, illuminated by the sunlight, and folded her hands on her chest. So landed confidently, giving off wind gusts. SL stands up, and broken arrows rain down from above her, shot down just by her. In the background, So Guang and Zhobang swoop in to attack, thanking So that this would really help them, Guang said. The duo of Guan and Chobang accurately break the bones of skeletons with swords with illuminating light, out loud wishing for them to go to heaven, and can do this twice. Behind the falling skeleton appears a mysterious skeleton in a robe with long hair and a crown on his head. Suddenly, this skeleton reaches out his hand to create magic and opens his mouth to draw out his energy to fight. Suddenly, from behind the skeleton, also in a duet, Sebun powerfully attacked him for the first time. And the second time he noticed that the second blow would not come from him, when suddenly Seunggu joined him, shouting the cherished word of wishes for death. Excitedly, Zhang Haiyan was happy that everything worked out. Showing moments of each participant's fight with the skeletons, Hen realizes that after winning a single fight, they were all able to become stronger while defiantly maiming the skeletal monster. Suddenly, Zhang Haiyan stared at something in alarming surprise. Asking what kind of monster this is, a picture arises of Gunho and Teal using both swords to defend themselves from the attack of the leader's skeleton. While thinking that, Zhang Haiyan says in his head that Nam Gunho and Teal, who have reached the transcendental level, are losing to him. John Hen claims that things won't work that way, when suddenly almost the entire squad of warriors attacks the black skeleton from almost all sides. Xiaobu and Sigung grin from the weight of their blows to make them as strong as possible, which is accompanied by Donghyun's opinion that they should attack strong opponents together. Suddenly, all the warriors were charged with an overwhelming storm of black skeleton magic, lifting them all into the air. The black skeleton is not for them to see. The shadow of the leader's skeleton with a tail falls on the still defeated Teal and Gunno, lying on the ground, trying to get up. The next moment, in their defense, young Mai will be presented as the leader right in front of the skeleton, causing both of them to be shocked and involuntarily and questioningly exclaim her name. The information gives a reminder of her future technique Dujing Song. Young Mai began to sword fight with the black skeleton, spewing purple and blue magic from their swords, while Xiao Wung noticed that the skeleton was blocking the attack, and did he really know that she would use Dujiangxian? The warriors shouted with motivation that let them all help Sister Adept Mu Young Mai. Gunho and Teal swing at the black skeleton from behind. After hitting him, the skeleton quickly escapes. He repels the blows of the warriors and even more so attacks them, starting with Gunho, Teal, Chobang, and at the end Guan Monk along with Zhang Haiyan, moving on to attack Young Mai, who is standing at the ready with a sword in front of her. Young Mai stands with a sword in front of her, which lights up with her magic and energy. She clenches her brows and is ready to attack. Suddenly, the red-haired girl So flies out at the skeleton leader in front of Young Mai, swinging her fist at him. But So receives a rebuff from the leader of enormous strength with just one hand. At the same moment, he flies towards Young Mai for a future attack. The skeleton strikes with Young Mai's energy, causing the girl to bare her teeth from the severity of the blow. She tries to hold back the attack, covering her eyes from the strength of her opponent. Young Mai thinks that she will not be able to withstand such a flow of energy. Suddenly, her sword flies out of her hands and she screams in fear. The look of the black skeleton directly at her is terrifying. Considering his ready sword in his hands creates a certain atmosphere of death. Suddenly, Young Mai remembers Shin telling them that he will kill each of them, leaving no one alive. Another turn in the story and Shin looks away. Questions come from his side, asking what it is. Thief Han, trapped in the pavilion, is sucked in by the magic from the black spot, and he again asks what this is, a mole trap, and how this can be, causing him to shake in fear. Shin says the mole has been caught. Addressing the black skeleton like an old man, he asks if he remembers the plan for the skeleton to attack these suckers when they all gather together. The skeleton agreed in threatening silence. Smiling, Shin Wung tells the skeleton that until they pass their tests and get back together, turning his attention to the chubby Budong, he allows the black skeleton to work him to death. As he was leaving, turning to the skeleton from behind, Shin added that he should be gentler with them. Turning around, a light of kindness illuminates his face, and he says that once he returns and the wind blows, the skeleton will need to disappear after he is called away. Continuation of the previous story, the moment when the skeleton is already swinging at young Mai. Suddenly the skeleton became distracted and looked to the side in surprise. How then he is raked by a huge stream of blue magic, pressing him into the wall, forcing even young Mai to fall to the ground, raising whirlwinds of dust. Shin appears before the squad and is called out by Gunho, who is looking at him, as is TL. Looking at them with a kind look, he said to himself that everything was going according to plan. Budong lies unconscious on the ground. Shin, with confidence and a grin, creating a certain aura, notices to himself that he feels that he has become stronger thanks to the energy received in the elixir pavilion, and it will be good if he calls the old man away now. When suddenly a drooping black skeleton emerges from a whirlwind of dust. The elder, a black skeleton, becomes angry and his eyes begin to glow red, to which Shin asks his name in his head. Even more energy came from the skeleton that he had shown earlier, and he stood frighteningly on his head with his weapon. The warriors watched along with Shin, and TL screamed what kind of power he had, and what kind of demon was this in front of them. Swinging his sword with unimaginable blue magic, Shin ordered them to retreat, to which the warriors asked him about what he had said, and analyzed that even the leader ordered them to retreat. TL looked at the main character with confusion, thinking to himself that don't these monsters obey the leader. The skeleton chief swings at Shin while he is still thinking to himself, and apologizes to him in advance since he doesn't think he can control his power right now. A stunning brutal blow was made by the skeleton at Shin's location, but he dodged with incredible speed. Shin's face was in shock, and he asked himself if it was really old man Shin. The skeleton playfully beckons Shin with his finger. Shin glared at him, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself that he agreed with everything, and the old man decided to test him. The skeleton strikes with enormous force, releasing magic of an ominous color and quantity directly at Shin. Shin at that moment remembers that he fought with him countless times. From the blow of the skeleton, Shin was able to stand on his feet, but moved back from him, breaking through a small channel. Shin notices that he fought with him many times, but the old skeleton never won, but members of the Zhejiang clan detachment are looking at him. Guan and Hyan look this way and that, hiding behind a rock, discussing the location of both the skeleton and Shin himself, pointing out that they cannot follow them. Shin thinks that in order to hide his connection with the old skeleton, he will have to use 12 swords of a thundercloud against him, and the black skeleton stands motionless at full height, releasing all its energy to the will of the glow. Shin swings and releases energy and magic from the sword. Shin, while jumping with his sword, sends blows to his opponent in mid-flight, striking the 12 thundercloud swords, thundercloud attack. The blasts of magic fly at high speed right at the old skeleton man, already illuminating him with blue light. Suddenly the skeleton raises his leg high. The old man, stamping his foot with his power, easily dissolves Shin's technique. The old man's skeleton begins to spew out very strong streams of magic that have gathered right around him, already going into the ceiling and pressing the ground beneath him, so that Yashin even jumped back. The sandy mountains against the red sky shook from the underground force. The dark face of the skeleton was illuminated only by the background, and his eyes illuminated by the light of energy. Shin clearly did not see such a turn on his face. He felt embarrassed and did not expect such strength from the old man. The skeleton frighteningly began to swing at Shin, transferring all the dark magic into the sword, while Shin, not knowing what to do, thinks that now he has really decided to attack him until Shin falls down exhausted. The skeleton attacks, but Shin hesitantly fights back, and their magic intertwines with each other, creating something like DNA. Shin makes the final blow, trying to hold onto his strength. He confidently lands opposite the old man, who is already constructing a barrier of 12 swords of a thundercloud from magic around himself, building a fortress wall. Seeing how the skeleton uses the technique with a huge storm of its energy, Jin thinks that he only needs to overcome the defense. Shin's smile turns into his thoughts, where he says that he knew that everything would be like this. He sits down on his knees and plunges the sword into the ground, releasing energy from the sword, smiling from ear to ear with confidence in his own actions. He uses the technique of the 12 swords of a thundercloud, the lightning of a new thunderstorm front, and sitting on the ground, holding the sword in it, he releases huge and strong lightning bolts of energy onto everything around him, including the skeleton standing next to him. In front of the skeleton, his magic begins to combine with Shin's magic. Marking this, Shin informs that this is the wall of the fortress, tearing flesh. Suddenly, the skeleton old man realized something, and Shin, looking at him slyly, was still sure that now he would calm down. When suddenly all the energy and magic of Yashin, who was still standing on the ground to support it, the old man simply looked around. The notice states that the summoned entity can use blocked skills for a limited time, to which Yashin was shocked, asking questions. A new dark purple aura began to emanate from the skeleton. Suddenly, the threads of his aura began to float towards Shin's sword, who was already holding it in his hands, standing in incomprehension and in shock at the speed of action. Shin's hand holds the sword tightly, and Yashin asks himself if this is demonic energy. Having revealed the theory, Shin calmed down a little. Only drops of sweat made it clear about his past behavior. In addressing the skeleton, he suggested that this was his secret technique. Against the backdrop of the unconscious Bodong, Guan and Zhang Haiyan watched the battle between Shin and the old skeleton. Guan asked questions in surprise about what it was, and Zhang Haiyan compared their battle as if it were a battle between gods. Bodong crawled to the wall, still unconscious with empty eyes. Suddenly, his body began to emit purple energy, apparently demonic. Suddenly, she woke up, and his eyes took on their normal appearance, and he groaned in sweat from what he had lived through. Bodong saw the whole picture, how the warriors of the squad were spying on the battle of magical energies between the old skeleton and Shinan, hiding behind the stones, and suddenly thought that it seemed like a big problem was about to arise. When Bodong asked what was happening, he was the first to answer. Zhang Haiyan turned around in surprise. Zhang Haiyan, facing Bodong, advised him not to move, just as Guan warned him that his wounds could get worse, but Teal remained silent. Bodong asks the warriors why the leader is fighting the skeleton. Zhang Zhen asks him back whether Boudreaux himself fought with him, but against their background, Teal looks intently at Bodong, suspecting him of something. Teal, thinking to himself, replied that it was only for a moment, but he felt a trace of demonic energy, when suddenly his face changed in a frightening realization, and he asked himself again, but why was it coming from the air of the Huangbu clan? Sunny warm day, landscape of two Chinese ancient buildings with a black roof. Among the trees in a small square, an old man sitting on a small pedestal addresses the child sitting below him, Amitabha. That let this sound funny to him. The child listens attentively, and the elder asks him not to laugh, but to remember everything that needs to be remembered, and this is all in order not to indulge in the coming sorrow in the future. The elder, the mentor of the shaman faction, Oko Jinin, teaches the child so that he never forgets what he taught him. The elder apologizes for placing such a heavier burden on him, but he has things to do elsewhere, when at that very second he dissolves, turning into golden raindrops and beautiful energy rising up in front of the sitting child. The child's amber eyes are fixed on what is happening. The old man adds that, unfortunately, he will have nothing else left. The pedestal was completely empty. The old man finally told the child to remember that he had nothing to worry about. Shin holds the sword with both hands with heavy strength. Teal remembered the old man's words that the one who will help him and who Teal will have to help is a person. Shin swings with all the power of his magic, which has changed color to red, at the skeleton who is trying to hold the blow. While Teal remembers the old man's next words that the one who will help him and who Teal will have to help will definitely appear. Teal's eyes light up with a golden light as he goes through some kind of epiphany. The old man's energy changes to a more sinister color while Shin awaits his next move. The demonic energy of the old man passing by his eyes forced Shin Woon to reveal his energy again, drawing away the old man's magic from himself, which is observed by Teal, who notices that the energy of the old man is not like that of an ordinary dead man. The sockets of the old man's eyes have stopped glowing, having only one bright light from one eye, and Teal notices that his energy is different from the one that usually came from the old man's skeleton, and this energy can consume all the energy through the enemy's blood. Confident, Shin has conceived something or realized something, illuminating himself with more powerful energy, now red, and Teal continues to think about the energy of the old man, and whether this magic can be called the magic of devouring. Shin gathered all the energy near him, and holds the sword straight in front of him with both hands. Teal continued to think, if Shin uses a special technique, then something will clearly happen. At the speed of light, the main character jumped back from his place, delivering a strong, merciless blow to the old man when he tries to block him. Screaming in his thoughts, Shin says that he will repay him for this. There is a fight between Shin and the skeleton, accompanied by the bright colors of their magic. Teal is sure that only one technique is needed, and it is necessary to defeat such a creature as the old man. Yu Shinon's eyes lit up blue from the overflow of energy, becoming more reckless. His sword sparkled with lightning. Shin attacks the skeleton 4 times, and the story tells that Yu Shinkean could not fend off the attacks of the creature infected with demonic energy. Even though he used the 12 thundercloud swords, while standing in the correct stance at full height, his sword stabbed into the ground emitting energy. Shin decided to use the thundercloud 12 sword technique, the 6th form of Black Thunder. His eyes and whole body sparkled with blue centuries, revealing the full power of his energy. Warriors Gunho and Seunggu are shocked by such power, their mouths open. The main character, like a god of thunder, runs straight at the skeleton's enemy, trailing trails of lightning behind him as he stands waiting to be struck. Shin struck with a stunning blow, and the elder flew away. Suddenly, the old skeleton began to spew out demonic power again, illuminating himself with purple light. He strikes leader Shin with a flourish, enveloping him in a dome of attacks as the party behind the rocks watches. Zhang Haiyan calls out to the leader, and Tiyuli tells everyone that the leader's energy is fading. "What kind of magic is this?" asks Teal, looking at the evil dome, consisting of the strongest demonic energies, inside of which, as if in a ring, the old skeleton and Shin himself stand in front of each other, like the god of thunder. Shin took a fighting stance, showing all the power and energy of his sword. Shin begins a new attack using the technique of the 12 swords of the thundercloud, the 7th form, punishment of heaven with the sword of the thundercloud. Reaching the skeleton and also leaving a trail of his lightning magic behind him, delivers the strongest blow of his today's battle. Suddenly the sword falls. The skeleton stops the force of a blow with Shin's energy with his bare hands. The skeleton's hands holding the sword transmit new energy through it, not Shin, demonic. Shin was shocked by what was happening that he even opened his mouth. He did not expect such a turn of events. Shin holds his sword in his hands, but at the same time, the energy now goes not through his body, but through the body of the skeleton, filling everything with unclean magic. The skeleton viciously holds a sword completely filled with his magic. The notice says that the demonic entity has absorbed the energies. The skeleton is holding the whip in its bone hands, and Shin understands that in order for the battle to end in his favor, he must absorb the energy of the skeleton itself. Notifications indicate that the energy absorption level of the demonic entity has reached an unknown rank. Black magic flames are emanating from the demonic entity. The level of martial arts skills has increased significantly. The mastery of the 12 Thundercloud Swords martial equipment has reached perfection, and the rank of the 12 Thundercloud Swords martial equipment has increased. Shin bared his teeth from his reluctance to lose and thought that the old man had really provoked him on purpose. Shin looked sadly at the floor. The skeleton's hand released his sword and just drained next to him. Suddenly, a hand moved to Shin's shoulder, expressing support in a friendly manner. Shin looked at the old man's skeleton and thanked him. Suddenly, the skeleton rose up and began to deteriorate with the help of its magic, while Shin looked at it. Suddenly, the skeleton completely disappeared, leaving Yashin alone in the middle of the battlefield in the tunnel, and a detachment of warriors immediately ran towards Yashin, calling out to Shin as a leader. Bright moon in the night sky against the background of tree leaves. In the dark forest, Shin stretches out from fatigue. Seunggu and Young Mai looked at Shin in confusion, their samples accompanied by T-Il's thoughts that being their age, Shin was able to resist the skeleton, and it was time to stop fooling around and start training hard. Bodong also looked at Shin with anger in his eyes and red eyes, and Teal noticed that it was not in vain that the main character trained them like that, and besides, something came to light. Teal looks at Bodong and thinks about how it turned out that the heir of the Hwangbu clan turned out to be a follower of a demonic sect, and who can be trusted in Muram. Teal, with a puzzled look and downcast gaze, is wondering whether he should inform the faction head about the information, when Shin suddenly asks why everyone is so gloomy and they don't have enough training. Shin, looking slyly away from everyone, adds that the training schedule is already packed, but if anyone needs more practice, he is willing to add more, to which Monk Guan and Seo shout out a negative response. The squad is discussing that finally someone will be able to take a bath, and they hear forgiveness about not touching someone, and he will be in a sleepy coma for 2 days. Shin said that they are there, and the team was happy, raising their hands up. Is met Rin in a yellow robe, holding a strange chest, and thanked them for their work. You can hear something at the bottom of the box. Guan asks what it is, and So, assuming the correct answer, throws out one word. Shin looked sarcastically at the warriors and asked if this was what they were talking about. A chest with a radiant light emanating from there opens in front of Guan, TL, and So. There are bags with bows in the chest. Shin explained that this is a prize for passing the test, and indicated that everyone should get one in their hands. Zhou Bang broke into a slight smile, expressing admiration out loud. Zhou Bang and Xiao Wung tried on the gloves that Shin gave them and couldn't stop their screams of pleasure. Zhou Bang thinks to himself that the gloves look quite expensive, but Shin is the leader of one of the richest clans, he can't wait to have them use. Young Mai and Xiao Wung look at their gloves, and in the background someone screamed at how hard it was. Guan looked to the side and asked if this was really them, standing with So. Gao Gun playfully placed the chest on the ground. The monk and the red-haired girl are already in cheerful anticipation of what else awaits them in the chest. Opening the chest, parts of the shackles fell out, to which Guan and So looked at with confusion. Guan and Xiao changed their faces with a grimace of fear when they saw the shackles, and Shin added that now it was time to go back, with a terrifying face and a crazy smile. The scarf stood alone in the middle of the forest and a light was shining from it. Two guards stood near the entrance and communicated that he really didn't have the courage to talk to him. Why just now someone was able to break in and rob them? They say the associations of the four factions also suffered. The main character slowly approached the tent, and the guards said that where and how someone was able to get into the Muram Alliance, so that even no one was able to find out. One of them began to twist his face and say that all this time they thought that this was the machinations of these people from the four factions, but his comrade kicked him with his shoulder and told him to look straight. A moment later, they both raised their hands in front of them, bowed, and loudly greeted the leader of the Jejong clan squad. Shin slowly entered the tent, looked around and heard that he was allowed to enter. There were tables in the tent at which a huge number of people were sitting. The main character abruptly entered the tent and began to scratch his head slightly. Then he raised his eyes and carefully began to examine the contents of the tent. He saw men looking menacingly in his direction. They were the four elders of the Association of the Four Factions. Then he turned his head and saw three men. Two had their eyes closed, and one was staring furiously at the protagonist. These were the three masters of the Murama Alliance, Wai Muyon and his brothers. Then he looked at the next corner and saw four men, one of whom with a toothpick in his teeth was carefully looking at the protagonist. These were five people who adhered to neutrality, one from the Vagabond sect, one from Gyeongsang, one from Kunlun Mountain, a shaman and a Shaolin monk. The main character looked carefully at the last people sitting in the far corner and noticed in his head that these were representatives of the seven great families. Shin clearly saw a mustachioed and slightly gray-haired man in the crowd. Then the main character strained his gaze and looked at him furiously and noticed in his head that this was Hwang Bu-jun, the head of the Hwang Bu clan. The man stood with his eyes closed and smiled slightly through his mustache, and the protagonist added in his head that he would soon lose his head. The main character sat down in his seat. In front of him stood a man in a purple cape, surrounded by tables, who began to say that now that the leader of the Jejong clan squad has arrived. Then this man picked up a stick with feathers, put it in front of him and, looking carefully at the hall, added that the elders of the association, the heads of the clans and the masters of the Muram Alliance had also gathered. They could begin their meeting. The main character sharply raised his hand above his head, and the man asked what was the matter. Shin rested his uninterested head on his hand and noted that he said that clan heads and elders were present at the meeting. He then turned his smiling gaze to the side and added that he also understood why the leader of the Vulcan faction and the Yellow Dragon level were present here, but an ordinary warrior was also present here. Vimu sharply tensed, screwed up his face and, gritting his teeth, heard the protagonist add that he was sure that his qualifications corresponded to this meeting. A moment later, Vimu slammed his fist on the table and began to scream, but the man sitting next to him stopped him and noted that he had not yet officially received the Yellow Dragon level, but he was one of the disciples of the head of the Alliance. Sechon covered the guy with his body, looked carefully at the protagonist and added that this was enough for him to have the right to participate in the meeting. The main character looked bored and looked at them carefully. Then he turned sharply, folded his arms over his chest and, smiling broadly, noted that it was okay then. The leader of the Muan clan, Muenmin, smiled broadly, laughed lightly and noticed that this friend was much more interesting than he thought. The head of the Vagabond sect, Jan Yu, began to touch his beard, smiled broadly and noticed that he did not belong here. The man in the purple cape coughed loudly to stop the booth. Then he pointed the feathered stick at the board and said that as they know, the reputation of the Muram Alliance has suffered due to the machinations of ill-wishers, and friendly competitions are a great opportunity to restore it. The main character sat completely bored and, looking to the side, noticed in his head that he was too calm. Shin looked carefully at the man who was glowing golden and noticed in his head that this was the first warrior of the Yellow Dragon, the Iron Sword Yon Chonak. Shin examined him carefully, strained his gaze and wondered if Chonak was also an agent of the Blood Sect. Chonak turned sharply and looked at the protagonist irritably. The main character looked away from him, looked carefully at the table and noticed in his head that maybe he would be the key that he did not expect to find. The house was surrounded by trees and the sun was shining brightly on it, and the story told that a few days later, a delegation of the Muram Alliance arrived in Naja where the competition was to be held. The main character lay on the bed, put his hands under his head and looked carefully at the ceiling. A moment later, he closed his eyes and, opening his mouth slightly, said that if he had good news, he could come in. Shin began to count without turning his head. Then, after counting to 2, the shadow of a guy appeared nearby. Khan scratched the back of his head and, smiling broadly, noted that he certainly couldn't be fooled. The main character abruptly rose from the bed, carefully stared at the guy and said that he was just in time. He thought he had already rested properly, so he would give him a new task. Shin began to climb off the bed and added that he should keep an eye on Soso from the edge of Jinju, while Han stared at him in surprise. The main character looked away. In his head, Soso extended his hand while tied, and noticed in his head that in another version she was kidnapped and perhaps this would happen during the competition. Khan put his fist to his lips and cleared his throat, remarking that no matter what, he would trust his judgment. Then he stared in surprise at the main character and, with wide eyes, added that keeping track of the woman he was in love with was too good for that task. Shin was suddenly surprised and completely bogged down in questions. A moment later, the main character grabbed the guy's neck with magic and stared out the window, thinking that the moon was shining brightly today. Maybe he should go have a drink. On the street, people were running and rejoicing under the light of the lanterns, and the plot told that for members of the Muram Alliance, the competition was a battlefield where pride was at stake, but for ordinary people it was more like a holiday. Khan began to slowly disappear and, going to the floor, noticed that he would report to him if anything happened, and the main character turned to him and made an approving sound. The two men sat and drank furiously, looking to the side, and the story noted that since political squabbles were prohibited during the competition, there were no fights between the warriors of the association and the alliance. The other party was also sitting drinking and looking at others furiously and noticed that these people from the four factions were only interested in money. Then the story added that verbal altercations arose everywhere. The main character suddenly appeared and began to confidently walk down the street, and one of the men opened his mouth wide and looked at him carefully. The other side also looked at him in surprise and shouted in his head that he had never encountered such energy before. Shin walked confidently down the street, glowing red all over, and noticed in his head that he had changed the direction of the flow of his internal energy. Now even members of the Muram Alliance would not be able to recognize him. The crowd of people turned to the protagonist and began to follow him with their gaze. Shin took a sharp, confident step and stopped. The man in the hat turned his head sharply to the side, looked carefully at the roof and asked what it was. Two unknown people were jumping on the roofs. They looked carefully at the protagonist, and he thought that today he would not pay attention to this and would just rest. The strangers quickly rushed from roof to roof, changing places. One of them quickly jumped away from the roof and noted that they just needed to kill one person and leave unnoticed if one of them made a mistake and disgraced the name of their master. An unknown man in a hat and mask fiercely held a dagger in front of him and shouted that he would die, like their target. Unknown people approached the protagonist's house. Black-purple smoke began to come out of the vase and filled the room. Everyone in the room fell asleep and lay on the floor. The unknown killers took hidden places and waited for the right moment in an empty room. The leader of the squad looked down carefully and thought that as soon as the protagonist returned, he would give up his life. A moment later, he turned his head when he heard a sound behind him. The next moment, all the warriors fell from their positions screaming. The main one sharply turned his head upward and shouted in his head that it was a trap. The master must be informed about this. He started to run away, but the dagger pierced his chest with incredibly fast speed. The masked man began to fall to the ground and screamed in his head that they were finished. He fell and, looking at the dagger on the floor, noticed in his head that this meant that he was protected. The man suddenly passed out and his hat jumped up. Several unknown people in hoods and black faces remained in the room above the guy's corpse. There was silence in the middle of the shopping street and the bright lights were on. The main character turned his head sharply to the side when someone shouted to him. The man walked up the stairs and loudly noticed that he was taking him to the second floor, and the protagonist followed him. Shin turned his head sharply in the direction of shouting how much wine there was. The main character saw a group of his students drinking in the middle of the bar and wondered what these suckers had forgotten here. The waiter leaned over to the protagonist and asked what he wanted to order, and Shin turned to him and replied that he wanted roast duck and bamboo wine. Shin looked attentively at his students and noticed in his head that the competition was very soon, but instead of training, they came here to drink. Jen turned to the monk and, smiling broadly, shouted that look how he drinks. He didn't expect that a person like him drinks wine so well. And Guan turned to him, slightly deviated, and noticed that even Buddha could indulge in a glass sometimes strong tea. And Gunho extended his hand in their direction and said that this was his first glass since they got out of that terrible cave with monsters. Even Buddha would have approved of it. Jen sadly lowered his head, looked at the table, and shouted that their leader was crazy. If he dragged them into such a cave again, he would definitely not come out of it alive. Don sadly lowered his head, looked at the table, and said that if it weren't for his family. Teal looked carefully at the fat man and he added that he would have left this squad a long time ago. Teal slowly raised the glass to his mouth and noted that it was undeniable that their skills had improved significantly thanks to the leader. Enmi folded her hands in front of her, looked carefully at the table, and said that he saved them. Pan smiled broadly and noted that he really had a lot to learn. And Gunho, calmly looking straight, said that at his age he was significantly superior in skill to any of his peers. And then the narrow-eyed one added that if they followed the paved path, they would probably be able to learn more than their families can teach them. There was a sudden silence at the table and everyone looked at the bottles of alcohol in front of them. Soso lit up sharply, raised her glass in front of her and noticed that they were chatting as if the wine was not tasty. A moment later, everyone shouted that they needed to clink glasses. After these shouts, everyone put out their hands with glasses. The main character looked at them with a wide smile. Then he looked at them more closely from the second floor and thought he would arrange a special training session for these two. A moment later, a plate of duck was placed on the table and the waiter shouted that this was his food. The main character froze and stared at the table. Then he opened his eyes wide and froze. A moment later, he jumped up sharply with a sword in his hands and shouted in his head that he would kill him right now. Shin stopped, opened his mouth slightly and heard him calm down. The main character saw the guy from the cart in front of him, waving his hand at him and noting that he didn't think he could see him here. He's the nameless brother, and Shin wondered how this guy ended up here. The main character looked furiously at the guy who sat opposite him and asked after his question that he would have sat down anyway, even if he had refused him, and the guy smiled widely, said that he knew him well, and then turned and asked for one more bamboo wine. The protagonist's eyes glowed red and he asked how he recognized him. Then he appeared in his head in a mask with horns and thought that he could not recognize him so easily, because he had covered all traces behind him. The finger looked at the protagonist smilingly and asked that he wouldn't believe him if he said that intuition helped him, and the protagonist, folding his arms on his chest, noticed that he should stop talking nonsense and tell it like it is. The guy slowly took the duck from the plate, looked carefully at the protagonist and said that for their family business you need to be a very observant and smart person, which is probably why he is the best at distinguishing people. The main character furiously stared at the guy, examined him and thought that it was a family matter, which means he is part of some kind of organization. He cannot yet check who he really is, since the skill of the pen of knowledge has not yet been restored. The guy opposite him began to slowly pour wine into a glass and said that he couldn't imagine how upset he was when he suddenly disappeared. Shin looked carefully at him with his red eye and said that why be upset over the loss of a friendship based on a lie? Why did he talk to him? The guy spread his hands to the side, looked carefully at the duck in the plate and replied that he didn't even know, but to be honest. The next moment the guy smiled widely and, closing his eyes, added that he had a feeling that if he found him, something interesting would happen. The main character slowly stood up, noticed in his head that he didn't want to get involved with this guy, and he looked carefully at the first floor and noticed that there was a lot of noise from there. The leader of the squad of the 10 best masters of the Association of the Four Factions, Sangam Myung, folded his hands on his chest and carefully looked directly and noticed that he named them as he thought. The leader of the squad, Suradun Chan, smiled widely and shouted that he called them worse. He almost vomited curses because of the stench of these guys from the Alliance. And the heiress of the clan, Yesong Gal Hong, stood nearby and, covering her smile with her hand, said that they were like that. Gunho rose sharply from his chair, looked furiously in their direction and began to scream, and the narrow-eyed man next to him took his hand and quietly said that they should not get involved in fights. The heir of the Guapung Pavilion, Lim Jai Myung, held his hand on his sword and, smiling broadly, asked if she was going to give way to them. Jen turned his head sharply at him and noticed that there was no one here. There were empty tables around, they could sit at any of them. After these words, Sura and Sen clenched their teeth in anger and looked at the squad furiously. Then Sen crouched, opened his mouth wide and shouted what he said. He apparently wanted to die if he condemned the heir of the pavilion. Gunho looked at them furiously and noticed that if they were threatening them with death, they probably wanted to declare war on them, and Teal stood up sharply and looked furiously. 2 employees of the establishment carefully watched the menacing skirmish between the 2 squads. The main character watched this carefully and noticed in his head that the reason why a member of the Association of Four Factions behaved so boldly was because in these parts the association was treated more favorably. The main character turned his head sharply and looked carefully in the other direction. Blue energy flared up around the association squad and Sura wondered what these types were. Their spies didn't say that they could do this. Did they really have an advantage? The Alliance squad looked at the squad with confidence and smiled widely. All the visitors covered their ears with their hands and began to scream loudly. The Alliance squad turned sharply towards the people and Enmi, putting her hand to her mouth, said that even innocent bystanders were hurt. The girl turned to the monk, opened her mouth slightly and noted that it would be better to deal with them during the competition and just go where they stop. And Soso, with wide eyes, agreed and noted that this was the best option, and Gwan also agreed. San winced, sweated, and wondered why they attacked them in the first place. A moment later, he took a deep breath and stared at them carefully. Sura smiled widely, looked carefully straight ahead and noticed that they had decided to retreat, and Sen exhaled and asked what was all this, and then thought that they had wasted too much energy. Jen, Gunho, and Teal stepped forward and stared attentively at the association squad. San shoved the cold noodles with his shoulder and asked with a grin that they got scared and decided to run away. San quickly walked further and, looking at the back of the war's head, shouted that they, from the Alliance, were the only ones who knew how. Enmi put her glowing hand to the guy and noted that soon everything would be okay. The icy woman handed him the gray substance and noted that as soon as they leave, give this medicine to visitors, it will help them calm down, and the guy thanked her. The association warriors sat down at the tables and San looked attentively at the girls and shouted that let the guys go where they were going, and the girls would come up and pour him a glass. Enmi clenched her fist sharply and stopped. The main character looked at her carefully. Then he looked at the warriors of the association and noticed in his head that they were impudent. A moment later, a huge explosion was heard near the protagonist. The main character turned his head sharply at the guy and thought that they had come here for him. A bunch of people ran into the establishment and shouted that they needed to kill these people from the Alliance. Dark silhouettes appeared in the protagonist's head and he noticed in his thoughts that 2 of them were at the intermediate level, 5 at the initial level, the rest were outstanding masters. The guys from the squad would have a hard time with them. The guy turned to the protagonist and noted with a smile that, as he thought, after he found him, something interesting happened. The Alliance squad quickly prepared itself, and Teal shouted that this was an attack. The main character abruptly looked away and looked carefully. Shin looked at the guy watching what was happening and thought that judging by the reaction, this was his doing. The protagonist looked away and carefully looking down, noticed in his head that there were only 12 attackers. Shin looked at the people standing in the smoke screen and added in his head that 2 of them were at the intermediate level, 5 at the initial level, the rest were outstanding masters. The guys from the squad would have a hard time with them. The main character looked carefully at the guy sitting next to him and noticed in his head that he couldn't interfere with him. Otherwise he would understand that he was connected with the Jejong clan detachment. The guy looked at the first floor and asked in surprise what it was. People with red masks appeared from the smoke and the guy shouted that these were ghostly warriors. Wang clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and noted that they not only had to defeat these guys, now also the ghostly warriors, and Hen looked straight in fear and asked what they wanted from them. The guy folded his hands on the table and, smiling sarcastically, asked if he raised his students well. The main character carefully observes what is happening below. Then he turned to the guy and, smiling, noticed in his head that now he had a reason to intervene. A crowd of people in red masks stood and carefully looked at the Alliance detachment. A moment later, they all jumped away from the spot as one and began to attack. Hen gritted his teeth and shouted for everyone to spread out. They had to fight at full strength from the start. The entire squad faced the enemy and blocked their blows. The guy from the association started to pull out his sword and asked that if they kill the people from the Alliance, wouldn't they have problems with the Murama Alliance? Maybe they should help, and Sen put out his hand to stop him and noticed that they were warriors of the 4 association factions. Then he turned his gaze back and asked what the Alliance would do to them if they were just watching from the sidelines. Sen turned his head and carefully began to watch the battle go on. Teal flew into the enemy and used an attack of extreme energy, while Gunho nearby delivered a powerful blow. The warrior in the red mask raised his sword and stared at his opponents. Then with a sharp blow he threw Gunho and Teal back. Teal gritted his teeth, looked straight ahead and noticed in his head that each of them was using dark energy. Soso looked at her blue hands and screamed in her head that she couldn't move her hands as if they were made of ice. A warrior in a red mask quickly approached and screamed and hit the girl in the stomach. Soso fell to the ground, began to rise, and Enmi turned on her and screamed loudly. The warrior in the red mask raised his sword above his head and pointed it at the child. Soso cowered in fear and waited for the fatal blow. The main character quickly kicked off the balcony. A moment later, the warrior in the red mask flew with great force into the wall. Shin, wearing a bone mask, took a stance and raised his fists furiously. Soso opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise who it was. The child strained his eyes harder. The main character straightened up, looked carefully at the squad, and they began to wonder, he is one of the ghosts. What else is this? Is it really reinforcements for ghostly warriors? The main character looked at them furiously and noticed that he might be mistaken for one of the ghosts. Shin then began walking slowly through the bar and added that he thought about just passing by, but he didn't want it to end badly. A moment later, he pulled out a sword, electricity flowing through his body, and shouted that he would destroy them. The entire squad in red masks quickly flew towards the protagonist, and he used the capture skill. The protagonist's sword began to become covered in black energy. Then, with a sharp blow from the demonic vestment sword, he cut down all 5 warriors. In their place, only ashen bodies remained standing. Gunho opened his mouth wide and noticed in surprise the energy of the protagonist in his head. San looked straight in surprise and fear and wondered what kind of guy in a strange mask with such skills was. Shin looked straight ahead angrily and noted in his head that, as he thought, his movements could give him away. And then a notification appeared in front of him which noted that it had begun selecting a target for the look-through skill. The main character saw dark energy around people in red masks. The notification said that these were demonic puppets, and the protagonist noticed in his head that these were warriors of the blood sect. That's who was behind them. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise after reading that if he destroys all opponents, it is possible to summon demonic puppets. The main character raised the sword above his head, looked at it carefully and noticed in his head that if he could defeat them, then he could summon them, a pleasant prospect. After such thoughts, Shin jumped sharply and quickly flew around all his guys from the squad, and they looked in surprise at his speed. Teal put his sword in front of him, opened his mouth wide and shouted that be that as it may, now there are only 7 left, everyone needs to get together. After such words, the main character began to fight with one, and his squad began to attack others. San cringed, clenched his teeth in anger and wondered since when did the Alliance warriors become so strong. The red-masked warrior fell to his knees and dropped the sword from his hand. The main character plunged the sword straight into his head. Gunho raised his sword high. The whole squad stood nearby and rejoiced, and Guan folded his hands on his chest and smilingly asked that it was all over. Jen sharply jumped on the monk and shouted that they told him to keep his mouth shut, and Gunho also approached and shouted that if they made more enemies it was his fault, and Guan put out his hands and apologized. A moment later, the squad turned sharply to leave when they heard screams, and Gunho asked that they would really have to deal with them. Alliance warriors ran into the establishment and shouted to seize the enemy. The main character jumped sharply and flew out of the establishment. Teal looked at him in surprise and wondered who it was. Wap unfolded his arms across his chest and thought displeasedly that the warrior in the ghostly mask had never seen anything like this. Everyone looked carefully at the window from which Shin jumped out. It was deep night outside and the moon illuminated the building from which they heard screams about what they had done. The man in the white kimono looked furiously at the dark silhouette in front of him and shouted not to pretend that he did not understand. He heard that several Miram warriors were attacked by masked warriors. The captain of the crowned squad of the Four Factions Association, the Bloody Royal Lion, Bunrai Jeom, carefully stared straight ahead and, rubbing his beard, noticed that he was as pathetic as his master. Was he really scared? The man in the white kimono opened his mouth wide and shouted that he needed to speak to him respectfully. Boone furiously squeezed his eyes and screwed up his face and stared straight ahead. A moment later, purple curls of energy came out from the Bloody Royal Lion and he shouted that he was teaching him how to talk to him. How dare he? And the curls began to slowly cover the man. Boone sharply grabbed the man by the neck and he crouched and said that he had spoken to him differently before. Boone grabbed the man by the throat even tighter and said that he was inviting him to close his eyes to the fact that he was just a parody of a warrior. This would never happen. Kang Renju from the Blood Sect furiously opened his red eyes, and at the moment when bloody curls began to flow from him, he shouted that he was leading a bloody war. He was the only one who could complete their mission. A man in a white kimono fell to the ground and, starting to get up, thought that these bloodthirsty people would soon completely go crazy. The man rose higher, imagined a long-haired man sitting with his back in his head, and added in his head that Kang Renju, the head of the sect, would soon finish preparations for war. A protagonist appeared in his head who raised his hand and thought that he was only supposed to solve the protagonist's problem. The man in the white kimono stood up, looked carefully at the man named Boone and thought that no matter what, they needed to deal with him as soon as possible. Ju sharply turned his furious head and, looking at the man behind him, said that he would begin to act as soon as their conversation ended. The main character was sleeping calmly on his bed, and at that moment 3 spies appeared above his head. Shin did not open his eyes and continued to sleep. The scouts carefully stared at the protagonist. A moment later, the world above their heads began to distort. Then the main character opened his purple eyes and looked up attentively. Shin suddenly flew up to the ceiling and stared at one of the opponents. The main character put his hand to the face of one of them and noticed that they had fallen into his trap. Did they really think that they could kill him in his sleep? Shin summoned a purple pedestal next to him and said that he would better check it himself with the help of whispering shadows, and from the pedestal a voice was heard that said that he had destroyed all the rats, as he ordered, Lord Il-yang. The protagonist saw Il sitting on the bed opposite the soldiers and told them to tell the demonic sect that he pretended that he had not received any orders, and one of the spies said in this case to Chong Jin-young. Il sharply opened his violet eyes and sent violet curls of energy towards the warriors. The guy sat surrounded by purple energy and ordered them to get out. The scouts all bowed in sweat and said that they were obeying. Ilya looked sharply out the window and stared at the building opposite. Then he smiled widely, opened his eyes and happily noted that he was only his prey. He would not give him to anyone else. The main character straightened up, folded his arms across his chest and looked thoughtful. A red silhouette appeared in the protagonist's head and Shin wondered that the leader of the demonic sect was called Chong Jin-chun, and did they really send assassins after him because he got rid of their mercenaries? The main character tensed his gaze, looked away and added in his head that he did not expect this, but now he knows that the demonic sect is also targeting him. Il appeared in the protagonist's head, and he noticed that this guy is one of her influential people. Can he really now reap what he sowed? Dark silhouettes in cloaks and red eyes appeared in the protagonist's head, and then added that he shouldn't have crossed the road so clearly. Shin jumped down sharply and added in his head that if his assumptions were correct, why did he reject their order? The main character landed confidently on the ground and wondered if he should find out right now. Shin looked carefully out the window at the neighboring building and noticed in his head that he needed to take advantage of this opportunity. He couldn't just sit idly by when a conflict broke out between his opponents. The main character quickly lay down on the bed, crossed his legs, and added in his head that the main thing was to prevent the blood sect from committing a crime in the competition. Shin looked attentively at the ceiling, slightly pursed his lips, and thought it was then that they would try to kill him. Probably, like in another version of the future, they would try to kidnap Soso too, even though he had assigned a personal bodyguard to her. The main character slowly reached into the inner pocket of his clothes and thought, maybe this won't be enough. Shin put the glove on his left hand, looked carefully straight ahead, and said that where had it been seen that a teacher would do so much for the sake of his students. The protagonist clenched his gloved fist and it glowed blue. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he walked away from the guy with the armor in his hands and thought that the detachment of clans from Zhejiang province did not know. The main character raised his fist to his face, glowed blue all over, and added in his head that this was the ghostly defense armor that he was able to obtain earlier. A moment later, the main character became a tapir, his eyes glowed red, and he thought that the guy with the fake mask was still next to them. Soso looked carefully at the table full of food and shouted that it was delicious. The child sat and ate everything that was on the table and said that she could finally eat in peace without being judged by her family, and at that time a portal began to appear behind her. The girl turned sharply and looked carefully. Soso jumped up sharply and, looking at the tapir, asked in fear what it was. The girl opened her eyes wide and looked carefully at the creature. She saw the tapir crying and he had a black eye. Soso slowly approached him, touched his eye with her finger and asked who was doing this to him, and a cry was heard behind her whether she wanted him to give the same black eye. The main character crawled out of the portal, gritted his teeth, and asked what kind of pitiful sight she was filling her belly instead of training. And the girl asked how he ended up here. Shin walked up to her, made a crazy face, and asked what was important now. Soso became all gloomy and looked at the protagonist in fear. Shin sharply kicked the ground and said that he thought that she had finally gained some sense. The next moment they found themselves in a completely white world and the main character took out a sword. Shin opened his mouth wide, pulled his sword out of its sheath, and shouted that he had given so much knowledge to those who did not value it at all. Soso began to wave her hands and shouted that everything was completely wrong. Shin powerfully struck the air with his sword and shouted for her to answer his questions. The main character looked at her furiously and asked where they put the armor that he gave them, and the tapir covered himself with his paws and began to cry. The main character looks closely at Enmi. Then he throws a powerful blow at Gunho, but he blocks. Guan fell to the ground with tears and snot on his face. And Teal talks to the fat man in the white world. The main character sat on the floor, clenched his fist, and sent blue locks to each member of the squad while they slept, and thought that in another version of the future, it was with the help of these armor that the blood sect was able to make their warriors invincible. He thinks he can transfer his energy to the child. Shin sat surrounded by red lights, looked carefully at his hand, and sent the blue curl straight out. The curl began to be absorbed into the girl while she was sleeping, and the notification noticed that the tapir transferred energy to the person in whose sleep he was. Blue smoke begins to come out of the house, which is visible from afar. The main character folded his arms across his chest and, looking furiously, noticed that everything was not as bad as he thought. The sun was shining brightly outside and the sky was clear and blue, and there were shouts that the people from the association of the four factions, the Muram Alliance, would show them what they were capable of. Bullshit, they would kick their asses. From the window of the house they heard that they would not disgrace his name. The two men stood and stared furiously, and one of them said that if they left the competition in the first round, they should be ready to commit suicide. The three guys opposite hung their heads gloomily. Enmi stood in the center of the room with her father, and he noticed that he hoped she wouldn't get hurt. She wasn't worried. Enmi looked at her father confidently and replied that she had been preparing for this day with all her might, so don't worry. The father took his daughter's hand and noticed in his head that she had such gentle hands. Then he closed his eyes tightly in heartache and added in his head that he should not have sent her to the provincial clan detachment. The girl's hand glowed with a bright purple light. The man thought that they say that the leader of the squad has no equal among his peers. He is more experienced and, therefore, can teach many martial arts, and asked what it is. Enmi opened his mouth slightly and asked why she had the same nightmare every day. The man backed away, looked at his daughter with horror, and wondered if, because of all her worries, she was already seeing nightmares at night. The father put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and noticed that if the dream was repeated, perhaps there was something in it that she needed to pay attention to. Let her let go of her worries, and the nightmare would also go away. The main character confidently began to walk down the corridor, and the father added that if she dreams of the same person, it means she thinks about him most often. A moment later, the door to the hall opened and the man wondered who had disturbed them. Enmi looked joyfully at the passage and rejoiced at the leader, and her father cringed slightly. Shin stopped and asked if she would participate in the first round, and she quickly ran up and happily shouted that she would. Enmi lowered her head in embarrassment after the protagonist said that he came to tell her not to worry and show herself well, and thanked him. The father was speechless and stared at them in surprise. Shin looked at the girl sweetly and added that especially since she successfully completed all his training, and she replied that she knew. The father suddenly darkened and opened his mouth wide. Then he put his hands out, scrunched his face in anger, and with red eyes wondered why he was behaving this way with her. The arena was completely raging and the spectators shouted loudly with their hands in the air. The father of the ice woman stood behind the protagonist, also sad, and said that she was really that old already, and the main character turned his gaze on him and wondered what was wrong with him. The main character walked further and the man who called him and invited him to him. Jan sat with a wide smile, looked carefully at the protagonist, and noticed that from here he had a good view of the arena. 3 people looked at the protagonist with displeasure, scrunched their faces, and thought that the leader of the provincial clan detachment. These places are only for the leaders of the main families of Murim, and now this sucker, why would he sit here? Sechong also looked at the protagonist with displeasure. The main character, walking further, looked up and, slightly scrunching his face, noticed in his head that they were not even trying to hide their hostility. The main character noticed the man sitting next to Sechon and thought that Yon Chang-ak was different from Sechon, as if he had no desire to live. In the protagonist's head, Chang-ak stood and carefully looked at his sword surrounded by green energy and noticed in his thoughts that he had never appeared in the guest house, and he honed his fighting skills only alone. Obviously, he is one of the strongest warriors in these competitions. Sejong then appeared in the protagonist's head with a clenched fist and a smug face, and Shin added in his head that the real primacy belongs to this guy who is trying with all his might to seize power. In the protagonist's head, a squad of spies stuck their swords into a guy named Chonak, and Shin noticed in his head that in another version of the future, Chonak was killed by mercenaries sent by the associations of the 4 factions. The death of one of the students of the head of the alliance became the starting point of the war. The moment appeared in the main character's head when the alliance started a war against the association. Shin strained his gaze, sat down, and noted in his head that during these competitions he would reveal the secrets of Chonak. The main character was surprised by the appearance of a bottle to the right of his face. Jan handed him the bottle and noted that the fight was even more interesting to watch with wine. Shin grabbed the bottle from his hands, smiled broadly, and noted that he understood, and Jan said that he knows about alcohol. He heard that the Beacon clan makes excellent wine, he probably took it with him. The main character turned to the man with a smile and noted that when he returned to the clan, he could come and try him, and Jan happily noted that he had made a very useful acquaintance. A moment later, the arena came to life and shouts were heard that the participants from the Murama Alliance and the association of the 4 factions would stand in order of participation in the duel. Heval straightened up, looked around carefully, and was introduced, and next to her stood a tired fat man, who was also introduced. Opposite them stood Yesung and Guapung, who turned their heads self-confidently. Enmi stood up shyly, folded her hands, and the commentator shouted that they say that not a single flower can compare with Enmi's charm. Yesung walked past the icy woman and, covering her mouth with her hand, said that attention was drawn to her only because of her face, and not her skills. What should she do? She even felt sorry for her. Enmi calmly looked away and looked in the opposite direction. Yesung turned all red and tensed her face with anger. The man raised his hand, opened his mouth wide, and shouted that it was time to start the fight, asking 2 participants on each side to take their places in the ring. The main character carefully watched the arena, and Jan drank wine next to him. Hewall begins to confidently attack the pavilion air. Guapung tensed up and tried to hold back her blows, and the commentator noted that he didn't think he could hold out for long. The 2 men in front of the protagonist were chatting, and one said that thus the association of the 4 factions was inferior to the alliance. Jan took a sip of wine and noticed that the fat man seemed not okay, and the main character looked at him carefully. Dawn, all tortured, tries to deliver powerful attacks and screams loudly. Shin looked at him carefully and asked if he really didn't get enough sleep because he couldn't sleep because of his excitement. The protagonist saw Dom lose the fight and drop the sword from his hand, and thought that because he couldn't sleep every day, he couldn't gain strength. The main character in his head sits next to the tapir and watches the fat man suffer in bed, and notices in his head that every night he tortured him in his sleep with the tapir, because this henchman of the blood sect needs re-education. Dawn fell to the ground, a cloud of dust rose, and screamed loudly, and the commentator shouted that Dawn was out of the competition. The guy from the association put his hand to his smiling mouth and shouted that this is what the people from the alliance need. A mustachioed man in a yellow kimono stood up abruptly and froze. A moment later he walked up the stairs and noticed that he had to go. The main character folded his arms across his chest and carefully watched the arena. The teacher of the students of the Ami faction, destroying enemies, put her hand to her mouth and said what he was taught in the detachment of clans of the province. At this rate, the eldest son of the Hwangbu clan will forever remain in the students and will never inherit the position of leader. And the lord of the deadly storm of blades sitting next to him, he nodded his head approvingly and said that he had correctly noticed that he did not know who trained him, but he was responsible for the performance, which tarnished the reputation of the Muram Alliance. The heads of the alliance turned and looked back furiously. The main character did not take his eyes off the arena and continued to watch. The three gossips began to get nervous and clear their throats. The man with a strange mustache coughed, sweated slightly, and said that this competition would certainly be a wonderful experience for both the fat man and the provincial clan squad and a starting point for further growth. The master of the deadly storm and the mentor of the disciples of the Ami faction looked at him in surprise. The man with the mustache sharply put his hand to his mouth and wondered why he said these words. The main character turned his gaze to him, grinned slightly and imagining in his head that he was a puppet, and noticed in his thoughts that the effect of the soul subjugation skill had worked after all. The man turned his head sharply, twisted his face slightly, and asked why he suddenly began to support the provincial clan squad and its members, and Yenmi's father behind him kept repeating the same words. The man sharply turned his gaze to the side and stared at the arena in surprise. Enmi's father suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted. Enmi's sword began to glow with a purple light, and her father shouted what was wrong with her sword. The ice woman put her sword in front of her, ran her hand over it, and her father shouted that she had really already reached the zenith level. Yesung backed away slightly and looked at her in surprise. Then she suddenly began to fly at her with an attack and screamed. Enmi pointed her sword to the side and used a stream of 9,000 swords, the first phase, and then swung and quickly appeared in front of the enemy. Enmi sharply hit the enemy with a wave of shock and Yesung flew away from the power of the blow. Yesung fell unconscious on the ground and did not move. The audience opened their mouths wide and the commentator shouted that Enmi had won. Hwal opened her mouth wide, looked away from the fight and asked that she called out a stream of swords, and at that time Guapung appeared in front of her with a raised blow. A moment later, Guapung struck the girl with a powerful blow and she dropped her sword. Hwal quickly fell to the ground unconscious and the commentator shouted that Guapung had won. The mentor of the faction students, Ami, clenched her fist and, gritting her teeth, screamed in anger. The main character happily turned to his comrade from the side and shouted that he didn't know who trained her, but this person should teach her not to take her eyes off the enemy during the fight. The entire podium of the association members jumped up and shouted that the association members of the four factions won more victories, but 9 out of 10 alliance members won by a large margin, and the plot noted that this was how the first match of the competition ended and the next day arrived. Gwen hugged his comrade from the back and started shouting with his hands up, and people from the stands began to discuss that wasn't the provincial clan squad considered a squad for the laggards. Since the new leader of the squad arrived, the skills of the squad members have improved significantly. The faction's disciple mentor Ami and the man next to her looked down furiously and asked who their leader was. Everyone looked at the main character and shouted his name, and the protagonist looked confidently at the arena. The judge entered the battlefield, showed the number 2 with his hands and noticed that the second fight was beginning. Teal looked confidently at his opponent and was introduced. The guy opposite him gritted his teeth, glared at him, and was introduced. A warrior in a red robe stood with a menacing face and looked forward. It was Teal from the Shaman faction. In front of him was his opponent, a guy in a green robe from the Muram Alliance named Wai Muyon from the Vulcan faction. Sheen stood with his arms crossed as the announcer yelled for the competitors to get into the ring. An unfamiliar man stood next to Shin, who said that the winner would be able to reach the finals, so representatives of the same side were allowed to compete with each other. The fans were very happy, raising their fists in the air, saying that they did not think that they would get to see a duel between the warriors of the Shaman faction and the Volcanic faction. And the second one jokingly added that now even if he dies tomorrow, he will not have any regrets. Loud noises from the same fans could be heard from the hall, and these two guys stood opposite each other in the ring, and some shouted that, of course, the Volcanic sect would win. T looked down with a sad look while they discussed that the best swordsmen of Muram were always considered to be from the Shaman faction, while V looked at him with a very menacing and frightened look, thinking that the public's attention, which should be his, was drawn to this scoundrel. T looked up at him and was a little excited before the battle. V narrowed his gaze at him and seemed dissatisfied. The judge raised his hand and shouted loudly that the fight was beginning. Immediately after these words, they rushed to attack each other and flew past each other. T successfully blocked all of V's attacks, but did so with difficulty. The man standing next to Shin said that the end of his sword was quite heavy, which surprised Shin. T simply continued to fend off his attacks and did not even intend to attack himself. V successfully tried to piss him off and waste his stamina along the way by calling him bad names. But T still, without attacking, blocked his attacks. when suddenly he stumbled, making a loud stomp. His face turned pale, and he held his sword with trembling hands, not understanding what to do next. He immediately imagined Dawn, who was standing next to him and happily eating something. He then presented an image of him looking very angry and clenching his fist. T looked down with a scared face while Shin mentally asked him that he decided to die, because why was he thinking about something else during the fight? T turned his head directly at Shin and hesitated in his thoughts as he continued to tell him to stop talking, because he already knows that this is all happening because of Dawn. T was very surprised by this and did not understand how Shin knew about it. Shin, crossing his arms, looked forward with a frown and remembered how T was sleeping, and then he said that even in his sleep he was worried about him, and now he could not concentrate on the battle. So it doesn't matter how he found out about it, but after the fight he will definitely tell him everything. At the same moment, V swung his sword at T. He hit him with all his strength with a vertical blow and shouting that he would finally die. At that very second, T's idea of the world seemed to collapse. He stood with a menacing look and was completely filled with mana. Immediately after he realized everything Shin was telling him, he struck V with a winning blow. He then sheathed his katana while V sat on his knees, the loser. He felt Shin's gaze on his back and then saw Shin smiling because T had won after all. We are transported forward some time, but on the same day of friendly competition. We see Shin sitting next to a man in a green kimono at the same table, and the man says that no one could have thought that all the finalists from the Murama Alliance would be members of the provincial clan squad. Shin turned on him as he continued to say that it was a group of weak guys, but now Murama owes him a debt, and Shin responded to this by saying that it was just luck. The man in the green kimono hit his chest and put his hand forward, saying that everything cannot be attributed to just luck, so it must also be that he is a good teacher, and Shin, looking at him, realized that he had suddenly become very friendly. The man in the green kimono turned to another guy in the exact same green kimono and said that if he didn't mind, he would like to do a favor for young Master Shin. Shin turned his head towards him and was very surprised at the words that he wanted to show him some kind of favor. This man looked at him and said that he would like to enter the ring as the last competitor, and at that very moment he began to understand that perhaps this was originally a ploy by the Vulcan faction in order to force him to participate in the competition. But if they win before him, then his turn will never come. He stared at Shin while he remained silent and thought about his words, and then he asked what he thought about this proposal. And now we are transported to the arena where Shin stands opposite his opponent. The judge, raising his hand, says that the next fight is the avant-garde fight. Shin just looks ahead and remains silent, and his opponent was the leader of the ghost killers named Sangam Mayam, who looked at him with very frowned eyebrows and a dissatisfied look. Shin looked forward while the same man in a green kimono stood behind him. Shin remembered how he stood in front of this man and asked if he could perform in the vanguard, to which he received an awkward answer that, of course, he could, because it was his choice. Rising from his chair, the man in the green kimono added that he wished him a good outcome of the fight, but it was time for him to prepare, to which Shin replied that he did not have to do that at all. He raised his head with a sincere smile on his face, saying that it was not his turn to fight. We are taken back to the arena, where Shin stands and stretches his arms, and the men in the green kimono look at him and think that he is quite funny. The referee raised his hand in front of the two opponents and said that the fight begins now. San looked forward with a very daring look and said that this is not a rival, but he doesn't even mind ending this fight quickly. He took the purple sword into his hands, while people from the audience shouted that he was quite strong, since he had already surpassed the state of Zenith. Those watching from the audience whispered to each other, saying that San was the leader of the ghost killers of the Association of the Four Factions, to which the second added that the ghost killer was something like the Yellow Dragon Squad of the Murama Alliance, and the first replied that this was exactly the case, so San was constantly compared to Yon Young-ak. Shin crossed his arms and silently looked forward as if he expected San to make the first attack. San himself looked forward with a surprised look, but still with the same malicious smile, and thought that Shin would not even be able to move him from his place because he would spend a lot of energy just on this. While San would not spend even a particle of his strength, they stood opposite each other while Shin crossed his arms and San held the sword in his hands and thought about how the energy of death itself flows through him, and that is why he holds victory. He remembered how several people performed a ritual on him. Immediately after these memories, he rushed to attack him, realizing that his father gave him permission to kill him. He swung his sword at Shin and was preparing to strike when suddenly everyone watching in the hall was almost blinded by that bright light and explosion. After this explosion dissipated, leaving behind smoke, they were surprised to see that Shin was standing quietly in place and his opponent was no longer nearby because his opponent, San, was slammed into the wall. Shin raised his hand up into a fist and told them to bring the next opponent. Lowering his hand, he turned to the judge, asking how much longer he would just stand and watch. Immediately after these words, the judge began clapping his hands and pointing at Shin, saying that he had won this fight. People from the audience began to shout joyfully that the first place was obtained absolutely without difficulty, and he defeated the leader of the wicked killers, and they all believed in him and shouted that this time they showed what the difference was between them. The opposite side showed their fingers down and shouted in displeasure that this was impossible. How could he even knock him out with one blow? And one of the guys added that this was not the leader of the ghostly killers and a terrible future awaited them all. Shin looked ahead with a straight face and thought that there was too much energy inside him, so he should slow down a little. He looked at the floor, from which violet energy was shining, and understood that the energy that this guy used had also passed on to him. A notification appeared in front of him that the excess energy had been destroyed, which was successful, so that an unknown source was being studied. He opened his eyes wide in surprise because a couple more notifications appeared in front of him, in which it was written that for the first time the energy of an extremely negative source had been discovered, which was added to the list of energy sources. This energy began to shine inside his chest, and he understood that this is where they draw their internal energy from, so this negative mana is already spilling over the edge. When suddenly he turned his gaze because someone began to scream in pain. He saw a man clutching his chest as violet energy began to burn inside him. Shin was very surprised by this and began to guess something. He noticed that this man was sitting among the judges and was holding his heart in pain, and he realized that this man was a minion of the blood sect. This man began to leave the judge's table, and another approached him, asking what happened to him. The man, with the pain in his heart, raised his hand, saying that he did not feel bad because he just needed a little rest. When suddenly Shin came up behind him and grabbed his hand. The man turned to him in fear, asking what he was doing. But at that very second, Shin began to suck all this negative energy out of him through his hand. All the man's pain disappeared in an instant, which surprised and frightened him very much. He became filled with this golden energy so that he was already glowing. He looked at his hands, asking how he did it. Shin looked at him, crossing his arms, and was dissatisfied because he realized that this guy was exactly the same as him in the past and the strongest disciple of the Sword Emperor, dependent on the blood sect. Leaving that place, Shin looked at him goodbye because the judge said that the second fight would start soon, so he needed to go back. Looking askance back, he asked what it was, a curse. The man looked at his back and asked who he was, and Shin, leaving, said that they had something to discuss after the competition was over. He walked forward with a confident look and simply remained silent. A man in a bandana appeared in front of him and punched his hand, saying that he was honored to fight him. It was the head of the Dragon Ball squad, the soaring dragon king named Guangjun. Shin showed respect for him in return by punching him on the arm and saying that he hoped this fight would teach him a lot. And I myself thought that even in an association of 4 factions, people would not resort to stupid tricks. The referee raised his hand and shouted that the fight begins right now. As soon as he swung his hand down, the two guys charged at each other. They clashed in battle, repelling attacks and attacking each other. They repelled attacks more and made lunges so that sparks from their blows shone everywhere. The man in the red headband began to bare his teeth, thinking that wasn't he the leader of an ordinary squad, because he clearly underestimated him. Squeezing his katana in his hand more tightly, purple energy began to hover around it, and he thought that he would not be able to win this fight easily. Lunging forward and slashing his katana forward, he expected to be able to beat Shin with one blow. At this moment, the katana in Shin's hand also began to shine with blue lightning. He swung his katana downwards with a crazed smile, leaving behind a trail of lightning. These two elements, purple and blue, clashed with each other, forming a smooth wall. The spectators were completely shocked by the action taking place, so they sat with their eyes wide open. Moreover, everyone on both sides of the arena was surprised, and they thought that Shin was not even 30 years old, so when did he manage to learn these martial arts so masterfully? The man with the red headband charged at Shin as he prepared to fend it off. His eyes lit up blue and he realized that this was finally his chance. Standing straight in his stance, his legs glowed with a blue aura. He began to scream furiously while using the Skystorm dragon skill called Storm Blade. He shot forward with a huge punch from his element. It was a blue dragon with sharp fang-like teeth. The man in the red bandage smiled with all his 32 teeth, saying that he had defeated him. But Shin just looked at him with a smile on his face and remained silent, and his legs began to shine with blue lightning because he was preparing to strike back. Shin was completely engulfed in these blue lightning bolts that his hair stood on end. He made a lightning lunge straight at this blue dragon using his 12th Thundercloud Ball skill called Rupture Energy. His blue energy completely began to envelop this dragon from the inside. This dragon was very long, but all of Shin's energy absorbed it. Shin ran forward, baring his teeth and covering everything around with lightning. He swung his katana right at this man with a red bandana until he believed that such a thing could happen. The onlookers in the hall began to eagerly clap their hands and raise their fists in the air from the spectacle of the battle, because right in the middle of the arena there was a powerful explosion of lightning. The man in the red bandana stood right in front of Shin and held a sword in his hand, but he looked absolutely beaten and defeated. His face showed abrasions from the explosion, and he thanked Shin for this fight. And then he simply threw his katana to the ground with a crash. Shin slammed his fist into his palm and bowed to him, and the man added that this fight was very fair. We are transferred to some kind of hall, where everything is covered in red light, and a man sits on his knees, simultaneously trembling with fear. He bowed his head down and was completely covered in sweat and thought that Mu-young Mayong and Yeon Jong-ak could have been easily dealt with if not for this ambush. At this time, Ju said that all he was doing was disappointing him. Immediately after these words, Ju began to do something with his purple energy. The man, who was completely shrouded in fear, begged him not to worry because he could get rid of the three of them. It was the head of the Asura servants, a parasite of 1,000 Asuras named Ting Junhu. The man fell to the floor and tried to reach out to him while Ju was glowing with this purple energy. The servant approached him and extended his hand, trying to give him something. In the hand of the frightened Ting Junhu there was a red candy, and he asked what it was, that very bloody elixir, to which he received the answer that it was, and he should take it and fight. At the same moment, he was sincerely and seriously scared, looking at his hand, and understood that if he took it, his strength would increase for 2 hours, but this was a very dangerous elixir, so the consequences could be irreversible. But he decided not to argue with his master and simply swallowed it without even thinking. We were shown that many notifications began to appear in front of Shin, which stated that his skills had been increased and his mana pool had been increased, and he had also unlocked several new skills. Shin looked forward with a confident look and a smile on his face, saying that he finally had 6 levels of mana. Turning to the man in the green kimono, Shin was surprised, because he said that his soul was immediately calmer when he saw how these guys from the Four Factions Association were suffering, and this information sincerely pleased him. The man in the green kimono turned to Shin, scratching his beard, and asked how he managed to hide such talents until now, and Shin replied that he had already told him that he would tell him after the end of the competition. They began to walk through some building while he said that he remembered his words, but it was time to fulfill his promise, because he really could help an old man like him. The two of them walked forward and were simply silent. Some of the guys started talking to each other, asking what they were up to again. The girls looked at them with smiles on their faces, and Shin realized that the fight was over and the girls were protected. The same man who had been scared a few hours earlier came out right in front of him, and Shin understood that running away from the inevitable was completely useless. He raised his head, thinking that all that was left was to concentrate on the battle. He looked at how this man glowed with purple energy and was like a berserk, and thought that they had started using doping. The man began to spin his spear in his hands at a frantic speed, and then he pointed this spear at Shin and bared his teeth. Shin reached for the metal pipe, realizing that he could not afford to lose. And then, just like that guy, he began to spin it in his hand, and people looked at it in surprise, thinking that he, it turns out, knew how to handle a pole. He put this stick forward with a smile on his face, and they understood that he was like crazy. So does he really think that he can defeat him with the help of some stick? He apparently underestimates the association of the four factions so much. Two energies clashed again. Shin looked forward with a smile on his face, lightning flashing, and the judge shouted that the fight for third place would begin. Tang Jun, who looked at him with a very dissatisfied and angry look, baring his teeth more and more. The foundation began to crumble under his feet because he was so strong. He thrust this spear forward, and a dark figure appeared behind him. It was the Asura spear skill. Shin simply smiled silently in response to this, and then, raising this stick above him, he began to spin it at a very high speed, using the 12 Swords of Thundercloud skill called Blocking Strike. Tin began to use his skill, throwing a large number of spears at him while Shin simply blocked all of his attacks. He was very surprised, because he could not believe that Shin was able to repel absolutely all of his attacks. He looked scared, even with all his power, and didn't understand who Shin was. They hit each other with their skills, and Tin knew that he could force him to bow to him with the help of force, and people looked at this and shouted that this was a very fierce struggle of spiritual forces. Shin still looked at him with a smile on his face, realizing that he had decided to measure his strength with him. Shin glowed with blue flames while there was purple energy under his feet, and thought that thanks to all the improvements, he was brimming with internal energy. Under his feet, several notifications appeared that the effect of accelerated energy circulation temporarily increased the amount of internal energy, and then wrote that a synergy effect was accidentally created. Shin looked forward with a grin on his face, realizing that with the ability to absorb other people's energy and the effect of accelerating the circulation of energy from his attacks, he would only become stronger, and the effects of his skills were just candy. Tin's spear began to crack into pieces from Shin's so powerful energy. He raised the broken spear in front of him and did not understand that this had just happened at all, how he was able to do it. Shin swung his pole, striking him. People grabbed their heads, not understanding how this was even happening, because Tin would lose without winning a single game. So has the heavens abandoned the association of the four factions, and suddenly they all opened their mouths in surprise and did not understand what was happening now. They saw Shin put his pole behind his back and beckon to him with his palm with a grin on his face. This made Tin seriously angry and began calling him bad names. He tried to pierce him directly in the head, but Shin dodged such a blow by activating his evil detection skill. He dodged each of his blows using various skills and effects. Another notification appeared in front of him that he had gained knowledge about improving the acceleration of energy circulation. Tin shouted displeasedly for him to finally die, continuing to attack him over and over again. Shin began to use his pole, blocking all of his attacks. Suddenly, people covered their mouths in surprise while the judge shouted that a 4-faction association warrior was targeting him. The man in the green kimono shouted to Tin what he was doing, because he must stop attacking him immediately. But Tin did not listen to him at all and continued to attack over and over again with a very angry grimace. He used his skills which he threw at Shin. Shin blocked all of his attacks. Jan was even surprised by what was happening, so much so that he almost dropped his beer. Shin fired multiple punches with his skill straight at Tin. Two elements collided with each other. Shin stood as if in a blue fog of lightning, attacking Tin. We then see Tin attacking him back with her red energy. Shin dispels this bloody fog with his lightning. Tin, in turn, manages to jump away from his attack. As he jumped away, he was very surprised at what he saw in front of him and could not believe it. Then he noticed how Shin jumped on top of him and swung his pole. He hit him right in the middle of the head with all his might. Tin immediately fell to his knees, head down as if he had lost consciousness, while everyone around him began to laugh at him. He grabbed his head as Shin looked at him and thought that if he tried to kill him without a good reason, then this could cause a growing conflict between the Alliance and the Association. With a smile on his face, he mentally wished him sweet dreams. But Tin decided not to give up, so he stood up, began to glow with energy even more and began to repeat over and over again, wishing him death. Shin raised his fingers up, using some kind of magic, and realized that he finally had this very good reason. He did something to Tin that he started screaming in fear and surprise. People looked at all this with very shocked looks and asked why they didn't just stop him and why he was behaving this way. The judge began to approach him, asking if he was okay. Suddenly, the judge began to scream in pain and fear because he saw that Tin began to swing at him with his spear. Tin simply kills the judge with one blow. People started shouting that something was wrong, and the man in the green kimono turned around in fear while they asked him why he was rooted to the spot and he needed to stop this madman. Shin looked forward, making a dissatisfied face, and realized that his mind was broken and a curse had been placed on him. Tin looked down and repeated over and over again that he would kill him. Shin looked at him with a confident look and realized that this was probably the work of the blood sect. The people around began to bare their teeth in fear of what was happening now, and Shin thought that it looked like these guys' brains were about to explode. He turned to them and watched while everyone around them ran and screamed that a demon had appeared. At the same moment, Tin began swinging his spear and using skills. Thanks to his skills, he launched many frozen waves of energy into people. The defenseless people were protected by the samurai, who blocked all his attacks. The warriors raised their swords and shouted to protect the civilians. The warriors from the 4 associations looked at their leader in fear and asked what they should do. The leader of these guys himself was burning with the anger of his energy and ordered them to destroy the warrior desecrated by demonic forces. At the same moment, this violet energy began to be sucked out of Tin, and someone ordered Shin to run away from there. But Shin began to swing his pole, realizing that it was time for him to go to hell. And then with one precise blow he tears his head into small pieces. Tin falls dead without a head, and Shin looks at him, realizing that he was finally able to finish this matter. Suddenly he begins to shine with some kind of energy and is surprised by this. Han starts running past Shin, shouting that something bad has happened. We were shown Lady Muyeon, who was tied up and locked in some room because someone had stolen her. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.